Family. GuNing was betrayed and killed by his own brother, and then traveled to a primitive forest, binding a clone system. He drew the clone of Black Myth, MythWukong, and the moment they met, MythWukong looked utterly desolate. GuNing beat up thugs in a small town to recruit followers, while MythWukong brutally attacked pirates at sea and even made Hawkins eat a devil fruit to awaken his abilities. This plot is explosive. I tell you, 1 second I was in a fierce battle, and the next second, Duong, a monkey clad in inked gold armor and wearing a phoenix-winged purple gold crown, popped up in front of me. Good heavens, isn't that Black Myth MythWukong? I was completely stunned. What on earth is happening? This all started when my so-called dear brother stabbed me in the back. My name is GuNing, and my brother GuNing went crazy just because our father passed the family business to me. He colluded with outsiders to seize our own home. My most loyal brother, Li Jin, died on the spot to protect me. As for me, I was surrounded and hacked at, bleeding like a gourd, barely able to stand. That bastard GuNing was laughing madly, claiming he deserved everything I had. Bah! I spat blood in his face, saying my life was earned by my own efforts. But there were too many of them, and I managed to take down several before finally succumbing. Before I died, I thought to myself, if there's a next life and I believe in family ties again, I'd be a dog. Guess what? When I closed my eyes and opened them again, I was truly alive. But the place was strange, a primitive forest where not a bird would shit. I looked down and saw, good heavens, I was dressed in coarse linen clothes, and the large machete in my hand had turned into a broken tree branch. Just as I was confused, I heard a ding sound in my head. Family, who understands, the system has arrived. This fortune finally fell on me. The system asked if I wanted to bind it. Of course, I had already died once. What else was there to lose? I bound it immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding the clone system. Reward a new player gift pack. I thought, hurry up and extract. With a flash of white light, I got 2 items. One was a clone extraction opportunity, which supposedly could draw an absolutely loyal clone from countless worlds. The other was a bit ridiculous. Succubus physique? I outright rejected it, saying, what does the system mean by that? What does a big guy like me need that for? The system was left speechless and quickly apologized, offering to change it. In the end, it switched to a cool demon god physique, claiming it had unlimited potential and handsome looks. Well, that was more acceptable. Having experienced betrayal, I finally understood. In this life, I will live for myself, freely and happily. To hell with false pretenses. Then came the most explosive part, drawing the clone. I told the system to draw. A dazzling white light flashed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Black Myth MythWukong clone. My mind went blank. Son MythWukong? The one from Black Myth? Then, the opening scene unfolded. He stood before me, looking desolate, staring at his hands, bitterly saying, I have ultimately failed? I immediately understood this was the MythWukong who had just fought the final battle, whose golden staff had shattered. The system informed me that his original body was gone, and this was the new body I helped him create, so he had lost all his powers and had to start from scratch. We were now symbiotic. I directly said to him, that's right, our lives are now tied together. But don't worry, in this world, you can live however you want. No one will interfere. After hearing this, the monkey looked deeply at me and chuckled. You're different from anyone I've met. Interesting, very interesting. Then he picked up a stick and went off to carve wood to build a boat, muttering something about seeking immortality is not as good as taking charge of one's own destiny, highlighting his carefree nature. Meanwhile, I had to first solve my food and shelter problems. After struggling, I found a small town, starving and broke. Just then, I saw a yellow-haired punk bullying a wonton stall owner. Isn't this a coincidence? I went straight up and shouted, hey, you brat, pick on me instead. The yellow-haired punk immediately backed down, seeing my tall stature, and left with a parting shot of just you wait, running away, which was hilarious. The kind stall owner insisted on treating me to a bowl of wontons, urging me to leave quickly, saying this town was controlled by a gang called the Mouse Gang. I said it was fine I'd eat this meal and take care of the matter for her. Just as I finished 3 warm bowls of wontons, the yellow-haired punk returned with a large gang. The leader was a muscular man who pointed and cursed at me. I couldn't be bothered to even lift my eyelids, calmly saying, do you think having more people matters? The muscular man was probably stunned by my calmness, incited by his men. He waved his hand. Brothers, go? Huh, just a bunch of ants. Without saying a word, I rushed up, snatched a long knife from one of the thugs, and sliced it across the leader's neck, blood spraying everywhere. The warm blood splattered on the faces of those around, and they were all dumbfounded. In a small broken town, they had never seen such an open street killing. I quickly took down the remaining thugs and stepped toward the muscular man. He was so scared he sat down on the ground, scrambling to offer me all his money. Seeing he was quite sensible, I spared his life. Upon asking, I learned his name was Pei Qian. Pei Qian? What an interesting name. Seeing his cleverness, I thought I needed a lackey, so I let him follow me. This kid was straightforward, immediately bowing to me and even handing over the gang's entire stash of over 3 million berries. He said he always believed life was more important than money. Hey, that's interesting. I had him find me a quiet place to stay, and he efficiently arranged a large villa on a mountaintop, saying it was built by a wealthy merchant who disappeared at sea, so it had been empty ever since. Finally, I settled down. While I was contemplating how to lay out my future in this pirate world, my monkey clone was having quite the adventure. He had spent a day drifting on a small boat he built himself, starving, when he accidentally ran into a pirate ship. Those pirates, not seeing clearly, thought he was just a monkey and tried to toss him into the sea to feed the fish, shooting at him without hesitation. What happened next? MythWukong waved his hand, and all the bullets and cannonballs froze midair in slow motion. Then came the one-sided beating. Over 50 pirates were completely overpowered by him alone. The captain, with a bounty of 2 million, was knocked out with one punch. After the fight, MythWukong asked the seemingly honest little beggar, named Hawkins, to explain what the world was like. He got a full lecture about the 4 seas, the Grand Line, the celestial dragons, and devil fruits. After the lecture, MythWukong asked him to find some fruit to fill his belly. Guess what? The little guy dug up a strangely shaped fruit from the warehouse, which turned out to be the legendary devil fruit. He was conflicted, but in the end, he honestly handed the fruit over to MythWukong. MythWukong took a look, showing disdain, and waved his hand. You can have it, I don't need this, you eat it. Good heavens, that treasure is worth at least 100 million berries. Hawkins was dumbfounded and stammered about how valuable it was. MythWukong didn't care at all. It doesn't matter, I can do anything under heaven. After hearing this, Hawkins was moved to tears, probably considering MythWukong as his reborn parent in his heart. Kneel down right now and bow to MythWukong, saying, "Big brother, no, my lord, please accept me." Let me tell you, MythWukong had that demeanor down pat. He lifted his chin and had that proud look in his eyes, saying, "Want to hang out with me? The path I walk is wild and free. Are you up for it?" Hawkins was so excited, nodding his head like a garlic peeler. "I'm not afraid. With your strength and presence, I'm sticking with you." Seeing that this kid had some determination, MythWukong agreed. He even said not to call him my lord anymore. Just call him captain. I want to experience the joy of being the pirate king too. Hawkins immediately stood at attention and shouted, "Got it, captain." His eyes were filled with admiration. Then Hawkins took that devil fruit, bit the bullet, and stuffed it into his mouth. Wow. The moment it entered, his face turned green. The taste was probably like eating 10-year-old leftovers in a bathroom. But he swallowed it down. The next second, a mysterious power exploded inside him, making him feel electrified, both painful and exhilarating. Once the rush subsided, Hawkins realized he had awakened. The straw fruit. Not only could he turn into a scarecrow, but he could also create clones. The most outrageous part? He could even tell fortunes. Wasn't that a pure profit? Seeing that he had it under control, MythWukong told him to wake up the pirates who had passed out on the deck. Hawkins received the order and immediately ran to the guy who used to bully him the most. Without saying a word, he slapped him a few times. The crisp smack sound was simply heavenly. That pirate was stunned, just as he was about to curse. Hawkins gave him another round of love like the tide, directly beating him into submission, making him cry out, "You are my big uncle." Satisfied, Hawkins told him to wake everyone else up, saying the new captain had something to say. Once everyone was gathered, MythWukong stood there, radiating an aura, and asked, "Who can sail?" To the Grand Line. The group of pirates below erupted the Grand Line. That was the legendary place. Finally, a burly man named John stepped forward and said he could sail. MythWukong nodded. "All right, you just." The helmsman has made the decision. The rest of you, Hawkins, handle it as you see fit. Those who are rotten to the core, just send them straight to the underworld. Hawkins was still pondering what underworld meant. Underground? Send them on their way? He took out a card and divined for himself. Wow. The probability was 100% that he would be sending people to their demise. Now he understood. Without hesitation, the ship immediately set sail towards the Grand Line. Before long, the upside-down mountain appeared before them. Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. The seawater was flowing upwards against the mountain, and the entire mountain looked like an upside-down onion. Everyone was dumbfounded. The ship surged upstream against the current. It was thrilling, like riding a roller coaster. And at any moment, the ship could be destroyed and lives lost. Finally, after struggling over the mountain peak and rushing into the Grand Line, everyone cheered. But guess what? As soon as they entered, they encountered a giant creature. A whale as big as a small island was banging its head against the red Earth continent. It was so tragic, like a heartbreak. Wukong was also stunned, saying, "Is there such a creature in this world?" However, he didn't meddle. Just let John steer the ship around it. At that moment, let me tell you, the perspective of the story suddenly shifted. It cut to a guy named GuNing, who was actually the mastermind behind Wukong's avatar. His system chimed, indicating that he had leveled up because his avatar, son Wukong, had made a name for himself outside. GuNing was delighted to hear this, saying, "Of course, it's my avatar." He could connect to Wukong's consciousness, like having a god's eye view. He immediately linked up and told Wukong, "Make me famous. The bigger the commotion, the better." Just as Wukong received his boss's orders, Hawkins rushed over in a panic. "Captain, there's a warship ahead." Wukong was still confused. "Warship? What's that? Is it delicious?" Hawkins was almost in tears, saying, "Captain, that's the Navy. There are deadly enemies." Wukong was even more puzzled. "Why? I'll just clean up a bunch of bad guys." Hawkins sighed. "Captain, look up at the flag hanging on our ship." Wukong looked up and saw a huge skull flag and fell silent. There was no way to wash this off even if he jumped into the Yellow River. On the opposing warship, Colonel Beanfei, upon hearing about the pirate ship, was as happy as if he had found money. He grabbed his binoculars and saw, new guys just coming out from Upside Down Mountain. This is a military achievement delivered to my door. He completely dismissed them and directly ordered, "Get closer and blast them." Shells flew over like rain, and the newly recruited pirates on the ship were scared to tears. Wukong got annoyed, shouted for silence, and said, "If you keep making noise, I'll send you to meet Yin Wang." The whole place fell silent instantly. Then, let me tell you, an explosive scene unfolded. Wukong jumped to the bow of the ship, and with a volleyball-like motion, he punched each incoming shell, sending them all into the sea. As the two ships drew closer, Colonel Beanfei ordered a boarding melee. What happened next? Wukong activated his flow state mode, charging into the Navy ranks, and his fists as big as sandbags sent everyone crashing down. It was like a human-shaped Gundam. Hawkins also used his straw abilities to make the Navy fight among themselves, creating a chaotic scene. Seeing the situation go south, Colonel Beanfei was stunned. These weren't rookie pirates. This was clearly a disaster at sea. Just as he was about to order a retreat, Wukong zipped in front of him, sneering, "Still want to run?" With one punch, he smashed through the deck, embedding the colonel in the ship's hull, leaving him clueless. The remaining Navy soldiers were paralyzed with fear. Wukong said, "Hand over all the valuables, and you can be my laborers for a few days. I want to kill your colonel." Beanfei still wanted to be tough, telling his subordinates to have some backbone. Hawkins immediately mocked him. "Backbone? I'll count to 3, and if you don't agree, you all report to the underworld." The Navy soldiers, hearing this, no longer cared about backbone and immediately surrendered. After cleaning up the battlefield, Wukong took a liking to the warship, which was much better than their old broken ship, and declared they would switch ships. On the warship, they not only found treasures, but also discovered a second devil fruit. Wukong complained, "This thing isn't even rare, it's like cabbage." They drifted at sea for a few days and finally arrived at a small island called Whiskey Peak. As soon as they landed, Wukong released the captured Navy soldiers, even specifically instructing them to go back and spread the word. Then he found a tavern in town and drank heartily. Halfway through drinking, Wukong asked Hawkins to check on the ship to see if anyone wanted to leave. They weren't traveling companions, and he wouldn't force anyone to stay. Just as he finished speaking, a group of bounty hunters surrounded the tavern, hoping to take advantage. Wukong put down his cup, didn't even bother to lift his gaze. And with 3 punches and 2 kicks, he took down the whole group, then returned to the ship as if nothing had happened. Back on the ship, when Hawkins mentioned leaving, the pirates on board ran off faster than rabbits, all disembarking in a flash. In the end, on the large warship, only Wukong, Hawkins, and the helmsman John, who hadn't left, remained. Wukong looked at John, curious why he hadn't left. John's eyes were filled with hatred, saying his family was destroyed by nobles, and he wanted to take revenge himself. Wukong heard this and thought, "Hey, this kid has guts." For the first time, he looked at this man seriously and said, "All right." Then he turned to Hawkins and said, "Give him that devil fruit." John was so moved he almost cried, saying, "No need, I want to rely on myself." Wukong replied with great confidence, "Whether I give it to you is my business. Whether you use it is yours. Take it." At that moment, John was completely devoted, and from then on, MythWukong became his only faith. Just as they were preparing to set sail from Whiskey Peak again, a seagull delivering newspapers flew over. MythWukong took the newspaper, glanced at it, and smiled. It prominently displayed a bounty notice with a photo of Hawkins, stating, Basil Hawkins, straw fruit user, combatant of the Chi-Tion pirate crew. Wow, a bounty of 20 million berries. The photo was taken during the fight on the warship, and it was unclear which little genius had snapped it, but the angle was quite clever. I looked further down and found our helmsman, John S. reward, 18 million. When I saw the photo, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Family, who understands? It was just a side profile of him steering the ship, his expression radiating a sense of hopelessness. His face was dark with anger, and the rugged tough guy image he was supposed to project was nowhere to be seen. Finally, of course, there was me, the great sage son MythWukong. The bounty was 85 million berries. The photo was incredibly handsome, just like the one where I knocked down Colonel Beanfei with a single punch, standing at the bow of the ship with a mix of mockery and coldness on my face. Hawkins and John came over to take a look, and they both exclaimed in unison, "The captain is incredibly handsome." I was floating with pride at that moment, laughing heartily, just average, third in the world. After that went by, in the evening, John sat there emo all by himself. He was holding the devil fruit we had captured, his mind in turmoil, probably able to act out a Shakespeare play. On one hand, he thought eating it would make him stronger and allow him to take revenge, but on the other hand, he felt it wasn't relying on his own abilities. I tell you, he struggled for over an hour, and in the end, he couldn't hold back any longer. Feeling too weak on the ship, unable to help at all, he closed his eyes, steeled his heart, and took a big bite. The taste, they say, was like rotten durian, almost sending him straight to the afterlife. But the next second, wow, a peculiar power exploded within his body. He tried to concentrate, aimed at a nearby box, and silently thought, "Give it to me, Grandpa." That box went thud and sank into the deck. He tried yelling, "Rise," and the box floated back up effortlessly. I was shocked. Isn't this a superhuman gravity fruit? What a treasure. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the atmosphere was icy cold. Admiral Steel Bone Kong spat saliva all over the unfortunate Beanfei's face, roaring, "Who told you to act on your own? Do you know what was in that shipment? That thing could give our Navy another Admiral-level combat force." Beanfei was scared stiff like a quail, not daring to make a sound. Steel Bone Kong paced back and forth, and at that moment, Sengoku strode in, his face equally grim. "Admiral, these pirates must be severely punished." Steelbone Kong asked for his opinion, and Sengoku said, "Increase the bounty, let bounty hunters from all over the world hunt them down." He added that Old Man Garp had been chasing Roger in the New World recently, and couldn't deal with this matter. Steelbone Kong squinted, "Then let those young ones practice their skills." Sengoku was taken aback. "You mean Akainu, Akiji Kizaru?" "Exactly." Steelbone Kong slammed the table. "These kids just got promoted to Rear Admiral and are already floating around. Throw them out to sea to cool down. Let Kaina go catch this son MythWukong. Let him know who rules this sea." Sengoku took the order and immediately went to find the three heavyweight newcomers. Let me tell you, the scene was something else. When Sengoku entered, the three were quite polite. "Good morning, Admiral Sengoku." Sengoku, with a dark face, said, "I've got some work for you. It's been turbulent at sea lately. Go out and clear it up." "Guess what?" Kizaru, that old slick, lazily said with his dead fish eyes. "Oh, I've been quite busy lately." Sengoku exploded right there, pointing at his nose and scolding. "Just you? Just because your devil fruit ability is strong? You forget how weak your physical abilities are?" He earnestly advised the three not to rely too much on their fruits. What happened? Akiji had his head down. Not knowing what he was thinking, Kizaru was digging in his ears with his pinky, and Akainu was listening, but his face clearly showed that he agreed with everything you said, but would still dare to do it next time. Seeing the three of them, Sengoku gave up and waved his hand. "Forget it. There will be a time when you regret it." He turned to Akainu, also known as Sakazuki, and said, "I'm giving you a mission. Go capture that rookie pirate who stole our supplies. What's his name?" "The great sage son MythWukong." Sakazuki sneered. "Oh, that useless Beanfei couldn't handle him? All right, his name is quite famous. I wonder if his fists are as strong as mine." Sengoku reminded him. Be careful of that scarecrow on his ship. He can predict the future. Moreover, the most important thing we lost is the gravity fruit. Sakazuki was shocked. What? That important thing was sent by that useless guy? Akiji, who was nearby, couldn't he take it anymore and frowned. After all, he is a colleague. Be careful. Sengoku didn't care about their internal conflicts and directly ordered. Hurry up and set off. While Wukong and the others were speeding across the sea, and the Navy High Command was in chaos on the other side. A mysterious big shot named GuNing received a system prompt in his mind. 1 million reputation points credited. He speculated that it must be son Wukong making big news. Immediately afterward, the system surprised him again. Congratulations, host, for breaking 1 million reputation for the first time, rewarding a chance to draw from the multiverse avatar. Wow, another chance to draw cards. GuNing rubbed his hands together. Last time he drew son Wukong. Who would it be this time? He clicked on the draw, and in front of him, a dazzling light appeared, a vortex opened, and a figure slowly walked out. As the light faded, a handsome guy in white appeared out of thin air. I tell you, that looks could debut in 2025. With sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, long hair tied up, he seemed a bit confused, and the first thing he said was, "Didn't I die? Where is this?" GuNing quickly explained the situation to him, saying you're now my avatar, but you can live freely. It's best to make a name for yourself in this world. The guy from the game still seemed a bit dazed, but he nodded. He noticed that the king's sword at his waist was gone. Only the sheath remained. Hearing that there were swordsmen in this world, he decided to embark on a quest to find a sword. Just as he was about to descend the mountain, GuNing received a distress signal in his mind. The town below was being attacked by pirates. He didn't want to move, so he directly told the guy from the game in his mind, "Help me out. There are pirates coming down the mountain." The guy from the game replied with one word, "Okay." The next second, he appeared in the chaotic town. He coldly told the group of pirates who were burning, killing, and looting stop. His voice was like thunder. The pirate captain, a fool named Nyoma, swayed out. "Who the hell are you? You're ruining my mood." The guy from the game didn't even change his expression. "Drop your things and scram. Otherwise, you'll die." The pirates burst into laughter. A little lackey jumped out and shouted, "Do you know who our captain is? A devil fruit user with a bounty of 45 million. Hurry up and kneel to clean our captain's shoes." The guy from the game was speechless, sneering. So there are this many fools in this world. Captain Nyoma was enraged and waved his hand. "Go boys, attack." A group of people rushed forward yelling. The guy from the game didn't even move. He lightly waved the sheath in his hand, and a sharp sword aura shot out. The first few pirates were sent flying on the spot, unconscious. Nyoma's eyes were about to pop out. You can unleash sword energy without a sword? Is he a sword master? His legs went weak, but he still gritted his teeth and shouted, "He doesn't have a sword. Charge at him." As a result, the guy from the game flashed and darted through the crowd like a ghost. Wherever the sheath pointed, someone fell down, clearing a large area in the blink of an eye. Nyoma panicked and roared, activating his bull fruit ability, transforming into a giant bull and charging forward. The guy from the game didn't even look. He raised his hand and unleashed a slash. With a loud bang, the bull was sent flying, crashing to the ground, lifeless. The remaining lackeys saw their captain taken down in one move, terrified, and screamed that the captain was dead. "Let us run." But before they could take 2 steps, they were all taken down by the sword energy from the guy from the game. After the battle, the little girl with pigtails ran over, handed him a lollipop, and said with her big, sparkling eyes, "Big brother, you are so amazing. This is for you. I want to be strong like you in the future and protect everyone." Wang Quanbei smiled rarely and patted her head. "Thank you, this candy. Give it to me next time we meet." After saying that, he dragged the corpses of the cattle and horses and swaggered off to collect his bounty. He used the bounty to buy a small boat, and with some money left, he wanted to buy a sword. Passing by a sword shop, he walked in and asked, "Boss, what swords do you have?" When the boss heard this, his eyes nearly lit up with greed. He sized up Wang Quanbei's outfit, a white robe with gold embroidery, and immediately recognized him as a clueless rich kid. The boss's mind was racing with calculations, thinking he had finally encountered a big mark today. If he didn't make a profit, it would be an insult to his keen eyesight. He cleared his throat and greeted him enthusiastically. "Oh, young man, you've come to the right place. Our swords can cut through iron like mud. They are treasures that can sever hair with a single blow." And guess what? Wang Quanba, Yi didn't even raise an eyebrow and calmly asked, "What's the cheapest one?" Goodness, I was taken aback. The boss's mind went blank, and he blurted out instinctively, five berries." "All right, give me one for 5 berries," Wang Quanba Yi said with a nonchalant tone. The boss's expression went from ecstatic to bewildered, almost frying his CPU in shock. He was internally cursing. "No way, dude. You're dressed like a walking renminbi, and you just want a 5-berry junk sword? Are you messing with me?" But he didn't dare to ask. So he had to swallow his anger and randomly grabbed a rusty piece of iron from a pile in the corner, tossing it onto the table with annoyance. "Here. This one." Wang Quanba Yi didn't mind, placed 5 berries on the table, picked up the sword, and turned to leave with a briskness. The boss watched his back, slapping his thigh in frustration. What bad luck. Last time, the big guy next door made $1 million off a fool. Why do I have to run into such a recluse? Just as Wang Quanba Yi stepped out of the store, a seagull swooped down from the sky like it was dropping flyers, scattering a bunch of papers. Curiously, he picked up one, and I leaned over to take a look. Instantly shocked. Chi Tianda, Sheng, Sun Wukong, bounty, 1 billion berries. 1 billion, folks. How many 5-berry swords could that buy? The bounty notice also mentioned that Sun Wukong had stolen a naval warship, and Akainu personally went to chase him down, but after a fight, Sun Wukong miraculously won. I couldn't help but laugh at the Navy's PR. They wrote that losing was just luck. With such thick skin, they could use it as body armor. As soon as this news broke, the entire ocean was in an uproar. In the New World, Whitebeard's crew, Marco rushed over with a newspaper, nearly tripping over himself, making Whitebeard laugh so hard the ship rocked. Whitebeard took the paper and his eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. When this kid comes to the New World, I'll have it be my son. Family, who understands, Whitebeard's KPI for adopting sons never stopped. On the other side in Tadoland, Big Mom wasn't the old hag she later became. She was still a voluptuous beauty. When she saw the newspaper, she laughed so hard she nearly shook apart, and immediately arranged for Sun Wukong to become her 21st husband. I was like an old subway passenger looking at a phone, thinking this lady's thought process is on another level. Then there was Kaido on Onigashima, and the scene was dramatic. He was chugging down drinks while sobbing, lamenting why such a powerful figure had appeared on the sea again. After crying, he suddenly switched gears, angrily shouting at his subordinates, "When he arrives, capture him and make him mine for mining." This emotional roller coaster was quicker than flipping a page, showcasing his unstable emotions. In no time, from Rayleigh to the still-alive Roger, all the big shots in the world were discussing this rising star, Sun Wukong. However, just as one wave settled, another rose. While Sun Wukong's trending search hadn't died down, News King Morgan's dropped a bombshell. The birth of the Pirate King. GOLD. Roger's fleet successfully circumnavigated the world and reached the final island, Laughtail. Now, the entire world's servers were about to crash. Whitebeard laughed heartily for his old friend. Big Mom scoffed, while Kaido started crying again. He became the Pirate King. What will I do? This guy was truly a character. But what about the center of our topic, Sun Wukong himself? It took several days for him to see these two newspapers. Hawkins was beside him, passionately explaining what a Pirate King was and what Laughtail meant. And guess what Sun Wukong said? "Oh, if I go around once, does that mean I'm a Pirate King too? I like that title." Hawkins turned pale, nearly fainting from anger. "Captain!" Folks, this was like talking past each other across server chat. Sun Wukong chuckled and pointed at the map. "Forget about kings. Let's go to Water City. I want to build my own ship." Back to Wang Quanba. He was having a rough time, sailing that small broken ship. He drifted into the doldrums. Folks, this place is a dead zone at sea, with not a breath of wind. A renowned swordmaster like him was reduced to using his sword sheath as a paddle. That image was too beautiful for me to look at. As he paddled, suddenly, a 100-meter-long sea king popped out of the water, jaws wide open, ready to bite him. What happened? Wang Quanba, Yi didn't even blink, unleashed a sword energy, and with a bang, split it in half. Instant kill. But he couldn't feel happy because the blood attracted more sea kings, and he could only kill while paddling. It was like a person in a predicament on the sea. He paddled for an unknown number of days, feeling like he was going rotten, when suddenly he sensed a light breeze. Wind. There was wind. I tell you, at that moment, the light in his eyes was brighter than a 1,000-watt light bulb. He paddled desperately toward the direction of the wind, and finally, on the horizon, he saw the outline of a small island. An island. A tropical island. He was so excited he nearly broke the sword sheath, even sending a few sword energies behind him for acceleration. When his feet touched solid ground, he felt a sense of unreality. He hid the boat and headed toward the center of the island. As he walked through a bamboo forest, he heard the sounds of children practicing swordplay. He hurried over and saw a dojo with a sign that read Isen Dojo. Who? A stern voice called out, and a bespectacled man looked at him warily. This man was Gung Shiro, Wong Quanbi, with a travel-worn face. Politely said he was lost and wanted to borrow a place to freshen up and rest. Gung Shiro saw his condition, looking like he just crawled out of the mud, and not appearing to be a bad person, agreed. The next morning, Wong Quanba Yi was awakened by the sounds of sword practice in the yard. When he stepped outside, he saw a group of kids laughing and playing with wooden swords. Gung Shiro walked over, sizing up the refreshed Wong Quanbi, who had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, an extraordinary presence, and asked, "Have you practiced swordplay?" "I have, and I'm not too bad." Just then, Gung Shiro said, "It's been a while since anyone practiced with me. Let's spar." "Sure, consider it a thank you for your hospitality." The two went to the training ground, and a crowd of kids immediately surrounded them, chattering about who would win. A proud little girl, none other than Ka, huffed, "Isn't it obvious? My father is definitely stronger." Gung Shiro drew his sword and asked, "Where's your sword?" Wong Quanba Yi shook the sword sheath in his hand. "This is it." Gung Shiro smiled, but said nothing, his expression conveying respect despite his confusion. "You go first." Wong Quanba Yi was calm. "No, you go first. I'm afraid if I go first, you won't have a chance to strike." Goodness, this bravado was top-notch. I get full marks. Although Gung Sailang felt that he was pretending, he still took action first. A slash headed straight for Wong Quanbei's face, but he merely sidestepped slightly as if taking a stroll, and the slash crashed down, cutting through a large tree behind him. Gung Sailang was startled and immediately launched a frenzied attack. The sword shadows flickered, and the moves were fierce. What was the result? Wong Quanbei, holding a sword sheath, weaved through the sword shadows, blocking every strike effortlessly with a clanging sound. After fighting for a long time, Gung Sailang didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Gritting his teeth, he changed his sword technique, enveloping the entire blade in a layer of black, making it even more formidable. Yet Wong Quanbei remained unfazed. And in a moment of opportunity, he suddenly struck. He gently waved the sword sheath in his hand, and an invisible sword intent surged forth instantly. Bang! Gung Sailang was knocked back repeatedly by this force, his face filled with disbelief. Gasping for breath, he knew he had lost and sincerely praised, "You are strong. Your swordsmanship has reached a height I cannot aspire to. I call it sword intent." Wong Quanbei slowly explained, "Sword intent is formless, residing in the heart, unbound by objects, and not weighed down by emotions." Gung Sailang listened thoughtfully, feeling as if he had opened the door to a new world. Just then, Wong Quanbei, who had been pretending to be an expert, suddenly remembered something and curiously asked, "By the way, how did you turn your long knife black just now?" Gung Sailang looked at him with a puzzled expression, as if he was joking, and replied, "Oh, that's called domineering aura. You didn't know?" Wong Quanbei shook his head in confusion. Then Gung Sailang asked him, "Did you practice your swordsmanship on your own?" Wong Quanbei calmly replied, "The sword was taught to me, but I've truly never heard of this domineering aura." Upon hearing this, Gung Sailang was delighted, thinking he had struck gold. He immediately said, "Do you want to learn?" "Sure, I'll teach you, but there's a condition. You have to help me take care of these little brats." This was just an equal exchange. Without a second thought, Wong Quanbei agreed. "I told you, that group of little kids sneaking a peek next to us went crazy." A little girl shouted, "GuNing, look, your dad can't even beat him." Another one joined in, Yeah, your dad lost." GuNing's little face couldn't hold up anymore. She snorted coldly and turned to leave. The other kids didn't care about that and were all excited, saying if this handsome guy taught them, they would definitely become super strong. But when they turned around, they saw Gung Shiro standing at the dojo entrance with a dark face. The faces of those little ones instantly turned sour. Great, they were all caught. And each one obediently went back to practice their stances. On the other side, my Monkey King and the others were having a thrilling time. While sailing, suddenly there was a loud boom, and it was like it was raining from the sky, with pieces of ships falling down. That kid Hawkins got so scared he lay flat on the deck, thinking the Navy had caught up. Monkey King looked up, squinted, and said, "Is that a ship falling from the sky?" At that moment, our scholar John on the ship spoke up, saying he seemed to have read in some wild history that there was a place called White Sea, where the legendary Sky Island floated. To get there, you needed to rely on a super strong current that would directly push the ship up. I tell you, as soon as Monkey King heard this, he got so excited that he immediately made a decision. Interesting. So interesting. I've decided, let's go play on this Sky Island. Hawkins was dumbfounded and said, "No way, Captain. We've decided just like that? We don't even know where the road is." But who is Monkey King? Once he decides something, who can stop him? John was also very supportive and said directly, "Okay, Captain." He has the gravity fruit. So he performed an anti-gravity lift right on the spot. With a press of his hands, our warship started to lose weight, first swaying a bit, then whoosh, it shot up into the sky like a rocket. It passed through layer after layer of clouds, and in front of us was a vast expanse of white. Nothing could be seen. We didn't know how long we flew, but suddenly the view opened up and the whole ship plopped down directly on a sea of clouds. Yes, a sea made of clouds, white and misty like a fairyland. Hawkins, with sharp eyes, pointed ahead and shouted, "Captain, look, there's an island." Monkey King focused his gaze and exclaimed, "Wow." An island suspended over the sea of clouds, with all sorts of bizarre buildings on it. "Hey, isn't this the Heavenly Palace? Am I going to hit the Lingxiao Treasure Hall again?" Saying this, he had John steer the ship closer. As we got nearer, we saw many winged people flying around on the island. Hawkins was startled and said, "Wow, there really are bird people." Monkey King was unfazed, after all. He had seen all kinds of monsters before. As soon as we landed on the island, 2 winged people flew over and blocked our way, saying, "Qinghai people, you have trespassed into the Sky Island. Pay a fine." Hawkins hurriedly stepped forward to ask how much. The other party said, 10 billion extra per person. Hawkins's eyes almost popped out. 10 billion? John rolled his eyes beside him and said, "That's their currency. Converted, it's 100,000 Bailey per person." Hawkins finally breathed a sigh of relief, but still felt the pinch. After all, he was the steward of our ship now. After paying the money, the other party gave us a map and told us this place is called Baika, warning us not to cause trouble. When Hawkins took the map, he was mesmerized by the beautiful winged person, and I had to shout idiot before he snapped back to reality. Once those 2 winged people flew away, the 3 of us wandered along the small paths made of clouds. As we were walking, we entered a dense forest. While we were strolling, we suddenly heard a child scream ahead. We hurried over to check, and oh my God, a child was being chased by a giant snake over 100 meters long. The snake's eyes were like red lanterns, terrifying enough to scare someone to death. Without saying a word, Monkey King rushed over and scooped up the child, then turned to face the giant snake. The child was trembling with fear, saying his name was Annie Lu, and he had picked a strange fruit in a cave. But as soon as he came out, he was targeted by this snake. Upon hearing this, John frowned and said, "Strange fruit? Could be a devil fruit? My Monkey King doesn't care about that." He shouted at the giant snake, "Hey, you beast, dare to bully a child." Saying that, he swung a punch. The giant snake was fierce too, twisting its body to dodge the attack, and then suddenly opened its huge mouth wide, swallowing the Monkey King in one bite. Who understands? I was standing by watching. My heart sank. Hawkins and John were dumbfounded, and the 3 of us quickly jumped to a nearby tree with Enel. Hawkins was panicking. It's over, the captain has been eaten." I calculated that he would win. John also had a serious expression, saying we must find a way to save the captain. But let me tell you, who is the Monkey King? How could he suffer in a place like this? After the giant snake swallowed the Monkey King, it started rolling around in the forest like crazy, knocking down a large number of trees. We didn't know what was happening inside, but actually, the Monkey King was enjoying himself in the snake's belly. He found it dark and smelly inside. So he decided to give the snake an internal renovation. All we could hear were thumping sounds from the snake's belly, like thunder. The Monkey King was giving the giant snake a beating, making it suffer terribly. Finally, there was a loud tearing sound, and a big hole was ripped open in the giant snake's belly. The Monkey King jumped out covered in blood, looking incredibly fierce. We hurriedly jumped down from the tree, and Hawkins excitedly shouted, "Captain, it's great that you're okay." The Monkey King waved his hand nonchalantly and laughed. "Huh, no one in this world can hurt me, old son." The kid named Enira looked at the Monkey King with stars in his eyes and shouted, "Big brother, you are my hero." Later, we prepared to take Enira to the town on the island, but this little brat was incredibly stubborn, saying he was driven out by the townspeople and would be doomed if he went back. Seeing his indomitable spirit, my Monkey King asked him from behind, "Do you want to get on my ship?" Enira was taken aback for a moment, then immediately shouted, "Captain." Just like that, we had another little brat on our ship. John slapped his forehead and complained, "Oh no, there are 2 half-grown kids on the ship. Won't others think we're human traffickers?" Just as we welcomed our new crew member, the scene shifted to the North Sea. On a ship flying a smiling pirate flag, a man dressed in a flamingo coat and wearing flashy sunglasses was listening to his subordinate's report. This man was Don Quixote da Flamingo. His snotty subordinate, Treble, said that the supplies on the ship were running low, and there was a small island ahead where they could resupply. Da Flamingo asked if there was any business for them on the island. Treble replied no, that place was too remote. So, guess what Da Flamingo said? He let out a strange laugh and said, "Perfect, let the locals fall into war. Otherwise, how can I sell my weapons? I tell you, this person is pure evil." He directly ordered not to land on the island first, but to fire a cannon at the island to give them a bit of excitement. A cannonball flew over, and the residents on the island were scared into chaos. Then, Da Flamingo leisurely brought his strange cadre onto the island. The residents on the island were no match for them, and were quickly subdued. One tough guy, unwilling to submit, shouted angrily that they would be doomed once their guardian arrived. Da Flamingo didn't even raise an eyebrow and ordered Tory Bowl to deal with that person. Someone else rushed up, shouting in anger, and Da Flamingo similarly ordered them to be killed as well. He looked at the terrified residents and coldly said, "Remember, when you have no power, don't provoke the strong. The weak must have the attitude of the weak." After saying this, his signature creepy laugh echoed again, and a terrifying conqueror's hockey instantly erupted, causing all the remaining residents around him to roll their eyes and faint, collapsing to the ground. I tell you, at that moment, the entire town was silent as a grave. You could hear a pin drop. Da Flamingo stood there like a model on a runway, then frowned and asked the oddly shaped cadres beside him, "Hey, where are those rats that ran away? Haven't the people arrived yet?" His subordinate, Virgo, the one with stuff constantly stuck to his face, stepped forward and said, "Young master, the scouts went to chase them." Da Flamingo was incredibly nonchalant, flicking his fingers as if deciding what to have for dinner. "All right, find them, recruit them as our subordinates, and sell them weapons. Anyone who dares to disobey will be dealt with directly. Got it?" "Yes, young master." The response was perfectly synchronized. But what they didn't know was that those so-called rats, the little brothers of Pei Qian, were currently in a state of panic, scrambling up the mountain. They had already recognized that the person at the foot of the mountain was the head of the 3 major underworld forces in Beihai, the Don Quixote family. This was not something they, as small fries, could handle. It was like an egg trying to collide with a battleship. Each of them was running out of breath, feeling like their lungs were about to explode, and no one dared to look back, fearing that if they did, they would see Minga's handsome and annoying face. Finally, someone shouted, "We've arrived." Everyone looked up to see the 4 big characters' Wudong mountain villa like a lifeline. A small minion rushed over, banging on the door, making a loud noise as if urging for their lives. My boss, GuNing, lives close by and was directly woken up by the noise. Who understands how irritable it is to be pulled out of bed in the middle of the night by someone? He has a really bad case of morning grumpiness. His face was so dark at that moment, I swear it could rival the bottom of a pot. As he threw on his clothes and opened the door, he saw Pei Qian standing at the door with a group of little brothers, looking like they were fleeing. The moment Pei Qian saw my boss, he immediately switched from panic to reporting mode, pouring out everything that had happened down the mountain like a bamboo tube spilling beans. "Boss, It's bad. The Tangchiwa family has taken over the town. We can't fight them, so we ran back to report. My boss frowned, and his brows furrowed into a shape. The Don Quixote family? Who are they? I've never heard of them. But that's not the main point. The main point is that these people were so loud they woke him up. Pirates? My boss's voice was so deep it could drip water, and his anger was at its peak. It's one of the 3 major criminal organizations in the North Sea, the Don Quixote family. Pei Qian quickly added. My boss sneered after listening. And that gaze, TSK, was like a knife. Don Quixote? Ha! If you dare to disturb my sleep, then none of you can leave. He went back to the room and casually picked up the steel sword he bought for 10 Bailey a couple of days ago. Yes, you heard it right, 10 Bailey, from a roadside stall. Then he waved his hand. Pei Qian, lead the way. Let's go down a mountain. We marched down the mountain with great momentum. In the distance, we could see the bonfire brightly lit in the town square, where Doflamingo and his crew were resting as if they were at a party. They noticed us as well. Virgo's expression sharpened as he leaned in close to Doflamingo's ear and said 2 words. Doff, there are strong ones. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's signature eerie laugh returned. Ha ha ha. This is interesting. His eyes, hidden behind flashy sunglasses, were fixed intently on my boss, who was walking at the front. Where's my boss? He's more straightforward. He directly calls the system his mind. Backhand, give me a scan of the combat power of that pink-haired guy across. The system replies instantly. Ding. This time is free. Name, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Strength, Lieutenant Colonel. Name, Virgo. Strength. Colonel. My boss nearly burst out laughing after watching it. Is this it? Is this it? A lieutenant colonel, a colonel, leading a group of minor officers who are nothing but small fry, acting all high and mighty here? He had only one thought in his mind at that moment. Disturb my sleep, and you're done for. Meanwhile, Doflamingo had no idea he had been seen through. He looked at my boss with an air of superiority and nodded at the snotty guy next to him, Tory Pole. Go. Take care of him. Tory Pole received the order and dragged his massive body over, with disgusting slime dripping down from him. My boss turned back to Pei Qian and the others and said, You guys wait here for a moment, just the time it takes to smoke a cigarette. After saying that, he moved swiftly, dodging Torpal's sticky attack that missed completely. Then, with a swing of his broken sword worth 10 belly, a sword chi flew out, and Tory Pole immediately had a cut appear on his body. Tory Pole got furious right away, shouting as he lunged forward. My boss, however, dodged effortlessly, as if he were just playing with a child, moving with great ease. Doflamingo, watching from behind, turned green with anger and cursed, useless, before stepping into the fray himself. With a flick of his hands, countless invisible threads rushed towards my boss. And what happened? My boss's broken sword danced up and down, slicing through the threads like cutting noodles. Impressive skills. Doflamingo pretended to be tough, increasing his strength, and the threads multiplied, wrapping around my boss like a spider's web. My boss looked down at the sword in his hand, lightly uttering a single word, chop. Good heavens! A devastating slash rushed straight towards Doflamingo's face. The speed left no time for anyone to react. Doflamingo's pupils instantly dilated, and he desperately used the powers of the string fruit to block it, but the cold sweat on his forehead was pouring down like rain. His subordinates were frightened out of their wits, shouting, Young master. Doflamingo waved his hand, forcing himself to say, It's fine. Then he coldly smiled at my boss, emphasizing, You're strong, but you must be exhausted after that move, right? He suspected my boss was just putting on a brave face because he remained too calm. In response, my boss simply replied with he. With just those 2 words, Doflamingo instantly dared not move. He was inwardly puzzled. How could there be such a monster in this corner? He decided to go all out, bringing his hands together to unleash a massive string tornado towards my boss. But just as the tornado was about to hit, my boss vanished. Where? Doflamingo was bewildered when Virgo shouted in panic, Doflamingo, watch out. Too late. My boss had already appeared above Doflamingo, thrusting down with his sword, striking right at his chest. Doflamingo stared in disbelief at the sword in his chest, shouting, You actually managed to hurt me? Just playing with you, my boss replied, his tone akin to an adult teasing a 3-year-old. This is just the beginning. Next, you'll learn that interrupting my sleep is the biggest regret of your life. After saying that, he unleashed several more slashes. Doflamingo fought desperately to resist, but it was futile. The wounds on his body multiplied, and finally, with a thud, this future warlord of the sea collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. My boss looked at him and sneered disdainfully. "Is this all you've got? Too weak." Then he turned around and shouted at Pei Qian, "Come over and clean up." The people from the Don Quixote family were all dumbfounded, surrounding the fallen Doflamingo, glaring at my boss, but none of them dared to move. My boss walked up to Doflamingo, looking down at him. "Aren't you the self-proclaimed king? Why are you so weak in front of me?" He paused. "However, I can give you a chance." "What chance?" Doflamingo asked warily. "Submit to me. Let me tell you." The expression on Doflamingo's face at that moment was like he had just heard the biggest joke in the world. He shouted out loud, "Surrender? Who do you think you are?" Doflamingo, will never submit to anyone." He even wanted to negotiate, saying something about putting a price on it. My boss couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. With a swing of his broken sword, a blade of energy flew past Doflamingo's cheek, making him turn pale with fright. "It seems you still haven't recognized reality." My boss glanced at the few officials around him and responsibly told you, "If I make a move in 1 second, all of these people next to you, you understand?" Doflamingo nearly ground his teeth to dust. Seeing that he was still hesitating, my boss added another dose of pressure. "Follow me, and I can make you stronger, help you achieve your ambitions." This statement struck at the core of Doflamingo's desires. Gritting his teeth, he roared out his ultimate goal from his throat. "I want you to help me pull the celestial dragons down from the world stage in the future." After my boss finished listening, he simply said one sentence, but that sentence made Doflamingo tremble all over. "I will overthrow this garbage regime and create a world that belongs solely to me." That confidence was utterly unquestionable. Doflamingo fell completely silent. In the following days, my boss didn't pressure him. He just occasionally flexed his muscles in front of him, demonstrating what true strength looks like. Finally, the proud Doflamingo lowered his arrogant head. "I am willing to submit to you." "Very good." My boss nodded in satisfaction. "You and your family will serve me from now on." In my mind, the system's notification sound also rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully subduing the first power. Reward of 1 million reputation points, and a chance to draw a character from the myriad worlds. My boss immediately brought Doflamingo and his 4 core subordinates, Virgo, Treble, Pica, and Diamante, back to Wutong Manor. When Doflamingo and the others looked at the plaque of Wutong Manor, they all felt the sharp sword energy emanating from it, and they were utterly shocked. My boss turned to look at them and said, "This is my place. From now on, you will undergo a week of special training." As he spoke, he took out 3 booklets from his pocket, which were his own written insights on cultivation. "You should know about hockey, right?" Several people nodded. These 3 books contain the methods for mastering armament hockey, observation hockey, and conqueror's hockey. With them, you can avoid 20 years of detours. My boss handed the booklets to Doflamingo, emphasizing the big picture. A few people were stunned at first, then erupted in joy, shouting in unison, "Understood." While my boss was recruiting the future warlords of the sea and conducting employee training. On the other side, the scene on the Grand Line was completely different. On a warship, Hawkins was watching the sun rise over the sea of clouds, reflecting on life, while Enel was agonizing over a devil fruit for several days. Performing Hamlet, whether to eat it or not, that is the question. Finally, in a moment of impulse, he shouted in front of everyone, "I've decided. I'm going to eat this devil fruit." After shouting, he instantly embarrassed himself, his face turning as red as a monkey's bottom. Everyone laughed. Sun Wukong said, "If you want to eat it, then eat it. You need power to protect yourself." Enel gritted his teeth and swallowed the awful-tasting fruit. The next second, a miracle happened. Electric sparks crackled around him, and when he raised his hand, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky. "Wow, Logia type, rumble fruit," Hawkins exclaimed in surprise. This kid took off on the spot, instantly becoming the thunder god. They were chatting and laughing when the ship quickly reached a huge island. The port was bustling with activity, with people coming and going and various shops lining the streets. We have few country bumpkins. Oh no, I mean adventurers, just disembarked and were captivated by the hustle and bustle. Sun Wukong was looking around, and Enel was even more excited, finding everything fresh and new. However, while we were immersed in this exotic atmosphere, a few pairs of malicious eyes in the crowd had already set their sights on us and were quietly following behind. I tell you, these people are just like those sneaky ones, lurking behind us. At that time, we were still naive, just focused on looking at the big city in the desert called something like Rapeseed Flower, completely unaware of it. The name of this place sounds quite fresh and clean, but the people inside are not that great. A few of us were just strolling around when John, that drunkard, with a nose sharper than a dog's and eyes sharper than radar, locked onto a small tavern from 2 streets away, howling and dragging us in. As soon as I stepped in, my heart sank. Who could understand that atmosphere? It was nothing like a place for drinking. It felt more like stepping into a gangster's hideout. The burly men around us were looking at us with eyes full of greed, as if they were ready to brand us as villains and say, "Come, meet your doom." That kid Hawkins was sharp. He had sensed something was off long before and kept signaling me and Wukong with his eyes, meaning, "There's something fishy here, be careful." But that silly John didn't care about any of that. He just sat down and shouted for the best drink. The boss, a smiling tiger, brought out the drinks. And without a second thought, John downed one glass after another. I watched as his face turned green for a moment. But he stubbornly insisted it was just the strong alcohol. I don't believe you. With your drinking capacity, you could down industrial alcohol like it's plain water. How could that make you change color? Sure enough, the next second, a drunken big man swayed over, wanting to drink with Wukong. That monkey Wukong, loving to watch the excitement, actually smiled and prepared to join in. Just then, in the blink of an eye, Hawkins swiftly struck, knocking the wine glass out of Wukong's hand, shattering it into pieces on the ground. He shouted, "Captain, don't drink. This alcohol is problematic." At that shout, the entire tavern fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. The next second, with a crash, everyone stood up, brandishing their weapons and surrounding us. The fat boss also put away his smile and said ominously, "Pirates from out of town, you've entered the lair of our Baroque workshop. None of you will leave today." At that moment, I just want to laugh. You few misfits think you could take us on? Who gave you the courage? That guy Enel doesn't coddle them. With a crackle of electricity, he directly gave them a live version of the Thunder God. Those people were instantly scared silly, shouting, "Nature type, it's the rumble fruit. It stings retreat. Wanna run?" Too late. Wukong smirked, revealing a smile more villainous than the villains themselves. He couldn't be bothered to do it himself, just calling out slowly like it was roll call. "Bazel Hawkins." Hawkins understood immediately, responding to the command and blocking the door in a flash. "That John." John also responded, activating the gravity fruit, and with a boom, everyone in the venue felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Their legs went weak, and they all collapsed to the ground, unable to stand. Finally, Wukong's gaze fell on Enel. Enel answered the call. Excited, he raised his hand and unleashed a thunderstorm that covered the entire tavern. Goodness, the scene was like a large-scale electric therapy session, with everyone convulsing and foaming at the mouth. It was all about electronic exorcism, sending them to the afterlife. Wukong picked up the big man who had just toasted and asked who their boss was. The guy, still dazed from the electric shock, was just about to stutter out an answer when suddenly, with a whoosh, a blood hole appeared in his temple, and he dropped dead on the spot. Clearly, someone was killing to silence him from the shadows. Let me tell you, Wukong's gaze at that moment was as cold as ice. He didn't say a word, just tilted his head to glance at Hawkins, then turned around and walked out of the tavern. The meaning was very clear. Clear the area, leaving no one behind. By the time Hawkins and the others came out, it was completely quiet inside. That kid Hawkins looked a bit pale when he came out. After all, he was still a child, and Wukong was deliberately training him, letting him see blood, making him graduate from the identity of a sunny, cheerful boy sooner. On the other side, the true boss of the Baroque works, the warlord Crocodile, was sitting in his eerie palace showing off. His strongest subordinate, Mr. One, named Bonus, rushed in to report that their stronghold in the rapeseed flowers had been wiped out. Old Sand was stunned at that moment. Who dared to be so arrogant on his territory? When Bonus reported our bounty, saying that the Chi Tian pirate group, led by Captain's son Wukong, had a bounty of 1 billion, his face darkened. A newly debuted rookie crew had directly stolen from his family. which left him wondering where to put his face as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He claims he wants to investigate, but deep down, he has probably already scattered our ashes. Sigh. But let's not discuss what Lao Sha thinks for now. Let me tell you something even more outrageous. While we are causing chaos over here, on the other side of the world in the North Sea, there's a mysterious big shot named GuNing who is training the future Tian Yacha, including Doflamingo and his family. You heard me right. It's that arrogant Doflamingo who is currently being treated like a rookie and is suffering immensely. This big shot is quite something. When he got tired of training and found the drinks in the pirate world lacking, he simply opened a system mall and splurged to get a bottle of Matai on the spot. Family, who understands? In the world of One Piece, drinking sauce flavor technology. This art style highlights a collision of dimensions. When Doflamingo and the others smelled that aroma, they thought it was some new form of torture. Each one too scared to even let out a fart. In the end, this big boss trained them, and just like sending off his subordinates, he said, "All right, you've graduated, go unify the North Sea." Just like that, casually releasing the future emperor of the underground world. The scene shifts back to us here. We played in Alabasta for a few days and then arrived at the capital, Alyabarna. It was truly magnificent. I went shopping for supplies with MythWukong and let Hawkins and Enel, the 2 young guys, go shopping by themselves. And guess what happened? A love encounter around the corner? No, they ran into the king of hell around the corner. The craziest mad dog in the Navy, Sakazuki, stood like a door god at the street corner, his cold gaze fixated on them. Hawkins was so scared that his face turned pale, and he shouted, "Damn it, run." Pulling Enel, we started a 100-meter dash. But Akainu was well prepared this time, having set up a net all around us. As soon as we entered the city, we were targeted, completely trapped, realizing we couldn't escape. That guy Hawkins was quite loyal, directly shouting at Enel, "I'll cover you. Hurry and find a captain." Enel also knew the situation was urgent. Taking advantage of Hawkins controlling the Navy soldiers with his scarecrow ability and creating chaos, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and slipped away. However, Hawkins, alone and facing hundreds of elite Navy soldiers, quickly exhausted his stamina and was ultimately cornered by Akainu in a dead end. That guy Sakazuki, without saying a word, raised his hand and unleashed a magma fist, sending a massive fireball crashing toward Hawkins. Let me tell you, Hawkins was in despair at that moment, watching as he was about to be turned to ash, preparing to close his eyes and wait for death. Just at this critical moment, a voice thundered, "Sakasaki, your opponent is me." MythWukong's voice descended from the sky. The 3 of us finally arrived, just in time. MythWukong looked at Hawkins, who was covered in dirt and almost on the verge of collapse, and grinned, even giving him a thumbs up. Then he took a big step and stood in front of Hawkins. That tall figure, let me tell you, instantly filled me with a sense of security. Hawkins couldn't hold back any longer, tears streaming down his face as he choked out the word captain. At that moment, MythWukong's face was as dark as a pot's bottom, and his eyes seemed ready to shoot fire as he let out a furious roar at the opposing Akainu. "Sakazuki, you have a lot of guts to touch my people. Good guy Akainu is also a tough nut." He snorted coldly and said, "Don't think that just because you came, you can change anything. None of you will leave today." MythWukong directly laughed in anger and said, "Then let's see." As soon as the words were spoken, the whole person instantly turned into a beam of golden light and rushed forward. Akainu was not holding back either, with magma bursting all over his body, and the 2 of them instantly collided. Let me tell you about that scene. Golden light and magma exploded everywhere, and the entire alley looked like a demolition site, with walls crumbling down. John and Enelu also had keen eyesight, directly charging towards the group of Navy grunts nearby, engaging in a fierce fight. Over here, Goku's one-on-one battle with Akainu was pure intensity. MythWukong used his iron fist to clash head-on with Akainu's magma. With every punch, the sound was like thunder, ringing in my ears. Akainu's magma can melt everything, but Goku's fists are like diamonds, fearless. As they fought, Akainu's expression changed. He realized something was off. This monkey's strength seemed to be on another level, each punch more powerful than the last, and his proud magma couldn't contain it. He began to have doubts in his heart. This speed of strength growth is not scientific. Akainu gritted his teeth and increased the output of magma, the flames rushing forward like a mad dog. However, MythWukong didn't dodge at all. his gaze sharp as ever. He countered with another punch and began to taunt. Sakazuki, is this all the level your magma has? I suggest you try the true fire of Samadhi. Haha. This punch sent Akainu staggering backward, his arm going numb. He realized that relying solely on his devil fruit abilities wouldn't work, so he immediately changed his strategy and started using martial arts. A layer of dark substance enveloped his fist as he quickly appeared behind Goku. Goku blocked with his hand, and hey, he felt the pressure. With a curious expression, he asked, hey, what is this thing? I've never seen it before. Now it's Akainu's turn to be confused. Huh? You don't know hockey? You can still fight me like this without learning hockey? At that moment, he probably felt like there were 10,000 alpacas rushing through his mind, not daring to think about how overpowered Wukong would be if he learned hockey. But he didn't say anything, and the black light on his fist grew stronger as he attacked desperately. As for Wukong, his combat instincts were fully activated. Although he didn't understand what was happening, it didn't affect his performance at all. He was still pondering. It seems to be a unique skill of this world. Humph. I'll have to give it a try when I get back. The two of them were fighting fiercely in that small alley, exchanging blows back and forth. Akainu wanted to find a flaw using hockey, but Wukong's reaction speed was like he had a script running, always dodging at the most critical moments and then delivering a beautiful counterattack. Seeing that Akainu was unable to break through after a long attack, John and Enel had almost cleared out the minions on their side. Akainu looked at the situation and, feeling anxious, decided to unleash his ultimate move. He gathered all his into his fist, ready to settle the score with Goku in one move. Wukong also felt that power, took a deep breath, the golden light surged, and punched forward. With a loud bang, the entire alley was almost leveled to the ground. At that moment, John shouted at the top of his lungs, "Captain, retreat. Support from the Navy is coming from afar." Upon hearing this, Wukong said, "All right, I'm not playing with you anymore." With another heavy punch aimed at Akainu, he sent the man flying like a cannonball, embedding him into a distant residential building. Then, with a wave of his hand, he laughed and shouted, "Boys, let's retreat." After saying that, he took the lead and ran away, faster than anyone else. The Navy was stunned to see their own vice admiral knocked out with a single punch, and they quickly ran over to save him. Taking advantage of the chaos, we crazily parkoured through the streets, and eventually, Goku found a narrow alley, darting in and twisting around until he lost the pursuers. Meanwhile, Akainu woke up, struggling to say, "Monitor them," sent a message to Akiji and Kizaru for support, and then, honorably, he fainted again. The soldiers nearby were almost in tears, shouting for a doctor. A day later, we arrived at the largest casino in Alabasta, Rain Banquet. Hawkins checked the map and confirmed, "Captain, we've arrived. It's right here." I looked up and saw that the building was dazzling, shining with colorful lights in the rain, looking particularly wealthy. Goku lifted his chin and said, "Humph. This place looks quite lively." John was already excitedly rubbing his hands, thinking he might make a fortune here. Enel suddenly remembered and patted Hawkins. "Say right, Hawkins. You can predict, can't you?" But Hawkins had a serious look, saying the forces here were complicated and needed to be cautious. However, Goku didn't care at all and strode in, saying, "Who cares about the forces? I want to see what's going on." Upon entering the casino, the noise was deafening, and the air was thick with the scent of money and hormones. Goku was like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, finding everything new and exciting. Immediately, a muscular man came up asking if we needed a guide. Hawkins thought having a guide would save a lot of trouble, so Goku agreed. The big man waved, and a stunningly beautiful woman named Lilia appeared. I tell you, when those two brushed past each other, the eye contact was clearly something else. Lilia led us to a poker table and patiently explained the rules. Goku listened half-heartedly and sat down to play by instinct, but ended up losing quite a bit. He frowned. "This thing is pretty difficult." At that moment, our secret weapon activated. Hawkins leaned into Goku's ear and whispered, "Captain, listen to me from now on." A new round began, and Hawkins immediately switched to AI voice navigation mode. This time, bet high. Goku followed his advice. Sure enough, he won. "Captain, increase the bet." They're panicking. Goku decisively pushed his chips forward. He can't hold on much longer. Keep applying pressure. The opponent indeed folded. Let me tell you, under Hawkins' guidance as a human cheat code, Goku surged ahead, piling up chips like a small mountain. John and Enel were dumbfounded, and Lilia's gaze towards us shifted from looking at a fat sheep to a god of wealth. This immense fortune just came pouring in. Seeing our success, Lilia immediately said there were better games upstairs, where one could win even more. Upon hearing this, we had to go, so she took us upstairs, where the environment was even more luxurious and the crowd was smaller. She introduced a game called GuNing, claiming it was more thrilling. Just as we were watching, a big man next to us was pulling his hair in frustration as he lost all his chips. Goku laughed and directly sat down, saying, "Come on, deal the cards to me." The dealer expressionlessly dealt the cards, and when Goku saw his hand, it was a straight flush of 8, 9, 10. He smiled to himself, realizing they were just giving him a little taste of sweetness. After several rounds, the stakes on the table had reached 500 million berries. In the end, only Goku and a skinny guy were left to duel. The skinny guy was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth as he pushed all his chips in. "I don't believe you could be this lucky forever." Goku laughed and went all in. "All right, let's settle this." When the cards were revealed, the skinny guy turned pale. Goku burst into laughter, winning all the chips. We calculated that we won a total of 5 billion Bailey. After exchanging the chips, we left right away. Just as we stepped out the door, Hawkins whispered a reminder. "Captain, someone is following us." We deliberately walked into an empty alley and then suddenly jumped up onto the roof. After a while, a group of people rushed in with the leader asking, "Where are they?" MythWukong sat on the eaves, swinging his legs lazily and asked, "Hee, what are you looking for, little mouse?" John and the others immediately took action and quickly dealt with this group of miscellaneous fish. Just as we were about to leave the area, we were surrounded by a large group of masked men in black. MythWukong grinned. "This is interesting." Just then a voice came, "Hey, do you need my help?" We turned around and saw that it was the blind uncle who had just lost all his money at the casino. The uncle said, "Just pay me a little Bailey, and I will escort you out to sea. You're quite nice." MythWukong became interested and said, "All right, let me see your strength." Anyway, we were worried about not being able to take the money. The uncle, named Yixiao, said to the surrounding men in black, "Please go back. I don't want to create more killing." The men in black ignored him and continued to surround us. Yixiao sighed, "Then don't blame me. I'll do it for money." As soon as he finished speaking, I didn't even see how he moved, and half of the black-clad men fell down instantly. Hawkins and Enel's eyes were about to pop out, thinking, "So strong." By the time we came to our senses, all the men in black were on the ground. Yixiao turned around and smiled slightly. "I have not failed my mission." This is really annoying." A cold voice rang out. We turned to see a man in a coat with a golden hook walking out. It was Crocodile. He was actually one of the 7 warlords, sent by the Navy to capture us. MythWukong saw this situation, directly found a stone to lean against, and began yawning. Yixiao wanted to discuss with Crocodile, but Old Sand was so arrogant, saying, "You, a nameless nobody, are not qualified to talk to me?" Yixiao helplessly shrugged. "It seems we can't reach an agreement." Without saying a word, Crocodile raised his hand, and a sandstorm surged towards Yixiao. Yixiao used his cane sword to withstand it, and it kicked up a storm of dust. Crocodile mocked him, saying he would make Whitebeard kneel and beg for mercy. Then countless sandballs smashed like cannonballs, and Yixiao gradually began to lose strength. In the end, Crocodile condensed a giant hand of sand, preparing to deliver the final blow to Yixiao. At this critical moment, MythWukong made his move. He flashed and stood in front of Yixiao, casually waving his hand and shattering the giant sand hand. John quickly helped Yixiao to the side. Crocodile looked at MythWukong, his expression darkening. No wonder he has a bounty of 1 billion on his second offer. He knew a tough opponent had arrived. He unleashed a terrifying sandstorm again. But MythWukong jumped up and punched the sandstorm apart. Just when everyone thought this would be an earth-shattering battle, a dramatic scene unfolded. MythWukong's figure suddenly disappeared, and the next second, he appeared behind Crocodile, delivering a heavy punch. Crocodile was directly turned into a cloud of yellow sand, and then reformed into human shape not far away, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. He trembled and asked, "You, who exactly are you?" MythWukong crossed his arms and looked at him coolly. "I am Sun MythWukong, captain of the Chi pirate crew. Remember my name." Because next time you won TB, so lucky. As soon as I said that, the uncle named Yixiao beside me looked at me with a completely different gaze, full of admiration. He insisted on pulling me aside to express his gratitude, saying that I had saved his life. I waved my hand and said, "Oh, it's no big deal, just a casual thing." Then we left in style, leaving Lao Sha all alone there, looking miserable, head down, completely emo, probably questioning his life, mumbling to himself, "Am I really this weak?" His little brother, Mr. One, who was covered in scars, hurried over to help him up. Lao Sha sighed and said, "Let us go. What is the point of chasing?" They showed mercy, otherwise I would already be 6 feet under. Then guess what happened? Not long after we left. Over at the Navy, Akainu's temper exploded. After hearing Mr. One's report, his face turned as dark as a pot bottom. I heard that his aura at that moment was like he was about to eat someone, giving Mr. One a death stare. Useless. You can't even keep an eye on one person. After yelling, he asked his 2 good brothers, Kizaru and Akiji, where they were. His subordinates quickly reported that Akiji was too far away to make it, but Admiral Kizaru was almost there. Akainu gritted his teeth, fists cracking, and said, "Immediately send him a message. Tell him to intercept them at sea." Just as he was about to go berserk, Marshal Sengoku's phone call came in. Let me tell you, Akainu is also quite an actor. He took a deep breath before answering the call, suppressing his rage and acting all harmless. But as soon as the call connected, Sengoku's voice was icy, not giving him a chance to explain, just one sentence, "You get back here." Akainu panicked and tried to argue, saying, "Marshal, I can do it. I can catch him." But Sengoku dropped the bomb, saying, "Kapu is free right now. I've already sent him. You, go be the base commander in the new world. Don't be an eyesore here." After saying that, he hung up with a snap. Goodness. Akainu was left holding the den mushi, veins popping on his forehead, his face twisted in anger, and the surrounding Navy soldiers didn't even dare to breathe. In the end, he had no choice but to swallow his anger in order to turn towards the new world. Poor Admiral Kizaru, speeding over with a light fruit, arrived only to find out, where is everyone? The Navy in Alabasta told him that MythWukong had run away and Akainu had been reassigned. Kizaru was stunned, wanting to cry, but having no tears. "I came all this way for nothing. Can I at least get paid for overtime?" On the other side, at Navy headquarters, Sengoku was also having a headache, pacing back and forth in his office. He couldn't understand how the Chi Tian pirate crew was growing at such an incredible rate, even managing to get their hands on a bug-like fruit, like the Thunder fruit. There was no choice but to quickly issue a new bounty. The scene shifted to the East Blue. Navy hero Carp was leisurely lying on the deck of a warship eating senbei. His aide walked over and said, "Vice Admiral Carp, the Marshal is calling, asking you to capture a pirate crew." Carp looked unwilling and said, "Just when I finally get a break, more work comes." However, the aide's next words sparked the old man's interest. The aide said, "This pirate crew is called the Chi Tian Pirate Crew. They've been at sea for less than a year, and their captain, MythWukong, just defeated Akainu and Crocodile." As soon as Carp heard this, he forgot to chew the sunbae in his mouth, stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing, his laughter echoing far and wide. A newbie, just out to sea, defeated a future admiral of the Navy? That's way more interesting than reading the newspaper. Interesting. So interesting. Let us go. I'm going to personally capture these little brats and throw them in impelled down. Meanwhile, we hadn't run far when the newsbird delivered the latest bounty notice. I took it and looked. Hey, I'm making a name for myself. Chi Tian de Sheng Sun Wukong. Bounty 1. 2 billion berries. Below that were Hawkins, 290 million. John, 250 million. The funniest was Enel, whose bounty was 110 million, but there was a line in red underneath that said capture alive only. Hawkins exploded. What the hell? Enel, do you have some backing? Why do we all have no restrictions on life and death, but you get special treatment? Enel was so smug, his eyelids twitching, trying to hold back a laugh and not look at us. After reading the bounty notice, I was also hungry, so I called John a cook. But Hawkins wailed, saying John's cooking could only be considered alive. We need to find a proper chef. John wasn't having it, saying, if you think you can do better, go ahead. Just then, Uncle Yixiao slowly walked out from the cabin and said, if you don't mind, I happen to know a bit about cooking. I tell you, The four of us suddenly lit up with excitement. Really? And the family members had no idea. We witnessed what true culinary skills are. Pan-fried fish, seafood soup, vegetable salad. The flavors were incredible. While eating, I mumbled, "John, learn. You better learn from me." After we were full, I patted my belly and seriously looked at Yixiao. "Uncle, come aboard my ship." Yixiao was taken aback, fell silent for a moment, and asked a question. "Will you burn, kill, and plunder, harming the innocent?" Hawkins and the others shook their heads seriously, and I looked at him and firmly said 2 words. "No." After hearing that, Yixiao bowed deeply to me. "Captain, I look forward to your guidance in the future." Great, a new partner acquired. I wanted to celebrate with a banquet, but they all unanimously refused, saying they were too full. It was then that I remembered and awkwardly scratched my head. All right, now we have a helmsman, a cook, and a fighter, just lacking a ship's doctor. I stood at the bow and waved my hand. "You guys, set sail at full speed. The target is the next partner." While we were bustling over here, in another place, a guy named GuNing was happily looking at the system prompt. The commotion I caused earned him 1,000,000 reputation points. He was pondering how to use the reputation points to exchange for the recipe for Erguo in the system all, preparing to spark an industrial revolution in this world. Suddenly, he remembered he had one lottery draw opportunity left, called Universal Avatar Draw. Without much thought, he directly clicked to draw. A flash of light appeared, and a figure materialized before him. GuNing looked and was stunned. "Who is this person? I don't recognize him." The figure slowly solidified, looked around, frowned, and then spoke in a deep and authoritative voice. "Am I still alive?" GuNing immediately felt a jolt, and upon closer inspection, "Wow, isn't this the Eternal Emperor, Qin Shi Huang Ingzheng? System, you're really playing with fire?" Ingzheng quickly understood the situation, realizing he had been resurrected and bound to this guy named GuNing. GuNing was generous, spending some points to enhance 3 physical cards for him, granting the Emperor a strength equivalent to a naval lieutenant commander, at least capable of self-defense in the North Sea. Then GuNing told him, "Go, let this world boil for you." Ingzheng, dressed in a long robe, left the mountain with an imposing presence. Just as he left, a small leader under GuNing, named Pei Qian, hurriedly climbed up the mountain seeking help. He said their town had been bombed by Doflamingo before, and now, with heavy snow, the common people were starving, asking if the boss had any solutions. GuNing took a sip of tea and said casually, "Yes, kill those hoarding food in the town." Pei Qian was so scared he was dumbfounded, thinking my boss is really a living llama. GuNing saw his cowardly expression, smiled, and said he was joking. He then gave him a lesson about the concept of a favor in grain leads to a grudge over grain, explaining that giving free relief would only raise a bunch of ingrates. In the end, he decided to find a legitimate business for these little hoodlums. He called over more than 100 of Pei Qian's men and announced the dissolution of the old rat gang. From today on, they will be called GuNing Easy Buy. When I heard this name, I fell silent. This reference is too hard. Then GuNing pulled out a few sheets of paper with the recipes for Erguo and other spirits he just exchanged from the system and tossed them to Pei Qian. "Stop collecting protection fees. Work hard on this. I'll think of a way to sell it." Pei Qian looked at the recipe and immediately knelt down, his eyes like he had seen a deity. This brewing technique was simply a dimensional strike for this world. While preparing to start a new chapter of the commercial empire in the North Sea, in Frost Moon Village of the East Sea, another avatar, Wang Quanbei, was teaching a group of kids how to practice swordsmanship in a dojo. Among them was a little girl named Guyina. One day, Wang Quanbei and Guyina accompanied her father, Gung Siro, to the mountain by the sea to pay respects to her mother. The 3 stood at the edge of a cliff, and the atmosphere was sorrowful when suddenly, Guyina pointed at the sea and shouted. The 2 looked over to see a small black getting closer. It was a small boat. A person stood on the boat, and the key was that he was rowing with a sword. Wang Quanbei's mouth twitched. He thought, "What is going on? Are people in this world so primitive when they go to sea? No oars, just relying on the waves. No waves, just relying on the sword, right?" The person quickly reached the shore, carrying a huge black sword, and looked up to see the 3 on the cliff. That person was none other than Dracula Myhawk. Let me tell you, Hawkeye was almost exploding inside, frantically thinking, "Damn, I've been seen. My ridiculous look of rowing with a sword has been seen. At that moment, a top-tier individual was experiencing the greatest social disaster of his life. But he still had to play it cool on the surface, calmly stopping the boat, then shouldering his sword and walking step by step towards the royal authority and dominance. Royal authority and dominance looked at him, and their expressions instantly became serious. In their hearts, they thought, the newcomer is not here for good. The aura surrounding that guy was off, and let me tell you, that old brother Gung Silang immediately got riled up, his hand resting firmly on the sword hilt, fully alert. The guy on the opposite side, however, was just strolling over like he was in his own backyard, casually sauntering along. But it was that leisurely demeanor that sent chills down people's spines. Without saying a word, Gung Silang directly pulled out his treasure and Dao characters. The guy opposite, his eyes lit up like radar detecting treasure, muttered, "Oh, a great knife with 21 crafts?" His expression instantly switched from "who am I, where am I?" to an excited mode of "this trip was worth it." Let me tell you, this guy is a total combat fanatic, roaming the world just to find someone to fight, aiming to become the world's #1. So when he saw Gung Silang's stance, his challenging DNA kicked in. They stared at each other from a distance of several dozen meters, and the atmosphere was incredibly awkward. In the end, it was Gung Silang who couldn't hold back and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing in our corner?" And guess what? The guy on the other side, with the eagle eyes, was having some fascinating inner thoughts. What he was actually thinking at that moment wasn't about fighting, but rather, oh no, I can't let them know that I rode over here with a sword. If this gets out, my future persona as the world's #1 swordsman will be ruined right here. This dark history cannot be exposed. Family, who understands? To maintain this lie, this guy held back for a long time, and then with a cool demeanor said, "I am here to challenge the strongest swordsman on this island. If you defeat me, you will have the right to know my name." I was standing next to him, almost laughing out loud, secretly giving him a thumbs up. I'm such a genius. This was definitely the voice in his heart. He probably thought to himself, what kind of expert could there be in this small place of Donghai? He could just act cool and get away with it. When Gung Silang heard this, hey, that little temper of his flared up. He was only in his 20s at the time, full of vigor, and how could he tolerate being insulted like that? He immediately replied, "Come on, let's give it a try." He wielded the He Dao Ez like a whirlwind. The guy with the eagle eyes saw there was a chance, and without saying a word, he pulled out a massive black knife from behind him, as big as a door. When that knife appeared, the temperature around seemed to drop several degrees. Gung Silang was stunned, probably thinking, Wushang Dakwai Dao 12 works? Did I not check the calendar before going out today? The next moment, the eagle-eyed guy moved, his speed resembling teleportation as he slashed down. The force directly opened a large gash in the ground. Gung Silang was also a master, narrowly dodging and countering with the sword. After a few clangs, it was obvious Gung Silang couldn't hold on. The eagle-eyed guy attacked quickly and fiercely, completely overwhelming him. Suddenly, the eagle-eyed guy jumped into the air, shouted loudly, and a massive sword aura flew towards Gung Silang. Gung Silang turned pale, using all his strength to block with the He Dao Ez. There was a huge bang, and the surrounding trees fell like dominoes. Gung Silang was knocked back several steps, with blood at the corner of his mouth. He was probably cursing in his heart. Damn, another freak like Wang Quanbei. Seeing that he had taken a hit, the eagle-eyed guy became even more excited, his momentum rising, ready to unleash something bigger. He slashed again, a huge black blade light tearing through the air towards Gung Silang. Knowing he couldn't dodge, Gung Silang closed his eyes and charged forward with all his might. After the light faded, the result was clear. Gung Silang knelt on one knee on the ground, leaning against the sword stuck in the earth to avoid falling, his body covered in wounds. The eagle-eyed guy stood there, his clothes untouched, casually saying, "You lost." Gung Silang got up, and although he lost, his eyes were filled with admiration. But in his heart, he was definitely shouting, "What the hell? Has the world turned upside down? I embarrassed myself in front of my daughter again. How do I face the elders of Jiangdong?" Just as the eagle-eyed guy was about to leave after showing off, our real king, Wang Quanbei, made his move. Wait. When the eagle-eyed guy turned around, he saw Wang Quanbei in a white robe, long hair flowing, looking like he stepped out of a painting. The eagle-eyed guy had actually noticed him long ago, and secretly mock how this guy could show off so much. Wang Quanbei's voice was as calm as plain water, but what he said was anything but bland. Fight me. Let me see how far I've come. The eagle-eyed guy raised an eyebrow, sizing him up and noticing that this guy didn't even have a sword, just an empty sheath. Wang Quanbei also noticed his doubts and calmly added, I'm stronger than him. As soon as these words came out, the eagle-eyed guy's eyes lit up like he had been injected with adrenaline. Another master? He actually encountered two interesting opponents in Donghai. A smirk appeared on his lips. Good. I want to see how capable you are. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and the eagle-eyed guy drew his black knife, Yuru. To everyone's surprise, Wang Quanbei struck a pose, then reached for his waist. Empty. In his mind, alarms were blaring. Damn, I forgot I didn't have a sword. But he maintained his composure on his face and turned to Gung Sailang, who was still dazed. Gung Sailang was taken aback. Wang Quanbei, feeling speechless, said, Sword, lend me yours. But guess what? As soon as the He Dao Ez was in Wang Quanbei's hands, his entire aura changed dramatically. An invisible storm erupted around him, and his gaze was sharp enough to kill. The eagle-eyed guy was stunned, exclaiming strong, a master of the sword. The eagle-eyed guy didn't dare to be careless, and decided to test the waters first, slashing forward. Wang Quanbei was calm and collected, meeting the attack with a horizontal sword strike. The two exchanged blows, battling from the cliff all the way to the seaside, with the scene filled with flying sand and roaring waves. Suddenly, Wang Quanbei's figure flickered, raising the He Dao Ez high, then striking down fiercely. Let me tell you, that wasn't just sword energy, that was divine punishment. A gigantic slash directly split the entire sea in half, the chasm bottomless, with torrents of water cascading in from both sides like waterfalls. The eagle-eyed guy's face turned pale, his mind screaming for him to dodge. Quick dodge. He barely managed to escape, watching the parted sea, his hand trembling around the sword. He was probably thinking, can a human really do this? Ridiculous. Just as Wang Quanbei was gathering energy again, the eagle-eyed guy broke down and shouted, I concede. I concede. Please stop, brother. Wang Quanbei was taken aback, thinking, wasn't this guy quite the show-off? Why did he give up so easily? Seeing the confused look on the eagle-eyed guy, his face flushed, and he forced himself to save face. Ahem. I just finished fighting your friend, and I'm already tired. Then, he put on a face that said he was giving him a chance, all right? I admit, you have the right to know my name. I am Dracula Myhawk, the future greatest swordsman in the world. Wang Quanbei nodded. A good opponent, Dracula Myhawk. The eagle-eyed guy's face froze. I'm Dracula Myhawk. There's no is. In his heart, he was probably roaring, I want to chop him. But unfortunately, I can't beat him. Wang Quanbei couldn't be bothered with him, turning around to return the sword to the already stunned Gung Sailang and GuNing. Gung Sailang took the sword and immediately began to lavish praise on Wang Quanbei. We turned around and headed back, but to our surprise, Hawkeye gritted his teeth and followed us. He thought to himself, if I leave, won't it seem like I'm scared? No way. I have to keep up. I can only improve by interacting with strong people. This guy is quite stubborn. Even after losing, he wasn't convinced and shamelessly followed us to the entrance of the Yisin dojo. Gung Sailang had no choice. He couldn't beat him, so he had to ask Wang Quanbei. Wang Quanbei had a look that said, do as you see fit. I don't care. In the end, Hawkeye awkwardly spoke up, saying he wanted to rest here and could pay. Gung Sailang had a sudden idea and directly said, no need for money. You could just be a teacher here. Meanwhile, on the other side, things were lively in the North Sea. Every tavern was buzzing about a new liquor called Erguo 2. A pirate who had tried it was boasting wildly. Let me tell you, that liquor is crystal clear. When you take a sip, it feels like there's a fire burning in your throat. But after that burn, the rich aroma, the layers of flavor, that refreshing aftertaste. TSK? What a pity. It's too little. So, how did this liquor come about? It was all thanks to GuNing. After he had Pei Qian and the others brew it, he directly called Doflamingo to help sell it. Doflamingo was initially reluctant. Selling liquor? That's so degrading. GuNing threatened him directly. I don't care. You messed up my town, and you have to sell this liquor or I'll beat you up. Doflamingo immediately transformed into a top-notch salesman, claiming he was serving the people. When his subordinate Diamante went to get the goods, he was baffled. "Dude, the profit from this liquor is comparable to what I make selling arms. We fight for our lives, and you just sit back and rake in the money?" At first, Doflamingo forced a package deal. You had to buy a few bottles of liquor with every arms purchase. A mob boss wanted to save face. Spent 50,000 berries on a bottle, thinking Doflamingo was in need of money and was indirectly asking for protection fees. However, when he opened the bottle at home, the aroma instantly filled the entire room. Curiously, he took a big sip, and his first thought was that it was spicy. It felt like his throat was being burnt. But just when he thought he would vomit, that spiciness suddenly transformed into a smooth warmth, the grainy aroma exploding in his mouth, leaving an endless aftertaste. He immediately shouted, "Good wine." From that moment on, things spiraled out of control. Everyone who had bought the liquor came back the next day to ask Doflamingo if there was more and wanted to buy more. Doflamingo himself was curious and took a bottle to try. He followed others and took a big gulp, instantly tearing up. The intensity almost knocked him out. But he held on and ended up experiencing the ultimate pleasure of the initial bitterness followed by sweetness. They both realized the huge business opportunity in this liquor and immediately put Erguo 2 on the shelves of their auction house. Guess what happened next? The liquor became a luxury item, with prices skyrocketing from 50,000 berries to 1 million berries a bottle, and it became a ticket into the North Sea aristocracy. If you hadn't tried Erguo 2, you felt embarrassed to greet others. Doflamingo was completely stunned. Selling liquor was more profitable than selling arms. On the other hand, at Wudong Mountain Villa, GuNing's system notification sounded like annoying spam, ding ding ding, nonstop. In just a few days, his reputation skyrocketed from hundreds of thousands to over 50 million. Because he broke the 50 million mark for the first time, he was rewarded with a lottery draw for characters from various worlds. Annoyed, he turned off the notification sound and checked the strength of his several avatars. MythWukong had reached the junior general level. Wang Quanbei had also reached the mid-level general great swordsman. And Ying Zheng had managed to achieve the rank of colonel after going out to sea. With nothing to do, he sank into his consciousness and switched to Ying Zheng's perspective for a look. Upon taking a glance, he was surprised to see a familiar face. A man who had caused a stir online with his fruit ability being shrouded in mystery. Monkey D. Dragon. This guy, let me tell you, is simply the ultimate careerist. I overheard their conversation, and it almost sent me away. Goodness, Ying Zheng and Dragon, these two guys getting together, were actually seriously studying how to take down a country without bloodshed. They were discussing various strategies like driving the tiger and swallowing the wolf and surrounding Wei to save Zhao, leaving Dragon, who was in his 20s, completely stunned, with stars in his eyes, constantly shouting, "Brother Ying Zheng is awesome. Your ideas have opened the door to a new world for me." Family, who understands? Dragon was originally a rear admiral in the Navy, but he couldn't stand the wastefulness of the celestial dragons and resigned in anger. His father is Carp, a naval hero. So the higher-ups just turned a blind eye and let him go. But he himself, filled with passion and wanting to change the world, was completely clueless about how to operate. As a result, while drifting at sea, he stumbled upon Ying Zheng, who was also adrift. These two were simply destined partners. Once they started talking, it was a case of meeting too late. Dragon felt that Ying Zheng was the guiding light he was destined to follow. Although he thought old Ying's strength wasn't that impressive, his intelligence was more important than anything. So, he followed Ying Zheng around every day, begging him to do great things together and overthrow the celestial dragons. Old Ying, on the surface, appeared calm and indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. But deep down, he had already made plans. After hearing Dragon talk about the celestial dragons, he had already decided to kick those people off their thrones. But he was the first emperor. How could he just follow someone else? What he wanted was absolute control. So, he kept Dragon hanging, testing him. Sure enough, Dragon got anxious and suddenly bent down to Ying Zheng, declaring emphatically, "Your Excellency Ying Zheng, I vow to follow you to the death." Old Ying raised an eyebrow, said nothing, just quietly watched him. Dragon was stubborn. He refused to get up as long as Old Ying didn't let him. After a while, Old Ying leisurely said, "Get up, I accept you. His tone was calm, but carried an undeniable dominance. Dragon was so excited, looking up at Ing Zheng, feeling that this person was born to be a king, far surpassing any king he had ever met. He immediately suggested, then our organization should have a resounding name. Ing Zheng waved his hand. Don't you want to reform thoughts? Let's call it the Revolutionary Army. Goodness, this name was exactly what Dragon had in mind, which made him even more determined. Ing Zheng then laid out the beginner's guide. First step, take down the Rubernairu kingdom. The nobles there are just as bad as the celestial dragons, oppressing the common people to death. We'll go there, give them a meal, instill our ideas in them, and ignite a fire that will spread. Looking at Dragon, who was completely under Old Ying's spell, I couldn't help but laugh. This world, because of me, was already galloping into a new storyline. I was pondering that Liaoning has just started and only has one dragon under him. His team is too weak. No, I need to send him some high-level talent. I opened the system all, and wow, Huatsubing Yufei by Qi. All big shots. Without blinking, I directly smashed 4 million prestige points and got him a big Qin warrior blind box with 4 consecutive draws. Meng Tian, Bai Qi, Li Xin, Wan Ziyan, Come Fort. My great generals. In an instant, the 4 cards in my hand transformed into 4 living, breathing warriors standing tall in front of me. Although they all looked to be in their 20s, the aura of killing intent they exuded could be felt from 800 meters away. Once the 4 of them saw me, they knelt on one knee and said in a loud voice, "Your subordinates pay their respects to the Lord." I feel really comfortable inside, let them get up. However, I also noticed that although these big shots have an impressive aura, their physical fitness is just at the level of ordinary people. It makes sense. After all, they came from the ordinary world. No worries, the same old routine. I tossed them the Dominance Cultivation Manual, letting them serve as my bodyguards while leveling up and getting familiar with the new world. So, my daily life turned into sitting in the pavilion of Wudong Villa, sipping hot tea, and watching 5 bare-chested strong men doing push-ups in the snow. Yes, 5. And there was also Pei Qian who ran over to report work, and I casually recruited him as well. This guy was doing it while shouting, "Oh damn, so tiring." The boss really holds a grudge. I glanced at him, and he immediately put on a deadpan face. "It's nothing, boss." I'm shouting with all my strength. This kid, who previously complained about the name I gave to the new 4-member group, the 4 Guardians of Wudong Mountain, is now realizing how impressive it is. I've completely laid back here. Anyway, I have 3 avatars out there working hard. I just need to share my experiences. Every day, I earn so much reputation that I can't spend it all, mainly focusing on companionship. I started browsing them all again and found that even Sword Intent is for sale. So I decisively bought 2 Sword Intent enhancement cards and sent them remotely to the Kingdom of Power. Then, I saw a Rui Jingu Bang priced at a staggering 100 million. I thought about how Sun MythWukong as avatars are always fighting with just their fists, which is indeed quite frustrating. Although it's expensive, I must arrange it for my monkey. As soon as I gathered enough reputation points, the system congratulated me. I gritted my teeth and said, "Bye. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully purchased Rui Jingu Bang fragments." I zoomed in and in on the product page, only to see the 2 words fragment in the corner, the size of a mosquito leg. Does anyone in the family understand this? I couldn't help but chuckle. The system, noticing that my laughter was off, went completely silent, no matter how much I called out. My face turned as dark as a pot bottom, and the trainees in the yard, including Pei Qian, didn't dare to breathe. Meanwhile, on the Great Voyage, Sun Wukong was staring dumbfounded at a small segment of the golden cudgel that had suddenly appeared in his hand. When I explained the situation to him, he finally realized. Although it was just a fragment, he was excited beyond measure, feeling that his old buddy had a chance of being restored. However, before he could enjoy the moment for 2 seconds, Enel shouted at the top of his lungs, "Captain, that Navy Vice Admiral is chasing us again." For the past few days, they had been relentlessly pursued by a warship, unable to shake it off. Previously, without a weapon, Sun Wukong had fought against the Vice Admiral aboard the ship and realized that his fists were no match for the man's strength, so he had to retreat. But now it was different. Sun Wukong hoisted the golden cudgel fragment onto his shoulder and grinned. "Find an island. I, old Sun, have a weapon now, and I can fight." Hawkins pulled out a card and calculated, his eyes widening. What the hell? The win rate shot up from 20% to 60%. Which island is next? Sun Wukong asked. Captain, it's Water City. Great. Let's go there and see if we can swap for a bigger ship. On the other side, aboard the Navy warship, Carp was munching on rice crackers while picking his nose. Huh. Do these little monkeys think they can run away to an island? He was boasting with his aide Bogart when the den mushy rang. It was Admiral Steelbone Kong. Carp, how come you haven't captured those little pirates from the East Blue after several weeks? We're almost there. Their ship is also a warship, hard to chase. But they're heading to Water City, so send some people to meet up there. Let me show them what it's like to be caught. After Carp shouted that, the call abruptly ended. "Tsh, that old man," Carp muttered. In the East Blue, Frost Moon Village, the duel between MythWukong and King S Authority had become a hot topic among the students at the Isen Dojo. GuNing firmly believed that King S Authority was stronger and even bet with someone, wagering a bowl of noodles. In fact, MythWukong was the one who kept asking King S Authority to fight him. King S Authority, unable to stand the pestering, finally replied, "Those who lose to me will never defeat me until they can no longer see my back." This one sentence left Hawkeye silent for 2 days. In the end, MythWukong had no choice but to say that he would accept any conditions as long as King S Authority agreed to fight, which he did. The two fought fiercely, and as MythWukong saw the sharp aura surrounding King S Authority, he was left dumbfounded. "What is this?" "Sword intent," King S Authority replied lightly. "Can you teach me?" "Yes." Just then, the sword intent enhancement card I sent arrived. King S Authority's sword intent erupted violently, sending MythWukong flying. MythWukong got up. Dazed, "What are you doing? Breaking through in the middle of a fight?" King S Authority glanced at him. "Nothing, just used to it." The kids watching from a distance cheered. GuNing had won. She brought out a bowl of flour and said to the defeated friend, "Here, eat it. Didn't you say it was noodles?" The kid, with tears in his eyes, stuffed a handful of flour into his mouth, coughing uncontrollably, and then a group of children directly started a flour war, emptying the flour barrel of gongshiro. Meanwhile, MythWukong was completely convinced and pleaded with King S Authority to teach him sword intent again. King S Authority thought for a moment. After a while, "I want to go to sea. You could be my helmsman." "Sure." Hawkeye agreed without hesitation. Thus, King S Authority began to explain to him what sword intent was, what cold ice sword intent and blazing fire sword intent were, leaving the world's greatest swordsman in a daze. Feeling like the door to a new world had been kicked open once more. In the North Sea, at Wudong Villa, I looked at my empty prestige points when suddenly the system sent me another lottery draw from the myriad worlds. Draw, I gritted my teeth. A flash of white light. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the character Pluto from the world of Super Beast armor. I was instantly thrilled. The light of Chinese animation. That ultimate king who can't be beaten in a fight and can't be out-talked. I immediately chose to extract. A black vortex appeared, accompanied by the classic line. Only after passing through 7 layers of solitude can one become a true strongman. A figure, completely shrouded in darkness, stepped out. The Lord of the Underworld looked at me, his voice low. "So it was you who rescued me from the cycle of reincarnation?" I nodded slightly, saying, "I suppose that's one way to put it." He fell silent for a moment before asking, "Can my subordinates be saved?" I checked them all. "It's on." "What do you need me to do?" "Leave your name in this world," I said with a smile. "Great, just when I was about to relax. I have to spend money again." Gritting my teeth, I pulled out all my remaining savings and bought back the Lion King, Yiling Yun, Whale Shark King, Scorpion King, and the 4 Guardians of the Underworld. Back to square one. The 4 appeared, first kneeling and bowing to me, then getting excited upon seeing the King of the Underworld. I looked at their initial accounts and sighed, then bought 4 physical cards to upgrade them to major rank strength. "Go ahead," I waved my hand, letting this world feel the shock of the Super Beast Armed Forces. "Thank you. I will make the whole world hear my name," the King of the Underworld assured me. After saying that, the 5 turned and headed towards the town of the North Sea. The style of this world is likely to take a complete turn. Meanwhile, in the Great Sea route, Water City, Sun Wukong and his group had already found an open space. He was carrying the fragment of the golden cudgel, full of fighting spirit. "Come on, let me, old son, have a good fight with that old thing behind. In the distance, Carp's warship had also docked. He clenched his fist and let out a magical laugh, charging over with a large group of Navy with great momentum. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. That old man Carp, with a huge crowd of Navy soldiers, came rushing down from the warship like they were pouring dumplings, and they surrounded us right away. He pointed at my captain's nose and shouted, "Little monkey, today you will know the power of the Navy." Who's my captain? I couldn't help but laugh. I shouldered my golden staff and chuckled, "Old man, come on, let me show you what I've got." As soon as I finished speaking, whoosh, my captain disappeared. The next second, he appeared right in front of Carp, and the golden staff came crashing down with a whoosh. Well, Carp is also a tough guy. He didn't dodge or evade. With his armament hockey activated, his fist, as big as a cooking pot, came straight at me. Boom! Let me tell you, at that moment, my ears were almost deafened. The shockwave was like a typhoon, throwing everyone on both sides into the air. I felt at that moment that these two were simply two moving natural disasters. After their first exchange, both of them took several steps back, their eyes filled with astonishment. I guess they were both thinking the same thing. Damn, how is this guy so strong? Without taking a breath, they crashed into each other again. The sound of the golden staff against the iron fists rang out like blacksmithing. The entire wasteland was torn apart by the two of them. The ground cracked like a spiderweb. When the naval soldiers saw this, they thought, "Oh no, it seems like the rear admiral hasn't gained the upper hand," and wanted to come help. What a joke. Do they think we're air? Without saying a word, Hawkins drew a tarot card, and the scarecrow puppet charged into the crowd like it was a rampage. Enel was even more direct, floating in midair like a thunder god, raising his hand to unleash divine punishment, lightning striking down without restraint, causing the Navy's side to wail in horror. John wielded a great sword, activating his gravity fruit ability. Let me tell you, when he charged into the crowd, it was like an out-of-control dump truck. Whoever he touched flew away. Uncle Yixiao was even more composed, eyes closed, holding his staff sword, moving as if taking a stroll, but as soon as anyone got close, a flash of his sword, and they would fall. Family, who understands? This ISNT fighting. This is four bosses clearing small mobs. On the other side, my captain and Garp had already gone crazy, fighting from day to night, with no clear winner in sight. The Navy soldiers were almost cleared out by us, but Garp, distracted, turned around to look and saw his comrades, all lying on the ground. At that moment, the opportunity arose. My captain seized the opportunity, and his entire aura suddenly exploded. He let out a roar to the sky. "Don't underestimate me. I am the great sage equal to heaven." In that moment, an invisible and terrifying pressure, the legendary Conqueror's Haki, swept through the entire area like a tsunami. I felt the whole island buzzing. Eneru's eyes sparkled, trembling with excitement. Carp was momentarily stunned by this momentum, but my captain didn't care. He swung the golden staff with a whoosh, and with a bang, he sent Carp flying out, creating a huge pit in the ground. The Navy was dumbfounded, shouting Vice Admiral Carp. Carp staggered to his feet from the pit, glanced at our four-spirited individuals, then looked at the battle-ready son MythWukong, sighed, and said with a grand demeanor, "It's already a force to be reckoned with." Then he waved his hand. "Retreat. I tell you, this is called the judgment of a top-tier powerhouse. If you can't win, just run. There's no shame in that." The Navy personnel helped each other as they returned to their warships, looking dejected. They probably had never fought such a frustrating battle in their lives. Over 10,000 of them couldn't handle just 5 of us. Once they left, we exchanged glances and couldn't hold back, bursting into laughter. Hawkins led the way, shouting, "Captain is mighty." Of course, we have to celebrate our victory. The captain waved his hand. "Let's go to Water City. We'll get a new ship and take a good break." When we arrived at Water City, we were stunned. The city was built on water, simply a paradise on Earth. We didn't waste any time and headed straight to the largest shipyard, saying we wanted to build the biggest and sturdiest ship. An experienced craftsman came out to greet us and quoted a price. Hawkins turned pale upon hearing the price and immediately entered bargaining mode, spewing words like a machine gun. In the end, he really managed to negotiate it down. The craftsman was also a straightforward person. He mentioned that they had a hidden gem, a giant ship hull that had been started long ago, but was left unfinished due to lack of funds. He took us to the dock, And I exclaimed, wow, that wasn't just a ship. It was a floating steel fortress. This was it. The captain made the decision on the spot. We paid the deposit and spent an entire week enjoying ourselves in Water City. A week later, when we returned to see the ship, goodness, it was completely transformed. The bow had been sculpted into a fierce monkey head. The captain was very satisfied and named the ship Chichen. Before we left, the craftsman had a request. He said his son, Ram, had been involved in building this ship since childhood and was its exclusive engineer. He hoped we could take him along on our voyage. With more hands on deck, we naturally had no objections, so the new crew member, Ram, boarded the ship. With a new ship and new partner, we had to hold a banquet. We moved all the good food and drinks onto the deck, and just as we were enjoying ourselves, a few seagulls flew by and dropped some newspapers. Let me tell you, the main event is here. The great sage equal to heaven, MythWukong, bounty, 1. 6 billion berries. Magician Basil Hawkins, bounty, 510 million berries. Captain Beck John, bounty, 500 million berries. Fujitora Isho, bounty, 500 million berries, only to be captured alive. Then, everyone saw Enels. Got Enel, bounty, 350 million berries. Enel immediately broke down, wailing, "Why is mine so low?" Hawkins, holding back laughter beside him, added, "Just enjoy it. At least this time they didn't label you as intern crew member. I feel like your bounty is still being controlled by joystick. You can't catch up with us who use motion controls." As soon as this news broke, the whole world exploded. Whitebeard directly declared, "Gurara, be my son." Big Mom was laughing maniacally. Kaido is crying in Wano, probably because someone CPU'd him again, too busy to pay attention to us. At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Steelbone Kong was so anxious he was scratching his head, and in the end, he had no choice but to report to the Gorse EI. When those old men heard this, they couldn't sit still either and came up with a terrible idea. To recruit us. Let us become the warlords of the sea. I laughed at that moment. What kind of domineering CEO script is this? If we don't agree, they'll take us out on our way through the Sabati archipelago. This wicked task ultimately fell onto Karp's shoulders. We had no idea about this, so we set off towards the Shambati Islands on our Chechen ship. When we saw the island from a distance, we were once again shocked. The island was filled with towering giant trees. It was simply unbelievable. We hid the ship and went ashore to explore. However, shortly after we started wandering around, chaos suddenly erupted in the streets. I heard a shout from the front, and then I watched in astonishment as the people around me fell to their knees like dominoes, one after another. We stood in the middle of the road like a bunch of fools, completely confused. Just then, a short-haired girl suddenly rushed over, grabbed our captain's wrist without saying a word, and pulled him into an alley. Huh? Hawkins and the others were stunned, daring. Let go of our captain. Enel was still grinning. Oh, the captain has a romantic encounter. In the end, the girl pulled us all into the alley, hands on her hips, glaring at us, and started lecturing us. Hey, you guys really dare to come here without a plan? You almost got into big trouble. That was close. I told you. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately made a shushing gesture, leaving me completely confused. She was acting like a secret agent. Peeking out from the corner of the wall, my curiosity was piqued. So, I leaned in to take a look. Goodness, what a spectacle. A group of people dressed like albino peacocks were sitting in a palanquin carried by others, and that palanquin was so shiny it nearly blinded me. The most ridiculous part was that these people were wearing glass fish tanks on their heads. I quietly asked the woman, "What the heck is this? Is the emperor going on a tour?" She shot me a glance and whispered, "Tianlong people, the bosses of this world, kind of like the Jade Emperor." I let out a sound, just about to take another look, and let me tell you, the street was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Just then, I don't know whose kid started crying. The guy in the fish tank immediately exploded, shouting, "What noise is that?" His group of bodyguards in black had eyes like knives, scanning everywhere. I saw a mother turn pale with fear, desperately covering her child's mouth. The guy in the fish tank couldn't find the source of the noise, snorted, cursed a bunch of lowlifes, and then raised his hand and whipped it onto the shoulder of the guy carrying the palanquin. With a loud smack, my fists clenched. Who understands? Family? What the hell is this? Once the crowd moved away, my anger flared up, and I turned around to reason with that woman. Why did you pull me into this? Those few useless people, I could crush them with a single finger. She shot back at me directly. You may feel good about killing them, but what about us? You just walk away, and the Navy will turn the entire island upside down. Will we even survive? Her words left me speechless. It was then that Hawkins asked, "Who are you?" I said, "I'm Xiachi. I run a small tavern. If you're interested, you can come by and sit a while. I can give you guys some education." I thought it was all right. I couldn't just nod and agree without knowing anything. That tavern had quite a vibe. Xiachi poured us some drinks and started the lesson. This place is called Xiangbidi, and it has all kinds of people from all walks of life. It's very chaotic. The most crucial thing is that this is right under the noses of the celestial dragons. If you provoke them, a marine admiral could drop in directly. Understand? At that time, I scoffed. What is there to be afraid of? Bring one, and I'll take one down. I smiled beside him, and the guy became much more serious, directly asking the point. Why do you want to help us? Xiachi paused for a moment. Wanted a joke. If I said I was out shopping for groceries and happened to save you, would you believe me? Seeing that we all remained silent, she finally shrugged and said, Fine, fine. I really was going to buy groceries, but I also saw you in the newspaper. Seeing you look so clueless, I was afraid you would cause some trouble, so I thought I'd deal in a hand. While chatting, she suddenly asked, Do you want a coating? I have a master here. I was completely confused at the time. Coating? Is it something to eat? As it turned out, not only I, but also Hawkins and the others looked at her with curiosity. Summer Chi's expression at that moment was one of wanting to slap herself, and she complained, My goodness, are you pirates going to participate in transformations at sea? You don't even know about coatings? Not going to the New World? She then explained that coating is like putting a diving suit on a ship, so it can go to Fishman Island and then into the New World. As soon as I heard that, I suddenly understood. Oh, then let us get one. Then Summer Chi changed the subject and mysteriously said, I have some juicy gossip about your captain. It's 10,000 berries. Do you want to hear it? Hawkins was so stingy, clutching his wallet like a protective parent. I couldn't stand it anymore and directly said, Give it to her. After Summer Chi got the money, she cleared her throat and dropped a bombshell. Your captain has been put on a bounty by a big pirate in the New World named Charlotte Linlin. Hawkins exploded at that moment. Is that it? My captain has a Navy bounty of 6 billion. Is he afraid of her? Summer Chi waved her hand with a mischievous smile. The point is not the bounty, but the content of the bounty. She wants your captain to be her 21st husband. Wow. The entire tavern went quiet for 3 seconds, and then everyone looked at me with expressions that were like, All right, brother, full of gossip. My face turned dark, and I shouted, Hey, old witch. But these so-called friends were still cheering. This kind of good thing should be left to the captain. It was infuriating, making my head buzz. Just then, the door curtain was lifted, and in came an old man wearing slippers and looking scruffy. As soon as Summer Chi saw him, her eyes lit up. You're back. We have a customer who wants a coating. This old man was the coating master, named Rayleigh. When he saw me, he exclaimed, Oh, you must be MythWukong, right? I often see you in the newspapers, and seeing you in person today is truly a sight. Wow, it's 2025, and there are still people telling such old jokes. This really gave me a taste of cyber funeral. Anyway, we agreed that the coating would take a week. All right, we might as well explore the island and gather some intel. While we were waiting for the coating at Xiangbidi, the perspective shifted to the other side, where the big boss behind the scenes, GuNing, was. Let me tell you, my reputation here is huge, and his popularity skyrocketed, making up for the losses from buying the golden staff. He was so happy, he could almost grin to the back of his head. But he realized that the Erguo 2 he was selling was only appealing to nobles and couldn't gain any commoner prestige. This guy had a brainwave. He needed to tap into the sinking market. He started browsing his system mall, dismissing things like odor-proof socks and goji berry juice. Finally, his eyes lit up when he saw what? Spicy strips, hot chicken tenders, way long. Goodness, that triggered his DNA. He immediately envisioned a dramatic scene where kids turned against each other over spicy strips, and then he decided. That's it. He decided to open a snack chain called GuYiming Snacks. But then he remembered the word Yiming and thought of that subordinate who had previously flattered him so much that he hit the horse's leg. His smile vanished instantly, and that killing intent, TSK. Meanwhile, on another front, Emperor Ing Zheng and his partner named Long were up to something big. Long reported with a heavy face. One of our strongholds was attacked because a noble took a fancy to one of our female comrades, tried to forcefully take her. And as a result, our people resisted and ended up getting killed. After hearing this, Ing Zheng's gaze, I tell you, even though he didn't speak, it felt like the temperature in the entire room dropped by several degrees. Long continued, they wanted to mobilize the masses, but out of 200,000 contacted, only 20,000 were willing to join. Ing Zheng wasn't surprised, sneering coldly. Those who have knelt for too long can't get up. However, I will come. He pointed to a large town on the map. In a week, take this place. A week later, in the valley, 30,000 troops were assembled. Ing Zheng, clad in black armor, stood on a platform and simply said, "Action." Those 30,000 soldiers were like they had been injected with adrenaline, roaring. They disguised themselves and mixed into the town called Dongtsongnan. Once Long signaled with a firework, they sprang into action. Instantly, the whole town exploded. These revolutionaries were reckless, targeting nobles with a vengeance. Those private soldiers raised by the nobles, used to bullying others, had never seen such a scene and were completely bewildered. In the end, only 3 of the most loyal dukes were holed up in a castle, stubbornly resisting. Ing Zheng led the main force directly to block the door. I tell you, what happened next was simply spectacular. Ing Zheng shouted Long. Long stepped forward, raised his hand, and a tornado larger than the castle spontaneously formed, sweeping the castle away in an instant. When the duke inside was dragged out, he was already scared to death. Ing Zheng didn't even lift his eyelids and said one word, "Kill." Job done, wrap it up. Then he announced in front of everyone, from today onwards, this place will be renamed Xianyang City. The Revolutionary Army is officially established. I, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, King Ing Zheng of Qin. Wow, this guy is really showing off. I give him full marks. This news reached the palace of the Rubinaru Kingdom, and the fat-headed, big-eared king was instantly furious, smashing things madly in the palace. Damn it, a bunch of rabble dares to call themselves kings. He asked his ministers for a solution, and an old man suggested they first scout the situation, only to be immediately sprayed in the face by the king. Scout your ass. Gather the army and wipe them out. He asked his military and political minister how many troops were left, and the old man trembled as he replied, "Back to your majesty, there are still 30,000. Upon hearing this, the king panicked. "Huh? Did you take a kickback?" The old minister, crying and snotting, lamented, "Your Majesty, it was you 2 years ago who wanted to build a new palace, complained that maintaining the army was too costly, and cut the troops. Ha, folks, what do you call this? A boomerang hitting yourself on the head." The other ministers watched the show, and the king's face turned redder than a pig's liver, so angry he couldn't even speak. "Ha, great, great. Didn't you say this was my fault? All right, then I'll send you to have a good chat with the other side. Military and political minister, right? I command you immediately, right now, go and organize the troops, prepare to march to Dongtsongnan." I tell you, that old man's legs went weak at the moment, and he trembled as he accepted his fate and slipped away. The nobles and ministers left in the main hall appeared calm on the surface, but their inner calculations were almost smoking. But guess what? While chaos erupted in the capital, my clone, Ing Zheng, had already set up shop over in Xianyang. My little brother Long stood in the hall, looking at Ing Zheng on the throne. Wow, that imperial aura was simply more domineering than the conqueror's haki, making it hard for people to breathe. He quickly reported, "Leader, we have spread the news about recruiting soldiers. Those bastards in the capital have also moved. It seems they are preparing to gather a huge army to wipe us out." Ing Zheng didn't even lift his eyelids, just responded with a hum and said lightly, "All right, go down and make arrangements. Clean up the battlefield for me, and wait for them to come and deliver their heads." I tell you, Long has been really exhausted these days, working like James Bond every day with documents piling up like snowflakes, almost turning into a dragon AI. However, he truly admires Ing Zheng. The speed at which he handles government affairs is simply incredible. Most documents are glanced at and bam, approved with astonishing precision. But while Ing Zheng is busy with all that paperwork, I, GuNing, am sitting in Wudong Mountain Villa, sipping hot tea and enjoying the snowy scenery, living a really comfortable life. Suddenly, with a ding, the system notification in my head went off. "Congratulations, host. 10 million reputation points have been credited. I was taken aback for a moment. Huh? Which prominent avatar earned me this KPI? The system's little assistant immediately reported. Host, it's your Zheng avatar. They've already conquered 1/7 of the Rubniru kingdom. TSK, TSK, TSK. When I heard that, I knew it was the ancestor dragon. Such execution power, it's simply my internet mouthpiece. Looking at myself, sigh, I've been living too comfortably and almost forgot that I'm also a man who wants to dominate the world. No, I need to go out and find someone to practice against. After all, I now have general level strength, and my Conqueror's Haki is fully leveled up. But I lack practical experience and my hands are itching. All right, where did my 5 Super Beast War Gods and Hades go? Why is there no news from them? The system said, Host, they've been drifting in the sea and are almost at the Alabastan Kingdom. I was completely stunned at that moment. Beihai is so big. Did they take a rocket there? How'd they get to the Grand Line so quickly? Then the system told me their ship really wasn't up to par, but they ran into Doflamingo halfway, gave him a beating, and then had a big ship take them to the Grand Line. Does anyone understand this? I was just like an old man on the subway looking at my phone. JPG, isn't this just pure maritime banditry? Poor Mingo, sitting on the ship, and trouble just falls from the sky. I bet Mingo feels wronged. Who did I provoke? These 5 robbers jumped onto my ship, gave me a round of military punches without saying a word, and then made me their free driver. This isn't piracy. It's simply a mobile natural disaster. I'll tell you, that beating directly woke Mingo up and opened up his run and due meridians. He felt that the North Sea was too dangerous and must be taken down quickly. Then he could head to the Grand Line. He immediately sent Virgo to the Navy as an undercover agent, and he himself started to crazily roll up his sleeves, engaging in underground business and desperately training with the string fruit, mainly out of fear for being beaten and worried about encountering some deity again when going out. Speaking of which, I regained my focus and looked at the over 100 million prestige points quietly lying in the system space. My hands were really itching. I couldn't resist. I went shopping. Opening the system mall. Hey, the devil fruits that I used to think were ridiculously expensive now look like a drop in the bucket. The happiness of the rich is so simple and unadorned. I must properly arm my 5 strong men and women. I immediately set my sights on several heavyweight options. For the Lion King, the lion fruit mythical beast type, golden 9-headed lion. Sounds majestic. For the Whale Shark King, the fish fruit mythical beast type Kuanping. The one from Biming has fish. For Yiling Yun, the cat fruit mythical beast type Qiongqi, focused on being fierce and intimidating. For the Scorpion King, she is originally from the White Dragon clan, so she must have the fish fruit mythical beast type, White Flood Dragon. It's a perfect match. Finally, for the Underworld King, the dog fruit mythical beast type Diding. It can hear people's hearts. It's simply a specialized skill for the sly ones. The system kindly informed me that there are no side effects from the purchases in the mall, and there's no fear of seawater. While I looked at the prices, the Kuanping was 23 million, the Qiongqi was 35 million, and the Diding was the most expensive at 50 million. Damn, so expensive. Adding them up comes to over 100 million. My heart is bleeding, but for my brothers, I bought them. As soon as I had a thought, 5 light spots shot directly into the brain of the king of the underworld on the Great Sea route. Brother, it's time to open the blind box. Based on the information, that DTN fruit is perfect for you. The king of the underworld was sailing at that moment, and he was taken aback when he received my message in his mind. The next second, a strangely shaped fruit appeared in his hand out of nowhere. The Lion King and the others looked on curiously. Without saying a word, the king of the underworld took a bite in front of his 4 little brothers. Let me tell you, his expression froze instantly. His brows furrowed tightly, as if he could crush a fly. Probably cursing inside. Why does this taste like a rat that's been dead for 3 days? But he still forced himself to swallow it. The next second, with a bang, a tremendous power exploded, and he transformed into the DTN form. Tiger head, dragon body, Qilin feet. It was truly majestic. The 4 brothers next to him were left dumbfounded. The king of the underworld felt the power for a moment, transformed back, and then calmly took out 4 more fruits. He first handed the golden 9-headed lion fruit to the Lion King, then passed the White Flood Dragon fruit to the Scorpion King. You are originally from the White Dragon clan. This is suitable for you. Upon hearing this, The Scorpion King felt a bit touched, as the king of the underworld still remembered her past. However, after taking a bite of the fruit, that feeling of sentimentality vanished instantly, and she cursed in her heart. King of the underworld, damn it. This taste is overwhelming. But right after, a powerful force erupted, and she began to change, finally letting out a roar as she transformed into a majestic silver flood dragon, coiling in the air. She gave the Lion King a look. Lion King, you should eat too. It can make you stronger. The Lion King responded with an "oh," picked up the fruit, and took a bite. After just a chew, his eyes widened, looking at the king of the underworld and the Scorpion King, and seeing the smiles in their eyes. He instantly understood. Damn! Cursing out loud, his body was honest and directly transformed into a massive golden lion with 9 heads, exuding an overwhelming aura. Nightling Yun and the Whale Shark King watched with envy. The king of the underworld was not biased and handed the Cheongchi fruit and the Kunpeng fruit to the two of them. Nightling Yun, being the elegant person he was, couldn't help but let out a curse after finishing this group of old sixes. Then he transformed into Cheongchi, sprouting wings, and the brutal, bloodthirsty aura was downright chilling. Finally, it was the Whale Shark King. After taking a bite, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow." He held his breath and swallowed the fruit. The next second, his body began to change, transforming into a Kunpeng that blotted out the sky, as big as a football field, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. He excitedly shouted, "I feel like I could take on 100 of my former selves right now. I tell you." Ming Ji's subordinates on the ship were scared out of their wits in the cabin. Who understands how the family feels? On the deck, it was like a monster expo, each one scarier than the last. They must have been thinking, "The world is too crazy, Mommy. I want to go home. Hurry up and get these 5 deities to their destination. They don't want to stay a second longer." Finally, the ship docked, and Alabaster arrived. With a wave of his hand, the king of the underworld said, "You can leave now." Ming Ji's subordinates ran faster than rabbits, probably never wanted to go to sea again in their lives. The king of the underworld looked at the 4 people behind him and waved his hand. "Let's go. I heard there's someone called Sand Crocodile here. Let's go meet him." Just a few steps in, Yiling Yun sensed something was off. "Lord of the underworld, there are mice behind us. Caught them. Let's see if there's any useful information." Yiling Yun flickered and disappeared, reappearing behind a few sneaky guys, gently tapping one on the shoulder. "What are you looking for?" The little minions from the Baroque works were scared out of their minds and confessed everything, saying their president ordered them to monitor everyone entering the rain banquet. Yiling Yun asked who the president was, and they said they hadn't seen him. Only higher-ups passing the message. Yiling Yun thought it was interesting and let them go. "I'll give you 5 seconds. Disappear." Meanwhile, in the rain banquet's office, Mr. Wondaz Bonus was reporting to Crocodile. "President, 5 powerful guys have arrived." Old Sand, chewing on a cigar, didn't even lift his eyelids, looking disdainful. "This should be some small minions just coming from the 4 seas. You handle it." Right now, he was only focused on a bounty notice for Whitebeard and son MythWukong on the wall, too busy to care about these small fish. In the evening, the king of the underworld and his companions finally found the rain banquet and entered an inn. The Lion King was so imposing. He stood at the counter and shouted at the owner, "Boss, give me 5 rooms." A short owner, less than a meter tall with a mustache, hurried out and enthusiastically asked, "Sir, do you want a superior room for 120 or a standard room for 70? Then, an awkward scene unfolded. The 5 of them stared at each other, wildly communicating with their eyes. "Did you bring money?" "I didn't." "How about you?" "I didn't either." Goodness. 5 kings forgot that they needed something called belly to use in this world when they went out. The Whale Shark King had to bite the bullet and awkwardly asked the owner, what if we say we have no money?" The innkeeper looked at the 5 exquisitely dressed individuals in front of him and fell silent. I'll tell you, his expression changed immediately. And the next second he started mocking us, saying something like, "When it rains, a mother gets married. What are you pretending to be a rich person for?" Goodness. My hot-tempered brother, the Lion King, exploded right on the spot, rolling up his sleeves and ready to argue. Our boss, the king of the underworld, had a face full of black lines, but he still managed to hold him back, saying, "Let us go. Let us find some fun outside." But as soon as we stepped out, I tell you, our boss's eavesdropping skills were incredible, He clearly heard the boss behind us still jabbering. Humph, still thinking of fighting? Don't you know this territory is protected by the 7 warlords, crocodile? What's the use of barking like a dog? You have to bite me to prove your worth. Family, who understands? This is purely asking for a beating, right? The king of the underworld stopped in his tracks, his expression eerily calm. He turned back and shot a look at the Lion King. I suddenly feel that person looks down on you. Go, give him a workout. He paused and added, preferably one where he gets stabbed a dozen times, but is still deemed lightly injured. Got it? The Lion King's eyes lit up, and he understood in an instant. Understood. With a swift turn, he charged back. The next second, the inn was filled with screams that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. In no time, the Lion King came out, clapped his hands, and coolly said, "All right, Lord of the Underworld." Later, I heard that the boss was sent to the clinic, and the guards even joked with him, saying, "The good news is you've been stabbed a dozen times," and the coroner deemed it a light injury. The bad news is we couldn't find the assailant you mentioned. Ha, asking for trouble and getting it. Serves him right. But the problem arose. We had no money to stay at the inn, so we had to figure out how to make some cash, right? Our boss, the king of the underworld, said, "Let us go. There's a casino called Rain Banquet. We'll borrow some berries." I'll tell you, our boss's ability is simply the nemesis of casinos. As soon as we entered the casino, wow, it was gloriously extravagant. As soon as the waitstaff saw us, they were incredibly enthusiastic. My brother, MythWukong, casually pointed at a girl named Lilia to be our guide. When she saw our attire, she thought immense wealth had finally fallen upon her, and she beamed with joy. Standing there giggling, we exchanged glances, thinking, did we pick someone mentally unstable? Our boss didn't care about that, heading straight to a high-low betting table. He casually pointed at a big guy named Jack. At first, Jack didn't believe it and lost. But then he believed and started winning big. Jack caught on and immediately split a bag of chips with us as thanks. Then came the main event. Our boss personally entered the game. He was a force to be reckoned with, hitting every bet. Everyone in the casino went crazy, betting alongside him while the dealer turned pale. The guide girl Lilia saw trouble brewing and hurried over to urge us to move to the high-stakes area. But our boss ignored her, taking his nearly 100 million berries and winning straight to the bar. Exchange it. Family, who understands? Under the watchful eyes of all the gamblers, the casino didn't dare refuse. We walked out with 100 million berries, leaving Lilia with a look of despair. The casino owner, that 7 warlord crocodile, exploded with rage upon receiving the news, shouting about how all sorts of lowlifes were withdrawing money from him and chased after us. Sure enough, we had gone far when 2 people blocked our path, led by Crocodile himself. His subordinate, a guy named Bonus, came up and made threats. But our Lion King unleashed a barrage of insults, saying something like, "You take it when I give you face, but when I don't, you might not even be able to stand." Then the 2 started fighting, and let me tell you, it was a complete one-sided beatdown. The Lion King kicked Bonus flying into a house, then chased after him for some close combat training. Crocodile was completely dumbfounded. At this point, another brother, MythWukong, stepped forward and said, "Lord of the Underworld, let me have a go." Crocodile was still quite arrogant, saying something like a toad jumping off a cliff. "Were you pretending to be Batman?" MythWukong shot back, "I'm indeed Batman." And then they started fighting. My buddy Scorpion King couldn't help but burst out laughing. Crocodile's sand ability was indeed impressive. Physical attacks were basically ineffective. But MythWukong unleashed his ultimate move, transforming into an ancient beast with wings on his back, and with one slap, he made Crocodile spit blood. At this point, Crocodile was beaten into submission, but he wasn't willing to back down and insisted on challenging our boss, wanting to see how high the ceiling really was. Our boss agreed. I'll tell you, the scene was something else. In a flash, our boss appeared right in front of Crocodile, who couldn't even keep up with his eyes. And then our boss casually lifted his leg. Bang! Crocodile shot out like a meteor, and it said that by the time he hit the ground, he had relived his life in a flash. Just then, our boss suddenly coldly said to a corner, "Come out, or die." It startled us all, and who walked out? It was that big guy Jack from the casino. This guy had been peeking from the side the whole time, and his legs went weak, dropping to his knees and crying while asking to be a little brother. Our boss asked him if he could steer a ship. He said he could, and so it was settled. After dealing with Jack, Our boss slipped over to the nearly lifeless crocodile, squatted down, and gently asked, "I still need a ship. How about lending me some berries to spend?" He gave him 5 seconds to think. Looking at our boss's emotionless eyes, Crocodile didn't dare say no. His heart bleeding as he agreed. A week later, we set sail on the big ship sponsored by the tearful crocodile. On the ship, we learned that our new little brother Jack was not only a fisherman, but also a mammoth fruit user. Wow, another big shot. The Lion King laughed heartily. Looks like our ship is full of devil fruit users. Jack's mouth dropped open in disbelief. This incident got too big, and the next day, every newspaper in the world had us on the front page. The 7 warlords were defeated again. A mysterious new gang robbed Crocodile. At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku was so furious he slammed the table. In the New World, Whitebeard even said we were remarkable individuals. The one who suffered the most was Crocodile. The 5 elders in the Holy Land saw that the 7 warlords were too weak, having been beaten twice in a row, and immediately stripped him of his title. Even issued a bounty. And the true mastermind behind all this, our real boss GuNing, was leisurely reading the newspaper in his hands, listening to the system chime. "Congratulations, host, you have gained 50 million prestige points." And he couldn't help but mutter, "TSK, Crocodile is really unlucky, getting hammered twice by my clone. Let me tell you, this is far from over. Old Shah's situation is truly tragic." The moment he received the news, I felt like his entire CPU had burned out, and he crashed right there on the spot. What the hell? My iron rice bowl, as one of the 7 warlords, is gone? The Navy's immunity card has expired? Good gracious, his face instantly lost all composure, and he broke down. The newspaper clearly stated in black and white that the former warlord Crocodile has a bounty of 235 million, dead or alive. Even his subordinate, Mr. One, Das Bones, is on the wanted list with a bounty of 35 million. Old Shah was completely devastated, looking at Bones on the hospital bed and saying, "Brother, we are now fugitives, and my career is over." The tone was so heart-wrenching it could make anyone who heard it weep. Bones, being the loyal protector, said, "Boss, it's all right. Wherever you go, I go." Old Shah probably felt a bit warmed inside, but it was just for a moment. After all, his dreams were shattered, and now he could only tuck his tail between his legs, hiding in Alabasta, this beginner village, continuing to sneakily carry out his little schemes, plotting for that legendary ancient weapon, Pluton. On the other hand, things were lively on our ship. The seagull brought the newspaper, and Lion King shouted loudly, "Boss, boss, we're on TV. There's a bounty now." My boss, the king of the underworld, was fishing over there without even lifting his eyelids. The Lion King didn't care about that, holding a newspaper like he had won the lottery, shouting at the top of his lungs, "The Lion King, that's me. Ha ha ha. A bounty of 150 million berries." He was so proud that he almost wanted to frame the bounty notice and hang it around his neck. The Scorpion King also leaned over to look, but after flipping through it for a long time, he couldn't find his name and huffed in anger. What a terrible newspaper. How could such a beautiful lady like me not be on the list? The Whale Shark King glanced at it and said casually, "King of the Underworld, 389 million. Yiling Yun, 314 million. Then he shifted the conversation and started to criticize. "Hunter Pirate Crew? What a cringy name, it's so outdated. With our lineup, each one of us is a mythical beast, god-level fighters. It should be called the Beast Pirates to match." Yiling Yun also held his bounty notice and nodded in agreement. Jack, the iron-headed fool, weakly interjected, Lord Whale Shark, it seems there's already a Beast Pirates in the second half of the Grand Line. So, guess what my boss said? He leisurely turned around while holding the big fish he just caught, as if it was nothing. "The weak have no right to choose. This name, I like it. Others? Just take it. From today on, we are the new Beast Pirates. Family who understands." This kind of swagger is simply textbook level. Everyone on the ship silently gave him a thumbs up. Just as we were talking, Jack shouted again, saying he spotted a small island ahead. The boss commanded to dock, gather some wild game, and improve our meals. But as soon as we landed on the island, strange things began to happen. Yiling Yun exclaimed, and guess what he saw? Under a big rock, there was a bicycle. Let me tell you, we were all dumbfounded at that moment. Who parked a bicycle out here in the wilderness? A few of us curious kids gathered around. Just as we were about to investigate, a figure suddenly darted out from the woods, so fast it was like teleportation, directly blocking the bike in front of us, looking at us with a wary expression. Hey, 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 what do you want to do to my beloved bike? This guy was wearing a floral shirt, looking groggy, all tense over a broken bike. Jack, being straightforward, introduced himself. We are the new 100 Beasts pirate crew. Nightling Yun and Scorpion King shot him approving looks, and Jack stood tall, filled with pride. However, the guy on the other side, upon hearing this, was completely speechless, holding his forehead with an expression of disbelief. Damn, I finally get a day off, and you pirates just jump in front of me. Is that appropriate? Jack finally connected the dots. Navy. Nightling Yun and Scorpion King remained calm. So what if it's the Navy? The guy, who was Kuzan, smirked, and a chilling aura instantly erupted. So what? You little brats are nothing in front of me. I have to say this grudge is settled. Jack, with his violent temper, was instantly ignited and roared, transforming into a mammoth form and charged forward. What happened next? Kazan didn't even raise an eyebrow. With a gentle wave of his hand, a wave of cold air passed by, and in an instant, a lifelike ice sculpture of a mammoth was created, perfectly maintaining its charging posture. Jack was stunned, frozen in the ice with his eyes still able to move, stammering out a few words. Navy, Monster Vice Admiral. Kazan. The Scorpion King couldn't stand it any longer and walked over, placing his hand on the ice, and the high temperature instantly melted it. Kazan looked at this and thought, oh, interesting. My ice was broken so easily. He became intrigued. There was no character like you on the bounty list. It seems like today I can finally stretch my muscles. As soon as he finished speaking, Nightling Yun and the Scorpion King exchanged glances, and their auras surged. One spread out massive black wings from his back, transforming into the legendary fierce beast Xiongqi. The other glowed with light and directly transformed into a majestic white dragon. Let me tell you, that scene was explosive. Akiji's expression changed instantly from a lazy vacation mode to a serious battle mode, mumbling, what a headache. How come I run into two phantom beasts as soon as I step out? He complained about the headache, but didn't hold back in action. The white dragon let out a breath of dragon flame, which he dodged sideways. Nightling Yun pounced like lightning, only to be kicked away by Akiji's armed haki, crashing into a sand pile and not getting up for a long time. The Scorpion King tried to help, but was also frozen stiff by a wave of cold air. This natural system is just unreasonable. When it hits him, it shatters into ice shards, and the next second he pieced himself back together as if nothing happened. Just when Nightling Yun and the Scorpion King were about to collapse, Hades finally spoke on the ship. Go. The Whale Shark King and the Lion King had been waiting, and in a breath, they appeared on the battlefield. Akiji saw two more come, squinting his eyes to assess. Oh, you want to come and take a beating too? The Lion King grinned. Kid, at such a young age, your eyesight is already failing? Now it was a real hornet's nest. Akiji looked at the four bizarre monsters in front of him, plus the just-thawed mammoth bodyguard beside him, sighed while holding his forehead. This is really troublesome. Where did so many monsters come from? He could feel that the strength of the two newcomers was not any weaker than the previous two. Without saying a word, the Lion King stomped his foot and transformed into a golden lightning bolt charging forward. Akiji instantly conjured a massive ice ball to protect himself, but with a loud bang. The ice ball was shattered by the Lion King's punch. Your fist is pretty hard, kid, Akiji praised, then unleashed his ultimate move, Ice Age. Terrifying cold air instantly swept across the battlefield, freezing the entire sea surface. But guess what? The Lion King and Whale Shark King also exploded. One transformed into a majestic golden nine-headed lion, and the other into a gigantic koan that blocked out the sun. Wow, folks, who understands? Four phantom beasts standing in a row, ganging up on a marine admiral. This scene is comparable to a blockbuster with special effects during the 2025 Spring Festival. Akiji's eternally expressionless dead fish face finally revealed a serious expression. He looked at the four monsters in front of him and slowly said, Hey, 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 you four are ganging up on a defenseless little boy. Isn't that inappropriate? No one paid him any attention. Sigh, so boring. Akiji sighed. No more nonsense. It's time to brace for the beating. Instantly, the battle resumed. The energy waves from the nine-headed lion, the wind blades from the koan, the biting from the Xiongqi, and the entanglement from the white dragon all targeted Aokiji. Aokiji was indeed fierce, with armed haki covering his arms and legs, fighting back against the four monsters, kicking Knight Lingyun away again, only to be smashed by the whale shark king's giant wing and then reassembled. In the end, all four of us were basically wounded, covered in frostbite, panting heavily and exhausted. Meanwhile, Aokiji, although he had coughed up blood from the combined strike of the whale shark king and the lion king, still seemed to be handling it well. The scorpion king returned to human form, gasping for breath, and said, "Marine, are you serious? It's just that I wanted to see your broken bicycle. So stingy." Just when we thought we would fight to the end, a dramatic scene unfolded. Aokiji suddenly stopped, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and coldly said, "Humph, let's call it a day. Next time we meet, you won't be so lucky." Then, under everyone's gaze, he began to talk to himself, saying that he had often heard people say that there were fewer strong people at sea, and now it seemed that he had been slack, and he needed to find the root of his problems. Sounding just like a confused young man who had just listened to some toxic motivational talk. After mumbling, he hopped onto his precious bicycle, turned around, and rode off. He left. The Lion King and the others stood there, looking at each other with faces full of question marks. They had just been fighting fiercely. So why did he suddenly get emo and run away? When they returned to the ship, each one looked like they had just been dug out of ruins, clothes torn to shreds in a sorry state. Knight Lingyun shook his wings, dropping a few tattered feathers, and said with a confused expression, "Is this Marine a bit off in the head?" The Scorpion King looked at his tattered clothes, even more furious. "I tell you, he's angry, but we are also about to collapse here. After I transformed, it was incredibly fierce, but the energy consumption was like a faucet that was turned on full blast. Now I'm both tired and hungry, feeling like I could swallow a whole cow. That kid Jack is standing beside me, acting like a spectator the whole time, not saying a word. I guess after watching us fight with Green Pheasant, he got stimulated. His little eyes are full of the words, 'I want to become stronger.' I was so hungry that I shouted at Jack, 'Jack, food, get us something to eat.' The guy seemed to be in a daze, took a while to react, and then said, 'Oh, sure.' After that, he quickly ran off to cook. Ever since he got on the ship, he's been both the cook and the medic. We've taught him a few tricks when we have free time, but this guy's the type who learns slowly, even though he eventually gets it. Just as we were getting ready to eat, over on the other side, Green Bull was riding his old bike, speeding across the sea, while also calling the warlord to report on his work. I tell you, when Sengoku received the call in the office during the Warring States period, he was completely stunned. What the hell? You, Admiral Monster Kazan, Zephyr's proud student, actually fought to a standstill with a few young punks in the first half of the Grand Line? Kazan, are you just acting out here because you don't want to go back to work after the holiday ends tomorrow? Aokiji also had his own struggles. Admiral Sengoku, I wish I were joking, but the fact is just that. Sengoku snapped his pen in half without even realizing it. Then Aokiji dropped an even bigger bomb. The key point is their captain didn't even lift a finger, he just watched the whole thing unfold like walking a dog. Using my crew to practice. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Aokiji thought the signal was bad and added, "Plus, all 5 of his crew members are devil fruit users." At this point, Sengoku exploded. "Kuzan, are you crazy? 5 devil fruit users? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Aokiji sighed and decided to go all out. "Admiral Sengoku, I swear on my justice that every word I say next is true. One of them is an ancient type mammoth, which isn't even that surprising, and the other 4 are all mythical Zoan types." He quickly added, "I'm not joking. Good heavens," in the Marineford office. Sengoku shot up from his chair, his calm demeanor instantly shattered. Who understands? Sengoku felt like his CPU was overheating. He believed it because Aokiji had bet his justice on it. But inside, he was racing with 1,000 thoughts. And he had just one idea. When I report this to Admiral Akainu, will he believe me? What kind of mythical Zoan? Sengoku forced himself to calm down. One called Cheongshi, one a golden 9-headed lion, and another that looked like Kaido but was a white dragon. The last one was the most outrageous. A gigantic creature that blocked out the sun. What was it called? Kuinpung. Sengoku, what the hell? Is this still the first half of the Grand Line? After hanging up, Sengoku paced around the office 800 times and finally, he steeled himself and went to Admiral Akainu's office. Knock, knock, knock. Kumin. When Akainu saw it was Sengoku, He was quite curious. What's going on? Making you. The wise general is flustered? Sengoku recounted Akiji's words word for word. After listening, Akainu tapped his fingers on the desk and laughed. Sengoku, when did you learn to tell jokes? Sengoku panicked and stood up. Admiral, I swear it's all true. I swear on my justice that this is what Kazan told me. Swearing in layers. Akainu's expression finally changed, and he waved his hand. All right, you can go. As Sengoku stepped out, he let out a long sigh, feeling as if he had just finished an important exam, muttering, the light boat has passed through 10,000 mountains. Now, this big pot has been handed over to Admiral Akainu. He had to report to the Gorosei. 4 mythical Zoan types on one ship. If this is the second rocks, the world will turn upside down. He dialed the Gorosei's number. Moshi Moshi, Akainu, what is it? Akainu organized his thoughts and explained the situation. On the other end, Saint Satan was furious. Akainu, are you joking with us? 1 ancient type and 4 mythical types on one ship? Do you think we're fools? Akainu was sweating profusely. My lords, I swear it's true. After hanging up in Mariehua, the 5 old men looked at each other. This should be true. Akainu wouldn't dare joke about something like this. This is just too outrageous. How many years has our world government spent to gather a few mythical types? And he has 4 on one ship? Regardless of how outrageous it is, what do we do now? Let's recruit them, offer them a warlord position, and see if they accept. If they refuse, quickly launch the demon-slaying order and kill. The 5 old men reached a consensus and immediately informed Akainu of their decision. Without hesitation, Akainu agreed. Now the question was, who to send? Sakazuki's temper is explosive. If he goes, it will definitely lead to a fight. Akiji just finished fighting, so that's not appropriate either. After thinking it over, only Borsellino was left. Moshi Moshi. Admiral, what are your orders? The lazy voice of Kizaru came through. The order. You immediately go to the first half of the Grand Line and deliver the warlord appointment to the new Beast Pirates. Kizaru raised an eyebrow. Is there overtime pay? Akainu, what do you think? Oh. Kizaru's smile instantly faded by 3 points, but he still accepted the task. Meanwhile, we were at the Sabaody archipelago. Uncle Rayleigh helped us coat the ship, and we were all marveling at it. Wow, this coating is like a protective shield. It's amazing. Enno was running around like a curious baby. Suddenly, Hawkins' pupils constricted. Marine hero, Garp. We felt a jolt in our hearts. Wow, they caught up again? I don't care. Let's get ready. It's fine. I'll take him on once. As a result, Carp's warship stopped far away. Both sides faced off across the sea. Our side was filled with fighting spirit, while Carp's subordinate Bogart was already sweating on his forehead. Carp crossed his arms and nodded to Bogart. Understanding. Bogart picked up a large megaphone and shouted towards us. Lord Sun Wukong, we are acting on orders from the world government and will grant you the title of Warlord of the Sea. Do you agree? We all. I turned around in confusion and looked at them. What does that mean? Hawkins also widened his eyes. Is he saying he wants to give the captain a position in the 7 warlords? Uncle Rayleigh next to us was also shocked, becoming a 7 warlord after just a year at sea. What kind of novel protagonist is this? He quickly educated us, saying that this thing is one of the 3 major powers, highly valuable, and most importantly, has legal plundering rights. Ha ha, this is interesting. I want to be one. As soon as I heard that, I was delighted. This is like official certification. I love it. We were all overjoyed, no longer having to run from the Navy. Carp saw that we had finished discussing and, with a grunt, ordered the warship to dock. Task accomplished. He didn't want to look at me for another second. The news was reported layer by layer, and when the 5 elders heard that Sun Wukong had agreed, they were quite satisfied, thinking that this monkey was sensible. The financial warrior waved his hand. Reward him with a devil fruit and 100 million berries. Give him a stick and a date, so he will work honestly. Soon after, this matter was known by the World News Agency, and newspapers flooded the world. The headline was, New Warlord of the Sea, Sun Wukong, the great sage equaling heaven. Below was my legendary experience, mentioning my great battle against Sakazuki, my even match with Carp, and a year to the top. The entire ocean exploded. In the EC, Mihawk looked at the newspaper with a serious expression. Another powerful opponent has emerged on the sea. In Alabasta, Crocodile gritted his teeth. Damn Sun Wukong. My warlord status is gone, and you took it? In the New World, aboard Whitebeard's ship, Marco picked up the newspaper and was shocked, his eyes nearly popping out. What? Whitebeard initially wanted to take me as his son, but upon seeing the newspaper, his brows furrowed, not understanding why I would become a lackey of the world government. No kidding, how would I know? With the title of the great sage equaling heaven, I can legally rob. How can I not be happy? In the Sea of Nations, Big Mom laughed while eating cake. I'm becoming more and more interested in you. On Sabati Archipelago, Carp was on the phone with Steelbone Kong. After sending him off, son Wukong agreed. Did they make any demands? No. Those guys seemed quite happy. Steelbone Kong fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said with a heavy tone, Carp, Roger, has surrendered. Carp on the other end of the phone instantly fell silent. After a long while, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Roger, where? In the East Sea, Lobetown. Heavily guarded. Another silence ensued. I'll head over immediately. Carp hung up the phone, standing on the deck, the sea breeze blowing against his justice cloak, making it flutter. He couldn't understand why that eternally confident and smiling man would surrender. Immediately head to the East Sea, Lobetown, Carp shouted at his officer. Meanwhile, during this tumultuous time, the mastermind behind it all, my true self GuNing, was enjoying the snowy scenery at Wutong Mountain Villa in the North Sea. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 500 million reputation points. GuNing paused for a moment while sipping iced red tea. So much. He looked at Bai Qi and Wang Qian's subordinates, sweating and training in the yard, nodding in satisfaction. During this time, these big shots had become quite adept at using the dual-color hockey, and Bai Qi had even awakened Conqueror's hockey, that killing intent, TSK. GuNing casually bought each of them a physique enhancement card, boosting their strength significantly. Then, with a wave of his hand, he sent them to help another avatar. Zheng, conquer the world. Back in Lobetown, in the dark underground prison, Carp held an oil lamp, walking step by step toward Roger's cell. Carp. Roger sat inside, his expression calm. Carp, can I trust you? My child is about to be born, but unfortunately, I will no longer be in this world by then. Carp sighed. What are you saying this to me for, a Navy officer? Roger, his mother, and all the women related to you will be executed. Roger looked at Carp, the candlelight flickering in their eyes. That's why I'm telling you. The government will thoroughly investigate my whereabouts over the past year. But to be honest, I'm more concerned about another matter. At that moment, deep and impelled down, the Pirate King Roger was putting on a grand show of entrustment with Carp. Let me tell you, Roger was in such a hurry that he grabbed the railing and shouted at Carp. Carp, they want to kill her. The child is innocent. Wow, this guy really dares to think, entrusting his orphan to his lifelong enemy. He continued shouting. How many years have we fought? I trust you, just like I trust my brothers on the ship. You go protect her. Carp, furious, clenched the iron railing so hard that the veins on his forehead bulged. Don't you dare take matters into your own hands. Roger's eyes were wide open like copper bells, staring fiercely at Carp. No, you will definitely help me. My son, I'm counting on you. At that moment, the entire prison was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. How could the families understand this kind of love-hate relationship between rivals? It's simply incredible. In the end, Carp left with a dark face, and it was unclear whether he agreed or not. The scene shifted back to my side, where the Revolutionary Army, led by the great Zheng, had already cornered the kingdom called Lubunru to the capital, completely capturing them like fish in a barrel. The opposing king was so furious that he was jumping up and down on the city walls, refusing to surrender, and still giving nonsensical commands. I tell you, in this situation, the advantage is on my side. We have an army of 100,000, roaring with high morale. On the other side, they have only 50,000 cobbled together, already at their wits' end. Brother Long stood next to Zheng, received the order, took a deep breath, and then roared at the army. March out. The sound of 100,000 people charging was earth-shattering. As a result, the enemy, in desperation, really brought out two trump card fruit users. One could turn into an owl, and the other. Good grief, the dog fruit, husky form. Is this for real? Are you sure this thing has combat power? Is it here to wreck the battlefield? Brother Long charged in fiercely, rushing directly into the center of the battlefield. instantly creating a vacuum around him where no one dared to approach. He locked onto those two zoo combinations and directly went to town on them. But we have a problem here. Most of the Revolutionary Army are civilians with little combat experience. So it often takes 2 or 3 of them to take down one kingdom soldier. Ingzheng saw this and frowned deeply. The casualties were too high. What he wanted was a crushing victory, not a Pyrrhic one. Just as Ingzheng was pondering how to break the deadlock, suddenly, boom, a huge sound. At the edge of the battlefield, a dark red aura exploded, covering nearly a kilometer. All the kingdom soldiers within this range rolled their eyes and fainted. I was completely stunned at that moment, and so was Ingzheng. Where did these gods come from? Then I saw 4 muscular men, as if they had activated some sort of invincibility, charging into the crowd and slicing through people like cutting vegetables, leaving chaos in their wake. Ingzheng was still guessing. Who are they? Friends of the dragon? So fierce? But he quickly figured it out. Never mind who they were helping us. And that was what mattered. With the addition of these 4 deities, the battle situation became clear in an instant. They were like 4 sharp blades, tearing apart the enemy's formation. Brother Long quickly dealt with the owl and husky, and Ingzheng immediately seized the opportunity to lead the army in a full-scale attack. This time, the royal army completely collapsed, and we surged into the royal capital like a hot knife through butter. Unfortunately, those ministers had already fled with the king. After the battle, Ingzheng was curious about who those 4 fierce generals were. Just then, the 4 of them walked up to him. Ingzheng focused, and, let me tell you, he was utterly dumbfounded, his pupils shaking. Baiki, Wanzian, Mengtian, Li Xin. Wow, the Great Qin War God team, plus version. And they all looked like young, handsome guys. Ingzheng pinched himself hard. It hurt. This wasn't a dream. The 4 men approached and knelt down on one knee, calling out in unison, "We pay our respects to your majesty." Ingzheng was so excited that he stumbled over his words and quickly helped them up. Bai Qi explained, "Your majesty, it was Gu Zhu who sent us to assist you." Upon hearing this, Ingzheng understood immediately. Oh, it was that bug GuNing's doing again. All right, I won't be surprised anymore. After all, my presence here is already quite unscientific. Good. You all came at the right time. Ingzheng was thrilled and immediately divided the troops, saying, "We still have over 80,000 men left. And you 4 can each take 10,000 to capture the remaining territory of this broken kingdom. With these 4 deities here, what nobles, what cities, they would all be ours." Long watched these 4 young men at the door, also astonished. This strength, this age, he had never heard of them in the North Sea. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Steelbone-Kong was conspiring with the warring states about a major event, the public execution of Roger. He wanted to do a global live broadcast to completely crush the pirates' arrogance. The 5 elders approved this plan and even promised him the position of supreme commander of the 3 armies after it was successful. Old Kong acted decisively and directly called Morgan, the president of the World News Agency. "Hey, Big Bird, I have a big news that will make your newspaper's stock price skyrocket. Are you interested?" Upon hearing it was the admiral, Morgan was so excited that he almost lost his feathers. Yes. What is it, Admiral?" "We will publicly execute the pirate King Roger in Lowtown in a month." "What?" Morgan nearly dropped the den mushy in his hand from shock. Once this news was released, the entire world exploded. At first, everyone thought it was fake news, but the Navy officially confirmed it and even planned to broadcast it live. Now, they had truly stirred up a hornet's nest. Old Rayleigh saw the newspaper and was brought to tears. As for Whitebeard and his crew, Whitebeard himself remained calm. He knew Roger's condition. He just sighed and shouted to his sons, "Boys, prepare a feast," sending off his lifelong rival with a grand banquet. That was quite the style. On the Cake Island of Tadoland, Big Mom was so angry that her conqueror's haki knocked out a large number of her subordinates. In Wano, Kaido was drinking while muttering, "Is the Navy really that strong?" Then he started boasting again, "But I'm still the strongest creature in the world. Ha!" In East Blue's Frost Moon Village, Mihawk, Yasop, and a cool guy named King of Supremacy looked at the newspaper. King of Supremacy and Mihawk exchanged glances and immediately decided, "Let us go see the strongest man in the world." Yassip was dumbfounded. What about me? The other two shot him a look, as if to say, who cares about you? I GuNing, of course, have to go. This is a famous scene within a famous scene. Just as I finished packing my luggage and went down the mountain, wow, the town developed too quickly, and I got lost. I had to ask my former subordinate, Xiao Lu, to take me to find Pei Qian to arrange for a boat. Just as the world's attention was focused on Rogue Town, something even more explosive happened. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the coastline of Marin Vondo was instantly engulfed in flames. In the sky, a figure slowly floated down. It was the Golden Lion Shiki. He came alone to cause trouble. His eerie laughter echoed throughout Marin Vondo, and the naval soldiers were so scared their legs went weak. Sengoku and Garp rushed out of the headquarters building, and upon seeing the scene before them, their expressions turned extremely grave. A terrified naval soldier reported, the invader is one person. It's the Golden Lion Shiki. The Golden Lion stood atop a pile of corpses, letting the heavy rain wash over him. His gaze as cold as a knife. How could Roger be captured by you bunch of trash? He is the man I acknowledge. If you want to kill him, I'll do it myself. Garp and Sengoku stepped forward, confronting the Golden Lion. Garp said solemnly, Roger's death will surely defeat all pirates. The Golden Lion roared with a hideous expression. Stop talking nonsense. Bring him to me. I tell you, the atmosphere was frozen in that moment. The next second, the great battle erupted. Garp's iron fist, Sengoku's Buddha shockwave, and the flying slash of the Golden Lion. These three instantly clashed, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter, with seawater flooding in. The entire Marineford Square was almost torn apart by them. The Golden Lion was truly fierce, laughing maniacally while taking hits. Ha! This feels great. Sengoku. In the end, the Golden Lion went completely insane, raising his longsword high and roaring, You are not worthy. With his roar, a massive tornado filled with countless fierce slashes formed on the surface of the sea, sweeping towards Garp and Sengoku, blocking out the sun. I tell you, that thing is just like a natural disaster. But who are Garp and Sengoku? The two faces of the Navy. The two of them immediately went head-to-head. Garp with a punch, and Sengoku with a shockwave, crashing into that tornado. But that old guy, the Golden Lion, has really gone mad. Taking advantage of the two being held back, he swung a dark red sword energy wrapped in Conqueror's hockey back at them, moving at an outrageous speed. No matter how fast Garp and Sengoku reacted, they still got grazed. Let me tell you, their faces turned pale at that moment. An attack entangled with Conqueror's hockey is no joke. It hurts like internal injuries, painfully piercing. Now the two were alarmed, knowing they couldn't drag this out any longer and had to go all out. Garp's aura surged, his fists shining like little suns, and he roared, Shiki, I'm done playing with you. Sengoku also began to gather his ultimate move, hands coming together to unleash a shockwave that was several times brighter than the last one. Seeing this, the Golden Lion's face changed. Just as he was about to raise his sword to block, Garp's fist had already slammed into his face. Boom! A loud crash, and the two's strongest attack landed solidly on the Golden Lion. Goodness, the Golden Lion was blasted away like a cannonball, spitting out a line of blood in the air, and with a crash, he smashed down onto the square of Marineford, creating a giant pit. But the absurd part came. This old guy crawled out of the pit as if nothing happened, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were still crazed. I felt something was off. This guy's health bar was too thick. Sure enough, the three of them started clashing again, and the scene was like gods fighting. The entire Marineford was about to be torn down to its foundations. They fought for a full 5 days and nights. Can you believe it? 5 days and nights. And guess what? The Golden Lion suddenly didn't want to fight anymore. He was thinking that if this went on, Roger would be executed, and he wouldn't get to see him. He came here just to see Roger one last time. Family, who understands? This guy opened a show just to chase a star. He steeled his heart and decided. He had to lose. He had to lose in a way that looked convincing. He figured Roger must be locked in the underwater prison impelled down, and if he got caught, he could see him, right? So, he started to slow down his movements. His attacks became soft, deliberately leaving a huge opening for Garp. Garp, not thinking too much, knocked him down with one punch. The Golden Lion fell to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, looking up at the sky while feeling pleased, muttering, Roger, I'm here to see you. Then, this legendary pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, was handcuffed with sea prism stone and personally escorted to impel down by Carp. At the entrance, he even ran into that perverted warden, Shiryu, and they exchanged some fierce words. The whole way was incredibly humiliating. The prisoners in the fourth floor cell saw him and all started to mock. Oh, isn't that the Golden Lion? How did he end up like this, coming in to serve time? The Golden Lion's face was dark. If he weren't shackled, he probably would have slaughtered that group. He snorted coldly, glaring at them until they shut up. But in his heart, he thought, once I see Roger, you answer nothing. When he finally reached the sixth floor, the cell door opened, and he was pushed inside. Looking around, there were only a few people, quiet as can be. He was dumbfounded. Where's Roger? Where's my big Roger? Goodness, what a waste of effort. The clown turned out to be me. The Navy tricked him. Roger wasn't even locked up here. He was so angry he punched the wall, but due to the sea prism stone, he only left a shallow imprint, which was extremely humiliating. Meanwhile, the Navy announced to the world that the Golden Lion had been captured. As soon as the news broke, the whole world erupted. The Navy's morale soared. The public felt safe, while pirates in the New World, especially supernovas like Moria, were even more excited, believing the old era was over and it was their time to shine. On the other side, GuNing and Don Quixote Doflamingo were also on a cargo ship heading to Lowtown. Doflamingo felt incredibly frustrated. He originally planned to go watch the execution in style, but now he had to cater to GuNing, this ancestor. GuNing provocatively told him, "Stick with me. When things get chaotic, I'll cover you." Doflamingo wanted to laugh, but was shot down by GuNing's glare, having to retort, "I need you to protect me? That's hilarious. If you hadn't taught me hockey, I wouldn't give you face." Doflamingo then added, "Don't force me to make a move on you." Instantly, Doflamingo shrank back, his expression saying, "Damn, you can't mess with him." At this time in Lowtown, the atmosphere was tense. Ing Zheng had taken over the entire kingdom, establishing his Qin Empire. And upon hearing the report about Roger's execution, he became interested. He directly set sail on his newly built ship, the Qin King, which was coiled with a massive five-clawed black dragon. Let me tell you, that ship was incredibly cool, just missing a BGM. The Underworld King and his crew also turned their ships towards Lowtown. On the day of the execution, as soon as GuNing and Doflamingo arrived at the port, they became the center of attention. One was so handsome it was infuriating, and the other was flamboyant, wearing a pink feather coat and strutting around, even threatening the deckhands. It was outrageous. The two walked to the execution platform, only to find it surrounded by elite Navy forces with Den Mushi set up, ready for a global live broadcast. GuNing glanced around. Goodness, all familiar faces. Future Yonko, 7 warlords, red-haired Shanks, Buggy Mihawk Crocodile, all hiding here. Even Ing Zheng and the Underworld King were there, nodding at GuNing from afar, which felt incredibly strange. Just then, Roger was brought up. He wore a red coat and had a nonchalant expression. As he walked up to the execution platform, the entire crowd fell silent. Just as the atmosphere built up, GuNing suddenly shouted, loud enough for the entire square to hear, "Hey, Roger, where did you hide your treasure? Is it that legendary great treasure, One Piece?" Roger, who was prepared to face death, was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, thinking the script was wrong. He didn't arrange for this guy, but being a hero, he shrugged it off and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha, want my treasure? If you want it, you can have it all. Go find it. I put everything in this world there." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 executioner spears pierced through his body. But damn it, even at death's door, he still had a smile on his lips. The crowd below erupted. Wow, everyone went crazy. Doflamingo looked at GuNing in horror, his eyes clearly saying, "Bro, are you acting me out?" In the distance, Carp and Sengoku turned green, Carp roaring, "Catch that, brat. I wanted to taste my iron fist." But it was too late. Through the Den Mushi, Roger's words spread across the world. Countless people were ignited with dreams, killing and seizing ships, all setting sail. The great age of pirates had begun. Sengoku watched the frenzied crowd below, his heart shattered. In the chaos, a Navy major rushed towards GuNing. GuNing saw, "Isn't that the 8-sword-style spider?" The spider grinned maliciously. "Kid, you were pretty loud just now." GuNing also got excited, pulling out his Tinberry sword to meet him. The two clashed, and the spider became increasingly alarmed. He found that his 8 swords, like a storm, couldn't make GuNing back down an inch. In a panic, he activated his haki, but GuNing taunted, "Oh, that broke your defense? Is that all you've got?" The spider, furious, shouted, his 8 swords spinning even faster. But in the next second, GuNing's figure flashed, directly teleporting behind him, moving so fast that the spider couldn't keep up with his eyes. The ghost spider was filled with terror, still unable to react, when he heard GuNing casually say from behind him, "Dude, you have plenty of hands. Why do you need legs?" Before the words finished, a cold light flashed, and GuNing's sword swept directly towards the ghost spider's legs. With a piercing sound, flesh and blood flew everywhere. The ghost spider's old buddy immediately resembled a kite with a broken string, screaming as he was sent flying, his 2 legs completely crippled, kneeling on the ground, trembling like a sieve. I have to tell you, I have a bit of a dark sense of humor. At that moment, I walked up to him, squatted down, and sincerely asked him, "Hey buddy, are your feet numb?" I had my lines already, just waiting for him to say he felt nothing. Then I would tell him that his Achilles tendon only has 5 minutes of rescue time, and if it's too late, he'll be completely disabled. I wanted to scare him a bit, but who understands, right? This guy must have been stunned. He was dazed for a while, looking at my serious expression, and stammered out 2 words, "Mommy." Wow. The surrounding Navy personnel instantly erupted in laughter, and the noise of them egging it on made me shoot them a glare, and they quickly covered their mouths. Goodness, I was completely thrown off. The conversation was dead. In that awkward silence, the surrounding Navy finally reacted. Well, their rear admiral was being treated like a vegetable. This wouldn't do. They all surged toward me like they had gone mad. I was really annoyed at that moment. I can't stand being surrounded by a bunch of flies. Let me tell you, when my temper flares up, I don't bother wasting words with them. I just unleash my power. With a bang, the dark red conqueror's haki exploded from me. The feeling was like throwing an indiscriminate AoE skill within a 5-kilometer radius. Those little minions didn't even have time to react. Their eyes rolled back, and they fell like wheat being harvested, collapsing in large numbers. The entire center of the square was instantly cleared. Conqueror's haki. From the distant high platform, Sengoku's eyes were almost popping out, staring at me intently. As soon as I made my move, all eyes in the room were drawn to me. The guy known as Hawkeye had his eyes lit up, and his hand was already reaching for the black knife at his back, his expression clearly showing he was ready to fight. However, the guy next to him, called Wang Quanbei, directly reached out to stop him. Hawkeye looked at him in confusion. Wang Quanbei raised an eyebrow and calmly said, "You can't beat him." Hawkeye was quite unconvinced and asked, "What makes you say that?" Wang Quanbei's next sentence immediately killed the conversation. "Yes, my friend. If you hit him, I'll hit you." I saw Hawkeye's expression change from confusion to panic in an instant, as if he was saying, "Dude, are you messing with me?" On the other side, Moonlight Moria became excited and said to his subordinates, "This kid is not bad. He qualifies to be my crew member." His subordinate asked if they should go help, and Moria's signature giggle came out. "No rush. Let him get beaten to the point of despair. Then I'll make my grand entrance, and he'll definitely bow to me." Goodness, the beads of my abacus were almost bursting on my face. Just then, the elite from the Navy finally made their move. Several vice admirals surrounded me directly, led by a giant, looking like a small mountain, named Salong. He looked down at me, implying that I was finished. I haven't spoken yet, and the sovereign of power has already walked out from the crowd, shouting at the giant general, "Your opponent is me." I glanced at him and thought, fine, if my brother wants to go, can I stop him? I shouted at him, "Spare him a life." Wang Quan made an okay gesture, and the 2 of them just started fighting. At this point, the scene was completely chaotic, seeing that his buddies had joined in. Hawkeye had a look of resignation on his face and had no choice but to draw his sword and go after a vice admiral. The vice admiral still wanted to persuade him, saying, "My Hawk, you're one of the 7 warlords. Opposing us won't do you any good." But Hawkeye didn't care at all, coldly replying, "I do things only based on my own pleasure." After saying that, the 2 of them started battling. There were still 3 vice admirals left, who initially thought they could easily take me down, but then my side also showed up. The Dark King brought along his newly set sail brothers, Lion King, Whale Shark King, and they stepped forward. One of the vice admirals even tried to threaten them, saying, You're seeking your own death." The Dark King just smiled slightly and threw out a sarcastic remark. "The Navy's power is indeed strong, but everyone has their glorious moments. Don't mistake a moment for eternity." I felt like applauding him. The Lion King beside me had his eyes wide open, as if to say, wow, there's a new script. On the other side, that kid Doflamingo was struggling in the corner for a long time. And in the end, he mustered his courage and covered his face with a cloth before rushing in, playing a game of deaf to the bell. Although it was a bit funny, I still threw him an approving glance. As a result, this kid seemed quite proud, probably cursing in his heart about who needed my praise. But the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Now, the battlefield was directly divided into several sections. The royal power was battling the giant Salong. Hawkeye was suppressing a rear admiral. The Dark King, Knightling Yun, and Doflamingo were ganging up on another rear admiral, beating him to the point of having no ability to fight back. The Lion King, Whale Shark King, and Scorpion King had transformed as well, with the golden nine-headed lion, the sky covering Kuanpung, and the white flood dragon surrounding a rear admiral, delivering a brutal beating that was truly fierce. Sengoku and Carp on the high platform were dumbfounded. Carp, usually carefree, had turned serious at this moment, his fists cracking. Just then, someone else joined the battlefield. A guy named Ing Zheng pulled along another guy named Long and charged in, starting to fight against the last idle rear admiral. The royal power was the quickest to act, quickly knocking the giant rear admiral Salong down, rendering him unconscious. Then he glanced at Ing Zheng and Long, who seemed to be struggling, and without a word, rushed over to help. At this point, the entire Rog town was stunned. Where did these monsters come from? The Navy sent 6 rear admirals, and they were all held back? On the high platform, Carp finally couldn't hold back. "Sengoku, my fists are itching. I'm going to have some fun." After saying that, without waiting for Sengoku to respond, he jumped off the high platform like a cannonball, charging straight towards me. As soon as I saw the situation, I was amazed. The naval hero himself was on the scene. I immediately shouted to everyone, "Stop lingering in battle. Fight while retreating. Withdraw towards the port. See you on the sea." I tell you, my friends are really strict. As soon as I finished speaking, everyone, including the still showboating Hawkeye, without a hint of hesitation, immediately began a strategic retreat. That old man Carp was surprisingly fast, shouting behind me, "Kid, don't run. Come play with me." I deliberately slowed down a bit to take care of others, and before long, I was stopped by him. "Hey kid, you were just shouting pretty loudly." With Carp's square face and his hearty laughter, the sense of pressure was overwhelming. I felt a fire ignite in my heart, just right, ever since my strength increased. I hadn't had a serious fight with a top expert. I grinned and said, "Since you want to play, old man, I'll accompany you to the end." Before I finished speaking, Carp threw a punch at me. With that punch, I felt the air explode, and a large pit appeared on the ground. I dodged to the side and countered with a flying slash. With a loud clang, my sword energy collided with his iron fist, and Carp was actually knocked back several steps. What a powerful slash. He let out a hearty laugh, becoming even more excited, and his aura surged suddenly as he began to rain down punches on me like raindrops. I am also unyielding, wielding my sword with an impenetrable dance. The light of the sword and the wind of the fists collide wildly, and each impact shatters the ground around us. As the fight progresses, I feel an exhilarating rush. This kind of pressure, this exhilarating duel, has been absent for too long. Carp also shows his true strength. The sharp, stinging sensation in his fist grows stronger. That is my sword intent. He roars, channeling all his power into a single punch, crashing toward me like a landslide and a tsunami. I took a deep breath, channeling all my strength into the sword, and shouted, "Come on!" Boom! A deafening explosion erupted beneath our feet, and the ground shattered completely. I was thrown backward by the shockwave. A sweet taste filled my throat, and I spat out a mouthful of blood. But on the other side, Carp was also in a bad state. My sword intent had carved countless wounds on his body. Blood was flowing freely, and he was in a sorry condition. I landed steadily, wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, and looked at him. We exchanged a glance, and he surely understood my eyes. "Old man, is my sword hard enough?" Carp looked at his fist, covered in sword marks, and surprisingly said with a hint of melancholy, It seems that I have grown old, and my talent has been exhausted. I replied directly to him. Talent won't give you muscles carved like this. He was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Little brat, you're pretty good. I'll let you off this time. Just then, a few rear admirals who had caught up also witnessed this scene. One of them was Sahid, who had been defeated by Hawkeye, and he blurted out without thinking. Mr. Karp is indeed getting old. It seems he can't beat that kid. Good heavens. The surrounding rear admirals instantly distanced themselves from him, looking at him as if he were a ghost. Karp also heard it, grinning and shouting at them. You guys come train with me later. The faces of those rear admirals instantly darkened, glaring at Sahid. Their expressions seemed to say, it's one thing for you to be unhappy, but now look, everyone is unhappy. I didn't have time to watch their infighting, so I took the opportunity to turn and run towards the port. Doflamingo's ship was already waiting there. I quickly jumped onto the ship and shouted at him, who looked surprised. Set sail. After that, I didn't waste a second and dashed back to my room, hurriedly pulling out the system panel. Let me tell you, ever since I shouted at Roger, the system notification sound in my head has been ringing like firecrackers during the new year, making my head ache. Goodness. When I took a look, I was stunned. Reputation points. 4,311,000,000. My eyes are about to pop out. I shouted and instantly achieved financial freedom. Then I heard a crisp sound, and the system informed me that my reputation had surpassed 1 billion for the first time, granting me a chance to draw a character from the multiverse. Nice, nice, I can summon people again. But at that moment, I noticed a problem. Wait a minute, system. Hold on, I quickly shouted in my mind. When did my demon god physique get an unactivated suffix? Did you secretly downgrade me behind my back? The system hurriedly explained that my physique had been quietly upgrading, and it was now close to the activation threshold, which is why it showed up. What do you mean by quick activation? I pressed on. Host, it requires 10 types of materials for a medicinal bath fusion. The system hesitated a bit, mainly because your current body can't handle the full power of the demon god physique. The rank is too high, and this world can't bear it. Fine, I'll endure it. I asked what materials were needed. As a result, the system rattled off a long list of names. Demon Flame Crystal, Breath of the Dark Knight, Demon Spirit Grass. I was overwhelmed just listening, and guess what? Every material had the words Demon Realm attached to it. Does anyone understand? Is this asking me to cross realms to farm materials? I was speechless on the spot. Are you kidding me? No, host. You can buy them in the system mall. I thought there must be something in the mall, right? As soon as I opened it, my vision went dark. The prices were outrageous, ranging from hundreds to thousands of billions. Who can afford that? It's purely an unbearable price for life. Forget it. Anyway, with my current strength at the general level, I can pretty much walk horizontally on this sea, so there's no rush. And I glanced at it, and in just a short while, my reputation value increased by over 1 billion, reaching 44 billion. It must be related to my fight with Karp. Even though I didn't knock him down, my sword in Ten of Kings is no joke, and he must have sustained some serious internal injuries. Plus, with Ing Zheng and the others beating up the Navy vice admirals, this wave of popularity will continue to ferment. I was pondering that once Morgan from the World News Agency reports on this, my reputation will surely rise. At that time, I must seize this high ground of public opinion. I say, who is the Pirate King? Who will be? Isn't this much more sophisticated than fighting and killing? As for that lottery opportunity, I'm not in a hurry. I need to bathe and change, find a good time, and carefully plan for this little brat. I tell you, with this voice of mine, I've stirred the whole world into a frenzy. The men are shouting to set sail in search of treasure, while the women are all over the place trying to find out who I am, clamoring to have my children. The energy of this generation of netizens is just incredible. As for me, I comfortably finished my shower, fully embracing the ritual, and my mind sank into the system space. System draw. A flash of light appeared, and a figure slowly emerged, mumbling something about Sister Xiangxiang. I personally killed you, filled with pain and struggle. I focused my gaze and thought, what the heck? Isn't this the adult version of Manji? Isn't this Kuei Ba? Just as I was in shock, the system alarm went off, blaring like an air raid siren, ringing madly. Host, wait. His aura has been detected. He has been marked as a loophole by other worlds. Just as the words fell, the muscular man in front of me suddenly shrank down to a little kid, not even as tall as my leg. System, what's going on? I was confused. Host, Kuei Ba is a mistake of heaven and earth, a bug of the universe, refreshing every 333 years. The moment he appears in this world, he is immediately targeted by the will of the world. To avoid being banned by the system, I can only revert him to his original form, while sealing his memories, allowing him to grow gradually. I look down at the little one in front of me, blinking big eyes and innocently asking, "Big brother, who are you?" A bold plan instantly formed in my mind. I squatted down, looking at this adorable little guy, my voice deep and powerful. "Little brother, we are in a symbiotic relationship. Now, I need you to complete a task." The little creature tilted its head, looking curious. "I want you to join the army and become a sailor." I stared into its eyes, speaking each word clearly. "Your goal is to become a naval marshal, to sit at the top of the greatest power on that vast ocean." After saying that, I felt a jolt in my heart, thinking, wait, does the Navy accept child soldiers? I quickly opened the system panel to take a look, and fortunately, Manji's strength was displayed as Lieutenant Sealed. A genius child at the lieutenant level, in a beginner's village like East Sea, isn't that just a pure dimensionality reduction strike? It's no wonder the Navy headquarters treats him as a treasure. Thinking of this, I nearly laughed out loud. I found a secluded spot to dock and immediately went invisible, pulling Manji's little hand as we ran towards the town at the center of the island. This matter cannot be seen by Doflamingo and the others. Having an extra child appear on the ship would be too troublesome to explain. When we reached the edge of the town, I patted Manji's shoulder. "From now on, it depends on you." The little guy nodded vigorously and marched off confidently to inquire about the Navy branch. The results were predictable when he stood in the Navy base. Puffing out his little chest and shouting that he wanted to join the Navy, the whole room of Navy personnel burst into laughter, thinking some kid had come out to play house. A lieutenant officer named Simo was quite gentle and tried to persuade him to go home. But Manji's gaze was incredibly determined, insisting that he was very strong and wanted to give it a try. Simo was probably amused by him and agreed to give him a chance. "All right, in the training ground, if you can last a minute under my command, I'll help you submit your application." Well, this attempt turned into a real situation. Simo initially wanted to tease him, but once they started, he discovered that this child was as slippery as an eel, with an absurdly fast reaction speed. He gradually became serious, and as they fought, he completely forgot the 1-minute agreement, and the two of them started to go at it for real. The Navy around the training ground were dumbfounded. Lieutenant Simo was one of the top experts in the East Sea, and now he was being forced back by a child. In the end, Simo, feeling anxious, unleashed a big move and said they would settle it in 3 moves. Manji gritted his teeth and took 2 hits, spitting out blood. For the last move, guess what happened? The power sealed within Manji erupted like a small universe, and he managed to catch it. Although he was also sent flying, Simo on the opposite side directly spat out a mouthful of blood. All the Navy personnel had their jaws dropped to the ground. This was no ordinary child. This was simply a humanoid Gundam in its childhood form. Simo, panting heavily, looked at Manji, who was grinning on the ground, and solemnly announced, "From now on, you are a member of the Navy." Just like that, Manji began his Navy career. The next morning, Simo stood by the office window, watching Manji sweating profusely on the playground below, feeling troubled. He reported this matter up the chain, but the headquarters only replied to be patient, as recruiting a little kid as a soldier was too absurd. Just then, the phone snail on his desk rang. Simo answered it nervously, and a burst of infectious laughter came from the other end. "Ah, ha ha. Hello, Simo." Simo's head buzzed. That voice. "I am Carp, Vice Admiral Carp, Navy hero." Simo nearly dropped the phone snail. He stammered through his report, and Carp on the other end laughed again. Good. Take good care of my apprentice. I'll come pick him up right away." Simo was completely petrified. Family, who understands? He just wanted to recruit a new soldier. But he ended up bringing in the future closed-door disciple of a Navy hero. This overwhelming fortune just smashed right in his face. He looked at Manji, still running around below, muttering to himself, "Our branch is going to produce a big shot." Meanwhile, on another ship, Zheng and Long stood on the deck, feeling the sea breeze. Long suddenly spoke up. saying he felt like he couldn't keep up with the pace and wanted to resign for a while to venture out on his own. He was feeling a bit emo. As a result, Ingzheng turned to look at him and directly pointed him to a new path. How about this? Ingzheng's voice was steady and powerful. I'll give you a new task. During this trip, I discovered that this world hides many talents. I want you to find them all and bring them under our banner. Long was stunned. Ingzheng's gaze looked far away, as if he could swallow the entire ocean. After this, I will be in the light, and you will be in the dark. By the time the world government reacts, we will have already swallowed them whole, making all directions submit. Initiate the true unification, ensuring the people have food during the day and shelter at night, creating a true nation and home. I told you, Long was trembling all over at that moment, not out of fear, but excitement. This vision, this ambition, simply opened the door to a new world for him. He looked at Ingzheng's godlike profile and couldn't help but exclaim, "The sins are in this era, but the merits will last for 1,000 autumns." He knew that the man before him was his guiding light for the future. "Do you trust the people I recruit?" Long asked at last. Ingzheng's answer was just one word, but it was powerful: trust. Long's mouth curled up slightly. He cheerfully patted Long on the shoulder and said, "All right, Vice Chief. It's windy on the deck. Let's head back." I tell you, Long was stunned there for a long time, unable to react, thinking to himself, what is this all about? I originally thought I couldn't help and just came out to relax, and now I've been promoted directly? Am I now the HR director of the Revolutionary Army? And I still have to keep busy. It's ridiculous. On the other side, on the small shabby boat of Wang Quan and MythWukong, the atmosphere was even stranger. MythWukong was poking at Wang Quan. "Hey, nice block face." He called out several times. Only then did Wang Quan come back to his senses and calmly reply, "Why call me Dad?" I tell you, just with that one sentence, MythWukong exploded on the spot. He suddenly stood up, pointed at him with his finger, and shouted, "Do you want to go to war?" Wang Quan Ba, he also slowly stood up, wearing a face that said there's nothing I can do if you think that, almost making MythWukong so angry he couldn't breathe. In the end, it was MythWukong who couldn't hold back first and asked him, "Hey, who was that ridiculously strong guy just now? Even you, an eternal iceberg, couldn't help but step in. That doesn't fit your character." Wang Quan Ba, you didn't even look at him, casually replying, "Someone very important to me." Upon hearing this, MythWukong also felt emotional, saying that guy was indeed ridiculously strong. He originally thought he was a bronze needing help, but it turned out he was a king rubbing the Navy's face in the dirt. The fighting spirit in his eyes was almost overflowing as he said, "It seems I've been sitting in a well to view the sky. I thought my swordsmanship had reached the peak, but I didn't expect the outside world to be so wonderful. I'm really looking forward to this sea." Wang Quan Baiyi, hands in his pockets, coolly said, "Let us go, let us check out the new world." Saying that, he walked towards the bow of the ship. However, as he took a few steps, the small boat shook as if it were about to fall apart. MythWukong suddenly let out a strange cry from the stern. And when Wang Quan Baiyi turned around, he saw this guy was in a flurry trying to adjust his pants, relieving himself into the sea. When MythWukong saw him turn around, he still stubbornly said, "What are you looking at? Never seen someone pee before." Wang Quan Baiyi directly rolled his eyes, thinking, "With that toothpick of yours, who cares to look? Hurry, we need to find a big ship, or we'll just steal one." MythWukong was thrown off by this statement and instantly drew his black sword, ready to duel. But Wang Quan Baiyi didn't even glance at him, casually walking past and saying, "Let us hurry and row the boat." MythWukong stood frozen in place with his sword raised. That feeling, folks, who understands? Wanting to fight, but unable to. In the end, he could only turn all his anger into motivation and row like crazy, making the small boat rush towards the grand line like it was equipped with a motor. The scene shifts to little Manji. This little guy is now a popular figure at the naval base, sweating profusely from training, and the strength within him is becoming more and more useful. Except for Captain Simo, the soldiers in the entire division are no match for him, and his progress is simply frightening. One day, right after he finished training, Simo rushed over, grabbing him and saying, "Manji, hurry up, your person has arrived. The naval hero, Vice Admiral Karp." Manji, with his clear yet foolish big eyes, scratched his head and asked, "Is he strong?" Simo explained while walking. You could say he is one of the strongest people in the world. As they talked, they arrived at the port, and Manji looked left and right. Where is he? Simo's mouth twitched. Of course, we're waiting for him. Good grief, at the port. The soldiers stood straight, and the atmosphere was solemn and dignified. Not long after, a gigantic warship appeared on the horizon, resembling an aircraft carrier. A tall and sturdy figure stood at the bow, exuding a presence of 2 meters and 8. As the warship docked, Karp stepped down with a swaggering gait that made the ground shake with every step. He immediately spotted the little figure of Manji in the crowd, and a hint of surprise and admiration flashed in his eyes. Karp walked up to Manji, his voice booming like thunder. You are Manji? Manji looked up, just having heard Simo praise Karp's glorious deeds all the way, and opened his mouth to say, Yes. Grandpa, can you beat me? I tell you. As soon as those words came out, the whole place fell silent. All the Navy soldiers' eyes nearly popped out, and gasps could be heard one after another. Shimal probably shouted, What the hell? In his mind, who knew that Karp first froze for a moment, then burst out laughing, his laughter echoing loudly. You call me old grandpa with this head full of shiny black hair? Kid, if you can't say a thing or two, today I'll let you taste my iron fist of love. As he spoke, a terrifying aura pressed down. And guess what? Manji looked at him and burst out laughing. Seeing this, Karp appreciated it even more and crouched down to ask him, Tell me, why do you call me old grandpa? Manji said seriously, Because you have a tired look on your face. Although your hair is black, you have so many wrinkles. Karp touched his face and smiled helplessly. Manji then asked, Everyone says you are a hero. Are you really that powerful? Karp became serious this time and said, Being a hero is not that easy. I just did what I was supposed to do. Upon hearing this, Manji puffed up his little chest and declared, Then I want to be a hero too. To protect everyone. Karp felt warmth in his heart and said directly, All right, little rascal, you have ambition. From now on, you can follow me and be my disciple. How about that? Manji blinked his eyes. What isn't it for me? Karp chuckled. Hey, this kid is quite calculating. I don't know what the benefits are, but if you don't agree, you won't have any good fruits to eat. I came all the way here, you decide. This half threat, half joke made the people around laugh. Want to laugh, but not daring to. Manji looked at him with a resentful expression and asked, Then what can you teach me? Karp thought for a long time and said, I eat senbei really fast. How about that? Manji looked speechless. So I can sleep in seconds. Is that what you want to teach me? Manji directly retorted, Old man, is that all you can do? Did you buy your title as a Navy hero? The people around were about to burst from holding in their laughter. Karp rolled up his sleeves and showed off his biceps with some exercises. Then I'll teach you to train this. Having strength is never wrong, right? Manji was even more speechless. Just training strength? For what? Am I supposed to go plow 2 acres of land at the Navy headquarters in the middle of the night? Karp finally stopped teasing him and laughed heartily. All right. No more jokes. I will give my all to teach you everything a strong person in this sea should possess. Only then did Manji reluctantly agree. Fine. Meanwhile, in the West Sea, on Oxus Island, as a ship of the underworld king docked, they heard the roars of beasts coming from the island. The Lion King immediately got excited and suggested a competition to see who could hunt the biggest beast. The Whale Shark King, Scorpion King, and Jack were all thrilled. Only Knight Lingyun remained calm. The Underworld King said, All right, then I'll be the judge. As soon as he finished speaking, the Lion King rushed out like a madman. The Scorpion King cursed and quickly followed with his fruit powers. Knight Lingyun watched them without any rush. Once they had gone far, the Underworld King curiously asked him, Aren't you going to set off? Knight Lingyun smiled slightly. Let me tell you, this guy doesn't play by the rules. He focuses on a dimensional strike. He said, No matter how big the beasts on this island are, can they be bigger than sea kings? I'll just casually go to the sea and catch one. Isn't that an easy win? After hearing this, the Underworld King looked at him with approval. Sure enough, not long after, the Scorpion King returned dragging a giant poisonous spider. Jack carried a Wolf King, and the Lion King and Whale Shark King returned with a mammoth and a giant rhinoceros, respectively. The Lion King looked at his mammoth, which was the biggest, and began to celebrate prematurely. The Underworld King cleared his throat and announced, The winner of the first B-size competition is Knight Lingyun. The Lion King while bowing and expressing his congratulations, was instantly petrified, looking at the Underworld King in disbelief. "Lord Underworld King, you must be joking. Where's Nightling Yun's prey?" The Scorpion King pointed towards the back of the ship. The Lion King leaned over to take a look, and the massive shadow underneath the water completely stunned him. "A Sea King? You little brat. Look at me. Who said you could catch sea kings?" The Lion King immediately exploded with rage. Nightling Yun shot him a glance. "No one said you couldn't." This single line left the Lion King speechless. In the end, the Underworld King stepped in to mediate, sending Jack to cook and preparing to go into the city for supplies. They split up. Some went to exchange bounties, some to borrow money. And the Underworld King himself strolled towards the capital of the kingdom. As soon as he entered the city, the Underworld King witnessed an interesting scene. A devil sheriff named Lafayette, accompanied by about 10 people, was chasing a little thief. The little thief, in a panic, ran right towards the Underworld King. The Underworld King lightly tripped him with his toe, and the little thief fell flat on his face, captured on the spot. This Lafayette looked like a silent film actor, but when he smiled, it was particularly twisted. He told the little thief that he would make him experience the most painful death in the world. The Underworld King watched on, casually saying, "Don't you find it boring to show off in a small place?" Lafayette exploded on the spot, and his subordinates shouted at the Underworld King. The Underworld King couldn't be bothered to respond, directly saying, "I don't know what a sheriff is. I just know you're a nameless nobody." Lafayette, furious, waved his hand, and his subordinates surrounded the Underworld King. What happened next? The Underworld King flickered, and those guards fell like dominoes. Lafayette's eyes widened, and he drew his sword, charging at the Underworld King. However, no matter how fierce his swordplay was, he couldn't even touch the hem of the Underworld King's clothing. The Underworld King treated it like a game, and in the end, he gently pressed his palm on Lafayette's shoulder, rendering him immobile. "Who are you?" Lafayette asked in terror. The Underworld King stated his name, but Lafayette had never heard of it. Just then, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. He roared, and a dazzling light erupted from his body. A pair of pure white wings sprouting from behind him. The devil fruit, mythical beast type, angel form. Lafayette flew into the air, looking down at the Underworld King, thinking he was invincible. The Underworld King looked up at this Birdman, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Interesting. Lafayette thought he had the upper hand, and before he could finish speaking, he dove down like a bolt of lightning, his sword glowing with holy light, directly carving a trench in the ground. The surrounding citizens were terrified. The scene was like a demolition site. But the Underworld King? He flickered and easily dodged. Lafayette, like a madman, flew around in the sky, slashing wildly, creating chaos in the capital. Meanwhile, the Underworld King strolled leisurely, even taking the time to observe Lafayette's attack patterns, appearing completely at ease. Feeling it was time to end the game, the Underworld King instantly appeared behind Lafayette, pressing his palm on his back once more. No matter how Lafayette struggled, he couldn't move, and eventually, exhausted, he transformed back into his original form, crashing heavily to the ground. The Underworld King looked at him and said flatly, "Your strength is decent, but unfortunately, your heart is occupied by arrogance and anger, and you will never become a true strong person." After saying this, he turned to leave. I tell you, these words are utterly heart-wrenching for Lafayette. He lies on the ground, his head buzzing, reflecting on his life. Suddenly, he starts to chuckle. Ah! Covering his face, his light laughter turns into wild laughter, and he goes completely mad. While his crazy laughter hasn't stopped, I tell you, the Demon King casually floats over and says something that silences him instantly. What? A little broken sheriff thinks that's the end? This world is vast. Stick with me, and I'll show you what grandeur truly means. Goodness, this is simply the whisper of a demon. In that moment, Lafayette's gaze shifts from despair to hesitation, and then from hesitation to fervor. He suddenly springs up from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes, as if he wants to shake off 20 years of his life. Then he bows at a 90-degree angle, his voice filled with respect. "My Demon King, my lord, it is my honor to serve you." At that moment, I thought to myself, is this guy stunned, or has he switched personalities? 1 second he was in agony, and the next second he was ready to go to work, seamlessly transitioning. And guess what? The absurdity didn't stop there. He followed behind the king of the underworld, his mouth never closing, transforming into a walking question machine. Your Majesty, where are you from? The North Sea. Are you famous? Sir? I guess I've just been at sea for half a year. Is the bounty notice out? Yes. How many people are on our ship? It can't just be the two of us, right? There are 5 more. So where are we going now, sir? Back to the ship. Sir! The king of the underworld finally couldn't take it anymore and turned around, saying softly, how about? You be quiet for a bit. Only then did Lafitte, like a little wife, go, oh, and shut up. Once they left, a group of security guards exchanged glances, and one weakly asked, did our officer run off with someone? Another scratched his head and said, by the way, did our officer used to talk this much? The room fell silent. Does anyone understand? A beating straight up unlocked his hidden chatterbox attribute. When they arrived at their destination, as soon as Lafitte saw the king of the underworld ship, his mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. That ship was incredibly handsome. He quickly coughed a couple of times, trying to act aloof, but his eyes were glued to the ship, poking around and looking everywhere, just like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Just then, 2 people returned to the ship. One was a guy with a head full of blonde hair, looking particularly arrogant, named Lion King. As soon as he approached, he pointed at Lafitte and said, wow, where did this bamboo pole come from? I'll tell you, the Lion King is all about having a sharp tongue. He came right in with workplace bullying, huh? The Underworld King casually introduced new partner, Lafitte. The Lion King looked him up and down, with a face full of disdain. You look weak and frail. What can you do? Another person named Knight Lingyun quickly tried to smooth things over. Don't mind him. He just has a big mouth, no malice. Just as Lafitte was about to smile awkwardly, the Underworld King threw a bombshell. He is a mythical Zoan devil fruit user. Wow. The Lion King's eyes widened. Just like me? Once this was said, it was Lafitte's turn to be dumbfounded. What the hell? This guy who looks like a street punk with golden hair is also a mythical Zoan? The night grew darker, and the rest of the people gradually returned. Goodness. One by one, they were all tall and burly, looking tough to deal with. The Underworld King waved his hand. To celebrate the new partners joining, let's hold a feast. The Lion King was the first to respond, his voice so loud it almost shook the ship. At the start of the feast, Lafitte was still a bit reserved. Not knowing what to do, a seemingly goofy strongman named Jack came over to pull him. Hey, newcomer, come help me move the table. Suddenly, the atmosphere became lively. Everyone was drinking, eating meat, and making noise. Jack got a bit tipsy and leaned over to Lafitte to start whispering. Let me tell you a secret. Jack lowered his voice. On this ship, besides me, everyone is a mythical Zoan. Wow, what? Lafitte exclaimed, nearly spitting out his drink. He quickly covered his mouth, looked around, and found no one was paying attention, then nervously asked, Are you serious? Jack nodded seriously. Let me tell you, Lafayette's expression at that moment was so intense that his CPU was almost overheating, and he was completely frozen. He thought having a mythical bee species was already impressive enough. But what happened? Goodness, I thought I had joined a startup, only to find out it was a team-building event for the Avengers. Jack was there, tipsy, introducing, look at that golden retriever, the Lion King, mythical bee species golden 9-headed lion. That person next to him, Knight Lingyun, mythical beast species Cheonchi. The one across, Scorpion King, mythical bee species white flood dragon. And that one a blue, Whale Shark King, mythical beast species Coimping. I tell you, this one is the scariest. Jack shivered as he spoke. Lafayette was already numb, his gaze blankly scanning everyone before finally landing on Jack. What about you? Jack chuckled and scratched his head. Me? I'm not as impressive as them. I'm an ancient species from the animal system, a woolly mammoth. Ancient species, not as impressive as them. Lafayette felt like his worldview was being repeatedly rubbed into the ground. On a ship full of deities, an ancient species actually became the bottom of the hierarchy? Is this reasonable? Jack took another swig of his drink and asked him, what about you? What abilities do you have? Lafayette replied in a daze. Animal system. Mythical beast species. Angel. Upon hearing this, Jack's face immediately fell. Damn. After all this time, I'm the only one on the ship who's an ancient species. Lafayette took a moment to regain his voice and trembled as he asked, so, what about your bounty? Oh, we have one. Jack said nonchalantly. Our team is worth about 8 to 900 million combined. This is still from the last ruckus in Rogue Town. The new bounty hasn't come out yet. Once it does, it will definitely go up. With a loud crash, the last string in Lafayette's mind snapped, and the wine glass in his hand clattered to the ground. What kind of pirate ship have I boarded? Meanwhile, over at the Navy headquarters, chaos had already erupted. The last words of Pirate King Roger, like a virus, sent ambitious people all over the world rushing to the sea. Admiral Sengoku gathered all the high-ranking officials for an emergency meeting. The atmosphere was tense, as if the sky was about to fall. Sengoku slammed the table and shouted, "There are too many people. Pirates are jumping into the sea like dumplings. We can't control it at all." Admiral Tsuru also said, "Moreover, several tough characters have emerged from Lowtown this time, none of whom we have any information on. This is a major oversight." After much arguing, Sengoku made a decisive statement. Initiate a world conscription. Recruit from all over the world. Also, anyone involved in the disturbances at Lowtown, one by one, put bounties on them. This was reported to the 5 elders, who, after some deliberation, were also frightened. All right, approved. They even promoted Sengoku to the supreme commander of the 3 armies as a way to appease him. Then Duong. The latest bounties spread across the world like snowflakes. The pirate crew of the Underworld, all members debuting. Underworld King, captain of the new Beast Pirate crew, 940 million. Lion King, 510 million. Night Cloud, 510 million. Scorpion King, 500 million. Whale Shark King, 500 million. Even that silly cook Jack had a bounty of 155 million. When this bounty was released, the entire sea shook. Just as Lafitte was still digesting this shocking news, over in the North Sea, a Navy warship was quietly approaching. Standing on the deck was the somewhat lewd, yet stylish Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Borsellino, also known as Kazuru. This guy had nearly run his legs off trying to find the Underworld crew. The Admiral had sent him to offer a position to the 7 warlords. But he was running around everywhere while they had already gone to Lowtown for the impart, causing him to be scolded by the Admiral. Now, he had finally managed to catch up with them. We also discovered the Navy on our ship. The Lion King and the others had unfriendly looks in their eyes, radiating murderous intent. Borsellino looked at this scene, curled his lips, revealing that classic, annoying expression. In the next second, he transformed into a beam of golden light and appeared directly on our deck with a whoosh. Lafayette was startled and exclaimed, cold sweat breaking out immediately. What did this guy come on board? Borsellino, glowing all over like a big light bulb, lazily spoke, Hey, young man, don't be in such a rush. Let's chat for a bit first. If we can't reach an agreement, it's not too late to fight." The king of the underworld walked up to him expressionlessly, standing face to face, and coldly asked, "Navy, what brings you to my ship? If you can't give a good reason, you might not leave today." Borsellino's expression, a mix of mockery, indifference, and a hint of disdain, returned. "If I want to leave, you really might not be able to stop me." After that, he slowly stated his purpose. "The world government invites you to become a warlord of the sea. The benefits? Bounty cancellation and legal robbery. The downside? When the Navy needs help, you must respond immediately. Now, tell me your choice." This guy then added a threat. "If you refuse, it might trigger a surprise." Like a demon slaying order, the Lion King and the others nearly exploded. What is this? Asking us to be dogs for the celestial dragons? However, the king of the underworld remained unusually calm. He stared at Borsellino for a full half-minute, and just when everyone thought he was going to take action, he smiled. Then, in the calmest tone, he uttered 2 words, "I refuse." Borsellino sighed, wearing a look of annoyance, shrugged, and then transformed into a beam of light and left. The Lion King quickly asked, "Lord of the Underworld, aren't you going to stop him?" "No need." The king of the underworld waved his hand, gazing into the distant, profound sea, his tone carrying an undeniable dominance. "We are going to the New World. It's time to seize a territory that belongs to us." Nightling Yun asked, "Do we have a target?" The king of the underworld remained silent for a moment, then slowly uttered a name that made everyone shudder. "Let's go to Wano." Lafayette, standing nearby, heard this name and recalled the glowing monster from earlier. His clothes were already completely soaked with cold sweat without him realizing it. Let me tell you, that Scorpion King next to him wow, he's really good at pretending. He first cleared his throat, then pinched his voice, and out came a high-pitched tone. With a grin, he patted Lafitte's shoulder and said something about how young people still need practice, looking all serious and earnest, which really irritated Lafitte to the point where he almost ground his teeth to dust. On the other side, the old fox Kizuru had already reported the situation to Sengoku at lightning speed. Upon hearing this, Sengoku frowned so much he could crush a fly, clearly feeling that the Underworld King was a tough nut to crack. They started an emergency meeting over there, pondering whether to directly use the demon-slaying order, which is a trump card. But think about it, once this thing is activated, the Navy would also lose some flesh. Right now on the sea, pirates are being harvested like chives, and the landlord's house has no surplus food. In the end, Sengoku sighed and told Kizuru to come back first, saying that he couldn't handle this on his own and needed to consult the higher-ups. Kizuru was so happy. Let me tell you, he couldn't wait. Having drifted at sea for almost a year, he was eager to return to the office to slack off and drink tea. On our side, the Pluto ship swaggered out to sea. Life on the ship returned to normal, eating, sleeping, training, and occasionally beating up Jack. I have to say, Lafayette is a genius. He learns quickly, and his combat IQ is rising rapidly. Poor Jack, on the other hand, is the type that needs one-on-one tutoring. Just a few hours after setting sail, we ran into a pirate ship in the North Sea that was robbing a merchant vessel. Pluto squinted, his eyes sharp like a hawk with an 8-fold scope, directly locking onto the target. He smirked and said, "Oh, looks like we have some money coming our way." As soon as King Whale Shark and the others heard this, they got pumped up, each rolling up their sleeves like they were on adrenaline. It was Lafayette's first time experiencing this. He was so excited that his face turned red and his heart raced like a drum. As the two ships got closer, the people on the merchant ship were nearly in despair, crying out for help. Suddenly, they saw our big black ship with a terrifying wolf head flag at the bow, initially thinking a bigger threat had arrived. But when they saw our captain standing at the bow with his stern demeanor, flanked by the Lion King Lingyun and his gang, the captain of the merchant ship completely broke down, tears streaming down his face, shouting, "Help! Good man, save me!" The Lion King found this hilarious and turned to Lingyun, whispering, "Aren't we pirates too?" Lingyun rolled his eyes, "So what?" That phrase left the Lion King in silence, his mind filled with "so what? So what?" Looking at the pirate ship opposite, a towering figure stood at the bow. Over 2 meters tall, dressed in a black robe, with dark red hair and 2 horns on his forehead. His sharp teeth making him look like a hellish top KPI performer. A subordinate ran over to ask, "Captain, there's a pirate ship coming at us. Should we take them out?" Hee. Let me tell you, that laughter was as grating as nails on glass. This tall figure stepped out of the shadows. It was Moonlight Moria. He waved dismissively, "Let them come. I want to see who is so blind as to provoke me, Moria. I'm a supernova after all." As our ship approached, Moria took a good look at the people standing on our deck, and the smile on his face froze. His eyes widened, fixed on our captain. Those in the know understood. He recognized him. This was the ruthless man who had rubbed a Navy vice admiral's face in the dirtback in Logtown. His subordinates looked over too, many of them going weak at the knees, having seen the world in Logtown. Of course, some newcomers were clueless, still thinking their captain was invincible. Moria was panicking inside, but had to maintain a brave face. His subordinates asked nervously, "Captain, what should we do?" After a long pause, Moria forced out his trademark unpleasant laughter. "Hee, just right, I'm getting restless." The two ships finally drew alongside each other. The Lion King, with his bad temper, charged in with a barrage of insults, pointing at the opposing crew and yelling, "Hey, what are you scoundrels doing?" Pluto was even more straightforward. Without saying a word, he stepped on Moria's ship. His presence pressured the ragtag group opposite, making them step back. Moria, forcing himself to stand tall, shouted, "Pluto, we don't bother each other. If you leave now, I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, war." As soon as he finished speaking, Scorpion King couldn't hold back her laughter and snorted. Her gaze swept over Moria's band of misfits, looking at them as if they were a circus show. Moria's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. Our boss glanced at him lightly and said, "I've seen you in Rogtown." Upon hearing this, Moria raised his head slightly, feeling a bit smug. But the boss followed up with, It's just that your brain doesn't look very smart. Well, that completely shattered Moria's confidence. He exploded on the spot, shouting a line that I will never forget. I'm bothering you. I ask you. The Lion King beside him looked at him like he was an idiot and added, I feel like his little brain is underdeveloped. His brain is completely undeveloped. Just when we thought Moria was going to faint from anger, his expression changed, and he suddenly burst into wild laughter. Keek. A wave of dark energy erupted from him, activating the Shadow Fruit's ability, and a horde of ghostly demons instantly appeared around him, creating a scene reminiscent of a yokai parade. The boss then said seriously, You're quite strong. This made Moria feel on top of the world. He raised his chin, brimming with arrogance. King of the underworld, you're not weak either. But if you want to stop me today, it's not that easy. His underlings also began to cheer loudly, going wild. The boss completely ignored his bravado and looked at him with an expressionless gaze. This merchant ship is mine. You all leave. Keek. What kind of joke is this? Do you think Moria, would step back? Moria shouted sharply. Oh, the boss said slowly, if I stop you, can your remaining crew defeat my crew? This statement hit the mark. Moria was instantly speechless. He knew very well what kind of crew he had, but he wasn't the kind to abandon his crew. The boss had long seen through it with his ability. Although Moria looked fierce, he wasn't completely heartless. In the end, Moria gritted his teeth and said, The merchant ship is yours, but you have to fight me properly. Otherwise, if word gets out, people will think I'm afraid of you. All right. The boss responded with a single word, let's fight. As soon as the words fell, Moria attacked, and countless shadow demons surged towards the boss. The boss chuckled lightly, sorry. My ability happens to restrain hellish demons. In an instant, the boss activated his fruit ability, transforming into a majestic divine beast, GuNing. He raised a claw covered in dark energy and charged towards the horde of shadows. With a loud bang, the entire deck shook. As the smoke cleared, the boss stood there, radiating an aura of inviolable sanctity, staring intently at Moria. Keek. So refreshing. Moria shouted excitedly, conjuring a black great sword covered in haki. Now, clearly a swordsman. I tell you, those two went completely crazy and started fighting. The boss switched to his orc form, emitting a sacred golden light. It was his first time using this move. Moria's shadows attacked wildly, but they were all blocked by the golden light shield. He himself swung his big knife and kept slashing. The boss was simultaneously exchanging blows with dark energy while dodging. The scene of the battle left Raphael speechless. He finally understood that when the boss fought him before, it was not holding back at all. It was like unleashing a tsunami. The people on a merchant ship nearby were dumbfounded, their worldview shattered. Is this really a battle of humans? After fighting for a while, Moria suddenly played dirty, merging into the shadows for a sneak attack. However, the boss closed his eyes and used his listening ability to predict Moria's position, striking back with a palm that forced him out. The battle escalated rapidly. After fighting for what felt like an eternity, the boss suddenly unleashed a big move, creating a giant black vortex that appeared out of thin air, with a suction strong enough to pull in souls. Black hole! The boss shouted. Moria turned pale, desperately using shadows and slashes to resist, and somehow managed to hold it off. The boss couldn't help but praise him. You're pretty good. But just as they were in the heat of battle, something serious happened with the Lion King and the others. They went to rescue the people on the merchant ship. And guess what? It wasn't a merchant ship at all. It was a human trafficking ship. Inside the cabin were dozens of abducted children, each with terrified eyes, thin as bones. These beasts. The Lion King exploded on the spot, his fists cracking. The Scorpion King and the others also looked grim. They initially thought they were doing a good deed, but almost became accomplices to human traffickers. Night Lingyun said nothing and silently exited the cabin, and then a massacre began. Those traffickers cried and begged for mercy, saying they had money, but they were only met with cold blades. The Whale Shark King, seeing the children in the cabin, understood and silently joined the slaughter, focusing on sending these scum to meet the King of Hell. Inside the cabin, the Scorpion King discovered a particularly small girl. While all the other children were frightened and crying, she sat quietly in a corner, her eyes dead, like a soulless doll. The Scorpion King felt a tremor in her heart. That gaze was all too familiar, just like the bosses from before. She walked over, squatted down, and said in the gentlest voice, "Don't be afraid. We're here to save you." The little girl's hollow eyes looked at her for a moment before she calmly replied, "My parents are dead. They were killed by them." The Scorpion King's heart shattered, and she hugged the girl tightly. "Then come with Big Sister onto the ship, okay? From now on, we will be your family." After a long time, the little girl quietly replied with a soft mm. When the Scorpion King emerged from the cabin holding the girl, the outside had turned into a hell on earth, with rivers of blood. The Lion King and the others were covered in blood, silently bringing all the children onto the Underworld King's ship. The Scorpion King asked the little girl her name, and she said, "My name is Perona." After settling the children, they looked back at the battle in the distance. In good grief, it had been going on for a day and a night. The fighting was even more intense than before. Moria fused all his shadows into a giant demon dozens of meters tall, and with one punch, he punched a big hole through the ship's deck. The boss, transformed into a listener, unleashed a golden light that instantly pierced through the giant demon. They fought for another 2 days, a full 3 days and nights. Both ships were reduced to fragments, and Moria's subordinates had long since fled in small boats. Both Moria and the boss were at their limits, wounded all over. But neither was willing to concede defeat. In the end, Moria poured all his strength into merging with the shadows, transforming into a black light that charged forward. The boss also let out a final roar, the sacred suppression power of the listener erupting in full force, golden light soaring. Boom! A tonneau explosion échoué, as if the entire world had fallen silent. The golden light swallowed the darkness, and Moria let out a desperate howl, bloodied as he fell from the sky, crashing heavily into the wreckage of the deck, completely unconscious. "Captain!" The pirates on the distant small boat let out heart-wrenching cries. Our captain slowly descended from the sky, walked over to Moria, and yanked his collar like lifting a chick, then jumped back onto our ship, casually tossing him aside. Thud! Moria was heavily thrown onto the deck. Hiss! Moria took a sharp breath, ultimately swallowing those 2 words down. He was still a person who cared about his pride. Moria's crew saw their captain being taken aboard the Phantom ship and felt a knot of worry in their hearts as they looked at Moria. After a moment, the Phantom King finally spoke. His voice was deep and powerful, as if it could penetrate one's soul. "Moria, you are an ambitious person, but your strength is still far from enough." Moria gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of unwillingness in his heart. He knew he had lost badly this time, but he did not want to easily submit. Seeing this, he directly asked, "Phantom King, what do you want?" The Phantom King slightly raised his chin, his gaze sweeping over Moria's crew. "I can spare your crew, but you must become my subordinate pirate crew." Moria's heart trembled. He did not expect the Phantom King to make such a request. Becoming a subordinate pirate crew meant he would lose some of his freedom and dignity. "Impossible," Moria exclaimed. The Phantom King calmly replied, "I appreciate you more than others. I'm good at seeing through people's hearts. I know what kind of person you are. What you lack is a strong background and crew. Your strength is decent, but your crew's strength has completely lagged behind your progress. I believe you've noticed this as well. Following me will be your best choice right now." Moria's eyes widened, his thoughts swirling like waves in a storm. He clenched his teeth tightly as the Phantom King's words echoed in his mind. "What you lack is a strong background and crew. Following me will be your best choice." Moria's gaze slowly shifted away from the Phantom King, sweeping over the magnificent deck of the Phantom ship and the imposing subordinates surrounding him. He had to admit that there was some truth to the Phantom King's words. Over the years, he had been wandering the seas alone, and although he had made a name for himself with his devil fruit abilities, it was indeed as the Phantom King said. His crew was gradually unable to keep up with his pace. He recalled past battles, struggling repeatedly on the edge of life and death, while his crew often felt powerless and unable to provide him with enough support. Moria's fists unconsciously tightened, his heart full of conflict. "Well," Moria sighed heavily, "Phantom King, I can become your subordinate pirate crew, but I have my conditions." The Phantom King looked at Moria with interest. "Let's hear them." "First, my crew must be properly taken care of and not treated unfairly. Second, I want to have a certain degree of autonomy when necessary. Third, I hope to receive more resources to improve myself and my crew's strength, such as receiving your guidance. Moria stated his conditions in one breath. The Phantom King nodded slightly. Okay, I agree to your conditions. But you must remember, once you become my subordinate, you must be loyal to me. I don't like two-faced people. Moria gritted his teeth and nodded. Moria, keep my word. All right, go. Bring your crew here. The Phantom King waved his hand at Moria. Bring what? I have a pirate ship. Oh, you don't have it anymore. The Lion King interjected coldly from the side. How is that possible? Moria murmured in disbelief. When he stood up from the deck and looked at his ship, he was instantly stunned. Before him was a scene of utter destruction. His ship had been completely ruined. What the hell? My big ship is gone. Moria let out a sharp scream. The others ignored Moria and busied themselves with their own matters. When the Phantom King walked toward the cabin, he saw a group of half-grown children. What is going on? The Scorpion King hurriedly responded to the Phantom King's inquiry. That merchant ship was trafficking children. The Phantom King was momentarily speechless. Cough, cough. Do those children need to be sent back? The Scorpion King glanced at the children, who were already orphans. Some had lost their parents to the traffickers, while others were orphans from war-torn countries, sold by people. Let us take them in. He then cast an expectant look at the Phantom King. For the first time, the Scorpion King showed a hopeful expression toward the Phantom King. The Phantom King agreed. The Scorpion King smiled brightly. Thank you, Phantom King. The Phantom King looked down and saw a little girl with pigtails looking at him with her big, watery eyes. The Scorpion King said, "This child is Perona." The Phantom King gently ruffled Perona's hair. "Then I look forward to working with you, Perona." Perona felt shy from the Phantom King's gentle gesture, blushing and lowering her head, her small hands tightly gripping the Scorpion King's clothes. The Scorpion King looked at Perona's appearance, a doting smile on his face. The Phantom King withdrew his hand, and a trace of imperceptible tenderness flashed in his eyes. After a while, Moria's people were all arranged. The Phantom King glanced around, waved his hand, and said, "Set sail. Wano Country, North Sea, Wudong Villa. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the 10 billion reputation value threshold. Would you like to consume 10 billion reputation points to upgrade the system?" A prompt suddenly rang in GuNing's mind. During this time, everyone's bounty notices had stirred up quite a commotion in the world. The Phantom King and MythWukong were particularly referred to as the pirate supernovas by everyone. However, at this moment, everyone had seen that MythWukong had accepted the Navy's offer and became one of the new Shichibukai. GuNing was slightly taken aback. System upgrade? Yes, host. After the system upgrade, it will have more functions and unlock more abilities for the avatars. Breaking through 10 billion actually requires a system upgrade. I thought it would unlock a new avatar. GuNing pondered for a moment and asked, "How long does the system upgrade take?" Ding. Host, it will take 1 year. GuNing, are you kidding me? Dude. Host, except for the basic supplies purchases in the system mall, all other functions will be closed during this time. What about the reputation points obtained during this period? GuNing asked in his mind. Ding. Reputation points can be recorded. Host can rest assured. All right. Fine. Upgrade. GuNing didn't bother arguing with him and directly agreed. Do. The blue light of the system in GuNing's mind dimmed. At the same time, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Manji immediately saw the magnificent and grand buildings of the Navy headquarters as soon as he disembarked. Especially the building in the middle that resembles a seagull piqued his interest. Carp followed behind Manji with a big grin on his face, clearly in a good mood. "Run slower, kid." "Oi, got it. You old geezer, hurry up," Manji shouted while waving at Carp from a distance. "Kid, call me master, understand? No need to be so disrespectful." After saying that, Carp grinned widely and rushed towards Manji. Bogart shook his head, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Sigh. It had been a long time since he had seen Vice Admiral Carp so happily scolded. "Little Manji, your master is taking you to find an old friend. I need to give him a good scolding later." "Huh?" Soon, Carp held Manji's hand and walked toward Sengoku's office. "Knock, knock, knock. Kumin. Bang." The office door was kicked open by Carp. "Ha ha ha ha. Sengoku. Carp, my new door." Sengoku let out a sharp, explosive sound and shouted angrily at Carp. "Huh. Ha 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 ha. Sengoku, don't be stingy. I'm just letting you meet my new disciple." Carp boldly walked towards Sengoku, casually grabbing and munching on some sunbae from the desk. "Give it to me." Sengoku snatched it away and quickly stuffed it into his mouth, fearing he wouldn't get any if he waited too long. Manji peeked through the door, quietly watching the two inside. Suddenly, Sengoku paused slightly. "What did you say? Disciple? Where?" Carp was munching on the senbei, and with his eyes, he gestured towards the door. Sengoku followed Carp's gaze. For a moment, Sengoku felt embarrassed, wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. He had shown such an unrefined posture in front of a junior, truly disgraceful. Ahem. Sengoku tried to calm his emotions, cleared his throat, and attempted to regain his former authority. Carp watched Sengoku's expression and chuckled, then casually snatched a piece of sunbae from Sengoku's hand and popped it into his mouth. Sengoku turned his head and shot a glare at Carp, as if saying, "You shameless old man. Come on, GuNing." Sengoku waved to Manji at the door. Being chosen as a disciple by Carp surely meant he had special talent or character. Manji looked at the person calling him, a tall man with a round head of hair, 2 mustache braids, and frog-like glasses, dressed in a Navy admiral's coat, exuding immense authority. Manji stepped inside and greeted Sengoku. "Uncle Sengoku, hello. My name is Manji." "Ah, hello. Manji, not bad. Carp. Huh. Oi, kid, you?" Carp's eyes widened, staring intently at Manji. Manji, unashamed, glanced at Carp. "Carp, your disciple is pretty good. I really like him." "Manji, do you want to come to me and be my disciple?" "Carp is no good at teaching. Come to Uncle, and I'll teach you well to become the strongest in the Navy." Sengoku approached Manji, squatted down, and spoke softly. Hey, what are you doing, Sengoku?" Carp stepped forward and took Manji from Sengoku's arms. "This is my precious disciple." "TCH fine. Look at you being so stingy." Sengoku looked at Carp with disdain. Carp, however, smiled nonchalantly. "Manji, tell him how old you are." "I'm 8. Manji's crisp voice echoed in the room. Carp laughed heartily, reached out to pat Manji's head, then turned to Sengoku. "This little guy is a treasure I found in the East Blue. How could I give him to you? Let me tell you a secret." Sengoku shot a displeased glance at Carp. "Spit it out." "This little guy's strength has already reached the level of a Navy lieutenant." Sengoku's mind buzzed with shock. "What? Carp? A Navy lieutenant level?" He looked at Manji in disbelief. This 8-year-old child already had the strength of a Navy lieutenant? He first doubted it was a joke, but then looked at Carp, who didn't seem to be joking. Sengoku took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. An 8-year-old Navy lieutenant. This was hard to believe. Carp casually said, "This little guy surprised me at first too, but fortunately I took him in, haha." At this moment, Sengoku looked at Manji with bright eyes, like a rare treasure. Hey, Sengoku, quickly put away that greedy look. Sengoku completely ignored Carp. Just as he was about to speak, Carp suddenly picked up Manji and ran off in a flash. "Bastard Carp!" Sengoku shouted at the office door. Carp laughed heartily, completely ignoring Sengoku's angry shout. He still had important matters to attend to. He hadn't gone to see an old buddy yet. He had to show off his good disciple. After a while, Carp and Manji finally arrived at their destination, the Navy headquarters training ground. It was a vast and spectacular area surrounded by tall buildings and solemn flags. Carp introduced to Manji, "This is the Navy headquarters training ground, where the new generation of Navy talents are cultivated." Manji nodded excitedly, his gaze turning towards a group of figures in the distance. He saw a tall, serious-looking man leading a group of young Navy soldiers in training. The man had short purple hair and wore a Navy admiral's coat, exuding great authority. Manji curiously asked, "Who is that man? He looks really impressive." Carp replied with a smile, "That's Zephyr, the former Navy headquarters admiral, currently the chief instructor at the Navy headquarters, known as Black Arm Zephyr. He is a legendary figure who has fought against great pirates like Whitebeard and Roger countless times. Now he is responsible for teaching these young Navy soldiers, training them to become the pillars of the Navy in the future." Admiration sparkled in Manji's eyes as he watched Zephyr commanding with confidence, a yearning swelling in his heart. He longed to become strong like Zephyr. In front of him were a group of soldiers who appeared to be in their 20s or 30s. At this moment, Zephyr was standing at the front, passionately explaining the principles of the moonwalk. By rapidly stepping on the air, one can move freely in the air. After finishing, he demonstrated it personally, his feet continuously stepping on the air and then his body slowly floated up. He then explained the techniques and precautions for the moonwalk, including how to control breathing and adjust steps, etc. Finally, he encouraged everyone to practice more and stated that before them, many had learned this skill in just one day, and the slowest learner would have to clean the toilets. Upon hearing Commander Zephyr's words, everyone immediately got busy and began trying. Manji was also eager to give it a shot. He carefully recalled the principles and techniques of the moonwalk explained by Commander Zephyr. He took a deep breath and then forcefully stepped on the air. However, his body only swayed slightly and did not float like Commander Zephyr. Manji did not get discouraged. He tried again, adjusting his breathing and steps. The other students nearby were also making efforts to try. Some managed to float briefly, but quickly fell back down. Others could not find the feeling at all and were sweating profusely in frustration. Zephyr was observing everyone's practice from the side, occasionally offering guidance and encouragement. The encouragement included remarks like, "Is that all? You guys are really the worst batch. Can you even do this? You're the worst group I've ever taught. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you." A few exceptional students were watching with great interest, including Carp and Manji. After an unknown amount of time, Zephyr noticed Carp and Manji standing at a distance and walked over with big strides. "Hey, Carp, when did you get back?" Zephyr greeted Carp directly. Carp grinned widely. "Chewing on some senbei. Zephyr just got back not long ago. This kid here is a treasure I found in the East Blue." Saying this, Carp pointed at Manji. Only then did Zephyr notice Manji next to Carp, sizing him up with curiosity. "Hello, Uncle Zephyr. My name is Manji." Manji greeted Zephyr. "Hello, Manji. So what's the deal with you being brought here?" Zephyr looked at Carp with curiosity. "Ha ha ha ha, of course. I brought him here to make you envious." Carp laughed heartily, looking very pleased with himself. Zephyr shook his head helplessly. "You still love to joke around. TCH, how could I be envious of you? Look at how many elites I have over there." Carp swallowed his senbei and began to talk nonstop about Manji. Zephyr listened to Carp's narration, his gaze fixed on Manji. "What?" Zephyr shouted loudly. "Why are you so surprised? You're just like that guy Sengoku." At this moment, Zephyr was seriously examining this little guy in front of him. At such a young age, he had the strength equivalent to a Navy lieutenant. A little monster from birth. Zephyr scanned the surroundings and said, "Carp, why don't you let your disciple train with me? I will definitely guide him seriously." Carp's eyes widened immediately. "Hey, Zephyr, don't even think about it. This kid is a treasure I discovered. How can I hand him over to you?" Zephyr, however, did not give up and continued persuading Carp. "Carp, you know that every student I take is an elite. This kid will definitely receive better training with me." Carp shook his head firmly. "No way. I've worked hard to find such a potential disciple. I can't let him go. You old man, you don't know how to teach anything but to hit with your fist." Zephyr rolled his eyes at Carp. Carp chuckled, seeing Zephyr's eager expression, feeling secretly pleased. Meanwhile, Zephyr was getting more irritated seeing Carp just laughing and not saying anything. Carp had originally planned to hand Manji over to Zephyr for training when he returned to the Navy headquarters. Although Zephyr's strength was not as strong as his, when it came to teaching ability, he was one of the best in the Navy. Now, saying all this was just to tease him. "Carp, are you going to agree or not? This kid will definitely make greater progress with me." Zephyr emphasized once again. Carp stopped laughing and pretended to be serious. "Zephyr, do you really want to teach this kid?" Zephyr nodded without hesitation. "Of course, such a good seedling cannot be delayed by you." Carp pondered for a moment and then slowly said, "All right, since you are so sincere, I will let Manji stay with you for a while. However, you must teach him well. If this kid doesn't improve, I won't spare you." Upon hearing this, Zephyr's face lit up with joy. "Don't worry, Carp. I will definitely train this kid to become an outstanding Navy officer." "Okay, then I'll leave this kid to you." After Carp finished speaking, he turned around directly, afraid that if he stayed a moment longer, he wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter and would reveal himself to Zephyr. At this moment, Zephyr and Manji stood in place. On the way here, Carp had already instructed Manji to stay with Zephyr for training, as it would be a quicker way to improve. Manji looked up at Zephyr, who had purple hair. Zephyr squatted down, looking at Manji with eyes full of expectation. "Manji, from now on, you'll train with me. I will do my best to teach you." Manji nodded vigorously. "Uncle Zephyr, I will definitely work hard." "Ha ha ha, very good. Don't learn from that old, shameless master of yours. Zephyr laughed heartily, while Manji scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Uncle Zephyr, Master Carp is actually very nice. Manji said softly. Zephyr stood up and patted Manji's head. That old man only has brute strength. Teaching disciples cannot rely solely on fists. You follow me, and I will make you a truly wise and strong Navy warrior. On Fishman Island, son MythWukong and the others had already arrived. After a week of sightseeing, they were preparing to set off for the rising current when they discovered one person was missing. Huh, where's Rom? John was searching the ship for Rom's figure. Everyone looked at each other, feeling a sense of unease rising in their hearts. Son MythWukong scratched his head and said, "What did that guy run off to? He didn't get into any trouble, did he? That kid is pretty honest." Enel spoke up. "I remember Rom mentioned something about going down to buy some supplies. And then we haven't seen him since. Well, let us go look for him. We're getting ready to set off." Meanwhile, in a corner of Fishman Street, Rom was surrounded by a group of thugs, led by Arlong. Rom looked at them with anger. "What do you want?" "Let me go." Arlong showed a sinister smile. "You human brat, how dare you wander around our Fishman Street? You're not leaving today. Hand over everything valuable on you." "I don't have any money. Only taught stup only." "Kid, don't make me have to teach you a lesson. We've had our eyes on you since you entered Fishman Street. Just hand over all your belly, and we'll let you go." Rom glared at Arlong and the others. "I really don't have much money. I just came here to buy some things for my friends." "You can't be so unreasonable." Arlong sneered. "Reason? In Fishman Street, we are the reason. Brothers, search him." The thugs rushed forward and began to search Rom. Rom struggled desperately, but there were too many of them, and he was quickly subdued. However, after searching him thoroughly, they only found about 1,000 berries. 1,000 berries? "This guy only has 1,000 berries on him," said Aaron, his face darkening. "Kid, it seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. Since you have no money, you'll have to come with us." "You have no money. So wait for your friends to come and redeem you." Rom looked at them in terror. "Where are you taking me? Let me go." Aaron ignored Rom's cries and waved his hand, signaling his men to take Rom away. Rom was escorted by the thugs deeper into Fishman Street. He was filled with fear and unease, not knowing what awaited him. They arrived at a dark and damp basement, filled with a pungent smell. Aaron sat on a rickety chair, looking at Rom, who was thrown on the floor. "Kid, you'd better pray your friends come to rescue you quickly, or else you won't be so lucky," Aaron said viciously. Rom gritted his teeth and replied, "My friends will definitely come to rescue me. I advise you to let me go early. Otherwise, when my captain arrives, you won't be able to get away with it." Aaron laughed heartily. "Then let's wait and see." Meanwhile, they were searching for any trace of Rom, but found no clues. Son MythWukong scratched his head. Where did Rom run off to? Could he have really gotten into some trouble? John frowned. "We can't keep searching blindly like this. We need to come up with a plan." After some discussion, they decided to inquire about Rom's whereabouts in various districts of Fishman Island since he had gone out to buy supplies. They split into several small groups and headed to different areas to ask around. In a small tavern on Fishman Street, John and a few companions were asking the tavern owner about Rom's whereabouts. The tavern owner hesitated and said, "I heard that Aaron and his crew recently caught a human kid. I don't know if it's the person you're looking for." John's heart tightened. "Aaron? Where is he?" The tavern owner shook his head. "Aaron and his crew are very dangerous. You'd best not provoke them." John said firmly, "We must find our friend, no matter how dangerous it is. Please tell us where Aaron is." "And the danger is really unknown," Hawkins smiled. The tavern owner helplessly pointed in a direction. "They usually hang out in a tavern deep in Fishman Street. But be careful." Thanking the tavern owner, John and the others hurried toward the depths of Fishman Street. Meanwhile, in the basement, Rom was trying to find a chance to escape. He observed his surroundings and noticed some cracks in the basement walls. Perhaps he could dig out through there. He quietly began to dig with a stone, hoping to escape before his friends found him. However, his actions were soon noticed by a thug. "Kid, what do you think you're doing? Be honest," the thug said menacingly. Rom had to stop but did not give up on the idea of escaping. He wondered if the captain had noticed he was missing. At that moment, Hawkins and the others arrived at the tavern next door. "This is it," Hawkins said, glancing at the tavern. "Rom has a 100 chance of being here." Hawkins squinted slightly, beginning to calculate various possibilities. His cards fluttered gently in his hands. "Cage." Hawkins looked at his companions. Rom is being held captive. John and the others exchanged serious glances with Hawkins. Let's go. We need to check the situation. I've already notified the captain, Hawkins said to the group. Then, they swaggered toward the tavern. The guard at the entrance merely glanced at them. Once inside the tavern, they found it very noisy, with fishmen drinking, gambling, and shouting. Hawkins observed the surroundings, searching for Rom's trace. Suddenly, Hawkins' gaze sharpened as he spotted an entrance to a staircase leading underground, guarded by 2 thugs. That's likely where Rom is being held, Hawkins whispered. They quietly approached the basement entrance, looking for an opportunity. At that moment, a drunken fishman staggered over, loudly shouting at the thugs at the door. Hawkins and the others seized the chance to rush up, quickly taking out the thugs at the entrance, and then dashed into the basement. The basement was dark and damp, filled with a pungent smell. They cautiously moved forward and finally found Rom in a corner. Rom's eyes lit up in surprise when he saw them. You finally came. John quickly moved forward to untie Rom. It's okay, Rom. We're here to save you. Rom struggled to stand up, shaking his body and moving his stiff limbs. I knew you would come to rescue me. However, their actions did not escape Aaron's notice. Aaron charged down with a group of his men, surrounding them. A sinister smile appeared on his face, filled with arrogance. Oof. Did you think you could rescue him so easily? A cold, cruel smile spread across Aaron's lips, his eyes gleaming with cunning and threat. Either pay up or lose your lives. Hawkins looked at Aaron expressionlessly. Today, we will definitely take Rom with us. Hearing Hawkins' words, Aaron's expression darkened. He suddenly waved his hand and shouted angrily, Go, show them what we can do. The fishmen surged forward like a tide, wielding various weapons with fierce expressions. Hawkins stood at the forefront, his gaze calm and sharp. At this moment, Hawkins was no longer the same as when he first met MythWukong. After training, his strength could easily handle these small fry. Yixiao did not say a word. He directly took out his staff and charged in. Yixiao swung his staff like a lightning bolt, plunging into the crowd of fishmen. Wherever the staff went, fishmen cried out in agony as they fell. Yixiao's movements were clean and swift, each strike containing immense power that the fishmen could not withstand. John used the power of his gravity fruit to envelop a group of fishmen in a gravity field, rendering them immobile. Those fishmen struggled in terror, but could not escape the constraints of gravity. John looked at the trapped fishmen, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Then with a wave of his hand, those fishmen were slammed heavily to the ground, losing their combat ability. Aaron watched everything happening in front of him in terror. He realized he was facing an unprecedented strong enemy. He quickly turned and fled the scene as fast as he could. How could this happen? This person is so powerful. We are no match for him. I must find Jinbei quickly. Only he can help us fight against these guys. Aaron thought anxiously. He ran desperately, searching for Jinbei's figure. Quickly looking in the taverns Jinbei usually frequented. He knew that time was of the essence. If he couldn't get Jinbei's help in time, the fishmen would ultimately blame him for everything. Finally, he found Jinbei leisurely drinking in a remote corner of a tavern. Arlong ran up to Jinbei, panting and anxiously shouted, Jinbei, it's bad. Our tavern was smashed by some outsiders. Our people went to stop them, and now they've all been knocked down. Their strength is formidable. How come I heard you captured one of their crew? Jinbei suddenly asked. Well, Arlong was momentarily speechless. Jinbei knew Arlong's nature, but at this moment, he had to save those fishmen. Jinbei looked at Arlong with disappointment, his eyes carrying a hint of reproach. Arlong, you're always so impulsive, causing trouble for Fishman Street. Arlong lowered his head, not daring to meet Jinbei's gaze. Jinbei sighed and stood up. Let's go see the situation. Arlong felt a wave of relief and hurriedly followed behind Jinbei. They quickly made their way toward the tavern. Along the way, Arlong kept telling Jinbei about the outsider's formidable strength, trying to make him take the crisis more seriously. When they arrived at the tavern, they saw the chaos and injured fishmen, just as Hawkins and his group were finishing off the fishmen and preparing to leave. When Jinbei saw the people in front of him, his expression turned serious. Hawkins and the others also noticed Jinbei and watched the suddenly appearing fishmen warily, also seeing Arlong standing beside him. Jinbei narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up Hawkins and the others. He could sense the powerful aura emanating from them. They were not ordinary pirates. A smile also scrutinized Jinbei, realizing from his calm demeanor that he was a difficult opponent to deal with. Who are you? Why are you causing trouble in Fishman Street? Jinbei's voice was deep and powerful, carrying a hint of inquiry. John smirked. We're just here to rescue our companion, not to cause trouble. It was Arlong who captured one of our people first. Jinbei turned to look at Arlong, his eyes filled with disappointment. Arlong lowered his head, feeling guilty, not daring to meet Jinbei's gaze. Sigh. You all can leave. Jinbei sighed. They had no reason to force them to stay, although they were thugs. He was a principled thug. Huh? Arlong interjected. They injured many of our people. Jinbei replied flatly. Our Fishman Island has already suffered a lot. We can't let everyone get hurt because of fighting. These people are just here to rescue their companion. They don't want to harm us. Jinbei paused for a moment, then looked at Hawkins. Because of Arlong, I can let you go, but you must promise not to cause trouble on Fishman Island again. Hawkins nodded. All right, I promise you. We're just passing through Fishman Island and don't want to be enemies with you. Jinbei waved his hand, signaling Hawkins and the others could take him away. Hawkins and his group breathed a sigh of relief and quickly left the tavern with Ram. Jinbei looked at Arlong seriously and said, Arlong, you need to learn to control your temper. This incident was initiated by you, and if we continue to entangle ourselves, it will only lead to more fishmen getting hurt. What we need on Fishman Island is peace, not war. Although Arlong felt unconvinced, he dared not say anything further. After Hawkins and the others returned to their ship, Ram said, that was too dangerous this time. Thanks to everyone, I was able to come back safely. John patted Ram on the shoulder. You can't be so careless in the future. Just as everyone was preparing to leave Fishman Island, a group of people aggressively blocked the way in front of the Cheetian ship. Whoa, someone actually dared to block our ship. Hey, good dogs don't block the way. Hawkins started off with his usual sarcastic tone. Everyone focused and saw a huge pirate ship blocking the way to the rising current. MythWukong carried the golden staff on his left shoulder and casually scratched his ear with his right hand as he walked toward the deck. Hey, he shouted. Who dares to block the road for your grandpa? Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. A burst of laughter came from the ship. A burly man clad in golden armor, wielding a large sword, stepped into everyone's view. With a keen eye for world news, Yishao immediately recognized him as Wang Ji, a crew member of the former Rocks Pirates. Wang Ji stood at the bow of the ship, his eyes exuding a sense of dominance and arrogance. Oomph. A bunch of ignorant fools daring to be so arrogant in front of me. I advise you all to step aside, otherwise. For a moment, both sides were at a standstill. What's going on? Wang Ji, why are you so slow? At this moment, a small chubby guy in silver armor walked out from the cabin and asked. Nothing, just being blocked by a bunch of unknown little pirates. You really are getting worse. Wang Ji said. Silver Axe slowly walked up to the deck, grinning at MythWukong and the others from the opposing pirate group, then pulled out a huge axe from his waist and swung it directly at them. A massive silver slash rushed toward the Cheetian ship, resembling a surging silver torrent charging at an astonishing speed. The slash was several meters wide and struck fear into people's hearts. As it approached the Cheetian ship, everyone on board could clearly feel the suffocating pressure. MythWukong remained calm, while Yishao slowly drew his staff sword. Yishao's eyes sharpened, and he instantly leaped into the air, swinging his staff sword fiercely toward the slash. Boom! A loud sound echoed as Yishao forcefully blocked the slash. However, the immense impact still caused him to stagger back a few steps. Silver Axe watched in surprise as Yishao managed to block his attack. Not bad, but this level of skill isn't enough. MythWukong coldly stared at Silver Axe. You dare to sneak attack us? Watch how I deal with you. With that, he swung the golden staff toward Wang Ji's ship. The golden staff expanded in everyone's view, becoming like a towering pillar, smashing down toward Wang Ji's ship with an unmatched momentum. The air around the golden staff roared as if the entire space was trembling. Wang Ji and Silver Axe's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this. The golden staff descended at incredible speed, and it seemed like it was about to smash into Wang Ji's ship. In this critical moment, Silver Axe unleashed a powerful force, raising his axe to meet the golden staff. When the axe collided with the golden staff, a deafening sound erupted, and a tremendous force instantly created massive waves in the surrounding sea. Silver Axe's arm went numb from the impact, and he involuntarily began to retreat. Seeing this, Sun Wukong increased his strength, pushing the golden staff down again, and Silver Axe's expression became even more grim. Wang Ji observed the situation and directly swung his sword to deliver a slash, helping the Silver Axe break free. The slash was like a silver lightning bolt, swiftly rushing towards the golden staff. The moment the slash collided with the staff, a loud explosion rang out, and the powerful impact seemed to distort the surrounding air. In an instant, both sides retracted their weapons and coldly stared at each other. "State your name. With your strength, you shouldn't be a nameless nobody," Wang Ji said, looking at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, holding the golden staff, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile. "I am the great sage equal to heaven. Sun Wukong, if you block my path, you'd better step aside quickly, or don't blame me for being rude." Wang Ji and the Silver Axe exchanged glances, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. "Celestial Dragon?" the Silver Axe questioned, looking at Sun Wukong. "In that case, you can't be left alive." Wang Ji shot a look of disdain at the Silver Axe. "I saw you in a newspaper before, but I didn't expect to meet you here at Fishman Island. Truly a coincidence." Sun Wukong frowned. "What are you talking about? I am not any celestial dragon." The Silver Axe sneered. "No matter whether you are a celestial dragon or not, you won't leave easily today. Submit or die." Sun Wukong slightly raised the corner of his mouth. "Since we can't come to an agreement, then let's go all out." Sun Wukong and the others jumped off the ship, standing on the land of Fishman Island, quietly watching Wang Ji. "Hee, there's no helping it. Let's go. Silver Axe, play with them," Wang Ji said as he directly stepped off the ship. Sun Wukong glanced over and smiled. "I'll fight Wang Ji. The Silver Axe is up to you. The rest is up to Hawkins and the others." "Got it, Captain," everyone responded in unison. Sun Wukong's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Wang Ji, waving the golden staff and bringing up a gust of wind. "Come on, let me see what you can do." Wang Ji's eyes turned cold as he suddenly slashed with his great sword, unleashing a fierce sword aura. Sun Wukong was undaunted, swinging the golden staff to meet it. The two clashed, producing a loud sound, and the powerful impact caused the ground nearby to tremble slightly. The Silver Axe was about to step forward to assist Wang Ji when, on the other side, Yi Xiao, holding a staff sword, confronted the Silver Axe. "How can I let you disturb my captain?" The Silver Axe looked at Yi Xiao and coldly laughed. "Do you think you could be my opponent?" Yi Xiao replied impressionlessly. "You'll know when you try." With that, Yi Xiao's figure darted forward like lightning, instantly charging at the Silver Axe. The Silver Axe raised his axe and struck down hard, and the two immediately engaged in battle. Hawkins and the others also launched fierce fights against Wang Ji and the Silver Axe's subordinates. In an instant, everyone was engulfed in the flames of war. Meanwhile, Jinbei, who was monitoring the departure of Sun Wukong and the others from a distance, was dumbfounded. Weren't they supposed to leave after rescuing the people? Why are they fighting? Ram, a newly joined crew member, couldn't keep up with the main force in various aspects and could only assist Eneru and others with his gun. At this moment, Eneru was like a thunder god descending to the mortal realm, moving through the battlefield like a silver arc, each flicker accompanied by a powerful electric shock that brought down enemies one after another, clearing the vision of many. The battle between Sun Wukong and Wang Ji grew increasingly intense, their powers colliding and distorting the surrounding air. Sun Wukong, using his agile movements and immense strength, continuously attacked Wang Ji. You really have some skill." Wang Ji snorted coldly and suddenly unleashed a burst of powerful energy. His aura instantly became sharper, and he swung his great sword, generating powerful sword auras. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed as he sensed Wang Ji's change. "Interesting, but Sun Wukong, won't fear you." Sun Wukong also increased his power, swinging the golden staff even more fiercely, colliding with Wang Ji's sword auras repeatedly. The battle between Sun Wukong and Wang Ji was truly breathtaking, too fast for those with lower strength to see their movements clearly. Sun Wukong stepped into the void, swinging the golden staff with all his might, sending a golden light shooting towards Wang Ji like lightning. The air was instantly torn apart by this powerful force, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Wang Zhi's eyes sharpened, and without fear, he raised his great sword. The sword glimmered with light as he slashed hard, sending a fierce slash towards Sun Wukong's attack. The slash and the light collided, creating a momentary vacuum at the center of the attack, followed by a deafening roar. And a powerful shockwave spread outwards, causing huge waves in the surrounding sea. Sun Wukong's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Wang Zhi. He swung the golden staff down like a storm, each strike carrying immense force, as if he could smash a giant pit in the ground. Wang Zhi calmly responded, skillfully wielding his great sword to continuously block Sun Wukong's attacks. Each collision produced a crisp metallic sound, with sparks flying. Damn! Wang Zhi suddenly shouted, unleashing a powerful aura. He executed a strong sword technique, with the great sword glowing brightly, sending slashes like sharp blades towards Sun Wukong. These slashes were incredibly fast, making them hard to evade. However, Sun Wukong remained unfazed, quickly waving the golden staff to form a golden barrier in front of him, blocking each sword aura. If you have some skills. Sun Wukong grinned, his eyes igniting with stronger fighting spirit. Sun Wukong raised the golden staff high and quickly charged up, aiming directly at Wang Zhi's face. Wang Zhi's expression changed slightly as he felt the powerful force of this strike. He hurriedly plunged his great sword into the ground, gripping the hilt with both hands, and his aura continued to rise. The entire great sword was covered with his armed color haki, showing an incredibly sharp and hard black sword, as if it could easily cut through any object. As the golden staff was about to smash down on him, he suddenly exerted force, and the great sword erupted with a dazzling light, colliding fiercely with the golden staff. Another loud explosion occurred, shaking the earth. The powerful impact caused buildings a kilometer away to collapse, and the ground cracked with huge fissures. The residents of Fishman Island, a kilometer away, had only one thought. Firstly, I haven't offended any of you. Both Sun Wukong and Wang Zhi were pushed back by this force. Even Jinbei, standing the farthest away, felt the terrifying shockwave and nearly lost his balance. Sun Wukong steadied himself and charged towards Wang Zhi again. His speed was incredibly fast, like a golden meteor. Wang Zhi was equally unyielding, swinging his great sword to meet Sun Wukong. The two engaged in fierce combat once more, their figures intertwining in the air, with each collision producing a tremendous sound. On the other side, Yi Xiao and the Silver Axe were also engaged in an exceptionally intense battle. The Silver Axe struck first, shouting loudly as he raised his axe and violently swung it towards Yi Xiao. The silver giant axe, carrying immense power and the sound of slicing through the wind, approached quickly like a silver lightning bolt. Yi Xiao's eyes sharpened, his body slightly shifting to easily evade the strike. The silver axe struck the ground with a loud bang, creating a deep crack in the earth. Seeing that his first strike missed, the silver axe immediately swung his axe again to launch another attack. His movements were swift and powerful, the axe carving arcs in the air as he relentlessly attacked Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao remained calm, skillfully wielding his staff sword, blocking each of the silver axe's attacks with precision. The staff sword clashed against the axe, producing a crisp metallic sound and scattering sparks. If one looked closely, they would notice beads of sweat beginning to form on Yi Xiao's forehead. As the battle progressed, the silver axe's attacks became increasingly fierce. He constantly changed his tactics, sometimes delivering heavy downward strikes, sometimes sweeping from the side, and at other times spinning the axe for rapid attacks. Yi Xiao worked hard to maintain his composure, his staff sword moving like a nimble snake, deftly navigating through each of the silver axe's assaults and skillfully resolving every crisis. Suddenly, Yi Xiao launched a counterattack, swiftly appearing at the silver axe's side. The staff sword shot towards the silver axe's waist like a bolt of lightning. The silver axe was taken by surprise and hurriedly dodged. However, Yi Xiao's speed was too fast, leaving a shallow wound on the silver axe's body. You got some skills. D. You bastard. The silver axe roared, his aura instantly surging. Gripping the axe with both hands, he swung fiercely, sending a massive silver slash flying toward Yi Xiao. This slash roared like a giant dragon, carrying immense power and pressure. Yixiao's expression turned serious as he raised his staff sword, coating it with armed color hockey. A dark glow flickered on the staff sword, colliding with the silver slash. After a loud bang, the powerful shockwave sent both fighters reeling backward. Yixiao steadied himself and charged at the silver axe again. His movements were fluid like flowing water, the staff sword seemingly alive in his hands as it continued to assault the silver axe. The silver axe did not back down, swinging his axe and engaging Yixiao in fierce counterattacks. Their battle made the surrounding air feel almost solidified. Each attack carried tremendous force, instilling fear in onlookers. At the outer edge of the battle were Hawkins, Enel, and Wang Zhi's fighters. Enel floated in the air, his blue hair billowing in the wind, his eyes cold and disdainful. The small minions felt a surge of fear upon seeing Enel. Yet, under Wang Zhi's orders, they charged forward with determination. This guy looks terrifying. That lightning power feels like it could turn us to ashes in an instant. One minion trembled and whispered, "What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. Can't we take him down together?" Another minion tried to sound tough, but his eyes betrayed him with panic. Enel smirked slightly, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Wang Zhi's minions numbered around 1,000, but after enduring Enel and Hawkins' torment, less than 700 remained. Enel unleashed the energy within him, shouting, "Thunder punishment!" A powerful bolt of lightning struck down at the minion at the front. The minion had no time to dodge, and, after being hit by the lightning, his body trembled violently before collapsing to the ground, emitting puffs of black smoke. The other minions halted in their tracks, staring at Enel in terror. "This is too terrifying. Can we really defeat him?" Some minions began to reconsider their involvement. A true man can bend and stretch. After such a lengthy battle, the outcome had become unclear to everyone. Enel and Hawkins were the most relaxed in their combat group. Sun Wukong and Wang Zhi were evenly matched, while Yixiao had mostly been on the defensive against the silver axe. At this moment, the direction of the battle depended entirely on Sun Wukong. Just as the fight between Sun Wukong and Wang Zhi was reaching a fever pitch, a figure walked up next to Jinbi. This person was tall and muscular, with reddish skin and long hair, his gaze sharp and determined, exuding a powerful aura. He wore a tight black suit that accentuated his strong physique, with a white belt at his waist and black boots on his feet, giving him a very capable appearance. "Hey, Jinbi, what's going on? Huh?" Jinbi turned around quickly upon hearing the familiar voice. When he saw the newcomer, his face lit up with surprise as he shouted, "Brother Tiger, aren't you traveling on the sea? Why are you back so suddenly?" "I just happened to pass by Sabedi Archipelago and decided to come back for a look." Jinbi nodded. "Oh, I see." Fisher Tiger glanced at Jinbi, then at Sun Wukong and Wang Zhi, asking, "Who are they? Why are they fighting here?" Jinbi quickly explained, "They are powerful fighters from the outside sea. One of them is the new warlord of the sea, Sun Wukong, and the other is Wang Zhi from the former Rocks Pirates in the New World, along with the Silver Axe. I've been listening here for quite a while. My information is accurate, Brother Tiger." Fisher Tiger frowned, puzzled. Why would they fight on Fishman Island? Didn't the palace send anyone over? Jinbi shook his head, indicating he didn't know the reason either. "Look, Brother Tiger, the palace people are over there." Tiger followed Jinbi's gaze and indeed saw the people from the Fishman Palace looking on in terror at both sides of the battle. Tiger felt helpless. The outsiders were too strong, and the palace personnel did not dare to intervene. Watching the fierce battle unfold before him, Tiger felt a complex surge of emotions. He knew the peace of Fishman Island was hard-won, yet it was being shattered by these powerful outsiders. "Jinbi, we can't let them fight here. We must find a way to stop them," Tiger said firmly. Jinbi nodded. "Brother Tiger, I want to stop them too, but their strength is formidable. It might be difficult for us." Tiger thought for a moment and said, "We can first try to communicate with them to see if we can persuade them to stop fighting. If that doesn't work, we can think of other solutions." Jinbi found Tiger's suggestion reasonable, so they headed toward Sun Wukong and Wang Zhi together. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Wang Zhi were locked in a fierce battle. Their powers collided, causing the surrounding air to feel distorted. Tiger and Jinbi approached them, shouting, "Please stop fighting. This is Fishman Island, not your battlefield." Sun Wukong and Wang Ji paused momentarily upon hearing Tiger's voice, but quickly resumed their battle. Seeing that they showed no intention of stopping, Tiger felt a sense of helplessness. "Brother Tiger, they aren't listening to our advice at all," Jinbi said. Tiger frowned. "It seems we'll have to take a hard approach." He scanned the battlefield and felt that Sun Wukong, as one of the warlords of the sea, would be more benevolent than the New World pirate. With determination, Tiger charged into the fray, assisting Yi Xiao in his fight against the Silver Axe. The battlefield had already descended into chaos, with blood, debris, and broken weapons scattered everywhere. Tiger launched an aggressive attack at the Silver Axe. Faced with Tiger's sudden attack, Silver Axe seemed somewhat caught off guard. He had been fully focused on dealing with Yisio and had not anticipated anyone else interfering in his battle. However, as an experienced pirate, he quickly reacted and swiftly took countermeasures. He forcefully knocked Yisio away and then swung his axe, sending a sharp silver light shooting towards Tiger. This light cut through the air like lightning, carrying a heart-pounding aura. Seeing this, Tiger's expression changed, and he quickly sidestepped to evade. He skillfully dodged the strike, but the silver light left deep marks on the ground. After being knocked away, Yisio rolled in the air a few times before landing steadily. He quickly stabilized his mind and locked his gaze tightly on the enemy before him. When he saw Tiger, his brows furrowed. A member of the Fishman tribe? He was secretly surprised to find that there were experts among the Fishman tribe. Since someone was helping, Yisio decided to go all out and quickly resolve the battle to assist his captain. He took a deep breath, and his aura suddenly surged. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his eyes flashing with determination and resolve. Tiger and Yisio exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. In an instant, both sides understood each other's intentions. Tiger charged directly at Silver Axe, launching a series of fierce attacks against him. Yisio didn't remain idle either. He took advantage of Silver Axe being distracted by Tiger to continuously unleash his swordsmanship, putting immense pressure on Silver Axe. With their close cooperation, Silver Axe gradually fell into a passive position. A surge of anger welled up in Silver Axe. He had not expected to be overpowered by these two. He roared, swinging his axe even more violently, trying to break out of this unfavorable situation. However, Tiger and Yisio's coordination was exceptionally tacit, and they always managed to block Silver Axe's attacks at crucial moments, preventing him from succeeding. Tiger moved with agility, like a fierce shark weaving through the water. He continually closed in on Silver Axe, using his powerful strength and agile movements to trouble him. Suddenly, Tiger shouted to Yisio, "It's time." With his shout, Tiger's aura changed abruptly, and a powerful force surged from within him. Water's essence, water flow fist. At the same time, he smashed his fist towards Silver Axe. The punch carried an overwhelming momentum and power, entwined with a surging torrent, sweeping towards Silver Axe. Seeing this, Yisio also tightened his grip on his staff sword, covering it with armament hockey and delivering a massive slash towards Silver Axe. The slash shot out like a bolt of black lightning, with an incredibly fierce momentum. Silver Axe's eyes widened as he watched these two powerful attacks coming at him, a strong sense of crisis surging in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he raised his axe in an attempt to block the two attacks. However, the combined strike from Tiger and Yisio was simply too powerful. Silver Axe's axe was knocked away the moment it made contact with the attacks. Boom! The water flow fist and the slash hit Silver Axe simultaneously, producing a loud sound. The tremendous impact sent Silver Axe flying, his body tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Silver Axe struggled to get up but found that his body could no longer move. Blood continuously spilled from his mouth, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. Tiger and Yisio looked at the fallen Silver Axe, feeling no pity in their hearts. Yisio turned to Tiger and said, "Thank you for your help. I'm very grateful." Tiger quickly stopped Yisio, who was about to bow in gratitude, saying, "It's nothing. I just want to protect Fishman Island from harm. Don't worry. I will definitely persuade our captain to protect Fishman Island." Tiger nodded repeatedly, feeling that he had chosen the right person to help. In his heart, being grateful and repaying kindness meant being a good person. "I won't chat with you any longer. I need to go help my crew." Yisio said before heading towards the distance to support Enel and others who were fighting. After a long battle, they appeared extremely exhausted. Although the enemies they fought were small fry, they came from the New World and should not be underestimated. Yisio's figure moved like lightning, instantly arriving at the battlefield of Enel, Hawkins, and others. The small fry were filled with a hint of fear upon seeing Yisio arrive. They had originally thought they could slowly wear down Enel and Hawkins with their numerical advantage, but they did not expect Yisio to resolve Silver Axe so quickly and come to support. Enel felt a slight relief upon seeing Yisio. He hovered in the air, his electrical power still strong, but the prolonged battle had left him somewhat fatigued. Hawkins remained calm, standing to the side with a card in hand, his eyes revealing a hint of seriousness. Beside him were a dozen or so people controlled by straw. The opposing pirate crew preferred to fight Enel rather than approach Hawkins, mainly because Hawkins' fruit ability was too terrifying. When they sliced off Hawkins' head, they discovered that it was actually their own companion who had died. Moreover, Hawkins could control their teammates, causing them to distance themselves even further from him. Meanwhile, Rum quietly trailed behind Hawkins. Yisio looked at the small fry and coldly said, "Your fight should come to an end." The small fry exchanged glances, hesitant about whether to continue fighting. But under their captain's long-standing authority, they did not dare to easily back down. One of the small fry shouted, "Don't be afraid, everyone. They're already exhausted. If we all attack together, we might still have a chance." Hearing this, the other small fry reignited their fighting spirit, raising their weapons and preparing to attack again. Yisio narrowed his eyes slightly, swinging his staff sword, and a powerful sword aura instantly slashed towards the small fry. The small fry, terrified, tried to evade, but the speed of the sword aura was too fast, and a few were still hit, falling to the ground and groaning in pain. Enel seized the opportunity to launch an attack, waving his hand to unleash bolts of lightning from the sky, knocking the small fry all over the place. Hawkins, using his straw fruit ability, crazily manipulated these pirates to fight against their own kind. Under the joint attacks of Yisio, Enel, and Hawkins, the small fry gradually lost their ability to resist. They began to flee in all directions, but Yisio and the others would not give them that chance. They closely pursued the small fry, defeating them one by one. After a fierce battle, all the small fry from the Wangji pirate crew were finally defeated. Enel, Hawkins, and the others let out a sigh of relief, sitting down exhaustedly to recover their strength. At this moment, everyone's gaze shifted to the distant battle between MythWukong and Wang Ji. Tiger slowly walked towards the four who were resting on the ground. "Hey, do you think your captain can win?" Tiger curiously asked Yisio. "I believe in my captain. He will definitely win." Hawkins and Enel also showed determined expressions, all of them having immense trust in MythWukong. They all gave a thumbs up, saying count on it. At this point in the battle, Wang Ji was already stunned. This was completely different from the MythWukong he had imagined. He thought that by showing his full strength, he could easily make his opponent submit. He never expected that the other party could fight him to this extent. Except for the beginning when he was willing, every step after that was not under his control. It was completely beyond his expectations. "Hey, you dare to be distracted while fighting me, old son." After saying that, MythWukong struck Wang Ji with a stick. Here comes the little flying stick. In a moment of distraction, Wang Ji was knocked into the ground by MythWukong and became a groundhog. When Wang Ji crawled out of the pit and saw his fallen companions everywhere, he exclaimed, "What the hell? Where's my 1,000-man fleet? How long has this been? Where do they all go? Is this still in our country?" As soon as he emerged from the ground, Wang Ji was left completely dumbfounded. MythWukong cast him a look of rest and peace. Wang Ji's face grew increasingly ugly, turning a pig liver color, thinking, "You useless silver axe. You can't even defeat a few small fry." It was truly infuriating. At this point in the battle, Wang Ji no longer had the desire to continue fighting. He had already sensed during the battle that his opponent was stronger than him, and in the end, the one who would be defeated would only be him. Looking up at MythWukong in the distance, he said, "This time we'll admit defeat. Let me go, and we won't cause you any trouble in the future." Hee. That's funny. From the moment you were defeated, you no longer have the right to talk to me about causing trouble. Sun Wukong looked at Wang Ji with indifference, his aura exuding immense dominance. Wang Ji's face turned ashen, filled with unwillingness and anger. As a former member of the Rocks Pirates, being defeated by a small pirate crew that had just set sail made him feel incredibly humiliated. However, he could not just abandon all the people present and leave alone, as they were his most loyal followers. After a moment of silence, Wang Ji gritted his teeth, suppressing his inner rage, and slowly said, "Make a condition. As long as you can spare us, I can agree to any condition." His voice was deep and hoarse, revealing a trace of helplessness and despair. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes slightly, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He was well aware of Wang Ji's predicament at this moment, but he did not intend to let this opportunity slip away easily. He wanted the other party to pay a price, to warn others who might try to provoke them. Since that's the case, then hand over all the treasures on your ship. Also, from now on, keep a great distance from my pirate crew when you see us. Otherwise, you won't be so lucky next time, Sun Wukong said coldly, his tone firm and unquestionable. Wang Ji's eyes widened, his eyelids twitching wildly, and his heart twitched as well. These treasures were all their accumulated wealth over the years, but facing the current situation, he had no choice. In the end, he nodded, indicating his agreement to Sun Wukong's demands. After all, he was clear on the distinction between life and treasure. The Silver Axe knew the defeat was certain, so he silently watched everything happening before him. Seeing this, Sun Wukong exchanged glances with Enel and the others. They immediately understood, and then shouted in unison to the small fry of the opposing pirate crew, "Come help us." Upon hearing this, the opposing crew nodded repeatedly, not daring to show any signs of resistance. They quickly boarded the opposing pirate ship and began selecting various treasures and supplies. Wang Ji's ship was large enough to accommodate the daily lives of thousands of people. At this time, Hawkins took out his cards, calculated carefully, and walked straight to Wang Ji's room. As Hawkins entered Wang Ji's room, a musty atmosphere filled the dimly lit space. Various peculiar items were placed around the room, and the walls were covered with maps and portraits. His attention was attracted by a sea chart on the table, which was drawn with great detail, marking many unknown sea areas and islands. Hawkins carefully picked up the sea chart and examined it closely. He found that some of the sea areas and islands marked on this chart were different from any other sea charts he had seen before. This chart was marked with more details, such as weather, various forces, and the activity ranges of some great pirates. Among them was the coordinate of an island, Beehive Island. Hawkins pondered his mind for a long time, but couldn't recall any information about this island. Helpless, he had to tuck this mysterious sea chart into his pocket. He then directed his gaze to other places in the room, trying to find more clues and treasures. However, after a careful search, he did not discover any other valuable items or information. Just then, he suddenly recalled the result calculated by his cards earlier, that something important was hidden in the southeast corner of this room. Without any hesitation, he quickly walked in that direction and carefully felt the wall and floor with his hands. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a faint knocking sound came, and Hawkins' mouth curled into a barely noticeable smile. "It's here." His two slender fingers gently tapped on the wooden board. With a slight sound, a hidden compartment about half a meter long, wide, and high appeared before him. Hawkins crouched down, his gaze fixated on the small pit. It was actually a devil fruit. Hawkins was astonished. He did not expect that the other party had hidden devil fruits here, and there were 3 of them. He carefully reached out his hand and took out the 3 fruits one by one. The first one that caught his attention was a square-shaped devil fruit. Hawkins looked at this fruit in surprise. If he was not mistaken, this fruit was the Dordor fruit, a rare space-type devil fruit. Although it belonged to the Paramecia type, its abilities were too outrageous. At this moment, if he hadn't already eaten a devil fruit, he would want to eat another one. The Dordor fruit was about the size of an ordinary apple, with a relatively round overall shape. The skin of the fruit was a deep blue, and the top had a small protrusion resembling a doorknob. This protrusion was a lighter color than the fruit's skin, presenting a light blue hue. Next, he turned his attention to the other 2 devil fruits. They were actually 2 Zoan-type devil fruits. What a pity. If he wasn't mistaken, they should be some ordinary abilities. Hawkins lamented inwardly. If they were all better abilities, then their pirate crew's strength would be elevated to a much higher level. He stood up, properly stored the 3 fruits, and prepared to take them back to the pirate ship to discuss how to deal with them with his partners. Just as Hawkins walked out of Wang Ji's room, he was surprised to find that Enel and the others had already started directing the members of Wang Ji's pirate crew to busy themselves, methodically transferring the vast wealth accumulated by Wang Ji's crew over the years. Countless berries, sparkling gold and silver jewels, and various precious items were being moved onto the ship. The Chi Tian Hao. Upon seeing this, Hawkins was secretly shocked, but maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. He subtly tucked the devil fruits in his pocket a bit deeper, ensuring they would not be easily noticed by others. Then, he quickly returned to the Chi Tian ship, put away the devil fruits, and went out to help everyone transfer supplies. Wang Ji watched from under the pirate ship, gritting his teeth, filled with anger and helplessness. He stared wide-eyed at the people on the pirate ship, wishing he could rush up and fight them to the death immediately, but reality kept him from moving. He knew that if he acted rashly, it would not only endanger himself, but could also implicate the entire pirate crew. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong stood not far away, coldly watching everything unfold. His indifferent and unconcerned attitude further infuriated Wang Ji. Sun Wukong seemed completely unconcerned with what was happening around him, merely chatting with the newly appeared tiger. The two were engaged in a pleasant conversation. Really? Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he looked at Tiger. I want to go see it. 35,000 meters in Zhou. I'm really curious. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Tiger nodded with a smile. Of course it's true. I heard there are fur tribe people living up there. I thought you looked a bit like a fur tribe person. Sun Wukong showed a hint of confusion at this. Fur tribe? Right? The fur tribe consists of different races with animal characteristics like rabbits, lions, tigers, etc. You look a bit like a monkey-type fur tribe. Are you a fur tribe person lost in the world? Tiger looked at Sun Wukong in confusion, hoping to find the answer on his face. Sun Wukong scratched his head and shook his head, saying, I'm not. I'm old Sun. I popped out of a rock. Tiger thought Sun Wukong was joking, assuming he must have had a bad childhood to think he popped out of a rock. A hint of sympathy appeared in his eyes. Sun Wukong, however, was puzzled, thinking that Tiger seemed to know a lot about the New World. After a moment, Sun Wukong asked Tiger, Do you have a pirate crew? Huh. Tiger was slightly taken aback. No, I don't. Sun Wukong looked at Tiger with a serious expression. What do you think of my pirate crew? Tiger was caught off guard by Sun Wukong's sudden question. He gazed into Sun Wukong's serious eyes, feeling a surge of emotion. After thinking for a moment, Tiger still wanted to refuse, saying, I prefer to sail solo on the seas. I don't like the whole burning, killing, and looting thing. Sun Wukong frowned slightly upon hearing this, then broke into a hearty laugh. Huh, you've misunderstood. Our pirate crew is not that kind of villain. We adventure on the sea to pursue freedom. Who knows, I might be the strongest in this world in the future. Tiger fell silent, repeatedly contemplating Sun Wukong's words in his heart. He recalled his own experiences on the sea, with images of being bullied by evil pirates constantly flashing through his mind. However, images also popped up of being robbed while sailing alone. These scenes flashed through his mind, and at this moment, Tiger didn't know how to choose. After a moment of silence, Tiger slowly said, Your pirate crew is very strong. It really makes my heart race. But I have one condition. If you can agree to it, then I will join your ship. Sun Wukong's eyes flickered with curiosity, and he smiled. Oh, what condition? Tell me. The opportunity to have someone interested meant the other party was already moved. So at this moment, Sun Wukong was also very curious about what Tiger's condition was. Tiger's expression turned serious, and he looked at Sun Wukong with determination. I hope that when your pirate crew stands at the top of this world, fishmen can appear openly on the sea and no longer be sold. Sun Wukong was slightly taken aback, seriously staring into Tiger's eyes. Okay, I promise you. Tiger's heart filled with joy, and seeing Sun Wukong's serious gaze, he felt relieved. Captain. Sun Wukong smiled broadly when he heard Tiger call him Captain, revealing a set of big white teeth, looking particularly happy. Then he extended his palm, welcoming Tiger to join the Chi Tian pirate crew. Tiger also reached out his hand and shook Sun Wukong's, exchanging smiles. Meanwhile, Wang Ji and Silver Axe looked on with envy and jealousy, muttering to themselves, "How did that guy recruit another potential strong person? How are we going to take revenge in the future?" Just as the two were chatting, Enel walked up to Sun Wukong with a smile, grinning widely. "All right, Captain. We've finished transferring everything. This time it was a big harvest. Great. Let's get on board." Sun Wukong shouted loudly, and Tiger quickly went to bid a hasty farewell to Jinbei before returning to the Chi-Tian ship. Hawkins and the others looked curiously at Tiger. Tiger also felt the gazes of everyone and was about to speak when Sun Wukong preempted him, saying, "This guy is now part of my crew. From now on, he will be our crew member." He. Hawkins stepped forward, smiling at Tiger. "Welcome to our pirate crew. From now on, we are all family." Tiger looked at the sincere smiles of everyone, feeling a warm current in his heart. Enel also came to Tiger's side, patted his shoulder, and said, "With your addition, our pirate crew's strength has increased significantly. In the future, we can adventure on the seas even more recklessly." Tiger smiled and said, "I will do my best to contribute my strength to everyone." John Inram also smiled at Tiger. After all, he had just helped him a lot. "By the way, how much treasure and supplies did we gather?" Sun Wukong suddenly remembered the treasure they had just harvested from Wang Ji's pirate crew and asked Hawkins, the crew's financial manager. Hawkins's eyes couldn't hide his excitement. "Captain, we obtained about 1.2 billion berries, gold, silver, jewels, and countless antiques. If converted into berries, it might exceed 2 billion berries." Upon hearing this news, joy instantly appeared on Sun Wukong's face. He turned to look at everyone, laughing excitedly. That's great. This time it's not a loss. We need more of these treasure-bringing children in the future." Just as everyone was extremely excited, Hawkins looked mysteriously at everyone. "But that's not the most precious part." The others looked at Hawkins curiously. Dun. Hawkins smiled slightly, then slowly pulled out 3 devil fruit from his pocket and placed them on the table. Upon seeing these devil fruits, Enel's eyes widened instantly, and he showed a look of surprise. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It's actually devil fruits." His voice was filled with disbelief and excitement. Most importantly, there are actually 3. Enel, who had the most say about the fruit abilities, relied on the powers of the devil fruit for 90 of his strength. Because he himself was a person with powerful devil fruit abilities, he knew very well what kind of power and changes these fruits could bring. What kind of ability is this? Hawkins? Enel looked at Hawkins, who was calm and collected. With anticipation, Hawkins pretended to be profound and pointed to a recently found fruit, saying this one is the Zoan-type bull fruit giraffe form. "Oof, just this?" A disappointed expression appeared on the faces of the others. "Don't worry, there are 2 more." Hawkins pointed to the fruit in the middle. "This one is the Zoan-type cat fruit leopard form." Everyone was speechless. These 2 fruits were neither strong nor weak. Eating them would add a weakness, and not eating them would significantly increase their strength. They were truly useless. Hawkins noticed the expressions on everyone's faces and said with a slight smile, "The last one is very strong." "What? Can Hawkins stop being so mysterious?" Enel shouted loudly. Okay. Sun Wukong also perked up his ears in curiosity. "This one can be considered a god-level fruit, the Paramecia-type door fruit. This fruit could be described as a rare space-type devil fruit. Extremely powerful," Hawkins said seriously, making everyone realize just how strong this fruit was. Sun Wukong looked at the Paramecia-type door fruit, thought for a moment, then looked up at Yishao and said, "Yishao, this fruit is for you. I believe your strength will undergo a tremendous change with this fruit." Yishao was silent for a few seconds, then nodded vigorously. "Okay, then I want to be polite." Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Yishao took a bite. Ugh! Gulp! Yishao still forced himself to swallow the fruit despite feeling nauseous, fearing he would disappoint Sun Wukong's expectations. Then he closed his eyes, quietly feeling the new power surging within him. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, raised his hand, and gently pointed at the wall beside him. A strange door instantly appeared on the wall, and everyone gasped in amazement. Yishao frowned slightly, as if he were adapting to this new power. He extended his hand again, and this time the door appeared farther away, connecting two different spaces. Everyone looked at Yi Zhao's ability in astonishment, occasionally exclaiming in surprise. Seeing the timing was right, Sun Wukong shouted loudly, "Set sail!" To the new world. John maneuvered the ship into the upward current, and, after a period of turbulence, they directly entered the new world. Just as everyone was confused about which direction ahead, ding, 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 Hawkins took out the sea chart he obtained from Wang Ji's room. Everyone's hearts lifted, and they gathered around, curiously staring at the chart. It was densely marked with various symbols and lines, clearly a detailed map. It prominently indicated nearby islands and areas of influence. Sun Wukong glanced at the map and asked, "Where are we going?" Yi Zhao had also gathered information for a week in the Sabeti archipelago and said, "We definitely need to bypass the Wano country waters after all. Captain, you're being hunted by Charlotte Linlin. The most important thing when entering the New World is to have a territory of your own. Every major pirate in the New World has their own area of influence." Sun Wukong, with a mischievous grin, suggested, "How about we find a pirate's territory and take it over?" Upon hearing this, everyone began to ponder its feasibility. After all, Sun Wukong was a Shichibukai with legal plundering rights, so taking over a pirate's territory seemed appropriate. "Sounds good." Yi Zhao nodded in agreement. However, now the question was which territory to seize. John looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong also looked puzzled. He had never dealt with such matters, and it was usually Hawkins who took care of them. He directly turned his expectant gaze toward Hawkins. Seeing the situation, Hawkins helplessly studied the sea charts seriously. After a while, Hawkins pointed to a coordinate on the chart. "How about this place? I think it's very suitable for us." Everyone followed Hawkins's finger and was surprised to see Hive Island. Sun Wukong was indifferent and confirmed with Hawkins, "This place is fine. Let's set sail." Roar. Everyone responded loudly. Meanwhile, Wang Ji quickly returned to his room after Sun Wukong's pirate crew left to check if anything was missing. His heart raced, fearing his precious treasures had been stolen. He hurried to the location where he hid the devil fruit and suddenly saw the hidden compartment in the corner opened, sending a chill down his spine. He widened his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. The secret space, which had been so well hidden, had actually been discovered and opened. Wang Ji's hands trembled unconsciously, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He nervously stared at the compartment. Although he already knew the answer, the sound of his heartbeat echoed in his ears, as if it would burst from his chest. He cautiously approached the compartment and carefully lifted the lid. When he saw it was empty inside, his heart sank. "No!" Wang Ji's wail confused everyone on the ship, who thought it was because his money was taken, and they shouted to vent their frustration. Silver Axe chuckled to himself, knowing Wang Ji had obtained devil fruits in the Rocks Pirates, but had never used them, keeping them all stored away. Now it was all gone. He hadn't lost anything. He was merely temporarily staying on Wang Ji's ship. At the same time, in the former Lubulu Kingdom, now the Great Qin Kingdom, Ingzheng stepped down from the Qin Wang ship. Li Xin and others welcomed him, bowing, "Your Majesty, we have been waiting for a long time." Ingzheng slightly nodded in acknowledgement at ease. Immediately, a retinue of over 100 people marched grandly toward the newly built palace. The palace had begun construction before Ingzheng left and had been completed in about a month, thanks to the generally strong physical quality of the residents in this world. At this moment, the newly built Great Qin Palace stood in the center of Xianyang, like a majestic wild dragon coiled, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. The palace walls were tall and thick, made of solid giant stones. Watchtowers were set at intervals along the walls, with soldiers vigilantly watching the surroundings, safeguarding the palace's security. Entering the palace gate, a wide boulevard unfolded before them, flanked by huge stone sculptures that were lifelike, depicting majestic divine beasts and brave warriors, showcasing the power and glory of the Great Qin. The main building of the palace was grand, with upturned eaves and intricate carvings. The roof was covered with golden glazed tiles that shone brilliantly in the sunlight, resembling a sea of gold. The pillars of the main hall were thick and tall, adorned with exquisite patterns, including dragons and phoenixes, as well as mountains and rivers, demonstrating luxury and solemnity. Inside the hall, it was spacious and bright, resplendent with gold and jade. The floor was paved with smooth marble that reflected the light from the ceiling. The throne is located at the end of the grand hall. High above, crafted from precious wood and embedded with countless gems, radiating a dazzling light. This newly built palace of the Qin dynasty is not only the residence of Yingzheng, but also a symbol of the power and majesty of the Qin kingdom. Inside the hall, Yingzheng sits on the black five-clawed golden dragon throne, overlooking the crowd within the hall. Your Majesty, long live the Emperor. The ministers below immediately bowed down before Yingzheng. His gaze slowly swept across the hall, and as his lips parted, a deep and resonant voice echoed in everyone's ears. All ministers, please rise. Sitting on the black, five-clawed, golden dragon throne, Yingzheng exuded an aura of authority. His deep-set eyes seemed capable of seeing through all things in the world. Below, the officials stood respectfully on either side, each with their heads bowed, not daring to meet Yingzheng's gaze. Suddenly, Yingzheng spoke. Ministers, I have an important matter to discuss with you today. The crowd cast curious glances at Yingzheng, as he had used a tone of consultation to establish free schools. As soon as Yingzheng's voice fell, everyone below was taken aback, whispering among themselves. They were either former nobles or dogs raised by nobles, and now under Yingzheng's rule, anyone with talent could be selected. Just as they had begun to enjoy the benefits of knowledge, they were being asked to relinquish their interests. Bai Qi and others silently observed, watching to see who would dare to voice opposition. They scanned the hall, silently noting those who shouted their disagreement. These individuals not only disagreed themselves, but also incited others to join them in their dissent. Yingzheng was also keenly assessing the crowd below, wanting to see how many short-sighted individuals would only care about immediate trivial gains. After a while, he commanded silence. As soon as his voice rang out, all discussions ceased. Minister A stepped forward first, his face filled with concern. Your Majesty, I believe establishing free schools is not a good strategy. The people are each fulfilling their roles and are content with the status quo. Hastily opening schools may disrupt social order. Moreover, managing schools requires a significant amount of manpower and resources, and I fear it will burden the court heavily. On the surface, he appeared worried, but in reality, he was concerned that free schools would disrupt the existing class structure and affect the interests of the noble class. After Minister A spoke, Minister B also stepped forward and echoed, Your Majesty, I second this. The national finances are needed for military defense, infrastructure development, and many other critical areas. Establishing free schools may strain the finances. Furthermore, the common people may not have the desire to pursue education, and if enforced, it may provoke public resentment. After speaking, he calculated in his heart that if resources were allocated to schools, the benefits his family could gain would decrease. At this moment, an old noble scholar also stepped forward with a sarcastic tone. Your Majesty, I believe education has always been a privilege of the nobility. Now, establishing free schools and allowing commoners to study alongside noble children would disrupt the order of respect and hierarchy, which may undermine the foundation of the nation. He was determined to maintain the special status of the nobility, unwilling to allow commoners the opportunity to elevate their status through education, which would threaten noble rule. After the three spoke, many literati stepped forward to echo their sentiments, urging the emperor to reconsider. Yingzheng's expression darkened slightly, and he signaled to Bai Qi. Bai Qi instantly understood. He should give them some face in the hall for now, but those who only cared about their own interests deserved to be punished. Bai Qi then stepped forward and clasped his fists. Your Majesty, I believe establishing schools is indeed necessary. If our Qin army can have more knowledgeable individuals join, our combat effectiveness will surely improve. Moreover, the talents cultivated can also be used to govern various aspects of the country, which is in the nation's best interest. However, during implementation, we must strengthen supervision to ensure that all measures are properly enforced and to prevent interference. Yingzheng nodded. General Bai Qi is right. I will appoint someone to be responsible for this matter to ensure that the schools are smoothly established and operate well. Ministers A and B wanted to speak again to persuade him. Yingzheng slowly said, My mind is made up. Minister A felt unconvinced but did not dare to openly contradict him. So he said indirectly, Your Majesty is wise and cares for the long-term development of Qin. We deeply admire that. However, the matter of establishing schools is of great importance and requires careful consideration. For example, regarding funding sources, if we heavily utilize the national treasury, other important matters may be affected. Ing Zheng sneered. Do you think I do not know? I will allocate resources reasonably, streamline unnecessary expenditures, and fully support the establishment of schools. Furthermore, we can solicit donations from the public and encourage wealthy merchants to contribute to the construction of schools. All right, let us conclude the discussion on this matter. Ing Zheng cast a cold glance at these individuals, secretly thinking, ignorant and uninformed, without talent. How can I conquer the North Sea and the world? It's easy to take a kingdom, but hard to keep it. Ing Zheng deeply resonated with this thought. He then addressed the crowd below. Have we found out how many people are on this island? At this moment, a census official from the left stepped forward to report, Your Majesty, there are a total of 43 million households, with a total population of 14,069,003. Ing Zheng nodded slightly. He had initially chosen this island because of its large population, making it crucial for his future development. The population was the foundation for his unification. Following this, they discussed issues related to the kingdom's development, as there were still many matters that had not been arranged properly in this newly established kingdom. In particular, the military system had not yet been fully determined. After all, in his previous world, contributions were obtained through killing to exchange for military achievements. But in this world, individual combat power was truly terrifying. Ultimately, he decided to model it after the Navy system, as it was already a mature framework. After confirming this, Ing Zheng announced the dismissal of the court to the officials. This was because just now, GuNing had transmitted several things into his mind, claiming they would be of crucial help to him. Back in his room, Ing Zheng immersed his mind into his consciousness. Deep within his mind, 3 light spots floated quietly. Ing Zheng sensed the information from one of the light sources. Potato? He frowned slightly, pondering the purpose of this peculiar item. At that moment, the light spot seemed to flicker slightly, and a piece of information surged into his mind. It turned out that this potato had an extremely high yield, if properly cultivated. It could provide ample food for the people of Qin. Ing Zheng looked further down and was utterly shocked. What? It could yield 2,000 to 5,000 pounds per acre. A glimmer of joy flashed in Ing Zheng's eyes. Food is the foundation of a nation, and this item was incredibly astonishing to him. A divine gift. He then focused his mind on the middle light source. This time, the information presented was rice. Ing Zheng's heart trembled. He understood the importance of rice in food production. As a king of a nation, he knew that the people needed sufficient food to sustain their livelihoods. Without enough food, society would be in turmoil. Rice, as an important food crop, could provide a large amount of food. Therefore, its development and promotion were crucial for the stability and prosperity of the nation. The term rice was not unfamiliar to Ing Zheng. The rice produced by this plant was one of the staples in their daily lives. During his reign, the people experienced a period of rest and recuperation, with rice yields reaching as high as around 200 caddies per mu. Although this may not seem high now, it was considered quite good at the time. Ing Zheng understood the importance of agriculture to the state, so he vigorously promoted farming policies, encouraging farmers to plant more crops and increase agricultural output. As Ing Zheng looked towards the information about rice, the next scene made him widen his eyes. Hybrid rice technology could increase rice yields to 800 caddies per mu. What? It can increase so much. Ing Zheng was shocked. He immediately realized that this technology would bring a tremendous transformation to the country, not only solving the food shortage problem, but also promoting economic development and social stability. If such an increasing yield could be achieved, it would be incredibly exciting. Ing Zheng calmed himself slightly and focused. He was very curious about what the last item was. Corn. Yields of 400 to 1,000 caddies per mu. At this moment, Ing Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment, his face showing a shocked expression, his mouth slightly open. As time passed, Ing Zheng gradually recovered from his shock, but his excitement grew stronger. Therefore, he tried to suppress his inner excitement, took a deep breath, and attempted to calm himself down. However, This excitement was like a surging torrent, constantly battering his rational defenses, making it difficult for him to remain calm. Ingzheng directly extracted these things from his mind, ready to execute them starting tomorrow. On the Great Sea Route, Wang Quanbai and MythWukong arrive at a place called Osaka Island. There's a legend on this island. Thousands of years ago, the islanders were extremely afraid of the appearance of a red full moon. To dispel their panic, the gods bestowed a shield and the seven-star sword upon the king of the island. However, Osaka Kingdom once had 3 princes who simultaneously fell in love with a beautiful witch. To express their love, the princes fought with the seven-star sword, a symbol of royalty. The fratricidal conflict led to rivers of blood on this land, and the countless hatreds were absorbed by the seven-star sword, ultimately turning it into a cursed demon sword that destroyed Osaka Kingdom. Wang Quanbai and MythWukong quietly sat in a tavern, listening to the local storyteller's animated introduction. Hey, hey, hey. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the tavern. Old man, it's fine to fool these outsiders, but how come it's the same story every day? Someone complained unhappily. Others chimed in, yeah. Clearly, this story had been repeated many times, causing some regulars to feel bored. However, Wang Quanbai and MythWukong seemed to be quite interested in the story and continued to listen quietly. Hey, Ice Face, what do you think? Should we go look for it? MythWukong nudged Wang Quanbai with his elbow. Wang Quanbai shot him a glance. Isn't this just a legend? You want to turn the whole island upside down? MythWukong, forget it, let's go. There's a great swordsman who practices alone on this island. Let's go refine our swordsmanship. Wang Quanbai nodded slightly. Compared to the elusive seven-star sword, he was more interested in fighting others. The two of them walked out of the tavern, one in front of the other. This place belonged to a village, and it was clear that outsiders rarely visited. After Wang Quanbai and MythWukong exited the tavern, they slowly walked along the village's narrow path. The sun cast a warm halo on the ancient stone road. Surrounding the village were lush woods, where the occasional cheerful chirping of birds added a touch of vitality to this tranquil place. They walked while observing their surroundings. Most of the houses in the village were wooden structures with thick thatched roofs. Though not luxurious, they had a rustic beauty. Villagers worked in the fields, and children laughed and played on the paths, creating a peaceful rural scene before their eyes. This place is quite tranquil, Wang Quanbai said softly. MythWukong nodded slightly. In this world, as long as one was powerful enough, they could protect a piece of pure land. But since this place had nothing worth plundering for pirates, it remained so peaceful and beautiful. But where would that great swordsman be? They continued forward and encountered an old man chopping wood. Wang Quanbai politely approached and asked, Elder, do you know where I can find a great swordsman who practices alone? The old man put down his axe, sized them up, and then slowly said, I don't know where the great swordsman is, but there is someone who often practices swordplay on the mountain. It's useless work. Are you looking for him to be your master? Wan Guanbai zet petfun ziplit. We heard that his swordsmanship is superb and came to seek guidance to refine our own swordsmanship. The old man squinted slightly. The great swordsman had a solitary personality and did not like to be disturbed. But seeing your sincerity, I will tell you. He is on a mountain east of the village, in a small wooden house. That is where he practices. After thanking the old man, Wang Quanbai and MythWukong headed in the direction indicated. Along the way, they passed through dense woods and climbed rugged mountain paths. Finally, at the mountain's peak, they saw a simple wooden house. In front of the house was a clearing with some wooden stakes and stones, clearly used as training props. MythWukong stepped forward and knocked on the door. Senior, I am MythWukong, here to seek guidance on swordsmanship. Knock, knock, knock. After a while, there was no response. Did he go out? MythWukong looked at Wang Quanbai with confusion. Wang Quanbai sat calmly beside him, quietly meditating. After an unknown amount of time, the sky had darkened. Why hasn't he come back yet? MythWukong paced back and forth. Wang Quanbai slowly opened his eyes, glanced at MythWukong, and said in a calm and serious tone, You are agitated. MythWukong's body stiffened slightly. He couldn't help but fall in a deep thought. Yes, why had he become so impatient? Ever since his defeat to Wang Quanbai, he felt that his character had undergone some subtle changes. In the past, he was indifferent and taciturn, unconcerned with worldly affairs, solely focused on reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship. But now, He would bicker with Wang Quanbai, and his emotions were no longer as calm as before. What was the reason for all this? Perhaps that defeat made him start to reflect on himself. Or maybe his interactions with Wang Quanbai had changed his mindset. Just as MythWukong was lost in thought, a faint sound of footsteps came from afar. Wang Quanbai immediately stood up, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. The footsteps grew closer, and a figure gradually came into their view. The old man had a gaze that revealed a profound tranquility. He looked at MythWukong and Wang Quanbai and nodded slightly. "We meet again, young men." MythWukong exclaimed in surprise. "It's you." The old man was indeed the one they had seen that morning at the foot of the mountain. Seeing their astonished expressions, the old man smiled slightly and said, "Surprised, aren't you, young man?" Wang Quanbai slightly cupped his hands and said, "Senior, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." The old man stroked his beard and said, "I am old now. Sparring is nonsense. But I can share a bit about swordsmanship with you." MythWukong's eyes flashed with excitement. "Senior, do you have any guidance for us?" The old man slowly replied, "I wouldn't dare to say guidance, just mutual learning." He then invited the two into the house, which was simply furnished with a few wooden chairs, a wooden table, and a rudimentary bed. After the three took their seats, the old man began to slowly share his insights on the way of the sword. The essence of the sword way lies in the fusion of heart and sword. The sword is not just a weapon, but an extension of inner belief. The moment you pick up the sword, you treat it as part of yourself. Wang Quanbai nodded slightly and said thoughtfully, "What you say is indeed true. The sword carries a lot. In battle, the sword is our tool for expressing ourselves and pursuing truth." MythWukong continued, "I have always pursued powerful swordsmanship, yearning to become a top swordsman. But sometimes I also feel lost, unsure of how to further improve myself." The next day, Wang Quanbai and MythWukong gained a lot, and both took their leave. The old man asked them to check the altar, as there had been some unusual activity around it lately. He was too old to go himself and entrusted it to them. Wang Quanbai and MythWukong exchanged a glance and readily agreed to the old man's request. The two proceeded along the mountain path, discussing various speculations about the altar as they walked. MythWukong frowned and said, "What is so special about this altar? Why is there unusual activity?" Wang Quanbai thought for a moment and replied, "Perhaps it is related to the legendary seven-star sword." MythWukong looked at Wang Quanbai in surprise. "Is there really a seven-star sword? Didn't you say it was just a legend?" Wang Quanbai was too lazy to respond and quickened his pace. "TCH." MythWukong quickly followed him. Before long, they arrived at the location of the altar. The altar was situated in a serene valley, surrounded by ancient trees, exuding a mysterious aura. It was built of massive stones, covered in intricate runes and patterns. "Why isn't anyone guarding this place?" MythWukong sensed the surrounding stillness and found no signs of anyone present. Wang Quanbai and MythWukong cautiously approached the altar and immediately felt a powerful wave of energy. MythWukong whispered, "This energy is so strong. It seems this altar is indeed not simple." Bangquan Bayanuda. His gaze fixed on the altar as he tried to identify the source of the unusual activity. They walked slowly around the altar, observing every detail closely. Suddenly, Wang Quanbai noticed a slight crack at one corner of the altar, emitting a strange glow. "Look here." Wang Quanbai pointed at the crack. MythWukong leaned closer, a serious expression in his eyes. "How did this crack appear? Is there an evil force beneath trying to break the altar?" Wang Quanbai reached out and gently touched the crack. Instantly, he felt a powerful shock wave travel through his fingers. He quickly retracted his hand, his expression slightly changing. "This power is very evil, somewhat similar to that of beings from outside the circle." MythWukong frowned and said, "If the evil below breaks the altar's suppression, the people on this island may not be able to stop it." Wang Quanbai examined the altar's condition. It could last about 10 more years at most, and if someone were to damage it, it might accelerate the process. MythWukong rolled up his sleeves and drew out his black sword knight. "Let me destroy it. Keeping it is also a disaster." Just as MythWukong finished speaking, the altar trembled more noticeably, as if it had heard his intention to destroy it. As MythWukong raised the black sword, preparing to strike, Wang Quanbai reached out to stop him. "Wait, don't be hasty," Wang Quanbai said with a serious expression. Myhawk looked at him in confusion. Why? Keeping this thing will eventually be a huge trouble. We might as well solve it today. Wang Quanbei shook his head. Look how violently the altar is shaking. If we destroy it recklessly, what if it releases an even stronger evil force? We may not be able to control the situation. Also, we still don't know what exactly this altar is suppressing in its relationship with this island. Destroying it might trigger unexpected disasters. After listening, Myhawk pondered for a moment and then lowered his sword. Then what do you suggest we do? Just as they were at a loss, a sudden gust of wind swept through the valley, causing the surrounding trees to rustle. Soon after, a black mist slowly seeped out from the crack, enveloping the area around the altar. Be careful, Wang Quanbei shouted warily, drawing his sword from its sheath and holding it in front of him. Myhawk's eyes sharpened, gripping the black sword tightly, his gaze fixed on the mist. As time passed, the mist grew thicker, eventually coalescing into a vague humanoid outline. What is that? Myhawk whispered, filled with doubt and wariness. At that moment, a hoarse voice echoed in Myhawk's mind. Do you want to become the world's greatest swordsman? Myhawk frowned slightly, but did not respond. However, the voice did not cease and continued. Do you want to be suppressed by others forever? Myhawk's frown deepened, a flash of discontent in his eyes. The voice spoke again. Do you want to win? This time, Myhawk's expression turned grim, his teeth clenched, a surge of anger igniting within him. He took a deep breath and shouted, Of course I want to. Then open the altar and release me. I will help you become the world's greatest swordsman, and no one will ever defeat you again. The black mist lured Myhawk's mind with enticing words. A struggle flickered in Myhawk's eyes, and his grip on the black sword trembled slightly. Wang Quanbei noticed Myhawk's abnormality and quickly asked, Myhawk, what's wrong? Myhawk did not answer immediately, his gaze still fixed on the mist, the tempting words echoing in his mind. Becoming the world's greatest swordsman had always been his pursuit. The temptation was simply too great. Myhawk. Wang Quanbei raised his voice and called again. At this moment, Wang Quanbei sensed something was wrong. The black mist seemed to have the ability to entice the deepest desires of one's heart. After a while, Myhawk struggled madly. I can also become the world's greatest swordsman. After saying this, Myhawk's eyes sharpened, and with a sudden sweep of his right hand, the black sword cut through the air, releasing a fierce sword aura. The sword aura shot towards the strange mist like lightning. In an instant, it collided with the black mist. With a muffled boom, the mist was easily sliced apart by the black sword, like tofu cut by a sharp blade. As the sword aura penetrated, the black mist quickly dissipated, as if it had never existed. Just when Wang Quanbei thought the matter was resolved, the surrounding altar began to crack inch by inch. Kik-kik-kik-kak. Ha ha ha. Finally, fool. A long sword emitting a green light floated into the air, and a vague figure slowly grasped the sword's hilt. Myhawk's face showed a hint of surprise as he said, Is this the legendary 7-star sword? Wang Quanbei glanced at him, a teasing tone in his voice. You were just seduced by this guy. TSK, TSK, TSK. A strange laughter echoed. You dare to ignore me. The ethereal figure roared and raised the 7-star sword, striking down fiercely at the two. Wang Quanbei quickly drew the sword crafted by Gung Shiro and clashed with the 7-star sword. The two swords, infused with sharp sword energy, collided instantly, emitting a crisp metallic sound, and sparks flew around. Interesting. Wang Quanbei's eyes lit up. He was very interested in this sword, especially the sword spirit attached to the 7-star sword. This sword itself wasn't strong. What was strong was the sword spirit. Wang Quanbei and the sword spirit controlling the 7-star sword engaged in a fierce battle, with sword energy overflowing, and the surrounding plants being blown sideways by the fierce airflow. Just this. Wang Quanbei's sword momentum became increasingly fierce, continuously pressuring the sword spirit. The sword spirit seemed to be provoked as well. The 7-star sword shone brightly, and a powerful evil aura rushed toward them. Be careful, Myhawk shouted loudly. However, Wang Quanbei showed no fear. His figure flashed, skillfully dodging the sword spirit's attack. He gathered all his strength into the Wang Quan sword in his hand, which quickly became covered in a thick layer of armed haki, transforming the originally golden sword body into a deep dark color. This dark aura wrapped around the sword like a maggot, exuding a chilling pressure. As Wang Quan Ba Yi swung the sword, the space around it began to twist and distort, with black ripples wildly spreading out, as if it would tear apart the entire world. Ha ha ha! Wang Quan Ba Yi laughed up to the sky, his laughter filled with confidence and grandeur. In that moment, he seemed to become the most powerful existence in this world, unmatched by anyone. Am Wang Quan Ba Yi. His voice carried unparalleled confidence and authority. He wanted to prove with his strength that he was the one and only Wang Quan Ba Yi, the strongest swordsman in this world. Bang Quan Sword. Slash! With a roar, the Wang Quan sword in his hand erupted with dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire sky. The surrounding air seemed to respond, stirring up a strong storm. Then a giant golden sword, several meters high, wrapped in dark energy, slashed down toward the seven-star sword ahead. What? The seven-star sword emitted a terrified hoarse sound. No, no, no. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden strike fell like a meteor, smashing down violently at the position where the seven-star sword had just been. Instantly, a powerful shock wave spread out, forming a massive cloud of dust. Under the impact of this force, the ground trembled violently, and the surrounding land cracked inch by inch, no longer resembling its original form. With a golden strike past, everything was utterly destroyed, leaving only ruins and billowing smoke. At this moment, the surrounding smoke filled the air, making visibility unclear and difficult to discern the situation. MythWukong's eyes widened, his face filled with shock and disbelief. He stared intently at the confident young man before him, who radiated an unparalleled aura, his confidence and pride making one unable to help but be captivated. As the smoke slowly dissipated, the seven-star sword's gems began to shatter piece by piece, followed by the sword body starting to crumble. Before the two could react, the sword spirit residing in the seven-star sword surged out and directly attached itself to Wang Quan Ba Yi's sword. Wang Quan Ba Yi felt the sword in his hand tremble violently as a strange and powerful force instantly flowed through the blade. MythWukong was equally astonished. What is happening? Wang Quan Ba Yi frowned slightly and shouted at the sword in his hand, "Come out." However, the sword spirit did not respond, as if it didn't exist at all. If it weren't for the strange energy emanating from the sword in Wang Quan Ba Yi's hand, he might have believed it. But there was still a hint of alluring power, and at this moment, Wang Quan Ba Yi looked at the Wang Quan sword in his hand, which was glowing with a shimmering green light. This is a good sword. MythWukong rolled his eyes at him. Your original sword had a maximum quality of 21. But now with it attached after nurturing it for a while, it will completely become a new supreme blade. What good luck. Wang Quan Ba Yi twirled the sword in his hand, looking at the new Wang Quan sword. All right, then let us see how long you can last. Just as the two were preparing to leave, several residents came running toward them. It's them who destroyed the altar. Catch them. Don't let them escape. The high priest is already on the way. Stop them. MythWukong looked at the hundreds of people running toward them in the distance, his expression serious, and then said to Wang Quan Ba Yi, "Run. After all, we destroyed their seven-star sword. Hey, what do you think?" MythWukong turned around in confusion to look at Wang Quan Ba Yi, only to see him already running over 100 meters away. Damn, are you serious? MythWukong hesitated no longer and quickly chased after Wang Quan Ba Yi, his mouth full of chatter but his body never stopping. Ha 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 ha. How exhilarating! Wang Quan Ba Yi's figure moved like a ghost, rapidly jumping and darting around the valley, accompanied by his hearty laughter echoing throughout the valley. His speed was so fast that it was difficult to catch sight of him, but one could feel the powerful aura he radiated. In a new world, near the waters of Wano country, the Chi-Tian was just careening through the storm, and after a violent shake, the ship finally stabilized. At this moment, Enel and John were lying on the wet deck, gasping for breath as if they had just survived a life-and-death ordeal. Their faces were filled with exhaustion and fear, their eyes revealing a sense of relief after surviving a disaster. The weather in the new world was unpredictable, making it hard to grasp. One moment it was calm and peaceful, with blue skies and white clouds, and the sea sparkling. The next moment, a storm would pour down without warning, with fierce winds howling and waves surging. Just as everyone was feeling relieved, Hawkins frowned at the sea chart in his hand. "It seems we have deviated from our course." Tiger and Ihua walked over curiously to look at the sea chart in Hawkins' hand. What? Ihua looked at the chart in shock. It seems we have entered the waters near Wano. Tiger teased Ihua, what's wrong? Are you scared now? It's fine. I've been to this place before. It's just close to Wano's waters, and we still have some distance from their territory. After hearing Tiger's words, Ihua and the others felt slightly relieved. After all, the notorious pirate Charlotte Linlin had placed a bounty on their captain, and they couldn't help but worry. Hawkins looked at the others and spoke with concern. Let's leave this place quickly. We need to head to Hive Island as soon as possible. Everyone on the ship nodded in agreement, except for MythWukong, who wore a disgruntled expression, as if he was afraid of that old hag. Just as everyone finished gathering the supplies that had been scattered by the storm, they heard shouting from afar. Pirate crew ahead, please leave the world sea immediately. This area now belongs to the Charlotte pirate crew. A large pirate ship, flying the Charlotte pirate flag, was located 1,000 meters away from MythWukong's pirate crew. Upon hearing the warning, the crew of MythWukong's ship displayed expressions of vigilance. MythWukong stood at the bow of the ship, his golden hair shining in the sunlight, gazing sharply towards the direction of the Charlotte pirate crew, a slight smile on his lips. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Hawkins stepped forward. Captain, why not just withdraw? Fighting them now won't benefit us. In the distance, on the Charlotte pirate crew's ship, Perospero stood at the bow, squinting towards the pirate crew in the distance. He frowned slightly, a strange feeling rising in his heart. That pirate flag seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it. The new world is vast. Perhaps he had encountered this pirate crew somewhere before. However, at this moment, he didn't have much time to think about it. This area had just been seized by their pirate crew, and they were currently busy driving away other pirate crews and announcing their claim over this territory. This was an important task, related to their crew's reputation and interests. Captain MythWukong, it seems the other party is an affiliated ship of the Charlotte pirate crew. Tiger reported to MythWukong, looking at the distant pirate ship. The ship's design, a combination of pink roses and skulls adorned with numerous candy decorations, reminded him of someone, Charlotte Linlin's eldest son, Perospero. It was said that he was a Paramecia-type user of the candy fruit. MythWukong looked at Perospero across the way with interest. Paramecia-type, huh? That's interesting. He decided, all right, let's go. As soon as MythWukong gave the order, John quickly took the helm and turned the ship away. Perospero watched the other pirate crew depart, smirking at their discretion. Suddenly, Perospero's body stiffened slightly. He struggled to recall the man who had just stood at the bow. He seemed familiar. Perospero quickly rushed into his room and began rummaging through his belongings. Soon, he found MythWukong's bounty poster among the collection of wanted notices. It's him. A hint of shock flashed in Perospero's eyes. He carefully examined the image of MythWukong on the bounty poster, noting the golden hair, sharp gaze, and the man who had just stood at the bow was a perfect match. A strong sense of unease surged within Perospero. If Charlotte Linlin found out that he let the man she wanted escape, he would surely be dead. Without delay, Perospero hurried to the deck and shouted to everyone, full speed ahead, chase that pirate ship. The sea breeze rustled the sails as the Charlotte pirate cruise ship sped through the waves. Perospero knew that he likely couldn't stop MythWukong with his own strength, so he quickly took out a transponder snail and dialed Katakuri's number. In a moment, the phone was answered. What's up, Perospero? Katakuri's voice came through the transponder snail. Katakuri, I've spotted MythWukong's pirate crew. We're pursuing him now. I need you to intercept him. Perospero quickly reported the situation to Katakuri. He knew that Katakuri's strength surpassed his own, so he felt no shame in asking for help. He was glad that his brother was stronger. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Got it. What is the location? In the sea area we just occupied. Specific coordinates. Beep, beep, beep. Perospero looked at the transponder snail that had been disconnected, letting out a long sigh of relief. He knew that as long as Katakuri intervened, MythWukong's pirate crew would find it hard to escape. Perospero continued to command his ship, tracking MythWukong's vessel. Captain, it seems that Charlotte's ship is following us. John shouted to MythWukong, who was exercising on the deck. MythWukong paused, looking back at the Charlotte pirate crew's ship closely pursuing them. Heh, I'm not looking for trouble with them. They're the ones coming to find trouble with me. MythWukong stretched his muscles and decided, since they want to find trouble so badly, Let's play with them. John hesitated. Should we stop and wait for them? Sun Wukong smiled confidently. Humph. Since they are so eager, let's stop and have a proper meeting with them. The crew, filled with confidence, prepared for battle. The ship slowly came to a halt, and everyone stood ready, watching the approaching Charlotte pirate cruise ship. Lord Perispero, the other side has stopped. Should we chase after them? A small minion approached Perispero to report. He was momentarily speechless. He couldn't fight them, and now he didn't dare to chase after them either. Let's stop for now. Perispero then picked up a loudspeaker and shouted towards Sun Wukong's pirate crew in the distance. Sun Wukong, I am Perispero from the Charlotte pirate crew, and we sincerely invite you to have a friendly exchange with our captain. In the distance, Sun Wukong's expression twitched. He wanted to fly over and slap this big mouth. Hawkins and the others covered their mouths, stifling laughter for fear of being discovered by Sun Wukong. Was that a friendly exchange? They clearly wanted to gather all the men from various races. At this moment, Sun Wukong's forehead was bulging with veins, and he remained silent. Anyone could see he was very angry. Just as Perispero awaited Sun Wukong's response, an overwhelming wave of conquerors' haki swept towards him. In an instant, it felt as though the entire world fell into a dead silence. The air seemed to freeze, and a heavy pressure descended like a mountain. Perispero found it hard to breathe. His heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand, and a strong sense of suffocation turned his face pale. That conqueror's haki carried an unstoppable force, overwhelming like a raging tsunami. The minions around Perispero collapsed to the ground under the impact of this terrifying power. Their eyes filled with fear. Some even fainted outright, unaware of their fate. Those who were affected by the conqueror's haki couldn't withstand the tremendous shock and died instantly. On the sea, the previously gently rippling waves seemed to be instantly suppressed by this haki, becoming as calm as a mirror. The seawater seemed to sense this powerful force, creating strange ripples as if it were submitting to this terrifying power. Perispero looked in terror at Sun Wukong across from him. How powerful that conqueror's haki was. This man. He felt the terrifying pressure of Ant's oppressive aura from this man, that overwhelming conqueror's haki, sending chills down his spine. At this moment, the members of the Sun Wukong pirate crew looked at their captain's imposing demeanor with sparkling eyes. They sensed a tremendous pressure around him, but judging by the situation, their captain's conqueror's haki could be completely controlled at will. Perispero tried hard to calm himself. He knew he couldn't show any signs of fear at this moment. He stared intently at Sun Wukong, attempting to find a crack in his expression. However, Sun Wukong's cold, fur-covered face displayed only endless majesty and dominance. Sun Wukong, what do you want? Perispero asked, forcing himself to sound calm. Sun Wukong slightly squinted his eyes, his golden fur shining under the sunlight, and his coat billowing in the wind, appearing utterly unrestrained. His voice was deep and powerful as he looked at the Charlotte pirate ship, which was motionless on the sea. Perispero, I, old Sun, am not to be trifled with. If your Charlotte pirate crew dares to entangle with us again, don't blame me for being rude. Perispero's heart tightened. He knew Sun Wukong was not joking, but he couldn't easily back down after all. He represented the dignity of the Charlotte pirate crew. Moreover, he needed to buy time. Katakuri was already on his way. Perispero forced a calm expression, a stiff smile on his face, and said, Sun Wukong, don't be too arrogant. Our Charlotte pirate crew also has a reputation on these seas. How could we fear a small pirate crew like yours? He silently prayed for Katakuri to arrive quickly while constantly glancing into the distance, trying to spot Katakuri's ship. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong scoffed. Just as Perispero was in internal conflict, he suddenly spotted a small black dot on the distant sea, and his heart leaped with joy. He knew it must be Katakuri's ship. He immediately relaxed, feeling that the time spent in this standoff with Sun Wukong was not in vain. The other party's imposing presence was too terrifying. Katakuri's ship quickly approached, his tall figure appearing at the bow, coldly gazing at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, I am Katakuri of the Charlotte pirate crew. Our captain invites you to join us. Katakuri's voice was deep and filled with authority, though slightly immature at this moment. Sun Wukong's veins bulged, his fist crushing the steel railing at the bow. I can't hold back. Tell old Amo I want to eat fish. With that, Sun Wukong jumped directly towards Katakuri's ship. What? Lord Katakuri, he jumped over. Panic erupted around them. Katakuri smiled, showing his shark-like grin, thinking impressive. His speed was incredibly fast, like a flash of lightning across the sea. Katakuri was not to be outdone. He immediately activated his observation haki, predicting Sun Wukong's landing position and preparing to attack. Just as the image formed in Katakuri's mind, Sun Wukong had already landed on the deck. Before he could react, Sun Wukong's fist came crashing down on him. Katakuri's adrenaline surged, and he barely managed to dodge Sun Wukong's attack. Cold sweat dripped from Katakuri's forehead. He thought how fast. Sun Wukong did not pause after missing. He instantly threw another punch. The wind from his punch howled, carrying immense power. Katakuri's eyes narrowed. Once again using observation haki to predict Sun Wukong's attack trajectory, twisting his body at an incredible angle to evade. Not bad. I can use observation too. Sun Wukong smirked slightly, his fighting spirit intensifying. The crew members of the Charlotte pirate crew watched in horror. They had never seen anyone force Katakuri to this extent. Sun Wukong's overwhelming strength and ferocious attacks filled them with fear. Relying on the sensations from his observation haki, Sun Wukong threw a punch at Katakuri's evasion spot. Boom! A huge sound echoed in the air. This hit landed solidly on Katakuri, producing a dull thud. Katakuri's body was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily into the distant cabin. Puffed. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Katakuri's mouth, splattering on the ground. His complexion turned pale, and at this moment, his strong body felt almost immobilized. Everyone on Katakuri's ship was shocked, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Their most proud Lord Katakuri had been knocked down and was unable to move. Sun Wukong casually poked his ear with his pinky. I haven't even used my strength yet, Sai. Boring. Katakuri looked at Sun Wukong in terror. He hadn't even used his devil fruit ability and was already unable to resist. At this moment, the Chi-Tian ship, piloted by John, also approached, and the three ships were now side by side. Perispero, who had been watching from a distance, rushed over. He had thought the two would be evenly matched, but he did not expect such a vast difference. Katakuri hadn't even lasted 3 exchanges. Perispero gritted his teeth. He was now forced into a corner. If he didn't take action, Mama would blame him. Taking a deep breath, Perispero suppressed his fear. He knew he was facing an extremely powerful enemy, but he had no way out. He slowly raised his hands, activating his devil fruit ability to create various candy weapons. The candy weapons quickly took shape in his hands, including gigantic candy hammers, sharp candy swords, and pointed candy arrows. Perispero's gaze sharpened as he aimed these weapons at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, don't be too arrogant. Today, I will show you my strength, Perispero said loudly. Sun Wukong looked at Perispero and chuckled lightly, showing little interest. On the side, Yisio also noticed Sun Wukong's attitude. He understood that Sun Wukong did not want to waste time entangled with Perispero. Therefore, Yisio jumped without hesitation, landing steadily on Katakuri's ship. He walked slowly towards Perispero, his expression serious. You're not worthy for my captain to make a move. You should defeat me first, Yisio said earnestly to Perispero. He stared intently at Perispero. Ever since obtaining the door fruit, he had yet to fully unleash his power, and he hoped that Perispero could withstand his full strength. Bastard! Perispero's forehead bulged with veins. A guy from a small place actually looked down on him. After all, he was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million in the New World. Perispero glared at Yisio, and his aura erupted instantly. He waved his hands, and countless candy weapons appeared around him, ready to launch an attack on Yisio. Yisio, however, remained unfazed, standing calmly with an expression of composure and confidence. At this moment, the staff sword in his hand had been drawn out. The tip pointed at Perispero. Come on, let me see your strength, he said with a faint smile. Perispero let out a roar, commanding his candy weapons to fly towards him. The candy weapons fell like raindrops, carrying immense power and destructive force. Is that so? Ichao's mouth curled up slightly as he waved the staff sword, gently slicing through the air in front of him. In an instant, A pitch-black crack appeared before everyone. The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. What is this? Perospero was also taken aback. This ability was strange, something he had never seen before. Is it a paramecia? Just as Perospero was pondering, all of his candy attacks were absorbed into the crack. Perospero laughed, and then summoned more syrup, pouring it into the crack, which quickly solidified together. In an instant, the crack was sealed by Perospero's ability. Ichao looked at Perospero in surprise, not expecting this person to have some brains. However, Ichao didn't waste time. He quickly created another crack and flashed into it in an instant. Perospero looked at the place where Ichao had disappeared, mumbling, "Gone?" Just then, a dazzling white light flashed. At that moment, a powerful force suddenly struck Perospero from behind. He turned around and found a deep wound on his back, blood gushing out. Although Ichao possessed a devil fruit ability, he was a swordsman before that. Perospero fell to the ground in pain, his face showing shock and fear. Blood continued to flow from the wound on his back as he struggled to stand up, saying, "You're strong. I've never heard of your name before." "I am Ichao." Perospero looked at Ichao earnestly, disregarding the pain in his body, forcing himself to stand tall, continuously waving his candy staff. In an instant, candy enveloped Perospero's body. A few seconds later, a hard candy armor appeared before everyone. Perospero clasped his hands together and began to chant. Suddenly, a giant candy figure appeared behind him. This candy giant stood dozens of meters tall and exuded a powerful aura. Perospero commanded the candy giant to charge at Ichao, each step shaking the deck. Ichao showed no concern for Perospero's resistance. He was even interested in honing his own abilities. Ichao took a deep breath, focused his mind, and directly used his ability to cover the staff sword. Then, he delivered a massive slash into the air, instantly creating a spatial crack several meters high on the deck. When the candy giant charged in, it was directly absorbed into the crack. Without any hesitation, Ichao closed the spatial crack. The candy giant, having lost the control of its user, turned into syrup and lay quietly on the ground. Perospero's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected that his powerful technique would be so easily countered by Ichao. Grinding his teeth, Perospero felt unresigned. He once again used his ability, trying to create more candy weapons to attack Ichao. However, Ichao did not give him that opportunity. Ichao flickered and instantly appeared in front of Perospero. Perospero, terrified, tried to retreat, but it was too late. Ichao pressed the staff sword against Perospero's neck and coldly said, "Don't struggle in vain. You're not my opponent." Perospero's body trembled slightly. He knew he was in a desperate situation. Just as he was about to say something, Katakuri, watching the scene unfold, shouted angrily, "Enough, Perospero. That's enough. We belong to the Charlotte Pirates. If you have any demands, just state them, and our captain will satisfy you." Katakuri looked at Son Goku, feeling deflated. In this battle, he hadn't allowed these subordinates to engage. Their participation would only lead to death against such a powerful enemy, leaving them with almost no ability to fight back. Their involvement would only result in more casualties and unnecessary sacrifices. Katakuri's words instantly froze the atmosphere at the scene. Perospero gritted his teeth, filled with unwillingness. But he also understood that Katakuri's decision was correct. They were indeed at a disadvantage, and continuing to fight would only make the situation worse. Son Goku narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Katakuri. He could sense the helplessness and compromise in Katakuri's words. After a moment of silence, Son Goku slowly spoke, "It's useless to you. Hand over everything you have, and I'll let you go." Katakuri's face instantly stiffened. Under normal circumstances, he would have given up what was on his ship. However, at this moment, he had just stolen a devil fruit from an island in this sea area. After receiving Perospero's call, he quickly rushed over. Katakuri quickly calculated in his mind. The value of this devil fruit was self-evident. Once it fell into Son Goku's hands, it could potentially enhance their strength, posing a greater threat to the Charlotte Pirates. Yet, given the current situation, if they didn't hand over their goods, it was clear that Son Goku would not let them off easily. "Son Goku, you can take other things from his ship, but there's one thing I hope you can let us take back." Katakuri gritted his teeth and said, "The entire Charlotte family will thank you for it." Son Goku raised an eyebrow, revealing a playful smile, looking curiously at Katakuri. Oh, what is it? Something that Katakuri was reluctant to give up must be extremely important to them. Katakuri gritted his teeth, knowing that if he didn't say it, the other party wouldn't let it go. A devil fruit. This devil fruit is crucial for our Charlotte Pirates. I cannot give it to you. You can take other treasures and supplies, but the devil fruit is absolutely off limits. Son Goku narrowed his eyes slightly, his aura gradually emanating. It seems you still haven't recognized the situation. I'm not negotiating with you. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense once more. Perospero was anxious, knowing that if both sides fell in a conflict again, their situation would become even more dangerous. Katakuri, why not just give them the devil fruit? As long as we have the Green Mountains, we don't have to worry about firewood, Perospero whispered. Katakuri shot Perospero a fierce glare, thinking to himself, no way. This devil fruit is related to the future of our pirate group. It absolutely cannot be given away. Perospero pouted, it's just a devil fruit. We have plenty in our pirate group. Hearing Perospero's words, Katakuri's anger flared even more, but he also understood the difficult situation they were in. Son Goku's powerful strength left them with little room for choice. Katakuri gritted his teeth and remained silent for a long time. In the end, he sighed helplessly and said, forget it, just hand over the devil fruit. Reluctantly, he allowed someone to take out the devil fruit. Son Wukong watched as Katakuri and the others took out the devil fruit, a slight smile of pride appearing at the corner of his mouth. Although he wouldn't eat the devil fruit himself, it could enhance his crew's abilities, so why not take advantage of it? Soon after, Son Wukong returned to his own ship, quietly observing Enel, John, and the others directing the transfer of the opposing side supplies and treasures. Enel had a cold expression, occasionally releasing electricity from his hands to intimidate the Charlotte Pirates, ensuring they cooperated obediently in transferring the supplies. John was methodically directing the crew, moving box after box of treasures and supplies on his son Wukong's pirate ship. A look of excitement appeared on his face. After all, such wealth and supplies were undoubtedly a huge gain for their pirate crew. As the supplies continued to be transferred, anger and resentment appeared on the faces of the Charlotte Pirates. They watched helplessly as the treasures and supplies they had worked hard to seize were taken away by others. Feeling humiliated, but in the face of Son Wukong and the others' powerful strength, they could only dare to be angry but not speak out. Katakuri and Perospero stood to the side, their faces dark and frightening. Watching their ship being gradually emptied, they were filled with helplessness and regret. Katakuri, are we just going to let them take our things? Perospero said through gritted teeth. Katakuri clenched his fists tightly, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Right now, we have no other choice but to endure. We need to train hard. We have already been defeated by these pirates from the first half of the Grand Line. Son Wukong held the devil fruit he had obtained from Katakuri, lightly tossing it into the air and then catching it steadily, repeating this action. At this moment, Son Wukong was pondering whether the old hag from the opposing side would come to snatch it since this devil fruit was so important. He still didn't know who was stronger between him and that old hag, even though he was confident in his own strength. After a while, he turned to look at Rome and Tiger, who were working hard in the distance, both wearing excited smiles. Captain, what should we do with this devil fruit? Unbeknownst to him, Yixiao had come to Son Wukong's side and asked softly. Son Wukong furrowed his brow slightly and said, I'm also considering this problem. This fruit is good, but I won't eat it myself. As for who to give it to, I really need to think it over. Let's go talk to Rome and Tiger, Son Wukong said as he led Yixiao towards the two. Rome and Tiger quickly stopped their work when they saw Son Wukong and Yixiao approach. Captain, what are your orders? Rome asked. Son Wukong raised the devil fruit in his hand and said, I'm considering giving this devil fruit to one of you. I want to hear your thoughts. A flash of surprise and excitement crossed Rome's eyes, while Tiger frowned slightly. Captain, I'm a fisherman. If I eat the devil fruit, I won't be able to move freely in the water, which would have a huge impact on me. So, it's better to give this fruit to someone more suitable. Tiger said sincerely. Son Wukong nodded and looked at Rome. Rome hesitated, his eyes showing a hint of worry and confusion. And he slowly spoke, Captain, this devil fruit is indeed powerful, but I don't know if I can handle this power. Also, I'm worried that this fruit might bring unnecessary trouble to our pirate crew." Hearing this, Sun Wukong understood his concerns. After all, the abilities of this devil fruit were still unknown. If Rome ate it and gained an unsuitable ability, it could have a negative impact on the entire crew. For example, something like a misfortune fruit. So he patted Rome on the shoulder and encouraged him, "Rome, I understand your worries, but we are pirates, and we should face the unknown challenges bravely. If you eat this devil fruit, you might become a stronger warrior and add strength to our pirate crew." Xiao also chimed in, "Rome, since the captain has chosen you, don't refuse. Trust yourself, you can definitely unleash the power of this fruit." Rome took a deep breath, his eyes gradually becoming determined. "Captain, since you trust me so much, I will not disappoint your expectations. I will work hard to master the power of this fruit and fight for the pirate crew." After saying that, Rome tightly gripped the devil fruit, looking at its peculiar patterns, feeling a mix of inexplicable nervousness and anticipation. He was originally a shipwright, but now he was entrusted with high hopes by the captain. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Rome slowly brought the devil fruit to his mouth. The taste of the fruit was extremely strange, but Rome endured the discomfort and swallowed it whole. Moments later, Rome felt a strange power surging within him. He closed his eyes, focusing on sensing the changes in this power. Suddenly, a layer of faint light appeared around his body. When Rome opened his eyes again, he was shocked to find that his vision had undergone a tremendous change. He could see everything around him as if it were a mirror reflecting various different scenes. "This is the ability of the mirror fruit," Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Hawkins also showed a look of delight. The ability of the mirror fruit was very special, capable of creating various mirrors for reflection, duplication, and other operations. This would give Rome a significant combat advantage. But that's not the most important part. It is said that the mirror fruit has a unique alternate space for storing items and transmitting information. Everyone looked at Rome with fervent expressions. Sun Wukong didn't fully understand, but seeing everyone's reactions, he sensed the power of this devil fruit. In the distance, Katakuri and Perispero from the pirate ship gritted their teeth, not expecting Sun Wukong to directly hand such an important fruit to an ordinary crew member. Katakuri clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. This Sun Wukong is simply too arrogant. He doesn't even know the true value of this devil fruit, and casually gave it to a minor character. Perispero also had a dark expression, realizing it was the mirror fruit. "This is bad. If Mama finds out that I've caused the loss of such a powerful devil fruit, she will definitely kill me." Katakuri helplessly glanced at Perispero and sighed. "Let's go. I will explain everything." Their ship turned around and headed towards the headquarters of Whole Cake Island. Sun Wukong and the others only glanced at them and didn't pay any further attention. "Captain, we should set off quickly too." Hawkins walked up to Sun Wukong. "Let's go. Hive Island. This half of the Grand Line should also have our influence." Meanwhile, after Katakuri and Perispero returned to the Charlotte Pirates base, they reported the incident in detail to Charlotte Linlin. Upon hearing this, Charlotte Linlin flew into a rage. Surrounded by flames and thunder, Prometheus and Hera also appeared with angry expressions. "You actually handed this devil fruit to someone else? What a bunch of useless fools!" Charlotte Linlin roared. Katakuri and Perispero lowered their heads, not daring to speak. They knew that this failure had made Charlotte Linlin extremely angry, and they needed to find a way to turn the situation around as soon as possible. Especially after Charlotte Linlin learned that the devil fruit had been snatched by the Sun Wukong pirate crew and given to an ordinary crew member, her fury intensified. She decided to personally lead her pirate crew to attack the Sun Wukong pirate crew and regain her face. As a ruler in the New World, she could not afford to suffer such a humiliation. Once this news leaked, it was like a heavy bomb dropped into a calm lake, causing a huge uproar. The strong figures in the latter half were shocked, and they began to speculate and discuss the aftermath of this event, waiting for Charlotte Linlin's next move. The five elders sat solemnly in the center of power, and upon hearing that Charlotte Linlin's devil fruit had been stolen, they furrowed their brows, their eyes revealing deep vigilance. This was not a small matter, Charlotte Linlin's strength was one of the forces we needed to balance in the new world. Now that she had been robbed of resources by a newcomer, it could disrupt the existing power structure. The head of the five elders spoke slowly, his voice steady and authoritative. The strength demonstrated by Sun Wukong this time fully confirmed the correctness of our decision to establish the warlords of the sea. Sun Wukong can act as a wedge in the new world. As long as he behaves, we don't mind how much territory he occupies. We cannot sit idly by. We must closely monitor the development of this matter. Perhaps we can use this opportunity to further control the situation in the new world. But we must also be careful not to bring trouble upon ourselves, another five elder added. They began to discuss countermeasures and soon dispatched intelligence personnel deep into the new world. They had already decided to cooperate with Sun Wukong if he needed help. They could assist him in fending off Charlotte Linlin, but afterward he must obediently submit. On Whitebeard's pirate ship, upon hearing this news, Whitebeard laughed heartily. Ha! That old hag Charlotte Linlin has her day too. It seems her pirate crew is nothing special. As he laughed, he took a large gulp of alcohol. His crew laughed along, but Whitebeard understood in his heart that this matter would not end so simply. Charlotte Linlin would definitely take retaliatory action, which could spark a great war in the new world. The Charlotte family was in a phase of mad expansion, and they certainly would not allow a newcomer to provoke their authority. If Charlotte Linlin failed this time, her power would be at a standstill, and the situation in the new world could stabilize. However, we must not let our guard down. We need to closely monitor their movements. If there is an opportunity, we can also reap some benefits from this. But we must not let this war affect our brothers. Whitebeard reminded his crew. That! Marco and others responded loudly. At this time, in the new world, near Wano country, Kaido was extremely troubled. He knew that Kazuki Oden had now become a threat that could not be ignored. This former daimyo had become immensely powerful after circling the world with Roger. The main issue was his brave, fearless, and highly skilled samurai, which gave Kaido a headache. In contrast, his small minions seemed so weak and powerless, unable to withstand the fierce attacks from Kazuki Oden and his subordinates. His side was like a big cat with only a few little kittens, although he had a big snake helping him fend off Kazuki Oden for now. He didn't know when the other side might suddenly go mad. If Kazuki Oden spreads this information and lets Whitebeard know, then his plot to steal Wano would be exposed. This would not only put him in a predicament, but could also trigger a series of serious consequences. As the captain of a pirate crew, Whitebeard valued his family the most. If it became known that Oden was not helped because pirates stole from Wano, his reputation would suffer greatly, and other members might lose trust in him. Thus, Kaido was in a dilemma, waiting for a breakthrough in his own strength. Otherwise, when the time for Whitebeard's crazy revenge came, he would be powerless to resist. When he received news about Charlotte Linlin, he scoffed and paid no attention to such entertainment news. He still had great faith in that old hag's strength. After all, she was his former guide. Over the past few days, things continued to ferment, with people discussing and various speculations and rumors circulating. Meanwhile, on the vast ocean, a ship named the Chition was drifting on the turbulent sea. This Chition ship was particularly eye-catching, its huge hull swaying in the waves, as if it were merging with the surrounding ocean. The pirate flag on the ship fluttered in the wind, and the crew busily moved around the deck, skillfully operating various equipment to ensure the ship could safely navigate this vast ocean. "Captain, we still need to sail for about another week to reach Hive Island," Tiger reported to Sun Wukong while glancing at the nautical chart. The man he referred to as captain was Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong squinted his eyes slightly, gazing into the distance, his fur reminiscent of the fur tribe glistening in the sunlight. Dressed in a golden cloak, he stood at the bow of the ship, exuding an imposing presence. The sea breeze gently blew his cloak, creating a rustling sound. Sun Wukong nodded, acknowledging the information. He silently contemplated that although the journey had been calm so far, they could not let their guard down. After all, retaliation from Charlotte Linlin could come at any moment. He turned back to look at the crew behind him. "Let's keep moving," Sun Wukong said lightly. Tiger responded and turned back to the cabin to direct the crew to adjust their course toward Hive Island. New World, near the waters of Hive Island. The sky turned fish belly white, and a gauzy mist slowly rose from the sea, creating a dreamlike scene. The morning glow illuminated the water, blending seamlessly with the sky. Golden lights scattered across the river's surface, sparkling. MythWukong and the others looked back at the Charlotte pirate crew, rapidly closing in, and frowned slightly. Given the situation, they would definitely need to find a small island to fight on. After all, if a battle broke out on the ship, it would surely be unable to withstand such a powerful impact. If the ship were to be destroyed and lives lost, it would be truly dangerous. Therefore, finding a small island as a battlefield was the wisest choice. MythWukong's voice reached everyone's ears. Quickly find a suitable small island to confront them. The others, including Shao, nodded in agreement. If they fought the Charlotte pirate crew on the ship, both sides' vessels would be unable to withstand the tremendous impact, likely leading to their destruction. Thus, choosing a small island as the battleground was indeed the most sensible decision. However, finding a suitable small island for battle in the vast sea was no easy task. After all, the ocean is vast and the islands are scattered, making it a time-consuming and energy-draining task to find a suitable location. Hawkins stood at the bow of the ship, carefully studying the nautical chart in his hands. His gaze swept over the various marks and lines, trying to find an ideal battle location. Suddenly, his eyes stopped at a spot marked as an uninhabited island. "Captain, there's an uninhabited island at this location," Hawkins exclaimed excitedly, pointing to a point on the map. Hearing Hawkins' words, everyone gathered around, curiously looking at the chart. Following Hawkins' finger, they indeed discovered an uninhabited island not far from them. MythWukong nodded slightly, acknowledging Hawkins' discovery. The island appeared to be just the right size for them to engage in battle with their enemies. It was far from other areas, which would prevent unnecessary trouble. Additionally, the terrain of the island might provide them with some advantages. Time passed second by second, and the Charlotte pirate ship was getting closer, making the situation increasingly urgent. Finally, a faint outline of a small island appeared on the distant sea. Inaru excitedly pointed in that direction. "Look, there's a small island." Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, and a surge of excitement welled up within them. As long as they could land on that small island, they would have a chance to confront the Charlotte pirates. They had drifted at sea for so long, and after a long period of training, they wanted to see how much their strength had improved. As they drew nearer, the details of the small island gradually became clear. The island was flat and covered in dense vegetation, seemingly unremarkable. But for them at that moment, it was enough. John quickly adjusted the course, heading towards the small island. It seemed the Charlotte pirates had also sensed their intent and increased their pursuit speed. "Mama, mama, mama. Do these guys want to fight me on the island?" Big Mom laughed loudly as she looked at the distant Chi-Tian pirates, knowing there were few people in this new world who could match her. As the Chi-Tian pirate ship approached the shore of the small island, John skillfully maneuvered the ship, searching for a suitable docking point. Everyone got ready. Once the ship came to a stop, they would quickly disembark. The ship finally docked successfully, and members of MythWukong surged onto the island like a tide. 7 people stood in a row, quietly waiting for Big Mom. Meanwhile, the Charlotte pirate ship also stopped not far away, with Big standing at the bow, wearing her signature arrogant smile, and behind her was a group of fierce pirates. They were all familiar faces from 20 years later: Perospero, Katakuri, Daifuku, Oven, Amand, and Cracker. "You guys, charge forward and deal with this bunch of ignorant fools," Big Mom shouted loudly. Oh, the pirates of the Charlotte crew jumped off the ship, charging towards the Chi-Tian pirates. MythWukong shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle." The members of the Chi-Tian pirates immediately formed a battle formation to meet the enemy's onslaught. The battle was about to erupt, and both sides engaged in fierce combat on the small island. Inaru launched the first attack, his whole body crackling with electricity. With a wave of his hands, bolts of lightning struck towards the pirates of the Charlotte crew. Many pirates were hit by the lightning and fell to the ground instantly. However, the Charlotte crew was not to be underestimated. Some of their ability users began to counterattack. Perospero watched the powerful lightning released by Inaru with a slight smirk. He raised his candy cane and waved it lightly, causing a massive candy wall to rise up and block Inaru's lightning attack. Then, he quickly waved both hands, sending candy projectiles flying towards Inaru. Seeing this, Inaru's eyes narrowed, and his body instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting through the air to evade the candy projectiles. At the same time, he continuously released electricity from his hands, counterattacking Perispero. Katakuri set his sights on Ichiji, walking towards him with a blank expression. Ichiji felt a strong fighting spirit rise within him as he looked at Katakuri. "Come on, let me see your strength," Ichiji said loudly. Katakuri said nothing and instantly launched an attack. His arm transformed into Machi and struck towards MythWukong. Ichiji quickly used his abilities to evade, and the Machi arm struck the ground, leaving a deep mark. Ichiji immediately counterattacked, swinging his scythe towards Katakuri. Katakuri remained calm, blocking Ichiji's slicing attack with his Machi arm, then flicked his arm, sending Ichiji flying away. Ichiji steadied himself in midair and charged towards Katakuri again. The two engaged in intense combat, exchanging blows. Daifuku summoned a demon, which wielded a massive storm blade and charged at the members of the Chitian pirates. John met it head-on, his sword glinting coldly as he swung it at the demon. The demon was hit but sustained little damage, becoming even angrier and attacking John. Keek keek keek. Demon slash. John, using the power of the gravity fruit, entangled with the demon, which was unable to keep up with John's speed due to the weight. Hawkins stood to the side, calmly observing the battlefield. He drew a card, which displayed an unfavorable situation. Frowning, he pondered a countermeasure. "Everyone be careful. The situation is not in our favor," Hawkins shouted loudly. A man charged at Hawkins, wielding her famous sword, White Fish. Her swordsmanship was sharp, and each strike carried a strong killing intent. Hawkins quickly dodged, his figure moving like a ghost as he evaded a man's attacks. At the same time, he cleverly used his abilities to exert his fruit powers on the small minions rushing in from the opposing pirate ship. In the blink of an eye, he successfully controlled 4 minions from the enemy's pirate ship. Under Hawkins' control, these minions lost their self-awareness and became tools in his hands. Subsequently, Hawkins manipulated these puppets to start blocking a man's attacks. Rom entered the battle directly into the mirror space, his strength not being strong enough to do much more than annoy the opponent. At that moment, he was using the power of the mirror fruit to send Cracker into the mirror fruit's alternate space. Cracker, suddenly transported into the mirror space, felt a surge of anger. He looked around and saw that this alternate space was filled with strange mirrors, with light refracting between them, dazzling the eyes. "Oof. A mere trick," Cracker shouted angrily, immediately summoning countless cookie soldiers. The cookie soldiers searched for an exit within the alternate space while remaining alert to potential attacks. Observing Cracker's every move from within the walls of the alternate space using his abilities, knew he was no match for Cracker in direct combat and could only rely on the special powers of the mirror fruit to restrain him. Rum began to swiftly move between different mirrors, creating various phantoms to confuse Cracker. The cookie soldiers continuously attacked the phantoms, but could never find Rom's true form. "Damn it! Come out!" Kuya roared, and his cookie soldiers began to attack the surrounding mirrors even more frantically. However, these mirrors seemed to possess a special magic, and the cookie soldiers' attacks caused almost no damage to them. Seeing this, Rum directly appeared outside to lure more enemies into the mirror space, easing the pressure on everyone. MythWukong and Charlotte Lean's eyes collided in the air. At the moment their gazes met, it felt as if time stood still. The air instantly became heavy, and an invisible pressure spread across the entire sea. Neither side made a move. It was as if a tense current filled the air, and everything around seemed to freeze. Moments later, Charlotte Lin was the first to break the silence. "Little monkey, do you think you can stop my steps?" Her voice thundered, carrying a powerful oppressive force. MythWukong's lips curled slightly, revealing a confident smile. "Then let's see." His words were concise and powerful, filled with provocation. Charlotte Lin snorted in anger, and her aura erupted instantly. A powerful conqueror's haki surrounded her body, like an unshakable mountain. MythWukong was not willing to back down either. He summoned the power within him, and a strong aura radiated from him. The two auras collided in the air, producing deafening roars. The pink conqueror's haki and dark gold conqueror's haki clashed violently, surging against each other like a raging tide, emitting deep booming sounds. On the sea surface, the waves began to churn violently, with spray being propelled high into the air by the powerful force. The surrounding ships shook violently under this force, and the weaker pirates of the Charlotte Pirates were even knocked unconscious. On the island, the ground around them crumbled inch by inch, turning to ashes. In the sky, dark clouds seemed to be drawn by this force, constantly swirling and gathering. Lightning flickered within the clouds, as if cheering for this battle between kings. At the center of the collision of conquerors' haki, the air seemed to be distorted. It was a suffocating sense of oppression, as if the entire world trembled before this power. Charlotte Linlin squinted slightly, her gaze revealing a sharp light. Sun Wukong gripped his golden staff tightly, exuding overwhelming dominance. Neither side would yield. They were both displaying their majesty and strength as top powerhouses of the New World in their own way. The waves continuously crashed against the shore, producing a series of booming sounds. Well, you got some power? Then let's battle. Linlin stepped on Zeus, leaping towards Sun Wukong with a Napoleon sword in hand. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed, gripping his golden staff tightly as his aura instantly surged to its peak. He bent his legs slightly, like a tightly wound spring, ready to welcome Linlin's attack at any moment. In the blink of an eye, Linlin had charged in front of Sun Wukong, the Napoleon sword swinging down with ferocious power. Sun Wukong was unafraid, raising his golden staff to meet the blow. The sword and staff collided again, producing a deafening sound, and a powerful shockwave spread outwards, causing waves to rise dozens of meters high, shattering nearby trees and rocks under this force. Even Xiao and Katakuri, who were fighting nearby, were blown away by the momentum. Fortunately, Xiao was stronger than Katakuri and stabilized himself before continuing to battle Katakuri. Little monkey, today I'll let you see my true strength. Linlin shouted angrily, her domineering aura surging like a tidal wave. Zeus beneath her feet rumbled, while Prometheus transformed into a huge flame surrounding her. Sun Wukong's lips curled into a confident smile. Come on, let me see how capable you are. Here comes the little flying stick. In an instant, the Rui golden cudgel grew in size, crashing down heavily in Linlin's astonished gaze. Linlin swung the Napoleon sword, flames igniting instantly on the blade, a result of the fusion of Prometheus's top homie's abilities. Her Napoleon clashed directly with the golden staff. But upon closer inspection, one could see that the two weapons did not truly touch. Seizing the opportunity, Linlin launched a counterattack, gripping the Napoleon sword tightly, and the blade ignited with fierce flames once more. She slashed towards Sun Wukong at incredible speed. A massive sword energy infused with scorching flames surged towards him. Sun Wukong immediately raised his golden staff to defend, and Linlin's sword energy collided with the staff, producing a loud bang. The powerful impact forced both of them to step back a few paces. Well, little monkey, join my world and become my husband, and I won't kill you. Hey, old hag, with the way you look, you must be in your 70s or 80s. Sun Wukong snorted coldly, mocking Charlotte Linlin. At this moment, Linlin was still in her prime, and despite Sun Wukong's humiliation, she didn't break down, as she was indeed very beautiful. I'm 18 this year. Without pausing her actions, she slashed at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong chuckled coldly. 18 is just the right age for Antflow die, you old hag. A roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Sun Wukong noticed he had provoked her, his eyes smiling as he looked at Charlotte Linlin. He saw her emanating a powerful aura, with thunder and flames flickering in her hands, rushing towards him at an astonishing speed. The Zeus and Prometheus in her hands constantly changed forms, transforming into a massive thunder dragon and fire dragon. The two giant dragons coiling together, emitting a series of dragon roars, exuding tremendous might. A flash of excitement crossed Sun Wukong's eyes as he took a deep breath, releasing a powerful aura. The thunder and fire in Charlotte Linlin's hands grew stronger, and she swung her arms fiercely, sending the Thunder Dragon and Fire Dragon roaring towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's figure flickered, dodging the attacks of the Thunder and Fire Dragons. However, these two giant dragons did not cease their assault. They circled in the air, seeking another opportunity to attack. Seeing this, Sun Wukong wielded the golden staff, unleashing dazzling golden light as he engaged in fierce combat with the Thunder and Fire Dragons. The Thunder Dragon and Fire Dragon spewed blazing flames and lightning, while Sun Wukong utilized various marvelous techniques with the golden staff to deflect the flames and lightning. For a moment, the sky was filled with brilliant light and continuous loud sounds, creating an extraordinarily spectacular scene. Following that, Lin Lin, wielding the Napoleon sword, reached Sun Wukong and slashed down. Sun Wukong, moving at a speed incomprehensible to ordinary people, instantly collided the golden staff with the Napoleon sword, producing a thunderous roar. The immense force caused the surrounding air to tremble, even drawing the clouds in the sky down with its impact. That's far from enough. Charlotte Lin Lin snorted angrily, her conqueror's haki erupting again. Wielding the Napoleon sword, her body resembled a moving mountain, her movements seemingly clumsy, yet every step was filled with devastating power. The Napoleon sword in her hand glimmered with a cold light, carving sharp arcs in the air, each swing accompanied by a sharp tearing sound, as if it could rip through the air itself. This sword in Charlotte Lingling's hand has incredible attack power, with each strike containing a terrifying force capable of destroying a small mountain. Under Charlotte Lingling's massive frame, the Napoleon sword appears exceptionally small. However, it is precisely because of the size difference between the two that this sword becomes one of Charlotte Lingling's deadliest weapons. As Charlotte Lingling continues to swing the sword, the surrounding land begins to crumble. "Mama, mama!" Charlotte Lingling shouted loudly. She suddenly changed her attack style, infusing the Napoleon sword with her domineering aura, and then swung it forcefully. A massive slash of domineering aura flew towards Sun Wukong at incredible speed, making it impossible to evade. Sun Wukong, seeing this, flashed a serious look in his eyes. He quickly drew on his inner strength, concentrating his domineering aura on the Rui Jingu Bang. Then, he swung the Rui Jingu Bang with all his might to meet Charlotte Lingling's slash of domineering aura. The two powerful forces collided again, producing an even more intense roar. The surrounding space seemed to be distorted by this power. At this moment, the island had already been sunk by 1/5 due to the aftermath of their battle. Some crew members watched the fight in terror, filled with shock. By now, the battle between the two sides had progressed from day to night. Both Sun Wukong and Charlotte Lingling were pushed back a few steps by the powerful shockwave. They steadied themselves and looked at each other again, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Just then, Charlotte Lingling summoned Prometheus and Zeus. Prometheus transformed into a massive flame, hovering above Charlotte Lingling's head and radiating intense heat. Zeus turned into a giant thundercloud, constantly flashing with lightning. "Little monkey, let me show you my true power," Charlotte Lingling said. She swung the Napoleon sword, and Prometheus and Zeus launched their attacks simultaneously. Flames and lightning surged towards Sun Wukong at incredible speed and immense power. Sun Wukong, seeing this, quickly swung the Rui Jingu Bang to defend against the attacks of flames and lightning. The Rui Jingu Bang collided with the flames and lightning, producing a series of crackling sounds. "Your power is indeed strong enough for me, old son, to play with you seriously," Sun Wukong shouted. "Divine ability, law of heaven and earth. What is this?" Charlotte Lingling asked in surprise. Suddenly, his body rapidly expanded, becoming immensely gigantic, standing like a towering mountain between heaven and earth. His muscles bulged, veins protruded, and every inch of his skin emitted an unparalleled aura of power. Charlotte Lingling looked in astonishment at what was happening before her. Wasn't he a member of the Fur tribe? A fruit user? However, Sun Wukong did not give her time to think and charged forward to engage in close combat with Charlotte Lingling again. In the distance, due to the terrifying atmosphere of the battle between Sun Wukong and Charlotte Lingling, the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates had also ended their battle early. Fortunately, With Rom's Muro fruit, even if they couldn't win, they could be rescued by Rom. One smile easily defeated Katakuri, and Tiger performed well, easily taking down Oven. John had a stroke of luck winning against Daifuku, while Hawkins and Enel were still a bit weak. Previously, they had few opportunities to act due to Sun Wukong's protection, but they were eventually rescued by Rom. Now everyone was waiting for the battle between the two captains. They were the ones who would determine the direction of the war. The battle between the two had lasted from day to night. Sun Wukong and Charlotte Lingling had been fighting for 3 days and nights. Since the beginning of their fight, the sky above the entire island had been covered with thick layers of clouds, obscuring the sun. At this moment, Sun Wukong's figure remained tall like a pine tree, his golden fur slightly disheveled from the battle, while Charlotte Lingling's towering frame radiated a chilling aura. However, at this moment, Charlotte Lingling seemed particularly desolate and forlorn, as if all her brilliance had completely faded away. Her once awe-inspiring figure now appeared so small and helpless on this land. Her eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment, seemingly unfamiliar and at a loss for everything before her. The island beneath their feet had been turned into a battlefield by their 3 days and nights of combat, with every inch of land becoming a battleground. Mountains had been flattened by their power, rivers had been cut off, and forests had turned to ashes. Now, the two stood precariously on a floating, shattered island. Charlotte Lingling slowly raised her head, her gaze meeting Sun Wukong's once again. The eyes that were once filled with dominance now held a hint of weariness. "Monkey, I see the shadow of rocks in you." Her voice was somewhat hoarse, lacking its previous authority. If one listened closely to how Charlotte Lingling addressed him, they would notice that she started with little monkey before directly calling him monkey, which represented her acknowledgement of her defeat. Sun Wukong fell silent for a moment. He didn't even know rocks, and if it weren't for seeing her somewhat broken-hearted, he wouldn't have bothered to respond. The two fell into silence again. The wind howled past them, carrying a hint of coolness. "I lost. Monkey, today's battle, let's call it a day. But in the future, we will meet again on the sea," Charlotte Lingling said. "However, next time I won to lose. All right, but from the moment you lost, you will only see my back until you can no longer see it," Sun Wukong said seriously, looking at Charlotte Lingling. "By the way, from today on, this sea area will be my territory. If your people cross the line, there will be an all-out war." Charlotte Lingling hesitated for a moment, silently turned, and slowly walked towards her crew. Katakuri and the others looked at their captain's somewhat despondent back, filled with complex emotions. She was first their captain and only then their mother. Everything around them had been destroyed in their battle, with countless whirlpools appearing on the sea, and their fight had affected a vast area of the surrounding sea. The ships of the Charlotte pirates slowly sailed away from this battle-ravaged sea area. Charlotte Lingling stood at the bow of the ship, gazing intently into the distance. "Mom, what should we do next?" Katakuri asked softly, walking up beside Charlotte Lingling. After a moment of silence, Charlotte Lingling slowly replied, "Consolidate our forces and start stabilizing our development. Next, there will be quite a few audacious individuals coming to provoke us, looking for opportunities in our territory." Katakuri nodded slightly. This defeat would cause them to lose some prestige in the New World, leading to provocations from some ambitious individuals. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong stood on his ship, watching the direction in which the Charlotte pirates were leaving. "Captain, should we set off?" Enel asked. Sun Wukong squinted slightly at the distant horizon. "Let us go. Hive Island." At this moment, the sun rose in the east, casting rays of light in all directions. The fish belly white in the sky transformed into a golden hue as the red sun leaped out from the horizon. Just as everyone boarded the ship, a vessel flying the world government flag approached them. "Captain," Tiger said, looking warily at the other ship. Sun Wukong waved his hand. He did not sense any strong aura from the captain of the other ship, although he had just gone through a fierce battle. He didn't need to take action against these small fry. The ships of the world government slowly approached, and the people on the opposing ship looked serious, creating a somewhat tense atmosphere. After a while, the ships stopped not far away, and a small boat was lowered from above. Several men in black suits boarded the small boat and headed towards the ship of the Cheetian pirate crew. John furrowed his brows, wondering what the world government wanted. They surely had ill intentions. Yi Xiao stood quietly by, gripping his cane sword tightly, ready to respond to any potential danger. The small boat quickly approached the Chitian pirate crew's ship. The leader, a tall man with a stern face, slightly raised his head and said to everyone on board, "We are members of the world government's CP9. We have important matters to discuss with you. Please allow us to come aboard." Hearing this, several people turned their gazes towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded slightly, curious about what the other party wanted to discuss. Before long, the group climbed up to the deck using ropes. Enel displayed a dismissive smile. "World government people, just say what you want." The man cleared his throat and said, "Lord Sun Wukong, we know you are powerful and hold considerable influence in these waters. Our Lord 5 elders of the world government have sent a gift for you and hope to establish cooperation." As he spoke, he gestured for someone to bring out an exquisite box and a chest filled with belly. When the box was opened, a mysterious devil fruit was revealed, emanating a strange glow. The chest contained 100 million belly, which caught everyone's attention. This devil fruit and 100 million belly represent our sincerity from the world government. If you agree to cooperate with us and serve the world government, all of this will be yours, said the CP9 member. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. "You really think highly of yourselves? Wanting me to serve you? That's just a dream. Mr. Sun Wukong, we know you are strong, but you must understand that cooperating with the world government is a wise choice. We can provide you with more resources and power if you're willing to join our camp." Sun Wukong interrupted him, crossing his arms and coldly sneering, "Humph. Don't waste your breath. I won't be fooled a second time. The Jade Emperor and Tathagata already tricked me once." The CP9 members' expressions darkened, but they remained calm. The leader smiled and said, "In that case, we'll leave these items with you as a gesture of friendship from our Lord 5 elders. We hope to have opportunities for cooperation in the future. Our proposal is always valid. If you change your mind, feel free to contact us." After finishing this, the CP9 members quickly boarded their small boat and returned to their ship. The ship, flying the world government's flag, lingered on the sea for a moment, as if observing the Chitian pirate crew's reaction before slowly departing. "Captain, the world government is trying to win us over. It seems they have some concerns about us," Enel said. John also spoke up. "Our captain is one of the 7 warlords of the sea now. It's only natural for them to try to win us over." Sun Wukong nodded slightly. "Our Chitian pirate crew has our own path to follow. We will never become anyone's pawn." Hawkins looked thoughtfully at the chest containing the devil fruit and the belly, pondering what abilities the devil fruit might possess. Hearing Hawkins say this, everyone turned their gazes to the devil fruit on the deck. The fruit radiated a strange glow with complex and mysterious patterns on its surface. Enel stepped forward to closely examine the devil fruit. "Captain, this item sent by the world government is definitely not simple. It might possess powerful abilities." Yixiao frowned slightly. "But we shouldn't trust things from the world government. This fruit may hide unknown dangers." Sun Wukong curiously asked, "Doesn't anyone recognize this fruit?" Everyone exchanged confused glances, their eyes filled with bewilderment. "Hawkins, can you discern the fruit's abilities?" Sun Wukong asked. Hawkins shook his head. Sun Wukong gazed at the devil fruit, deep in thought. "Forget it. Let's keep it for now. Maybe someone will recognize it later." Everyone nodded in agreement. It's worth noting that in this pirate crew, aside from Sun Wukong and Tiger, the others had all become devil fruit users. Sun Wukong had not consumed a devil fruit simply because he did not want to. Tiger, being a fisherman, had no interest in devil fruits. On the first half of the Grand Line, on a certain island, the sea breeze howled, and the waves crashed against the rocky shore, creating a series of roaring sounds. Wang Quan and MythWukong stood on a high point of the island, gazing at the Navy fleet that was surrounding them with serious expressions. The two exchanged glances, both looking troubled. "You." MythWukong hesitated to speak, his hawk-like eyes revealing a sense of helplessness. Wang Quan also looked embarrassed. He hadn't expected the Navy to actually launch the demon-slaying order. After all, MythWukong was on the Navy's friendly side, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. At this moment, 5 vice admirals from the Navy headquarters stood on the opposing warships, dressed in white Navy justice cloaks, their postures upright, faces stern. The leading vice admiral was tall and sturdy, with sharp eyes like an eagle, arms crossed over his chest, staring at Wang Quan with a slight smirk, as if declaring that Wang Quan and MythWukong's doom was imminent. "Hey, "Myhawk, we are giving you a chance. Kill the person next to you, and we will spare your life." A burly vice admiral shouted at Myhawk. "Hee, you really enjoy playing with others, don't you?" A vice admiral with a full beard mocked. "You." Just as Sahid was about to get angry, Ghost Spider stepped in to stop the two. "What time is it, and you're still bickering?" The two fell silent. Ghost Spider was a core figure of the hawkish faction, and their forces couldn't afford to confront him head-on. "What now?" Wong Quan inquired in a low voice, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. Although he was powerful, he had to avoid confrontation against such a formidable Navy force and the demon-slaying order. Myhawk remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, "I'm not the type to abandon others. Besides, these people are not unbeatable." His tone was calm, yet it conveyed a firm determination. He drew his black sword knight, its blade shimmering with a cold light as if responding to his fighting spirit. Wong Quan nodded, gripping his sword tightly. "Don't worry if we can't fight our way through. I have a way to escape." Myhawk looked at him in surprise. This was the Navy's top-tier demon-slaying order. He actually claimed to have a way to leave. This configuration of 5 vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, along with 10 warships and 10,000 Navy soldiers, was something even he wouldn't dare claim he could escape from unscathed. On the sea, the Navy fleet began to slowly close in on the island. The cannons on the ships had already targeted the island, ready to launch an attack at any moment. The sea breeze grew more intense, causing the clothes of King Chong and Myhawk to flutter. The burly vice admiral saw that Myhawk remained unmoved. His expression slightly darkened and coldly snorted, "Myhawk, don't be ungrateful. You should know that today you are facing the Demon Slayer Order. You have no chance of winning. As long as you kill him, the Navy headquarters can overlook your past actions and may even reward you. If you refuse, we will report to revoke your title as one of the 7 warlords of the sea." Myhawk gently stroked the black blade Yoru in his hand, the blade shimmering with a cold light, as if responding to the calm within him. "I, Myhawk, have always acted according to my own will, never swayed by the threats and temptations of others. You think you can use such tactics to provoke us? You're being too naive." The faces of the Navy vice admirals grew even uglier as they exchanged glances, seemingly discussing their next strategy. At that moment, another vice admiral stepped forward. He was slender, but exuded a sinister aura. "Myhawk, don't think you're so great. You're just one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Without the support of the Navy and the world government in this ocean, you are nothing. If you kill King Chong today, we can guarantee you will remain one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and your reputation will greatly increase." Myhawk's cold smile deepened as he slowly raised the black blade Yoru, pointing it at the Navy vice admirals. "You so-called Navy, waving the banner of justice while engaging in despicable and shameless acts. You're just a pack of dogs raised by the world government. He. Then you'll be buried here with King Chong. Fire." In a fit of rage, the vice admiral shouted, instantly breaking the deadlock. Just as his words fell, with his orders given, the cannons on the warships erupted with deafening roars. Shells shot like black meteors towards the deserted island, carrying the momentum of destruction. Myhawk and King Chong immediately dispersed to evade the rain of falling shells. The explosions echoed continuously on the deserted island. Flames soared, and smoke filled the air. The once peaceful deserted island instantly turned into a hell on earth. The ground cratered, trees uprooted, burning branches and debris flying everywhere. Myhawk moved like a specter, weaving through the gaps between the shells, his gaze always calm. Each movement perfectly avoided the cannon fire. Even when shells were about to land nearby, they were sliced open by his sword chi, bursting into flames. King Chong also dodged the shells with ease. After a round of fierce shelling, the Navy fleet began to slowly approach the deserted island. The Navy soldiers on the warships, armed and ready, prepared to land at any moment. Myhawk looked at the approaching Navy with a glint of determination in his eyes. "Ice block, today let us fight side by side and show these guys our strength," he shouted. King Chong responded, "Ha, you're actually quite loyal." He tightened his grip on the King Chong sword, his momentum continually rising. His strength had already reached the level of an admiral, while Myhawk hovered between the ranks of vice admiral and admiral, waiting for an opportunity. As the Navy fleet approached a certain distance, the Navy soldiers surged onto the deserted island like a tide. They shouted as they charged towards MythWukong and King Chong. As the pride of various regions, they had become cannon fodder upon arriving at the Navy headquarters. However, at this moment, they were solely focused on taking down the two of them. Meanwhile, MythWukong was the first to meet the enemy, swinging the black blade Yuru, unleashing waves of black sword chi. Each blade of sword chi was like a scythe reaping lives, instantly cutting down the Navy soldiers in the front line. Blood splattered in the air, and MythWukong's figure moved among the enemies like the Grim Reaper, instilling fear in the Navy soldiers. King Chong was also unwilling to be outdone. He unleashed his superb swordsmanship, engaging in fierce combat with the Navy soldiers. His attacks were sharp and varied, each strike accurately hitting the enemy's vital points. Under his sword, Navy soldiers fell one after another, yet more enemies continued to surge forward. The Navy vice admirals commanded the battle from the rear, their anger growing stronger as they witnessed MythWukong and King Chong's stubborn resistance. At all costs, we must take them down, the leading vice admiral shouted. At that moment, a Navy vice admiral seized the opportunity and suddenly rushed towards MythWukong from the side. His long sword carried overwhelming power, aimed at MythWukong's back. MythWukong, sensing the attack from behind with his observation haki, quickly turned around and blocked the deadly strike with the black blade Yuru. However, due to the immense force, he was still pushed back a few steps. MythWukong, today you can't escape," the Navy vice admiral exclaimed triumphantly. MythWukong steadied himself, a flicker of anger in his eyes. "Bastard, a sneak attack?" He swung the black blade Yoru again, launching a fierce counterattack against the Navy vice admiral. Meanwhile, King Chong also faced two Navy vice admirals. The two Navy vice admirals were equally unyielding, coordinating their attacks to flank King Chong. One vice admiral wielded a long knife, striking with powerful blows, attempting to break through King Chong's defenses. The other vice admiral wielded dual swords, using agile and varied swordsmanship, constantly seeking weaknesses in King Chong's defense. King Chong dodged skillfully under the attacks of the two vice admirals, his body like willow fluff in the wind, light and agile, always managing to evade just before the enemy's attack struck. At the same time, he continuously counterattacked, each strike forcing the two Navy vice admirals to be cautious. The blade of the King Chong's sword shining with a faint green light. They could hardly comprehend why King Chong's attacks were so fierce. The strange substance attached to his sword was not haki at all. This was a completely different cultivation method, one they had never seen before. He was a genius, akin to the one who pioneered the Navy's sixth forms. "What kind of power is this?" thought the vice admiral with the long knife, shocked. He had never encountered such a peculiar attack method. Each time King Chong's sword clashed with his long knife, he felt a strange and powerful force transmitting through the blade, causing his arm to slightly tingle. "Be careful, this kid's attacks are very strange." The dual-sword vice admiral also sensed something amiss and became more cautious in using Soru, constantly changing positions, trying to attack King Chong from different angles. Raging foot, he moved quickly, like a bolt of lightning, circling to King Chong's side. Suddenly, he lifted his leg and, at an incredible speed, swept horizontally towards King Chong, forming a blade-like air slash with a sharp whistling sound that sped towards him. This raging foot sliced through the air, cutting through the rain and creating a hazy mist. King Chong swung his long sword, unleashing a slashing attack imbued with sword intent, meeting the white crescent blade formed by the raging foot like a fierce storm. In the blink of an eye, the white crescent blade shattered like fragile glass. While the sword intent slashing attack continued its relentless advance toward the dual sword vice admiral. Just when the general thought his attack was about to hit the target, he suddenly realized that the situation in front of him had changed dramatically. He widened his eyes in shock, watching as the sword energy that he should have easily defeated broke through his defenses with such ease and slashed fiercely towards him. Everything happened so quickly and unexpectedly that the general had no time to react. He could only watch helplessly as the sword energy, filled with a sharp killing intent, rapidly approached his body. Then, in a flash, it struck him hard. In an instant, a wave of intense pain surged through his body, as if thousands of steel needles had pierced him simultaneously, causing him to let out a terrible scream. Following that, bright red blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the ground beneath him and forming a shocking pool of blood. Drip, drip. Blood began to uncontrollably flow beneath him, merging with the surrounding earth. His face turned pale as paper, his eyes tightly shut, and his breathing became weak and rapid. The other general, who was also engaged in the struggle for dominance, didn't react in time to his comrade's serious injury. Meanwhile, in the distance, the ghost spider and Sahid, who were controlling the entire battlefield, had originally worn triumphant smiles on their faces. But when they saw this scene, they were shocked. They widened their eyes, looking in disbelief at their comrade in the pool of blood, a sense of fear rising in their hearts. How could that man be so terrifying? Sahid muttered to himself. Sahid still hadn't realized that his body was trembling like a sieve, the extreme fear making him feel somewhat out of control. At the same time, MythWukong's figure flashed, charging towards the Navy soldiers like a bolt of black lightning. His speed was incredibly fast, instantly covering a distance of over 100 meters and arriving next to the Navy soldiers. It was as if the air still carried the waves of force generated by his rapid movement, rippling outward like waves on water. The Black Blade Knight was wielded in his hand with ferocity, each slash carrying powerful sword energy aimed at the Navy. Each sword energy was like a tangible blade, tracing a beautiful yet deadly arc through the air, and wherever it went, the air was sliced apart, producing a sharp whistling sound. The Navy Rear Admiral fighting MythWukong was also at a disadvantage, unable to suppress MythWukong. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his eyes revealed a hint of anxiety and helplessness. He also cast a pleading glance towards the ghost spider. Without any hesitation, the ghost spider immediately reacted, drawing weapons with all 8 limbs to confront MythWukong. In an instant, the ruined island was filled with flashes of blades and swords, and the battle was extremely fierce. The ground, sand, and stones were shaken by the aftermath of the battle, flying everywhere and leaving behind numerous pits of varying depths. The already sparse vegetation on the island was destroyed in the fighting, leaving only some broken branches and leaves swaying in the wind. MythWukong fought against 2 opponents, but showed no signs of losing. His swordsmanship was remarkably sharp, with great force, and every move containing lethal power. The Black Blade Knight seemed to have a life of its own in his hands, skillfully weaving through the Navy, where blood splattered wherever he went. Many Navy soldiers had not even gotten close before they were already decapitated. However, when MythWukong looked up at the densely packed Navy soldiers in the distance, he felt a headache coming on. So far, the casualties had only reached a few hundred. As expected, the Navy's demon-slaying order still had its unique advantages. Wang Quanbai interjected, "It's just because there are so many of them." "How's that? Are you comfortable with the fight?" MythWukong's lips curled into a slight smile. "It's okay. Let's get out of here." Wang Quanbai repelled the nearby Navy Rear Admiral and dashed to MythWukong's side. MythWukong's eagle-like eyes glanced at him and nodded. "Sword!" Wang Quanbai shouted loudly, and the royal sword flew up into the air. Following that, Wang Quanbai grabbed MythWukong's arm and jumped onto the royal sword. The 2 of them flew away on the sword, surrounded by the Navy, under the gaze of many. They flew away. Sahid was dumbfounded, pointing in terror at the 2 flying away on the sword in the sky. "It's over." Meanwhile, MythWukong was also bewildered, thinking, "Wait, buddy, you can fly?" Wang Quanbai replied nonchalantly, "Just learned it. It's just a way to get here." MythWukong gave him a thumbs up. In the New World, the news of son Wukong and others defeating the Charlotte family, a dominant force in the New World, sent shockwaves across the world. When this news was first mentioned in the taverns on various islands in the New World, people were first stunned, then erupted into an uproar of disbelief. The patrons froze, their cups suspended in midair, their eyes wide open as if they had heard an unbelievable tale. The pirates who had been drifting at sea for years were even more astonished, their jaws nearly dropping. Son Wukong and the others defeated the Charlotte family? That's one of the dominant powers in the New World. A pirate with a scarred face exclaimed, "How is that possible? The Charlotte family is so powerful. How do they manage it?" Another pirate asked, puzzled. Soon after, the news stirred up a frenzy in the Navy bases across various seas in the New World. Navy soldiers stopped their training, looking at each other with surprise and unease in their eyes. Officers quickly gathered together to discuss the possible implications of this news. If Sun Wukong and his crew truly have such strength, we need to reassess the situation in the New World, a senior Navy officer said with a serious expression. When Whitebeard received the news of Charlotte Linlin's defeat, his eyes widened like saucers, his face filled with disbelief. They used to be on the same ship, and he knew Charlotte Linlin's strength very well. Yet now, she had been defeated by someone new to the New World. Kaido also looked bewildered, his face showing disbelief. He even dropped the bottle in his hand, thinking, if I can't even beat that crazy woman, how could a newcomer defeat her? At this moment, Hive Island was still a gathering place for pirates. With Rock's departure, Hive Island had become a chaotic scene, a hub of power struggles, resembling a pirate stronghold. The air was filled with chaos and unease, and various pirate crews frequently clashed over territory and resources. The tavern was filled with the sounds of revelry. Drunken pirates loudly boasting about their achievements, and the air was thick with the smell of alcohol and sweat. By the docks, old ships swayed gently with the waves, their weather hulls telling stories of the storms they had weathered. However, when the news of Sun Wukong and others defeating the Charlotte family arrived, the entire Hive Island instantly fell into silence. The pirates looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. They couldn't imagine that someone could defeat a dominant power in the New World. This news was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of waves. After all, the pirates of Hive Island know that Charlotte Linlin is a key combat member of the Rocks Pirates, and her strength cannot be underestimated. In the central square of Hive Island, a group of pirates is engaged in a heated debate. Is that Sun Wukong really that powerful? A pirate with a stubbled face asked. Of course, he defeated members of the Charlotte family, but we know nothing about him. What if he was just lucky? The tall, thin pirate still hesitated. The stubbly-faced pirate shot him a glare and said, luck is also part of strength. Besides, think about it. We've been hanging around Hive Island for so long. Have we had any chance to rise? Now that such a powerful person has appeared, if we don't seize the opportunity, what are we waiting for? I've made up my mind. If Sun Wukong appears in front of me now, I will definitely follow him. He spoke quickly, without thinking, pausing for a moment, his gaze burning as he looked at the news in his hand. After hearing this, the others felt somewhat stirred. They are, after all, nameless pirates who need a strong leader to protect them. They disdain joining those already famous pirates. After all, they would only be cannon fodder. But Sun Wukong gave them hope. He is a rising star, with no established power, and even his crew consists of only a few people. Just then, news came that the Sun Wukong pirates had landed on Hive Island. This news caused a huge stir among the pirates, like a bomb going off. He really has come. The stubbly-faced pirate shouted excitedly. We need to prepare quickly to welcome him. Another pirate said. Thus, those who wished to join the Sun Wukong pirates began to take action. At this moment, Sun Wukong, Tiger, and others were chatting and laughing, discussing the geographical location of the island. By the way, Captain, do you think the pirate crew on this island will come to cause trouble? Tiger curiously asked Sun Wukong with a half-smile. This island still has 4 famous pirates in the New World, Yixiao chimed in. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong suddenly stopped, his light golden eyes looking into the distance. They're coming. The others heard what Sun Wukong said and stopped, watching the direction of the island. Before long, hundreds of figures came rushing towards Sun Wukong and the others, smiling broadly and shouting, Lord Sun Wukong, Lord, idol, get out of the way, don't block me from seeing my idol. Sun Wukong and the others looked at the surging crowd with a hint of surprise. Tiger widened his eyes and muttered, what is going on? Hawkins squinted slightly, holding a card in his hand, a smile appearing on his face. The crowd quickly reached Sun Wukong and stopped, looking at him excitedly. One tall, excited man stepped forward, his eyes shining with admiration. Lord Sun Wukong, we've heard about your deeds. You defeated the Charlotte family. That's amazing. We have decided to join your pirate crew at all costs. The man said loudly. The others echoed, yes. We want to join the Chi Tian pirates. We want to follow you on this sea. Lord, I've been following you ever since you defeated Sakazuki. Sun Wukong looked at the enthusiastic crowd before him, feeling somewhat at a loss, and turned to Yixiao and the others. hoping they could offer some advice. Yixiao's face was serious. Captain, it's time to start building our own power. These people will be our foundation. We can assess them and select some to join us to form our crew. The others behind him also nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong listened to Yixiao and the others, slightly nodded, and his light golden eyes looked at the enthusiastic crowd again. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "Since you want to join my Cheetian pirates, I will give you a chance. However, my pirate crew isn't for just anyone." Upon hearing this, everyone perked up, looking at Sun Wukong with expectation. "My pirate crew exists to pursue freedom and protect companions. If you don't have your own dreams, then you're not suitable to join us." After saying this, Sun Wukong scanned the crowd and then turned to Yixiao and the others, saying, "Next, you will be responsible for assessing them. Select those who truly have potential and value to join our pirate crew." Yixiao and the others nodded in agreement. While the recruitment was in full swing, the pirate crews that had been ruling their territories also heard the news of the Sun Wukong pirates landing. They became alert and sent subordinates to gather information. One of the pirate crews, called Black Wolf, was led by a burly man with a fierce face. He sat in his territory, listening to his subordinates report with a frown. This Sun Wukong actually defeated the Charlotte family, and he has started recruiting pirates on the island? I want to see how capable he really is, the Black Wolf said coldly. He decided to observe the movements of the Sun Wukong pirates. Meanwhile, the leader of another pirate crew, Blood Shark, was a cunning and treacherous character. Upon learning that the Sun Wukong pirates had landed, he immediately started plotting. This Sun Wukong might be a useful pawn. If we can win him over, or take advantage of the situation to weaken him, it would benefit us. The Blood Shark leader squinted, pondering his strategy. But this guy is said to be very strong. This is tricky. On the other side, after a morning of selection, Yixiao and the others each chose 20 people to be their crew members. Sun Wukong then waved his hand and began appointing his crew members. Hawkins was appointed as the captain of Team 1. John was appointed as the captain of Team 2. Enel was appointed as the captain of Team 3. Yixiao was appointed as the captain of Team 4. Tiger was appointed as the captain of Team 5. Ram was appointed as the captain of Team 6, and also the logistics team leader. Strength doesn't determine the order, just like that. Sun Wukong tilted his head, looking at his companions who had been with him all along. Hawkins nodded slightly. John straightened his back, revealing a determined expression. Enel smiled proudly. Yixiao's expression was calm, and he fully supported any decision made by Sun Wukong. Tiger excitedly waved his fist. He had just joined the Cheetian pirates and was given such an important position. Feeling incredibly thrilled and touched by the idea of following Sun Wukong for a lifetime. He was grateful for Sun Wukong's trust in him. Ram solemnly accepted the appointment, understanding the importance of logistic support for the pirate crew and determined to do a good job. At this moment, the subordinates sent by the Blood Shark leader had arrived at the Sun Wukong pirates base. They cautiously conveyed the Blood Shark leader's intention, expressing a desire to cooperate with the Sun Wukong pirates. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong squinted slightly, his gaze flashing with depth. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. "Go back and tell your captain that I, Sun Wukong, am giving you an opportunity. Have all 4 pirate crews on Hive Island submit to me, or those who refuse will die." The subordinates of Captain Blood Shark trembled at these words. They felt the immense pressure and determination in Sun Wukong's voice. They dared not say more and hurried back to report to Captain Blood Shark. Upon hearing the report from his subordinates inside his pirate ship, Captain Blood Shark's expression became extremely grim. He slammed the table and shouted angrily, "This Sun Wukong is too arrogant. He actually wants all 4 pirate crews to submit to him. It's simply a dream." The other members of the Blood Shark crew expressed their dissatisfaction and anger. They had dominated Hive Island for a long time. How could they easily bow to a new force? "Captain, we cannot yield to him like this. We should unite with the other 3 pirate crews to fight against Sun Wukong," one subordinate proposed. Captain Blood Shark nodded and said, "That's right, we cannot sit and wait. Immediately contact the other 3 pirate crews to discuss strategies." Meanwhile, in the base of Sun Wukong's pirate crew, everyone was also discussing Blood Shark's reaction. "Captain, The Blood Shark crew will definitely not submit easily. We need to be prepared for battle, said one crew member. Sun Wukong nodded slightly and said, I know they won't yield easily, but what Sun Wukong, say, I will accomplish. If they don't know what's good for them, then they shouldn't blame me for being rude. At the same time, the leaders of the other 3 pirate crews also received the news in their respective bases. They too were filled with shock and anger, but they knew that Sun Wukong's strength should not be underestimated. After some discussion, they decided to use the Blood Shark pirate crew as a shield while they watched from the sidelines. If the Blood Shark pirate crew failed, they would surrender to Sun Wukong. Captain Blood Shark was unaware of the other 3 pirate crews' plans. He was actively preparing for battle against Sun Wukong's crew. He gathered all his forces, ready to fight Sun Wukong to the death. Soon, Blood Shark was ready for battle, while the other 3 pirate crews secretly observed, waiting for the outcome. In an open area on Hive Island, the Blood Shark pirate crew's army had already arranged themselves in formation, standing in neat rows, weapons tightly gripped, their expressions serious and tense. Every soldier could feel the impending atmosphere of war. Their hearts raced and their breaths quickened. Blood Shark stood at the front of the line, his figure tall and imposing. He knew this battle was crucial for the Blood Shark pirate crew. If they failed, they would lose everything. Sun Wukong's group of hundreds also quickly arrived at the scene, their steps vigorous and powerful, displaying a strong momentum. They closely followed their squad leader, forming an organized and disciplined unit, each person ready to face the upcoming challenge. The 2 sides faced off, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the field. The soldiers of the Blood Shark pirate crew gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes filled with hostility and vigilance. Sun Wukong's crew appeared calm and confident, their faces radiating a desire for victory. Today is your day to die. Captain Blood Shark's cold and ruthless voice echoed in the air. He swung his great sword and shouted angrily, "Kill!" The soldiers of the Blood Shark pirate crew responded in unison, shouting as they charged towards Sun Wukong's group. At the same time, Sun Wukong's crew did not show weakness. They rushed forward, engaging the enemy in fierce combat. The sounds of clashing swords filled the air, blood splattering everywhere. The battlefield was thick with the smell of blood, a stinging scent that seemed to wrap around a person's soul, creating a suffocating discomfort. On this bloody battlefield, the second squad, led by John, took the lead, fiercely clashing with the vanguard of the Blood Shark pirate crew. Warriors from both sides wielded various weapons, fighting each other mercilessly. The sounds of metal clashing, roars, and cries of pain intertwined, creating a symphony of death. Amidst this chaotic battlefield, Enel stood like a god controlling thunder and lightning, overlooking everything from above. With his arms outstretched and his observation haki, sensing the enemy's positions below, powerful electrical currents flickered and jumped around his body, forming a terrifying storm. With a gentle wave of his fingers, thick bolts of lightning descended from the sky like silver dragons, striking fiercely at the soldiers of the Blood Shark pirate crew. Those struck by the lightning instantly turned into charred corpses, emitting a burnt stench. Others looked up at the lightning in terror, filled with fear and despair. The strongest Logia-type thunderfruit? Blood Shark's eyes widened in shock. He thought he had seen all kinds of powerful devil fruit users. But the strength displayed by this guy completely exceeded his imagination, directly causing heavy losses to his subordinates. Moreover, how could such a terrifying individual submit to a fur tribe member? This completely overturned his understanding. This kind of apocalyptic power was simply invincible. In the distance, one pirate crew captain anxiously asked, "It seems the Blood Shark crew is no match for Sun Wukong. What should we do?" Sweat beaded on his forehead. If the Blood Shark crew fails, let's surrender to Sun Wukong. After all, we can't compete with him head-on, another pirate crew leader said helplessly, a hint of fear in his eyes. As the battle continued, the failure of the Blood Shark pirate crew became inevitable. Their army was beaten to pieces by Sun Wukong's crew, and the crew members fled in all directions, in utter disarray. Blood Shark looked at his army's devastating defeat, filled with despair and anger. His eyes widened as he stared at Sun Wukong, gritting his teeth and saying, "Damn it." However, no matter how he cursed, he could not change the situation before him. The collapse of the Blood Shark pirate crew was a foregone conclusion, and the other pirate crews began to waver, considering whether to surrender to Sun Wukong. Blood Shark was filled with doubts and unwillingness. Why weren't the other 3 pirate crews helping? Were they going to abandon their own territory? Didn't they know that if they didn't resist, surrender was the only option? Yet, no one could answer him. As time passed, the Blood Shark pirate crew gradually succumbed to Sun Wukong's forces, and defeat became inevitable. Blood Shark helplessly dropped his weapon, realizing he was powerless to turn the tide. His once grand ambitions had turned into bubbles, and he had to face reality. Meanwhile, the leaders of the other 3 pirate crews had been closely monitoring the progress of the battle. When they saw the Blood Shark crew about to fail, they immediately made a decision. They quickly sent subordinates to Sun Wukong to express their willingness to submit and promise to follow his leadership. These pirate crew leaders knew well that if they did not go with the flow, they would face the same fate. Rather than fighting against Sun Wukong to the end, it would be better to choose to surrender to save one's life and status. Sun Wukong looked at the scene before him and nodded in satisfaction. Through this display of strength, he successfully established his prestige, causing other pirate crews to feel awe towards him. Next, he needed to consolidate various forces and build a stronger team to conquer this sea together. At this moment, those pirate crews that had once hesitated made a wise choice and joined under his banner. After a while, all the pirates on the island gathered together. The pirates on Hive Island all surrendered, expressing their lifelong loyalty to Sun Wukong. They clamored to join the pirate crew, calling him their big brother and paying their respects. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Sun Wukong reminisced about his glorious days in Huagua Mountain and lowered his head, pretending to be profound. I, Chun Haonan, I, Sun Wukong, haven't been a big brother for many years, but since you called me big brother, I will protect you. Even if the mountains crumble, heaven and earth collide, and yin and yang reverse. If you call me big brother, I will ensure your safety for a lifetime. Hearing these words, everyone was moved to tears. In the entire new world, who could say such things? Only Sun Wukong, who says pirates are heartless. At this moment, Sun Wukong was the spokesperson for the emotional pirates. Sun Wukong stood on the high platform, his posture upright, standing like a mountain in the gaze of the crowd. He looked down at the dense crowd below, their faces filled with excitement and joy. From this moment on, they too had a great backing. Sun Wukong looked at all this with a heart full of ambition. He smiled and suddenly shouted loudly, "Yes, my captain." A smile quickly responded, his voice resonant. Then, he quickly walked to Sun Wukong's back, respectfully waiting for orders. "Prepare the drinks, and let's hold a banquet." Sun Wukong waved his hand grandly, giving the command. Roar! The crowd erupted in cheers, the sound like thunder, soaring into the sky. Everyone began to busily set up tables, arrange chairs, and gather food. The scene was extraordinarily lively, filled with joy and celebration. After Hawkins summarized the numbers, the small pirate crews totaled 45 with 9,000 people, for large pirate crews with 30,000 people, and over 14,000 scatter pirates. At this moment, under the banner of the Chitian pirate crew, there were a total of 49 pirate crews with 53,000 people. Standing before you now is one of the 7 warlords of the sea in the Grand Line, the person in charge of Hive Island in the New World, the governor of a pirate crew of 50,000, the captain of the Chitian pirate crew with a bounty of 1.6 billion berries after 1 year at sea, a force that dominates the seas. He is Sun Wukong, one of the great pirates and rulers of the New World. As time passes, a new year begins in the North Sea at Wudong Villa. In the courtyard's pavilion, shaded by green trees and filled with vibrant flowers, a scene full of life unfolds. A figure quietly sits in the pavilion, seemingly blending into the beautiful surroundings. This figure is dressed in snow-white clothing, with long hair like ink cascading down his shoulders, gently swaying in the wind. His face is handsome yet cold, like an otherworldly being, making it hard for people to gaze directly at him. At this moment, his eyes are slightly closed, his hands resting naturally on his knees, exuding a tranquil and peaceful aura. Surrounding the pavilion, various flowers compete in beauty, red like fire, pink like clouds, white like snow. The fragrance of flowers wafts through the air, intoxicating. In the distance, birds sing joyfully, seemingly infected by this wonderful atmosphere. A gentle breeze passes, causing petals to fall, dancing gracefully in the air like a beautiful rain of flowers. GuNing gently lifts his gaze, observing the scenery around him, while continuing to sip his iced red tea from the stone table. Ding! Host, I'm back. A mechanical voice suddenly echoed in GuNing's mind. GuNing's eyes brightened instantly, his mind sinking into his consciousness. It's been a year. I thought you were dead. GuNing rolled his eyes, and the system, sensing the resentment, dared not respond. Hee. Host, please don't be angry. I just want to upgrade, the system said somewhat nervously. It knew that its prolonged absence would likely cause GuNing to feel dissatisfied. Don't give me that. Do you know how long I've waited for you? GuNing rolled his eyes again and said impatiently, I'm sorry. Please don't hold it against me, host. Can you forgive me? The system said pitifully, trying to gain GuNing's sympathy by acting cute. However, GuNing was not swayed, maintaining a cold and expressionless demeanor. All right, just tell me what changes you have after coming back. Seeing that the system seemed genuinely afraid, GuNing decided not to pursue it further. After all, he didn't want to let such trivial matters affect their relationship. Hee. Host is really understanding. The system's voice revealed a hint of happiness, then began to introduce its new features after the upgrade. Host, I have now gained a new privilege. Each avatar will have a retainer. GuNing frowned slightly. Wasn't I able to buy them in the system store before? Host, now you can unlock the exclusive retainers of your avatars once their reputation value meets the requirements. GuNing's heart stirred. This feature seemed quite interesting. What about Bai Qi? Host, Bai Qi is a character from the real world. Compared to Dongfang Huaizhu, it is easier to find his soul. GuNing pondered for a moment. If he could give his avatars exclusive retainers, then their strength and influence in various worlds would be greatly enhanced. System, what is the personal reputation value of the avatars? As long as these avatars gain reputation in this world, you can unlock their retainers using the reputation they earn. GuNing nodded slightly, realizing how it worked. This way, each avatar would have the motivation to make a name for themselves in this world. Moreover, these retainers would be characters that share special relationships or bonds with the avatars. In that case, these avatars should be especially grateful to him. Thinking of this, GuNing couldn't help but feel excited about this new feature. However, he also understood that to unlock more avatars and retainers, they would need to work hard to earn reputation. Only then could he establish a stronger force in various worlds and achieve his goals. Also, host, the avatars drawn from the myriad worlds will have their potential and strength enhanced. GuNing nodded slightly, having some guesses about this. After all, if the system upgrade only improved useless things, then this year would have been like going on a vacation. If the system could hear GuNing's thoughts, it would definitely feel nervous for a long time. GuNing checked the information of his avatars in his mind. Behind Wang Quanbei, there were 12 hidden figures waiting to be unlocked. 12 people? Dongfang Huaizhu? Bangquan Fui. GuNing was also looking forward to the reaction of Wang Quanbei when these people appeared in this world, especially since he had yet to see his current Wang Quan Fugui. It seems that there is also a masked group. San Si Zinjun, Yang Yi Siget, Gfef minus Gfef, Kian Yitongzi Lik Wuzo. GuNing shook his head to clear his thoughts and focused on his reputation points. Originally having 100 billion reputation points, a deduction was made due to a system upgrade. After a year of turmoil caused by various avatars, his current reputation points had surprisingly reached 150 billion. Next, GuNing checked the price of the Demon Flame crystal and fell into silence again. As the cheapest among 10 types of materials, it still required 2 million reputation points. Sigh. GuNing sighed deeply, filled with helplessness. Looking at the flowers and trees in the villa, his thoughts were myriad. Host, do you need to use the system update gift pack? The system's voice suddenly rang out, and GuNing was slightly taken aback before coming back to his senses. Use. In an instant, a brilliant light flashed in GuNing's mind, and as the light gradually faded, he heard, ding. Congratulations. Host has gained 1 draw chance in the All Worlds. Ding. Congratulations. Host has gained 1 unlock chance for avatar followers. Not bad. System, you're quite capable. A hint of appreciation appeared on GuNing's calm face. System. Is this unlock for the avatar follower random? Host. Unlocking characters is random, but you can specify a certain avatar. GuNing held a teacup in his hand, pondering which avatar's follower to unlock. If that's the case, then let's unlock Wang Quanbei's avatar. With this thought, GuNing made a quick decision. System. Unlock Wang Quanbei's Fuyube. Host. Will this consume one unlock chance for avatar followers? GuNing responded without hesitation. Confirm unlock. In an instant, a light flickered, and Wang Quanbei's follower slowly appeared. In a flash, a graceful figure emerged from the light, like a fairy descending to the mortal realm. She was an astonishingly beautiful woman, full of vigor and charm. She wore a tight-fitting outfit, her clothes fluttering, outlining her athletic figure and elegant curves. Her steps were light yet steady, like a nimble leopard, ready to strike at any moment. Her eyes were bright and lively, revealing a clever and cunning expression that was hard to resist. At her waist, she carried a flask of fine wine, the aroma wafting, seemingly signaling her bold and unrestrained character. In her hand, she held a uniquely designed long sword, the blade glimmering with a cold light, and the hilt inlaid with precious gems, exuding a mysterious aura. This sword was not only her weapon, but also a symbol of her identity as a free-spirited female swordsman in the martial world. The appearance of this woman was like a spring breeze, bringing vitality and energy. Her beauty, combined with a wild spirit and confidence, formed a unique and captivating picture that made it hard to look away. Immediately after, confusion, doubt, and shock appeared on her small, delicate face, changing into expressions of pain and grimness, as if the memories in her mind were attacking her. At this moment, the moonlight was like water and the night was tranquil. It was an extremely quiet and peaceful evening. The pure white moonlight was cold and refreshing, soft and gentle. As GuNing quietly watched the changing expressions on the girl's face. Should I introduce myself? The girl had an unparalleled beauty, with every contour of her face embodying the word beauty, yet her behavior was rather carefree. GuNing could tell that her carefree demeanor was both her true self and a disguise. Despite her efforts to appear nonchalant, traces of pain could still be seen in her eyes. Okay, GuNing readily agreed. In an instant, a look of astonishment appeared on the girl's face. After a moment, her voice softly rang out. My name is Wang Quanzui. Wang Quanzui's voice was somewhat hoarse, as if she were struggling to suppress the emotions deep within her heart. In an instant, I've been resurrected. Wang Quanzui suddenly realized something and exclaimed in surprise. Wang Quanzui let out a cry, her face filled with disbelief. She could hardly believe she had been resurrected, which filled her with astonishment and joy. As she shouted, she rubbed her eyes vigorously, trying to confirm whether everything happening before her was real. Have I been resurrected? Wang Quanzui murmured, her heart filled with confusion and excitement. She began to carefully inspect her body, looking down at her hands, then touching her thighs, as if confirming whether they still belonged to her. Then she pinched her face, feeling the familiar sensation, and her joy grew stronger. I really came back to life. Wang Quanzui was so excited that she felt a bit lost. She recalled the various sufferings and tortures she had experienced before, and now miraculously reborn. This feeling made her feel intoxicated. Everyone, at this moment, scenes of her companions dying flashed before Wang Quanzui's eyes like a movie, some struggling in pain, while others lay calmly on the ground, blood staining the earth. She looked at these once vibrant lives, her heart filled with sorrow and helplessness. Tears unknowingly slid down her exquisite cheeks, dropping onto the cold ground. She remembered the days of fighting alongside her companions, laughing and crying together, facing countless life and death trials. Yet now, these beautiful memories had become the past, leaving her alone to face this cruel world. After a long while, Wang Quanzui slowly lifted her gaze, looking at the tall man standing in front of her. He was tall and upright, with handsome features, deep and bright eyes that seemed to penetrate one's soul. His elegant demeanor was not lacking in approachability, making people unconsciously want to get close to him and understand him. Who are you? Where is this? Wang Quanzue fired off 3 questions at GuNing. GuNing looked at the girl before him, his lips slightly parted. This is a new world, completely different from the one you were in before. And you have been reborn in my hands. Wow, you are amazing. Then who are you? The girl chirped, her bright eyes fixed on GuNing. GuNing's lips twitched slightly. He was GuNing. He had summoned so many characters, but never had anyone's expression changed so dramatically as this girl's did in just a quarter of an hour, especially since she could be considered the first girl he summoned. The girl twitched her nose, then slightly tilted her body, her hair cascading over her shoulder as she looked up at GuNing's calm eyes. GuNing, do you know me? The girl looked curiously at GuNing. GuNing looked at the quirky girl and smiled faintly. I suppose I know you. After all, I know you. I also know Wang Quanzue. Wang Quanzue's body trembled imperceptibly, but it was quickly concealed. It was clear that this name held weight in his heart. She quickly asked, "Where's my brother? Is he alive again?" The girl's hopeful gaze was fixed on GuNing, hoping to get a definitive answer from him. GuNing nodded, acknowledging Wang Quanzue's question. Soon after, Wang Quanzue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Really? GuNing sighed and rubbed his forehead. He felt that this girl was like a recording machine full of questions. Yes, he is also in this world. You can go find him and help him. Huh? Does my brother need help? Where is he? I'll go find him right now. Not yet. Wouldn't it be better to improve your own strength first? After GuNing said this, Wang Quanzue immediately took over the conversation. Improve what strength? I am. How come my strength become so weak? GuNing could tell that the girl's strength was at most that of a junior officer, which seemed particularly weak in this world where brute force could easily shatter an island. It could only be said that she barely had the ability to protect herself. All right, don't think too much about it. For the next few days, you will serve me tea and water, and I can help you revive the remaining members of your mass group. Moreover, I can teach you how to improve your strength and tell you how this world works. GuNing planned to tease the girl, deliberately saying this. The girl didn't think much of it. Upon hearing that GuNing could revive their remaining members, she was thrilled and immediately agreed. You are a good person. GuNing, well, someone has received a good person card. Then, GuNing taught Wang Quanzue the methods of practicing the 6 styles of the Navy: armament hockey, observation hockey, and conqueror's hockey. Wang Quanzue casually flipped through them. Confused, she looked at GuNing with a puzzled expression. I don't understand this. I'll only explain it to you once. First, the 6 styles of the Navy are very practical physical techniques. Among them, shave allows you to move instantly, like teleportation, which requires you to have a high level of control over your body's explosive power. GuNing patiently explained the characteristics and key points of each style, while Wang Quanzue listened attentively, afraid of missing any detail. As for armament hockey, it can make your attacks more powerful while also enhancing your defense. Practicing armament hockey requires you to constantly feel and unleash the latent power within your body. GuNing demonstrated as he spoke. The explanations of observation hockey and conqueror's hockey also opened Wang Quanzue's eyes. Observation hockey allows you to perceive everything around you, even predict your enemy's actions, while conqueror's hockey is a kingly aura with powerful deterrent force. After reading, Wang Quanzue was dumbfounded. This world's power system was completely different from the one she originally inhabited. Especially the conqueror's hockey. It was simply too cool. GuNing rubbed his forehead and smiled wryly. You practice on your own. It's already late. Find a room to rest outside. GuNing originally wanted to use a summoning chance for the myriad worlds, but he had been delayed for so long by Wang Quanzue that now he just wanted to rest. After Wang Quanzue left, GuNing went straight to rest. The next day, the sun shone brightly, casting a warm golden glow over everything in the room. GuNing woke up leisurely, feeling the soft light, and stretched widely. He got up and walked to the window, opening it to let in the fresh air, which carried a faint floral fragrance. So comfortable. Knock, knock, knock. A series of crisp knocking sounds broke the morning's tranquility, causing the birds resting in the villa to scatter. GuNing's door was knocked on. GuNing, I brought you water. Hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth. GuNing squinted as he opened the door. A young girl with a smile stood outside, holding a water bucket and a towel, panting as she said, I brought you water. Hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth." After saying that, she handed the water bucket to GuNing, looking at him eagerly. After washing his face, GuNing wiped his cheeks with the towel and said to the girl who was staring at him at the door, "Go exercise, then go find your brother." Oh. After GuNing finished washing up, he quietly sat in the pavilion, sinking his mind into his brain to communicate with the system. System, start the draw. Use the summoning chance for the myriad worlds. Okay, host, deducting 1 summoning chance for the myriad worlds. GuNing looked forward to the blue light curtain of the system in his mind, hoping this time the character would be someone with a troublemaking personality, so he could gain a lot of prestige points. Soon, in front of GuNing's eyes, a dark red light curtain flickered, and the light gradually condensed. A tall humanoid figure resembling a dragon slowly appeared in GuNing's line of sight. "The Lord?" GuNing exclaimed in surprise. The Lord slightly raised his head, the eyes on the dragon's head shimmering with mysterious light. He scanned the surroundings and then fixed his gaze on GuNing. "Insignificant human, did you summon me?" The Lord's voice was deep. At this moment, GuNing felt the veins on his forehead throb, suppressing the urge to punch him. He slowly spoke, "Call me again, and I'll hit you." The Lord let out a cold laugh. "Arrogant human, do you think you could defeat me? The power of this Lord is beyond your imagination." As he spoke, the Lord slightly moved, and a powerful wave of magical energy instantly spread out, causing the surrounding air to seem to solidify. GuNing felt the Lord's aura, and his body erupted with an extreme dark conqueror's haki. That powerful haki spread out like a surging tide, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. The Lord sensed this immense pressure, and the eyes on his dragon head revealed shock, especially as he felt that his life was entirely in the hands of the other party. It was as if he would immediately perish at the mere thought of the opponent. He slightly raised his head, trying to maintain the dignity of a powerful being, but the trembling dragon scales betrayed his inner unease. The Lord clearly felt that his life was as if being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. As long as the other party wished, he could vanish at any moment. This sense of helplessness filled the Lord with unprecedented panic. He tried to struggle, wanting to break free from this restraint, but it was all in vain. The Lord let out a reluctant roar, his magical power surging as he attempted to break free from GuNing's restraint. However, GuNing merely raised a hand slightly, and an even more powerful force suppressed the Lord's magical power. "Stop struggling in vain." GuNing said that the Holy Lord was silent for a moment, then slowly lowered his head. "TSK." GuNing looked at the Holy Lord and clicked his tongue in disappointment. "What a pity. I thought I could give you a beating." There was a hint of regret in GuNing's tone. The Holy Lord looked at GuNing's expression, feeling a surge of complex emotions. There was both awe for GuNing's powerful strength and a sense of unwillingness at being looked down upon. However, he couldn't defeat the other party. He had just felt that his own strength was far from what it used to be. The power of the 12 talismans was already gone from his body, and he estimated that it had been taken by Changlong humans. Where is this place? GuNing gave him a glance, a new world. The Holy Master squinted slightly, surveying the unfamiliar environment around him. Everything here was completely different from the world he was familiar with, and the air was filled with a mysterious aura. He had previously cultivated the magic power system, and he could sense another type of energy in this world that was abundantly present, completely different from the power within him now. A new world? It seems that the Master has a new challenge. There's a hint of vigilance and excitement in the Lord's tone. This time, with no interference from Jackie Chan, I will definitely be able to rise to the top again. Roar. The Lord was venting his inner frustration recklessly. On the other side, Wang Quan stared in disbelief at GuNing, having witnessed her casually creating a new type of creature that was so powerful, at least stronger than she was now. He didn't lie to me. He must be able to resurrect everyone. A strong hope surged in Wang Chuanzue's heart, as if she could see the members of the masked organization standing before her again. She stared intently at GuNing, her eyes filled with anticipation and awe. GuNing sensed Wang Chuanzue's gaze and turned his head slightly to look at her. "Don't worry. As long as you work well for me, I will keep my promise." GuNing's voice was calm, which further deepened Wang Chuanzue's confidence. At this moment, the roar of the Holy Master gradually subsided. He turned around and looked at GuNing and Wang Chuanzue. Humans, what is special about this new world? The tone of the Holy Lord was filled with curiosity and a desire for exploration. GuNing slightly raised his chin. In this world, strength is paramount. If you want to establish yourself in this world, you must continuously enhance your own power. This is quite suitable for someone like you who is a rogue. The Holy Lord narrowed his eyes and thought to himself whether he should give him a knock on the head. Just as this idea floated in his mind, he felt something watching him, and in that moment, it was as if he was being scrutinized. The Holy Lord was startled and immediately scanned his surroundings with vigilance. He realized that GuNing was by no means an ordinary human and must possess extraordinary means to perceive his thoughts. "Speak, what exactly do you want me to do?" the Holy Lord asked. GuNing squinted slightly, pondering for a moment. GuNing pointed around at the environment, first to understand the situation of this world, including various factions, resource distribution, and dangerous areas. And then, control the underground forces that dominate the entire world. Can you do it? GuNing looked at the Holy Master with a smile that was not quite a smile. "Oof." The Holy Master snorted coldly. "Just you wait." Then, with a graceful turn, they were about to leave. "Let's stir this world upside down. I can help you resurrect your son." The Lord Saint trembled slightly, nodded, and then quickly left. After the Lord Saint departed, GuNing fell into deep thought. The king of the underworld, huh? GuNing sighed deeply and then finished the tea in his hand in one gulp. "Hey, don't slack off. Come brew me some tea." "Woof." King's power drunk, responded loudly. Navy headquarters, Marineford. In the training ground, among the numerous Navy soldiers, there are thousands considered to be the elite of the elite, all hoping to join the Zephyr Elite Training Camp through selection. This opportunity can only be earned by excelling in this fierce battle. At this moment, the sun shines intensely on the training ground, illuminating this land full of fighting spirit, as if injecting endless vitality and strength into everyone. The Navy soldiers are dressed in neat white uniforms, standing tall like pines, their eyes burning with a desire for victory and a firm determination. In this passionate scene, there's a child who seems to be only around 10 years old, whose figure stands out remarkably. He wears a captain's uniform, appearing somewhat out of place compared to the mature and steady soldiers around him. However, his gaze reveals a unique tenacity and confidence, seemingly unconcerned about the age difference with others. Zephyr stands on a high platform, looking down at the passionate crowd with piercing eyes. He speaks in a deep voice. "You are all the pride of the Navy, the guardians of justice on this sea. But I must tell you a harsh reality. There are 3,000 people present, and only 30 will remain in the elite training camp. Today, you stand here, striving for the same goal, which is to enter the elite training camp and become stronger warriors. In this vast ocean, evil has never ceased to spread, pirates run rampant, and innocent people struggle in suffering. As the Navy, we bear the heavy responsibility of safeguarding peace and upholding justice. Only the best among us are qualified to enter the elite training camp, undergo the most rigorous training, and become the backbone of the fight against evil. Do you have confidence?" Just after Zephyr finished his speech, many naval elites below responded in unison, "Yes." The sound echoed through Marineford, and many officers working in the headquarters couldn't help but turn their gaze to the training ground above. Their eyes revealed a deep sense of nostalgia. "Oh, what are you sneaking a peek at, Zhanghua?" The sudden sound startled Warring States, who was secretly watching. He turned around and saw Carp, with a smiling face. Standing behind him, with a fierce glare, he harshly said, "Carp, can't you walk without making a sound?" "Startle me." Carp laughed and walked to Sengoku's side, also looking towards the training ground. "This scene is really lively. That guy Zephyr is still so passionate." Sengoku nodded slightly, with a sense of emotion in his eyes. "Yes, these young Navy members are full of vitality and fighting spirit, reminding me of our younger days. Back then, we also fought passionately for justice. TSK, I'm still young. Let me see where my little apprentice is." After Carp finished speaking, he walked to the windowsill to look at the small figure among the Navy troops below. "Wow, this little brat is quite spirited." The corners of his mouth naturally lifted, revealing his shining white teeth as he burst into laughter. Zhanghua also looked down at Manji with great interest, Indeed, this child has a high talent and is making rapid progress. Just as good as my son's talent. Kapu gave Sengoku a direct glance, his mouth twisted upwards. You really are shameless for an old man, always putting gold on your own name. My disciple's talent is one of a kind. Your son can't compare to my disciple. Just wait and see who wins when they meet, Carp said with a proud expression. Sengoku couldn't help but laugh at this remark. He felt a bit helpless about Carp's confidence. But at the same time, he was full of anticipation for these two young men. Sengoku actually agreed that Manji's talent was higher than Razanandi's. After all, Manji had demonstrated remarkable strength and potential. However, when it came to whether Manji could defeat Razanandi now, Sengoku held a different opinion. He knew very well that Razanandi had become a very powerful Navy warrior after years of training and combat experience. Although Manji had outstanding talent, surpassing Razanandi in a short time would not be easy. However, Sengoku chose not to directly refute Carp's words and remain silent. Perhaps one day in the future, Manji would truly surpass Razanandi and become an even more powerful being. But for now, Sengoku still believed Razanandi had the advantage. The two suppressed their curiosity and continued to observe the situation on the battlefield, waiting for the moment when Manji and Razanandi would meet. They both hoped to see an exciting duel, and whichever side won would prove their viewpoint. This contest would also become a focal point for an interesting debate between the two. After a moment of silence, Sengoku suddenly asked Carp, "Who do you think will make it into the elite training camp this time?" Carp scratched his head. "That's hard to say, but anyone standing there has some skills." Meanwhile, on the training ground, Zifa finished speaking and scanned the crowd, finally fixing his gaze on Manji. "Hey, this kid." Although he sighed, his eyes were filled with satisfaction, comfort, and surprise. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, revealing a faint smile. Manji had made rapid progress during this training period. He had never seen such a talented child before. Although Manji was young, his current strength was already not inferior to those outstanding individuals gathered from all over the seas. Perhaps at this moment, Zifa had already seen the infinite potential hidden within Manji and the achievements he might achieve in the future. Then, with his purple hair standing out, Zifa flexed his muscles and shouted to the crowd below, "The selection begins." With Zifa's command, the atmosphere on the training ground instantly became tense. The training ground was divided into 10 arenas, and only one person could withstand the challenge of 10 to qualify for the next round, with each person having 3 chances to challenge. The Navy soldiers quickly sprang into action, each choosing the arena they wanted to challenge. Manji looked around curiously at the people, noticing that they seemed a bit tempted, but no one dared to be the first to step onto the stage. Everyone understood that if they took the stage first, they could very likely be ruthlessly knocked off by the opponent. After all, no one wanted to be the unlucky one to be easily defeated. The first person to step onto the stage usually needed to possess enough strength and confidence to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, they would just become a stepping stone for others. Manji casually walked towards an arena, his steps light, seemingly unconcerned about what was about to happen. Beside him, an officer from the North Sea was trying to stop him. However, due to a moment of negligence, he allowed Manji to step onto the stage. This officer from the North Sea was extremely anxious because he did not know the boy who appeared at the Navy headquarters and thought he was the child of some officer. At this moment, he could only watch helplessly as Manji walked step by step toward the arena, silently praying that nothing would go wrong. Manji stepped onto the stage, looking down at everyone and greeting them. "Hey, big brothers, if you're interested, come and fight me." Some officers who were training at the Navy headquarters looked at Manji helplessly, thinking this scheming little guy. Others may not know his strength, but don't we? This little guy had learned the Navy's 6 styles in a month. Shocking everyone at the headquarters, and Zifa and some other instructors often mention him, reprimanding them at times. It could be said that Manji had become the recognized other people's child at the Navy headquarters. At this moment, the training ground fell into silence. As everyone looked at each other, the Navy officers who came from other seas felt very unfamiliar with this child and had no idea who he was. They merely thought that this person looked young, but in reality, he might be about their age. After all, in this vast world, there are all kinds of races, and appearance and age do not necessarily match. Therefore, no one cast strange looks at him, maintaining a relatively calm attitude. However, some people devised a plan, thinking that this little guy might be an easy opponent, a breakthrough point for them to achieve their first victory and win the chief instructor's favor. An officer from the East Sea was the first to step up. He was tall, with a resolute face, and his eyes revealed immense confidence. "Kid, let me see what you can do." He strode onto the arena, and the crowd below watched this battle with curiosity. Meanwhile, on the other 9 arenas, others also took to the stage to face the challenges from below. Manji looked at his opponent with a faint smile on his face, showing no fear. "Big brother, I look forward to your guidance." With the referee's command, the battle began instantly. The East Sea officer launched an attack without hesitation, swinging his fist towards Manji with a whooshing sound. Manji quickly dodged this strike with a swift movement. Seeing that his first attack missed, the officer adjusted his stance and launched another attack. His fist fell like raindrops, fast and dazzling. Manji remained calm, using the Navy's Six-style Soru, his body moving as smoothly as paper, cleverly avoiding each attack. When the East Sea officer saw this scene, he was slightly taken aback. It was one of the Navy's Six-style Soru. In the East Sea, they had no right to learn such techniques, or rather, no one had the ability to teach them such profound skills. Just as the officer was momentarily stunned, Manji quickly stomped his feet on the ground, each step producing a crisp sound. Soru. His movements were as fast as lightning, and many people below didn't even see what happened. He kicked out at lightning speed, hitting the officer in the abdomen. The officer felt the pain and staggered back a few steps, looking at the child who was not even half his height in shock. He never expected this seemingly weak child to possess such great strength. Taking a deep breath, he readied himself to attack again. However, Manji did not give him that opportunity, using Soru to charge forward and launch a series of attacks. In actions that the crowd couldn't even see clearly, the EC officer was directly knocked off the stage. The training ground was silent, as everyone was shocked by the strength displayed by Manji. They widened their eyes, looking in disbelief at the small figure. Manji stood on the stage, his gaze calm, as if the earlier battle was just a trivial matter. "Wow! Whoa!" After a moment, a wave of admiration erupted from the crowd. The naval officers who had come from other seas exchanged glances, filled with surprise and confusion. They considered themselves elites in their respective seas, but had never seen such a formidable child. Manji's performance put pressure on them, while also igniting their fighting spirit. Where did this child come from? How could he be so strong? A naval officer from the South Sea whispered. "I just heard someone say he trained at headquarters." No wonder. Amidst the astonishment and discussions of the crowd, Manji stood in the center of the stage, resembling a war god descending, his small figure appearing incredibly tall under the sunlight. The battles on other stages continued, but at this moment, most people's attention was drawn to Manji. The North Sea officer who initially wanted to stop Manji was also dumbfounded. Those naval officers who had looked down on this competition now put away their nonchalance. In a corner of the training ground, an elderly man with white hair but sharp eyes like an eagle nodded slightly. His name was MythWukong. He had traversed the seas for many years and had witnessed countless talents rise and fall. The aura emanating from Manji made him sense a special potential. This child might become a hope star for the Navy in the future, MythWukong thought to himself. Meanwhile, in the crowd below, a few young naval officers who trained with Manji at headquarters cheered excitedly. "Manji, well done," shouted a dark-skinned boy who was a friend of Manji's. The two often sparred during training, and he knew Manji's strength well. But seeing Manji defeat his opponent so easily still made him unable to contain his excitement. A robust naval officer from the North Sea stepped forward, wielding a specially made long knife. "I come to challenge you, little guy." His voice was deep and powerful as he walked step by step toward the stage where Manji stood. Once on the stage, he fixed his gaze on Manji. "I am Leo from the North Sea. I hope you can show me your true strength." Manji nodded slightly, a smile appearing on his face. "Big brother, please." Leo showed no hesitation as he suddenly swung his long knife and charged swiftly toward Manji. He had already reached the swordsman realm and was among the best in this selection. Leo's long knife gleamed with a chilling light, like a silver lightning bolt slicing toward Manji. The blade cut through the air, producing a sharp whistling sound, as if declaring the power of this strike. Manji's eyes sharpened. He stomped his feet hard on the ground, leaping high into the air and easily dodging the attack. Seeing this, Leo immediately closed in, his swordsmanship flowing like a stream, each slash carrying deadly intent. Manji nimbly weaved through the blade light, constantly using shave to evade attacks. In one instance, he seized the opportunity and used iron block to withstand Leo's strike. With a loud clang, sparks flew. Leo was taken aback. "You actually learned iron block from the Navy 6 styles?" Leo exclaimed in surprise, having just felt that Manji could use paper drawing and shave. And now he exhibited iron block as well. Manji smiled slightly, but did not respond. He used shave again to instantly appear behind Leo and kicked out. Leo sensed the attack from behind and quickly turned to block with his knife. After blocking Manji's attack, Leo swiftly struck down at him. Just as the long knife was about to reach Manji's body, he ghosted to the right, and Leo's powerful strike hit the ground, instantly cracking the stone slab of the stage, sending debris flying. Leo, undeterred by the miss, leveraged his forward momentum to turn and sweep his long knife horizontally. This sweep had a vast range, almost covering all of Manji's escape routes. Manji furrowed his brows. He stomped hard on the ground again, leaping high into the air and performing a backflip, easily dodging the fierce sweep. Leo frowned slightly, sensing a hint of moonwalk. The audience below held their breath, completely captivated by this spectacular battle. Every move, every attack made their hearts race, and they didn't dare to blink, fearing they would miss any exciting moment. They occasionally gasped in surprise, commenting on the action. The two continued to exchange blows, and the battle reached a stalemate. The audience remained breathless, absorbed in the thrilling fight. In the heat of the battle, Manji gradually figured out Leo's swordplay patterns. He suddenly changed his strategy, no longer merely evading, but starting to attack proactively. He charged at Leo at an incredibly fast speed, his hands turning into shadows as he used Galefoot from the Navy 6 styles, launching a series of slashes toward Leo. Leo fought hard to defend, but was still suppressed by Manji's attacks. In one defensive maneuver, his long knife was knocked away by Manji's Galefoot. Seizing the opportunity, Manji dashed forward and landed a punch on Leo's chest. Leo was sent flying, crashing heavily against the edge of the stage. He struggled to get up but ultimately fell down weakly. Manji once again claimed victory, and the training ground erupted in another round of admiration. Other stages also had wins and losses, all fighting fiercely. After an hour of battle, each stage had a 3-win champion. Manji stood energetically on the stage, looking down at the crowd, as if his gaze was asking, "Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else who can fight?" The crowd exchanged glances. Compared to Manji, the battles on other stages were even more intense. However, they felt that opportunities were easier to find on Manji's side. After all, this child was still young. His strength and combat experience were not comparable to those seasoned fighters. "Let me give a try." A robust man with well-defined muscles, each one seemingly forged from steel, stepped forward. His muscular body trembled slightly with his movements, as if containing boundless power. His dark skin shone like a bronze sculpture, exuding a wild and powerful aura. His face had sharp features, thick brows and big eyes, revealing strong arms and broad shoulders. His steps were steady and powerful, each one carrying a heavy momentum. "I'm Brock, from the South Sea." When he spoke, his voice was deep. "Ah, is he the Brock?" Looking at his appearance, it couldn't be wrong. My goodness, this time little Manji has met a tough opponent. This Brock is said to have torn a fierce tiger apart in the wild when he was 10 years old, and his strength is quite formidable. At the age of 12, he captured a pirate with a bounty of 9 million. This guy has probably become even stronger after a few years of training. Yes, it is said that among the top 10 who have the chance to enter the elite training camp, he is the only one. Alas, that little Manji is likely to be defeated. The crowd below began to chatter excitedly. Brock stood on the stage, his tall figure resembling a small mountain. His eyes fixed on Manji, filled with provocation. "Kid, don't think just because you're younger I'll go easy on you. Today, let me show you my power." Brock roared, charging towards Manji. Each step he took on the stage produced a dull sound, as if the entire stage was trembling. Manji smiled slightly, no need for that. With a quick movement, he easily dodged Brock's charge. Brock missed his attack and immediately turned around, lunging at Mangy again. His fist came down like a massive iron hammer, accompanied by a whistling wind. Brock reached Mangy and threw a punch aimed at his face. This punch carried a roaring wind, its power astonishing. Mangy quickly sidestepped to avoid the punch, simultaneously sweeping his foot towards Brock's lower body. However, Brock seemed to be prepared. He effortlessly jumped up, evading Mangy's attack. Then, he turned in midair and kicked at Mangy from an awkward angle. Mangy quickly used Iron Block for defense. And with a loud bang, the forces of the two collided, creating a powerful airflow. After landing, Brock showed no signs of stopping. He continued his assault. Although his attack speed was not as fast as those of his previous opponents, each punch and kick contained immense power, and just one hit could cause serious injury. Mangy kept retreating under his attacks, searching for a chance to counter. This guy has such great strength. Mangy frowned slightly. Just now, when he used Iron Block to withstand each other's attack, his abdomen was still slightly aching. While Mangy was pondering, Brock swung his fist towards him again. Mangy dared not take it head-on and quickly used Soru to evade. Brock's attacks kept missing, and his expression turned increasingly gloomy. "Kid, if you have the ability, don't dodge," Brock roared. Mangy smiled slightly. "Big brother, your strength is indeed great, but your speed isn't fast enough." After saying this, Mangy suddenly launched an attack, using Raging Foot, sending a slash towards Brock. Seeing this, Brock calmly raised his arm, resisting Mangy's slash with his strong muscles. With a loud bang, the slash exploded on Brock's arm, revealing a shallow scratch for everyone to see. "What?" The Navy below gasped in surprise. The Raging Foot's slash only left a mark. "Ha! Kid, is that all the strength you have?" Brock laughed proudly. Suddenly, Mangy noticed that after Brock's continuous attacks, there was a brief pause, a gap in his power. Mangy seized this opportunity. When Brock attacked again, he did not dodge, but charged towards him. At the moment they were about to make contact, Mangy used Sora to avoid Brock's punch and appear behind him. Brock was startled. He wanted to turn around to defend, but it was too late. Mangy put all his strength into a punch that hit Brock's back. This punch carried tremendous impact, causing Brock to stumble forward a few steps. However, Brock's physical condition was very robust, and he quickly steadied himself. He glared at Mangy. "Kid, you've angered me." He roared and charged at Mangy again. This time, his attack was even more ferocious, seemingly enraged by Mangy's counterattack. Mangy knew he couldn't match him in raw strength and had to find a way to win with technique. After all, his body was still that of a child. So, he moved agilely around the stage, constantly using the Navy's 6 forms to dodge Brock's attacks while looking for new openings. Brock rushed in front of Mangy, throwing a punch at his face. Mangy quickly used Iron Block for defense. With a resounding bang, Mangy was sent sliding backward by Brock's punch. The two exchanged blows, neither willing to back down. Their battle made the entire stage tremble, and the Navy below watched nervously, captivated by this thrilling fight. Seeing that his attacks were ineffective, Brock began to feel anxious. "Tiger hunting fist," Brock yelled, his arm muscles bulging, a powerful force erupting from his body. "This move was inspired by hunting a fierce tiger when I was 10. If you can withstand this blow, I hope you can." His fist, packed with power, smashed towards Mangy. Mangy quickly used paper drawing, his body flexibly dodging Brock's attack as if it were made of paper. "I may be young, but I'm not a pushover. If you can take it, can't I dodge?" After Brock's punch missed, his body was propelled forward by inertia, losing balance for a moment. Mangy seized this opportunity, executing a combination of Raging Foot and Soru. First, he used Raging Foot to create several slashes around Brock, limiting his movement, then quickly approached with Soru, delivering a kick to Brock's abdomen. Brock winced in pain, his body flying backward and crashing heavily against the edge of the stage. Brock struggled to stand up. "I want to accept this. Come again," he roared, charging at Mangy once more. The intensity of their battle increased. Each attack sent chills down the spectators' spines. Brock was like an enraged beast, seemingly losing his reason. He closed in on Mangy, throwing punches like rain, while Mangy skillfully dodged Brock's attacks using paper drawing and Soru. "If you have the ability, don't dodge," Brock shouted with wide eyes. Just as he finished speaking, he lunged fiercely at Mangy again. Mangy, recognizing the moment had come, knew Brock had lost his composure. So, he increased his speed again. He quickly stomped the ground, using Soru to dodge Brock's attack, then lifted his leg to strike with all his might at Brock's side. After Manji's powerful kick hit Brock's side, his body flew sideways like a sandbag struck by a giant hammer. In midair, his face displayed a mixture of pain and shock. His mouth slightly open as if to let out a cry of pain, but only a muffled grunt escaped due to the sudden strike. His body crashed heavily onto the stage, producing a dull thud that made the entire stage tremble slightly. Brock lay on the ground, eyes tightly closed, brow furrowed, his facial muscles twitching slightly from the pain. His hands gripped the stage floor tightly, fingers turning white from the force. After a few seconds, Brock slowly opened his eyes, filled with unwillingness and disbelief. He tried to stand up again, but his body felt as heavy as lead, and every movement brought sharp pain. This time, after struggling for a while, Brock ultimately gave up helplessly and could only lie on the ground, gasping for breath. The audience below was silent for a moment before erupting into warm applause and gasps of amazement. They were shocked by Manji's strength and cheered for the wonderful battle. Manji stepped forward and reached out a hand to help Brock up. Brock hesitated for a moment, but eventually took Manji's hand and stood up. "You have good strength. It's still early. You have a chance to advance. Go for it," Manji said sincerely as he looked at Brock. "You're strong. I lost," Brock replied in a low voice, but it was filled with sincerity. Manji smiled slightly. "Big brother, you're also very impressive. I hope we can spar again in the finals." Brock nodded. "Okay. Next time, I will definitely win." After a period of competition, several people achieved 10 consecutive victories and successfully qualified for advancement. In the end, after counting, a total of 740 people advanced. Those who were defeated either returned to their respective naval branches or stayed at the naval headquarters for training, but were unable to enter the elite naval training camp. At this time, the remaining Navy personnel in the training ground had basically reached the level of lieutenant. Zifa stood on the high platform and spoke to the people below. "Congratulations on successfully standing out from 3,000 people. Next, you will engage in the final 2 competitions to determine the final 30 spots. These 2 competitions will truly test whether you are qualified to become the elite among the Navy elites." Zifa's loud voice echoed over the training ground, each word striking like a heavy hammer in the hearts of the crowd. The Navy personnel below all looked serious and full of fighting spirit. They had fought their way here, and no one was willing to give up at this final moment. They knew that this was the closest they had ever been to the elite naval training camp, a golden opportunity to change their fate, enhance their strength, and fight for justice. The first competition was team combat. You will be randomly divided into 100 groups, each consisting of 8 to 10 people. The time limit is 6 hours. Then you will enter the beast park cultivated by our naval headquarters to hunt beasts. Based on the number of beasts you hunt, a ranking will be established, and we will send professionals to help you count. At that time, killing weak beasts will not be counted. Your target is those powerful beasts that pose a certain danger. They possess intelligence and strength comparable to humans, which will truly test your team's capabilities. Zifa's gaze was sharp as he scanned the Navy personnel below. In the beast park, besides dealing with the attacks of the beasts, you will also face various complex environments and possible unexpected situations. Remember, teamwork and strategy are the keys to your survival and victory. With the order given, the Navy personnel quickly drew lots to form groups, sizing up their new teammates. Manji looked at his 7 other teammates, 6 men and 2 women. The first to speak was a tall, muscular man named Shimeng. He grinned widely, revealing a set of big white teeth, and said loudly, "My name is Shimeng." After finishing, he awkwardly scratched his head, seemingly unsure of what to say next. Manji also looked at the tall brothers and sisters in front of him and introduced himself. "My name is Manji." Xiaoying looked at the cute Manji in front of her, her eyes filled with affection. His voice was crisp and youthful, evoking a sense of tenderness in those who heard it. Xiaoying smiled at the adorable Manji, her eyes revealing her fondness. She felt that Manji was like a cute little brother, making her want to protect him. "Hello, little brother. My name is Xiaoying, and I'm older than you, so you can call me Sistering." "Hello, Sistering," Manji replied cheerfully. Xiaoying felt her heart melt in an instant, her lips curving upwards, revealing white teeth. while the muscles in her cheeks squished her eyes into crescent moons. She patted her chest and happily said to Manji, "Don't worry, Sistering will protect you." Soon after, everyone introduced themselves, getting to know each other. Manji listened carefully to everyone's introductions, gaining a preliminary understanding of them. Meanwhile, Brock, who also advanced, was assigned to a team of 10 people. Their neatly arranged formation exuded a sense of momentum. Manji's gaze fell on them, filled with envy. In the hunting action in the Beast Park, having more people meant greater suppressive strength when facing ferocious beasts, as if they had a more secure safety net. Rossi Nandi also looked at his 7 teammates behind him, feeling a twitch in his eyelids. Although he was confident in his strength, teamwork was essential, and having more people was definitely better. After all, as long as one successfully emerged from Zifa's training camp, they could be promoted to officer. On the high platform, Zifa looked at the crowd who had been chatting for a while and said, "Those who are familiar with each other, begin to enter. Those who enter first will have a slight advantage." As soon as Zifa finished speaking, everyone rushed out in a flurry. They began heading towards the Beast Park. Manji's team was equally eager, following the crowd forward. Xiao Ying was at the front, her posture agile like a swift cheetah, and she didn't forget to turn back and call out to Manji, "Keep up, don't fall behind." Manji closely followed behind, his eyes sparkling with a mix of excitement and nervousness. When they reached the entrance of the Beast Park, a strong stench and a sense of danger hit them. The park was lush with trees, branches intertwining, with sunlight only filtering through the gaps to cast scattered spots of light, resembling a mysterious painting. Though this painting concealed countless unknown dangers. Everyone be careful. The beasts inside are not easy to deal with. Stay alert. Shimeng warned his teammates in a low voice. Everyone nodded, gripping their weapons tightly, and cautiously stepped inside. Shortly after entering, they heard a low growl, as if emanating from deep within the earth, causing their hearts to tighten. Something is approaching. Prepare for battle. Manji sensed the danger and shouted to his teammates. They quickly formed a circle back to back, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Suddenly, a massive black panther leaped out from the bushes, its body as dark as ink, gleaming coldly, with green eyes flickering like ghostly flames. The panther opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs stained with blood, exuding a nauseating stench. It quietly stared at the group. Roar! The sound was deafening, carrying a sense of pressure that made their hearts race involuntarily. Manji looked at the giant wolf before him with great interest, feeling an urge to rush forward and punch it. Shimeng frowned, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. This guy seems a bit fierce. Manji grinned and said, "What are you afraid of? I'll go meet it first." "Hey!" Sakura was caught off guard as Manji dashed out. She watched in astonishment as Manji used Soru. This little guy is really not simple. Just now, he had thought that a guy who could last through 10 consecutive victories couldn't be as simple as he appeared. Manji charged towards the fierce giant beast like a bolt of lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. The giant wolf was covered in hard scales, each glimmering with a metallic sheen, and its large eyes shone with a bloodthirsty light as it glared angrily at Manji. Manji reached the giant beast and swung a powerful punch, the wind from his fist howling with immense force. The giant wolf, however, remained calm, swiping its massive claws to easily block Manji's attack, sending a cloud of dust into the air from the powerful impact. Manji used the recoil to leap back, landing steadily on the ground. Haha, this is interesting. A fiercer fighting spirit ignited in Manji's eyes. Raging foot, Manji shouted, and several silver-white blades of light shot out from beneath his feet like lightning. These blades were sharp and carried a fierce aura, heading straight for the giant wolf's glowing green eyes. Roar! The giant wolf let out a deafening roar, its reaction speed incredibly fast as it twisted its massive body to dodge Manji's attack. At the same time, it opened its large mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged at Manji. Thud, thud, thud. To the astonishment of everyone, Manji stepped onto thin air and flew into the sky, successfully evading the giant wolf's pounce. Moonwalk! Sakura exclaimed, as this high-difficulty technique was something she could only say was extremely hard to learn. Coming from the South Sea, No one in her area had ever trained in the Marine 6 styles. She had only heard about it from people who had returned from the Marine headquarters, describing it as an incredibly powerful training method. The giant wolf paced back and forth on the ground, its green eyes fixed on Manji in the air, growling low in its throat. It then turned its gaze towards Sakura and the 6 others standing still. Seeing that the giant wolf posed no threat to him, Manji shifted his focus back to his teammates, pondering. Wasn't it said that tofu wastes were weak? Soru. Manji's figure flickered, quickly reaching the side of the giant wolf using moonwalk, and he launched a powerful punch. Boom! With a loud crash. The giant wolf was sent crashing through 3 or 4 trees before finally stopping, letting out whimpering sounds, having completely lost its ability to resist. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they looked at the giant wolf defeated by Manji. Sakura excitedly ran towards Manji. You're amazing, Manji. The power of that punch was just incredible. She shot him a resentful look, and I said I would protect you. Manji scratched his head and smiled. It's nothing much, Sakura. Shimon and the others looked at Manji in surprise, all praising him. Let's quickly find other beasts. Who knows how many the other teams have hunted? Everyone nodded in agreement. A few of them recorded the giant wolf's defeat, and then they headed deeper into the forest. Along the way, everyone remained vigilant, their eyes scanning the bushes and trees around them, not missing any signs of possible beast activity. Manji walked at the front of the group, excitedly saying, if we run into a few more guys like that giant wolf, I'll definitely take them down faster. Sakura laughed beside him. You should not underestimate it. Who knows what even stronger beasts are in this forest? There are probably quite a few deadly poisonous snakes as well. Not long after, they heard a faint rustling sound coming from the bushes on the left. Everyone immediately stopped, holding their breath, their eyes fixed on the direction of the sound. Manji lowered his voice. Something is coming. As the rustling grew closer, a giant porcupine covered in sharp quills emerged from the bushes. This porcupine was enormous, standing as tall as 2 people, its quills sparkling in the sunlight, each one resembling a sharp spear. It's the Porcupine King. Everyone be careful. Its quills can shoot out like arrows, Shimon warned. The Porcupine King seemed to sense their presence, stopping in its tracks, raising its quills, and letting out a low huff, as if warning them not to come closer. Manji didn't care about that, preparing to charge in, but was pulled back by Shimon. Don't act rashly. Let us handle this. Shimon's gaze became sharp as his muscles bulged, veins popping out, his arms and legs swelling with muscle, his clothes stretching tight, with some parts even tearing. His fists clenched, making cracking sounds, as if ready to explode at any moment. Meanwhile, Sakura was also eager to try her hand. Her eyes were filled with a desire to fight, and she had pulled out a hidden sword from her back without anyone noticing. This sword was about 70 centimeters long, glinting with cold light, clearly a sharp weapon. Sakura gently stroked the blade, feeling its sharpness and hardness. Shimon took the lead, charging at the Porcupine King like a rampaging bull. With each step, the ground trembled slightly. The Porcupine King reacted by shooting its quills like sharp arrows at Shimon. However, Shimon did not dodge. The quills struck his bulging muscles and merely bounced off, leaving only shallow white marks on his skin. In the blink of an eye, Shimon reached the front of the Porcupine King and swung a powerful punch. This punch, carrying immense force and a whistling wind, struck the Porcupine King's body. The giant beast was actually pushed back several meters by this punch, leaving a deep mark on the ground. The Porcupine King roared in anger and raised its quills again to prepare for a counterattack. At this moment, Sakura saw the opportunity. Her figure flashed as she darted toward the Porcupine King like a ghost. The hidden sword in her hand traced a cold arc in the air, accurately stabbing into the gap between the Porcupine King's quills. The sword easily pierced the Porcupine King's body, causing it to writhe in pain. Sakura used the momentum to flip and land steadily on the ground. Seizing the opportunity while the Porcupine King was slowed down by its injury, Shimon charged forward again, wrapping his arms around the beast's body and lifting it up. Then, with a powerful throw, he slammed the Porcupine King heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sakura rushed forward again, delivering several more stabs with her hidden sword to the Porcupine King's vital spots. After struggling a few times, the Porcupine King stopped moving and the battle ended easily. 6 hours later, Manji's team successfully advanced, and Manji saw many familiar faces including Razanandi, Brock, Leo, and others. When Manji's gaze met Razanandi's in the air, it felt like two bolts of lightning colliding fiercely. They stared at each other, their eyes flashing with fighting spirit. A fierce battle was inevitable between them. At this moment, everyone was waiting for the next arrangement. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared before everyone. It was Zephyr. Zephyr walked up to the high platform with steady steps, his gaze authoritative as he scanned every person present. The crowd immediately fell silent, their attention focused on Zephyr. Clearing his throat, Zephyr spoke loudly. Navy elites, you have performed excellently in the previous battles and successfully advanced to this final stage. Now, I announce that the last battle will be an individual fight. In this battle, you will fight for your chance to remain based on your own strength and luck. Currently, there are 180 people left, and we will ultimately keep 30. This will be a tough battle, but I believe each of you has the strength and courage to face the challenge. A Navy soldier suddenly shouted at Zephyr on the platform. Chief Instructor, are we going to fight one by one to reach the finals? Zephyr suddenly broke into a hearty laugh. No, you 180 will fight all at once, and only 30 will remain in the end. Zephyr's words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up great waves in everyone's hearts. Fighting all at once among 180 people was undoubtedly an unprecedented melee. The Navy personnel exchanged glances, their faces showing varying degrees of surprise and tension. After all, at this point, luck was one part and strength was another. With so many people, a sudden attack could easily knock someone off the platform. Some were eager to try, while others frowned tightly. Manji took a deep breath. This was different from the way he was familiar with entering the training camp, where selection was through one-on-one battles. Ultimately, 30 would be chosen. Razanandi also had a serious expression. At this moment, he felt somewhat uncertain. He could handle 10 or 8 opponents of equal strength, but facing more than 10 at once would surely lead to his defeat. With Zephyr's command, 180 Navy personnel jumped onto the platform. Instantly, the entire platform was filled with people, and the atmosphere became tense to the extreme. At first, everyone was cautious, not willing to make the first move. As someone suddenly shouted, "Let's eliminate the strong ones first, and then decide the winner." Everyone's gaze turned to Brock, Razanandi, and others. Since Manji was younger, he was not included in their calculations. Those slightly weaker Navy personnel began to quietly shift positions, trying to form temporary alliances to collectively combat those viewed as strong. Standing among the crowd, Manji was deep in thought. At this moment, he could be considered overlooked by everyone. He could easily hide and wait until the end. But now, he suddenly felt he didn't want to do that anymore. "Hey, Razanandi, do you want me to help you?" Razanandi looked at Manji at the edge of the platform, a slight smile appearing on his lips. "If you were willing, I would certainly appreciate it." Without hesitation, Manji walked towards Razanandi. Seeing Manji approach, Razanandi was momentarily surprised. He hadn't expected Manji to choose this moment to help him. During their time at headquarters, he had often been compared to Manji, but they had never fought seriously against each other. He genuinely didn't expect Manji to come to his aid at this moment. "Why do you want to help me?" Razanandi asked. Manji smiled slightly and said, "I think you're stronger than them. You should advance. I don't want to see you defeated by being surrounded." Razanandi nodded slightly, feeling a surge of emotion. The Navy personnel preparing to attack Razanandi changed their expressions slightly upon seeing Manji join him. "Since this little brat is helping him, let's eliminate them together." Everyone exchanged glances, and 2 or 3 dozen people charged towards the two. "Manji, don't regret this," Razanandi said softly. Manji grinned. "Regret? That's not my style." With that, Manji initiated the attack. He charged towards several Navy personnel like a cheetah, moving at incredible speed. The Navy personnel were caught off guard by Manji's decisiveness and became flustered. Seizing the opportunity, Manji threw a punch, landing a heavy blow on one Navy soldier's face, sending him flying. The Navy personnel at the edge saw someone being knocked out and quickly threw him off the platform, making him the first to be eliminated. He glared at the others on stage, grinding his teeth in frustration, but there was nothing he could do. The other Navy personnel saw this and immediately brandished their weapons, charging at Manji. Manji skillfully used Soru to dodge their attacks, while continuously looking for counterattack opportunities. He sometimes sidestepped to evade, and at other times used moon jumps to avoid attacks, causing the Navy personnel strikes to miss repeatedly. Razanandi was not idle either. After Manji attracted the attention of some enemies, he quickly launched attacks on other Navy personnel. His strength was formidable, and he put his all into each strike. Several Navy personnel were hit by his attacks and instantly fell to the ground. Some opportunistic individuals, seeing someone injured, quickly stepped in to eliminate them from the platform. Manji, we can't keep going like this, Razanandi said. Manji nodded. I know. We need to come up with a plan. In the distance, Sakura watched Manji surrounded in the middle, her thoughts racing. She recalled the moment they met in the previous round. Manji, if you call me Misagane, I will protect you. What was initially a teasing remark turned serious when Manji flashed a smile, showing his small tiger teeth, and called out, Sakura-ne, forget it. I'll just say I made it to the last round, but luck wasn't on my side. With a firm resolution, she dashed towards Manji without hesitation. On the other side, Brock was also seen as someone who needed to be eliminated first. At this moment, he was surrounded by 10 or more people and was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Seeing Manji in the distance, he steeled his heart and charged towards the two like an arrow. He quickly formulated a plan in his mind for the next steps. He knew that 3 people fighting back-to-back would be much stronger than each fighting alone. Being surrounded meant facing attacks from a single circle, which was preferable to each being isolated and facing fierce assaults alone. Just as Manji had repelled a nearby Navy soldier, an opportunist attacked him from behind with full force. The sudden attack caught Manji off guard. He barely managed to withstand the blow. Without hesitation, Manji charged at the attacker, shouting, Six King Pistol. He gathered all his strength into his fingers and thrust towards the evolving opponent. This strike contained immense power, like a sharp spear, aimed directly at the opponent's vital points. Boom! The strike hit the target, sending the attacker flying off the platform. After this blow, Manji panted heavily, his eyes fixed on the surrounding Navy personnel, closing in on him. Sakura quickly reached Manji's side, standing back-to-back with him. Manji, how are you? Sakura asked with concern. I'm fine, Sakura. These guys are tough to deal with, Manji said through gritted teeth, a look of determination in his eyes. The surrounding Navy personnel were closing in, step by step, each wearing a cold expression, their weapons glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Razanandi also quickly pushed back the Navy in front of him and joined Manji, observing the people around them. Just as they stood back to back, on guard against their surroundings, Brock rushed over, exchanging a glance with Manji. He was followed by more than a dozen others. Sakura slapped her forehead, thinking, what a bunch of troublemakers. And where's Shimin? I haven't seen him all this time. She mused, searching the area. Hey, Manji, there are 50 of them now. I'll try to take down 10. How many can you handle? Razanandi quietly asked Manji. About 15. Manji pondered for a moment before responding. I'll take 3. Sakura said awkwardly, looking at the two. She hadn't expected these people to be so outrageous, as these elites could easily take on 10 or 15 at a time. With her gaze resolute, she tightened her grip on the dagger, its sharp blade reflecting a chilling light in the sun. Brock glanced at the others, gritting his teeth. 7. I can hold 7. No choice now, let's fight. Manji warned the group as the Navy moved to attack them again. In an instant, they split into several small battle groups. Just as the pressure increased on Razanandi and Manji, Shimin and Leo charged in, drawing 10 of the enemies away to relieve some of the pressure on the two. The entire arena was now a chaotic scene, with all sorts of techniques being unleashed, from 1,000-year kills to leg-breaking moves and waist-cutting techniques. Manji felt slightly relieved as he faced the dozen or so enemies, shouting, finger gun, machine gun. Manji exclaimed, his fingers shooting out rapidly towards the Navy before him, each thrust packed with immense power, akin to a real machine gun. Though the Navy fought back valiantly, they were forced to retreat under the barrage of concentrated attacks. Ugh! One Navy soldier was directly stabbed in the throat by Manji's finger gun, and Manji casually wiped his finger on his back, looking somewhat embarrassed. Sorry about that, big brother. Just doing a little test, ha! On the other side, Sakura was being pushed back steadily, and Manji caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Oh no! Sakura is about to fall. Razanandi was also being pressured by the enemy, and the situation was heading in a bad direction. Manji gritted his teeth, thinking it didn't matter whether he revealed his abilities early or late. Open. Pelskota. In an instant, two blue halos lit up around Manji's arms. He murmured to himself, explaining that pulse techniques were about seeing through the surface of reality and using the body to sense the ubiquitous pulse. Through the two pulse gates, Xiangu and Luan Quan aimed to vibrate the pulse in the surrounding space. Time seemed to slow as Manji closed his eyes, feeling the pulse form. Unifying body and pulse, connecting the pulse gates, and striking out with the pulse. Overlord charge. Boom! With Manji's roar, a powerful force erupted from his body, like a roaring prehistoric beast charging at the enemy. The power of the Overlord charge radiated in blue energy waves, expanding outward from Manji, compressing the air around it and creating explosive crackling sounds. The Navy soldiers struck by this energy wave were sent flying like leaves in a storm, with no power to resist. Their bodies traced arcs in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, some fainting immediately, while others groaned in pain. How is this possible? How can this kid be so powerful? The surrounding Navy stared wide-eyed in terror, their faces filled with disbelief. They had thought that with these elite Navy forces, they could easily subdue Manji and the others, but they never expected the power of Manji's attack to far exceed their expectations. The audience in the stands all stood up in shock, staring blankly at the arena below. Sengoku turned to Karp and Tsuru. Have you seen this kind of technique before? How is it done? Tsuru looked equally baffled. She had never seen such a power. Karp scratched his head. This isn't something I taught him. The problem was Zephyr shouldn't have this kind of ability either. It felt like a devil fruit power, Sengoku muttered to himself. Zephyr, startled by the energy wave just now, leaped down from the high platform. That level of power completely surpassed what Manji's level should be capable of. It was unscientific. Zephyr looked at Manji in the arena. Sakura, Razanandi, and the others were also invigorated by Manji's strike, seizing the opportunity to adjust their states and take down one or two of the stunned Navy soldiers. In the arena, Manji was panting heavily. The previous Overlord charge had drained a lot of his stamina, but his gaze remained as firm as a rock, showing no signs of retreat. After a lengthy battle, about 80 people remained in the arena. The goal of 30 was getting closer, yet the group dared not act recklessly, fearing that someone else would snatch the fruits of victory. Sakura tightened her grip on her dagger and whispered to Manji, "Manji, we need to be careful. They might attack us all at once." Manji nodded slightly, knowing the situation was dire, and one misstep could lead to failure. Just as the two thought, the crowd around them could no longer ignore the little boy after witnessing Manji's recent move. Razanandi was observing the movements of the surrounding Navy and noticed that, although they appeared to be fighting individually, several small groups were exchanging glances, seemingly plotting something. Everyone be careful. They might be planning a coordinated attack, Razanandi warned. Brock rolled his eyes at Razanandi. 6, maybe they're already starting to act. Razanandi looked up to see that most of the people in the arena had begun to intentionally encircle a few of them. All right, now we need one person to take on 10. Sakura's grip on her dagger tightened even more, her eyes revealing a hint of tension, but mostly determination. Razanandi furrowed his brows, starting to think of a counter-strategy. We can't let them take us out one by one. We need to find a way to disrupt their formation. Brock waved his arm impatiently, saying, "Why talk so much? Let's just fight." At that moment, those who had closed in began to communicate with each other. "These guys are tough. We need to be careful. What are we afraid of? There are so many of us. Can we not handle them? Let's take down that little brat first." That last move was too scary. As the discussions continued, the encirclement gradually tightened. Manji and the others stood back to back, vigilantly watching the surrounding enemies. "Attack!" someone shouted, and the group instantly charged toward Manji and the others. In an instant, various skills were thrown out on the field, with meteor hammers and tridents, and all kinds of weapons were directed toward a few people. Manji gritted his teeth and held on. However, the number of enemies was simply too great. Despite Manji and the others resisting with all their might, they gradually fell into a predicament. A Navy soldier suddenly rushed in front of Manji and hit him with a punch when he wasn't paying attention. Wow. Manji immediately lifted his leg. Bang. He kicked the person flying away. Rosanandi looked at Manji, surprised. You have more power than the national football team. You're talented. You must have eaten a lot of sea cucumbers. Manji helplessly looked at Rosanandi, who was teasing him, and led them to the edge of the platform, thinking that they could just throw them off directly. It was getting hard to hold on. The few of them felt that this method was feasible, so they started to act. They deliberately exposed weaknesses, making the Navy soldiers think there was an opportunity, and then retreated towards the edge of the platform. Those people indeed fell for it and chased closely. When they reached the edge of the platform, Manji and the others suddenly launched an attack. Overlord Charge. Manji unleashed his pulse technique, and a powerful force surged towards the enemies. Those standing at the edge of the platform were directly knocked off. Huff, huff, huff. Manji was panting heavily, just about to lift his head when he was suddenly knocked off the platform by an old six. Rosanandi couldn't withstand the pressure either and was directly cleared off the platform. The two exchanged an awkward smile from below the platform. It's over. There was no chance left. At this moment, Zephyr on the platform cleared his throat and shouted to the crowd below, "You can stop now. The tournament has officially ended. There are 30 people remaining." Zephyr's voice echoed throughout the venue, and everyone stopped their actions. The 30 people on the platform finally breathed a sigh of relief as their tense nerves relaxed. Manji and Rosanandi got up from the ground, dusted themselves off, and shook their heads helplessly. The others still on the platform showed expressions of relief. Sakura and Brooke looked disappointed, as they clearly missed out on the chance for everyone to make it into the 30. Manji, however, had a nonchalant expression. After all, he was still young. There would be many opportunities in the future, and they needed the advancement spots more than he did. Immediately afterward, Zephyr shouted to the crowd, "Those who have successfully advanced, please stay. The rest can leave." As soon as Zephyr finished speaking, those who were eliminated began to leave the venue one by one, their faces showing varying degrees of disappointment. However, some secretly made up their minds to work harder next time. Hearing that Commander Zephyr had spoken, Manji and Rosanandi didn't linger any longer, greeted Sakura and Brooke, and walked towards the distant Navy building. Although Zephyr was very curious about the skill Manji had used, for the sake of the 30 students in front of him, he held back his curiosity and didn't stop Manji to ask. Meanwhile, in the distance, Sengoku and Garp didn't have the luxury of time to hold back their curiosity. The two quickly rushed towards Manji, and even Tsuru beside them couldn't hold back, joining them to join the excitement. Garp had a hint of regret on his face. He had just seen Manji being knocked off the platform and exclaimed in surprise. Shouting Black Curtain, Sengoku directly grabbed Garp, and the next moment, Rosanandi was also knocked off the platform, leaving him speechless. He suddenly didn't want to stop Garp anymore. When Garp saw Sengoku relax his grip, he broke free. The two exchanged hearty laughs. As Manji and Rosanandi were walking towards the Navy building, they suddenly sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching from in front of them. They stopped in their tracks and looked ahead, only to see Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru rushing towards them. "Huh, Master? Huh, Dad?" The two exclaimed in surprise. In no time, the three came to a halt right in front of them, kicking up a cloud of dust. The three calmly patted the dust off their clothes. Soon after, Sengoku's foxtail couldn't be hidden anymore. "Manji, the skill you used on the platform just now was very unique. What was that?" Sengoku asked directly. "Is it a devil fruit ability?" Tsuru looked at Manji curiously. As Manji's master, Garp was even more curious. He had never seen anything like it before. He scratched his head and said, "This isn't a devil fruit ability. It's my pulse technique." "Pulse technique?" Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru exchanged glances, all showing puzzled expressions. Garp impatiently asked, "What is pulse technique? Tell me about it." The three seasoned veterans who had roamed the seas for years had never heard of pulse technique. Manji thought for a moment and began to explain. Pulse technique is a special ability that involves seeing through the surface of things, using the body to feel the ubiquitous pulse in space, sensing shape pulse. Adjusting the relationship between the human pulse field and the spatial pulse field, body pulse unity. And then utilizing the resonance of pulse gates or battle weapons, connecting pulse gates, to initiate vibrations in the spatial pulse field through the vibrations of the human pulse field, thus forming a pulse attack. Tsuru pondered for a moment and said, "It sounds amazing, but how did you acquire this ability? Where did you learn pulse technique?" Manji fell into memories and slowly began to speak. "My father, he always taught me to be brave, kind, and to use my own strength to protect others. But now The three saw Manji's hesitation and understood what had happened. They couldn't help but admire his father, who could invent such a brilliant cultivation method. What a genius! Sengoku thought for a moment and said, "No matter where your pulse technique comes from, it is a very powerful ability. If you can use it well, you will definitely become an outstanding warrior in the future." Tsuru looked at Manji and spoke somewhat hesitantly. "Manji, have you considered passing on this technique?" Her stance was still based on the entire Navy. If the Navy became stronger, it could reduce many casualties. "Little Tsuru," Garp called out to Tsuru in a deep voice. Tsuru was slightly taken aback. She knew her request might have been a bit sudden, but it was out of concern for the Navy's future. She looked at Garp and said, "Garp, I know this request might be a bit excessive, but if Manji's pulse technique could be taught to more Navy soldiers, our Navy's strength would be significantly enhanced, and we could better protect this world." Garp frowned and said, "Little Tsuru, you can't make such a request of Manji. Pulse technique is something Manji learned from his father. It is his family inheritance, and he has the right to decide whether to pass it on to others." Sengoku remained silent on the side, also contemplating Tsuru's proposal. He understood that Tsuru's intentions were good, but he also recognized Garp's concerns. Manji's pulse technique was indeed powerful, but if they force him to teach it to others, it would feel like extortion. How is that different from hegemony? "Manji, can you demonstrate it for us? Let us understand this pulse technique in detail." The eyes of Zhanghua were filled with anticipation as he looked at Manji, like a wolf seeing carrion. Manji glanced around and asked, "Is it here?" Zhanghua looked around and realized it wasn't quite appropriate. "Look over my place," Karp said to the group. Everyone followed Karp to his residence. It was simple and spacious, filled with Karp's unique aura. Manji stood in the middle and surveyed the crowd. "I'm about to begin." Manji took a deep breath and slowly mobilized the power within him. After a few muffled sounds, 6 azure, circular pulse gates materialized directly in front of Manji. "All right, just this." Then Manji turned his gaze to Karp and Zhanghua. "That's it. Yes, the pulse gates." At this moment, Karp felt a black line form on his forehead, as if his fists had suddenly hardened. Zhanghua was equally astonished. He had expected Manji to demonstrate a more impressive pulse technique, but instead, he simply revealed a few light circles in front of him. While revealing the circles was already incredible, it was somewhat disappointing compared to the blue light waves Manji had unleashed in the arena. Crane frowned slightly and said, "Manji, what's special about your pulse gates? It's hard for us to understand the true power of pulse techniques just by this demonstration." The so-called pulse techniques require seeing through the surface of physical objects, using one's body to sense the omnipresent pulse. By utilizing the shin bone and Luan Quan pulse gates, we can vibrate the surrounding space's pulse, feeling the unity of form pulse and body pulse, connecting the pulse gates and launching a pulse attack. Manji's youthful voice echoed in the air, and everyone's gaze was locked tightly on him. Just then, a massive pulse, like lightning, erupted from Manji's somewhat youthful hand, its brilliance dazzling and illuminating the entire room. This pulse surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, like a fierce beast breaking free from its restraints, directly smashing through Karp's heavy and sturdy door. The door shattered like fragile paper under the impact of the pulse, instantly splintering into countless fragments that flew everywhere. Immediately after, this powerful pulse continued unabated, breaking through all obstacles and rushing straight into the distance, leaving behind a trail of shock and the astonished expressions of everyone present. "Damn it! My door!" Karp cried out in despair. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Manji slowly spoke, "There are a total of 12 pulse gates in my body. Kaya Suan Bun, Lun Quan, Zhao Jingfeng, Gun Hai, Huan Su, Mu Huan Song, Lin Gui, Zheng An, Sen Po Su, Bijuan, GuNing, and Xian Duan Kong." The number of pulse gates corresponds to the combat power a person can enhance. However, a person who can open 2 pulse gates and is skilled can defeat someone who has opened 4 pulse gates. Zhanghua furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications behind Manji's words. Observing everyone's reactions, Manji continued, the opening of pulse gates does not solely rely on strength. It also requires awareness and control of one's own pulse. Each pulse gate represents a different power and ability. Only when we truly understand and master these pulse gates can we unleash the maximum power of pulse techniques. Moreover, the most important thing is that we can develop a pulse cannon, which is far stronger than the cannons we currently have in the Navy. Karp's eyes widened as he asked, Kid, is the pulse cannon really that powerful? Manji nodded and replied, the pulse cannon utilizes the power of the pulse gates to concentrate the energy of the pulse and then fire it out. The power of this cannon is enormous and can easily destroy enemy fleets and fortresses. Zhanghua suddenly realized that the foundation of the pulse cannon required the Navy to successfully practice it. Just as he was about to ask Manji, Manji paused, thought for a moment, and said, the cultivation of pulse techniques requires a certain degree of talent and effort. It's not something that can be achieved overnight. It requires long-term honing and understanding. Crane nodded slightly, understanding that any powerful force is not easily obtained. Is it possible for you to teach some basic pulse techniques? Zhanghua asked again, testing the waters. I don't know if this requires talent, but I can first teach a few people to try, Manji said. Upon hearing this, Zhanghua, Karp, and Crane were first taken aback. Then their expressions changed to shock. Zhanghua's eyes widened. His usually serious face was now filled with joy and disbelief. He slightly opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something, but was momentarily speechless due to his astonishment. Crane slightly raised the corners of her mouth. Her eyes filled with gratification. Looking at Manji, she felt deeply moved. The appearance of this child might truly bring earth-shattering changes to the Navy. She softly said, Manji, if you can really teach pulse techniques, it will be a blessing for the Navy and for the world. Then let's leave Rosinante, Peach Rabbit, and Peacock to you. Do your best. Zhanghua was now all smiles. Manji nodded solemnly and said, I will do my best to teach them. Suddenly, GuNing's mind echoed with the mechanical prompt sound of the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the subordinate count of the Kiba Avatar 1. GuNing was slightly taken aback, realizing what was happening upon seeing the system message. It seemed that Kiba had accomplished something significant, suddenly gaining so much prestige. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100 million prestige points. 3 consecutive prompt sounds echoed in GuNing's mind. GuNing was filled with questions and asked the system in his mind what was going on. Host, your new book has become a sensation among many noble ladies in the North Sea. You're simply amazing. I deeply admire you. GuNing was slightly stunned, suddenly recalling that he had exchanged for a novel in the system space out of boredom some time ago. Then he casually handed it to Pei Qian to see if it could earn prestige points. He never expected it actually could. GuNing lowered his chin, realizing that this book, The Overbearing Demon Lord Fell in Love with Me, was quite popular among the female audience. Lady, I brought you some snacks. Please have a taste, Wang Chuanzue said as she walked over with a plate of pastries. However, her eyes were glued to the pastries in her hands, revealing her desire to eat. GuNing looked at the plate of pastries Pei Qian had sent over and said to Wang Chuanzue, why don't you sit down and have some? Okay. With that, she plopped down on the stone bench, stuffing one pastry in her left hand and another in her right into her little cherry mouth. The moment the pastry entered her mouth, Wang Chuanzue's eyes lit up. You're such a great person. She chewed on the pastry while expressing her gratitude to GuNing. GuNing found her eating to be inexplicably cute, suddenly shaking his head and self-deprecatingly laughing. How can I have such thoughts? Then he reached for a pastry from the plate. Wang Chuanzue's hands were busy, stuffing her left hand while protecting the plate with her right. GuNing felt a sudden urge to pinch her. All right, so protective of your food, huh? I'll send you to Pan Hong tomorrow for some training. Hearing GuNing say this, Wang Chuanzue eagerly handed over a piece of pastry. Then, without hesitation, she quickly cleared the remaining pieces from the plate. She then looked at GuNing. Should I say sorry? Wang Chuanzue had an unparalleled beauty, every contour of her face epitomizing the word beauty, but her behavior was rather carefree. It's just too delicious, I've never had this kind of pastry before. GuNing helplessly waved his hand. Go ahead. Clean up. Hum. Wang Xuanzui picked up the plate and disappeared from GuNing's sight. GuNing gently rubbed his temples with his slender fingers, sinking his mind into his thoughts to communicate with the system. System, use the Kiba minion count. As you command. Host. With the system's words, an unusual wave of energy rippled in the space before GuNing. It was like a stone was thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to spread outward from a central point. A pale white light gradually condensed, and a tall figure filled with a wild, frenzied aura slowly emerged. He wore a green military uniform, which had unique patterns that resembled ancient runes, emitting a faint, ethereal glow. Each line seemed to silently narrate tales of past battles and glory. His hair was swept high as if by a gentle breeze, the silver strands shimmering under the sunlight, making him extraordinarily striking. His face was incredibly stern, with sharp contours like a chiseled statue, a high bridge of the nose, and tightly pressed lips that carried an innate pride. His eyes revealed madness, like a blazing fire burning in the depths of hell, containing an underlying anger and unwillingness that seemed ready to explode, turning everything around him to ashes. The intensity of his emotions radiated from his gaze, instilling fear yet impossible to ignore. He looked down at his hands and then suddenly burst into a frenzied laugh. Ha ha ha, I've been resurrected. Ha 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 ha. The laughter gradually subsided, and 2 lines of tears streamed down his cheeks. How could someone like me still be alive? GuNing quietly observed this seemingly unstable person before him. After a long while, GuNing spoke up. Are you out of your mind? How about we lock the children's channel at 8 o'clock tonight? MythWukong was slightly taken aback, looking at the extraordinarily handsome man before him. My name is GuNing. It's a demon. After GuNing finished speaking, he looked at him. I'm a demon. Folk demon. The candidate for the Wenyao. Formerly a major general in the Night Country's defense forces. Captain of the 9th Squad of the Holy Alliance's Night Raid Task Force, which includes Bai Luodi, Fenghe, Ing Song, Huan Zijin, and Guang Xiu. I'm also the vanguard of the Fog Demon Night Combat in the Eastern Theater of Ling Mountain's 7th Division, MythWukong. GuNing had an expression that said he expected as much. He had a deep impression of this uniquely charming person. A lifetime spent striving to kill Kiba while dying for the sake of maintaining it. A controversial yet charismatic figure. Did you bring me back to life? The now calm MythWukong looked at GuNing and spoke lightly. Sort of. After all, he had contributed to it. GuNing made an ambiguous statement, and MythWukong quietly watched him, waiting for his subsequent words. After all, he had already resurrected him. There must be something he needed. Go help him. Go follow him. Go, MythWukong. Kiba is also in this world. I've already brought him back. MythWukong mumbled to himself, Kiba. His gaze gradually shifted from confusion to determination, as if flames were rekindling in his dark eyes. You say Kiba has been resurrected? Where is he? MythWukong anjosli krabetku ninkis sopulters. GuNing's shoulders slightly shrugged, directly bouncing MythWukong back. MythWukong looked at GuNing, feeling no pulse points being used, yet sensing an unfathomable power. GuNing turned his back to MythWukong, unleashing his conqueror as Haki, which pressed down with immense mental power, making MythWukong gasp for breath, his whole body struggling to stay upright. MythWukong gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his legs trembling slightly, but he still stubbornly resisted this overwhelming mental pressure. He had never felt such terrifying power. It transcended his understanding of pulse power. It nearly broke him, a warrior who had fought on countless battlefields. Who exactly are you? MythWukong managed to squeeze out these words through gritted teeth. GuNing slowly turned around, his gaze cold and deep, like an endless abyss that could swallow a person's soul. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you help Kiba reach the pinnacle of this world. Perhaps I could bring your 5 teammates back to this world? MythWukong's body suddenly trembled, a complex light flashing in his eyes, surprise, doubt, but more so an uncontrollable desire. His 5 teammates were an existence he could never forget. They had fought side by side, laughed together, and charged into battle for the ideal of defeating Kiba. Their bond was thicker than blood, stronger than the ancient ice on the icy plains. Is what you said true? MythWukong's voice trembled slightly. He stared intently at GuNing, trying to discern any hint from his abyss-like gaze. GuNing's lips curled into a meaningful smile. I never joke. As long as you wholeheartedly assist Kiba in becoming the strongest in this world, I have a way to bring them here. However, my patience is limited. You better not waste my time. MythWukong clenched his fist tightly. As if controlled by an invisible force, the veins on his arms bulging prominently. His mind was like a surging sea, struggling fiercely. Each thought like a sharp stone, colliding and rubbing against each other in his mind. He was afraid. He was terrified. So, he took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, fearing that hope would shatter once again. MythWukong took a deep breath. All right, I agree. But if you dare to deceive me, I won't let you go even if it costs me my life. GuNing looked at the stubborn MythWukong before him, feeling somewhat amused. However, he held it in and nodded, indicating his acknowledgement. Where's Kiba? I can go find him now. GuNing checked MythWukong's strength in the system and frowned slightly. Your strength is a bit low. Train here for a while, learn about this world, and then you can go find him. MythWukong was taken aback, feeling his pulse points and realizing he could only sense Xuangu and Lunshuan. Okay. MythWukong nodded in agreement. Xiao Zue, prepare a room for him. GuNing shouted loudly at Wang Chuanzue, who was peeking from a distance. Oh, good. Immediately, GuNing took out the manuals for armament hockey and observation hockey from the system and handed them to him. GuNing wasn't sure if MythWukong had the talent for conqueror's hockey, so he casually tossed that manual to him as well. At this moment, the mainstream training method in this world was still focused on physical training. The method you practiced before for cultivating meridians was good, but in this world, physical strength determines everything. Study these 3 manuals well during this time, and try to master armament hockey and observation hockey before you leave. MythWukong silently accepted them. After all, this was beneficial for him. GuNing looked helplessly at MythWukong and Wang Chuanzue. There was nothing he could do. The summoned avatars were not strong. If they were to provide support to the avatars, they would need some time for training. The benefit of GuNing's training was that he could buy some good items from the system space to help them increase their strength. On the other side, Manji looked at the 3 people in front of him, trying hard to feel the meridians in his body. Roxanand, are you here to take a dump? Why are you straining your abdomen? Sister Taudu, you're also doing it wrong. And you, little peacock, stop playing. Manji looked at these 3 people helplessly. Especially the peacock. He didn't understand why he had to bring her here. Looking at the little peacock who was only 4 years old. Was he supposed to help them babysit? Manji sighed helplessly at these 3 troublesome characters. Roxanand scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Manji, I don't know why I'm straining my abdomen either. It's so hard to capture the feeling of the meridian. Taudu blushed, feeling somewhat awkward after being pointed out by a child. Meanwhile, the little peacock was giggling and playing aside, completely ignoring the training of the meridians. Manji squatted down and said to the little peacock, Peacock, stop playing. We need to seriously cultivate the meridians so we can become stronger. The little peacock blinked her big eyes and said in a childish voice, Brother Manji, training is so boring. I want to play. Manji shook his head helplessly, not knowing what to do with this little one. What do you want to play? Brother Manji, can I train you? Just use this. Immediately, the peacock pulled out a small whip from behind. Manji's body trembled, and he quickly took a few steps back, looking at the small whip in the little peacock's hand in shock. No, that won't do. Manji waved his hands repeatedly, but the little peacock was relentless, waving the small whip and chasing after Manji. Brother Manji, come on. Manji dodged while saying, Little peacock, stop messing around. Let's focus on training the meridians. Roxanand and Taudu watched in shock, and then couldn't help but laugh. Roxanand teased, Manji, I didn't expect you to be scared sometimes. Manji helplessly said, This little one is really troublesome. Seeing that Manji kept dodging, the little peacock became a bit angry. Brother Manji, if you don't play with me, I want to train my meridians. Manji stopped, looking at the little peacock, feeling troubled. He knew that if he didn't satisfy her request, she definitely wouldn't train properly. But letting her use the small whip on him was too outrageous. Peacock, how about we play a different game? Manji tried to negotiate. The little peacock pouted and said, "No, I just want to play this." Manji frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "Okay, how about this? We play another game, and if you win, I'll play the small whip game with you, but only for a little while." The little peacock's eyes lit up, and she asked, "What game?" Manji said, "Let's compete to see who can feel the power of the meridians first. If you feel it first, I'll play the small whip game with you." The little peacock thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Okay, it's a deal. All right, let's start over." Manji stood up and said seriously, "Roxanne, don't rush. Feeling the meridians requires you to calm down and slowly experience the flow of power in your body. Sister Tautu, you too, don't rush. Take it step by step." Roxanne and Tauta nodded and began to adjust their state again. "Are you looking forward to the Marine Admiral Kiba leading the 12 demons? Please support and urge for updates." Although the little peacock was initially reluctant, under Manji's patient guidance, she gradually became serious. She closed her eyes and tried hard to feel the mysterious power within her body. Time passed minute by minute, and the four of them immersed themselves in their training. Suddenly, the little peacock opened her eyes and excitedly said, "Brother Manji, I felt it." Manji didn't know why, but he felt goosebumps all over his body. He was a bit surprised that the little peacock had felt the power of the meridians so quickly. After sensing the unique energy of the meridians within the peacock's body, he said with a bitter face, "Peacock, you're amazing. Let's play the small whip game for a little while." The little peacock happily waved the small whip, while Manji carefully dodged. Roxanne and Tautu watched and laughed uncontrollably. Looking at the two children's amusing antics, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Manji achieved the achievement of getting hurt alone. However, at this moment, Manji also felt relieved because for him, the meridian technique must become popular in the Navy, which would greatly help him control the Navy in the future. Now that the peacock had successfully completed her training, it meant that people in this world could also successfully cultivate. Inside the Marine headquarters, Admiral Sengoku, Steelbone Kong, Carp, and Tsuru were discussing how to capture the great pirate Goong, Geobaloric Ladefield. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in and reported, "Admiral Sengoku, there is significant news." Sengoku frowned slightly. "What is it? Why the rush?" The soldier, breathing heavily, said the peacock. The peacock said she successfully cultivated the meridian technique. Sengoku suddenly stood up. Carp's son Bei fell from his mouth, and Tsuru also looked incredulous. "Little peacock?" Tsuru exclaimed. Steelbone Kong looked confused, pondering, what is the meridian technique? He looked at Sengoku, Tsuru, and Carp's disbelieving expressions. Carp scratched his head and laughed. "Looks like this world is getting more interesting." At this moment, over a dozen people in the conference room turned their eyes towards Sengoku. Sengoku had no intention to hide, as the ones present in this conference room were all high-ranking officials. Small matters are discussed in big meetings, and big matters in small meetings. Ahem. Sengoku cleared his throat, stood up, and addressed everyone. "Has anyone been paying attention to the recent Marine Elite Training Camp selection?" Everyone exchanged glances. "Oh, Zephyr-sensei took in 30 new disciples. What does this have to do with the matter?" Akiji asked. Sengoku saw the curiosity of the crowd being piqued and explained. "One of them is Carp's new disciple." "Wow, old man Carp has taken on disciples. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations." In an instant, everyone in the conference room began to praise Carp. Carp waved his hand at the crowd, acknowledging their congratulations. This wasn't the most important part. The most important thing was that this child had learned a new cultivation system. This system is no worse than the Marine 6 styles and can be practiced alongside it. After Sengoku finished speaking, everyone looked dumbfounded. The conference room fell into a dead silence. All were shocked into silence by Sengoku's words. After a while, Kizuru slowly spoke up. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, are you saying that this new cultivation system is compatible with the Marine 6 styles? This is significant." Sengoku nodded seriously. "That's right. We only learned this news not long ago. This new system is called Pulse Technique, and as far as we know, it can greatly enhance a person's combat power. If we can promote it within the Marines, our strength will be significantly boosted. Currently, this child has taught this skill to Peacock, Rosinante, and Peach Rabbit. However, so far only Peacock has learned it." Akina frowned. "In that case, we need to master this power as soon as possible. However, The emergence of new power often comes with risks, and we need to ensure it won't bring negative effects. GetsBlack thoughtfully spoke up. The new system will surely carry risks, but if it can rival the Marine 6 styles, we can bear it. The Marine 6 styles, to put it nicely, belong to the Marines, but fundamentally they belong to the CP organization. Now we have something that solely belongs to our Marines. We can handle any issues that arise. Sengoku nodded slightly. He understood GetsBlack's thoughts. For a long time, although the Marine 6 styles were widely used in the Marines, their intricate ties with the CP organization had always been a thorn in the side of the Marine High Command. Now, with the emergence of the pulse technique, it might be an opportunity for the Marines to break free from this potential constraint. Marshal Kong is right, but to be safe, we still need to treat this with caution. Sengoku looked at everyone. Shall we first find a venue to let everyone understand this new system? Sengoku's proposal made everyone happy. They also wanted to see this new system. Akiji spoke first. This idea is good, but the choice of venue is crucial. It must ensure safety and secrecy. GetsBlack nodded in agreement. Akiji is right. I suggest we choose that underground training ground located at the back of the Marine headquarters. It's rarely used, has good confidentiality, and enough space and complete facilities. Carp scratched his head. All right, that place is good. However, we need to call my dear little apprentice, along with Peacock, Rosinante, and Peach Rabbit, to prepare, as they are most familiar with the pulse technique. Sengoku shot Carp a glance. Your dear little apprentice. GetsBlack stood up, his expression serious. That's settled then. Sengoku, you are responsible for coordinating the arrangements. After receiving the order, Sengoku immediately began to make arrangements. A while later, Banjiji, Little Peacock, Rosinante, and Peach Rabbit were already waiting in the training ground. Little Peacock appeared somewhat nervous, as it was her first time demonstrating the pulse technique in front of so many Marine high-ranking officials and generals. Rosinante patted her shoulder and softly comforted her. Don't worry. Little Peacock, just perform as you usually do. Peach Rabbit also smiled and nodded to encourage her. Banjiji gave her a reassuring look. When Sengoku and the others arrived, the atmosphere in the training ground became serious. Sengoku cleared his throat and addressed everyone. I have gathered you here today to let you witness the newly emerged pulse technique. This could be an important opportunity for the development of our Marines. However, before we delve deeper into research, we need to have a comprehensive understanding of it. Banjiji, you come up first to demonstrate for everyone. Banjiji stepped forward and saluted the Marine officers. Standing in the center of the training ground, he stood tall, his gaze firm and confident. He took a deep breath to calm himself, then slowly raised both hands, beginning to concentrate. Boom! For muffled sounds rang out in succession. Four azure pulse gates circled around Banjiji, resonating with his body as if they were in a cycle. Even the surrounding air began to tremble slightly, as if resonating in harmony. Pulse! Banjiji softly shouted, and a wave of azure light surged forward. As the light wave passed, the ground appeared to be cleaved open by a giant axe, creating a deep ravine with sand and stones flying. The protective wall at the edge of the underground training ground rippled upon contact with the light wave, emitting a creaking sound under the strain. Marine officers showed expressions of shock, with some instinctively taking a few steps back. Comparable to devil fruit abilities, Kizaru murmured softly. Upon hearing Kizaru, those around him looked at him in astonishment. GetsBlack was equally astonished. The power of this pulse technique, as demonstrated so far, is indeed comparable to some powerful devil fruit abilities. GetsBlack's voice was low, but in the silent training ground, it was clearly heard. Especially since this ability can be popularized. The implications are profound. Meanwhile, Akiji Kazan was thoughtfully watching Banjiji, realizing that the child's proficient use of the pulse technique indicated that it follows certain principles. We can first conduct a detailed study on Banjiji, attempting to analyze the principles of the pulse technique and then decide whether to promote it. However, Akainu Sakazuki had a different view, stating, in this era of great pirates, our Marines need powerful strength to suppress the pirates. If the pulse technique can enhance our strength, we should master it as soon as possible rather than hesitating here. The longer we delay, the more opportunities the pirates have to grow. Akainu's words were filled with a thirst for power and hatred for pirates. While everyone was discussing, Peacock also took the stage to demonstrate a resonance with a pulse gate, further astonishing everyone. Just one pulse gate can have such a marvelous effect. One Marine officer couldn't help but exclaim. And this is completely different from Banjiji's style of the pulse technique. It seems the diversity of the pulse technique exceeds our imagination. Another officer agreed. Akiji Kazan nodded slightly, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. This method of resonance between the body and the pulse gate is unique. It may have an essential difference from Banjiji's multi-gate use, with high research value. Akainu Sakazuki crossed his arms, his expression serious, no matter what form the pulse technique takes. As long as it can be utilized to enhance our marine strength, we must master it quickly. The pirates won't give us time to study slowly. Steelbone Kong stroked his chin and, after a moment of contemplation, said, Peacock's demonstration has shown us more possibilities of the pulse technique. This not only concerns the enhancement of power, but may also involve a transformation in tactics. We need to consider how to integrate different types of pulse techniques into the marine combat system. Carp laughed heartily. Ha, you all think too much. The fact that these two kids can use the pulse technique shows that it is controllable. We're we Marines. We are the force of justice. Do we still fear being backfired by this little power? Carp, you're always so reckless. General Crane glanced at Carp, emphasizing that justice must be maintained with caution, and any introduction of new power must be considered carefully. Just as everyone was discussing, Manji and others took the opportunity to leave. After all, they still did not have the identity to participate in such a significant event that concerned millions of people. 3 days later, after discussions among the high-ranking officials at the Navy headquarters, it was decided that all naval officers would prioritize learning the method to open the pulse gates and the techniques for using pulse arts. Manji was promoted 4 ranks and awarded the honorary title of Vice Chief Instructor of the Navy. The Grand Line, Alabasta. The shabby saint emerged from the sea. After crawling out of the ocean, the saint lay on the beach, gasping heavily, with seawater dripping from his tattered body, creating small pits in the sand. His once imposing appearance was long gone. He now looked more like a fleeing slave. Not far away, the residents of Alabasta discovered this monster emerging from the sea. They shouted in terror and rushed to inform others, and the entire town was instantly thrown into chaos. Some brave soldiers picked up their weapons and rushed towards the saint. However, when they saw his massive and terrifying figure, their steps faltered. The saint slowly raised his head, scanning the surrounding humans with his malicious gaze. He opened his gaping mouth and let out a deafening roar, a sound that swept across the entire beach like a storm, causing some nearby soldiers to fall to the ground under the powerful shockwave. Looking at these fragile humans, the saint felt a surge of disdain in his heart. He tried to stand up, but his weak body made him sway unsteadily. The time goes back a week. His small boat capsized, and he was spotted swimming in the ocean by a celestial dragon's slave-catching ship. Those people initially thought the saint was just an ordinary drowning victim, but when they got closer, they were frightened by his inhuman appearance. However, their fear quickly turned into greed. To these slavers, capturing such a unique creature as the saint and presenting it to the celestial dragons would surely bring immense wealth and countless rewards. They threw out a large net made of special materials, incredibly tough and with a paralyzing effect. The saint, already weak, was exhausted from struggling in the water and was caught in the net before he could evade. Electricity coursed through his body, causing his muscles to spasm, making it even harder for his already fatigued body to move. The leader of the slave ship was a beefy man who laughed as he approached, whipping the saint. Haha, look what we've caught. A monster. The celestial dragons will be very pleased. The saint roared in anger, but his voice was powerless amidst the slaver's mockery. Time passed slowly. After all, the saint was a powerful demon. Despite enduring heavy torment, after a period of lurking and resting in the small, dark, and foul-smelling cabin, he gradually regained some strength. Each bit of magical power returning felt like a spring bursting forth from parched land, giving a hint of life to his nearly exhausted strength. As the ship passed Reverse Mountain, it shook violently, and the slaver net unexpectedly fell off the saint. Then, he suddenly broke free from some restraints and pounced on the slavers like a beast released from its cage. A battle ensued, and ultimately, the slaver ship was left in ruins. In the chaos, the saint swam away towards the distance, his battered figure gradually disappearing into the turbulent waters of Reverse Mountain. Time returned to the present. The saint was now at a port in Alabasta. He squinted slightly, surveying his surroundings. Busy people were coming and going at the port, with goods piled high and ships entering and leaving. However, when they saw this unexpected guest, fear spread across their faces. Some timid individuals even screamed and fled, terrified of being targeted by this monster. A strong sense of disgust surged in the saint's heart. These humans were always so cowardly and weak, only knowing how to flee and be afraid. Just then, a group of Alabasta soldiers rushed over. They were clad in neat armor, wielding sharp weapons, their eyes filled with vigilance and determination. The leading officer was a tall man with a resolute face. He looked at the saint and loudly said, "Monster, why have you entered our country? You are not welcome here. Leave immediately, or we will use force." "Oh ho 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 ho! Foolish mortals, I am the great demon. Do you think you ants can threaten me?" He slowly stood up, although still weak. His powerful aura made the surrounding air seem to freeze. The soldiers felt the saint's overwhelming pressure and couldn't help but feel a bit afraid. But they did not back down, knowing they bore the responsibility of protecting their country and people. "I am a noble dragon. I am also a demon sorcerer. Come fort, my ghostly soldiers." With the saint's command, the surrounding air seemed to twist. A dark aura surged from his body, spreading like a tide. In that darkness, ghostly soldiers gradually appeared. These ghostly soldiers were vague in form, as if they were condensed from darkness itself. They held various strange weapons, exuding a chilling aura. The soldiers looked at these suddenly appearing ghostly soldiers, their fear intensifying. However, they still tightly gripped their weapons, showing no signs of retreat. After all, they had no idea about the purpose of this strange humanoid monster. The leading officer's expression grew serious. He knew they were facing an extremely difficult battle today. But he could not back down. The honor of Alabasta and the safety of its people depended on them. He shouted loudly, "Brothers, do not be afraid. We are the warriors of Alabasta. For our country and people, we must fight to the end." Hearing their officer's encouragement, the soldiers felt their courage reignite. "Foolish ants, since you are so stubborn, let me show you my power." He waved his hand, and the ghostly soldiers surged towards the soldiers like a tide. The battle erupted instantly. For a while, Alabasta's army was overwhelmed, with the ghostly troops clashing against the enemy with their ethereal bodies. After a while, the saint looked at the soldiers lying on the ground, gritting their teeth at him, and scoffed. Then he took large strides towards the town, with the ghostly soldiers following closely behind. His heart was filled with disdain for these weak humans. In his eyes, these mortals could not stop his advance. The moment the saint stepped into the town, chaos erupted. People screamed in terror and fled in all directions. Shops hurriedly closed, and the streets were in disarray. The saint looked at this chaotic scene. "This is why I find humans foolish. They cannot accept me based on appearance alone." The saint surveyed the street and noticed a tavern in the distance, so he strode over. As he lifted the curtain and peeked inside, the entire tavern fell into dead silence. Just as everyone was stunned, someone suddenly let out a sharp, piercing scream. With that shrill cry, the patrons in the tavern instantly fell into a state of extreme panic. Some frantically hid in the corners of the tavern, while others tried to escape through the back door. However, when they saw the shadowy, ghostly soldiers outside, they quickly retreated in fear. The tavern owner looked at the strangely shaped figure before him and silently signaled to a nearby servant. As part of the Baroque studio, they could not allow an outsider to cause trouble. The saint slowly walked into the tavern, his steps steady and powerful, each one seemingly stepping on people's hearts. His tall figure and bizarre appearance looked particularly terrifying under the dim light. "Everyone be quiet." The saint's voice was deep and authoritative, echoing in the tavern like thunder. The crowd immediately fell silent, not daring to make a sound. The saint scanned the tavern, his eyes filled with disdain. "You humans are so cowardly and weak. I just want to find a place to rest, yet you panic so easily." The tavern servant, a plump middle-aged man, looked pale and his legs trembled incessantly. Gathering his courage, he said, "Respected sir, we didn't know of your arrival. Please don't hold it against us." The saint scoffed. "Hold it against you? You are not worth my ire. I just want to stay here quietly for a while. Bring me some wine." Hearing this, the tavern owner revealed a strange expression. "Of course, sir. Please wait a moment." Soon, he brought a bottle of the finest wine to the saint, carefully placing it on the table. The saint glanced at the wine and nodded slightly. He picked up the bottle and drank directly from it. The liquid flowed down his throat, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. The patrons in the tavern still dared not breathe, nervously watching the saint, unsure of what this powerful monster would do next. After taking a few sips of wine, the saint put down the bottle and surveyed the crowd. "What do you humans usually do? Where do you go to make money?" The saint's voice was deep and commanding. The crowd exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. At that moment, the tavern owner stepped forward, timidly saying, "Sir, you can go to the rain banquet. There, the money is endless, and you can definitely make a huge profit." After speaking, he quickly cast an expectant and encouraging glance at the saint, as if to say, "You can definitely do it." The tavern owner looked at the saint, his terrifying appearance making his heart race. He pondered, how could this powerful creature, who usually has immense power, handle the effects of the drunkard's trap? It is known that even an ordinary adult cow would immediately faint after consuming a small cup of this miraculous liquid. Yet this saint had consumed an entire jug without showing any signs of fainting, which was truly astonishing. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, could this saint really have some incredible ability to withstand the effects of the drunkard's trap? The tavern owner was filled with thoughts, his eyes flickering with doubt, and he felt increasingly anxious about what to do next. "Oh ho ho ho." After laughing a few times, the saint turned to the tavern owner and said, "Find someone to take me there. I will pay for it." Rain banquet in a certain office. Crocodile looked at the information brought by Bonus, reading it meticulously. A dragon-shaped human? A dragon head with a human body? Interesting. Crocodile sat at his desk, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface, his eyes revealing curiosity and excitement. "Bonus, is this information reliable?" Crocodile asked. Bonus, standing respectfully beside him, replied, "President, the source of the information is very reliable. According to our people, this dragon-headed, human-bodied monster appeared at a port in Alabasta and summoned a group of eerie, ghostly soldiers. Could it be a devil fruit ability?" Crocodile murmured to himself, considering the possibility of recruiting him. Crocodile stood up and walked to the window, gazing outside at the lush greenery. Bonus looked at Crocodile and said, "This guy is currently being led to the rain banquet by our people. Should we set a trap?" Crocodile grinned, "Sure." On the other side, the saint looked at the grand casino before him, pondering internally. His dragon-headed, human-bodied appearance seemed out of place at the brightly lit entrance of the casino. The saint walked confidently into the rain banquet casino. Inside, it was bustling with activity, the gambling tables surrounded by a diverse crowd, wealthy merchants in lavish attire, seemingly down-and-out gamblers with fiery eyes, and graceful waitresses weaving through the throngs. The sound of dice rolling in cups, the crisp clinking of chips, and the shouts of people blended together, forming a unique symphony of noise. As the saint entered the rain banquet, many reception staff were frightened by his appearance and dared not approach. Lilia, seeing the others' reactions, gritted her teeth. "If you won't go, I will. Today is the last moment for me to settle my debts. I must balance my accounts today. It's been a year since I received my commission. Those damn pirates." She sobbed, having not bought a new handbag in a year. For the past year, she could only sigh while looking at her favorite bags in the display window, and it had been 1 year and 3 months since she last received her salary. With tears in her heart, Lilia put on a smile and quickly approached the saint. Everyone was too intimidated by the saint's unusual appearance to approach him, and Lilia knew this was an opportunity. If she could successfully attend to this seemingly extraordinary guest, she might receive a generous tip. If luck was on her side, and he enjoyed himself at the casino, spending lavishly, perhaps she could clear her debts and finally buy a new handbag. "Sir, welcome to the Rain Banquet Casino. I am Lilia, and I am very pleased to serve you." Lilia tried to make her voice sound sweet and enthusiastic, but the slight tremor at the end betrayed her inner nervousness. The saint's mouth curled into a grin, revealing his snake-like teeth, and he let out a low, slightly hoarse laugh. You must be making a lot of money here. Lilia suppressed a hint of fear within her and maintained her sweet smile, quickly responding, "Sir, we do make quite a bit when business is good. However, we've also been affected by some pirate disturbances recently. But rest assured, you will definitely have a great time here." As she spoke, she secretly observed the master, pondering the background of this strange guest, hoping that he wasn't another troublemaker. Otherwise, the opportunity she had finally waited for would be ruined. However, just as everyone was immersed in the lively and joyful atmosphere, a commotion suddenly erupted in the casino. It turned out that several drunken pirates had barged in, laughing loudly and rampaging through the casino, overturning some gambling tables, causing the patrons to flee in fear. Lilia's face turned pale at this sight, and she inwardly groaned, wondering why these pirates had come to cause trouble again. She hoped they wouldn't scare away the master. If that happened, she would have no hope of paying off her debts. Seeing the rowdy pirates acting like clowns, the originally deep and calm eyes of the master flashed with a trace of barely perceptible displeasure, like ripples on a lake disturbed by breeze. He thought to himself that he had intended to easily take control of this important place to showcase his supreme authority and power, but now these ignorant fools, who treated life and death as trivial, had ruined his mood, turning it dark and gloomy. He frowned slightly, the tension between his brows seeming to gather an invisible pressure as he slowly walked toward the pirates. The pirates, seeing the master's unusual demeanor, were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. "Huh, look at this monster in the casino. He looks so strange and still dares to come here to play. It's hilarious." The master's face darkened at their mockery, and he coldly said, "You ants dare to be reckless before me, truly unaware of your own mortality." Hearing the master insult them as ants, the pirates became furious. One of the apparent leaders raised his large knife and shouted at the master, "You monster! How dare you insult us? Let us see if I don't chop you in half today." With that, he charged at the master. The master, however, remained unperturbed. He gently raised his hand and muttered incantations. In an instant, an invisible magical barrier formed in front of him. The pirate leader swung his large knife fiercely against the barrier, only to hear a clang as the knife rebounded, causing him to stagger back a few steps, nearly falling. The other pirates, seeing their leader suffer, rushed at the master with their weapons drawn. The master snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hands, a group of ghostly soldiers surged from the ground, clawing and pouncing at the pirates, instantly surrounding them. The pirates turned pale at the sudden appearance of the ghostly soldiers, frantically swinging their weapons in an attempt to fend off the attacks. However, the ghostly soldiers were ethereal, and their weapons could not inflict any substantial damage. Before long, several pirates were beaten to the ground, groaning in pain. The master coldly looked at them and said, "Humph, you dare to act arrogantly before me, truly overestimating yourselves." Suddenly, heavy and hurried footsteps echoed through the hall of the rain banquet like a death knell. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of men in black poured in like a tide, all wearing matching black uniforms, with various gleaming weapons flashing ominously in the dim light. Their hostile eyes were fixed on the master and the pirates. At that moment, the black-clad men parted, and a tall leader stepped forward with steady strides. His gaze swept over the crowd like a physical force before finally landing on the master. He coldly said, "Pirates causing trouble at our rain banquet will be dealt with by us, but you, monster, have the audacity to damage our property. This debt cannot go unpaid. Compensation is a must." Upon hearing this, the master was momentarily taken aback, then laughed in anger. His derisive and furious laughter echoed in the hall like the cry of a night owl, exuding a chilling eeriness. "Compensation?" The master's voice was deep and hoarse, yet carried an invisible pressure. "How dare you ants discuss compensation with me?" His narrow eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with dangerous light like a wolf lurking in the dark. Eyeing its prey, the black-clad leader frowned, sensing the powerful aura emanating from the master. He felt secretly troubled. He had no choice. His superiors had instructed him to demand compensation from this master. After all, he could not show weakness on his own turf. "Monster, don't underestimate our rain banquet. If you refuse to compensate today, don't blame us for being rude." He slightly raised his long knife, taking a combat stance. The master's lips curled into a mocking smile. Rude? Then I shall see what you are capable of. Before he finished speaking, he vanished like a ghost, charging toward the black-clad men at lightning speed, leaving only a blurred afterimage. The black-clad leader shouted, "Attack!" Instantly, hundreds of black-clad men surged toward the master and the pirates like a roaring wave. In an instant, blades flashed and shouts of battle filled the air. Fire magic! The master bellowed. In that moment, flames surged around him, as if the fire had a will of its own. Centered on the master, the flames spiraled upward wildly, enveloping him completely. The intense heat radiated outwards, distorting the air around them as if they were in a furnace. The black-clad men at the forefront were hit by the sudden wave of heat and retreated, many showing expressions of fear. The leader of the black-clad men was also startled. The master didn't give him time to think. Roar! With a loud shout, flames spiraled from the master's mouth toward the enemy like a fire dragon. The fire dragon slithered towards the foes, igniting the clothing of the outermost black-clad men in an instant. They screamed, rolling on the ground in an attempt to extinguish the flames, but the fire only grew stronger, like a persistent curse. What the hell is this? It's so hot. One black-clad man was licked by the fire tongue and instantly caught ablaze. His companions attempted to rescue him, but were pushed back by the intense heat, unable to approach. Meanwhile, the black-clad men who were caught in the center were instantly vaporized, leaving not a trace behind. The master burst from the flames, charging into the ranks of the black-clad men like a tiger among sheep. Every punch and kick he delivered contained immense power, enhanced by the flames, making them even more formidable. Any black-clad man struck by him was either sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, or completely consumed by the flames, turning into charred corpses. The few pirates who had been preparing to join the attack against the black-clad men were now dumbfounded at the master's ferocity. They were also from the Baroque studio, specifically sent to cause trouble as a trap for the master. They never expected this master to be able to fight his way through hundreds of foes without leaving a trace. Truly fierce, they were left speechless. As for the patrons, many had long since fled. In the fierce confrontation between both sides, the casino was in chaos. The gambling tables were overturned, chips scattered everywhere, and gamblers fled in all directions amid screams, shouts, and the clashing of weapons, creating a scene of utter disorder. Only the bold and those who enjoyed the spectacle remained. Although there were many men in black, they appeared somewhat powerless in the face of the Lord's fiery wrath. In less than a minute, the men in black were either dead or severely injured. At that moment, the Lord stood in the center of the hall, and everyone looked at him with terror in their eyes. The flames around him continued to blaze fiercely. The flickering flames seemed to flaunt the recent one-sided massacre. And the crackling of the fire was particularly clear in the silent hall, as if the Grim Reaper was chuckling. The leading man in black saw a glimmer of opportunity. He quietly circled behind the Lord, and while the Lord's attention was on the pirates, he suddenly raised his long knife and fiercely stabbed it towards the Lord's back. The man in black gritted his teeth and shouted. However, the Lord seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Just as the long knife was about to strike, he flashed to the side and easily dodged this deadly blow. At the same time, he swung his hand, and a flame whip shot out, wrapping around the man's neck. For sneak attack, you're still too inexperienced. The Lord snorted coldly, pulling hard on the flame whip, causing the man in black to fly towards him. The Lord then kicked the man, sending him soaring into the air. He followed up with a punch in midair, which sent the man spitting blood and flying away like a kite with a broken string, eventually crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. Just then, a round of applause suddenly erupted from one side of the hall. "Ha, you really are impressive. This display is truly eye-opening." A woman dressed in extravagant clothing and wearing a top hat slowly walked out. She had a faint smile on her face, but it felt cold and insincere, exuding a sinister and cunning aura. In stark contrast, another man stood beside her. His expression was stern, as if nothing in the world could affect his emotions. His clothes were casually put together without any deliberate embellishments, but he gave off a low-key and steady vibe. He stood quietly to the side, his gaze revealing a hint of sharpness, as if ready to respond to any sudden situation. "Who are you?" The Lord raised an eyebrow and looked over, his deep-set eyes staring intently at the other party like a dark abyss. You can call me Mr. 2, and this gentleman beside me is Mr. 1, the woman with the top hat said with a playful tone, tilting her head slightly and sizing up the Lord as if trying to see through him. Upon hearing this, the Lord snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. What, Mr. 1, Mr. 2? I have no interest in the titles of you ants. If you know what is good for you, you'd better roll away from me quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, the flames around him surged violently. The blazing fire made the surrounding air scorching hot, as if it would devour everything. Mr. 2, seeing this, maintained his smile and lightly clapped his hands. Oh dear, the Lord is quite the temper. However, please don't be in such a hurry to chase us away. We come with utmost sincerity. As he spoke, he exchanged a glance with Mr. 1. Mr. 1, still wearing his cold expression, stepped forward, his deep voice resonating. Lord, we are senior agents of the Baroque Works, and we have come to discuss a deal with you. His gaze was fixed on the Lord, as if trying to read his thoughts through his expressions. The Lord narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering to himself, Baroque Works? A deal? What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me, based on that little trick you just pulled? Mr. 1 spoke up again. Our organization has eyes everywhere in every corner of Alabasta. Mr. 2 chuckled, a sly look appearing on his face. Indeed, the Lord is quite clever. What we want is actually very simple. We hope you can join us. Let us work together for a grand cause. Upon hearing this, anger surged within the Lord. The Lord sneered twice, and the flames around him surged once more, the intense heat causing Mr. 1 and Mr. 2 to take a few steps back involuntarily. I thought you were here to bring me money, but it turns out you're just here to talk nonsense. Bring out your backer, or else. The Lord scanned the casino, his eyes revealing a hint of ferocity, as if he would burn the entire place down at any moment. Bonus and Bora exchanged glances, a hint of helplessness in their eyes. Recruiting someone was not their forte, but they had no choice. The boss had given the order, and they could only do their best to comply. Talp, talp, talp. A young man in black hurriedly ran over to them and whispered in their ears. The boss wants you to take him to see him. Bonus and Bora nodded slightly in agreement. Lord, our boss wishes to meet with you for a detailed discussion. Would that be acceptable? Bora said softly. She tried to make her voice sound gentle and respectful, but inside she still felt a bit anxious. After all, the Lord's temper was indeed not to be trifled with, as evidenced by the recent surge of flames and his blatant anger. The Lord pondered for a moment, curious to see what kind of ability the boss, who dared to recruit him, possessed. The flames around him receded slightly, but the lingering heat still distorted the air around them. Seeing this, Bonus secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "This way, Lord, we will take you to see the boss." He then led the way, while Bora carefully accompanied the Lord, occasionally stealing glances at his expression, fearing he would suddenly explode again. The group passed through a narrow corridor of the casino and went through several dark doors, the atmosphere along the way being gloomy and oppressive. Soon, they arrived in front of a rather spacious room. The door was tightly shut, and there was no sign of movement from inside. Bonus stepped forward and gently knocked on the door, whispering, "Boss, the Lord has been brought here." A low and slightly hoarse voice came from within. "Come in." Bonus slowly pushed the door open, gesturing for the Lord to enter first. The Lord snorted coldly and strode into the room, followed closely by Bonus and Bora. The room was luxuriously decorated, with thick carpets on the floor, various precious calligraphy and paintings hanging on walls, and exquisite sculptures placed in the corners. In the center of the room, there was a huge office desk behind which sat a man dressed in a long black coat and wearing a wide-brimmed hat. The leader of the Baroque Works, Mr. Zero Crocodile. His face was hidden in the shadow of his hat, making it impossible to see his exact expression. However, the aura he exuded was impossible to ignore. As soon as the Lord entered the room, he unapologetically began to scrutinize Crocodile. Crocodile slowly raised his head, locking eyes with the Holy Master. Their gazes met in the air, as if invisible sparks were flickering between them. Crocodile smiled faintly, but the smile did not reach his eyes. "Your head is round, and mine is round too. We really are quite compatible. How about coming to work under me? Feel free to make any requests. As long as I can do it, I will try my best to help you. The Holy Master sneered. Try your best to help? I only have one request. What is it? Crocodile asked curiously, fearing that this monster would have no demands. As long as there were needs, there would be a way to control him. The scenery of Beishan and Chushui is desolate. My friend is short on berry. I think this rain feast is not bad. So give it to me. Oh, by the way, I'm not negotiating with you. I'm notifying you. After finishing, the Holy Master opened his big mouth, grinning at Crocodile. His sharp teeth glinted like daggers, exuding a chilling aura. He tilted his head slightly, revealing a cruel and smug smile, like a snake's tongue, filled with cunning and malice. Upon hearing the Holy Master's words, Crocodile's smile instantly froze. The previously absent mirth now completely vanished, replaced by a grim expression. He never expected that the Holy Master's first demand would be for his Rain Feast Casino, which was akin to cutting flesh from his heart. The Rain Feast Casino was one of the important properties of his Baroque workshop in Alabasta. Not only was it a profitable tool, but it was also a key base for him to secretly lay plans and gather intelligence in this land. If he simply handed it over to the Holy Master, many of his previous schemes would suffer greatly. At this moment, Crocodile's face was incredibly dark, as if water could drip from it. Am I some kind of cheap person? Why can everyone come and urinate on me? He stared at the Holy Master with fiery eyes, as if he could burn this ignorant fool to ashes. However, the Holy Master still maintained his smug demeanor, even deliberately showing his sharp teeth more prominently, seemingly provoking Crocodile. Crocodile suppressed his anger and proposed a different condition. Roar! The Holy Master let out a fierce dragon roar. The sound reverberated like rolling thunder within the room, causing the walls to tremble slightly, and the ornaments on the table to rattle. A powerful shockwave surged forth, rushing towards Crocodile. Crocodile seemed to be prepared the moment the Holy Master roared. He swiftly transformed into sand, scattering into countless fine grains. The strong airflow passed through his sand form, rushing towards the back and instantly toppling some tables and chairs, producing a series of crashing sounds. I will kill you and extract your dragon tendons to make slingshots to break other people's windows. Crocodile shouted at the Holy Master. Seeing that his initial attack had missed, the Holy Master flashed a hint of anger in his eyes. He stomped his foot, and flames erupted around him, enveloping him in a raging inferno. The temperature of the flames surged drastically, distorting the surrounding air as if the very space was about to melt from the heat. He darted forward like lightning towards the direction where Crocodile had scattered as sand, his hands clawed, sharp nails glinting in the firelight, aiming for the swirling grains of sand. Although Crocodile was in sand form, his consciousness remained clear. Seeing the Holy Master charging at him, he coldly snorted and quickly controlled the sand particles to coalesce in the air, instantly transforming back into his human form. At the same time, he waved his hands, and the surrounding sand surged like a tidal wave towards the Holy Master, attempting to engulf him in a sea of sand. The Holy Master charged into the sand wave, and the flames collided with the sand, producing a piercing, sizzling sound. The high temperature caused some of the sand to show signs of melting, turning into hot granules, while the flames were continuously battered and cut by the sand, slightly weakening the fire's intensity. The Holy Master swung his flaming arms, sweeping away the sand that approached him. However, those swept away sands quickly regrouped under Crocodile's control. The Holy Master suddenly opened his mouth wide and roared again, a stream of intense flames shooting out like a roaring fire dragon towards Crocodile. Crocodile's expression changed. He knew that his sand was most afraid of fire, and if this flame hit him head-on, it would be troublesome. He hurriedly transformed into sand again, trying to evade the impact of the flames. But this time, the Holy Master was well prepared. As he spewed flames, he swiftly pursued Crocodile's escaping sand form, the flames following closely behind. Crocodile's sand form dashed around the room, trying to escape the flames' pursuit, but the Holy Master's speed was too fast, and the flames were about to catch up to him. In this critical moment, Crocodile spotted a large table ahead. With a thought, he controlled some sand to instantly coalesce into a gigantic sand hand. grabbing the table and hurling it towards the flames behind him. The table was instantly engulfed by the flames and caught fire, slightly slowing the flames' pursuit. Seizing this opportunity, Crocodile reformed his body, landing on the ground and gasping for breath. He was secretly astonished. The Holy Master was indeed not easy to deal with, and his strength was stronger than he had imagined. Seeing that the flames were blocked by the table, the Holy Master snorted coldly and charged at Crocodile again. This time, he did not breathe fire, but engaged Crocodile in close combat. He swung his sharp claws towards Crocodile's face, neck, and other vital areas, each strike creating a gust of wind packed with power. Crocodile dodged the Holy Master's attacks while using his sand-formed arms to defend. His arms, transformed into sand, were covered with hardened Busashoka haki, becoming as tough as iron, clashing with the Holy Master's claws and producing metallic clashing sounds. However, the Holy Master's attacks were too swift, and Crocodile gradually found it hard to keep up, sustaining several shallow wounds from the Holy Master's claws, blood seeping out. Seeing Crocodile injured, the Holy Master displayed a smug smile, intensifying his assault. He suddenly kicked Crocodile in the abdomen, and Crocodile, unable to dodge in time, was struck and flew backward, crashing into the wall, creating a human-shaped dent. This special material wall could not withstand the Holy Master's powerful blow. Crocodile slid down from the wall, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "Don't be too complacent, Holy Master. The battle has just begun. Let me show you the skills I specially developed for those two brats." Saying this, he thrust his hands into the ground, muttering incantations. In an instant, the entire room's floor began to tremble violently, and countless grains of sand surged up from the ground, shooting towards the Holy Master like a fountain. These sands converged together, forming a massive sand beast over 10 meters tall, bearing its fangs and claws as it charged towards the Holy Master. The Holy Lord looked at the enormous sand beast before him, showing not the slightest hint of fear. The flames surrounding him surged once again, and he charged toward the sand beast like a burning meteor. Just as he was about to collide with the sand beast, the Holy Lord leaped high into the air, his fists tightly clenched, and he struck down hard at the sand beast's head. With a loud bang, the Holy Lord's fist collided with the sand beast's head, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward, toppling nearby tables and chairs, and causing cracks to appear in the walls of the room, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. The sand beast's head was dented from the Holy Lord's punch. However, it did not fall. Instead, it opened its massive mouth and lunged at the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord dodged easily, landing on the back of the sand beast, and began to hammer down on its back with his fists, each blow igniting sparks that created large dents in the sand beast's back. Seeing the sand beast gradually fall to the disadvantage, Crocodile waved his hands again, and two enormous sand arms extended from the sides of the sand beast, reaching out to grab the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord sensed the movement behind him, spun around sharply, and unleashed flames from his hands, instantly melting the two sand arms into a puddle of scalding sand. "What a sand arm! I'm starting to not want to play with you anymore. I now have one condition. That is for you to submit to me." A hint of impatience and ferocity flashed in the Holy Lord's eyes as he moved like lightning, leaping several times on the sand beast's back before soaring into the air again. Looking down at Crocodile from above, he seemed to regard him as nothing more than an ant, despite the fact that this ant had just caused him some trouble. "Submit to me." The Holy Lord's roar contained an undeniable dominance and authority, sending shockwaves toward Crocodile. Wherever the sound traveled, the sand on the ground that had not yet been melted by flames was stirred up, forming small sand waves. Crocodile's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this, his eyes flashing with anger and determination. You want me to submit? Holy Lord, don't be too arrogant. Today it's either you die or I do. Crocodile will never bow to anyone." After saying this, he plunged his hands into the ground, murmuring incantations, and the entire floor of the room began to tremble violently, as if some enormous power was surging underground. In an instant, sand from every corner of the room surged toward Crocodile like a raging tide, filling the previously chaotic room with sand. Under Crocodile's control, the sand quickly coalesced into various sand creatures, including sand wolves with bared fangs, sand eagles ready to take flight, and massive sand elephants. They encircled Crocodile, emitting low growls, as if demonstrating against the Holy Lord. I'm no longer the person I was a year ago. This past year, I've worked hard to train, to make money, just so that one day, when faced with a robbery, I could win effortlessly. That day has finally come. Ha ha! The Holy Lord looked at the scene before him, a smirk of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. Just with these sandy creatures? Crocodile, you really are out of tricks. Very well. Today I will let you fully realize the reality of how foolish it is to be my enemy. With that, he murmured a few words. Countless ghostly soldiers slowly emerged from the ground. Each of these ghostly soldiers was ethereal, exuding a chilling aura, wielding various rusty yet glimmering weapons, and their hollow eye sockets seemed to burn with green flames. As they appeared, the temperature in the entire space seemed to drop a few degrees, forming a stark contrast to the blazing flames around the Holy Lord. With a wave of his hand, the ghostly soldiers surged like a tide toward Crocodile and his sand creatures. In an instant, the roars of the sand creatures and the howls of the ghostly soldiers intertwined, creating a deafening cacophony. The sand wolves were the first to pounce on the ghostly soldiers, but passed straight through their bodies. However, before they could react, the ghostly soldiers raised their weapons and struck at them, though the weapons only caused the sand wolf's body to tremble slightly. Each attack was accompanied by wisps of black smoke rising from the sand wolf, a sign of being eroded by the ghostly soldier's magical power. Crocodile was momentarily taken aback, looking at the Holy Lord in confusion. This isn't even the ability of the shadow fruit. Besides, isn't the shadow fruit in Moria's hands? However, the Holy Lord had no intention of explaining. Taking advantage of Crocodile's moment of distraction, the Holy Lord quickly flashed behind him. He kicked out, and Crocodile, unable to dodge in time, was struck in the abdomen, sending him flying backward into a massive stone pillar supporting the casino. The pillar cracked upon impact, and chunks of stone began to fall from the top. Crocodile struggled to rise from the ground, coughing up blood. He knew he could no longer passively take hits. He had to find a way to turn the tide of battle. He looked at the chaotic battlefield around him and formed a plan. He plunged his hands into the ground again, chanting a complex incantation. Instantly, the entire casino floor began to heave violently, as if something enormous was awakening underground. The sand, already thrown into disarray by the battle, began to converge in one direction, forming a massive sand vortex. The vortex spun faster and faster, generating a powerful suction force. It not only pulled in the surrounding sand, but also affected the Holy Lord's ghostly soldiers, causing some to uncontrollably drift toward the sand vortex. Seeing this, the Holy Lord furrowed his brow and quickly formed hand seals, attempting to stabilize the ghostly soldiers. But the suction of the sand vortex was too strong. Some ghostly soldiers that were too close were still sucked in, being shredded within the vortex. Angered, the Holy Lord flashed forward toward the sand vortex. As he approached, the flames around him surged, and he became like a burning sun. He threw a powerful punch at the sand vortex, and the immense force and fiery power caused unstable ripples to appear at the edge of the vortex. Holy Lord, today is your death day, Crocodile roared, charging toward the sand vortex. He swung his sand sword down hard at the vortex. The sand sword, imbued with tremendous power, split the sand vortex in two, exposing the Holy Lord to Crocodile's view. The Holy Lord burst out from the sand vortex, some wounds on his body from the sand, but his eyes remained filled with dominance. Roar, with your skills, you think you can kill me? What a joke. At this point, the room had become devastated from their fierce battle, with cracks all over the walls, and some areas had already collapsed, revealing the sky outside. Sunlight streamed through the collapsed walls, illuminating the Holy Lord and Crocodile, but it brought no warmth, only an endless atmosphere of slaughter and tension. The Holy Lord walked up to Crocodile, looking down at him. Crocodile, you have no room for resistance left. Surrender to me, or today will be your day of death. Crocodile lay on the ground, gasping for breath, fully aware that he was no longer a match for the Holy Lord. After this intense battle, his stamina was nearly exhausted, while the Holy Lord still possessed immense fighting power. However, the thought of surrendering to the Holy Lord filled him with reluctance. He had worked hard to build such a large empire, and the number of people in the Baroque works had long since exceeded thousands. Look at you, tall and handsome, charming and dashing, loved by all, blossoming like flowers. You must be the cream of the crop among scoundrels. Then, you will surrender to me? If you have any requests, just speak up. I, for one, do not care about right or wrong. I will only stand by your side. The Holy Lord squinted at Crocodile, admiring him. Admiring the empire he had built and recognizing his considerable strength, which would make him a good henchman. He knew that to make someone as proud as Crocodile completely submit, he couldn't rely solely on brute force. He had to offer him some sweet promises that would entice him. Crocodile, think carefully. Everything you possess now is insignificant in my eyes. But if you surrender to me, I can help you multiply all of this several times over. Your Baroque works will no longer be limited to Alabasta. The entire world will have your presence. My goal is to become the underground king of the entire world. The Holy Lord's voice was deep and alluring, each word striking Crocodile's heart like a hammer. Crocodile lay on the ground, his eyes flashing with hesitation. He truly was unwilling to give up his dignity and position so easily. However, he knew his strength was indeed improving too slowly. He had already been robbed 3 times in this place. The Holy Lord was the 3rd. Damn, this place really is unlucky. Crocodile spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze fixed on the Holy Lord. The underground king of the entire world? Crocodile murmured, the hesitation in his eyes growing stronger. It felt as if 2 voices were fiercely arguing within his heart. One chastising him for his cowardice in considering surrendering to an enemy he had just fought for his life. The other tempting him with a grand vision of becoming the underground king of the world, a height he had never dared to imagine. The Holy Lord was now gently coaxing him. Come on, join me, follow me. In the future, there will be a place for you by my side. You have worked hard to build Baroque works in Alabasta. I assent it, so one day you can stand at a higher position. But you should also understand that relying solely on yourself, breaking through your current bottleneck, is too difficult. Crocodile furrowed his brows. He had to admit the Holy Lord made a valid point. Over the years, his development in Alabasta had gradually stagnated, with the surrounding powers being intricately complicated, and the balance of power meant he had to pay a huge price for every step forward. Furthermore, he realized that his strength had hit a bottleneck. Just like this time facing the Holy Lord, he had exerted all his effort, but still found himself at a disadvantage. He was still too weak. Holy Lord, you speak well, but how do I know you're not deceiving me? The Holy Lord sneered, Crocodile, I have no need to deceive you. We are both smart people. I need your strength and the resources you have in this world, while you need a broader stage and stronger support. Our cooperation will benefit us both. Moreover, if I wanted to kill you right now, it would be as easy as pie. Why bother with all this talk? Crocodile's heart sank. He knew the Holy Lord was not lying. In his current state, it would be a piece of cake for the Holy Lord to take his life. Yet, he still felt reluctant. Crocodile gritted his teeth and made a decision. Promise me one thing, and I will agree to follow you. What is it? When I decide to challenge Whitebeard in the future, do not stop me. Deal. The Holy Lord replied, that sounds like a man. All right, Crocodile, I will have you by my side. I hope you can achieve your dreams. I will help you. Crocodile gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. The Holy Lord burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Crocodile, you've made a wise choice. Trust me, our names will leave a significant mark on this world. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the ruins. The 2 exchanged glances, each seeing caution in the other's eyes. At this moment, the entire rain banquet had already turned into ruins after their long battle. In the distance, Lilio wore a face of despair. Good. So this is how it's going to be. That son MythWukong and the King of Hell at least left me a job, but you directly made my work disappear? No. Even the casino is gone. At this time, a group of Navy soldiers surged toward the ruins like a tide. They had received reports of a monster with a dragon head causing chaos at the port and had now escaped to the rain banquet. When the Navy saw the ruins, they were instantly shocked. They had arrived too late. The sight before them made it clear that this was anything but an ordinary conflict. Damn it. We cannot. let this monster escape. The Navy commander clenched his fists and shouted angrily. His resolute face twisted with rage, his eyes flashing with a determination not to let evil escape. The Holy Lord and Crocodile exchanged a glance, both seeing resolve in each other's eyes. It seemed another tough battle was about to unfold. After being wanted for so long, even a clay figurine gets angry. Crocodile whispered, his hands slightly clenched into fists. Though his body was still somewhat fatigued, his fighting spirit had reignited. The Holy Lord sneered, "These Navy soldiers really don't know the meaning of death. Let us play with them." Flames began to blaze around him, the intense heat causing the surrounding air to ripple. It was as if space itself was distorting under the scorching flames. The Navy soldiers quickly surrounded the Holy Lord and Crocodile, raising their weapons and preparing for battle. "He is Crocodile. How dare you let this monster rampage in Alabasta? Today is your doomsday," a Navy soldier shouted loudly, though his voice carried a barely noticeable tremor. The powerful aura radiating from the two enemies filled him with an inexplicable fear. "Haha, let's play with you." The Holy Lord was the first to launch an attack, his figure darting like lightning towards the Navy ranks. Wherever he went, flames roared like a raging dragon. The soldiers' shields rapidly turning red and melting under the high temperature. Many soldiers were burned, letting out painful screams. Crocodile was not to be outdone. He plunged his hands into the ground, chanting incantations. In an instant, the sand in the ruins surged toward the Navy like a tidal wave, gathering into massive sand fists that slammed down heavily on the Navy troops. Every strike was accompanied by a dull sound, and the Navy soldiers hit were sent flying like cannonballs, crashing heavily to the ground. Although the Navy faced fierce attacks, they did not retreat. Under the command of their leader, they began to organize a counterattack. The gunners quickly adjusted their angles and opened fire at the Master and Crocodile. Shells whistled through the air, exploding around them, and for a moment, smoke filled the air and flames soared high. The Master nimbly weaved through the explosions, his figure like a ghost. "Is that all you've got?" He scoffed, waving his hands, and a massive wall of fire rose before him, melting the incoming shells. Crocodile, on the other hand, used sand to create shields, blocking the impact of the shells. Amidst the hail of gunfire, the Master and Crocodile continued to fiercely confront the Navy. The Master suddenly leaped into the air, quickly forming seals with his hands and chanting spells, causing countless fiery meteors to appear in the sky, falling towards the concentrated area of the Navy. These meteors, carrying the force of destruction, caused tremendous explosions upon impact, sending Navy soldiers flying and eliciting cries of agony. Crocodile also changed tactics, waving his hands in front of him as sand gathered from all directions, forming massive whirlpools in the Navy ranks. The whirlpools spun wildly, their powerful suction pulling Navy soldiers and weapons toward the center. Those caught within were instantly shredded to pieces. Seeing the situation, the Navy commander personally directed the gunners to concentrate their fire on the Master and Crocodile. After all, in this world, artillery was the main theme, and very few could withstand such firepower. Shells rained down on Crocodile and the Master. Both of them sneered and paid no heed to it. Meanwhile, Bonus and Bora, who had been watching the battle from a distance, quickly joined forces and charged at the Navy. They exchanged puzzled glances but did not hesitate, rushing out to engage in combat with the Navy. Bonus swung his arms, his quick slash fruit allowing him to transform any part of his body into a blade. He darted through the Navy soldiers like a ghost, his swordsmanship sharp, each strike finding the gaps in the Navy armor, blood splattering under his blade. Bora unleashed her thorn fruit ability, sharp thorns sprouting from her body as she charged into the Navy ranks. The thorns pierced through the Navy shields and bodies like steel needles, causing screams to erupt. Seeing Bonus and Bora join the fight, the Master shouted, "Well done. Today, let these Navy soldiers have no way back." He formed seals again, and the previously falling meteors suddenly changed direction, flying towards the Navy operating the cannons. In an instant, the artillery positions were engulfed in flames, the explosions illuminating the sky in red, with many cannons bursting under the high temperature and gunners being consumed by the flames. Crocodile also noticed Bonus and Bora's arrival. He gathered his desert blade and plunged into the Navy, taking down one soldier after another. The Navy commander furrowed his brow upon seeing this situation. He knew that if he couldn't quickly turn the tide, this operation would end in disaster. Otherwise, he wouldn't just miss out on rewards. He might even face demotion. He drew his sword from his waist, which glimmered faintly, evidently an extraordinary weapon. Charge! Attack! Fight to the death! He ordered, as the Navy soldiers shouted and rushed towards the master and the others. Seeing this, the master let out a furious roar. Wherever his fists and feet landed, magical flames raged, and the Navy soldiers turned to char upon being struck by the intense heat. Bonus worked in perfect coordination with the master, closely following his movements, darting through the battlefield like a ghost. Whenever a Navy soldier attempted to sneak up on the master from behind, Bonus's blade would flash like lightning, instantly slaying the enemies without giving them a chance to react. At this moment, the master had been fighting fiercely for over 10 hours. The prolonged battle had left him exhausted, with numerous cuts and bruises all over his body. However, despite this, the fiery determination in his eyes showed no sign of retreat. The glow was like burning flames, revealing an indomitable will that left others in awe. Bora used her thorn fruit ability to create a thorny jungle around her. The incoming Navy soldiers were pierced by the thorns, bleeding profusely and slowing down. Crocodile, from a distance, controlled the sand, shaping it into various weapons, such as sand swords and sand spears, shooting them at the Navy, each weapon accurately hitting its target and inflicting great damage. It's over. It's over. The Navy commander murmured, his face ashen. Just then, he spotted an opportunity. He noticed Crocodile's brief pause while controlling the sand, clearly a sign of fatigue. He dashed forward towards Crocodile at lightning speed. With a swift motion, he aimed his sword at Crocodile's throat. Crocodile was startled. He wanted to dodge, but his body was slow to react. At that critical moment, Bora noticed Crocodile was in danger and rushed towards him without hesitation. The sword energy grazed Bora's back, instantly staining her clothes with blood. But she successfully blocked the deadly blow for Crocodile. Bora! Crocodile roared. For the first time, he truly wanted to kill someone. He waved his hands fiercely, and the surrounding sand surged like a raging tide toward the Navy commander, wrapping him in a massive sand cocoon that continuously constricted, trapping the Navy commander inside with immense pressure, rendering him unable to move. Bonus also saw that Bora was injured, and a surge of anger welled up within him. His swordsmanship became even more frenzied, rampaging through the Navy ranks like a whirlwind, leaving no one standing in his path. The master charged towards Bora, forming seals with his hands as a gentle flame enveloped her wound, the high temperature instantly stopping the bleeding and beginning to heal her injuries. I want to kill them all. Crocodile shouted angrily at the remaining Navy. The master grinned and replied, Sure, I said I would protect you, no questions asked. At this moment, both sides faced off against each other, with the Navy reduced to only 50 or 60 soldiers. Crocodile pulled out a cigar from his pocket, lit it, and put it in his mouth. Crack! Phew! He exhaled a long puff of smoke, as if venting his inner anger. Smack! You're still smoking? Give me one. Oh, fine. Crocodile reluctantly pulled out another thick cigar, then flicked the lighter, igniting the tip and letting wisps of pale blue smoke rise. Who? This thing is quite interesting, huh? Who? At this moment, the Navy was in a dilemma, watching the few people in front of them actually smoking cigars. Crocodile took a deep puff of his cigar, slowly exhaling smoke, his contemptuous gaze sweeping over the remaining Navy personnel. I'm waiting for someone. What are you waiting for? His voice was low and filled with mockery. Just as the Navy members glanced at each other, a cacophony of footsteps came from all directions. Hundreds of Baroque Works members surged in like a tidal wave, dressed in various outfits, their eyes filled with ferocity and defiance, each exuding an aura of death. These people quickly surrounded the Navy, forming an impenetrable encirclement. The Navy's faces turned ashen. They never expected the situation to turn so dire, so quickly. They had already suffered heavy losses in battles against the Saint and others. Now, surrounded by so many enemies, they knew their chances of survival were slim. You pirates, don't be too arrogant. One Navy officer tried to sound composed, but his trembling voice betrayed his fear. Crocodile let out a cold laugh. Arrogant? You should have thought of today, when you came to hunt us down." He flicked his cigar, ash falling like his indifference toward the lives of these Navy men. The Saint stood by, his eyes revealing a sense of amusement, as if he were enjoying an interesting performance. Bonus tightly gripped his knife, his gaze never leaving the injured Bora, waiting for Crocodile's command. At a single order, he would charge at the enemy again. "Go!" With Crocodile's command, the Baroque Works members charged at the Navy like hungry wolves. In an instant, the ruins of the Rain Banquet echoed with shouts and killings. Blood splattering once more on this battlefield. Although the Navy fought desperately, they were already at their limits, and facing such a relentless attack, their defenses quickly crumbled. The Baroque Works members slaughtered freely among the Navy ranks with their swords, guns, and various strange weapons. Bonus joined the fight, darting like a ghost among the crowd, each swing of his long knife claiming a Navy life. His eyes were filled with rage, anger for Bora's injury, and anger for the Navy's entanglement. His knife skills became even more fierce, and wherever he passed, Navy personnel fell. No one could stop him. The Saint remained stationary, occasionally spitting flames to drive back those Navy trying to break through the encirclement. He kept an eye on Bora while also controlling the battlefield situation. Crocodile continued smoking his cigar, watching the battle before him as the anger in his heart gradually subsided. These Navy personnel were a challenge to his authority, a punishment for revoking his warlord title. Today, he would make them pay the price. The battle soon approached its end. The Navy suffered heavy casualties, with only a few still making futile resistance. The members of Baroque Works cheered. With the last Navy soldier falling, the Navy commander directly knelt on the ground. "Leave this guy behind. The others clean up the battlefield," Crocodile said. Several Baroque Works members brought the remaining Navy commander before Crocodile. He had long lost his previous bravado, fear and despair filling his eyes. "You shouldn't have come to provoke us," Crocodile said coldly. "You pirates will not have a good ending. The Navy will not let you go." He trembled as he spoke. That's a matter for the future. Right now, your life is in my hands." Crocodile flicked a cigar, ash falling onto the Navy's face. The Saint walked over. "What are your thoughts?" Crocodile glanced at the Saint, "Kill him, to warn others." The Saint nodded, showing no mercy. To him, these Navy personnel were enemies, obstacles to achieving his goals. He wouldn't leave any hidden dangers. "Don't say this person is just a lowly officer. Even if a rear admiral came, he would be killed." Crocodile looked up at the Saint. "What should we do next? Is there a ship? We need to change locations. We need to build a base to develop. After all, in this place, the Navy dogs will definitely catch the scent." The Saint narrated his thoughts to Crocodile. Crocodile frowned slightly, thinking for a moment before responding. "We do have a ship, but to carry so many people and supplies, we need to prepare well. No need to bring so many people. Select the suitable ones, and we act tonight." After pondering for a moment, Crocodile nodded in agreement. "As for building a base, the choice of location is crucial." The Saint nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this place needs to be sufficiently hidden, easy to defend, and hard to attack, and ideally have abundant resources. We can first look for suitable islands in the Grand Line. There are many islands in the Grand Line, but not many meet our requirements. Moreover, we also have to guard against interference from other pirate crews in the Navy." Crocodile spoke while searching for possible locations in his mind. Those guys are nothing to fear. As long as we plan thoroughly, they won't be able to find us." The Saint confidently looked at the corpses of the Navy soldiers scattered around. After discussing, the two decided to arrange for Baroque Works members to prepare the ships and supplies. The members were divided into several small teams, each executing different tasks. The team responsible for preparing supplies traversed between various hidden warehouses and strongholds, collecting food, fresh water, weapons, ammunition, and various necessities. They carefully selected each item, ensuring that there would be no shortage of supplies during the long voyage. Some members filled large barrels with fresh water, while others shouldered bags of grain, transporting them to the ships at the dock. The team responsible for selecting personnel had a more challenging task. They had to identify the most loyal and capable members among the many Baroque Works members. Bora held a list, loudly calling out names in the crowd. Those chosen shone with excitement and pride in their eyes, knowing this was an important operation, an opportunity to prove their worth. Moreover, those not selected were not abandoned. They received tasks to hide and continue developing their power, waiting for the follow-up to unify the world's underground forces. With everyone's efforts, the ship's modifications were successfully completed before dark. At this time, the selected Baroque Works members arrived at the dock, carrying their packs and weapons. Their eyes filled with anticipation for the unknown journey. Board the ship. With Crocodile's command, the members boarded the ship in an orderly fashion. Lilia stared blankly at the busy crowd. In the North Sea, there are beautiful people, bewildered yet independent. Meanwhile, the saint stood firmly at the bow of the ship, his posture tall like a pine tree, his eyes shining brightly as he watched the people boarding the ship one after another. He knew this was the beginning of their new journey. These people would be the first batch of his foundation to become the underground king of the entire world. What devil fruit ability do you have? What? I'm not. Then how can you spit fire? Aren't you an animal type? Crocodile looked at the Saint Lord in confusion. No, this is my true form, pure talent, understand? Crocodile stared at the Saint Lord in shock, disbelief filling his eyes. Pure talent. There is such a miraculous talent in this world that grants you such powerful flame abilities. What race are you from? The corners of the Saint Lord's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile. I believe I belong to the demon race. I've never heard of it. The Saint Lord's peripheral vision drifted to the newspaper in Crocodile's hand, asking, "What are you holding?" "Two pirates." Crocodile unfolded the newspaper, revealing the bounty notices for Sun Wukong and Hades. I must kill these two guys. The Saint Lord seemed to ponder, not speaking. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Marineford, Steelbone Kong looked at the report just submitted about the Alabasta Kingdom, which clearly stated that the stationed troops there had been nearly wiped out by the Saint Lord and Crocodile. Bang! Steelbone Kong slammed his fist on the desk, causing various items to shake. Even the water cup was not spared, spilling tea all over the floor. Those damn pirates! Get Ghost Spider over here! Steelbone Kong shouted to the outside. After a while, Ghost Spider stood in the office, looking at Steelbone Kong's pale face, sensing something was wrong. Take a look. Steelbone Kong casually tossed the report on the desk to Ghost Spider. Hundreds of Navy personnel were slaughtered. How cruel is this? Ghost Spider's face also showed anger after reading it. Leave it to me. Admiral Kong. Steelbone Kong nodded in satisfaction. Go. Just as Ghost Spider turned to leave, Steelbone Kong called him back. Bring Sengoku over. Understood, Admiral Kong. A few minutes later, Sengoku looked at Steelbone Kong with confusion. What happened? Our people have tracked down Baroque Works leader. I need to go to sea. If all goes well, capturing him will allow me to successfully promote to the commander of the 3 armed forces. You should familiarize yourself with the headquarters during this time and temporarily act as admiral. I've reported this to Mariehua, so I'll leave the rest to you. Steelbone Kong encouraged, patting Sengoku's shoulder. Sengoku frowned, knowing the danger posed by Baroque Works leader, Admiral Kong. He's not an easy opponent. Should I accompany you? Steelbone Kong's eyes were firm as he shook his head. No, I know, but this is an excellent opportunity. For the future of the Navy, to avenge those fallen soldiers, I must capture him. I've been preparing for this operation for a long time and won't fail easily. Sengoku. This time Crocodile and a newcomer killed an entire Navy division in the Alabasta Kingdom. The nature is severe. Sengoku's expression instantly became serious. What's this guy's name? I think he's called the Saint Lord. By the way, it is said that Crocodile has chosen to follow the Saint Lord. A bounty notice has been issued. The Saint Lord's strength is probably around the rank of a colonel. He's a tough character. Sengoku slightly frowned. Okay, Admiral Kong. Then both of them left, with Steelbone Kong heading straight to the port to set sail. Meanwhile, Sengoku paced back and forth in his office, contemplating the potential impacts of this series of events. He knew that the combination of these two pirates would pose a significant threat to the Navy's deployment in the Grand Line. After a while, Sengoku sat in his office, looking at the mountain of documents and intelligence on his desk, deeply sighing. He knew that during Admiral Kong's absence, he bore a heavy responsibility. He not only had to handle the Navy's daily affairs, but also respond to any new crises that might arise. On the other side, Ghost Spider had already led an elite Navy force towards the Alabasta Kingdom. They were sailing on a large Navy warship, cutting through the waves on the sea. Ghost Spider stood at the bow, filled with anger towards the Saint Lord and Crocodile, secretly swearing to bring these two pirates to justice. On the warship, Ghost Spider carefully studied the intelligence about the Saint Lord and Crocodile. He discovered that both pirates possessed extraordinary strength and unique abilities, especially the Saint Lord's mysterious race and fire ability, combined with Crocodile's sand manipulation abilities, gave them a significant advantage in battle. As the two drifted on the sea, news had already spread about their bounty notices, causing a stir throughout the Alabasta Kingdom. Streets and alleys buzzed with discussions about these two high-bounty pirates, and many bounty hunters were eager to take action, but very few dared to act. After all, they knew who these two were. One had caused chaos at a banquet, and the other was a former warlord of the sea. Both had wiped out an entire Navy Station division. At that moment, the two on the sea also saw the newspaper. Bounty notice. Saint Lord. Ability unknown. Race unknown. Bounty amount. 500 million berries. Live capture recommended. Bounty notice. Former warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Natural type, sand fruit ability user. Bounty amount, 235 million berries. Life or death unrestricted. Bounty notice. Das bonus. Superhuman type, quick slice fruit ability user. Bounty amount, 50 million berries. Life or death unrestricted. Bounty notice. Polera. Superhuman type, Thorns Devil, fruit ability user. Bounty amount, 22 million berries. Life or death unrestricted. The Saint Lord looked at the bounty notice in his hand, a cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Only 500 million berries? The Navy really underestimates me. He crumpled the bounty notice into a ball and casually tossed it into the sea, his eyes revealing disdain. Crocodile frowned. Humph. Although the bounty amount was expected, it still feels a bit unpleasant. It seems we need to be more careful. Bounty hunters might swarm in like flies. Bounty hunters? Yeah, a group of guys gathering in the sea with no fixed organization. They're just a bunch of people wandering around the vast sea, coming together. This group has no specific organization or group, completely a scattered mess. Now, they mainly rely on hunting pirate heads to exchange for generous rewards from a navy. Das Bonez and Polera also came to the two's side, looking at their own bounty notices. Bonez had a calm expression. Looks like we've become famous. But these bounty hunters are not to be feared. Bola said with some concern, but with so many bounty hunters, there are bound to be some troublesome characters. We should be prepared. These were not to be feared. The main issue was still those guys from the Navy. Just then, the Navy warships led by Ghost Spider, based on intelligence, were gradually approaching the sea where they were located. Ghost Spider stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze coldly fixed ahead, the long knife in his hand glinting coldly in the sunlight. This mission had some difficulty, with two hard-to-handle characters. He silently vowed to himself. After several days of sailing, his fleet had learned the approximate route of the Saint and others, and they would meet within 3 days. During these 3 days, Ghost Spider did not relax for a moment. He gathered his Navy commanders and repeatedly studied the battle data of the Saint and Crocodile, trying to find their weaknesses. The best scenario would be to engage them in battle at sea, where their firepower was stronger and their cannons could shoot farther. Major General Ghost Spider, based on the enemy's current route, was highly likely to rest on this island. If a battle occurred on the island, it would likely affect the civilians. Following the direction of this major's finger, he saw that it was Gaia Island. Ghost Spider frowned tightly, looking at the distant Gaia Island, lost in thought. He understood deeply that if they decided to engage the Saint and his subordinates in a fierce battle on Gaia Island, the ordinary civilians there, who had done nothing wrong and sought no conflict, would undoubtedly be caught in the cruel vortex of war. Countless families might be shattered. Children would lose the warm embrace of their parents, and the elderly might face the sorrow of burying their own children. Such tragic consequences were something he could not bear to witness. However, if he easily let go of this rare opportunity, the next chance to capture the Saint and that extremely cunning crocodile might be far away. Time waits for no one, and the enemy would not patiently wait until he was fully prepared to appear. This dilemma truly made him feel extremely conflicted. After careful consideration, Ghost Spider finally made up his mind and shouted, "All crew members, listen up. Immediately increase the speed of our ship. We must reach Gaia Island before them. Meanwhile, the entire fleet must remain highly vigilant and enter a state of combat readiness, ready to face a fierce battle at any time. If we arrive and find that they have already landed on the island, we must do everything possible to lure them out to the vast ocean. We absolutely cannot allow the flames of war to spread on land. With Ghost Spider's command, everyone on the ship immediately sprang into action, executing their tasks nervously and orderly. At this moment, the saint and those beside him gazed at the distant island that was faintly visible, and each person's face could not help but reveal an unmistakable joy. After all, they had been drifting alone on this vast sea for several weeks. The sea breeze howled, raising wave after wave that crashed against the ship's sides, producing a series of dull sounds. The long time at sea had left everyone feeling exhausted, but when this mysterious island appeared in their sight, hope ignited in their hearts. Just then, Crocodile, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. As far as I know, ships often inexplicably fall from the sky near this island. In my opinion, the reason is very likely that there is an invisible sky island directly above it. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell into an uproar. Everyone began whispering and discussing. They believed Crocodile's words without a doubt. As he had previously been one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and certainly had a wealth of information, the saint looked curiously at Crocodile, waiting for more details. Sensing the gazes of the crowd, Crocodile frowned slightly and continued, "It is said that the Sky Island is no ordinary place. According to rumors, there is a peculiar magnetic field there that interferes with the navigation of ships, causing them to lose direction and eventually fly into the sky, which is also the reason for the inexplicable falls of ships. However, these are just some vague rumors, but there is indeed a way to enter the Sky Island." Crocodile paused, a serious look flashing in his eyes, in the water surrounding this island. There exists a very special upward current. This current is extremely rare and elusive. It acts like a bridge connecting heaven and earth, allowing us to break through the clouds directly to the Sky Island. But finding its exact location and timing is as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. We could look for the island's permanent residents to guide us. The saint thought for a moment, right? This is a base right at our doorstep. Dasbonus and Bola exchanged glances, seeing the eagerness in each other's eyes. The hundreds of former members of the Baroque works on the ship were also in a frenzy. They rubbed their fists in excitement, continuously murmuring various words, with some even beginning to cheer. Just as everyone was chatting, the ship successfully docked at the shore. "Let's go." According to the information we've collected, this island is called Gaia Island, and on this island, there's a town called Magic Valley where pirates run rampant. The saint was the first to step ashore, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. There, we might find more clues about the Sky Island and the upward current. And we can also replenish some supplies. However, everyone, keep your eyes peeled and don't let your guard down. If we provoke the Navy, regroup quickly and scare them so they dare not provoke us again. Everyone responded in agreement and followed the saint into the island. Along the way, they saw the unique scenery of Gaia Island, with strange beast roars occasionally heard from the dense jungle and colorful but unknown giant birds flying in the sky. Old flags and cloth strips hung from the trees on both sides of the road, clearly left by pirates who had passed through here before. As they approached Magic Valley Town, the noisy sounds became clearer. It was a cacophony of drinking, gambling, arguments, and fighting. At the entrance of Magic Valley Town, a few drunken pirates leaned against the wall. Upon seeing the saint and others approaching, their eyes flashed with caution. However, seeing the large number of people on the other side, they did not dare to act rashly, merely watching silently. The saint and his companions stepped into Magic Valley Town, where most of the buildings were in a state of disrepair, with taverns, shops, and casinos lining the streets, where sewage flowed and garbage and debris were everywhere. All sorts of pirates moved through the streets, some haggling, some flaunting their treasures, and others chasing after women. It was indeed chaotic here. Crocodile frowned, his gaze sweeping through the crowd, searching for potentially useful sources of information. The saint led everyone to a tavern in the center of town. The tavern was filled with the smell of smoke and alcohol, dimly lit and crowded with people. They slowly walked into this bustling tavern, quickly scanning the surroundings for an empty seat. Finally, they found a few empty tables in a corner and walked over to sit down. As soon as Boris settled down, he stood up and shouted loudly to the busy tavern owner not far away, "Boss, bring us a few pots of good wine and some snacks." After giving the instructions, Bora sat back down, patiently waiting with the others. At this moment, the saint sitting beside him slightly turned his head, focusing his attention on the surrounding diners, carefully listening to their conversations. Have you heard? Recently, another ship was swept up into the sky by the huge currents in that sea area. It's really dangerous, said a one-eyed pirate. What's so extraordinary about that? This sea area has always been eerie. Maybe it was swallowed by some sea monster, responded another pirate with a scar on his face, nonchalantly taking a sip of his drink. You don't understand anything. That must be the power of the Sky Island. Legend has it that the Sky Island is right above this sea area, filled with countless treasures and mysterious powers. If we could get up there, we'd never have to worry about food and drink in this life, said a young and impulsive pirate, his eyes gleaming with greed. Ha ha! Everyone around laughed in unison. You're really daydreaming. The Sky Island is just a fantasy. How could it really exist? Those ships were just swept up into the sky by the huge currents. You narrow-minded folks, the young pirate flushed. I've heard that someone saw the outline of an island in the sky. That land, faintly visible above the clouds. What else could it be but the Sky Island? The saint quietly stood by, taking interest in their heated debate. He slightly squinted his eyes, and a meaningful smile gradually appeared on his lips. At that moment, the saint gently signaled to Crocodile beside him. After receiving the signal, Crocodile nodded, then extended his right hand, steadily lifting the exquisite wine glass in front of him. Crocodile brought the wine glass to his lips and took a small sip of the rich wine. Then, he slowly stood up and walked step by step towards the few arguing pirates. With each step he took, the surrounding noise seemed to diminish a bit, and people's gazes were unconsciously drawn to him. You must know that Crocodile's tall and mighty figure, along with his broad shoulders, displayed his immense strength to those around him. However, such a robust physique seemed particularly out of place in the cramped tavern. Equally attention-grabbing was the silent saint beside him. Although he showed no obvious actions at the moment, his dragon-headed human form could not be ignored. Yet, despite this, the others present seemed to pay little attention to their existence, continuing to lift their wine glasses as they pleased. Everyone, I'm quite interested in what this brother has said. Crocodile's deep and magnetic voice echoed in the tavern, allowing everyone to hear clearly. The few pirates looked at Crocodile, and the one-eyed pirate frowned. Who are you? Don't interrupt our conversation. Crocodile did not mind his rudeness. I'm just a passing pirate, curious about this mysterious sea area like you. You just mentioned that someone saw the outline of Sky Island. Where did this news come from? The young pirate glanced at the saint, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, but still said, it was said by an old fisherman. He encountered a rare storm while out at sea, and his ship was caught in a giant whirlpool. Just when he thought he was going to die, he was suddenly thrown into the sky by a force, and he saw a vague land in the clouds, with golden light flickering on it. It must be the Sky Island. Old fisherman? Where is he now? The saint pressed on. He is already dead. After that encounter, he returned to town and died mysteriously a few days later. Some say he was cursed. The young pirate's voice trembled. Cursed? Just some nonsense, the saint sneered, but that whirlpool might be the key. Do you know where the whirlpool is located? The scar-faced pirate shook his head. The old fisherman didn't specify. He only knew it was east of the island, and that sea area is often shrouded in fog. Very dangerous, and few dare to approach. TSK, TSK, TSK. At that moment, a burly man scoffed at the young pirate. You're just talking nonsense. Has anyone verified the existence of Sky Island? It's all made-up stories, just like that recent popular tale. The overbearing demon lord falls in love with me. Do you think that demon lord exists? Laughter erupted in the tavern, as everyone found the burly man's words amusing. The young pirate's face flushed, wanting to retort, but unable to find a proper reason. Crocodile frowned. He was not interested in these boring jests. He only cared about the clues to the Sky Island. Stop laughing. Crocodile shouted in a low voice, not loud, but with an undeniable authority. And the laughter in the tavern abruptly ceased. Crocodile looked at the burly man, whether it's the Sky Island or something else. I only believe what I see. However, if you dare to disrupt our serious conversation again, don't blame me for being rude. The burly man was intimidated by Crocodile's imposing presence. He snorted coldly and fell silent. though his eyes still held disdain. The saint turned to the few pirates. In the eastern sea area, shrouded in fog, are there any special markers or other identifiable things? The scar-faced pirate shook his head. I don't know. I haven't been there. Crocodile nodded slightly. All right. He then looked at the others in the tavern and raised his voice. Does anyone else know about the eastern sea area? If you can provide useful clues, you will not be overlooked. The tavern instantly fell silent, and people exchanged glances, hesitating whether to speak up. After a while, an old man dressed in a tattered sailor's outfit slowly stood up. His face was covered in wrinkles, but his eyes revealed a shrewdness from having experienced the world. I don't know a bit, but I'm not sure how useful it is, the old man said hoarsely. Feel free to tell us. The saint's gaze was intense as he looked at him. The old man cleared his throat. When I was young, I fished at the edge of that eastern sea area. I can roughly estimate when there will be an upward current, if you're not afraid. You can give it a try. The saint and Crocodile's eyes brightened upon hearing this. So, this knowledgeable person has come. What is the pattern of the upward current? The old man looked around and slowly said, in that eastern sea area, every full moon night, the seawater is pulled by a mysterious force. But this force does not always trigger an upward current. It also depends on the size of the tides. During a spring tide, the chances of an upward current appearing on a full moon night are much higher. But this spring tide is not like an ordinary tide. It has to be a rare super spring tide that occurs once every 10 years, and the moon must be round and bright for that force to be strong enough. Crocodile frowned slightly. 10 years? Such words were very unfavorable for them. Even if they could set up a base, it would be inconvenient to enter and exit. Wouldn't that mean they have to wait a long time? Is there no other way? The old man shook his head. I only know this method. After all, it's the power of nature and hard to grasp. However, in a while, there will be a massive upwelling current that occurs once every 10 years. You can give it a try. The old man's words made the Saint Lord fall into deep thought, while Crocodile beside him took a deep puff of a cigar. And amid the swirling smoke, his gaze became increasingly profound. Although time was running a bit long, this might be the most reliable method. The Saint Lord looked at Crocodile. We can use this time to prepare more thoroughly. This opportunity must not be missed. Crocodile nodded slightly. Well, then let us prepare. But before that, we need to ensure the accuracy of this information. Just as everyone had finished replenishing supplies and was returning to the ship, they saw 4 or 5 warships speeding towards them from a distance. Standing at the bow was the ghost spider. His gaze was cold and stern, like an eagle watching its prey, exuding a chilling aura. Saint Lord, Crocodile, you can't escape. The ghost spider's voice came clearly through the loudspeaker snail, echoing across the sea surface. Crocodile frowned. Humph. Ghost spider, when did you get bold enough to shout at me? The Saint Lord sneered. Looks like a fight is about to break out today. The warships led by the ghost spider moved quickly and soon approached the Saint Lord and the other's vessel. The cannons on the warships all aimed at them, their muzzles gleaming coldly, like ferocious beasts ready to devour. Saint Lord, Crocodile, you are surrounded. Surrender obediently. And maybe we can spare your lives, shouted the ghost spider. The Saint Lord looked at the ghost spider's grotesque appearance. What are you? So many legs? A centipede? The ghost spider's face darkened. Those are my hair. Saying that, the ghost spider drew his swords. The Saint Lord pointed at the ghost spider's swords, asking from a distance, how many swords do you have? The ghost spider proudly replied, 8. How many? 8. All right, good son. Kill. I want him to know the serious consequences of provoking a Navy Major General. With the ghost spider's command, the cannons on the warships fired in unison, and the shells whistled like raindrops towards the Saint Lord's ship. However, the Saint Lord remained calm. Flames ignited around him, and he brewed fire in his mouth, shooting into the sky in the blink of an eye. The flames raced through the air at an astonishing speed, forming a massive barrier. When the shells hit the flame barrier, they exploded and the firelight illuminated the sea surface, turning a portion of the ocean red. Dasbonus and Bora led the members of the Baroque works, each preparing for battle. At this moment, everyone disembarked and awaited the fight. Dasbonus wielded a long knife, his eyes revealing a cold, killing intent, and he whispered to those around him, when the Navy Marines attack, show no mercy. Bora pressed both hands against the ship's deck, activating the ability of the thorn fruit, causing dense thorns to sprout around the ship. These thorns were covered in sharp spikes, glimmering coldly, like the quills of a hedgehog, adding a layer of defense to the ship. If the ship wasn't well protected, repairs would be much more troublesome. The ghost spider furrowed his brow tightly. Seeing the cannon attacks fail, his gaze became even more vicious. Navy Marines, attack! With a command, the soldiers of the Navy Marines slid down the ropes from the warships like a tide, charging towards the coast where the St. Lord and others were. Their battle cries were deafening, intertwining with the roar of the waves. The St. Lord, suspended in mid-air, descended like a god of fire. He looked down at the charging Navy Marines and waved his hands fiercely, flames shooting from his palms, transforming into several giant fire serpents that charged towards the enemy. The fire serpents wreaked havoc among the crowd, engulfing the soldiers of the Navy Marines, who emitted piercing screams. The smell of burning flesh permeated the air, mixing with the gunpowder, making one feel nauseated. "Bastard!" the ghost spider shouted, charging towards the St. Lord. Aren't you going to clean up the minions?" Ghost shadow soldiers. A bizarre scene unfolded. An eerie aura enveloped his body, and the originally bright sandy beach under the sunlight seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gloom. Then, from the shadows behind the St. Lord, a group of strangely shaped soldiers slowly emerged. These ghost shadow soldiers appeared ethereal, as if formed from darkness and mist. Their faces were indistinct. Only two flickering green eyes could be seen, resembling evil spirits from the underworld. As soon as the ghost shadow soldiers appeared, they jumped towards the Navy Marines in a highly synchronized manner. Their movements seemed light, but each step could cover a great distance in an instant, as if they were traversing through space. The ghost spider squinted his eyes slightly, watching this aggressive group of ghost shadow soldiers. A hint of surprise surged in his heart, but he maintained a cold demeanor. "Humph, what ability is this? Do you think you can scare me?" With that, he tightened his grip on the 8 swords in his hands. The steps he had taken towards the St. Lord halted. The St. Lord waved his magical power floating in midair, overlooking the battlefield, a confident smile curling on his lips. He gently waved his hands, and the ghost shadow soldiers seemed to receive a command, their speed suddenly increasing. Some charged towards the Navy Marines, enveloping them in an inexplicable fear, causing their movements to slow. This special, ghostly presence was something they had never encountered before. Another portion of the ghost shadow soldiers moved swiftly, surrounding the ghost spider in an instant. They swung their weapons, slashing at the ghost spider. The ghost spider shouted, swinging all 8 swords simultaneously, forming an impenetrable defense. The clash of swords and weapons produced a crisp metallic sound. However, the attacks from the ghost shadow soldiers came in waves, endlessly. Cold sweat broke out on the ghost spider's forehead. The power of these ghost shadow soldiers was peculiar. It felt as if he could never kill them all. Every time he struck one down, another would appear. Navy 6 style, storm foot, chaos. The ghost spider shouted, his legs kicking out rapidly like phantoms, sending powerful, slashing waves towards the ghost shadow soldiers. These slashing waves formed crescent shapes, emanating immense power, and wherever they passed, deep trenches were carved into the sand. The ghost shadow soldiers were hit by this sudden attack, their bodies fluctuating. Some of the exhausted ghost shadow soldiers turned into wisps of black smoke and vanished into thin air under the slashing waves. But more ghost shadow soldiers continued to pounce towards the ghost spider, showing no signs of fear or hesitation. The St. Lord frowned slightly at the ghost spider's counterattack. "Humph, quite tenacious." He waved his hands again, and more ghost shadow soldiers surged from the shadows. These newly emerged ghost shadow soldiers were full of energy. "Kill!" With the St. Lord's command, the new ghost shadow soldiers joined the battle. They surged towards the ghost spider like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing him in a sea of darkness. At this moment, the ghost spider was feeling distressed. His strength was considerable, but these ghostly soldiers in front of him were truly troublesome. He could easily slay them, but the problem was their endless appearance, which was too much of a bug. Boom! The ghost spider swung his weapons around him, then quickly jumped back. He looked around and saw that the soldiers he had brought were mostly killed by Crocodile and others. Damn it, it was actually to delay me. I can't be trapped by them like this. The ghost spider gritted his teeth and a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He tightened his grip on the 8 swords, took a deep breath, and pushed the power of the Navy's 6 styles to the limit. A strong radiance surrounded his body, and his power surged like a tidal wave. He suddenly exerted force, and a strong light erupted from the 8 swords, even stronger than before. He swung forward, and a powerful sword chi slashed towards the ghostly soldiers, surrounding him like a long rainbow piercing the sun. This sword chi contained the essence of the Navy's 6 styles. Tearing through the air with a sharp whistling sound, the swords in his hands transformed into sharp blades of light, and wherever they passed, the ghostly soldiers' bodies were sliced apart, turning into black smoke. Taking advantage of the moment, the ghost spider broke through the encirclement of the ghostly soldiers and rushed towards the direction where the master was located. He knew that only by stopping the master could he fundamentally resolve the threat of these ghostly soldiers. He shouted, "Storm foot, 1,000 blades." In an instant, a powerful force erupted from under his feet, transforming into countless incredibly sharp blades that swept forward like a tidal wave. Wherever they passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, producing a sharp, piercing whistle. The master's previously relaxed expression instantly froze, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Clearly not expecting that the opponent could break through so many obstacles and successfully rush out. However, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Then I'll play with you." Roar. The master unleashed a fiery strike towards the ghost spider, which instantly dissipated in midair. The fiery assault continued undiminished, charging straight at the ghost spider. The ghost spider knew he couldn't withstand this pillar of flame head-on, so he used shave, moving sideways at an incredible speed to avoid the direct impact of the flame pillar. However, the residual power of the flame still affected him, singeing his hair and causing some burns on his body. At this moment, Crocodile was toying with the marine soldiers like puppets. The sand transformed into gigantic hands, grabbing the soldiers and slamming them down heavily, or burying them in sand piles with only their heads exposed, rendering them unable to move. Daz Bonus wielded a long knife, moving like a ghost among the marine soldiers. Each swing of his knife accurately struck the enemy's vital points. His speed was extreme, leaving only a blurred figure in the enemy's eyes. Wherever he passed, blood splattered and screams echoed. The marine soldiers before him were like fragile sheep, utterly unable to fight back. Bora pressed both hands against the beach, activating the thorn fruit ability. Instantly, large areas of thorns sprouted on the beach, spreading towards the marine soldiers like fierce beasts. The thorns were long and sharp, and once a soldier was entangled, the spikes would pierce deeply into their bodies, making it impossible for them to escape. Moreover, the thorns continued to grow and spread, gradually forming a massive encirclement, trapping the marine soldiers within. On the other side, the master gave the ghost spider no chance to catch his breath. He flashed and appeared above the ghost spider. Clenching his fists, he smashed down towards the ghost spider with raging flames. The ghost spider felt the immense pressure from above and crossed his 8 swords to defend. The master's fiery fists struck the swords, and the powerful force slammed the ghost spider hard into the beach, creating a massive, deep pit. The ghost spider struggled to stand up in the pit. His body had reached its limit, but his eyes were still filled with fighting spirit. The master slowly descended, looking at the disheveled ghost spider. "Are you still not giving up? Truly foolish." The ghost spider did not respond, his gaze fixed firmly on the master. "Life return," the ghost spider shouted, and a strange light radiated around his body. The body, which was on the brink of collapse, seemed to regain energy. Muscles began to swell. The blood from his wounds stopped, and a tough sheen glimmered on his skin. His gaze became sharper, resembling a wounded yet fierce beast. The master furrowed his brows slightly, secretly on guard. What ability is this? It seems like a life-reviving spell. The ghost spider suddenly pushed off with his legs, shooting out of the deep pit like a cannonball, charging towards the master. His speed was faster than before, and the 8 swords glinted with cold light under the sun, trailing sharp sword chi behind him. He rushed towards the master like a whirlwind, simultaneously attacking the vital points of the master with all 8 swords. The master did not dare to be careless. He quickly retreated while forming seals with his hands. After all, he was quite afraid of pain. Interesting. But I am a demon sorcerer. The master murmured to himself, chanting an unknown incantation. In an instant, a scarlet rift opened in the air. Come fort, my dragon offspring. With the master's shout, roars echoed from the scarlet rift, as if the anger of the ancient abyss was resonating. Following that, a group of dragons of various forms pounced out. Some of these dragons were covered in hard, iron-like black scales, each scale edge flickering with a strange red light. Their eyes resembling burning blood pools, emanating endless murderous intent. Others were long and slender, possessing translucent green scales. The dragon offspring charged towards the ghost spider, opening their massive jaws to reveal fangs as sharp as swords, unleashing various elemental powers. Some breathed fierce flames, not ordinary red flames, but mixed with black demonic flames. Wherever they passed, the beach was burned into massive, deep pits, and the sand instantly melted into a glassy state under the high temperatures. Others shot ice spikes that rained down on the ghost spider, each as thick as an arm, colliding and merging in flight to form enormous ice spikes that seemed capable of piercing anything, and some released powerful lightning, weaving into a massive electric net in the sky, enveloping the ghost spider. Wherever the electric net reached, the air was ionized, emitting a pungent smell. The ghost spider watched the overwhelming attacks approaching, feeling an unprecedented sense of crisis in his heart. But he did not retreat. He knew that any hint of fear at this moment would lead to immediate death without a burial place. He activated life, return again, and a stronger radiance surrounded his body, his muscles swelling even more, veins bulging like dragons on his skin. He shouted, spinning the 8 swords in a dense formation, creating a massive silver shield in an attempt to withstand the attacks of the dragon offspring. The clash between the sword shield and the dragon breath attacks produced a deafening roar. The entire beach trembled violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Ghost Spider felt as if he was bearing the weight of a mountain. Each attack made his body sink slightly, leaving deep footprints in the sand. But he gritted his teeth and persevered, unleashing the Navy 6 style's Oni technique, one sword style soul break. Ghost Spider shouted, concentrating all his strength into this one sword strike. The light sword collided with a column of flames, instantly erupting with astonishing energy. The whole beach shook, and the surrounding seawater was propelled into towering waves dozens of meters high by this energy impact. Under this powerful energy shock, cracks began to appear on Ghost Spider's body, blood seeping from the fissures. But he still gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the Holy Master, determined to stab this sword into him. The Holy Master quickly dodged, as he currently lacked the ability to be immortal. Ghost Spider had been pushed into a desperate situation. There was no need to fight desperately with someone cornered. Seeing the Holy Master evade, Ghost Spider roared in anger, sweeping the light sword that contained all his power, sending a massive sword aura slicing towards the Holy Master. The sword aura was like a white rainbow, cutting through the air, and wherever it passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. The Holy Master's eyes narrowed, instantly summoning dragon sons to shield himself. After slashing through dozens of them, the attack gradually dissipated. In terms of individual strength, Ghost Spider was still higher than the Holy Master at this moment. However, the Holy Master had many tactics, and the Ghost Shadow Soldiers and Dragon Sons had consumed a significant amount of Ghost Spider's strength. The Holy Master saw that the time was right and condensed a deep red flame spear in his hand. He threw it forcefully at Ghost Spider, and the flame spear pierced through Ghost Spider's heart like lightning. Ghost Spider's eyes widened, the light in them gradually fading, and his body slowly fell, breathing its last. The Holy Master looked at Ghost Spider's corpse. He was indeed a worthy opponent. The surrounding navy had long been slaughtered clean by Crocodile and others, and everyone was waiting for the final outcome. At this moment, seeing the Holy Master win, they also showed excited expressions. The Holy Master waved his hand, urging them to quickly check when the rising tidal currents would come. They would head to the Sky Island first. Oh! At the Navy headquarters, the news arrived like a heavy bombshell. In the conference room, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Sengoku, who was temporarily acting as the Navy Admiral, looked serious, clenching his fists. Ghost Spider, He was the pride of our Navy, and we must not let his sacrifice be in vain. The generals responded, their eyes burning with vengeful fury. A rear admiral who had worked with Ghost Spider for many years stood up, his voice trembling. We all know Ghost Spider's strength. The Holy Master who could defeat him must be an extremely dangerous individual. We must act quickly to avenge Ghost Spider and prevent this Holy Master from continuing to threaten the seas. Other high-ranking Navy officials began discussing battle plans, and the intelligence department was ordered to gather all information about the Holy Master, from his whereabouts and abilities to possible forces behind him. Meanwhile, far away in the New World, Akainu received this news, and his entire office burned down without him realizing it. Among the lower-ranking Navy soldiers, the news of Ghost Spider's death plunged them into shock and rage. In the cafeteria, a group of young soldiers gathered together, their faces filled with disbelief. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, he was so powerful, how could— A new recruit's eyes turned red, his voice choked. An old soldier patted his shoulder, saying we must become stronger. We cannot let the Vice Admiral's sacrifice be meaningless. In the training grounds of the Navy base, soldiers spontaneously increased their training intensity. Their eyes filled with determination, fueled by the resolve to avenge Ghost Spider. The world government was also highly concerned about this matter. The 5 elders sat in a dimly lit conference room. One of them slowly spoke. Ghost Spider's death has a certain impact on our plans. This Holy Master has disrupted the balance. The Navy must resolve this quickly. We cannot let the situation get out of control. Recently, there have been quite a few troublemakers in the seas. A storm is brewing. They decided to put pressure on the Navy, demanding the quick elimination of the Holy Master to maintain the authority of the world government and the order of the seas. On various islands of the Grand Line, ordinary citizens were in a state of panic. In a small town frequently harassed by pirates, residents gathered in the square, discussing anxiously. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider is dead. Will pirates become even more rampant now? An elderly man said with worry. A young man clenched his fists, saying the Vice Admiral of the Navy. What a powerful figure. And yet we hear news of his demise. In some small pirate crews, Ghost Spider's death made them cheer with joy. They held a wild party on their ship, believing that the Navy's deterrent power had weakened. Now we can sail more freely on the seas, no longer worried about that Ghost Spider guy. A captain of a small pirate crew raised his cup and shouted. At a Revolutionary Army base, Dragon received the news of Ghost Spider's death. He pondered for a moment and told the cadres around him. This is an opportunity. The Navy's attention will be drawn to the Holy Master. We can take advantage of this to take action in some areas, advancing our revolutionary cause. The Revolutionary Army began adjusting their strategy, preparing to instigate uprisings in heavily oppressed areas during the conflict between the Navy and the Holy Master, seeking more public support. After all, the death of a Vice Admiral from the Navy is a provocation to the Navy or the world government. Most pirates who could defeat the Navy would not kill its high-ranking officers. Otherwise, they would face even fiercer pursuit. Unfortunately, they encountered the Holy Master, a person who acted without any reservations. Thus, when this news spread across the world, it caused such a huge stir. New pirate bounties followed. Bounty notice. Holy Master. Ability unknown. Race unknown. Bounty amount. 670 million berries. Death or alive. Bounty notice. Former Warlord Crocodile. User of the Sand Fruit. Bounty amount. 400 million berries. Death or alive. There are also bounty notices for other members, such as Bonus, Bola, etc. The bounty notices scattered like snowflakes across the seas, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the entire pirate world. In the bustling pirate ports and taverns, people gathered together, looking at the newly posted bounty notices, discussing animatedly. 670 million berries. Who exactly is this Holy Master? How could he be worth so much money? Previously, it was suggested to capture him alive, and now it's straight to death or alive. An old pirate with a scruffy beard said in surprise, his rough finger pointing at the image of the Holy Master on the bounty notice, his eyes glinting with greed and curiosity. No matter who he is, daring to provoke the Navy and the world government must have some skills. But this bounty is indeed, if I could capture him, the rest of my life would be worry-free. A young pirate nearby's eyes lit up as if he could already see mountains of treasure piling up. On a small island of the Grand Line, a group of pirates is discussing strategies while holding Crocodile's bounty notice. 400 million berries. This former warlord of the sea has now become a hot target. However, his sans-serif ability is not easy to deal with, so we need to plan carefully. The captain of the pirate crew frowned as he looked at Crocodile's cold image on the bounty notice. Although the bounties for Bonus and Pora are not as high as the Saint and Crocodile, they still attracted the attention of many small to medium-sized pirate crews. These pirates are eager to capture them to elevate their status and wealth in the pirate world. On the other side, the vast and boundless sea is shrouded in thick dark clouds. These clouds are layered like a massive and heavy black mountain pressing down, instantly turning the originally bright sky dark and gloomy. The sea wind howls across the surface, raising wave after wave of surging giant waves, producing a series of dull roaring sounds. A brand new pirate ship is floating alone on the sea. At the bow, the Saint stands with a black cloak billowing in the wind, the fierce gusts causing his clothing to flutter. His sharp eyes, keen like a hawk's, are fixed on the yellowed bounty notice in his hand, and a faint smirk of disdain appears at the corner of his mouth. Boring little tricks. Beside him, Crocodile shows a deep expression of speechlessness, his stern face appearing somewhat helpless at this moment, muttering, "Humph. The Navy can only come up with these tricks." His words are filled with disdain and contempt. Then, he pauses for a moment as if pondering something, but he thinks that what they have done does not have any substantial impact on them. After all, with their current strength and plans, those Navy forces cannot stop their progress. As he says this, ambition flickers in Crocodile's eyes. He then gazes at the distant sea, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly, excitedly continuing, "Soon, we will be able to ride that once-in-a-decade upward current and head straight to the legendary Sky Island." Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Ha ha! By the end, Crocodile cannot help but laugh heartily, his laughter echoing across the vast sea. Bonus and Pora also rarely see their captain so happy, sharing a knowing smile. The Saint, listening to Crocodile's laughter, slightly furrows his brow. Don't celebrate too early. This upward current is not easy to navigate. A slight misstep could lead to your doom. First, we must deal with the upward current. It's coming. Crocodile slightly turned his head, casually glancing at the Saint standing nearby. The words that were originally on the tip of his tongue seemed to be blocked by something now, making it difficult to squeeze out. TCH. Although he chose to follow the Saint now, he is inherently proud. So, Crocodile tightly pressed his lips together, forcing the remaining words back down, while still maintaining his indifferent and proud expression. At that moment, the winds and waves on the sea suddenly became more violent. Huge waves crashed against the pirate ship like raging beasts, continuously assaulting it. The ship shook violently, and the crew members stumbled on the deck, struggling to maintain their balance. The Saint steadied himself and shouted, "Get ready." This might be the sign of the upward current about to appear. He began directing the crew to prepare for emergencies. Crocodile covered the ship's hull with sand, trying to increase the ship's stability. The sand formed a solid barrier around the ship, resisting the impact of the waves. Bonus and Pora were also busy helping the crew stabilize the sails and ropes to ensure the ship wouldn't be scattered by the fierce winds and waves. As time passed, a massive whirlpool appeared on the sea surface. The water in the center of the whirlpool spun rapidly, forming a deep funnel shape. The surrounding water seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, converging toward the whirlpool. "Here it comes. This is the upward current," the Saint shouted excitedly. He is now very interested in this world. It is much more interesting than the previous one. The pirate ship began to move toward the center under the whirlpool's pull. The crew members nervously grabbed onto nearby objects, their heartbeats accelerating with the ship's movement. Crocodile increased the output of sand, trying to keep the ship balanced in the whirlpool. But the powerful pull made it increasingly difficult to control the ship, and the hull began to tilt. Bonus and Pora tightly gripped the railing, tying themselves to the ship with ropes to steady their bodies. After all, they are both devil fruit users. As for Crocodile, he was firmly held by the Saint's dragon claw to prevent him from falling off. Everyone on the ship looked at the raging waters around them, feeling an unprecedented sense of tension. Just as the ship was about to be completely swallowed by the whirlpool, a powerful force surged from the bottom of the ship. The seawater shot up like a fountain, lifting the pirate ship high into the air. This is the power of the upward current. It is like a giant hand sending the ship toward the sky. "Ha, we did it!" Crocodile shouted excitedly. He looked at the receding sea surface, filled with a sense of accomplishment. The Saint also breathed a sigh of relief, but he remained vigilant. "Everyone, don't relax. We haven't reached Sky Island yet. There may still be other dangers in this upward current." During the ascent, suddenly, a group of giant flying fish burst out from the current. These flying fish are huge, with wings as hard as steel, and they charge toward the pirate ship at high speed. The mouths of the flying fish are sharp as knives, glinting with cold light. "Fight!" the Saint commanded. He waved his hands, and flames ignited, shooting toward the swarm of flying fish. The flames exploded among the flying fish, causing some to fall as they were hit by the fire. Crocodile formed a massive sandball and hurled it at the flying fish. The sandball whizzed through the swarm like a cannonball, disorienting the flying fish. Bonus and Pora engaged in close combat with the flying fish. Bonus's long knife struck the wings of the flying fish each time, disabling their ability to fly. Pora's thorns wrapped around the flying fish, binding them tightly. After a while, the swarm of flying fish was finally successfully repelled. The once dense and overwhelming swarm of flying fish has now retreated like a tide, leaving behind a mess and the lingering fishy smell in the air. Everyone is exhausted, but their faces radiate with the joy of victory. As the altitude continues to rise, the surrounding clouds become thinner. When they cross the last layer of clouds, a magnificent building appears before them, the legendary gate to heaven. This massive gate towers into the clouds, carved entirely from snow-white jade, adorned with countless dazzling gems that shimmer with a mysterious and enchanting light. In front of the gate stand two enormous stone pillars, intricately carved with exquisite patterns and ancient runes. It seems to tell of a long history and endless stories. The crowd gazed up at this magnificent gate, momentarily stunned into silence. They widened their eyes, slightly parted their mouths, and were filled with awe and shock. Such a grand sight far exceeded their imagination, making them truly feel their own insignificance and humility. The Holy Lord was also somewhat amazed at this scene. His previous palace didn't have this grandeur. Coming back to his senses, a fiery glint flashed in his eyes. "This is good. Very good. I truly came to the right place. Who says the king of the underground world must be underground? I can also be in the sky." As the crowd approached the gate, they could increasingly feel the mysterious aura it emanated. The patterns carved on the stone pillars depicted scenes of ancient wars. Brave warriors riding winged creatures fighting in the air. Others resembled mysterious sacrificial rites. Elegantly dressed people surrounding a sphere of light, performing some sacred ceremony. As they followed the path, they saw a small palace. "Toll booth?" Boynies exclaimed in surprise. The crowd looked up, and sure enough, there was a room marked with the words "Toll booth." The Holy Lord frowned. "Toll booth? What kind of place is this? Do they want to make a profit off us?" He led the others toward the small palace, filled with doubts. Crocodile sneered, "Humph, whoever set up this toll booth. If they want to take something from us, they'd better ask my sand if it agrees." He slightly clenched his fists, and the sand stirred in his palms. As they reached the palace entrance, a short figure in peculiar attire emerged. A woman who looked to be in her 50s held a camera and took a photo of the crowd. She then spoke to the Holy Lord and the others. "Entry fee, 1 billion extras." Upon hearing the figure of 1 billion extras, the Holy Lord couldn't help but burst into laughter. 1 billion? Are you kidding us? Old lady, do you think we will obediently give you this money? A dangerous red light flashed in his eyes, and the flames behind him subtly began to rise. Crocodile stepped forward as well, with sand swirling around him. "You think you can take 1 billion from us? Show us what you can do." His voice was deep and filled with pressure. Boynies and Bora stood aside, hands on their weapons, ready for battle. Boynies coldly remarked, "Looks like you're tired of living, daring to extort us." The woman, however, remained unfazed, calmly holding her camera. "No money?" Boynies sneered and stepped forward. "What if we don't pay?" "No money, then no money. You can let us enter for free." The crowd was momentarily stunned by her words, their eyes filled with confusion. The Holy Lord frowned slightly, a sense of inexplicable alertness rising within him. He did not believe the old lady would be so kind. Free entry? Would you really be so kind? What kind of conspiracy is this? The Holy Lord stared at the woman and coldly asked. The woman smiled faintly, deepening the wrinkles on her face. So, will you pay the hefty entry fee or enter for free? Of course. Free, old lady. Roar. Ha ha ha. The Holy Lord casually mocked Amazon. Amazon's smile momentarily faltered but quickly returned to normal, with a hint of barely perceptible cunning in her eyes. Since you've chosen free entry, then off you go. Suddenly, two giant red lobsters appeared on either side of their ship. Caught off guard, they shot up into the sky above the sea of clouds. The Holy Lord and the others were thrown into disarray by this sudden turn of events, but quickly steadied themselves. The Holy Lord looked at the rapidly shrinking sea of clouds below, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Is this your trick, old lady? Trying to throw us somewhere unknown? Crocodile crossed his arms over his chest, sand forming a protective shield around his body to prevent being thrown off by the lobsters. No matter what she intended, they would make her pay the price once they returned. Boines and Bora tightly clutched the ship's railing, their eyes warily scanning their surroundings. Boines shouted, "Everyone be careful. These lobsters are too fast. We don't know where they will take us." The two giant red lobsters darted through the sea of clouds like lightning, the surrounding clouds swirling chaotically due to the currents they stirred up. Gradually, a massive floating island appeared ahead, shimmering with light, seemingly adorned with unusual structures. The lobsters sped toward the floating island, suddenly accelerating as they neared the island's edge, then violently flicked their tails, sending the ship flying toward the island. "You little bastards! Watch me kill you!" "Ugh!" Crocodile roared. The two red lobsters vanished in the white sea in the blink of an eye. The crowd jumped off the ship and looked around, only to find the scenery on the island dreamlike. There were dense golden woods, the leaves making crisp sounds in the gentle breeze, as if playing a mysterious melody. There were also various strange flowers emitting colorful glows, their fragrance enveloping the air, and making one feel a bit dizzy. "Where is this place? It doesn't look like the city of heaven we're supposed to go to," Bora frowned and said. The Holy Lord's expression turned serious. "No matter where this is. We need to clarify the situation first. Everyone stay close. This place may hide dangers. Why does this place feel like a small island on the sea?" The crowd scanned around, nodding in agreement. "Let's go. Let's check it out." Bora led the way, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, cautiously observing the surroundings. Suddenly, tot-tot-tot, a series of urgent and heavy footsteps broke the previously tranquil atmosphere. The sound of footsteps came closer like dense drumbeats. As the footsteps grew clearer, dozens of figures appeared before the crowd like phantoms. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a group of wild men. They were agile and quick like leopards in the mountains. These Sandian people wore unique attire, adorned in colorful but slightly tattered battle armor. The colors of the armor intertwined, forming various wonderful patterns and designs, giving an ancient and mysterious feeling. Moreover, they had mysterious totems painted on their faces, resembling spells that seemed to contain some unknown significance. From the eyes of the Sandian people, one could clearly sense their vigilance and hostility. Their gazes were fixed tightly on the people before them, as if ready to launch an attack at any moment. The weapons they held were diverse. Some wielded extremely sharp spears, their tips glinting ominously in the sunlight. Others swung curved long knives that whistled through the air, and some Sandian people held staves embedded with strange shells, which emitted a faint glow, arousing curiosity. Bola tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, leaning slightly forward, ready for battle. "Who are you? Why are you blocking our way?" His voice was deep and authoritative, echoing in the air. The Shandians did not respond, merely staring at them silently, the atmosphere tense enough to hear a heartbeat. The Holy Master pointed at the other party. "What are these idiots saying?" Crocodile looked equally confused. He didn't understand anything, just as everyone was puzzled. A young figure rushed towards them. He was agile and fast, and as he got closer, they realized he was a Shandian boy. The boy had dark skin and a lively spark in his eyes that was different from the other Shandians. He urgently stopped between the two groups, arms outstretched, speaking a series of incomprehensible words, seeming to be trying to prevent an impending conflict. Upon seeing the boy, several other Shandians shouted in dissatisfaction, seemingly scolding his actions. But the boy did not back down. Instead, he spoke even more passionately, occasionally pointing at the crowd. After a while, an older Shandian stepped forward. His expression was serious, and after a few exchanges with the boy, his gaze towards the crowd changed slightly. It seemed this little guy might be there to mediate. Crocodile whispered, "Looks like you chose the dumbest way." The Holy Master remained calm, waiting for the other side's response. Upon hearing the Holy Master's words, the Shandians were momentarily stunned, and then the atmosphere instantly became tense. Those Shandians who were previously just cautious now had anger and determination in their eyes, gripping their weapons tighter, ready to strike. The older Shandian stepped forward, his eyes blazing with fury, and shouted in the common language, "Outsiders, you are too arrogant. We Shandians will never submit to invaders, even at the cost of our lives." His voice echoed in the air, filled with immense authority and resolve. Bola quickly looked at the Holy Master, lowering his voice. "Holy Master, this isn't good." Crocodile was beginning to reflect on whether it was right to follow the Holy Master. The Holy Master shook his head. "Anyway, our goal is to take this place. Let's shorten the time costs." The Holy Master's words left Bola momentarily speechless, while Crocodile clenched his teeth in frustration. He thought occupying a place would take years of deep engagement. But the Holy Master's straightforward approach made the situation incredibly tricky. At that moment, a low roar erupted from the Shandians, the sound of their battle horn. Young Shandian warriors surged forward, their eyes filled with no fear. Their skin shimmered with a bronze sheen under the sun, muscles taut like a coiled leopard ready to pounce. The Holy Master, however, remained unfazed, slightly raising his hand, and the team behind him fell silent. "It seems you have chosen the most foolish way." The Holy Master's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. "The foolish ones are you invaders." The older Shandian retorted, his spear pointing at the Holy Master, the tip glinting ominously in the sunlight. The battle was about to erupt. The Shandians surged forward like a roaring tide, charging at the Holy Master and his group. In an instant, the sounds of shouting, footsteps, and clashing weapons filled the air. Just as the situation was critical, Crocodile moved first. His right hand transformed into an enormous desert sword, shining brightly. With a swing of his arm, the massive sword swept forward with a fierce momentum, crashing into the leading Shandians. In an instant, a storm of yellow sand erupted, forming a sandstorm. Those unfortunate enough to be struck by the sword were sent flying by an irresistible force, tracing arcs in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. However, despite suffering such a heavy blow, they quickly got back up without hesitation, charging at the Holy Master again. Meanwhile, Bola, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed her thorn fruit abilities. She waved her hands gently, and countless sharp thorns erupted from the ground, snaking towards the charging Shandians like venomous snakes. Bonus quickly engaged in battle. His quick slice fruit ability was formidable, and he wielded it with great skill. Anyone who got close would be injured by the blades that manifested from his body. Crocodile's side was overwhelmingly dominant. For the Shandians, it was a dimensional strike. At this moment, even Enel would take a beating. Seeing the situation turn dire, the Shandians shouted to their kin around them, "Withdraw." On this chaotic battlefield, while the Shandians were brave and fearless, facing such a strong and numerous enemy made their resistance increasingly difficult. They fought while retreating, wounded and bloodied, yet their eyes still burned with an indomitable flame. Just as the Holy Master was about to attack, a young Shandian girl stepped forward. She stood before the Holy Master, her eyes filled with anger and defiance. "You demon, you will be punished by the gods." The girl shouted loudly. The Holy Master laughed, finding the girl's courage somewhat ridiculous. "Hoping for the gods? That's no better than hoping for me." The demon roared. "Ha ha!" The Holy Master swiftly captured the girl, and the Shandians bared their teeth in anger at the sight, but dared not act rashly. Their eyes reflected a hint of regret as they turned away without hesitation. In the Shandian tribe, the atmosphere was heavy and sorrowful. The pained groans of the injured echoed in the air, with relatives surrounding them, their eyes filled with worry and anger. The tribe leaders urgently discussed countermeasures. They understood that confronting the Holy Master and his allies could not rely solely on passion, but also needed wisdom and strategy. An elder leader slowly spoke, "We must find allies or discover their weaknesses. Otherwise, our homeland will be completely lost." The others nodded in agreement. "Then, only that group will do. But we've always been at odds with them, right? But now the situation is that those outsiders want to occupy the entire Sky Island." A group of people began to chatter. The elder looked gravely at everyone, his weathered face revealing a trace of anxiety and helplessness. After a moment of silence, he finally slowly opened his mouth. Although his voice was somewhat deep, it clearly reached everyone's ears. "Stop. There is no other way now. You must go seek the help of the Sky Islanders." At this point, he paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding people who appeared somewhat panicked, and then he sighed heavily and said, "We really cannot hold them off any longer. If this continues, the consequences will be unimaginable." Despite their reluctance, the Shandians sent out a small team of brave warriors to head towards the Sky Islanders' dwelling. They knew that this might be their only hope for saving their homeland. Along the way, they traversed dense forests and crossed steep valleys, feeling both anxious and determined. After all, they had been in a deadly feud with the Sky Islanders for hundreds of years, not knowing how many lives have been lost on both sides. The team hurried through the dense forest, the ground beneath them slightly desolate due to years of conflict. Team leader Eric tightly gripped his weapon, his eyes revealing a complex expression. The expressions of the team members beside him were serious, all too aware of the difficulties and awkwardness of the mission. "Captain, do you think the Sky Islanders will really help us?" A young team member couldn't help but ask, his voice trembling slightly. Eric paused for a moment, then slowly replied, "I don't know, but we have no other choice." After several hours of arduous trekking, they finally approached the territory of the Sky Islanders. Before them, a gigantic island floating in the air appeared faintly, exuding a mysterious aura. The rope bridge leading to the Sky Island swayed gently in the breeze, as if it were a fragile link connecting two hostile worlds. Eric took a deep breath and stepped onto the rope bridge first. The team members followed closely behind, each step taken with caution, as if a slight misstep would plunge them into an endless abyss. The moment they set foot on the Sky Island, a group of Sky Islanders quickly surrounded them, their weapons glinting ominously. "What do you want, Shandians?" The Sky Islander leader, Carlo, shouted angrily, his eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. Eric lowered his weapon, stepped forward, and respectfully said, "Carlo, our homeland is facing an unprecedented crisis. We come to request your help." Carlo sneered, "Help? Have Ashandians ever considered how deep our hatred has run for hundreds of years? Now that you are in trouble, you come to us? Isn't that laughable?" Eric lowered his head, shame evident on his face. "The enemy is too strong. If we don't join forces, this land will be destroyed. After all, you wouldn't want the Sky Island to be occupied, would you?" A murmur of noisy discussions arose among the Sky Islanders. With some shouting, "We can't trust them. The Shandians are treacherous. There must be a conspiracy." Carlo raised his hand to signal for silence, his gaze fixed on Eric's eyes, trying to find a hint of sincerity. "If we help you, what benefits will we gain?" Carlo asked. Eric pondered for a moment and replied, "Once we successfully repel the enemy, we Shandians are willing to share the resources of this land with the Sky Islanders and forever lay down our hatred, living in peace." Carlo fell into deep thought. He knew that although the hatred between the Shandians and the Sky Islanders had lasted for a long time, the current crisis was indeed not to be underestimated. If the enemy really occupied this land, the Sky Islanders would also find it hard to remain unscathed. "Wait, I need to report to the god, Lord GuNing." Carlo turned and walked towards the towering temple deep within the Sky Island, while Eric and the Shandian warriors anxiously waited in place. The gazes of the Sky Islanders felt like needles in their backs, but they could only endure in silence, as this was their last hope. Inside the temple, Carlo respectfully conveyed the intentions of the Shandians and the current dire situation to Lord GuNing. GuNing sat on a large divine throne, his eyes deep and serious, his long black and white beard slightly trembling as he contemplated this sudden choice. "Carlo, do you think the Shandians can be trusted?" Hundreds of years of hatred are not easily set aside. GuNing's voice was low and dignified, echoing in the vast temple. Carlo answered honestly, "My lord, I cannot be certain, but they speak earnestly, and if the enemy truly occupies that land, we Sky Islanders will also fall into danger." From their eyes, I seem to see a hint of sincerity. GuNing stood up and began to pace slowly. This is a gamble. And what is at stake is not only our enmity with the Shandians, but also the fate of the entire Sky Island and the land below. After a long while, he finally raised his head and summoned all the elders and priests of the Sky Island. We must discuss this matter together. In the conference hall of the Sky Island, the elders and priests debated fiercely. One side insisted that they must never cooperate with the Shandians, fearing it was a trap. Once they invited the wolf into the house, the Sky Island would be doomed. The other side felt that cooperation could be considered, as everyone understood the principle of mutual dependence. Eric waited outside, anxious and restless, looking at the floating clouds in the sky, silently praying that the Sky Islanders would agree. Time passed second by second. Each moment felt like torture. Finally, Carlo emerged from the conference hall, his expression serious and solemn. "Eric, Lord GuNing has decided to meet with you Shandians for a detailed discussion. But before that, you must surrender your weapons as a sign of sincerity." Eric's heart sank. He knew this was a difficult decision, but for the sake of his homeland, he gritted his teeth and signaled for his team members to put down their weapons. The Sky Islanders stepped forward to collect their weapons and then led them to the temple. In the temple, GuNing first sat on the divine throne, looking down at Eric and the others. "Shandians, you say the enemy is incredibly powerful. Do you know their origins and strength?" Eric thought for a moment and replied, "Most likely the Qing Islanders. Their abilities are diverse, and they do not use shell powers." GuNing frowned slightly. "That complicates matters. It seems their ambitions are not small." Subsequently, GuNing decided to send an elite force from the Sky Island to investigate the enemy situation. Eric requested to accompany them, and Carlo looked at him. "You have no weapons. You would just be a burden." Eric replied firmly, "I am familiar with the terrain of that land. I can guide you, and I must see the enemy with my own eyes to avenge my people, especially since my sister is still in their hands." GuNing ultimately nodded in agreement. Thus, the elite force of the Sky Island's guard team set off with Eric, quietly approaching the camp of the Holy Lord and others. They hid in the dense woods, observing every move of the enemy. Crocodile and the Holy Lord quickly noticed these little mice. However, they did not pay them any mind, as it was lunchtime. They were already hungry and had just hunted some local prey nearby to taste. They didn't want to waste time fighting with them. Eric peered through the gaps in the trees, closely watching the hundreds of enemies preparing lunch, filled with anger and confusion. These people seemed quite relaxed, but they could not let their guard down. The captain of the Sky Island's guard team whispered. Eric silently nodded, his gaze never leaving the enemies. Suddenly, he seemed to catch a glimpse of his sister's figure flashing past in a corner of the camp, and his heart tightened, nearly causing him to rush out. The guard beside him timely pulled him back, signaling him not to act impulsively. Crocodile raised his head and glanced in the direction of the trees where Eric and the others were hiding, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. "A bunch of hiding guys. We'll treat you well after we finish our meal." Meanwhile, Eric and the others were completely oblivious that their movements had already been detected. Carlo spoke in a serious tone. "This situation is not good. We should retreat." His companions agreed. "Indeed, given the current situation, we can't take them down for now. After all, they have too many people." Another person added, "In my opinion, we should quickly return and report the situation to Lord GuNing, requesting him to send reinforcements." Just as they were discussing their departure, a sudden voice rang out without warning. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Don't you plan to eat something before heading out?" The sudden words were like a thunderclap, startling the two men, and a chill rose in their hearts. Eric and the others instantly became alert, quickly scanning the surroundings for the source of the voice. They saw a crocodile slowly emerging from the shadows of the trees with Bonus and Bora, his tall figure appearing particularly ominous under the mottled sunlight. Carlo stammered, "WH. When?" Crocodile let out a low, mocking laugh. "With your little skills at hiding, you think you can fool me? From the moment you stepped into this area, you were already under my control. You invaders, Leave Sky Island. Eric shouted in anger. Oh, isn't this the wild man who just fled in panic? I didn't notice you until now, Crocodile sneered. As soon as Crocodile finished speaking, Bonus and Bora dashed forward like phantoms. Bonus, agile and strong, transformed his palm into a long knife and instantly closed in on Eric, the knife glinting coldly as it stabbed toward him. Although Eric was startled, he remained composed, sidestepping while swinging his hand to unleash a strike toward Bonus. Bonus frowned slightly, slashing his hand to split the shockwave in two. However, Bora had already circled around from the side. The thorns in her hand moved like a venomous snake, coiling around Eric's shockwave and pulling it away. Seeing this, Carlo shouted and charged at Bora with his sword, trying to create an opening for Eric. But Crocodile lightly raised his hand, and the yellow sand on the ground surged up, forming several enormous hands of sand that reached for Carlo. Quick on his feet, Carlo rolled to avoid Crocodile's attack. At that moment, Bonus took advantage of Eric being restrained by Bora, turned, and kicked Eric in the abdomen. Eric couldn't dodge in time and was struck hard, flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. You're too weak, Crocodile said, slowly walking over with a look of disdain in his eyes. His subordinates gradually closed in, trapping Eric and the others in the middle. Eric struggled to stand up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and glared at Crocodile. Don't be so smug. Lord Ganfoer will not let you off. Oh, then don't let me off, the master replied mockingly. He had already figured out the power level of this place. It could be said that any small but well-known figure from the Grand Line could dominate this area. The master's taunts only fueled Eric's anger further as he tightly gripped the shockwave shell. Although his body still throbbed with pain, there was no sign of retreat in his eyes. Do you think you can dominate this sky? Your evil deeds will eventually be punished. The master shrugged indifferently. Punished? In this sea, only the strong can decide the rules. And you, clearly, are not qualified. He turned to look at his increasingly surrounding subordinates, commanding them to capture everyone and ask about the layout of Sky Island. During their conversation, Carlo was also captured by Bonus. The master glanced at the two and said, All right, it's time to take this place. Otherwise, it would be too easy. The master's figure appeared particularly arrogant in the sea breeze, each step seeming to carry a contempt for the sky. Eric was firmly held by Bonus's strong arms but still glared at the master with furious eyes, as if his gaze could turn into a tangible blade and pierce through the enemy before him. Carlo struggled beside him, shouting, Master, you won't succeed. The people of Sky Island will not submit to your tyranny. The master disdainfully glanced at him and said, Not submit? Then I will completely crush their resistance. After a moment, time seemed to freeze, and silence enveloped the entire Sky Island town. Sunlight spilled onto the ancient stone road, casting mottled shadows. The master and his group stood quietly, their eyes calmly fixed ahead. A group of Sky Island priests, dressed in magnificent ceremonial robes and holding unknown ability shells, stood ready to face the impending fierce battle. These priests had solemn expressions, their eyes sharp and determined, all holding a resolve to fight to the death. The wind blew, making the priest's garments flutter. Ganfoer stood at the forefront, riding a pink-spotted Pegasus. His figure looked majestic and solemn under the sunlight. Can this horse be eaten? The master looked curiously at the pink horse beneath Ganfoer's saddle. No way. With so many spots, it might be sick, Crocodile pondered for a moment. Bonus nodded in agreement, suggesting that perhaps it had mutated from what it ate. Bora chimed in. What a horse, it can't be eaten, it's probably not worth much. Hearing the master's and others' derogatory remarks about his Pegasus, Ganfoer's eyes widened in anger, and he slammed his staff heavily on the ground, creating a dull thud. You group of villains, not only do you attempt to invade Sky Island, but you also dare to speak disrespectfully of the steed of the gods. Eric and Carlo listened to this absurd conversation, feeling both angered and amused. They had originally thought a life-and-death battle was about to unfold, but unexpectedly, they were thrown off rhythm by the master and others' nonsensical topic. Stop barking. You are but 1,000 men and dare to come and stop us. I must say, your courage is commendable, the master scoffed, mocking Ganfoer. You are only a little over 300 men. I will make you know that we Sky Islanders are invincible. Ganfoer boldly retorted. The master burst into laughter, filled with disdain and arrogance. Invincible? What a joke. On this sea, strength is the only truth, and you clearly do not understand. Eric and Carlo exchanged glances, fully aware of the master's power and cruelty. I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'll just beat you until you know the pain. Crocodile, here. Bonus, at your service. Bora, here. The master grinned broadly. Kill. Kill until no one dares to claim to be a god. At your command, master. 3. With the Lord's command, Crocodile took the lead. He swung his arms, and large amounts of yellow sand surged from the ground, sweeping towards the people of the sky island like a raging sand wave. Within that yellow sand seemed to hide endless malice. Wherever it went, houses were eroded, and the ground was covered. The residents of the sky island looked on in terror at this sudden sandstorm, many of them being swept into it, with coughing and shouting echoing everywhere. Ganfer's eyes widened in anger, his face flushed red, and he opened his mouth, using all his strength to shout. Impact wave, hit them hard. Crush this group of sea dwellers. With this roar, it seemed as if the entire space trembled. Immediately after, Ganfer waved his arms again and shouted, with all your might, go all out. Leave no reservation. At that moment, he resembled an angry lion. Boras quickly used thorns to conjure a wall, instantly blocking the shockwave rushing towards the members of the Baroque works. The Lord directly unleashed a fire dragon to evaporate the incoming shockwave. Crocodile even sent a sandstorm with the shockwave back at them. In that moment of collision, the sky above the sky island seemed to be filled with endless power, with light and flames intertwining, shockwaves and sandstorms colliding. Ganfer watched as the Lord and others effortlessly neutralized the impact wave's attack, and his heart sank. Bonus blinked and rushed into the crowd of priests, taking down one small child at a time. Suddenly, Crocodile flashed and appeared beside Ganfer like a ghost. His cold, merciless eyes fixed on Ganfer. Without hesitation, Crocodile swung the desert blade, transformed from his golden hook, cutting fiercely toward Ganfer. The force was tremendous, howling like a landslide. Wherever it passed, it emitted a sharp, piercing sound. Ganfer looked at this scene in horror, his body unresponsive as he was directly sent flying, his life unknown. Lord God, 10086. Many brave residents watching gasped. In their hearts, the Lord God was invincible, so they had no thoughts of fleeing. Now, their Lord God had been struck and sent flying by a sand player, his life unknown. As Ganfer was knocked away, the previously unbreakable faith of the Sky Island residents instantly cracked. Panic spread among the crowd like a plague. Children cried out in fear, women clung tightly to each other, and men gripped their rudimentary weapons. Although their hands trembled slightly, their eyes still held a trace of unwillingness. Bonus was slaughtering among the priests, each swing of his arm bringing blood and screams. Crocodile instantly moved to Ganfer's side and lifted him with one hand. Wake up! Crocodile looked at the god of the sky island before him. The moment he swung the desert blade, he sensed the other's strength and held back. Otherwise, one strike would have drained 70% of his body's water. It would have meant a fatal blow. But Ganfer's eyes were tightly closed, his complexion as pale as paper, with no reaction. Hey, is he really that weak? In just a short time, the members of Baroque Works had subdued 3 to 5 Sky Island soldiers each. The Lord swaggered over, glancing around. Tie them all up and take them to our base. Let's see if there's anything good. Inside the divine palace, the Lord sat high on the divine throne, looking down at the kneeling Ganfer and others. The atmosphere in the palace was stifling. The Lord sat leisurely on the throne, his high and mighty posture as if he were the ruler of this land. With an arrogant gaze, he coldly looked down at the kneeling Ganfer and others, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer, seemingly enjoying this moment of victory. So refreshing. This is so satisfying. That guy, Jackie Chan, is nothing compared to this. The Lord felt an immense sense of satisfaction in his heart. Ganfer was filled with unwillingness as he tried to muster his strength to break free from this predicament, but his body would not obey. Eric and Carlo's eyes widened in anger, glaring at the Lord, their hearts burning with the fire of revenge. Eric clenched his teeth, his cheeks puffed up with rage. and he lowered his voice, squeezing out a sentence through gritted teeth. Lord, don't get too carried away. We definitely won't just sit back and wait for death. Their eyes, filled with hatred and unwillingness, seemed like they wanted to swallow the Lord alive. Carlo, standing beside him, appeared somewhat calmer, but he also nodded, slightly in agreement with Eric's words. At this moment, the Lord slowly spoke. Since that's the case, I will give you two choices. Think carefully. With that, the Lord shifted his gaze to GuNing and the others who were kneeling below. The faces of these individuals were filled with curiosity and tension as they quietly awaited what the Lord would say next. The Lord's mouth curled slightly upwards, revealing a cruel smile, and then, in an undeniable tone, he said, First, you can choose to submit to me. I will spare your lives and let you continue to live. What do you think? Isn't this condition nice? After speaking, the Lord's sharp eyes swept over everyone, as if trying to see through their innermost thoughts. GuNing, I choose too. Eric, the second one. Carlo, me too. The Lord smacked his lips. All right. The second option means I will slaughter all the people of the Sky Island clean, and then you won't be in my way. No. The three exclaimed in terror. They couldn't say for others, but this monstrous Lord might actually do that. Upon hearing the three's terrified reversal, the Lord burst into wild laughter. What? Now you know fear? Too bad it's too late. His laughter echoed in the divine palace, like a demon's roar, sending chills down people's spines. GuNing was filled with regret and pain. He knew that his momentary impulse could bring disaster to the Sky Island. Lord, please spare the citizens of the Sky Island. We are willing to submit. His voice trembled, the former authority long gone, leaving only a humble plea for his people. Eric and Carlo also lowered their heads, filled with unwillingness and self-blame. But they could not bear the consequences of a bloodbath on the Sky Island. At that moment, the Lord, sitting on the divine throne, exuding an aura of authority, slowly stood up. His movements seemed slow, but carried an irresistible sense of power. As he rose, everyone's gaze involuntarily focused on him. Then, the Lord began to step down from the divine throne, his steps unusually steady and powerful, each step seeming to cause a slight tremor in the ground. Every step felt as if it was directly treading on the hearts of those present, causing their hearts to race and their breaths to quicken. Finally, the Lord stopped at a level position with everyone else. He glanced around at the crowd and said, Since that's the case, I will give you all an opportunity. But remember, do not let me down with my earnest expectations. As soon as he finished speaking, the Lord waved his hand and loudly commanded, Immediately gather all the people from the Sky Island and the Shandians here. Today I, the Lord, will officially announce in front of everyone that I will rule the entire Sky Island starting from now. After saying this, the Lord stretched out his broad arms, pointing towards the tall and magnificent doors of the temple and the entire Sky Island. GuNing and Eric gritted their teeth, bowed their heads, and complied, Yes, Lord. You will be grateful for today's choice. The Lord patted GuNing on the shoulder. GuNing and Eric slowly raised their heads, their eyes filled with deep helplessness. For the safety of the Sky Island's people, they had to temporarily submit to the Lord's tyranny. Under the Lord's arrogant gaze, they turned and walked out of the temple to gather all the people from the Sky Island and the Shandians. The streets of the Sky Island were filled with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere, and as people heard they were being summoned, a sense of foreboding rose in their hearts. However, under the persuasion of GuNing and Eric, they still made their way towards the temple one after another. On the Shandian side, although there were still grievances over past conflicts with the Sky Islanders, at this moment concerning the fate of the entire Sky Island, they temporarily set aside their past disputes and went together. Soon, the square in front of the temple was filled with a dense crowd. Men, women, old and young, people from all walks of life gathered together, their faces showing fear, anger, and confusion. The Lord stood on the steps of the temple, looking down at the crowd below, with a signature smile on his face. From today on, I am the ruler of the Sky Island. The Lord's voice echoed through the square, booming like thunder in everyone's ears. Instantly, an angry whisper arose from the crowd. But under the oppressive aura of the Lord, no one dared to openly resist. The Lord nodded in satisfaction and continued, However, as long as you obey, I will also grant you certain protection. I will lead the Sky Island to new prosperity. Of course, the premise of this prosperity is your absolute obedience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 million reputation points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 million reputation points. GuNing looked at the newspaper in his hand and the Lord's bounty notice. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. This guy really knows how to cause trouble, huh? He actually managed to take Crocodile away. Quite interesting. The guy who was robbed twice by MythWukong and Hades ended up being taken down by the Lord. TSK. That a bit tragic. I hope he can hold up when he finally learns the truth. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 million reputation points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining the ability to draw from the Lord twice. Huh? Ability? Isn't it a follower? GuNing questioned the system in his mind. Host. The Lord's ability can also draw one of the 12 talismans and the 8 great masks. Are you crazy or am I crazy? How do I remember that the 8 great masks are not the Lord's? It's okay, host, now they are. GuNing, GuNing wave his hand. Draw, I want to see what abilities I can draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one of the 12 talismans, the Tiger Talisman. Just as he was surprised, the system's voice sounded again. The Tiger Talisman has the power of balance, allowing the holder's good and evil sides to be separated. When the good intentions dominate, the power is pure and has healing abilities. When the evil intentions dominate, the power is violent and has strong attack power, which the host can explore and control. GuNing dropped his jaw. Not bad. What about the ability? Host, it has already been granted. Where is it? Why can't I feel it? It's on the Lord's avatar. GuNing, Host, isn't the avatar strong equivalent to you being strong? You can share his abilities, so please don't worry. GuNing, forget it. Let's draw again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Chicken Talisman. Sky Island. The Lord, sitting on the throne, trembled slightly. It was actually the 12 talismans. After pondering for a moment, he found that he had such power, which was simply terrifying. A complex light flickered in the Lord's narrow eyes, a mix of shock at this mysterious power and wariness and curiosity about GuNing. After a while, the Lord returned to his senses and looked at Crocodile and the others standing below, saying, "Now the entire Sky Island is under our control. Our plan has successfully begun." Crocodile looked at the somewhat excited Lord and said, "My Lord, it is true that we now control the Sky Island. However, we cannot go down, which affects our actions. More importantly, the people below cannot come up, as the ascending current is rare in 10 years. The Lord's brow relaxed, and he rhythmically tapped the armrest of the throne, pondering for a moment before saying, "Crocodile, you are not wrong. This Sky Island is indeed an excellent stronghold, but its isolated state is not conducive to our further expansion of power. However, there is still a way." A sly glint flashed in the Lord's eyes. "We can first consolidate our defenses on the Sky Island and stockpile supplies. Then we will directly occupy the island below, Gaia Island, to use it as our forward base. Regarding your concerns about the Sky Islands above and below, I have a solution." After saying this, the Lord directly summoned the Chicken Talisman from his body. The Chicken Talisman floated in the air, emitting a soft glow. The Lord continued, "This is the power of the Chicken Talisman, which can grant floating ability to objects. We just need to place it on the ships, and we can freely shuttle between the Sky Island and Gaia Island using the power of this talisman." Crocodile exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell? What is this? A devil fruit ability? How did a rock eat a devil fruit?" Bonus and Bora also looked astonished. What were they seeing? A rock was quietly floating in the air. Roar. "Ha ha! This is the power of my devil sorcerer." The Lord laughed wildly while sitting on the throne. Crocodile also calmed down, thinking this is good. They now have the ability to ascend to the Sky Island. Once they occupy Gaia Island below, they will have a base that even the world government cannot breach. Bonus and Bora felt a tremor in their hearts upon hearing Crocodile's mutterings. This is even safer than Alabasta. The Lord looked at the astonished expressions of the crowd below and slowly said, "Now let's divide the areas." Hearing the Lord speak, Crocodile looked up, dividing the Sky Island into 6 areas: Z-Rat, Cho Ox, Een Tiger, Mao Rabbit, Chun Dragon, and Sea Snake. The Chun Dragon area is in the center, serving as the main region. The 5 areas of Z-Rat, Cho Ox, Een Tiger, Mao Rabbit, and Sea Snake encircle the Chun Dragon area. The 6 regions are divided into Wu Horse, Wei Goat, Shin Monkey, Yu Rooster, Su Dog, and Hai Pig, along with Gaia Island. Wu Horse is in the center, serving as the main area below. Wei Goat, Shin Monkey, Yu Rooster, Su Dog, and Hai Pig surround it. I am responsible for controlling the Chun Dragon region. Crocodile, at your service. Hee. The master looked at Crocodile, who was now a subordinate. You are responsible for the Wu Horse region. Crocodile's eyes lit up, and he responded confidently, yes, sir. Bonus, at your service. The Yin Tiger region is entrusted to you. Bonus stepped forward, yes, my master. Bala. Here, the Mao Rabbit region is now your responsibility. Manage it well. Yes, my master. The Master's strategy for regional division seems simple, but contains profound meaning. The Sky Island and Gaia Island, one above and one below, complement each other through the corresponding regional divisions established by the 12 talismans. This not only allows for efficient management and governance, but also forms a close collaboration in defense and resource allocation. The Chun Dragon region on the Sky Island will serve as the core area of the entire Sky Island. The Wu Horse region on Gaia Island, which Crocodile is in charge of, is planned as a strategic stronghold with equal emphasis on economy and military. He intends to utilize Gaia Island's abundant natural resources to establish large factories and trade ports. The factories will focus on producing various advanced weapons and equipment, ranging from razor-sharp swords to powerful cannons and sturdy ships suitable for naval battles. Coupled with the unique magical shells found on the Sky Island, they will possess a unique supply source in this world. The trade port will attract merchants from all over the seas, allowing for trade exchanges that accumulate vast wealth, providing a solid economic foundation for the Master's underground empire. At the same time, Crocodile will also form an elite force under the Master's command in the Wu Horse region to safeguard the area's security and expand and conquer the surrounding seas when necessary. Bonus's Yin Tiger region is located in the northeast of the Sky Island. The terrain here is treacherous, with steep peaks and bottomless canyons. After all, this area belongs to Apaya. Bonus plans to transform it into a military training base, utilizing the natural terrain advantages to set up various obstacles and traps. Training batches of brave and fearless soldiers skilled in mountain warfare. Deep within the Yin Tiger region, a secret prison will be established to hold those who dare to resist the Master's rule, as well as individuals with special abilities or knowledge captured from various places. Through intimidation and inducement, they will be made to serve the master or provide valuable intelligence. Bola's Mao Rabbit region is in the southeast of the Sky Island, characterized by a mild climate and beautiful scenery, rich in animal and plant resources. Bola intends to build the Mao Rabbit region into an agricultural and logistical supply center. Large areas of land will be cultivated into farmland to grow various food crops and rare herbs to meet the food needs of the Sky Island's residents and army. Additionally, local residents will be recruited to cultivate and raise shells. At the same time, a comprehensive storage and transportation system will be established here to store and allocate various supplies, ensuring timely resupply to all regions in times of war or emergencies. With the regional divisions confirmed, everyone began their respective tasks, embarking on intense construction and preparation work. After all, the issue of the indigenous people of the Sky Island needs to be resolved first. A month later, the master ship, originally built by Crocodile. The Master Army, original members of the Baroque works. Crocodile and hundreds of core members of the Master Army stood on the master's ship, their gazes resolute as if they were about to join a party. The master looked at everyone. Go, take Gaia Island, and we can focus on developing our power. It will be time for the world to hear our voice. Yes, master. 389. At the master's command, the sails of the master's ship filled with wind, and the chicken talisman attached to the ship sped toward Gaia Island like an arrow. The members of the Master Army on the ship were eager, their eyes filled with excitement and determination. Crocodile stood at the bow, the sea breeze whipping across his face, his mind racing with thoughts. Just a month of change. It's truly incredible. After a while, the ship floated directly above Gaia Island. Many pirates looked up at the ship in the sky, their eyes filled with greed. They did not know why the ship floated in the air, only that it must have secrets. After all, Gaia Island is a pirate gathering place, and the pirates below began to stir. Although they were wary of the suddenly appearing airborne ship, greed ultimately drove many of them to approach. Crocodile looked down at the disorganized crowd, a cold smile of disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth. He knew that these pirates were nothing but a loose collection of individuals, fighting without discipline or organization. However, he would not underestimate any potential threat. After all, as a pirate stronghold, Gaia Island could harbor hidden powerful figures. Thus, he ordered the Master Army to be on high alert and prepare for an aerial attack. Prepare the impact shells. With Crocodile's order, the soldiers of the Master Army quickly sprang into action, carrying out the impact shells from the ship's hold and skillfully installing them on specialized launch devices. After a month of familiarity, they were now able to apply them successfully in various situations, including on cannons. The pirates saw the Master Army fiddling with those strange devices on the ship. Although they did not understand, they could sense a dangerous aura approaching. Some of the more timid among them began to hesitate, unconsciously slowing their steps, but many others, blinded by greed, continued to surge forward, shouting various provocative words. Crocodile stood at the bow, coldly watching the approaching pirate group below. Wash them out with the shockwave. With Crocodile's command, the Master Army activated the impact shell devices, and the shells mounted on the cannons exploded with powerful energy. Waves of dazzling shockwaves surged toward the pirate group below, uprooting the ground and sending the pirates flying like fragile ants. Those who had been shouting provocations were instantly intimidated by the shockwave's power, their arrogant demeanor vanishing without a trace, replaced by fear and despair. Some pirates who were closer did not even have time to scream before being violently shaken, blood flowing from their orifices, their bodies twisted and deformed. However, among the pirates, there were also some tough characters. After the initial panic, they quickly calmed down and began to organize a counterattack. A tall pirate leader, wielding a giant spike club, stepped forward, smashing the club into the ground, raising a cloud of dust, while shouting for his men to spread out and not cluster together to reduce the impact wave's damage. The dispersed pirates began to display their unique skills. Some pirates, relying on their agile skills, swiftly darted through the gaps of the shockwave, trying to find an opportunity to attack the Holy Master ship. Others drew their bows from behind and shot arrows. Although these arrows seemed somewhat insignificant in the face of the shockwave's immense power, they still caused some damage to the ship. Crocodile observed the pirates' counterattack, a slight smirk of disdain appearing at the corners of his mouth. He waved his hands, manipulating the surrounding sand to quickly coalesce into sand curtains, blocking the incoming arrows. At the same time, he shouted to the Holy Master Army, "Adjust the angle of the shock cannon and concentrate fire on those scattered pirates. Don't let them attack." The Holy Master Army quickly adjusted the launch angle of the shock cannon according to Crocodile's instructions, focusing their fire more accurately on the pirates attempting to approach. A new round of shock waves was fired once again. This time, the power of the shock cannon was maximized, with powerful energy waves shaking the air and producing deafening roars. Under the continuous assault of the shock waves, the casualties among the pirates continued to rise. Seeing the situation was about right, Crocodile directly ordered the crew to land the ship. He loudly shouted at the greedy pirates before him, "Now, everyone listen up. Resist and die, surrender and live." Crocodile's voice was like thunder in a sandstorm, rolling across the sea, making every pirate hear him clearly. Those pirates who had still hoped to resist began to waver upon seeing their comrades suffer heavy casualties from the shock cannon's attacks and hearing Crocodile's scolding. Some timid pirates immediately dropped their weapons and raised their hands to surrender. They knew that surviving in this vast ocean was the most important thing, and this man before them was clearly not someone they could contend with. Crocodile sneered at this scene. This was the reason for his shockwave cleansing. Creating a psychological shadow over them would make it easier to manage these people. However, there were still some fierce pirates who were either too passionate about freedom or overly confident in their own strength, unwilling to easily submit. Hearing Crocodile's words, they turned and fled into the distance. Crocodile watched the backs of those fierce pirates escaping, a disdainful smile forming on his lips. He slightly raised his hand, and yellow sand quickly gathered in his palm, coiling like a nimble snake. "Want to run? Not so easy," he murmured to himself before suddenly flicking his hand. The yellow sand shooting like an arrow towards the direction the pirates were fleeing. The yellow sand rapidly expanded in midair, transforming into a massive sand net that covered the sky and descended upon the pirates. The pirates felt the darkness descend before being tightly bound by the sand net. Unable to move, they struggled desperately, but only sank deeper as if caught in an endless whirlpool of sand. Crocodile walked steadily and slowly towards the captured pirates, his figure tall and imposing, each step seemingly causing the ground to tremble. An invisible pressure surged from him like a tide, spreading outward and making it difficult for those nearby to breathe and causing their hearts to race. Those who had previously harbored any hope now finally saw the face of the one approaching them. Their eyes widened in terror and despair. For the man standing before them was none other than the infamous former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, the terrifying existence that had once made countless pirates tremble in fear. In an instant, all their hearts sank into an abyss, the last shred of hope extinguished like a candle in the wind. Fear enveloped everyone as they realized the dreadful opponent they faced. Escaping and resisting seemed futile. The shadow of death gradually closed in, tightly surrounding them. After a while, a member of the Holy Master Army entered the cabin and asked Crocodile, "Captain, how should we deal with these captives?" Crocodile's cold gaze swept over the pirates, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. At this moment, the surrendered pirates trembled at the sight, their fear of Crocodile deepening. First, lock them up and assign guards. When the time comes, let them participate in the reconstruction of Gaia Island. Following that, Crocodile led the Holy Master Army to begin a comprehensive takeover of Gaia Island. They first inspected and repaired the buildings and facilities on the island, restoring areas damaged by the pirates to make them usable again. In terms of personnel management, Crocodile established a strict management system. He categorized the island's residents and surrendered pirates. For those with skills who were willing to serve the Holy Master Army, he offered them certain positions and benefits, allowing them to participate in the construction of Gaia Island. For those stubborn ones who attempted to resist, they were imprisoned for ideological reform or used as labor. Then, based on the Holy Master's directives, he divided the area into 6 districts, building the Noon Horse area right in the center of Gaia Island. The remaining areas would await takeover by other officials. The Holy Master had already ordered him to recruit talents extensively. Everything was progressing vigorously. On an island in a new world, a fierce battle was raging on a vast and boundless ocean. This island was surrounded by roaring waves, seemingly isolated from the world. However, in this seemingly tranquil place, a brutal and intense battle was unfolding. The sounds of shouting, clashing weapons, and painful screams intertwined, echoing throughout the island. Navy soldiers fought like crazed beasts, with blood staining the ground beneath their feet, and the air thick with the smell of blood. Their opponent was the notorious pirate of the New World, Red Count, Baroque Redfield, nicknamed the Solitary Red. This formidable figure in the New World moved like a ghost across the battlefield. With every strike he made, a powerful wave of force accompanied him, sending Navy soldiers flying. Steelbone Kong's gaze was like a hawk, closely watching every move of the Red Count. He knew that this battle would be a grueling and extraordinary fight. "Soldiers, hold your ground. Justice will prevail over evil." Steelbone Kong shouted loudly, his voice booming across the battlefield, greatly encouraging the soldiers. The Navy soldiers shouted in unison, rallying themselves to charge towards the Red Count. They waved their weapons, the flashes of blades shimmering in the sunlight. A brave soldier was the first to rush in front of the Red Count, raising his long sword high and bringing it down with force. The Red Count merely sidestepped lightly, evading the fierce strike, then swung his hand back, sending a red energy wave towards the soldier. Steelbone Kong quickly extended his arm, which hardened into steel in an instant, blocking the deadly blow. The energy wave struck Steelbone Kong's arm, sparking a flurry of flames. "Red Count, your evil deeds will end here today." Steelbone Kong roared, pushing off with his legs and launching himself at the Red Count like a cannonball. He clenched his fist, creating a howling wind as he swung it towards the Red Count's head. The Red Count's lips curled slightly in a smirk as he calmly raised his arm to clash with GuNing's fist. In an instant, a powerful shockwave radiated outward from their point of contact, causing the surrounding soldiers to stagger and lose their balance. The battlefield echoed with the sounds of battle cries. The Navy soldiers coordinated with each other. Some held back the enemy, while others looked for opportunities to attack. However, the Red Count's strength was overwhelming. He moved effortlessly through the crowd, continuously delivering heavy blows to the Navy. One soldier was struck in the chest by the Red Count, spitting blood as he fell to the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Nevertheless, his comrades did not panic. They quickly dragged their injured friend to the rear and continued to fight. The battle between GuNing and the Red Count reached a fever pitch. GuNing unleashed his ultimate move, the Sky Split Fist, with white energy swirling around his fist as he pounded towards the Red Count. The Red Count, with his extraordinary observation hockey, moved gracefully, leaving behind afterimages in the air as he skillfully dodged GuNing's attacks. At the same time, he began to counterattack, using the Navy Six styles to kick out sharp wind blades towards GuNing and the Navy soldiers. GuNing let out a loud roar, unleashing his domineering aura, forming a layer of pitch-black armor that blocked the wind blades. However, some soldiers were unable to dodge in time and were slashed by the wind blades, with deep wounds exposing bone. Despite this, they gritted their teeth and persevered, defending the dignity of the Navy with their lives. GuNing caught sight of this and gritted his teeth, roaring, "Red Count, I will definitely capture you and make you repent in prison for the rest of your life." As the battle continued, the terrain of the island was left in ruins. The originally dense forest was burned to ashes, and the ground was pocked with large craters. Blood stained the earth, forming small streams. In this brutal fight, the Navy paid a heavy price. GuNing realized that this could not go on any longer. The long battle had resulted in the deaths of many elite Navy soldiers. He had been fighting the Red Count for an unknown amount of time, only aware that he had seen 6 moons. He had already instructed his soldiers to inform Garp to intercept the Red Count's escape route. GuNing took a deep breath. Although his body was exhausted, his eyes remained resolute. The battlefield was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood, the traces left by countless lost lives. The prolonged high-intensity combat had left every inch of his muscles aching, and each breath felt heavy. However, the Red Count was also not in a good state. He not only had to deal with GuNing's direct attacks, but also had to guard against the Navy's harassment. After all, they were all elite Navy soldiers, and their attack angles were extremely tricky, making it difficult for him to defend. At this moment, he was also injured, panting heavily, and already calculating his escape route in his mind. GuNing fixed his gaze on the Red Count not far away. Despite his extreme fatigue, his mind was still racing. He knew that this battle had reached a critical moment and that he could not let the Red Count escape. Otherwise, all previous sacrifices would be in vain. That's right, the pulse technique. GuNing suddenly recalled the new technique he had learned. After some time of study, he had managed to grasp some of the pulse technique. They were all practitioners of physical techniques and had their own unique insights into body development. Knowledge and application techniques of the pulse technique flashed quickly through GuNing's mind, and he realized that this might be the key to turning the tide of the battle. Although he had only grasped it at a basic level, there was no choice but to give it a shot. The so-called pulse technique is about seeing through the surface of things, using the body to feel the pulses that are everywhere, and vibrating the surrounding space's pulse through the 2 pulse gates of Xianbone and Luanquan. The Red Count seemed to sense the change in GuNing's aura. His already vigilant eyes became even more serious, and his body tensed slightly in preparation for the unknown attack that might come. GuNing slowly raised both hands, beginning to gather the power within him, guiding his breath to flow through his meridians according to the methods of the pulse technique. At first, the flow of qi was somewhat awkward, but with his focus and persistence, that power gradually became smooth. The noise of the battlefield seemed to fade away at that moment. In his world, only the gathering of his own power and the impending application of the pulse technique remained. Unable to suppress his inner unease, the Red Count decided to take the initiative. feeling the pulse, unifying the body pulse, connecting the pulse gates, and striking with the pulse. He shouted loudly, thrusting both palms forward, unleashing a white wave of pulse energy that surged towards the red count like a raging tide. Where the pulse wave passed, the ground was plowed into a deep chasm, and the smoke and blood smell along the way were instantly dispelled. The red count dared not take it head-on. He quickly dodged to the side. However, the range of the pulse wave was vast, and despite his swift speed, he was still grazed by the edge of the pulse wave. The powerful force impacted his body, worsening his already injured state. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground beneath him. What the hell is this? The red count roared angrily. His heart was filled with confusion and fear. This unknown power made him feel an unprecedented threat. GuNing did not answer. He seized the opportunity while the red count was hit by the pulse wave and rushed towards him. His figure shot across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, each step carrying immense force. The red count gritted his teeth against the pain, preparing to face GuNing's close-range attack. The two clashed once again, and GuNing unleashed a physical attack integrated with the pulse technique. Each punch and kick he threw was enhanced with pulse power, greatly increasing their potency. The red count gradually found it difficult to defend, his defenses showing signs of cracking. GuNing seized the moment and landed a heavy punch to the red count's abdomen. The red count let out a painful groan as his body flew backward. However, being a seasoned warrior, he braced himself with his hands upon landing, forcing himself to stabilize. At that moment, all that filled his mind was one thought: escape. Escape. The hidden power of GuNing was something he had never seen before. This old man had been concealing it until now, clearly determined to keep him here. A glint of resolve flashed in his eyes as he pushed off the ground with both feet, shooting off like a dark red lightning bolt in the opposite direction. Garp, seeing the red count charging recklessly from a distance, stood ready. His towering figure loomed like a massive mountain, blocking the red count's escape route. Red count, your path ends here, Garp declared, fists clenched, exuding a powerful aura. As the red count approached Garp, he suddenly changed direction, attempting to break through from the side. He executed a strange movement technique, leaving behind blurry afterimages in the air. But Cap had long been prepared. He sidestepped and threw a heavy punch toward the red count's side with a whistling sound. The red count had no choice but to take the punch head-on, and with a dull thud, he was knocked back several steps, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, GuNing had also arrived, forming a pincer attack with Cap. The red count was trapped in the middle, feeling increasingly anxious. His gaze swept quickly around, trying to find a final breakthrough. GuNing and Cap slowly approached the red count, completely subduing him. This long and intense battle finally came to an end. With the red count's complete defeat, the smoke of battle gradually dissipated. However, the aftermath of this fierce battle caused a huge stir throughout the world. When the two returned to the Navy headquarters, CP0 awaited quietly. Soon after, a solemn and dignified appointment ceremony was held in the core hall of the Navy headquarters cathedral. GuNing was appointed as the commander-in-chief of the world government's 3 armies, effective immediately. Sengoku was appointed as the admiral of the Navy under the world government, effective immediately. Borisellino was appointed as a general of the Navy under the world government, effective immediately. Sakazuki was appointed as a general of the Navy under the world government, effective immediately. Kuzan was appointed as a general of the Navy under the world government, effective immediately. This news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the world at an astonishing speed, with various reactions from people in different fields, like a calm lake being disturbed by a giant rock, stirring up waves. In a bustling tavern in a town on the Grand Line, various characters filled the place, including pirates, bounty hunters, merchants, and ordinary adventurers. When the news bird arrived with the newspapers, spreading the Navy's appointment news, the tavern instantly erupted into chaos. The Navy is about to undergo a major overhaul. With GuNing becoming the commander-in-chief, the world situation is likely to become more complex. An experienced merchant frowned and said, He knew well that changes in the Navy's senior management often affected the entire world's trade pattern. For those of them making a living at sea, this was undoubtedly a huge variable. Whoever becomes the commander-in-chief doesn't matter to me, as long as they don't interfere with my bounty hunting. A bounty hunter nonchalantly took a swig of his drink. In his view, the power changes in the Navy were merely matters between the higher-ups. He only cared whether the high bounty pirates would change their movements due to the Navy's actions, thus affecting his income. In the pirates' gathering place, reactions were even more intense. On a huge pirate ship, a group of pirates sat together, looking at the news in the newspaper, each with a serious expression. That GetsBlack is not to be trifled with. With him becoming the commander-in-chief, our days at sea are likely to be tough. A pirate captain said worriedly. He knew well the strength and prestige of GetsBlack, and the Navy under his command would surely launch a more intense crackdown on pirates. After all, GetsBlack could control the other two armies under the world government. And those three newly appointed generals, Borisolino, Sakazuki, and Kuzan, each had a notorious reputation. It seems we need to replan our routes and avoid the Navy's sharp edges as much as possible. Another pirate sighed helplessly, realizing that their originally reckless plans at sea had to be adjusted due to this personnel change in the Navy. Within the Navy, the grassroots soldiers were filled with anticipation and confidence regarding this appointment. In the training grounds of the Navy base, a group of young soldiers gathered together, discussing excitedly. With GetsBlack as the commander-in-chief, our Navy will definitely become stronger. A young soldier said with excitement, his eyes shining with admiration and pride. To him, GetsBlack was a hero of the Navy, a role model for them to learn from. He believed that under GetsBlack's leadership, the Navy could better protect world peace, and they as soldiers could realize their own value within the Navy. Yes, Admiral Sengoku is also very impressive, and those three monsters have all been promoted to generals. Our Navy has a bright future ahead. Another soldier echoed. For them, this appointment was not only a personnel change at the upper levels of the Navy, but also a source of motivation and hope for their future struggles. In the various member countries under the world government, the public's reactions were also complex. In some countries suffering from pirate invasions, people took to the streets in celebration upon hearing the news. Great! The Navy finally has new leadership. They will surely crack down on the pirates' arrogance. Perhaps we won't have to live in fear of pirate attacks anymore. An elderly man said, tears of joy welling up in his eyes. Throughout his long life, the plundering by pirates had brought too much pain and disaster to his hometown, and he hoped the new Navy leadership could change the situation and allow them to live in peace. However, in some countries with clandestine collusion or interest with pirates, the ruling class fell into a panic. They feared that the Navy's strong crackdown would affect their illegal transactions with pirates, thus harming their vested interests. What should we do? If the Navy strengthens its crackdown on pirates, all our plans will be ruined. A noble paced anxiously in his luxurious palace. He had secretly reached agreements with some pirate crews, providing them with shelter and supplies in exchange for their attacks on other competitors at sea. Now, with the changes in the Navy's high command, he knew his good days were likely over. In the power center of Mary Geos, the five elders sat in a luxurious conference room, each with different expressions. GetsBlack becoming the commander-in-chief is our collective decision. I hope he can serve the world government better in this position and maintain the balance and stability of the world. One of the five elders spoke slowly, his tone revealing a hint of authority and expectation. He better not betray our trust, otherwise. Another five elders' eyes he flashed with a cold light. Although he did not finish his sentence, everyone present understood his meaning. In the eyes of the five elders, while GetsBlack was a capable commander, they would also closely monitor his every move to ensure the Navy remained under the world government's control. Meanwhile, in the distant Wano country, the policy of isolation had made the flow of information relatively slow. However, when some news seagulls brought the news of the Navy's appointments to this land, the beast pirates began to pay attention to the changes in the external world. These Navy appointments might impact our future. We can no longer remain isolated. We need to understand more about the outside world. Jin pondered. In his view, although Wano country had its unique culture and traditions, it could not completely detach itself from the trends of world development. The changes in the Navy could become an opportunity for them to re-examine Wano's foreign policy. As time passed, discussions about the Navy's appointments did not wane, but instead became more in-depth. Speculations, analyses, and predictions are emerging one after another. As people eagerly await how the new naval leadership will guide the Navy into the future and what changes it will bring to this world full of disputes and adventures. Deep in the New World, some more powerful pirate crews are also busy preparing countermeasures. Captain Ishiao of the 4th Division of the Chechen pirate crew sits at the bow of the ship, gazing at the endless sea, and thoughtfully says to the crew, "This change in the Navy signifies that a new storm is about to arrive. We must be prepared to prevent any major moves from the Navy." Meanwhile, within the Whitebeard pirates, the captains gather together to discuss the impact of the Navy's high-level changes on them. Marco furrows his brow and says, "No matter how the Navy changes, as long as we in the Whitebeard pirates uphold Dad's beliefs and protect our friends and family, that's enough. However, we cannot let our guard down. We must be ready to respond to any threats the Navy may bring." Blackbeard Teach secretly revels in the chaos, thinking, "The more chaotic the Navy, the more opportunities there are for me. Perhaps amidst this turmoil, I can realize my ambitions and become the ruler of these seas." His eyes gleam with greed and cunning, as if he can already see his future glory. In a quiet town in the New World, the crew of the King of Hell quietly reads the news about the Navy's appointments in the newspaper. The King of Hell slowly puts down the newspaper, revealing a hint of seriousness and depth in his gaze. Sengoku has been promoted to admiral, and the 3 vice admirals known as monsters, Akijikazu and Akainu, have been promoted to admirals. This series of changes at the top of the Navy undoubtedly stirs up huge waves in an already turbulent sea. Moria looks at this news in surprise and exclaims, "This means the Navy will further enhance its influence over the seas." Previously, the Navy only had 2 admirals, one of whom was known as the non-killing admiral. However, it is said that a guy he caught escaped and killed his family, leading him to retire. The Navy has truly undergone earth-shattering changes this time. Somewhere in the Grand Line, the King of Authority and MythWukong sit cross-legged on a peak. A gentle breeze passes by, and a poster dropped by a seagull lands directly in front of them. The King of Authority unfolds the poster, his gaze lingering for a moment on the news of the Navy's high-level changes, and he slightly furrows his brow. This major move by the Navy will undoubtedly make the situation at sea even more complex. He recalls the various confrontations with the Navy in the past, and knows that this new leadership will bring different troubles. MythWukong remains calm, but a hint of fluctuation appears in his sharp gaze as he softly says, "Sengoku becoming an admiral, with his wisdom and skills, the Navy's strategic deployments will surely be more refined. And those 3 new admirals are not to be underestimated. Akiji's Ice fruit, Kizaru's Gleam fruit, Akainu's Magma fruit. Each ability is enough to create bloodshed on the battlefield." The King of Authority looks at MythWukong with surprise. "Really?" The King of Authority stands up, gazing at the distant sea, and solemnly states, "Although we do not belong to any faction, the changes in the Navy will also affect our lives." MythWukong, "Yeah? What are you doing?" Ice Cube face. The King of Authority gazes at the distant sea, his expression calm and steady, and says, "I want to establish the world's first bounty guild. Do you want to join me?" Hearing this, MythWukong raises an eyebrow, and a rare hint of surprise appears on his cold face. The world's first bounty guild? That idea is quite unique. The King of Authority's lips curl into a rebellious smile. There are constant disputes between pirates and the Navy on the seas, with various factions openly and secretly vying for power. While bounties can reflect the threat level of pirates, there's a lack of a dedicated system for integration and operation. The guild I want to create will maximize the value of bounties and become a new force that influences the situation at sea. MythWukong ponders for a moment and slowly responds, "How do you plan to operate this guild? Simply collecting and publishing bounty information is far from enough. The most important thing is that we are just 2 people." The King of Authority calmly replies, "Then let's build our reputation. Find a newspaper. Have them publish that we are establishing a bounty guild and recruiting members. Our goal is to organize bounty hunters worldwide. Once they join our guild, they will be recognized on the seas. Let them take pride in being able to join the bounty guild. MythWukong thinks for a moment. That is indeed feasible. I'll do it. Can I have a vice president to help out? The king of authority's lips slightly rise, sure. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters, Admiral Sengoku sits in a spacious office, beginning to plan the Navy's new strategy. He is well aware of the heavy responsibilities he bears, not only to uphold the authority of the world government, but also to maintain an advantage in the struggle against pirates. Akainu, lead the fleet to the New World and strengthen patrols and control over that sea area. Kizuru, you are responsible for the first half of the Grand Line, ensuring that no pirates can act recklessly. Akiji, as the core of our combat strength, be ready to respond to any major emergencies. The three admirals accept their orders, all knowing that this is the time to showcase their strength and uphold the justice of the Navy. As the admirals head to their respective posts, preparations for the world's first bounty guild are also underway at a rapid pace. The King of Authority and MythWukong are busy running around, seeking suitable talents and resources. They have already sent this matter to the new Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku looks at the carefully screened newspaper that has been sent to him in his office. Surprised, the King of Authority? The world's first bounty guild? Interesting. They want to cooperate with the Navy and share information. After some thought, Sengoku believes this could be beneficial, as bounty hunters' emergence is advantageous for the peace of the seas. However, he decides to keep them waiting for now. On the Navy's side, after Akainu leads the fleet into the New World, they continuously search for medium-sized pirate crews to capture. Kizuru, using his signature Gleam fruit ability, easily chases down some small pirate crews in the first half of the Grand Line. He always appears suddenly above the pirate ships, and then uses his light-speed kick to shatter them. Oh dear, little pirates, you can't escape. His mocking voice echoes over the sea, striking fear into the hearts of pirates. Akiji is also busy at headquarters, constantly training Navy soldiers to enhance their combat skills and techniques for dealing with devil fruit users. Meanwhile, the King of Authority and MythWukong continue their search. They arrive at an island known for its forging skills, where blacksmiths can create high-quality weapons. We need a batch of specially made metals that not only showcase our guild's characteristics, but also possess strong anti-counterfeiting features and special commemorative significance. By the way, divide them into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, with purple being the top quality. The others in descending order. Let everyone who possesses a badge be proud. The King of Authority tells the chief blacksmith on the island. The blacksmith looked at the 2 renowned figures before him with awe in his eyes. Rest assured, my lord, I will gather the finest craftsmen on the island and do my utmost to create a metal that meets your requirements. Do you have any specific ideas regarding the style and material of the metal? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Quan-bei slowly spoke. The metal should be designed in a circular shape, with a crossed sword and scale as the main pattern on the front. The sword represents our guild's courage and strength when facing pirates, while the scale symbolizes the fairness and justice of our bounty business. Surrounding, it will be a circle of wave patterns, symbolizing our guild's fearless advancement over the sea. As for the material, we will use the most resilient deep-sea black iron, which has been forged over thousands of years at the ocean's depths. Not only is it incredibly hard, but it also carries a unique aura, worthy of our guild's distinctive status. MythWukong added, on the back of the metal, we should engrave our guild's founding purpose and core beliefs, so that every wearer is reminded of their mission and responsibility at all times. Additionally, we should incorporate a special craft that allows the metal to display the guild's emblem under different lighting conditions for authenticity verification. Rest assured, my lord, I will gather the finest craftsmen on the island to create a unique metal for the guild. The blacksmith immediately organized the craftsmen to begin working on the metal. While waiting for the metal to be completed, Wang Quan-bei and MythWukong continued to work on the guild's development. They traveled to various islands, promoting the guild's ideals and advantages to attract more powerful individuals to join. They established their headquarters in a place called Little Garden and even recruited 2 giants. As time passed, the headquarters of the world's #1 bounty guild gradually took shape. It was a magnificent building, standing tall in the center of the island, reaching into the clouds. Inside the guild, there was a bounty hall where various bounty tasks were detailed, ranging from ordinary pirates to notorious ones. There were also training grounds for members to enhance their skills and an intelligence room where informants worked day and night to gather information from all over the world. In the Grand Hall of the Bounty Guild, tap, 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 Wong Quan Bei, dressed in a suit with a dark purple badge on his chest, engraved with a shining sword and scale. Everyone along the way greeted Wong Quan Bei, who nodded slightly, his every gesture exuding authority. After a moment, Wong Quan Bei entered a spacious meeting room, brightly lit, where a dozen people looked up at him and stood to salute. President Wong Quan, good day, everyone said in unison. Wong Quan Bei nodded and gestured, please take a seat. MythWukong, report on the development of our bounty guild over the past year. MythWukong scanned the group present and slowly began, President and everyone, I will now report on the situation over the past year. Our guild has recruited over 100,000 bounty hunters from across the seas within a year, and the number continues to grow. There are over 90,000 red-level bounty hunters, strength comparable to naval officers. Over 8,000 orange-level bounty hunters, equivalent to ensigns and lieutenants. Over 3,000 yellow-level bounty hunters, equivalent to lieutenant colonels and majors. Over 400 green-level bounty hunters, equivalent to colonels and captains. 5 blue-level bounty hunters, equivalent to brigadiers and major generals. 2 purple-level bounty hunters, equivalent to majors. And 1 guild president, equivalent to a general. The task levels are divided into SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, and D. President over the past year. Our guild has continuously increased the number of tasks executed, completing over 500 various bounty tasks, including 200 A-level tasks, 30 S-level tasks, and countless others of lower levels. Moreover, we have also recruited many promising young individuals. MythWukong's voice resonated in the meeting room as everyone listened attentively. The addition of these new members injected fresh blood into the guild, with some already standing out in low-level tasks, demonstrating extraordinary courage and wisdom. For example, red-level bounty hunter Cassius, known as Bloodhand, captured an entire pirate crew during a D-level task in the East Sea, protecting the peace of a local fishing village. His deeds have become a legend among newcomers, inspiring more people to apply to join us. However, President, with the continuous expansion of our guild's power, we have also attracted some trouble. Some established organizations and forces have begun to feel wary and hostile towards us. Recently, many have attacked some of our red-level bounty hunters. Fortunately, they have controlled their actions without causing casualties. Wong Quan Bei's expression grew serious as he understood the gravity of the situation. MythWukong, organize our elite intelligence and combat forces to track down their whereabouts and identify the masterminds behind them. Spare no effort to eliminate their threats. When encountering their interference during missions, do not show mercy and retaliate decisively. President, leave it to me. Wong Quan Zue stood up and requested from Wong Quan Bei. I'll help her out, so she doesn't have to cause trouble alone. Li Zizai patted his chest, revealing his blue badge, and stood up. Hey, what are you doing? Showing off? It's just a blue badge, right? It's not like anyone else can do it. Just wait, I will definitely get a blue badge. Wong Quan Zue directly lashed out at Li Zizai. Li Zizai tilted his head slightly. Are you triggered? Wong Quan Zue, star. Your mother, damn. Cough, cough. Xiao Zue. Bangquan Baye interjecta. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly became awkward and tense, with everyone turning their attention to the two who were at odds. Wong Quan Bei looked sternly at Wong Quan Zue and Li Zizai and said, this is not the time for you two to act impulsively. We are facing external threats and must unite as one. Wong Quan Zue gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her emotions. President, I know I was wrong. I was impulsive just now, but I will definitely complete the task diligently and prove my abilities. After saying that, she shot him a fierce glare. Li Zizai shrugged and smiled. President, I was just joking. I didn't expect her to react so strongly. I will definitely assist her and tackle those guys together. Bro, do you need me to help you? No need. Just stay at the headquarters and focus on crafting weapons. Li Zizai glanced at his younger brother. All right, I, the great 1,000 machine boy, have now fallen to the point of not stepping outside the door. Wong Quan Bei looked helplessly at the others, a hint of joy appearing in his eyes. They had suddenly appeared at the bounty headquarters 6 months after the guild's development, fighting their way from the entrance to the Grand Hall, just as Wang Quanbei was about to take action. When his gaze fell on those 3 faces, an indescribable sense of familiarity surged up in his heart. It was as if time had reversed, and the memories of the past surged like a tide, engulfing him. Those were the faces that had appeared countless times in his dreams, making him think of them day and night, haunting his thoughts. Every line, every expression was deeply imprinted in his heart. Time seemed not to have left too many traces on them, still as clear and recognizable as when he first saw them. Tears unknowingly filled his eyes, and the scene before him momentarily became a blur. He didn't know how long it had been since he last cried. You guys. His voice trembled immensely. Brother. Wan Quanzu wave at Wan Quanbai. Wang Quanbai blinked hard, trying to clear his vision. His lips trembled slightly, wanted to say something but choked by emotions that felt like a lump in his throat. The scene before him was like a dream he dared not hope for, yet the overwhelming feelings were so real and intense that he felt a bit at a loss. In the distance, Li Zizai watched Wang Quanbai's appearance, and the usual carefree smile disappeared, replaced by a touch of emotion and sentiment. He gently patted Wang Quanzue's shoulder and said softly, "Little Zue, look at your elder brother." Wang Quanzue's eyes were also red, and she tried hard not to let the tears fall, but her tightly bitten lower lip betrayed her inner excitement and turmoil. "Brother, we're back." Her voice carried a hint of choked emotion, but she tried hard to sound more determined. Li Chuzhua quietly stood there, his eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions, joy for the reunion and sentiment for the years of separation. After a long while, Wang Quanbai finally swallowed hard. Slowly, he spoke, I thought I would never see you again." His voice was hoarse and dry, as if each word carried the longing and torment of the years. Wang Quanzhe stepped forward and hugged Wang Quanbai tightly. Brother. Li Zizai and Li Chuzhua also stepped forward and patted Wang Quanbai's back. Wang Quanbai tightly embraced them, feeling the long-lost warmth and kinship. At that moment, he seemed to regain a part of himself that he had lost. The exhaustion and loneliness of bearing pressure alone and facing numerous difficulties vanished in that instant. After his emotions calmed down slightly, Wang Quanbai released his embrace and looked at them, asking, "So how did you end up here? And why did you fight at the door? Could it be?" Wang Quanzue smiled shyly. "That's right, but I had already, half a year ago. Mainly, the guy insisted on having me serve him tea and water, but he did teach me a lot of things. As for fighting at the door, it was just a misunderstanding. We just arrived and had a bit of a conflict with the guild guards, and it ended up escalating to here." Li Zizai also laughed. "Yeah, big brother, don't be mad. We just want to test if our skills had deteriorated." Wang Quanbai shook his head helplessly. "You guys still so mischievous. But since you're here, stay. The guild is facing some challenges now. Having you here gives me a bit more peace of mind." Wang Quanzue jumped up excitedly. "Really? Brother, that's great. I wanted to help you for a long time." Li Chuzhua then spoke up. "I can help forge and improve weapons and equipment in the guild, enhancing the overall strength of the guild." Li Zizai confidently added, "Little Zue and I will take on tasks. Leave those enemies to us." Wang Quanbai looked at their eager and spirited expressions, feeling a sense of comfort in his heart. Afterward, they officially integrated into the bounty guild. Wang Quanzue and Li Zizai began to frequently take on tasks, and with their strength and synergy, they achieved good results in one task after another. After a year, Wang Quanzue successfully advanced to the green level. Li Zizai, with his unique movement skills and excellent swordsmanship, successfully advanced to the blue level, becoming one of the only 2 blue-level powerhouses in the bounty guild. The other blue-level powerhouse was, of course, Vice President MythWukong. Their achievements gradually spread within the guild, becoming a model for many bounty hunters to learn from. Meanwhile, Li Chuzhua toiled away in the guild's workshop. His craftsmanship was unparalleled, and the weapons and equipment he forged and improved not only performed excellently, but also had unique characteristics. Many hunters came to him, hoping to obtain equipment made by his own hands. After all, having Li Chuzhua forge weapons required trading points, which were the common currency of the bounty guild. Li Chuzhua also successfully advanced to the green level by attracting talent and forging weapons for the guild. As their fame spread, The Bounty Guild welcomed unprecedented prosperity. More and more newcomers, filled with dreams and courage, joined, eager to showcase their skills on this platform. In the guild's task hall, every day was bustling with people, lively and extraordinary. Various tasks range from simple escorting of merchant caravans to exploring mysterious treasures and hunting pirates, catering to the needs of hunters of different levels. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku was having a headache looking at the report about the Bounty Guild. After a while, Sengoku decided to cooperate with the world's #1 Bounty Guild and immediately convened a high-level Navy meeting. Gentlemen, although this world's #1 Bounty Guild is an emerging force, their philosophy aligns with our Navy in certain aspects. If we can successfully cooperate, it will greatly benefit our efforts to combat pirate forces. Upon hearing this, the Navy generals began to discuss among themselves. After reaching a preliminary consensus within the Navy, Sengoku dispatched envoys to the world's #1 Bounty Guild headquarters. The envoy, carrying the Navy's cooperation intention letter, sailed slowly towards the island where the guild was located. At this moment, Wang Quanbai and MythWukong were discussing future development plans in the guild. If we can cooperate with the Navy, our channels for obtaining intelligence will be greatly expanded. Once we establish a complete information channel ourselves, we can withdraw, Wang Quanbai said. MythWukong replied, but we must also maintain our independence and not become a vassal of the Navy. Just as the two were conversing, a subordinate came to report that a Navy warship was approaching the guild island. Wang Quanbai and MythWukong exchanged glances, then stood up to head to the dock to welcome them. The Navy envoy, accompanied by numerous guards, stepped onto the dock. He was dressed in a sharp Navy uniform, his expression serious and solemn. Upon seeing Wang Quanbai and MythWukong, Kazan greeted them and directly stated his purpose. Gentlemen, I come on the orders of Admiral Sengoku to discuss matters of cooperation. This is the cooperation intention letter. The Admiral hopes to join hands with your guild to jointly combat the rampant piracy. Wang Quanbai and MythWukong were also shocked to see that it was one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, Akiji. This showed how much the Navy valued this matter. Wang Quanbai took the intention letter, skimmed through it, and said, we generally understand the Navy's thoughts. Let's go inside and discuss in detail. Everyone entered the guild hall and took their seats as hosts and guests. Akiji Kazan scanned the room and spoke first. As stated in the intention letter, the Navy has been combating pirates in these waters for a long time. Although the results have been remarkable, the pirate forces are still rampant, and new pirate groups are constantly emerging, making the situation increasingly complex. The emergence of your guild has demonstrated extraordinary strength and unique intelligence-gathering capabilities, leading the Marshal to believe that cooperation between the two sides might open up a new situation. MythWukong looked at Akiji, saying, although our bounty guild is new, we also have our own set of methods and determination when it comes to dealing with pirates. However, as we discussed earlier, cooperation is possible, but we must maintain our independent operation and decision-making power. Wang Quan nodded slightly. Since the establishment of our bounty guild, we have also been committed to combating pirates. However, our intelligence network is indeed not yet complete. Collaborating with the Navy would be a good opportunity for us to improve. But as we said before, we must ensure our independence. Neither our operational decisions nor our internal management can be overly interfered with by the Navy. MythWukong continued, during the cooperation period, our bounty hunters' operational style is quite different from that of the Navy. The Navy follows government orders and rules, while we place more emphasis on bounties and our own beliefs. How to coordinate these differences during cooperation is an important issue that needs to be resolved. Akiji smiled lightly, a hint of laziness and unconformity in his expression. These issues have also been considered by the Marshal. In terms of operations, the Navy will not require bounty hunters to execute tactics strictly according to the Navy. As long as we can achieve the common goal of eliminating pirates, that's enough. Regarding the rules, the Navy only requires that we do not violate the basic legal bottom line of the world government. After all, we don't want unnecessary troubles and disputes during the cooperation. Subsequently, both sides began to discuss the details of the cooperation in depth. Wang Quan said, in terms of intelligence sharing, we need to establish an efficient and secure mechanism. The Navy has a wide range of intelligence sources. And we also have our own informants in some underground worlds and within pirate groups, ensuring that intelligence is not leaked during transmission, as well as the authenticity and timeliness of the intelligence provided by both sides is crucial. Akiji responded, "The Navy will establish a dedicated department to handle intelligence exchanges with your guild. We will use encrypted communication methods and special intelligence verification methods to ensure the security and reliability of the information. At the same time, any party providing false intelligence, whether it's the Navy or the Bounty Guild, will bear corresponding responsibilities and penalties." Li Zizai then suggested, "When conducting joint operations, the distribution of spoils must be clear. The treasures, weapons, and equipment from pirates must have clear division rules. Otherwise, it could easily lead to conflicts between both sides." After a moment of contemplation, Akiji replied, "For treasures, it is reasonable to distribute them according to the contribution ratio. If the bounty hunters primarily discover and track the pirate group and make significant contributions during the battle, then they can receive the majority of the treasures. Conversely, if the Navy plays a leading role in the battle, then the Navy will receive more. As for weapons and equipment, we can negotiate the distribution based on both sides' actual needs, prioritizing the party that suffers greater losses in battle." As the discussion continued, the topic shifted to dealing with certain special pirates. Mihawk said, "Some pirates are backed by powerful forces, such as the Charlotte family and the Whitebeard pirates. We cannot simply capture or kill these pirates. We need to treat them with caution." Akiji agreed, saying, "The Navy has professional intelligence analysts and interrogation teams, while your guild's hunters excel in various fields." When discussing the duration and assessment of the cooperation, Wang Quan stated, "Cooperation cannot be an indefinite blind collaboration. We need to set a certain time limit. For example, we could establish a 1 or 2 year cycle, and, at the end of the cycle, evaluate the results of the cooperation and the degree of coordination between both sides. If significant problems are found that cannot be resolved, both sides have the right to terminate the cooperation." Akiji nodded, "This proposal is good. Regular assessments can allow both sides to identify problems in a timely manner and adjust cooperation strategies, keeping the collaboration in a good state." "Agreed. Let's have a pleasant cooperation." Wang Quan stood up and extended his hand to Kazan. Akiji also stood up, shaking hands tightly with Wang Quan, saying, "Pleasant cooperation." These simple 4 words, like a giant stone dropping into water, created ripples in the small space, marking the beginning of a new chapter of cooperation between the Navy and the Hunter Guild. In the New World, the vast and boundless sea rolled with turbulent waves, and the area near Wano country was even more fraught with hidden dangers. Beneath the deep blue sea, countless turbulent undercurrents intertwined and collided, forming complex and perilous whirlpools. These undercurrents were like giant pythons hidden in the deep sea, always ready to swallow any life that dared to approach. Suddenly, a terrified shout broke through the chaos. "Lord Poseidon." This shout echoed like thunder across the sky, resonating over the sea. However, the only response to this cry was the roar of waves crashing against rocks and a mournful sound of the sea breeze passing by. "What is this idiot shouting about?" The Lion King tapped his ears, stretched lazily, and yawned, seemingly indifferent to the tense atmosphere around him, and then disdainfully looked at Moria. Moria quickly ran over from a distance. "Lord Poseidon, this sea area is exceptionally strange. It is filled with undercurrents. Should we change course and leave this place? Try entering Wano country from another position?" Poseidon slightly raised his head, his eyes revealing a hint of contemplation. He gazed at the turbulent sea surface, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. "Moria, do you know that the waters near Wano country are inherently dangerous, and there is only one entrance to enter Wano? Based on the information we have gathered over this period, our route is not wrong." Poseidon's voice was deep and authoritative, carried by the sea breeze to everyone's ears. "Advance!" With Poseidon's command, the ship slowly sailed into the undercurrent passage, and the surrounding water began to grow turbulent. The ship shook violently under the impact of the undercurrents, and the crew clung tightly to the fixed objects around them, struggling to maintain their balance. Jack stood at the bow of the ship, fully focused on directing the ship's course, constantly adjusting the angle of the bow based on the detected data, trying to avoid the most dangerous whirlpools. However, just as the ship reached the middle of the passage, a sudden surge of immense power erupted from the seabed, violently lifting the ship upwards. What is that? As everyone was astonished, they saw many huge goldfish and carp surfacing on the sea. These goldfish and carp were massive, exuding an unusual glow, their eyes resembling copper bells, radiating coldness and ferocity, and their enormous tails stirred up raging waves as they surged toward the massive waterfall ahead, like carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Moria's former crew members looked at this bizarre scene with shock and fear in their hearts. What exactly are these fish trying to do? Is there something special behind that waterfall? Jack murmured to himself. But at this moment, he had no time to think too much, as the boat was gradually losing control, being pushed towards the waterfall by the waves stirred up by the goldfish. Lasso these fish, and then they'll take us up, MythWukong exclaimed, coming up with a quick idea upon seeing this scene. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone responded. The crew quickly found the thickest rope on the ship and tied a specially made hook to one end. Jack personally picked up the rope, stood at the bow of the ship, waited for the right moment, and with all his might, swung the hook toward a nearby goldfish. However, the skin of the goldfish was extremely smooth, and on the first throw, the hook merely slid past the goldfish without successfully lassoing it. Try again, Jack shouted. He adjusted his stance and threw the rope once more. This time, the hook barely caught on the goldfish's dorsal fin. But the goldfish immediately sensed something was wrong and began to struggle wildly. It thrashed its body with such force that it almost dragged Jack into the sea. Seeing this, MythWukong instantly transformed into his devil fruit beast form and grabbed the rope, directly controlling the slipping rope. Jack stabilized himself as he also transformed in a beast form and held onto the rope tightly. He had almost fallen into the sea due to his momentary distraction. Meanwhile, other goldfish were still rushing towards the waterfall, causing the boat to violently rock under the influence of the struggling goldfish, posing a danger of capsizing at any moment. We need to catch a few more fish to ensure the boat rises steadily, Jack shouted. So, the crew began to follow Jack's lead, attempting to lasso more goldfish or carp with the rope. This is interesting, I'll give it a try. The Lion King's eyes lit up as he quickly found a sturdy rope and threw it towards a goldfish ahead. He hit the target perfectly. Once trapped, the goldfish struggled desperately, but the Lion King held onto the rope tightly and shouted, "Trying to escape? Not that easy." His muscles tense, he stood firmly on the deck, wrapping the rope several times around his wrist, gradually stabilizing the goldfish's thrashing with his immense strength. This is fun, I'll join in too. The Scorpion King was not to be outdone. His eyes gleamed as he threw the rope at the right moment, accurately lassoing a carp by its neck. The carp, ensnared by the rope, thrashed wildly, but the Scorpion King snorted coldly, gripping the rope tightly with both hands and using his balance skills to shift his body slightly with the struggling fish, cleverly dissipating the force of the fish's struggles. The Whale Shark King, seeing this, directly took out the rope and lassoed 3 fish at once. His beast form gave him great strength, allowing him to firmly control the 3 large goldfish. With everyone working together, several more goldfish were successfully lassoed. As these dozen or so fish struggled in vain, they began to swim upstream towards the waterfall, the ropes gradually tightening, and the boat slowly began to rise. The crew held onto the ship's railing tightly, looking up at the towering waterfall, filled with both fear of the unknown and a glimmer of hope. As the goldfish swam, the boat drew ever closer to the waterfall, the deafening roar of the water filling everyone's ears. Huge splashes of water cascaded down, hitting the crew members, icy and bone-chilling. "Be careful, don't get swept away," Hades shouted loudly. When the boat reached the top of the waterfall, a tranquil and mysterious lake came into view. The lake's surface was like a mirror, shimmering under the sunlight, contrasting sharply with the chaos of the waterfall below. What? Jack stared in shock at this scene, which did not match the information he had gathered. They had been told that even near the islands of Wano, there were large whirlpools. It was unexpectedly calm now. Never mind. Let's head towards the island. We're preparing to disembark. All right. Could it be that we were in the wrong location? Jack was filled with doubt, but at this moment, he could only act according to Hades' instructions. Although there were no large whirlpools, there were still many small hidden currents lurking beneath the water. The boat slowly approached the island's shallow waters, and the crew carefully picked up their oars, cautiously steering the boat forward. When the bottom of the boat touched the sandy bottom of the lake, Hades was the first to jump off the boat, his feet firmly planted on the ground as he surveyed the surroundings. The other crew members followed suit, and after securing the boat, they began to gather at the edge of the island. Wano, a place full of mystery and legend, seemed to have every inch of land telling tales of the past. In the distance, Japanese-style buildings were faintly visible amidst the green trees, with wisps of smoke rising gently, creating a peaceful and serene atmosphere. There's a village up ahead. Shall we go take a look? Moria said, gazing at the distant smoke. Sure. Following a winding path, they gradually approached a village. At the entrance of the village, an old man sat calmly on a stone, looking at the oddly dressed intruders with a calm gaze. Who are you? What brings you to Wano? Old man, we are pirates passing through this place. We heard of Wano's fame and came to pay a visit. We mean no harm. Hughes. Pirates? No harm? For a moment, Hughes looked terrified, his face pale. You're outsiders. You should leave. Wano does not welcome you. Don't kill me. If you kill me, I'll be dead. You pirates only know how to burn, kill, and plunder, just like Kaido. Hughes babbled nonstop as soon as he opened his mouth, but he was also scared to death inside. Hades frowned. It seemed that Kaido's pirate crew had left a deep shadow in the hearts of the people of Wano, and gaining their trust would not be easy. The Scorpion King stepped forward. Old man, don't be afraid. We're here to cause trouble for Kaido. I guarantee he'll be in a world of hurt. All you need to do is tell us about the situation in Wano. Upon hearing the Scorpion King's words, the fear in Hugh's eyes did not immediately dissipate, but there was a hint of confusion. Are you really here to deal with Kaido? But you're pirates too. Why should I trust you? Moria stepped forward. Do you trust me? Or do you trust the knife in my hand? Hughes, I say. After thinking for a moment, Hughes slowly sat down on the stone. Since you have this determination, I will tell you. Wano is a country with a unique culture and traditions, divided into several regions, and Kuri is just one of them. There are also Shimatsuki, Toki, Hakuba, and Reiju. At the center of Wano is the capital, known as Flower Capital, which has a strict hierarchy and powerful samurai guarding it. Kaido's forces mainly occupy Onigashima, a place that is easy to defend and hard to attack, surrounded by dangerous currents and whirlpools. What about the military distribution in Wano? Besides Kaido's subordinates, what other forces are allied with Kaido? Hades inquired calmly. I don't know if they're allied or not. I only know that the current ruler of Flower Capital is Shogun Orochi. Under his rule, we starve for 3 days and feast for 9. But fortunately, our daimyo from Kuri has returned, but it's of no use. He still chose to submit to fate. Now, he travels back and forth between Huadu and Julie every day, reportedly running to the Huadu palace to dance naked. Hughes looked pained and incredulous as he spoke. This is quite interesting. It seems there are hidden circumstances, said the Lion King. The Scorpion King rolled his eyes at him. Can't you see that already? Knight Lingyun frowned. In any case, we need to understand the situation in Wano country before we can formulate our subsequent plans. Hughes, what else do you know? Hughes sighed and continued. Besides General Orochi, Wano country also has some family powers. For example, the Shuang-Yue family, which used to be quite prestigious in Wano country. But now they have been suppressed by General Orochi to the point of being unrecognizable. There are also some small samurai groups, some forced to pledge allegiance to General Orochi, while others are secretly resisting. The Lion King stood up and stretched his muscles. It seems that if we want to make a difference in Wano country, we must first break through these defenses and be careful in dealing with Orochi's forces. Lafitte nodded in agreement. That's right, but we can't act blindly. Why not go to Julie to look for this daimyo? Let's see what the reason is. However, Moria was somewhat worried, but the daimyo of Julie has already surrendered. Will our activities here attract Orochi's attention? The Lion King sneered. If he really had the ability, he would have discovered us long ago. We will first regroup in Julie and send some people to scout other areas. Besides, is our strength really lower than theirs? The confidence and dominance in the Lion King's gaze spilled over with the aura of a conqueror. After thinking for a moment, Lafitte said, Although Julie seems to have submitted on the surface, the people's hearts may not be entirely attached. If we can find the daimyo, we may learn deeper secrets about Wano country from him. Then we can strike one by one. The Underworld King nodded slightly. Good, Moria. Yes, Lord Underworld King. Moria sent his subordinates disguised as ordinary citizens to Shimei, Tujing, and other places. They discovered some descendants of samurai families persecuted by General Orochi in Shimei. Although these people were weak, they still harbored a desire for freedom and justice, waiting for the daimyo of Julie to rise up and fight against General Orochi and Kaido together. In Tujing, there was a scene of labor, but the faces of the people were lifeless. Here, the labor force was heavily conscripted to build on Onigashima, with many never returning. Moria's subordinates also found some secret places used by Kaido's pirate crew to imprison criminals, where some rebels and other pirates were held. In Baiwu, there were rich fishery resources, but most were requisitioned by General Orochi, leaving the common people barely able to make ends meet. With the continuous collection of intelligence, they gained a clearer understanding of the situation in Wano country. Inside the Huadu Palace, General Orochi lived a lavish life daily, surrounded by beautiful women, while his samurai flaunted their power in the city, oppressing the common people. Kaido was continually expanding his military presence on Onigashima, training new soldiers, seemingly plotting a larger conspiracy. At this moment, everyone began to head towards Julie. Along the way, they experienced the unique natural scenery and folk culture of Wano country. Farmers working in the fields wore traditional clothing, their eyes reflecting a simple yearning for life, mixed with subtle worries about the current situation. The samurai along the way were wary of the group of outsiders, but upon sensing the powerful aura of the Lion King and others, they did not easily provoke them. When they stepped into the territory of Julie, a stronger sense of tension enveloped them. The town of Julie appeared calm, but undercurrents were swirling. Pedestrians hurried along the streets, and most shops had their doors half closed, seemingly on guard against potential upheavals. The Lion King and others found a hidden place in the city to settle down temporarily, then began secretly inquiring about the whereabouts of the daimyo. However, progress was not smooth. The common people either kept silent about the daimyo or fearfully avoided the topic. It seemed that Orochi's rule was extremely harsh here, and the people were too frightened to speak. Lafitte whispered, "The more this is the case, the more it indicates that something is wrong." The Lion King, with a determined gaze, replied, "Keep searching. We will surely find a breakthrough." Suddenly, the sound of clop, clop, clop echoed, causing the stones on the ground to tremble slightly. Everyone looked up to see a winding sand and stone snake rushing towards them. As the snake approached, they realized it was a person, kicking up dust due to their speed. This person wore a bright red brocade robe, with exquisite golden chrysanthemum patterns embroidered on the corners, fluttering in the wind. He had a black wide belt cinched around his waist, with a warm, lustrous jade embedded in it, and a long knife slung at one side, with an ancient pattern on the sheath. Sweat had soaked the bangs on his forehead, with a few strands sticking to his cheek. This person rushed over like a whirlwind, stopping just a few steps away from the Lion King and others, raising a cloud of dust. He was agile, and his eyes showed alertness. Kazuki Oden looked at the oddly dressed outsiders before him and realized they were from outside Wano country. He then asked, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Lafitte stepped forward. "Our captain wants to take down Kaido and needs some information about him." "Who are you?" Kazuki Oden's eyes sharpened instantly, staring intently at the group. "I am Kazuki Oden, the daimyo of this place." Kazuki Oden's brows furrowed, his hand unconsciously resting on the hilt of his long knife, his already stern face now appearing even colder. "You have quite a bit of audacity. Kaido is not an easy opponent to deal with. What makes you think you have the ability to contend with him? Especially now that all the samurai in Wano country are being suppressed and gathered by Orochi, all at Kaido's disposal." Kazuki Oden sneered. "You are just outsiders. How deep can your understanding of Wano country and Kaido be? Kaido SB's pirates are powerful, and he himself possesses an immortal body. You're seeking your own death." He, ignorant fool. The Lion King originally thought he was a strong man who would not submit to anyone, but now he found him uninteresting. The Lion King's words pierced Kazuki Oden's pride like a sharp blade. His eyes turned razor-sharp, fixating on the Lion King, exuding a powerful aura as if he wanted to devour the Lion King. What do you understand? I advise you to leave Wano country. Otherwise, with that, Kazuki Odin drew the long knife from his waist. The Lion King showed no fear. His eyes burned with fighting spirit. Facing Kazuki Odin's act of drawing the long knife, he merely raised the corner of his mouth slightly, carrying a hint of disdain. Are you going to attack us? Kazuki Odin, do you think this will scare us away? The whale shark king stepped forward, arms crossed over his chest, exuding a chilling aura. We have endured countless battles on this sea. How can we be shaken by your mere threats? If you insist on blocking our path, we do not mind fighting you. Kazuki Odin shouted angrily, You ignorant fools! I am giving you a chance. Do not force me to take action. At this moment, his long sword shimmered with a cold light under the moon, seemingly expressing its master's fury and determination. In that instant, both sides' momentum erupted like a volcano. The Lion King emitted a terrifying aura, his unmatched conqueror's haki surging forth like crashing waves. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kazuki Odin also refused to back down, straightening his body, his eyes flashing with a strange red light, releasing his own earth-shattering conqueror's haki. The two conquerors' haki clashed violently in the air, like two meteors colliding, sparking dazzling flames. The surrounding air twisted from this terrifying power, forming visible whirlpools of air. The ground began to tremble violently, dust flying, as if the entire world was about to be ripped apart by these two forces. The nearby residents instantly fainted, unaware of their fate. However, not far from there, GuNing and others keenly sensed the chilling and terrifying aura in the air. The overwhelming pressure felt as if it would crush everything nearby, making it hard to breathe. These experienced warriors immediately realized the situation was dire. The first thought that flashed through their minds was, could it be that Lord Kazuki Odin is engaged in a fierce life-and-death struggle with Kaido at the entrance? With this thought, everyone grabbed their weapons without hesitation and rushed toward the source of the explosive aura. Their hearts raced, blood rushing to their heads, and each face was filled with tension and determination. They knew that if Lord Kazuki Odin was in danger, they had to rush to his aid as quickly as possible, even if the enemy was the immensely powerful Kaido. They had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. The Lion King slowly drew the sword he had acquired over the past year, a grade 21 greatsword. The metallic sound of the blade scraping against the sheath echoed around. Let us see what remains of the once-renowned Kazuki Odin. GuNing took the lead, dressed in splendid attire, gripping his long sword tightly, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. As he ran, he silently prayed that Lord Odin would not come a harm. Behind him, Kanjuro, Reizo, and other samurai closely followed, their footsteps thudding on the ground, echoing their anxious feelings. When they arrived at the scene of the clash of haki, the sight before them shocked them greatly. They saw Kazuki Odin confronting a towering figure emanating a powerful pressure, the oppressive feeling making GuNing and the others feel breathless. Although they could not yet see the opponent's face, they could sense that this was no ordinary foe, especially with several others standing nearby, easily withstanding the impact of the two haki. Lord Odin, GuNing shouted loudly, trying to attract Kazuki Odin's attention. Kazuki Odin glanced slightly, seeing GuNing and the others arrive, a flicker of relief passing through his eyes. But he quickly refocused on his opponent. What brings you here? This is my battle with him. You should withdraw. Kazuki Odin shouted. Another 9? This is getting interesting. The whale shark king twisted his neck, a glint of battle intent appearing in his eyes. GuNing, however, showed no intention of retreating. He stepped forward and said, Lord Odin, how can we, the red scabbards, stand by and watch you face danger alone? We are your vassals and warriors of Wano. It is our duty to fight alongside you. Hearing this, Kazuki Odin felt both moved and helpless. He deeply understood the loyalty of these warriors, but he also knew the strength and fearsome nature of the enemy before him. If you join the fight, you may all perish here today. This is not a burden you should bear. Kazuki Odin tried to dissuade them. However, GuNing and the others had made up their minds, and Kanjuro declared loudly, My lord, since the day we followed you, we have placed our lives on the line. The glory of Wano and your safety are our beliefs. Hey, are you done with the chit-chat? If you're not going to fight, I'll be leaving. This is so boring. The Lion King yawned at the display of loyalty between master and servant. Hearing the Lion King's mocking words, Kazuki Odin glared angrily. Do not act so arrogantly here. Even Whitebeard is my brother. How can a nameless brat like you be so short-sighted? A fierce light flashed in Kazuki Odin's eyes. Two-sword style. Minor technique. Peach Blossom, White Dragon. The Lion King's seemingly indifferent expression vanished in an instant. He could clearly sense that this move was anything but ordinary. He dared not be the slightest bit careless, gripping his long sword tightly, channeling all his armed haki into it, then swinging it forward with a roar. Lion King Wind Slash. A surging black blade of energy howled forth like a raging wind, meeting the incoming white dragon. The blade of energy and the white dragon clashed violently in midair, exploding with dazzling light, the powerful shockwave spreading outward, cracking the ground and sending stones flying. Kinemon and the others quickly steadied themselves, vigilantly watching the battlefield. Taking advantage of the chaos created by the collision of powers, Kazuki Odin moved like lightning, swiftly closing in on the Lion King. As he approached, he changed his dual sword techniques. Peach Blossom Blue Gale. The dual blades spun rapidly, forming a blue vortex with powerful suction and cutting force, attempting to engulf the Lion King. Seeing this, the Lion King stomped down hard. His body is solid as a rock. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into his golden nine-headed lion beast form. In this form, he radiated dazzling golden light, and all nine heads let out a thunderous roar, their sound waves spreading outward like solid matter, making Kinemon and the others' ears ring and their bodies sway. Kazuki Odin, do you think you could trap me like this? All nine heads of the Lion King spoke in unison, their voices overlapping, sounding like demonic echoes from the depths of hell, filled with intimidation. Each head opened its massive maw, spewing out energy beams of different colors, which converged to form a gigantic energy pillar, charging straight toward Kazuki Odin's Peach Blossom Blue Gale. Kazuki Odin felt an overwhelming force surging toward him. Where the energy pillar collided with the blue vortex, ripples spread through the space, as if it were about to shatter under the burden. Ha 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 ha. Strong. The contempt in Kazuki Odin's eyes disappeared. Fight. The fighting spirit in Kazuki Odin was completely ignited. He gripped his dual swords tightly, his feet rooted firmly to the ground. The vortex of Peach Blossom Blue Gale spun faster and faster, holding its ground against the energy pillar, emitting sharp, whistling sounds, as if two legendary weapons were clashing fiercely. The Lion King roared in pain and anger, as nine heads simultaneously maximized the power of the energy column. In an instant, Kazuki Odin's sword technique was shattered by the Lion King's shockwave. Kazuki Odin was blown away by this immense force, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Kinemon and the others, seeing this, rushed over anxiously. My lord, are you all right? Kinemon shouted anxiously. Kazuki Odin slowly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, I'm fine. This minor injury isn't enough to take me down. The Lion King looked at the injured Kazuki Odin and let out a wild laugh. Kazuki Odin, if that's all you've got, then I'm very disappointed. State your name. You have the right for me to remember it. Kazuki Odin looked at the Lion King with fiery eyes. Lion King, roar. A shockwave rushed towards Kazuki Odin again. Gunblade Ghost. Kazuki Odin shouted. He held his swords with both hands, covered them with armament haki, and charged forward, instantly slicing through the incoming shockwave. Taking advantage of this momentum, Kazuki Odin shot towards the Lion King like an arrow released from a bow. The Lion King, seeing that his attack had missed, remained calm. Its massive body slightly crouched as all nine heads roared in unison, the sound waves spreading out like a solid substance, distorting the air around them. This powerful sound wave attack caused Kazuki Odin's advance to stall, his speed drastically reduced. However, Kazuki Odin would not be easily stopped. He gritted his teeth and unleashed his Conqueror's haki to counter the sound waves. Peach Blossom Star Shatter. Kazuki Odin's dual swords danced, their blade shadows flickering like stars. overwhelming the 9 heads of the Lion King with a force akin to a landslide. The Lion King struggled to block, but Kazuki Odin's power was truly astonishing. It gradually felt overwhelmed. Despite putting forth all its strength to resist, the Lion King's body was suppressed by Kazuki Odin's Peach Blossom Star Shatter. Each of Kazuki Odin's strikes contained immense power and exquisite skill, and amidst the flashing sword light, several deep wounds appeared in the Lion King's heads. With bright red blood slowly seeping out, its roar gradually becoming hoarse. A strong sense of crisis surged within the Lion King. It knew that if it continued to passively take hits, it would surely be defeated. Kazuki Odin, don't get cocky. Taste my move. Lion King's roaring wave. The Lion King roared, and all 9 heads simultaneously shot out 9 massive beams of energy. These beams converged into a torrent of energy as substantial as reality, rushing towards Kazuki Odin with a devastating momentum. Kazuki Odin sensed the tremendous power of this attack and dared not underestimate it. Blood-red aura flowed from his arms, instantly enveloping both swords. Flowing cherry blossom. Slash! The dual swords erupted with astonishing power, unleashing a massive silver crescent blade. That enormous slash was like a long rainbow cutting through the sky, colliding head-on with the Lion King's roaring wave. At the moment of collision, space seemed to tear apart, producing a deafening roar, and energy waves spread out like a surging tsunami. Houses nearby crumbled inch by inch, lifted by the powerful airflow. In a radius of several miles, not a single house remained intact. Kazuki Odin's slash acted like a sharp wedge, forcefully cutting into the energy torrent, splitting it in half. The severed energy torrent splashed out to the sides, carving deep trenches in the ground, shattering boulders, and creating a cloud of dust, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. The momentum of that slash did not diminish, continuing to roar towards the Lion King. The Lion King, eyes wide with fear, wanted to dodge, but was hindered by previous injuries and energy depletion, moving sluggishly. The slash struck the Lion King's body in an instant, a flash of blood appearing, and the Lion King let out a painful roar. Its massive body was sent flying, crashing heavily onto a distant peak, which instantly collapsed, burying the Lion King beneath the rubble. What the hell? Even someone as elegant as Lafitte couldn't help but curse. He had followed the Underworld King for over a year and had never seen the arrogant Lion King defeated. After all, the Lion King was truly capable. Is the Lion King all right? Lafitte asked worriedly. It's fine. It's good for him to suffer a bit this time. The Underworld King calmly observed Odin. He felt that this man before him was indeed strong, but he didn't know how long he could last in a fight against him. Kazuki Odin stood proudly, his long sword slightly trembling, as if celebrating the power of the previous strike. My Lord Odin, so impressive, so strong. The red scabbards cheered wildly. With a dull rumbling sound, the Lion King's massive body suddenly burst out from the pile of stones, covered in wounds, unable to maintain its devil fruit powers, and transformed into human form. Kazuki Odin pointed his sword at the Underworld King, standing sideways. Leave, otherwise, you will end up like your companions, lying on the ground. The Underworld King narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of coldness appearing on his face. Kazuki Odin, are you really going to block me? Think carefully about how many people you can stop. Look closely at the destruction your battle has caused. How many homes have been shattered? Upon hearing the Underworld King's words, Kazuki Odin glanced around. The once peaceful village had turned into ruins. Most houses had collapsed in the aftermath of the battle, and wisps of smoke still rose from the broken walls. Villagers were fleeing in all directions, panic-stricken cries echoing. Children were crying amidst the rubble, and the elderly sat on the ground, their eyes filled with despair and helplessness. A trace of guilt flashed in Odin's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Underworld King, you and your subordinates are the real culprits behind all this. If you hadn't attempted to enter Wano and challenge Kaido, how could we have come to this situation? I, Kazuki Odin, will never allow you to advance any further. Withdraw from Wano, or I will defeat you and throw you out. Huh, what a generous face you show. The Underworld King scoffed. You really know how to find excuses for yourself. This sea is a world of the strong eating the weak, We are merely following the rules. Do you want me to take action for you, Lord Underworld King? Knight Lingyun squinted at Kazuki Odin. Let me handle it, Lord Underworld King. King Whaleshark stepped forward. I'll take care of the others. Moria spoke up. Count me in. King Scorpion walked forward. Lafitte looked at Kinemon. I'll help Moria. I'll go first. My strength is wide open now. Jack's booming voice carried a lot of pressure. The red scabbards across from them were already sweating profusely. Kazuki Odin looked at the eager subordinates of the Underworld King, feeling wary in his heart, but maintaining an air of calm. Odin swung his long sword, exuding overwhelming haki that seemed to freeze the air around him. He raised an eyebrow, staring at the Underworld King, and said loudly, You and I will duel one-on-one. If you can defeat me, I will let you pass safely. If you are defeated by me, then you will leave obediently and not linger. After hearing this, the king of the underworld fell silent for a moment. Then, he slowly stepped forward, releasing an overwhelming aura that surged outward like a tidal wave. The already dilapidated ground cracked further under the pressure of this aura. How strong! Such powerful conqueror's haki. Kinemon and the others were unable to stand upright under the intense pressure of the conqueror's haki. Kazuki Odin felt the overwhelming conqueror's haki of the king of the underworld and felt a chill in his heart, but he would not easily show weakness. Odin gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and a similarly powerful conqueror's haki erupted from within him, like a slumbering giant beast awakened, colliding head-on with the king's haki. In that instant, it was as if invisible thunder roared in the air. Centered around the two, the violent auras spread wildly. The surrounding space seemed to twist, and the remnants of walls and ruins were reduced to dust under the impact of this powerful force, with dust clouds filling the air. The red scabbards, though nearly suffocating from the pressure, still held on, their eyes fixed on the two in the center of the battlefield, filled with shock and worry. The visible dark red and black waves of energy clashed. The king's conqueror's haki was like an endless abyss of darkness, deep and terrifying, seemingly swallowing all light in its path. The two conquerors' haki intertwined, clashing and compressing against each other. Each collision triggered a fierce wave of energy, causing cracks in the ground to spread like spider webs, and the once calm sky was stirred into chaos, with dark clouds gathering and thunder rumbling. What is this? Far away on Onigashima, Kaido, drinking and feasting, suddenly felt a shiver. The intensity of these two conquerors' haki was felt even from Onigashima. Could it be Whitebeard has come? Phew! Kazuki Odin was directly blown away by the king's conqueror's haki, crashing heavily to the ground. Comrade, you can't sleep here, said Knight Lingyun unexpectedly. Kazuki Odin's face turned pale and red. I have only seen this level of conqueror's haki in Whitebeard and Roger, and yours is like an abyss. It is well known that conqueror's haki is related to a person's will. So how strong is the will of the person before me? Odin stood up from the ground, his gaze intense. He gripped the twin swords at his waist, which trembled slightly, seemingly sensing their master's surging fighting spirit. Emitting a low hum, the red scabbards were anxious, wanting to rush forward to help Odin, but they were firmly suppressed by this powerful force, unable to approach at all. Jack and Lafitte also looked at the king with fervent eyes, filled with admiration. This world worships the strong, and coincidentally, their captain is that strong. The king of the underworld stood there quietly, his deep eyes like an endless night sky, as if they could swallow all light. Kazuki Odin understood that the person before him was no ordinary being, that abyss-like conqueror's haki was just the tip of his immense power. Who exactly are you? Why have I never heard your name on the seas before? I am the king of the underworld, the future pillar of this world, the guide. Kazuki Odin took a deep breath, deciding not to hesitate any longer. Even if faced with an insurmountable mountain, he would give it a try. Then let me experience your skills. With that, Odin swung his twin swords and charged at the king of the underworld. Odin was like a swift lightning bolt, filled with endless fighting spirit as he rushed toward the king. His twin swords cut through the air with a chilling arc, as if they would tear apart all obstacles in front of him. The king, however, remained calm and composed, his feet firmly rooted to the ground, his deep eyes coolly watching Odin's approach. Just as Odin was about to close in, the king moved slightly. It is gone. Kazuki Odin's face showed disbelief. The king lightly raised one hand, his eyes narrowing. Listening fruit ability, skill developed, sensory severance. In that instant, standing not far away, Odin felt his body shake violently, and then he fell into a realm of darkness and silence. He was horrified to find that his vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch had all ceased to function in an instant, leaving him as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. "Is this your power?" The king's voice was calm and cold, tinged with a hint of disappointment. "What kind of ability is this?" Odin exclaimed in his heart. He felt the world around him repelling him, as if he had lost all 5 senses. Boom! The king of the underworld blinked and appeared in front of Odin, lifting his leg and kicking out in one motion. Odin was struck by the king's ghostly, instantaneous movement and fierce kick, flying backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a distant boulder, which shattered to pieces. Odin struggled to stand up from the rubble, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes fixed on the king, filled with shock and unwillingness. This power, why? Odin looked down at the twin swords in his hand, unable to comprehend this gap. This feeling was something he had never experienced even with Roger. Could he be stronger than Roger? Odin knew he was facing an unprecedented enemy, but the stubbornness in his bones and his obsession with battle made him grip his twin swords tightly once more. He took a deep breath, channeling all his strength, his muscles tensing. Odin shouted, launching the first attack, charging at the king like an arrow released from a bow, his twin swords slicing through the air with a whistling sound toward the king. "Black hole origin," the king murmured softly. This move was derived from his original techniques, combined with the energy of this world. He had developed it, and no one had ever been able to evade it. As the king murmured, a massive black vortex appeared in front of him, radiating a despairing, swallowing power like a black hole in the universe. Odin's twin swords struck within, but it was as if they had sunk into the sea. Not only did they fail to harm the king, but they were also pulled by that powerful suction, his body uncontrollably being drawn toward the black hole origin. Odin was alarmed, but he showed no intention of retreating. At the moment he was being sucked in, he fiercely drove his twin swords into the ground at the edge of the vortex, using his powerful arm strength and unwavering will to halt his movement. His arm muscles bulged, veins standing out, teeth clenched, and sweat poured down his forehead. The king seized the opportunity, directly striking out with a punch aimed at Odin's right side rib. Odin could not dodge in time and was struck by the king's punch, his body flying out like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground. He felt several of his ribs crack, blood spurting from his mouth. The king walked slowly to Odin's face. "Did you get all 3 shots from Sinovac? Why does it feel like your head?" "I have my reasons." "Phew." Kazuki Odin spat out a mouthful of blood, his heart filled with despair as he said, "You are not worthy to control this country. You lack the beliefs that a ruler should have." Kaido didn't even lower his head to look at Kazuki Odin's mood, instead walking straight ahead. Knight Lin Yun and the others followed closely behind, leaving without glancing sideways. Boom! Accompanied by deafening thunder. It seemed as if the entire Wano country was shaking from the tremendous sound. Then came another round of booming sounds, like the stampede of 10,000 horses, powerful and overwhelming. At that moment, the originally clear sky suddenly turned gloomy, and dark clouds swiftly gathered. These clouds resembled towering black mountains, weighing heavily above people's heads. They rolled and surged, pressing against each other and occasionally lit up by lightning that pierced through the clouds, illuminating the dark sky. Just as that bolt of lightning split the night sky, instantly brightening the pitch-black clouds as if it were daytime, a giant dragon's silhouette faintly emerged from within the thick cloud mass. It was enormous, twisting and coiling above the clouds, shimmering with a bluish light. The glow intertwined with the lightning, casting the entire sky in a brightness akin to day. Suddenly, this dragon's shadow fell from the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily onto the ground nearby, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust gradually settled, a massive and imposing figure slowly emerged. He stood tall like a mountain, muscles bulging, resembling a statue cast from iron, every inch of his texture radiating terrifying power. Those enormous bull horns glimmered with a cold sheen under the overcast sky. as if they could easily pierce through all obstacles. Wild black hair flew freely, contrasting with the murderous aura surrounding him, further highlighting his unruliness and brutality. Kaido's eyes were like deep blood pits, revealing endless greed, ambition, and indifference towards all things in the world. Just being swept by his gaze felt as if one's soul would freeze. Draped in a massive black cloak that billowed in the wind, the thick chain at his waist clanked with a dull metallic sound with each step he took, shaking the ground as if it could not withstand the hellish pressure he exuded, cracking like spider webs spreading outwards. Kaido scanned the scene before him, initially thinking it was that old Whitebeard, but unexpectedly finding a group of small fry. His booming voice echoed through the air, tinged with disdain and arrogance. He then looked down at the King of Hell. "You are the captain of the so-called New Beast Pirates? Did you come here to seek death?" "Oh ha ho 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 ho." The King of Hell slightly raised his head, his eyes showing no fear. Instead, he bore a calmness and authority forged through hardship. "This place is not bad. I'll take it. From now on, this will be my territory, and you have 1 day to leave. Otherwise," Moria stepped forward. "I'll take your head." Kaido's laughter abruptly stopped, and the flames of anger ignited in his blood-red eyes, glaring fiercely at Moria. "You ignorant fool! How dare you speak so boldly in front of me? I initially thought you were supernova and wanted to recruit you. However, a small fry like you will be obedient after taking one of my Thunderbagua." "Uh-huh." Moria did not back down. His tall figure stood straight, tightly gripping the enormous shadow scissors in his hand, the blades shimmering with a cold light under the overcast sky. "Kaido, your era has passed. Today is the time for our new beast pirates to take over." Oof. Kaido swung his massive kanabo, wrapped in black lightning, charging at Moria like an ancient ferocious beast. This strike created a wind pressure that made the surrounding air whistle sharply. Yet, Moria did not retreat. He suddenly swung both hands, and countless shadows surged from beneath his feet, quickly converging into a gigantic shadow giant. The shadow giant spread its arms, welcoming Kaido's Thunderbagua. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted where the two collided, unleashing blinding light and surging waves of energy. The shadow giant's body began to shatter and dissipate under Kaido's powerful strike. However, it successfully absorbed most of the impact, causing Moria to slide back several dozen meters, carving deep furrows into the ground beneath him. Lion King watched this scene and nodded slightly. "Moria, well done, showing some manliness." The Lion King drew his famous sword, its blade instantly covered in a layer of black armament haki, and stepped forward, slashing towards Kaido. Clang! The Lion King felt his arm go numb. Kaido's strength far exceeded his imagination. "What the hell? This guy is harder than iron. Damn little brats. You have no idea how high the heavens are and dare to provoke me. You have really overestimated yourselves. You have successfully angered me." Kaido's massive body trembled slightly, his copper bell-like eyes glaring at the group before him who dared to challenge his authority, roaring in fury. Thunderbagua. As this roar echoed through the sky, the enormous kanabo in Kaido's hand was instantly enveloped by lightning. Striking bolts of lightning danced like silver snakes, crackling violently. The kanabo, charged with gleaming lightning, swung down towards the Lion King. "Grass, coming for me. Roar!" The Lion King instantly transformed into a mythical Zoan, taking on the form of a golden, nine-headed lion. Energy waves gathered in its mouth and were then unleashed. The energy wave collided midair with the destructive Thunderbagua. In an instant, blinding light erupted, like the sun exploding in the sky, the dazzling brightness causing everyone on the battlefield to be temporarily blinded. The shockwave surged like a tsunami, wildly sweeping outward from the point of impact. The ground was forcibly plowed into a deep trench, sand and stones flying, while the surrounding buildings crumbled like fragile blocks under the immense force. "Kazuki Odin, damn! I want to curse. This is my territory. This will cost money." Kaido's body swayed slightly, but quickly stabilized, the anger on his face dissipating. He did not expect the Lion King to withstand his powerful strike. It turns out to be a mythical Zoan. "You little brat, follow me. Let's reach the top together." The 9 heads of the Lion King roared in unison. "Do you deserve it? Let me show you my full strength." The golden mane stood upright, like burning flames. Its 9 tails lashed out like steel whips, drawing sharp arcs in the air towards Kaido. At the same time, the 9 heads each unleashed energy beams of different attributes: fire, frost, lightning, hurricane, intertwining to form a colorful yet extremely dangerous energy net, covering the sky and enveloping Kaido. Kazuki Odin. No, buddy, with all this lightning and rain. Were you just messing with me? Heat wave. In an instant, a heat wave as scorching as lava erupted from Kaido's mouth, and the two clashed in midair. In an instant, a burst of light erupted, like a new star being born, as a strong wave of energy spread outward, triggering a fierce wind that knocked everything around it askew. Boom! The Lion King's shockwave was directly shattered by the heat wave. With destructive power, it charged straight towards the Lion King, wrapping its entire body in this powerful impact, as if it were to completely devour him. With a deafening explosion, the Lion King was unable to withstand such a fierce attack, and its massive and strong body was directly sent flying like a cannonball. After tracing an arc in the air, it crashed heavily onto the ground in the distance, kicking up a cloud of dust. The surrounding earth trembled from this violent collision, as if a small earthquake had occurred. The Lion King spat out a mouthful of blood. Kaido curled his lips into a disdainful smirk, filled with contempt and mockery for the Lion King. The Lion King was having a rough day. Lafayette looked at the Lion King lying on the ground in the distance. Nightling Yun also smirked. This Kaido is very powerful. If Lord Pluto doesn't intervene, we'll have to join forces. Jack looked at Kaido and then at Pluto. What, 7 Kaidos or 8 Kaidos? Lord Pluto is the strongest. Should I go first? The Whale Shark King cast an appreciative glance at Jack. Kaido, if you want to fight, do it on your ghost island. Kazuki Odin's hawk-like gaze fixed firmly on Kaido. Odin, you are ultimately too weak. This Wano country should be ruled by the strong, and you are nothing but a failure. His voice was deep and hoarse, echoing like thunder in the valley, causing everyone's eardrums to throb. Upon hearing Kaido's taunts, Odin's anger flared up in an instant. He gripped the twin swords at his waist tightly, the blades trembling slightly as if resonating with their master's fury. The 5-year promise, Odin. Boom! A roaring sound echoed in Odin's mind. In the end, his arm gradually lost strength, and the sword in his hand slowly lowered, making a clear, clanging sound that seemed particularly jarring in the silence. When I reached the heights, I realized I was always alone. The lonely winter makes me shiver. What do I truly want at such heights? Pluto slowly walked out, standing before Kaido. One interesting man. You're called Pluto, right? I'll give you a chance. Join me with your entire pirate crew, and I will let you go. 1 year, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. It's just a blink of an eye. I live eternally in the cycle, yet I transcend the cycle. My thoughts, my will, stand at the pinnacle of this world. Pluto's gaze was deep as he stared at Kaido, his eyes seeming to penetrate his soul. Kaido, you think your power can dominate everything, yet you do not know there are many things in this world you cannot comprehend. Roar, it's you, that conqueror's hockey guy. Boom! Kaido's brows furrowed, and a strong aura of conqueror's hockey surged forth, swirling around him in a torrent of purple power, like a tangible purple flame dancing wildly, making him appear even more ferocious and terrifying. Pluto was already surrounded by a thick, dark aura of conqueror's hockey. That dark aura was like a mysterious black hole in the depths of the universe, devouring all surrounding light and space, exuding a chilling stillness and majesty. In comparison, although Kaido's purple aura was also extremely powerful, raging like purple lightning across the heavens, it seemed slightly inferior when contrasted with Pluto's black aura. Pluto took a step forward. This step seemed slow but crossed endless space, instantly closing the distance to Kaido. As he stepped, the black aura surged like a tidal wave toward Kaido. Wherever this aura passed, the air was rapidly compressed, producing a series of explosive sounds, and the space appeared to crack like fragile glass. Kaido felt the nearly suffocating pressure of this powerful aura, and his heart tightened. But as the governor of the Beast Pirates, how could he easily show weakness? He gripped his kanabo tightly, raising it high, gathering all his purple aura into the weapon, and then slammed it down fiercely toward Pluto's wave of aura. Pluto raised his leg, covered with a layer of dark material. In an instant, it collided with Kaido's Kanabo. This collision was like two meteors colliding head-on in the vast universe, unleashing energy ripples that spread outward with devastating force. Kaido felt an overwhelming force surge through his Kanabo, causing his arms to go numb, his palms to split, and his body to stumble uncontrollably backward, each step leaving deep footprints in the ground, like an uncontrollable wild bull. Kaido steadied himself and let out a thunderous roar. Black hole! Pluto directly condensed the black hole into his palm and charged at Kaido. Kaido, using his observation haki, tried to evade quickly. Pluto's listening fruit ability sensed his true intentions. Boom! Bullseye! Kaido's body was struck by the powerful energy, sending him flying and crashing into a mountain. The mountain instantly collapsed, burying Kaido within. Roar! Why does it hurt so much? Kaido transformed directly into his azure dragon form, soaring into the sky, coldly staring at Pluto and the others. Without looking back, he flew off into the distance. Pluto watched Kaido's retreating figure, frowning slightly, not giving the order to pursue. The other party must be returning to Ghost Island to prepare. It was of no concern to him. However, he did value this Kaido somewhat. Thick-skinned, durable, and most importantly, very pragmatic. The strong are born to rule the weak. Survival of the fittest is the unchanging natural law of the world. Meanwhile, as Kaido fled, his heart was filled with anger and unwillingness. He had never imagined he would be so embarrassed in his confrontation with Pluto. The power of the black hole had inflicted great damage on his body, and every step he took while flying on flame clouds caused excruciating pain. Pluto, I will remember this debt, and I will make you pay it back double. Kaido roared in his heart, his azure dragon eyes flashing with hatred. Upon returning to the beast pirate stronghold, Kaido's injuries shocked and worried everyone. Governor, what happened to you? Jean questioned anxiously. Kaido transformed back into human form, weakly sitting on the throne, and said, "The new captain of the beast pirates has entered Wano country. That guy's strength is beyond imagination." Everyone gasped upon hearing this. They knew very well how strong Kaido was. Whoever could seriously injure him must be an extremely terrifying existence. My lord, we can't let this go. We must find a way to take revenge. I'll go gather the brothers and take them all down. Queen looked at Kaido. Go, prepare yourself. Investigate the specifics of the situation on the other side. Don't act blindly. Kaido said word by word. Yes, my lord Kaido. Jack looked at the King of Hell with admiration. Where are we going now, Lord King of Hell? To Flower Capital, since Orochi is Kaido's puppet. Taking down Flower Capital will be a smooth journey. The King of Hell looked indifferently towards the direction of Flower Capital. Lafitte, go investigate the number of warriors in Flower Capital. Assemble all our members and march. Yes, my King of Hell. Lafitte respectfully bowed slightly, and, as his words fell, a dazzling light suddenly shone from his shoulders. Following that, a pair of enormous, snow-white wings, resembling swan feathers, slowly appeared. When these wings spread, they measured over 3 meters in length, with each feather clearly defined and shimmering with a translucent luster. They gently flapped, creating a breeze that made the surrounding air feel fresh. Lafitte took a deep breath, then suddenly flapped his wings, shooting into the sky like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a white streak of light, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. This kid is a bit showy. The Scorpion King looked at Lafitte's silhouette. Let's go. We head to Flower Capital first. In a certain manner, 11 people surrounded in a circle, their expressions serious. Lord Odin, I see now, we have all misunderstood you. After Odin informed everyone of the situation, they all looked at him with admiration. However, the new King of Hell Pirates is too powerful. How should we respond? Rei said, scanning the crowd. Odin furrowed his brow, his eyes revealing seriousness and contemplation. He understood that the King of Hell Pirates came with great momentum and was not to be underestimated. Do not panic. I have a rough idea of their intentions. Their goal is Kaido. Secondly, it is Wano country. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, seeing worry in each other's eyes. Inuarashi broke the silence first. Lord Odin, If the king of Hell Pirates is coming for Kaido and Wano country, their ambitions are clear. We are already under Kaido's shadow, and now with another powerful enemy. The situation becomes even more complex and unpredictable. Odin nodded slightly. Exactly. But although the king of Hell Pirates are strong, we also have our own foundation. They want to use Wano to achieve their goals and will not easily annihilate us. This is our opportunity. According to the intelligence we've gathered, the Viper said, the leader of the king of Hell Pirates, the king of Hell, is unfathomably powerful. His subordinates, Lion King, Jack, and Night Cloud, are all fierce warriors. Inuarashi nodded in agreement. While we have many loyal warriors, we are likely at a significant disadvantage in hard power. In a direct confrontation, the outcome is uncertain. Let's go fight with them. Odin stood up and scanned the crowd. Kinemon scratched his head, his eyes revealing confusion. My lord, do you mean we should cooperate with the king of Hell Pirates? But will they agree? Odin stood with his hands behind his back, pacing for a moment before saying, cooperation is not the primary option. We need to first show our strength and determination. Assemble warriors and civilians from all over. Let them know the crisis Wano country is facing and awaken their fighting spirit. At the same time, closely monitor the movements of the king of Hell Pirates and explore their direction. Tsuneshiro stepped forward and responded, your wisdom is profound, my lord. I am willing to lead a team of warriors to the coastal areas to monitor the landing site and troop deployment of the king of Hell Pirates, so we can relay intelligence in a timely manner. Odin nodded in agreement. Tsuneshiro, be sure to be careful. Kinemon, you go find all the warriors willing to resist Kaido for an all-out attack. Ray Eyes, you will be responsible for gathering and analyzing intelligence. We cannot overlook the movements of both the king of Hell Pirates and Kaido. Everyone received their orders and began to act. In the bustling capital, with traffic and flowers in full bloom, General, a warrior shouted anxiously, his voice trembling and urgent. General. He rushed into the room like a gust of wind. Inside, Orochi was comfortably seated on a couch, enjoying being fed sake by a courtesan. However, this sudden intruder instantly shattered the tranquility and beauty. The warrior knelt on one knee, bowed his head, and dared not look Orochi in the eye. Trembling as he said, reporting to the general, we just received news that Lord Kaido encountered a powerful enemy attack in Kiri. That group of enemies is now heading towards Flower Capital. After speaking, he remained kneeling on the ground, not daring to breathe, waiting for Orochi's response. What? Orochi fearfully grabbed the warrior by the collar. Orochi's forehead was bulging with veins, his eyes wide open, and the flesh on his face trembled with anger and fear. He could not believe that under his and Kaido's rule, someone dared to launch an attack so openly and had made their way to Flower Capital. That is Kaido, such a powerful pirate. How could he be repelled? Useless. What are you all doing? How could Lord Kaido be repelled? Orochi roared at the warrior, his voice echoing throughout the room, shaking dust from the beams above. The warrior turned pale as a sheet, trembling like a leaf in the wind. General, those people are coming on strong. Among them are powerful swordsmen, and some have abilities. We really can't hold them off. Orochi released his grip, and the warrior collapsed to the ground. He paced back and forth in the room, his mind racing. On one hand, he was filled with resentment and anger towards these rebels, wishing he could tear them to pieces. On the other hand, he felt a sense of unease, fearing that the rule he had carefully planned for years might be shaken. He knew well that if Kaido lost this battle, the situation in Wano would become uncontrollable. Immediately gather all forces and prepare to face the enemy. Orochi shouted to his attendants, notifying the Anawabanshu to set traps and defenses throughout Flower Capital. And they must not let the enemy step 1 foot easily. The attendants hurriedly took their orders, leaving Orochi alone in the room. He looked out at the flourishing Flower Capital, revealing a hint of ruthlessness and determination in his eyes. Jack coldly tossed aside the warrior who was already powerless to fight back, as if throwing away trash. While flexing his wrist, he muttered, how can there be so many warriors in this damn place? And they're all fearless guys, charging up like crazy to die. After speaking, Jack raised his head and scanned the hundreds of warriors ahead, who were lined up tightly, ready for battle. They held sharp swords, their expressions stern emanating a powerful aura, clearly prepared to fight to the death with them. At this moment, the Scorpion King, who had been standing silently next to the king of the underworld, suddenly raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a barely noticeable smile. He softly said, "My Lord King of the underworld, it's time for my performance." Before his words fell, a deafening roar echoed through the sky. Roar. This sound was like thunder, startling the surrounding birds and beasts to flee in all directions. The Scorpion King opened his mouth and let out a world-shaking dragon roar. Immediately after, an astonishing scene unfolded before the warriors' eyes. The Scorpion King's body began to change rapidly, muscles swelling, bones distorting, and a layer of hard scales gradually covering him. In the blink of an eye, a majestic white dragon appeared in midair. This white dragon was enormous, measuring several dozen meters long, bearing its fangs and claws, exhaling clouds and mist, emanating an unparalleled pressure. The warriors below, witnessing this, were instantly filled with terror, exclaiming, "A dragon! It's a dragon, just like Lord Kaido! Retreat! Quick retreat!" The warriors' formation fell into chaos, their originally prepared stance crumbling instantly. The dragon circled in the air, its massive body creating a whirlwind, then suddenly dove towards the crowd. The white dragon opened its gaping maw, releasing a chilling blast of frost. Wherever the cold air reached, the warriors were instantly encased in ice, turning into frozen statues. Their terrified expressions forever etched on their faces, creating a scene reminiscent of hell. Many warriors who ran fast shouted, "No, I don't want to die." The ability of the dragon was indeed useful. Even in the hottest summer, one could enjoy ice pops. The Whale Shark King looked at the Scorpion King's power and nodded in approval. After a while, there were no more warriors left to block their way. It seemed that the number of warriors the Great Serpent could command was not many, far from what was estimated. Knight Lingyun looked at the scattered warriors along the way, deep in thought. At this moment, in the palace at the center of the flower capital, the Great Serpent sat on a magnificent throne, and upon hearing the news of the warriors' defeat, he angrily slammed the table. Useless. All of them are useless. They can't even hold off this little enemy. The attendants beside him trembled, not daring to speak. "Quickly go and report this news to Lord Kaido. My Lord Great Serpent, don't worry. My ability can completely protect you from any harm," Black Carbon Chinyu said calmly. Upon hearing Black Carbon Chinyu's words, the Great Serpent's expression softened slightly. But he could not hide his anger. "Chinyu, although your barrier ability is powerful, we cannot remain in passive defense. These people intruded so arrogantly. If we do not punish them severely, where is my authority as the Great Serpent?" Black Carbon Chinyu slightly bowed. "What you say is very true, my Lord General. However, we also need to plan long-term. Hurry and notify Lord Kaido." "Yes, yes." The attendant quickly ran out. "Where do you think you're going?" "You don't need to go. We have already arrived." With a loud bang, the sturdy door was kicked open by him, splintering wood everywhere. After completing this action, Jack did not immediately enter the room, but took a slight step back, bending slightly. At the same time, he extended his right hand, making a gesture of invitation, indicating for the king of the underworld to enter first. The king of the underworld walked into the palace with steady strides, his gaze like a torch, instantly sweeping the entire area, finally landing on the Great Serpent. The Great Serpent felt that powerful aura and involuntarily trembled slightly, but still pretended to remain calm as he sat on the throne. "Who are you? And why have you intruded into my palace?" the Great Serpent shouted. The king of the underworld gestured to Jack. "All right, my Lord King of the underworld." Jack, with his towering and broad physique, charged straight towards the Great Serpent like a cannonball, with an unstoppable momentum. His footsteps were heavy and powerful, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if the entire earth was shaking from his ferocity. "No, please don't. I beg you, spare me." The Great Serpent shouted in terror, his voice filled with despair and fear. Its massive body began to twist and struggle backward, attempting to evade Jack's storm-like attack. "I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please, have mercy, do not kill me." The Great Serpent pleaded while continuously retreating, its eyes revealing deep regret and a plea for mercy. "Help me. Someone help me. The great serpent shouted hoarsely. Black Carbon Shinyu frowned slightly, but stepped forward to stand in front of the great serpent. Thief, do not speak recklessly here. As long as I am here, you will not harm the great serpent in the slightest. Jack had already thrown a punch at the great serpent. Black Carbon Shinyu pressed his middle finger against his index finger, and in an instant, a layer of white membrane appeared in front of him. Jack's fist, carrying tremendous force, struck heavily against the white membrane created by Black Carbon Shinyu, causing the membrane to ripple strongly, like a calm lake being struck by a boulder. But astonishingly, this seemingly thin membrane managed to withstand Jack's powerful blow. It merely rippled slightly, showing no signs of being pierced. "Oomph, do you think you can break through my barrier?" Black Carbon Shinyu said with a smirk, a hint of disdain in his eyes. The great serpent wiped a tear from his eye, sniffed loudly, and laughed at Jack. After Black Carbon Shinyu created the barrier, he turned to the great serpent. "My lord great serpent, you need not worry. Within this barrier, you are absolutely safe." Oomph. Seeing this, Jack let out a roar, and his body suddenly transformed into a gigantic mammoth form. He swung his massive tusks towards the barrier in front of him. The moment the tusks made contact with the barrier, a dull thud echoed, causing the entire palace to tremble slightly. The barrier rippled again, expanding outward in concentric circles. Yet it still stubbornly held its ground, showing no signs of being pierced. "All right, Jack." Accompanying this shout, the Whale Shark King suddenly stepped forward. "Let me handle this." His voice was deep, echoing like thunder in the air. Then, without hesitation, the Whale Shark King approached the gigantic great serpent. With each step he took, the ground trembled slightly. At that moment, the Whale Shark King's body began to shimmer with strange light, the glow growing stronger until it completely enveloped him. When the light dissipated, the original Whale Shark King had vanished, replaced by a large, imposing humanoid beast. At this moment, the Whale Shark King had successfully transformed into the Zoan-type Kunpung fruit hybrid form. He held his head high, and his eyes revealed an unmatched aura of dominance and majesty. Waterflow's secret art, water cannon. The great serpent looked at the suddenly transformed Whale Shark King, and fear spread through him like a tide. But he still forced himself to shout, "Do you think just changing your appearance can scare me? I am the General of Wano, and Lord Kaido will not let you go." The King of Whale Sharks thrusts both palms forward, and the water cannon rushes toward Kinemon like a roaring dragon. Under the attack of the water dragon, more and more cracks appeared on the barrier, and the light grew dimmer. Kinemon was at the end of his strength, his body swaying, continuously spitting out blood. "Lord Orochi." "I," he said with difficulty. Orochi looked in terror at the barrier that was about to shatter, turning to find a place to hide, only to discover he was trapped in this small space. "No, please no," Orochi cried out in despair. Finally, with a loud crash, the barrier completely shattered. The fragments fell like snowflakes, and Kinemon also collapsed. Jack excitedly charged toward Orochi. "Now, where will you escape to?" Orochi fell to the ground, trembling, his eyes filled with the fear of death. "Right, yes." In an instant, Orochi suddenly transformed into the form of the Yamada no Orochi. His massive body instantly filled the small space, the 8 heads raised high, mouths opened wide to reveal sharp fangs, tongues flickering, eyes flashing with fierce and mad light. An evil aura radiated from him. "Wow, a mythical Zoan devil fruit user. Lord Hades, what do you think?" The King of Whale Sharks turned to Hades, seeking his opinion. "Kill him, a cowardly ruler." The 8 massive heads of Orochi bared their teeth at the King of Whale Sharks. "Roar! Leave my territory!" Orochi roared. The King of Whale Sharks snorted coldly, his muscles tensed, and the armament Haki instantly covered his arms like a layer of dark metallic armor, exuding a chilling aura. "A coward, today is your end." The King of Whale Sharks flashed forward like a blue lightning bolt toward Yamada no Orochi. His speed was incredibly fast, the air around him whistling. Seeing the King of Whale Sharks charge, all 8 heads of Yamada no Orochi lunged at him simultaneously, their mouths wide open to reveal sharp fangs, as if they wanted to tear the King of Whale Sharks to pieces in an instant. The King of Whale Sharks showed no fear. He met the snake's attack head-on, his right fist wrapped in armament hockey, like a cannonball, striking the nearest snakehead. Armament breakthrough punch. The king of whale sharks shouted, his fist crashing heavily into the snakehead, accompanied by a dull thud, causing the head to tilt aside, scales shattering, blood splattering, and the massive force made the entire body of Orochi sway. It hurts. So painful. However, the other 7 heads of Orochi showed no intention of retreating, continuing to claw and bite at the king of whale sharks. The king of whale sharks quickly swung his left fist, also infused with powerful armament hockey, colliding directly with one of the lunging heads. This collision sent blood mist flying. The snake head lifting upward, and the king of whale sharks seized the opportunity to spin around, his right leg kicking like a thick iron pillar toward a side snakehead. This kick dented the snakehead, eliciting a painful roar from Orochi. His arms, covered in armament hockey, fell like raindrops on the various heads of Orochi. Although Orochi was continuously suffering heavy blows, being a mythical Zoan fruit user, his life force was incredibly resilient, and the remaining heads continued to counterattack madly, lunging at the king of whale sharks. The king of whale sharks skillfully dodged while gathering stronger armament hockey in his arms, trying to find Orochi's fatal weakness to deliver a lethal blow. He adjusted his breathing and charged at Orochi again, leaping high, spinning in the air, his legs kicking towards several of Orochi's heads like propellers infused with armament hockey. The heads of Orochi were pushed back by this fierce attack, and the king of whale sharks landed on Orochi's body, his right fist smashing down on Orochi's spine. A punch containing enough power to split mountains. Orochi's spine instantly caved in, letting out a painful howl. But astonishingly, just as Orochi seemed on the verge of collapse, the smashed head began to slowly move, the wound sprouting flesh, visibly healing at a rapid pace. The king of whale sharks widened his eyes in surprise. This ability is quite interesting. Orochi let out a wild laugh. Foolish human, I am immortal. You can never kill me. The king of whale sharks felt a surge of strong curiosity. I want to see how many times you can revive. He resumed the fierce battle with Orochi. Each time he smashed or severely injured a head, Orochi could revive in a short time. This guy's ability can't revive 8 times, right? The king of whale sharks boldly speculated, but he felt he was close to the mark. However, for him, Orochi was merely a punching bag. As a mythical Zoan GuNing fruit user, his stamina was at the pinnacle of this world. The king of whale sharks clenched his hand, shook his head, and shrugged his shoulders, continuing his storm-like assault. GuNing's fury thousand strikes. In an instant, his figure became blurred. Countless fists infused with armament hockey rained down like a meteor shower upon the giant Orochi. Each fist contained astonishing power, whistling through the air, crashing hard into Orochi. Orochi's heads, body, and tail were all hit, and under this dense and violent assault, his body trembled violently, his hard scales shattering into countless fragments. Blood gushed from the wounds, dyeing the surrounding ground crimson. However, these wounds began to heal at a visible speed. The originally hideous wounds gradually closed, new scales quickly growing back. It was as if the damage just inflicted was merely a dream. This punching bag is really tough. It feels great to hit. The king of scorpions smirked. Exactly. Just watching it feels satisfying. I can't help but want to go up and hit it a few times myself. Moria watched Orochi with excitement, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. At that moment, Hades' voice rang out. Stop playing around. Finish him off. Understood. Lord Hades. Hearing Hades' command, the king of whale sharks intensified his attacks. Orochi cried out in agony, continuously begging for mercy. Meanwhile, Nightling Yun had captured Kinemon and Momonosuke. At this moment, the battered Orochi still attempted to struggle one last time. If you dare to touch me, Lord Kaido will not let you go. If he dared to come, he would have come by now. The king of whale sharks scoffed, looking disdainfully at the dying Orochi. The king of whale sharks held nothing back, unleashing all his haki and power without restraint. He leaped high, his body like a falling meteor, his right fist wrapped in brilliant light, as if it could tear the heavens apart. World Destruction Whale Punch. This punch gathered the king of whale sharks' contempt for Orochi, carrying the determination to completely annihilate him. Orochi's eyes widened in terror, watching helplessly as the fatal punch came crashing down, unable to dodge due to his slow recovery speed. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the king of whale shark's fist slammed heavily onto Orochi's head. In an instant, blood splattered like a fountain, and the entire head of the giant serpent was shattered by a tremendous force, with brain matter and shattered bones flying everywhere. However, the serpent's body continued to convulse instinctively. That strange, undead body seemed to be making one last futile resistance, even after such a severe blow. The whale shark king did not give it any chance to breathe. Immediately, he moved his hands rapidly, executing the water flow strangulation. The surrounding seawater seemed to be summoned, surging forward to form countless sharp water blades, like precise surgical knives, cutting through the serpent's body. The serpent's body was shredded into pieces, with severed limbs and broken arms scattered everywhere. Yet, the wounds were still slowly writhing, attempting to regenerate. The whale shark king glared fiercely, concentrating his armed haki in his palm, then suddenly plunged it into the serpent's chest, gripping tightly onto the heart that was still stubbornly beating. "Stop it!" the whale shark king roared, squeezing hard, accompanied by a chilling crunch, as the serpent's heart was completely crushed. This time, the serpent's body finally ceased its writhing, and the evil aura gradually dissipated. Its massive body collapsed like a crumbling mountain, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. The whale shark king stood beside the serpent's corpse, thinking that this ability was quite impressive, but it was a pity. Seeing the situation turn dire, Black Carbon Macaco suddenly pulled out a dagger from his bosom and lunged at Yilingyun. Yilingyun was already on guard, swiftly evading the attack, then countered with a wave of his hand, striking Black Carbon Macaco down to the ground. Still wanting to resist? "How foolish," Yilingyun scoffed. "Kill them all." A cold voice reached his ears. The two bodies slowly fell, as Yilingyun directly crushed their necks. "Moria, have the crew take control of the entire flower capital, then head to White Dance, waiting for the Kaido pirates to start the battle." The King of Hell glanced subtly in the direction of Onigashima. "As you command, Lord King of Hell. By the way, send a challenge to Kaido, inviting him to a decisive battle at White Dance. Prepare to set sail." Meanwhile, on Onigashima, Kaido's massive body sat on his enormous throne, surrounded by a heavy atmosphere. He had just received word that the King of Hell and his crew were attacking the flower capital, which made him realize that a true war was imminent. The flower capital may have already fallen. What should we do now? Should we go over and kill them directly? Queen clenched his fists, eager for action. "No, wait. Onigashima is our home turf. We must wait for them to tire themselves out. Strengthen the island's defenses and notify all crew members to prepare for battle," Kaido ordered. "Queen, how's the investigation going?" "Boss Kaido, I've sent my men out to gather information about the King of Hell Pirates. The results are unexpectedly impressive. They first appeared over a year ago and defeated Crocodile. It is said that the entire crew consists of Zoan-type Devil Fruit users, especially their captain, King of Hell, and the fighter's Lion King, Whale Shark King, Yilingyun, and Scorpion King, all of whom are mythical Zoan-type Devil Fruit users. They caused a ruckus in Logue Town and then left unharmed. Then they went to the West Sea and recruited the rising pirate Supernova Moria. After that, they began to roam the Grand Line, and many Navy rear admirals who tried to capture them were defeated and escaped. It is said they even escaped from Navy Admiral Borisellino. Silence fell over the scene. Kaido's expression grew increasingly dark, and his massive hand clenched unconsciously. No wonder their conqueror's haki is so overwhelmingly powerful. "Boss, can we really hold them off on this Onigashima?" a trembling subordinate asked, his body shaking slightly, his eyes filled with fear. Kaido turned sharply, his fiery gaze locking onto him. "You useless fool. In this new world, retreating only leads to death." At this moment, the defensive fortifications on Onigashima were being rapidly strengthened. On the towering walls, cannons were being rolled out, their muzzles gleaming with cold metallic light, aimed at the distant sea. Crew members busily transported ammunition, their faces showing tension and determination. The sentries in the lookout towers widened their eyes, vigilantly watching the sea surface, not missing any signs of movement. Meanwhile, On the King of Hell pirate's ship, the atmosphere was entirely different. They had captured many samurai who were allied with the serpent and were crafting weapons and ships. After all, Kaido was unlikely to foolishly rush into battle with them. Therefore, crafting ships was very necessary. On the other side, after receiving the challenge, Kaido's bell-like eyes narrowed slightly, a contemptuous smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He then grabbed the challenge letter, crumpling it casually. With a squeeze of his hand, the paper made a crunching sound, quickly becoming a crumpled ball of waste paper. Then, he tossed it aside like trash. "Oomph. Daring to challenge me to a decisive battle at White Dance?" Kaido said in a rough voice, his sound echoing like thunder in the air. Just then, Jin, who had been standing beside Kaido, hurriedly spoke up. "Boss Kaido, we absolutely cannot accept this challenge. The other side is clearly prepared. They might have set a trap waiting for you to jump in. Moreover, they chose the complex terrain of White Dance, which is unfavorable for us. I'm worried you might act impulsively and fall into the enemy's trap." Jin's face was filled with anxiety, and a fine layer of sweat had formed on his forehead. After all, the strength of the other side was not that of a small pirate crew on the sea. After hearing this, Kaido burst into wild laughter. A trap? This lord is not afraid of such petty tricks. However, the location of White Dance is indeed troublesome. I have no interest in getting tangled up there. Saying this, he picked up the wine gourd in his hand and began to drink heartily. He could still feel a faint stabbing pain in his spirit and could only rely on drinking to numb it. That King of Hell guy is really outrageous. Even Roger probably didn't have such powerful conqueror's haki. Just as both sides were preparing for battle, GuNing's system was ringing incessantly. Reputation points were continuously being credited. Didn't I mute this notification sound? "Host, if I don't show up for a while, you might forget me. I haven't appeared for over 50,000 words. Fine. You're right. It's been a long time since I've moved my muscles and bones, and I got a bit tired of staying in this place. Then I'll go out to sea and wander around." Ding! Feeling the host's determination to go out to sea and enjoy the view, the system announced a task. Go to Fishman Island to admire the beautiful mermaids. Reward: voice of all things. Hee. It seems you've really been pent up. A perfectly good reputation system, and now it's turned into a task. GuNing glanced at the distant MythWukong, who was exercising. "I'm going out to sea. Will you come with me?" The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to reach MythWukong's ears. Upon hearing this, MythWukong's movements came to an abrupt halt, as if time had frozen at that moment. He slowly turned his head, his deep-set eyes fixating on GuNing. After a moment of silence, MythWukong slightly nodded, then lowered his weapon and strode towards GuNing. "It's been a year. I must go find Kuei Ba." The corner of MythWukong's eye drifted towards the figure with wheat-colored skin. "Is Yu Ruo leaving you?" Yu Ruo, a grimoire person skilled in hypnosis, has a deck of cards that can help people know anything. She joined the Ling Mountain Society to glimpse into Kuei Ba's heart, but fell for me Lin the moment she first saw him. She is also the first among the 12 demons to know Manji's identity while still alive. I'll go too. He is GuNing's newly appointed retainer during this year, and he doesn't know what Manji has done in the Navy. The system directly rewarded an extra chance to summon a retainer. Then let's go. On the other side, after a period of preparation, both sides were nearly ready, only waiting for the moment to start the battle. The King of Hell stood at the port, gazing at the hundreds of ships ahead. Among them were the samurai dispatched by Kazuki Oden. On the second day of the King of Hell's rule over Flower Capital, Kazuki Oden went to Flower Capital to express his desire to join the fight against Kaido. After being rejected by the King of Hell, Oden was not angry, only stating that they would also come on the day of battle. At this moment, the King of Hell's 3 pirate ships, along with Oden's more than 100 warships, were quietly docked at the port. Set sail. Attack. Onigashima. With a command from the King of Hell, he jumped onto a ship and headed directly towards Onigashima. As the fleet gradually approached Onigashima, a suffocating aura filled the air. The huge and eerie silhouette of Onigashima gradually emerged before everyone, like a slumbering giant beast, ready to devour any invading enemies. Kaido's subordinates had long been on standby at the shore, various cannons and weapons aimed at the sea. Kazuki Oden stood on his warship. Looking at Onigashima, a complex emotion surged within him. He was well aware of Kaido's strength and brutality, but he could not tolerate Kaido's actions against Wano country. As Kazuki Oden's fleet gradually closed in on Onigashima, the sight before them made everyone's hearts sink. The coast of Onigashima was densely packed with enormous and ferocious black iron cannons. The cannon barrels resembled the fangs of an ancient beast, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Each one thick enough for 2 men to embrace, with barrels several zhang long, angled towards the sky. Samurai, today is the day we fight for Wano country. Do not fear, do not shrink back. Oden shouted loudly, boosting morale. The samurai under him responded one after another, drawing their swords, their eyes filled with determination. The battle erupted instantly. With a command from the Onigashima garrison commander, the world by the sea fell into madness in an instant. Cannons roared in unison, the sound waves crashing like a surging tsunami, causing the sea to churn with towering waves. The sound waves in the air felt like tangible blades, piercing the eardrums painfully. Shells shot out like meteors, tracing black arcs in the sky, and due to their density, they even rubbed against each other in the air, sparking dazzling fire. Once these shells fell into the sea, they unleashed earth-shattering power. The sea surface was suddenly filled with massive water columns, each one like an enraged water dragon, shooting up dozens of zhang high. The water columns intertwined and collided, creating a chaotic water curtain, mixed with the shattered remnants of ships and mangled bodies. The sea water dyed a glaring crimson by blood. Kazuki Oden's fleet, faced with this terrifying cannon fire, felt as fragile as ants. The ships zigzagged, trying to find gaps in the cannon fire to force a breakthrough, but each effort was ruthlessly crushed. Those shells accurately landed around the ships, the explosive shockwaves acting like invisible giant hands, easily capsizing and tearing apart sturdy pirate ships like toys. Some ships were directly hit by shells, instantly splintering into pieces. Crew members screaming as they fell into the raging sea, swallowed by the merciless waves. Even the few ships that were fortunate enough to avoid direct hits were still affected by the strong shockwaves from the explosions, which spread rapidly along the sea surface like the tentacles of a demon. The ships rocked violently under this force, the boards creaking in pain, as if they would disintegrate at any moment. Crew members stumbled around the deck, unable to maintain their balance, let alone control the ships to continue moving forward. Many were thrown into the sea or injured or killed by falling masts and ropes. Under this dense and deadly cannon fire blockade, Kazuki Oden's fleet struggled to move, the sea becoming an insurmountable barrier of death, isolating them from Onigashima. The fleet could only linger in place, enduring the baptism of cannon fire, the shadows of death and despair looming over every heart like a thick cloud. Meanwhile, the King of Hell's fleet nimbly dodged the shells. Even when shells were about to hit their ships, Yi Lingyun easily blocked them one by one. At the same time, the ships launched a fierce counterattack. The cannons on the King of Hell's ship erupted with deafening roars, shells whistling towards the enemies on the shores of Onigashima, sending them tumbling. Kazuki Oden's face turned ashen at this sight. The enemy's cannons were so powerful, also due to the sea stone mined at Rabbit Hole. Damn Kaido! Kazuki Oden's face turned pale, filled with anger and regret. He knew all too well that the root cause of all this was the treacherous Kurizumi Orochi, who colluded with Kaido for his own selfish desires. Not only did he betray Wano country, but he also used the sea stone mined at Rabbit Hole to strengthen Onagashima's defenses, which made the current situation so difficult. It can't go on like this. A way must be found to break through this damned cannon fire blockade. Oden clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, his eyes bloodshot as various strategies raced through his mind. The samurai beside him wore resolute expressions, though their hearts were also eroded by fear and despair. But their loyalty to Oden made them willing to follow him into fire and water. The King of Hell stood at the bow of the ship, calmly directing the fleet's counterattack. Yi Lingyun, Lion King, and others were fully focused, their hands moving like the wind, each swing precisely deflecting the incoming shells. Those shells seemed to lose all their lethality in the face of their strength, veering off course and falling into the sea, splashing up huge water columns. Lord King of Hell, let us go! Yi Ling-yun and Scorpion King exchanged glances and simultaneously asked the King of Hell for permission. The King of Hell looked at the two, contemplated for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Both of them had abilities from their devil fruits that allowed them to float. "I'll go too." Whale Shark King looked at the King of Hell. "Then you and Lafitte will start the destruction from the left, while Yi Ling-yun and Long Ying will come from the right." "Understood, Lord King of Hell." The four of them directly used their devil fruit powers. Four figures appeared in the air. Yge Linjun, Kat Kat Fruit, Midikazjen, Kinky Form. Whale Shark King, Fish Fruit, Mythical Zoan, Kuimping Form. Lafitte, Bird Fruit. Mythical Zoan, Angel Form. Scorpion King, Fish Fruit, Mythical Zoan, White Flood Dragon Form. The form of Cheongqi, transformed by Yi Ling-yun, circled in the air, and the pressure emanating from this ancient, fierce beast caused ripples to spread across the surface of the sea below. The Whale Shark King rapidly changed shape, its massive body appearing in the sky like a small mountain. Its fish head was enormous, with eyes like two full moons emitting a cold, chilling light. The fish body was long and wide, covered in an incredibly hard layer of scales adorned with mysterious patterns, shimmering with strange colors under the refraction of sunlight. The fish fins on its back resembled gigantic fans. Lafitte's transformation was equally stunning. Accompanied by a flicker of soft light, his body gradually became light and sacred. A pair of massive angel wings slowly unfurled behind him, the feathers as white as snow, with each feather seemingly condensed from the purest energy, radiating a gentle glow. The Scorpion King transformed into a slender and agile white dragon. The dragon's body was entirely snow white, as if carved from mutton fat jade. Only its blood-red eyes revealed a chilling fierceness. The dragon horns on its head were curved and sharp, as if they could pierce the sky. The scales on its body were dense and tough, sparkling with a silvery light under the sun, each scale edged with slight serrations, resembling natural blades. Its long dragon whiskers fluttered in the wind like lively ribbons. Its limbs transformed into powerful dragon claws, the tips gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, leaving behind black streaks in the air as they passed. The members of the GetsBlack fleet watched this miraculous scene, all wide-eyed and gaping, their faces filled with disbelief. Jinbi, Reizo, and others stared with wide-open eyes, fixated on the four stunning transformations in the sky. Their faces stiffened with excessive shock. Just dealing with one Kaido was already overwhelming, and now this underworld pirate crew had appeared with four. In Wide Din's understanding, while devil fruit users were not uncommon, witnessing such a stunning display of mythical Zoan types was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. The anxiety and despair he originally felt about breaking through the cannon fire blockade of Onigashima were shattered by this sudden spectacle, replaced by an indescribable astonishment and shock. His gaze shifted between Yi Ling-yun's Cheongqi form, the Whale Shark King's Kuimping form, Lafitte's Angel form, and the Scorpion King's White Dragon form, seemingly wanting to imprint every detail deeply in his mind, his hands trembling slightly from overwhelming excitement. He longed to fight them. The samurai beside Wide Din were also in a daze. Some looked up with their necks stretched long, their eyes bulging as if they might pop out. Others covered their mouths with their hands, fearing that their gasps of surprise might disturb the scene that felt as if a myth had descended, and some leaned slightly forward, unconsciously stepping back a little, as if overwhelmed by this powerful aura. The once formidable threat of cannonballs in their eyes now seemed less terrifying in the face of the miraculous power displayed by these four. The gloom that had previously shrouded their hearts in despair was now dispelled somewhat by this sudden glimmer of hope, reigniting their fighting spirit and anticipation. Kaido, who had always prided himself on being invincible and dominating the seas, also showed evident astonishment for the first time. His giant eyes widened, staring fixedly at the four, as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. Kaido had navigated life with a deep understanding of the power and rarity of mythical Zoans. But now, with four appearing at once, each possessing such unique abilities, it completely overturned his understanding. A strong sense of crisis surged within him, and his once unassailable aura showed signs of cracks, like a calm lake being struck by a boulder, sending ripples that were hard to calm. Especially when he saw a white dragon, similar to his own ability, across from him. Jin, who usually wore a cold expression, was also moved. His eyes, hidden behind a mask, widened in shock. As a prominent figure of the Beast Pirates, he was well aware of the terrifying power of mythical Zoans, while his own ability was merely an ancient type devil fruit. But the four before him, each with distinct mythical Zoan forms, radiated a mysterious and powerful aura, making him feel that his own abilities were truly inferior. Flames danced chaotically around him, seemingly sensing the turmoil within their master. His body tensed slightly, as if trying to restrain the inner panic, realizing that the emergence of this new power would undoubtedly bring earth-shattering impacts to their entire pirate crew. Queen was even more dumbfounded, his chubby cheeks trembling with surprise. His small eyes, once filled with mockery and arrogance, now only reflected fear and confusion. How is this possible? He blurted out, his voice turning sharp. Looking at the mythical Zoan abilities displayed by the four, Queen felt his mind roar. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, sliding down his cheeks, and splashing onto the ground, creating tiny splashes. They had been rampaging in a new world for so long, never hearing of mythical Zoan devil fruits appearing in clusters. Yiling Yun's Qiongqi was the first to launch an attack, opening its massive mouth and letting out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, sending sound waves crashing towards Onagashima's defenses like a surging tide. Wherever it went, the air twisted and deformed, and some weaker defensive structures instantly collapsed, while the guarding subordinates were sent reeling, blood streaming from their orifices, collapsing to the ground. The whale shark king, leveraging its massive size, slammed into the left flank of Onagashima like a falling meteor. It traced a massive arc through the air, whipping up a howling gale. As it approached the defense line, it swung its enormous tail, creating a powerful current of water that sliced through obstacles like a sharp knife. Some artillery attempting to resist were smashed to pieces by the water flow before they could even fire, and the gunners were swept away, crying out in despair. Lafitte spread his pure white angel wings, gently waving them, as countless feathers shot out like arrows. These feathers shimmered with a holy light but contained lethal power. They accurately flew towards key points of Onagashima's defense line, such as artillery emplacements and lookout towers. Wherever the feathers touched, fierce white flames ignited, rapidly spreading and engulfing those structures. The guards, in a panic, fled in all directions but found it impossible to escape the searing flames, and in an instant, the left side of Onagashima fell into chaos and flames. The white dragon, transformed from a scorpion king, weaved through the air, its blood-red eyes locking onto a group of elite guards on the right flank. It then exhaled a blast of icy cold air, which quickly crystallized into countless sharp ice spikes that shot toward the target like a torrential downpour. The speed and power of the ice spikes were immense, easily piercing shields and armor, with many guards pinned in place, their bodies instantly frozen into ice sculptures, their expressions frozen in terror. Yiling Yun let out another roar, this time unleashing a black energy beam from its mouth. As the beam passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, creating numerous fine cracks. A beam of light shot directly towards a large fortress deep within the Ghost Island defense line. The walls of the fortress were easily penetrated by the impact of the beam, collapsing with a thunderous roar and kicking up clouds of dust and smoke. The whale shark king charged into the interior of the Ghost Island defense line, its massive body rampaging through the narrow defensive passages. It slammed its enormous fish head against the walls on either side, causing them to crack and collapse, burying the enemies hiding behind. Its fins, sharp as saws, sliced through everything in its path. Weapons and bodies alike were reduced to dust by the sweeping motion of its fins. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and before Kaido could react, this group had already destroyed most of the defense line. Roar! Jean! Quinn! Kill for me! Kaido's eyes turned crimson, transforming into a giant azure dragon that soared into the sky, its body blocking out the sun. The dragon's scales shimmering coldly in the sunlight. He let out a deafening roar, the sound waves crashing like a raging tsunami. Fire breath! A massive column of flame surged towards the attackers. The Nightling Yun, transformed into a Qiongqi, felt this immense power and quickly took flight to avoid the direct impact of the flames. It circled in the air, its eyes glinting with ferocity, and opened its gaping maw again, spewing black energy orbs that shot towards the azure dragon Kaido like meteors. The whale shark king continued its rampage within Ghost Island, its large body moving agilely through the ruins. It spotted a group of enemies gathering and took a deep breath, its powerful suction pulling in the surrounding seawater to form a gigantic water sphere. After compressing the water sphere, the whale shark king forcefully shot it out, the water sphere barreling towards the group of enemies like a cannonball, instantly scattering them, many suffering broken bones and torn tendons from the immense water pressure. Seeing that Night Lingyun was already entangled with Kaido in the air, the Scorpion King flew towards Kaido without hesitation. The white dragon moved nimbly among the clouds, using its speed advantage to continuously attack from behind the azure dragon. Although the icy spikes it spat out were unable to inflict fatal damage on Kaido's hard scales, they still caused him sharp stings. Kaido angrily swung his dragon claws, trying to grab the white dragon, but the white dragon always cleverly evaded. Jean, transformed into a pterosaur, was engulfed in roaring flames as he dove from the sky, targeting the rampaging whale shark king. He unleashed high-temperature flames from his mouth, the fire cutting through the seawater around the whale shark king like blades. Sensing danger, the whale shark king raised its massive tail, creating a powerful wave to meet the flames. Water and fire clashed, hissing loudly, and a large amount of steam filled the air, making the battlefield even more hazy. "Good kid, come and fight," the whale shark king roared as it charged toward Jean. Meanwhile, Quinn, in his Brachiosaurus form, caused tremors with every step, his long neck serving as a mobile cannon, tensed muscles unleashing powerful air blasts towards Lafitte. Lafitte quickly dodged in the air, realizing his strength was insufficient to deal with a notorious pirate like Quinn in the New World, relying solely on his wings to evade. At sea, the Kazuki Oden fleet had lost a third of its ships, but seeing Kaido as pirate crew attacking the island in the distance filled them with excitement. Although the Kazuki Oden fleet had lost some ships, the remaining crew members were highly motivated. They witnessed the fierce battles on the island, rolling up their sleeves and preparing to land and fight. The fleet commander stood at the bow of the ship, shouting loudly, "Brothers for Wano for the Kazuki clan, let us charge." With his command, one ship after another launched towards Ghost Island like arrows. Meanwhile, the ships of the Underworld King and others quickly reached the island shore, meeting Kaido's forces. On the other side of Ghost Island, the ships of the Kazuki Oden fleet were landing one after another. The crew members were all filled with fervor, shouting slogans as they charged towards the battlefield like tigers descending a mountain. Among them, a young samurai's eyes sparkled with a thirst for battle and a firm belief in victory. Holding a long sword, he ran swiftly, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. When he encountered a small fry from Kaido's pirate crew, he did not hesitate to swing his sword. The enemy tried to block with a spiked club, but under the young crew member's fierce assault, he quickly exposed vulnerabilities. The young crew member seized the opportunity, sidestepped, and the long sword sliced across the enemy's abdomen, blood gushing forth as the enemy collapsed to the ground with a scream. Kazuki Oden led the charge, moving like lightning across the battlefield. His two swords danced in a whirl of light and shadow, bringing down enemies wherever he went. His overwhelming presence exerted immense pressure on the surrounding foes, causing many to weaken at the knees as he approached. However, still, numerous enemies surrounded him. Kazuki Oden's deep, sea-like eyes suddenly focused. An invisible force surged forth from within. In an instant, a powerful, suffocating conqueror's haki swept outward like crashing waves. Those small fries who had aggressively surrounded him had no time to react before being hit head-on by this terrifying haki. In a moment, they felt as if they had been struck on the head by a heavy hammer, their bodies shaking violently, eyes rolling back and groaning in pain. One after another, they collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Then, Kazuki Oden quickly charged towards Kaido, shouting as he ran, "Kaido! D! Secret technique, Peach Source White Dragon." Kazuki Oden's dual blades surged forward like dragons emerging from the sea, carrying a torrent of power and determination straight towards Kaido. This move was one of Kazuki Odin's killing techniques, condensing years of training and endless fury against his enemies. As the blade gleamed, it seemed to shred the surrounding space, causing the air to buzz with the intensity of his assault. Seeing Kazuki Odin's fierce advance, Kaido showed no fear. His massive body trembled slightly, the scales on his body taking on a layer of dark luster, like an impenetrable armor. He grinned, revealing sharp fangs, and let out a thunderous roar. This roar resonated like a tangible sound wave, surging towards Kazuki Odin in an attempt to block his attack. Where the sound waves traveled, the ground cracked, stones flew, and some weaker warriors were shaken to the point of bleeding from their orifices, collapsing in pain. Facing Kaido's roar, Kazuki Odin showed no signs of retreat. His gaze grew even more resolute, channeling all his haki and strength into his dual blades. The blades collided with the sound waves, producing a deafening explosion, with strong energy fluctuations radiating outward from the point of impact. Surrounding structures crumbled under the force, dust rising to obscure the sky. Invisibility on the battlefield dropped dramatically. Amidst the swirling dust, Kazuki Odin's figure moved like a ghost. He continued to close in on Kaido with precise judgment of his position. Kaido stretched out his enormous claws and waved them in the air, creating a gust of wind in an attempt to blow Kazuki Odin away. Odin leaped and cleverly dodged the attack in midair, then used the momentum of his fall to strike down with his twin swords towards Kaido's head. Kaido remained unfazed, raising his arm to block. With a loud clang, the twin sword struck Kaido's arm, sending sparks flying, but only leaving a shallow mark on his skin. How about that? Isn't my haki tough? Heat breath. Accompanied by this roar, Kaido's massive body shook violently, and an incredibly hot breath erupted from his mouth like a volcanic explosion. At this moment, Kazuki Odin had not yet landed, and facing Kaido's terrifying attack, his expression changed slightly. However, Odin quickly dodged the incoming heat wave with incredible speed. Yet, the heat still brushed past his body, instantly scorching and distorting the surrounding air. Boom! The entire space seemed to tremble. Kaido's colossal and powerful body was suddenly launched like a cannonball. He hurtled towards the ground at an astonishing speed, tearing through the air and producing a sharp whistling sound. With a cloud of dust and flying debris, Kaido crashed heavily onto the ground. In an instant, the earth shook violently, as if a strong earthquake had occurred. Soon after, a deep, bottomless pit with a diameter of several dozen meters appeared on the ground, and the surrounding land cracked open like a spider web, extending far away. After a while, it really hurts. Night Lingyun, your sneak attack methods are not honorable. Kaido stood up and glared at Night Lingyun. In this world of the survival of the fittest, only the victors are qualified to talk about honor or disgrace. Night Lingyun replied expressionlessly, "Ha ha 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 ha. I like it. Thunderbagua." In his beastman form, Kaido raised his spike club and swung it towards Night Lingyun, seeing the club whistling towards him with immense force. Night Lingyun vanished in the blink of an eye, retreating like a wisp of black smoke. The spike club crashed down heavily where he had just stood, creating a huge pit with a loud bang, and debris and dust erupted, scattering like hidden weapons. Kaido's mid-strike did not stop him. He turned and swept the spike club in a wide arc, creating a whirlwind that rushed towards Night Lingyun like a black storm. Night Lingyun flapped his wings and quickly retreated, while at the same time, he forcefully waved his hands, and several black beams of light surged from his palms, instantly coalescing into several black energy spheres that emitted an eerie aura. These energy spheres flickered with a chilling light like demons in the darkness. With a swing of Night Lingyun's arm, these black energy spheres shot forth like arrows towards Kaido not far ahead. They sliced through the air, producing a sharp whistling sound, as if they wanted to tear everything in their path apart. Kaido saw the black energy spheres coming, but did not dodge. Instead, he let out a wild laugh and swung the spike club forcefully at the energy spheres. At the moment of impact between the spike club and the energy spheres, a blinding light erupted along with a deafening roar, shattering the energy spheres into wisps of black smoke. However, the powerful shockwave caused Kaido's body to sway slightly. Just then, Kazuki Odin's slash followed closely behind. Odin, enveloped in a fierce momentum, rushed in with his twin swords, their blades glinting coldly in the sunlight. Slicing through the air like a silver lightning bolt aimed at Kaido's throat. Kaido abruptly turned to the side, swinging the spiked club horizontally in an attempt to block this fierce attack. Seeing this, Odin showed no fear. He lightly stepped, agilely turning in midair, crossing his twin swords to shift from a thrust to a slash, aiming to cut at Kaido's arm. Kaido had no choice but to retract the spiked club to defend, producing a loud crash and sparks flying. Odin used the momentum to land, quickly rolling and rising, his twin swords dancing like a flurry of light, attacking Kaido like a storm. Kaido was unwilling to show weakness, gripping the spiked club tightly, each swing creating a whistling wind, clashing fiercely with Odin's twin swords, producing intense sparks. "Odin, you're seeking your own death," Kaido roared, already having several wounds on his body. Although not fatal, they made him extremely angry. After all, the recovery of the mythical Zoan Devil fruit takes time. But now what he lacked most was time. The king of the underworld had already landed in the distance. If the king of the underworld made a move, he didn't know how he would defend himself. Kaido charged again, the spiked club drawing black arcs in the air, smashing down towards Kazuki Odin with tremendous force. Odin's figure flickered, weaving through the gaps between the club's attacks, leaving shallow wounds on Kaido's body with his twin sword from time to time. The two exchanged blows, and everything around them was destroyed by the shock waves of their battle. Trees were uprooted, and boulders were shattered. Odin knew he had to end this fight quickly. His stamina was depleting, while Kaido's recovery ability was extremely strong. He was not as enduring as Kaido, but fortunately, Night Ling-yun was still distracting Kaido. At this moment, the White Flood Dragon, seeing the besieged Kaido, felt relieved and started clearing out the small minions around. The king of the underworld stood quietly on the shore. No one dared to attack, watching Kaido being besieged, feeling the timing was right. In the blink of an eye, the king of the underworld floated lightly into the air like a ghost. His figure flickered, exuding a chilling aura. Soon after, a mysterious light burst forth from him. As the light shone, the body of the king of the underworld began to undergo astonishing changes. His body gradually expanded, muscles bulging, bones cracking, and in an instant, he transformed into an enormous creature resembling a D-Ting. This D-Ting stood dozens of meters tall, covered in black scales that glimmered with a cold light. Its head resembled that of a lion, with sharp fangs like blades. Its ears were large and sensitive, capable of capturing the faintest sounds around. Its eyes burned like flames, radiating majesty and dominance. An immense aura surged around it, and Kaido, who was fighting in the distance, noticed this scene. Another mythical Zoan. Kaido's heart sank. He knew well the power and difficulty of dealing with a mythical Zoan Devil Fruit user. But at this moment, he was deeply engaged in a fierce battle with Kazuki Odin and Night Ling-yun, stretched thin. Odin sensed Kaido's distraction and swung his twin swords even more fiercely, trying to break through Kaido's defenses for a fatal blow. Shadow wings. Night Ling-yun called out lightly, and the wings on his back instantly released a denser dark power, his figure slipping through the gaps in Kaido's attacks like a ghost. Suddenly, he appeared above Kaido, a massive curved slash forming on his wings. Kaido sensed the danger above and swung the spiked club upward with all his might, muscles tensed. Lower the three worlds, lead to the abyss. The wolf-toothed club, infused with the power of thunder, charged straight towards Yi Ling-yun's slash. When the two forces collided, it was as if the heavens and earth lost their color in an instant, with blinding light and deafening roars intertwining, and a powerful energy wave radiating outward in a ring from the point of impact. The surrounding air was violently compressed, forming visible whirlpools of air, while the ground trembled violently, as if a minor earthquake had struck. The wolf-toothed club quickly shattered Yi Ling-yun's slash and charged directly at him. The wolf-toothed club, accompanied by a whistling wind, swept towards Yi Ling-yun once again. Yi Ling-yun crossed his wings over his chest, covering them with armed color to form a shield in front of him, barely blocking the blow. However, Kaido's power was too overwhelming, and Yi Ling-yun was knocked backward, crashing heavily into a mountain, which instantly collapsed, rocks tumbling down. Cough, cough. Yi Lingyun stood up, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. But his gaze remained resolute. Kaido slowly landed, looking at Yi Lingyun with a hint of approval. Interesting, you can take my attack and still live. Kazuki Oden took a deep breath, raising his twin swords once more, a faint red glow emanating from him. This glow gradually spread across his body, making him look like a god of war. I will not let you run rampant in Wano country any longer. Te Ipsilon Ten. Kazuki Oden shouted, as flames seemed to ignite on his twin swords, covered in armed color hockey, and sakura petals flowed slowly along the blade. He leapt toward Kaido, his figure like a sharp lightning bolt, tearing through the void. Kaido looked at the charging Kazuki Oden, a serious look flashing in his eyes. But he did not back down, gripping the wolf-toothed club tightly, his muscles tensed, ready to fight. Oden, you really are interesting. Rumble. Vajra arrow. Kaido let out a bizarre laugh. The wolf-toothed club was raised high in his hand, his muscles bulging, black hockey wrapping around him like a solid substance. And a powerful and sharp energy condensed at the top of the wolf-toothed club, resembling a black drill capable of piercing everything, swiftly thrusting towards the flying Kazuki Oden. Kazuki Oden's gaze was firm, unafraid of this fierce strike. He forcibly twisted his body in the air, crossing his twin swords. And with the mighty force of TY10K, he clashed head-on against Kaido's Vajra arrow. When the twin swords met the wolf-toothed club, a blinding light and deafening sound erupted, and energy waves spread out like a surging tsunami, lifting layers of earth and stone from the ground. And nearby buildings were instantly reduced to dust. Kazuki Oden used the reaction force generated by the collision to roll in the air, landing steadily on a large rock not far away. However, as soon as his feet touched the rock, it couldn't withstand the impact and cracked into countless fragments with a crack. Kaido also staggered back a few steps from the powerful recoil, each step leaving a deep footprint on the ground. Oden, do you think you can stop me? Wano country will sooner or later be under my control. You are not worthy of being a ruler. If I am unworthy, then does that guy Orochi deserve it? The residents of Wano country are already living in dire straits. Oden roared at Kaido. Isn't all of this your indulgence? Kaido's laughter echoed, and Oden's anger surged, his eyes wide, veins bulging on his forehead as he stepped forward, causing the earth to tremble slightly from his fury. I have never condoned any harm to Wano country. I traveled across the sea, only to find my homeland polluted by you scoundrels. It is you who invaded and betrayed Wano country. It is you who made the people suffer. Kaido laughed wildly, his laughter echoing harshly in the open battlefield. Betrayal? It's merely the inevitable process of power transition. Wano country has stagnated under your father's weak rule. It needs a new order, and I, along with Orochi, will establish a stronger Wano country. Your so-called new order is oppression and exploitation, forcing the people to survive in fear. Oden swung his twin swords, the flames on them burning even more fiercely due to his anger. I have seen the beauty of the outside world, where there is freedom, equality, and people fighting for their dreams. Wano country should have walked that path, not fallen into your dark rule. Kaido snorted coldly. Freedom? Equality? That's just a fantasy of the weak. Only the strong can determine the rules of the world. Wano country needs absolute authority to survive in this chaotic era. Saying this, he tightened his grip on the wolf-toothed club, his haki spreading like black mist. Oden, if you know what's good for you, surrender to me obediently. Otherwise, today will be your day of death. I will never submit to you. I will use my sword to cut through your so-called dark rule and bring light back to Wano country. Determination shone in Oden's eyes as he flashed forward, charging at Kaido like an arrow released from a bow. The twin swords traced two beautiful arcs in the air, engulfed in roaring flames and fierce haki, striking towards Kaido's head and chest. Kaido remained calm, placing the wolf-toothed club horizontally in front of him, easily blocking Oden's attack. Meanwhile, the King of Hell, enveloped in an immense aura, slowly floated above Kaido and the others. Calmly, he spoke, Kaido, submit to me. Our ideologies align. Together we will elevate this world to new heights. Kaido was slightly taken aback by the King of Hell's words. In the moment when the wolf-toothed club and Kazuki Odin's twin swords clashed, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. "Oomph, do you think I, Kaido, would follow someone else? I am the one who will dominate this world." The King of Hell, however, remained unfazed, his enormous manifestation surrounded by mysterious black light, which seemed to possess the power to devour all. "Kaido, though you are strong, have you ever thought that if you follow me, there will be no one in this world who can rival us? Your ambition and my aspirations combined can create a true empire." Kaido laughed up to the sky. "Empire? I will forge it myself. No need to collaborate with you." After saying this, he charged towards Kazuki Odin again, the wolf-toothed club howling like a black dragon emerging from the sea, each strike containing overwhelming power. Kazuki Odin skillfully dodged Kaido's attacks, his figure weaving across the battlefield, occasionally countering, leaving shallow wounds on Kaido. "There's only one last way left. I really have no way to deal with you." The King of Hell looked down at Kaido and made his move directly. A powerful force slammed down towards Kaido. Just as Kaido was in the midst of a fierce battle with Kazuki Odin, he suddenly sensed a powerful force approaching from above. His heart jolted, but he did not retreat. Instead, he abruptly thrust the wolf-toothed club into the ground, using the momentum to leap back several meters. Kazuki Odin also quickly dodged away. The force from the King of Hell crashed down where he had just stood, instantly creating a massive, deep pit in the ground, earth and stones flying, dust swirling. Amidst the swirling dust, Kaido steadied himself and glared at the King of Hell. "King of Hell, are you going to be my enemy to the end? I have never feared anyone." His voice was filled with anger and disdain, even though just moments ago he had been a bit flustered. But his innate pride prevented him from showing any sign of weakness. The king of the underworld remained cold and aloof, hovering in the air, looking down at Kaido and Kazuki Odin. Odin coldly glared at the king of the underworld, realizing that one should never trust pirates. The king of the underworld's gaze sharpened, his indifferent eyes fixed on Odin. "When did I ever ask you to trust me?" Odin was momentarily speechless. "Wasn't it you who insisted on attacking along with Kaido when I launched my attack? Or did my men come to plead with you?" Odin was left speechless by the king's words, filled with indignation. "Though you haven't stated it outright, your various actions are clearly misleading us, dragging us into this chaotic battlefield." He gripped his twin swords tightly, the flames on the blades flickering due to his emotional turmoil. Kaido, listening from the side, suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, you fool." Odin declared that he would leave this place, or else. With this statement from the king of the underworld, Odin and the Red Scabbards all stiffened. They had already lost more than half of their numbers to reach Onigashima. What use would it be to retreat now? Odin gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute and determined. "I will not retreat. The honor of the Kazuki family and the future of Wano cannot afford my retreat at this moment." He turned to the Red Scabbards beside him, who, though injured, still had determined eyes. They nodded to each other, a silent understanding. Even in the face of death, they would never give up. "Then let's stay and fight. Moria, Dragon. Whale Shark King, Lafitte, hold them off for me." "As you command, Lord King of the Underworld." For immediately, the battle shifted. The four who were initially fighting against the Beast Pirates suddenly changed their attack direction and charged toward the Red Scabbards and the warriors of Wano. Moria moved like a shadow, leading the charge toward the Red Scabbards. He waved his hands, and dark shadows surged forth like a tide, enveloping the surrounding space in an instant. Kinneyman among the Red Scabbards shouted loudly, drawing his sword to slash at the oncoming shadows. But the blade's light flickered in the darkness, easily swallowed by the shadows. Kanjuro's expression changed unpredictably, but he still waved his brush, trying to draw a defensive barrier. However, Moria's shadow powers were too strange, constantly battering against the barrier, making it wobble precariously. Meanwhile, Dragon and Whale Shark King went straight for Odin. "Don't get in our captain's way," Dragon shouted. Dragon's huge, snow-white body twisted flexibly in the air, extending its sharp claws directly toward Kazuki Odin. Her long and powerful claws shot forward like arrows, aiming directly at Odin. At the same time, Whale Shark King was not idle. Using his immense strength and astonishing speed, he would suddenly accelerate, crashing into Odin like a moving fortress, trying to disrupt his combat rhythm with unexpected attacks. However, Odin gripped his two long swords tightly, swinging them horizontally in front of him, and in an instant, an overwhelming aura radiated from the blades. Odin's gaze grew even more resolute. He knew he could not fall. The hope of Wano rested solely on him. Knightling Yun took the initiative to engage with Jinbi, while Lion King went straight for Queen. The battle erupted instantly. The king of the underworld floated quietly in the air, his gaze calm. Kaido, the title of the Beast Pirates, is not worthy. When Kaido met that pair of eyes, it was as if he was being dragged into a dark abyss by an invisible hand, an overwhelming chill coursing through his body. There was disdain, arrogance, indifference, and coldness. Kaido felt his soul tremble, and he involuntarily shrank back. It was an extremely terrifying sensation. Oomph! Kaido let out a cold grunt. Military T. Li Longsheng Army. He raised his gigantic kanabo high, black lightning flickering along its length. As he swung it, a fierce wind followed, howling toward the king of the underworld, as if trying to smash a hole in the sky. The king of the underworld's expression remained stern, showing no fear. He slightly swayed and vanished from his spot, appearing above Kaido's head the next moment. Ability 5 Senses Separation. In an instant, an invisible energy surged toward Kaido, and his kanabo swung directly at this attack. To his surprise, hit nothing. The energy struck his body directly. Kaido felt a strange force invade his body, the scene before him suddenly becoming blurry, and all he could hear was a sharp buzzing in his ears, while his sense of smell, taste, and touch seemed to be pulled away by an invisible force in an instant. He roared in anger, but his voice sounded exceptionally hollow in the world where he had lost his hearing. The kanabo swung blindly, trying to dispel the force that had trapped him. The king of the underworld coldly observed Kaido, struggling in midair. Kaido, do you think you can dominate everything with brute force? The power of this world far exceeds your imagination. His voice seemed to come from a distant place, yet it clearly echoed in the faint consciousness remaining in Kaido's mind. Kaido heard the king of the underworld's vague voice in his head. Follow me. Kaido, how about defeating me for your freedom? Kaido struggled to gather his haki, trying to break free from the predicament of 5 senses separation. His body trembled slightly, a layer of black sheen appearing on his skin, the manifestation of his armed haki being pushed to its limits. King of the underworld, your despicable means, what kind of hero are you? Kaido roared. Though he could not hear his own voice, his anger was clearly conveyed through his expression and the swinging kanabo. The king of the underworld slowly descended, standing on a floating piece of rubble. Hero? There are no absolute heroes in this world, only the strong and the weak. You possess great power, but lack wisdom. Nothing but a brute. He crossed his arms, his eyes filled with contempt. At this moment, the battle below also paused temporarily due to the clash between Kaido and the king of the underworld. The red scabbards gathered together, vigilantly watching the two in the air. Moria, Dragon, and others also retreated to the side, knowing that the fight between Kaido and the king of the underworld was the key to determining the direction of the situation. Kazuki Odin frowned tightly. He could sense the predicament Kaido was facing, but he also understood this was an opportunity. If Kaido were to be defeated by the king of the underworld, they might find a way to overcome him and save Wano. However, he also knew that once Kaido fell, the king of the underworld would become even more difficult to deal with. In this brief pause, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the battlefield. Odin stared intently at Kaido and the king of the underworld in the air, weighing the pros and cons in his heart. He knew that if he intervened now to help Kaido, it might change the situation before him, but it could also drag him and Wano into a deeper vortex. On the ground, Kaido was still struggling against the effects of 5 senses separation. His haki surged within him, attempting to break through the invisible restraints. Each swing of his kanabo was accompanied by his angry roars. Though he could not hear his own voice, that indomitable will burned like fire. Hades watched Kaido's struggles, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up to reveal a hint of disdain. Kaido, do you think this kind of resistance has any meaning? Do you know what this is? With a gentle wave of his hands, the surrounding space began to twist and deform, and black cracks appeared out of thin air. Imanatinya shirinyoha. Kaido heard Hades' voice echoing in his mind. He gradually calmed down, trying to sense Hades' location. He felt the immense power contained within Hades, indescribable and beyond anything he had ever witnessed. Before Hades, a mass of energy floated quietly. It felt somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't comprehend its energy system. Hades' calm voice echoed in Kaido's mind. This is cosmic energy, the most fundamental force in the universe. Do you think you will ever come into contact with substances outside this planet in your lifetime? Although Hades' tone was flat, it thundered in Kaido's brain. Kaido's heart was deeply shaken. He had never considered that beyond this seemingly familiar world, there existed such a mysterious and powerful cosmic energy. The energy floating quietly before Hades seemed to contain endless secrets, filling him with both curiosity and awe. He stopped swinging the kanabo in his hand. Though his body was still affected by the sensory deprivation, his thoughts were unusually focused at that moment. Kaido had a strong premonition that if he could master this so-called cosmic energy, he would have no rivals in this world. But how easy could that be? Just understanding it felt like there was an insurmountable barrier. This was probably his only chance to touch the world beyond this one. Hades observed Kaido gradually calming down and continued speaking in his mind. Kaido, you possess brute strength, fighting over trivial matters in this small ocean world, but in the end, what do you gain? Just some gold and silver treasures of false name. And this cosmic energy can grant you the ability to rewrite the rules and control life and death. Don't you want to possess it? Hades' words were like a seductive melody, gradually eroding Kaido's will. Kaido gritted his teeth and responded in his mind. Hades, you speak so lightly. How could such power be something I can simply grasp? Why are you telling me this? Despite his desire, years of experience in the underworld kept him wary of Hades' intentions. Hades slightly tilted his head, gazing at the black cracks radiating a cold light in the twisted space, and slowly said, because I see your potential, you already have a strong foundation of power. If you can master this cosmic energy under my guidance, you will be qualified to follow me, and the entire world, even the many stars in this universe, will tremble beneath our feet. At this moment, those below also sensed the unusual atmosphere in the air, and Kazuki Oden furrowed his brow. Although he couldn't hear the conversation between Hades and Kaido, he could tell from the twisted space and the demeanor of the two that things were becoming increasingly dire. The red scabbards surrounded him, each looking tense, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to respond to any sudden developments. At this moment, aside from Knight Lingyun and Lion King, who were fighting against Jean and Queen, the rest of the battles had essentially stopped. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the two figures. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, surprise, anticipation, and various complex emotions. On the ground, Kaido fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Hades, even if I want to follow you to learn this cosmic energy, how can I trust you? What if you were just using me, and once I am no longer valuable, you cast me aside? Wouldn't that be seeking my own death? Hades chuckled, but the laughter did not spread in this space. It only echoed in Kaido's mind. Kaido, you and I are both seekers of power and supreme status. What I need is a partner who can fight alongside me, not a disposable pawn. Look at this world. Why do I have so many followers with illusion beast powers? Can't you see? Kaido felt a wave of doubt. He had fought all his life, longing to become the strongest in this world. But now, faced with this unimaginable power, what he had pursued seemed to shrink into insignificance. He slowly lifted his head, although everything was still blurry before him. He felt as if he could see the faint light emitted by the cosmic energy in front of Hades through the chaos, as if that light was calling him, leading him to a brand new world full of endless possibilities. Hades, I can follow you, but you must guarantee that every word you say is true. If you dare to deceive me, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure we go down together. Kaido finally made up his mind. His voice was firm and resolute. Even though his senses were still being deprived at that moment, that determination was conveyed to Hades through the will in his mind. Hades waved his arm, and the energy attached to Kaido's body dissipated with a roar. Kaido instantly regained clarity. He never wanted to experience the sensory deprivation again. Hades sat calmly in the void, his tranquil gaze meeting Kaido's eyes. For a moment, Kaido lost the rebellious aura he had just possessed. He was utterly defeated. Kaido gritted his teeth and knelt on one knee, declaring loudly, "Kaido is willing to follow you." His voice echoed throughout every corner of the battlefield. Jin's body trembled as he looked at Kaido's figure. He couldn't understand, but he believed in himself. And he believed Kaido. He believed Kaido was Joy Boy. Kazuki Oden felt a surge of bad premonition rising in his heart. He knew that if Kaido truly chose to follow Hades, they would have no chance of victory, and Wano country, even the entire world, could fall into an irretrievable abyss. "We can't wait any longer. We must stop them," Kazuki Oden shouted, leading the charge into the air, followed closely by the Red Scabbards, who wasted no time in unleashing their ultimate techniques towards Hades and Kaido in the sky. "How can I let you disturb my captain?" The Whale Shark King transformed his arm into the wings of a kunpeng and attacked Kazuki Oden. "Jean, Queen, take down Kazuki Oden," Kaido shouted. "Roar." The two showed no hesitation. Night Ling-yun and Lion King looked at Hades, who nodded slightly. The two also charged toward Kazuki Oden. Night Ling-yun moved like lightning, instantly transforming into a black streak of light, racing toward Kazuki Oden. He waved his hands, and black mist gathered in his palms, quickly turning into several sharp black blades, shooting toward Kazuki Oden like raindrops. Lion King roared, muscles bulging, for standing on end like steel needles. He suddenly kicked off the ground, leaping high into the air, his massive body tracing an arc as he pounced toward Kazuki Oden. His 9 heads opened their gaping jaws, sharp fangs glinting coldly in the sunlight, as if they could crush Oden in one bite. Although Kazuki Oden successfully blocked Night Ling-yun's black blades, Lion King had already pounced in front of him. Oden shouted, concentrating his strength in his legs, and leaped up to confront Lion King head-on. He crossed his 2 swords and fiercely slashed at Lion King's 9 heads. But Lion King adeptly swayed his heads to evade Oden's attack, simultaneously clawing at Oden with his sharp claws. Yamato sidestepped and narrowly avoided a fatal blow, but was still scratched by the Lion King's claws, blood instantly staining his clothes red. The Red Scabbards saw Yamato injured and felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Yamato shouted to the Red Scabbards with his back turned, "Everyone, don't panic. Maintain formation, and let's break through their defenses together." "Do you think we are air?" Jean sneered from the side. Jin's figure flickered as he suddenly flapped the fiery wings on his back, sending a surge of blazing flames sweeping towards the Red Scabbards like a raging fire wave. The temperature of the flames was extremely high, distorting the air and causing the ground to crack and smoke. Jinbe shouted loudly, gathering all his power into his long sword and fiercely slashing out a flame strike that collided with Jin's flames. The flames intertwined, crackling and sending sparks flying everywhere. However, Jin's strength was too overwhelming, and Jinbe gradually found it hard to sustain. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his arm trembled slightly from the immense pressure. Meanwhile, Inuarashi seized the opportunity to attempt a flanking attack on Jean, weaving through the gaps in the flames like a ghost. But Queen had already seen through his intentions, shifting his massive body to block him, swinging his weapon with a whoosh towards Inuarashi. With no choice, Inuarashi had to turn and defend, the sound of metal clashing echoing across the battlefield. Kazuki Oden watched the Red Scabbard struggle, feeling anxious. Ignoring his arm's injury, he took a deep breath and charged toward the Lion King once more. As time passed, the stamina of the Red Scabbards continued to deplete, and their attacks became noticeably slower and weaker. Oden was also gradually losing strength under the onslaught of the others. After a while, the Red Scabbards, the once mighty Kazuki Oden who ruled the seas, and the loyal samurai of Wano country following Oden were all captured, bound tightly with no chance of escape. Their bodies were firmly restrained, as if held down by an invisible force. Each face showed anger and unwillingness, yet they could not break free from the sturdy ropes. The atmosphere was exceptionally tense, and amidst the dead silence, a sense of despair lingered. From this day forth, the 2 pirate crews officially merged, renamed the Super Beast Pirates. Lion King as the captain of the 1st Division, Night Ling-yun as the captain of the 2nd Division, Longing as the captain of the 3rd Division, Whale Shark King as the captain of the 4th Division, Jack as the captain of the 5th Division, Lafitte as the captain of the 6th Division, Mariah as the captain of the 7th Division, Kaido as the captain of the 8th Division, Jean as the captain of the 9th Division. Queen was assigned to the scientific team. This arrangement is temporary. In a year, an internal selection competition will be held to adjust the division rankings based on strength. When the news of the Super Beast Pirates broke, it caused a worldwide sensation. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the silence before storm. In the conference room, the top brass gathered, yet their faces were filled with shock and seriousness. The Kaido Pirates and the King of Hell. It was like a nightmare come true. A rear admiral broke the silence first, his voice trembling slightly. Admiral Sengoku's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, his eyes filled with disbelief and deep concern. He had thought the Kaido Pirates were already a serious threat, but now they had allied with a powerhouse like the King of Hell. No, it wasn't an alliance. The entire Kaido Pirates had joined the King of Hell. What does that mean? It was equivalent to the two sides having fought fiercely without their knowledge. And in the end, the King of Hell won decisively. Now, these two pirate crews' powerful forces were combined. That power seemed capable of easily crushing the justice barrier that the Navy had painstakingly built. Beads of sweat rolled down the intelligence officer's forehead as he reported the structure and personnel arrangement of the Super Beast Pirates, each word striking the hearts of those present like a heavy hammer. The normally composed admirals lost their calm. Akiji showed rare signs of panic in his eyes. Kizaru put away his nonchalant smile, and Akainu's face was filled with anger and unwillingness, as if blaming the Navy for failing to prevent all of this. In the suffocating conference room, after a moment of silence, Sengoku slowly spoke, his voice low and hoarse. Immediately gather all the staff. We must reassess the situation and formulate a response strategy. Everyone nodded, but their hearts were filled with confusion and unease. The Navy understood that the King of Hell represented not only immense power, but also exceptional leadership. And now that the Kaido Pirates had come under his command, their deterrent power had increased exponentially. The structure of the Super Beast Pirates displayed their ambition and planning, with each division captain being a formidable figure. Whether it was the Lion King's golden nine-headed lion, Nightling Yun's Xiongqi, or Long Ying's Jiaolong, they would all become formidable enemies on the future battlefield for the Navy. Under Sengoku's orders, the Navy's staff quickly gathered. The conference room was filled with a heavy atmosphere, and everyone knew that this would be a deep discussion concerning the Navy's fate and the entire world order. First, we must clearly understand the current power structure of the Super Beast Pirates. A senior staff member spoke up first, his voice echoing in the silent conference room. The King of Hell, as the leader, should not be underestimated in his wisdom and strategic vision. And the addition of the strong warriors from the Kaido Pirates would only bolster their strength. The top combat power of the opposing pirate crew now includes the mythical Zoan user King of Hell, the mythical Zoan user Lion King, the mythical Zoan user Nightling Yun, the mythical Zoan user Whale Shark King, the mythical Zoan user Scorpion King, the supernova Paramecia user Mariah, the mythical Zoan user Lafitte, the mythical Zoan user Kaido, the ancient Zoan user Jean, the ancient Zoan user Queen, and the ancient Zoan user Jack. These individuals represent the top combat strength of the Super Beast Pirates, excluding Jack. The weakest among them is at least of Vice Admiral's level. Upon hearing this report, the conference room fell into silence. The silence in the conference room was as heavy as lead, as everyone digested this chilling information. After a long while, a rear admiral finally spoke with difficulty. So many mythical Zoan users and powerful ancient Zoan users gathered together. This has never been seen in any previous pirate force. Although the Navy has 3 admirals, facing such a lineup makes victory uncertain. Akainu gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with anger and unwillingness. So what? The Navy's justice will never back down. We cannot be intimidated by their strength. We must find ways to counter them. Akiji calmly analyzed. From the perspective of their devil fruit abilities, mythical Zoan users often possess very unique abilities and strong attack power. Like the King of Hell, his leadership may allow him to perfectly integrate the powers of these strong individuals, resulting in a combat strength far exceeding the sum of its parts. Our previous strategies against the Kaido pirates may not be effective against the Super Beast pirates. Kizaru also put away his usual nonchalance. Those supernovae like Mariah, while they were previously less known than the admirals under the Four Emperors, will undoubtedly gain stronger support and resources after joining the Super Beast pirates, and their strength will inevitably rise further. They may become unexpected variables for us. The advisors were discussing back and forth, from maritime blockade strategies to potential alliances, from exploiting internal conflicts within the Beast Pirates to the urgent development of new weapons. However, every plan came with risks and uncertainties. An entire conference room fell into a whirlpool of contemplation and debate. Sengoku rubbed his temples, fully aware of the severity of the crisis. Regardless of our internal decisions, the five elders must be informed as soon as possible. They need to understand the seriousness of this situation. Perhaps the world government can provide more resources and means to respond. Sengoku took a deep breath and dialed the special phone bug for the five elders. The moment the call connected, Sengoku spoke in a serious tone. "Hello, five elders, this is Sengoku." Sengoku, what is it?" One of the five elders replied. "Five elders, a very serious situation has arisen. The entire Kaido pirates have joined the Blackbeard pirates to form the Beast Pirates, which poses a huge threat to our navy and even the entire world government." On the other end of the phone bug, the five elders, who had been leisurely discussing some daily affairs, fell into a brief silence upon hearing Sengoku's words. Immediately after, an angry roar came. "Sengoku, how can you be such an admiral of the navy? Such a powerful pirate force has united, and you navy didn't notice until they formed." One of the five elders was furious, his voice trembling with anger, as if he wanted to scold Sengoku fiercely through the phone bug. Sengoku showed a guilty and helpless expression. "Elders, everything happened too suddenly. The actions of the Kaido pirates and the Blackbeard pirates were very secretive, and we just received the exact news. The current top combat power of the Beast Pirates is extremely strong, with mythical Zoan users like Blackbeard, Lion King, Night Sky, etc., as well as ancient Zoan users like Kaido, Jack, and Queen. Without Jack, the weakest among them is at the Vice Admiral level. Their organization shows great ambition, and they are likely to launch large-scale expansion actions next. Where has your navy's usual prestige gone? With so many powerful pirates gathered, you can only watch helplessly?" Another five elder scolded sternly, full of dissatisfaction and disappointment towards the navy. Sengoku clenched his fists and defended. "Elders, our navy is not standing by. It's just that the opponent's actions were too swift and covert. But please rest assured, we are already discussing response strategies. However, the strength of the Beast Pirates cannot be underestimated. We may need more support and resources from the world government, such as utilizing some special intelligence networks and secret forces to better respond to this crisis." The five elders fell into a brief silence, fully aware of the seriousness of the situation. Although they were angry, they also understood that this was not the time for simple accountability. After a moment, the more composed five elder slowly spoke. "Sengoku, continue to closely monitor the movements of the Beast Pirates and do not act rashly. We will discuss how to provide you with assistance from the world government level. But you must understand that if the Navy cannot effectively contain the development of this force, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yes, elders, the Navy will do its utmost, but we hope to receive instructions and support from the world government as soon as possible." Sengoku respectfully responded. After hanging up the phone, the anger of the five elders had not subsided. They paced back and forth in the conference room, the atmosphere oppressive as if a storm were about to arrive. In the magnificent conference room of Mariewa, where the five elders were located, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Saint Satan looked at the four with a complex expression. "We definitely need to report this to Lord M. This is simply a dereliction of duty on the part of the Navy. How could the Kaido pirates collude with the Blackbeard pirates?" One of the five elders slammed the table in anger, his well-maintained face now filled with fury, with veins slightly throbbing on his forehead. "Sengoku still hopes to obtain more resources from us. Where has the Navy's usual prestige gone?" Another five elder echoed, his voice filled with dissatisfaction and reproach. With mythical Zoan and ancient Zoan powers gathered, and that mysterious Blackbeard as the leader, once this force goes out of control, the world will fall into endless darkness and chaos. The seemingly most composed of the five elders couldn't help but furrow his brow, his eyes revealing deep concern. They paced back and forth in the conference room, discussing strategies vigorously. The Navy must strengthen its siege against the beast pirates, even if it requires a great cost. They cannot be allowed to expand recklessly. Yet relying solely on the Navy's power is clearly not enough. We need to consider utilizing other forces, such as elite agents from the CP organization, to infiltrate their ranks for sabotage and intelligence gathering. Moreover, those allied countries can no longer just sit back and reap the benefits. They must provide more manpower and material resources to support the Navy's operations. After a heated debate, they gradually realized that this might be a difficult war that requires the world government to mobilize all its potential forces. But before that, we must report to Lord M. Only Lord M's wisdom and decisiveness can lead us through this crisis. Thus, the five elders, with a sense of trepidation, slowly walked towards the mysterious domain where Lord M resided. Along the way, they remained silent, pondering how to explain this severe situation to Lord M. Soon, accompanied by heavy and solemn footsteps, they slowly stepped into a grand and breathtaking hall. This hall soared into the clouds, with huge stone pillars supporting the dome, as if connecting heaven and earth. Sunlight poured through the stained glass windows, casting colorful shadows and adding a mysterious and sacred atmosphere to the entire hall. At the end of the hall, M stood silently before the throne, symbolizing supreme power, like a statue. His tall figure faced away from the crowd, exuding an invisible pressure that made it hard for anyone to approach easily. He wore a black robe, the sleeves flowing in the wind, making his stature appear even more dignified. Below the throne, 20 gleaming swords were arranged in a fan shape, their handles firmly embedded in the ground, while the tips pointed straight at the smooth, mirror-like black marble floor in the center of the hall. Each sword radiated a chilling aura, as if recounting the countless fierce battles and bloody slaughters they had once experienced. The five elders knelt down at a distance from Lord M, bowing their heads that were usually held high. Saint Satan took a deep breath and spoke first. Lord M, we have come to report a matter of utmost importance. The beast pirates are rapidly expanding in power. Their leader suspected of possessing Blackbeard's strength, and they have gathered formidable forces, including mythical Zoan and ancient Zoan users. The collusion with the Kaido pirates has already become a huge threat. Although the Navy intends to respond, we feel deeply powerless, and we seek your guidance and strength to resolve this urgent situation. Lord M remained silent for a long time, and the only sound in the hall was the slightly tense breathing of the crowd. Suddenly, M raised his hand slightly, and an invisible force seemed to brush gently over everyone, causing the five elders to feel a chill rise up their spines. The rise of such a powerful pirate force without prior detection and containment by the Navy was inexcusable. M's voice was deep and cold, as if it came from an endless abyss, echoing in the hall, causing the five elders to tremble slightly. My lord, the Navy is deeply reflecting on this matter, and Admiral Sengoku has also expressed that he will do his utmost. However, the power of the beast pirates is too mysterious. Their actions are swift and covert, making it difficult for the Navy to cope alone. Shepherd 10-Bit boldly explained. M slowly turned, his face hidden in the shadow of his black robe, still indistinct. But the five elders could feel that piercing gaze sweeping over them. Since the establishment of the world government, it had never faced such a severe challenge. The Rocks pirates only had a few capable individuals. The existence of the beast pirates not only threatens the peace and order of the world, but could also shake the very foundation of the world government. The suggestion to utilize CP organizations and the power of allied countries is merely a temporary measure. Impiste forward, each step seeming to tread on the hearts of those present. Although the CP organization excels in intelligence and assassination, facing such a powerful pirate crew, infiltrating their ranks may not guarantee a safe retreat. The allied countries are a mixed bag. Whether their manpower and resources can be effectively integrated remains uncertain. However, some lives should be sacrificed for the development of the world government. M stopped in front of the throne, lightly touching the hilt of his sword, which seemed to sense its master's thoughts and trembled slightly, emitting a low hum. "My lord is wise. What do you think we should do?" Marcus Maz asked respectfully. After a moment of contemplation, Im replied, "First, instruct the Navy to continue comprehensive surveillance of the beast pirates, ensuring we grasp their every move, especially any clues related to Pluto. The CP organization will immediately begin selecting the most elite agents and devise detailed infiltration and sabotage plans. However, actions must await my further instructions. As for the allied countries, convey the will of the world government to them, urging them to prepare supplies and reserve forces, ready for deployment at any time." The 5 elders responded in unison, "We will comply with your orders." But did not end the topic there. Who exactly is the leader of the beast pirates? To gather such powerful forces in a short time, there may be deeper conspiracies at play. You must investigate his background, motives, and intentions with all your strength. This is crucial for our strategic planning. "Yes, my lord. We have already instructed the Navy's intelligence department to begin investigations, but the information we have so far is scant." Izambaron V. Nejru said helplessly. Im nodded slightly. "Do not limit yourself to conventional intelligence gathering methods. Utilize all our resources in the shadows, including those ancient intelligence networks that have been sealed for years. Perhaps within the long river of history, we can find traces similar to theirs." The 5 elders felt a chill in their hearts, knowing what I meant by the ancient intelligence networks. Those networks concealed countless secrets since the establishment of the world government and would not be activated lightly unless absolutely necessary. "My lord, if we activate those ancient intelligence networks, it may trigger some unpredictable chain reactions. After all, there are too many hidden secrets, and the forces involved are extremely complex," Topman Vacheli said with some concern. Im snorted coldly. "At this point, we can't afford to worry about that. If the beast pirates cannot be contained, the entire world will fall into chaos. What do those so-called secrets and chain reactions matter? Just follow my orders and no need for further discussion." "Understood, my lord." The 5 elders did not dare to voice any dissent. Additionally, keep a close eye on the movements of other pirate forces. The MythWukong pirates are expanding their influence rather quickly. The rise of the beast pirates will inevitably provoke reactions from other pirates. They may take the opportunity to expand or collude with the beast pirates. All these variables must be considered in our planning. Im continued to instruct. The 5 elders internally lamented, as the matter of the beast pirates had already left them overwhelmed. Now, having to also consider other pirate forces was undoubtedly adding to their burden. But they understood that Im's decisions were correct. In this complex and ever-changing era of pirates, even the slightest oversight could lead to catastrophic consequences. On the Navy's side, in addition to strengthening the encirclement, we must also focus on the ideological construction of the Navy soldiers. We cannot allow them to be intimidated by the might of the beast pirates. They must firmly believe in the justice and power of the world government. If necessary, we can implement some special incentive measures, such as high bounties and promotions for soldiers with outstanding contributions, Im added. "My lord has considered everything. We will arrange this immediately upon returning," Satan replied promptly. Im fell silent again, and the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly oppressive. The 5 elders knelt on the ground, not daring to rise or speak, waiting quietly for Im's further instructions. The very purpose of the world government's existence is to maintain the balance and order of the world. The beast pirates pose a severe challenge to this purpose, and we must respond with thunderous measures. If necessary, we will not hesitate to launch a full-scale war to eradicate this evil force completely. Im's voice was filled with determination. "We will do our utmost and live up to your expectations, my lord." Im slightly raised his hand. "Go, report progress to me at all times. If there is any slip-up, you know the consequences." The 5 elders felt as if they had been pardoned, slowly rising and retreating from the hall. It was not until they stepped out of the hall that they finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the pressure in their hearts did not lessen at all. In the new world, in the waters of the nations, at the Charlotte family's headquarters, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin sat at a huge dining table surrounded by her children. Upon hearing the news, she was initially taken aback, then burst into wild laughter. "Kaido has actually allied with Pluto? Interesting. This news must be fabricated. That guy Kaido is not someone who would submit to others. Where did this news come from? Charlotte Linlin looked at her children. Her gaze swept across their faces, and they exchanged glances, momentarily unable to answer where the news had originated. At this moment, her eldest son, Perispero, stepped forward respectfully and said, "Mom, this news came suddenly, and we are currently unsure of its source. But it has already spread like wildfire in the New World, and many are likely seeking its authenticity." Big Mom frowned, her smile gradually fading. Her massive figure leaned slightly forward, hands resting on the dining table, and after pondering for a moment, she slowly spoke, regardless of its truth. "Send someone to investigate. If someone is intentionally spreading rumors to disrupt the order of the New World, they must not be spared. But if," she paused, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes, "if this is true, then our Charlotte family must make early preparations. Kaido's beast pirates are already powerful, and with the schemes of that guy, the King of Hell, the threat from the super beast pirates cannot be underestimated." At this moment, Katakuri also stepped forward and calmly analyzed, "Mama, from the current situation, even if Kaido won't easily submit to anyone, if the King of Hell demonstrates absolute, overwhelming power in battle, it's not impossible for Kaido to choose to join him to protect himself and his crew. After all, survival and strength are the eternal themes on this sea." Charlotte Linlin nodded, acknowledging Katakuri's words. "Katakuri, you make a good point. You take a team and scout around the former territory of the Kaido pirates to see if you can discover any clues. Also, contact our informants in the Navy and ask about their reactions to this matter. Perhaps we can gain some insights from their actions." "Yes, Mama." After receiving the order, Katakuri quickly selected a few capable brothers and sisters and prepared to set off. Meanwhile, other members of the Charlotte family began to discuss among themselves. Wendy quietly said to Lola, "Sister, do you think life will be harder for us if the Super Beast pirates really establish themselves? After all, the Chitian pirates have already taken a lot of our territory. Their expansion speed is terrifying." Lola replied nonchalantly, "What is there to be afraid of? With Mama around, no one dares to bully us easily. Besides, our Charlotte family is not to be trifled with. If it comes to a fight, it's uncertain who will win." Big Mom Linlin overheard their conversation and shouted loudly, "Stop chattering. From now on, everyone stay alert." In a certain sea area of the New World, meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, the crew was also in discussion. Marco frowned and said, "Old man, the alliance between the King of Hell and Kaido is too terrifying. That guy Kaido was already strong, and now he's been defeated by someone who has only been at sea for a bit over a year. This isn't good news for us. Some of our territories in the New World might be threatened." Whitebeard Edward Newgate took a swig of alcohol and said, "Sons, don't panic. Our Whitebeard pirates never fear any challenge. There are morals we uphold and things we want to protect on this sea. Strengthen the lookout, maintain contact with our allied pirate crews, and be prepared for any possible changes." "But, old man, can we really handle it? Those captains of the Super Beast pirates don't sound like good opponents," a young crew member asked with concern. Joza laughed heartily, "Huh? Don't be intimidated by the enemy's reputation. We're the Whitebeard pirates. We are legends on this sea. We have the strongest captain and the most steadfast beliefs. As long as we stand united, nothing can stop our progress. Oha, ho ho. Whether it's the King of Hell or Kaido, I look forward to battling them." On the Grand Line, at the top floor office of the Bounty Guild headquarters in Little Garden, Wang Quanbei looked at the latest news in his hands. "Kaido has joined the King of Hell's crew. How interesting. Brother, should we notify others to avoid encounters with the Super Beast pirates?" Wang Quanzue looked at Wang Quanbei. After all, she had heard the name of the King of Hell from GuNing. If she guessed correctly, most of the members of the King of Hell pirates were brought together by GuNing. Wang Quanbei squinted slightly, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, and after pondering for a moment, said, "Go ahead and notify them." Wang Quanbei stood up and walked to the window, overlooking the scenery of Little Garden, slowly saying, "The emergence of the Super Beast pirates will undoubtedly disrupt the existing power dynamics among pirates. The New World is currently turbulent. We don't need to meddle in it. The first half has been enough for us to stir up trouble." Wang Quanzhe nodded gently, and then turned to the communication device to pass on the instructions. Meanwhile, Wang Quanbei continued to gaze out the window, his thoughts drifting far away. The Bounty Guild can now be said to have spread across the entire first half of the Grand Line, with the number of bounty hunters exceeding hundreds of thousands. The Bounty Guild has also become the first-tier force apart from the Navy. Many newly emerged pirates are listed on the bounty board, only to disappear from the list the next day. The core members of the Bounty Guild have also exceeded 10,000, developing extremely rapidly. On Sky Island, in the Dragon area, the Holy Lord sat majestically on a luxurious and imposing throne, slightly squinting his eyes as he quietly listened to Crocodile reporting respectfully from below. Crocodile stood up straight, arms crossed over his chest, wearing a confident smile as he said, "Holy Lord, as of now, we have successfully taken control of all arms sales channels in the first half of the Grand Line. Moreover, our shell business is booming in the underground world." He paused and continued, "Not only that, but we have also secured our own place in the underground world." The Holy Lord merely snorted coldly and uttered two words, "Not enough." His voice was not loud, but seemed to contain endless pressure, causing the entire hall to fall into a dead silence. "My goal is to completely control the underground world of this world. I am the king of the underground world." Crocodile wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, saying, "We are gradually encroaching on it. By the way, there's a rather interesting piece of news." The Holy Lord looked at Crocodile with curiosity. One of the New World's overlords, Kaido, has been subdued by someone. The Holy Lord's originally stern face showed a hint of surprise, but quickly returned to a dignified and somewhat disdainful expression. "Kaido, that guy known as the Beast, he was actually subdued by someone? That is surprising. Who has such ability?" Crocodile slightly raised his head and said solemnly, "It's a person called the King of Hell. He has formed the Super Beast Pirates, and Kaido has now joined them. This Super Beast Pirates seem ambitious, wanting to stir up a new wave in the pirate world. And their emergence has already attracted the attention of various forces, with the Navy headquarters closely monitoring their movements. Our business dealings in the first half of the Grand Line have also been somewhat affected, and we need to renegotiate for our sea stone materials from Wano country." The Holy Lord frowned slightly, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest of the throne, making a rhythmic sound. "King of Hell? Super Beast Pirates? No matter who they are, anyone who dares to stand in the way of my domination of the underground world will not have a good end. Crocodile, the arms sales channels must not have any issues. I'll leave the sea stone materials to you. Don't disappoint me." "Yes, Holy Lord." Crocodile had completely submitted to the Holy Lord's power, a mask, over the past year, and was now entirely obedient. As the Holy Lord was madly expanding his power, he faced numerous external forces. Later, relying on his own strong strength, he expelled these people and gained a large amount of prestige. GuNing directly drew out two masks. Yes, it was the demon mask that could summon the Phantom Legion. One mask was directly handed over to Crocodile. There was another matter. Crocodile looked at the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord frowned slightly. "Speak. Our people found a devil fruit in the sea. After consulting the devil's manual, we discovered it was a natural type devil fruit." "Oh." The Holy Lord looked at Crocodile in surprise. Crocodile respectfully presented the devil fruit. Its surface covered in mysterious patterns, as if hiding endless dark power. The Holy Lord stared at the dark fruit, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. This dark fruit, although natural type, was very special. Its owner can control darkness, absorb others' abilities, but it would also subject itself to double damage and cannot elementalize. Crocodile slowly said, fully aware of the fruit's power and danger. The Holy Lord nodded slightly and reached out to take the dark fruit. "This devil fruit is quite interesting. My lord, this fruit is not bad. If you have the idea, you can try eating it." The Holy Lord pondered for a moment. "Power?" Crunch. The Holy Lord bit into the devil fruit and started munching away. Sigh. Crocodile suddenly remembered something. Just as he was about to stop him, he saw the Holy Lord had already consumed the entire devil fruit. "What is it?" "And nothing." Crocodile looked strange. How could he endure something so disgusting? Indeed, he has the qualities of a king. I did not follow the wrong person. Meanwhile, the Holy Lord. What is this?" He suddenly felt an energy body emerge in his body. This energy body surged from his abdomen straight up to his head. This power feels so familiar. Demon. It's a demon energy body. It wants to attach itself to my soul. Oof. He tried to mobilize his magic power to suppress this demon energy body. However, the demon energy body was incredibly tenacious, crashing around in his body, seemingly determined to occupy his soul's high ground. A faint glow began to emanate from the Holy Lord's body, a result of the energy fluctuations produced by his battle with the demon energy body. Crocodile was dumbfounded. No, I didn't have this much trouble when I ate the devil fruit. Could there be something peculiar about this dark fruit? My lord. Crocodile called softly, but did not dare to rush forward to help. The Holy Lord was too occupied to pay attention to Crocodile, focusing all his energy on the battle within. The demon energy body continuously emitted roars, transforming into various terrifying forms in the Holy Lord's consciousness space, attempting to break him down on a mental level. The Holy Lord gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, searching through his deep memories for a countermeasure. He had seen demons before, but this was his first encounter with such a demon soul body. Suddenly, the Holy Lord thought of an ancient magical ritual that might be able to eliminate the demon energy body. As the magical incantation was recited, mysterious runes appeared around the Holy Lord's body, glowing brightly, gradually forming a massive magic circle. The demon energy body seemed to sense danger, frantically battering against the Holy Lord's magical defense, trying to break free before the magic circle could fully form. Crocodile was forced to retreat repeatedly by the powerful energy fluctuations, staring wide-eyed at the Holy Lord. In an instant, a brilliant black light surged from his chest, merging into the magic circle. The magic circle expanded instantly, the rune's operation speed suddenly accelerating, emitting light like countless small suns. Soon after, the energy from the magic circle rapidly infused into his body. The demon energy body was suppressed by this sudden, powerful force, letting out painful howls. "Obey me," the Holy Lord roared, pushing both hands forward fiercely. The magic circle acted like a massive cage, tightly enveloping the demon energy body. The demon energy body thrashed around inside, but could no longer break free. As time passed, the demon energy body's resistance gradually weakened and was ultimately evaporated by the magic circle. In an instant, the Holy Lord felt a surge of power within himself. The Holy Lord gently raised his dragon claws, and a dark black substance began to flow down towards the ground. The Holy Lord attempted to control this black substance. It seemed alive, slowly changing shape under his will, sometimes transforming into sharp spikes, sometimes condensing into a thick black river. The Holy Lord secretly pondered that the power brought by this dark fruit was indeed unique. Crocodile, witnessing this, was secretly astonished. He could feel the immense suction power contained in the black swamp. If used in battle, he would have no choice but to flee. At that moment, a stream of black river flowed to his feet. He instantly lost the ability of the sand fruit. Crocodile was taken aback. He tried to mobilize the power of the sand fruit to break free from the binding of this black substance. However, he found that his connection with the fruit's powers seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. The Holy Lord was also slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that this black power derived from the dark fruit could have such a peculiar effect on other devil fruit abilities. "My lord, what is happening?" Crocodile asked in a somewhat panicked manner. The Holy Lord squinted his eyes, gazing at the black river, and slowly said, "It seems the power of this dark fruit has the property of restraining the powers of other devil fruits. I'm still exploring it. All right, develop our power as quickly as possible. Our goal is the Starry Sea." "Understood." 2 flowers bloom, each representing a branch. The Shambody Archipelago. It is a unique sea area that gathers the world's wonders and complex crowds. Sunshine spilled on the shimmering sea surface, refracting colorful rays, like countless small gems dancing. The archipelago consists of numerous islands of varying sizes, connected by special resin bubbles that act like natural bridges. Some are transparent as crystal, while others have a faint, colorful halo, gently swaying in the sea breeze, dreamlike and surreal. The architectural styles on the islands are also diverse. with merchants from all over the world constructing houses and shops of various styles. The streets are bustling with people coming and going, featuring elegantly dressed nobles whose jewelry sparkles dazzlingly in the sunlight, rugged and bold pirates with carefree smiles striding confidently, and hard-working, simple local residents busily moving between shops. Amidst this prosperity and noise stands a magnificent auction house, a place where wealth and desire intertwine. GuNing slowly walked towards the auction house alone, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. The entrance of the auction house was tall and heavy, flanked by guards in exquisite armor, their expressions blank and their eyes scanning the passing pedestrians vigilantly. As GuNing stepped inside, he found the hall already filled with a variety of people. Under the dim light, the faces of the crowd displayed expressions of greed and excitement. In the center of the hall stood a circular auction platform, surrounded by rows of seats that rose higher towards the back, resembling a grand theater. Suddenly, the host's high-pitched and excited voice rang out. "Next, we will auction an extremely special item that will surely astonish everyone present." As his words fell, the crowd's attention was drawn to the entrance at the back. A few strong men cautiously pushed a massive cage slowly onto the auction platform. The cage was covered with a black cloth, making it impossible to see what was inside. GuNing couldn't help but sit up straight, his gaze fixed on the cage. When the cage was brought to the center of the auction platform, the host stood beside it, his face radiating a mix of mystery and excitement. "Dear guests, this item is exceedingly rare, coming from the mysterious Snakehead tribe," he exclaimed, dramatically pulling away the black cloth. Inside the cage curled a member of the Snakehead tribe. His long and slender body seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that his neck extended an astonishing 50 to 60 centimeters, winding like a graceful snake. The small head appeared somewhat out of place, creating a stark contrast with the long neck. The crowd below erupted in an uproar, whispering to one another, filled with curiosity and awe at this peculiar race. The Snakehead tribe rarely appeared before the world, and their mysterious abode and formidable power had always been a topic of conversation. Now, being able to see one at this auction sent many into a frenzy. As the auction began, bids were made one after another. Nobles and pirates eager to collect rare beasts raised their offers, and the price soared. However, just as the competition heated up, a loud, arrogant laughter rang out. The crowd turned to see a group of celestial dragons swaggering into the auction house, surrounded by guards. "I want that member of the Snakehead tribe," the leader of the celestial dragons said haughtily, not bothering to bid himself and directly signaling his subordinates to raise the price. The high bid instantly silenced the other bidders. After all, no one dared to offend the celestial dragons easily. The Snakehead member in the cage felt a flash of anger and despair upon hearing the words of the celestial dragon. But in the face of such overwhelming power, he could only clench his fists helplessly. Seeing this, the host loudly announced, "Congratulations to the celestial dragon for successfully bidding on the member of the Snakehead tribe. Next up is a slave. Those interested can bid." With a clap of his hands, two men escorted a person wearing a collar to the front of the stage. Seeing only a human slave, the crowd lost interest, and those nobles in need of slaves began to bid. GuNing's gaze sharpened. It was Rayleigh. He recalled that if Rayleigh lacked berries, he would intentionally sell himself to the auction house for a chance at them. Once sold to a buyer, he would break the collar and escape. A slight smile appeared on GuNing's lips. What a clever guy. At that moment, Rayleigh's gaze accidentally met GuNing's, and a fleeting glimmer of understanding flashed in his deep eyes. After a while, Rayleigh was auctioned off to an unknown noble. GuNing smiled at the scene and got up to leave. Following that, GuNing wandered around the Sabeti archipelago. After an unknown amount of time, he found himself beside a tavern, looking up at the sign, "Shaki's Bar." The air inside was filled with a strong aroma of alcohol and a hint of tobacco, and the dim yellow light flickered as various characters moved about. Shaki was standing behind the bar, wiping a glass, her lazy yet charming gaze casually sweeping over the door. Upon seeing GuNing enter, she raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly intrigued by the unfamiliar face. GuNing found an empty seat and sat down, and Shaki swayed over, asking, "Hey, what would you like to drink?" Her voice was slightly husky, yet carried a unique charm. GuNing smiled and replied, "I'll have a glass of your signature drink." Shaki smiled lightly and turned to prepare the drink. Before long, the drink was served. GuNing took a sip, finding it spicy yet slightly sweet with a rich flavor. "I've seen you in the newspapers, young man," Shaki teased, looking at GuNing. GuNing smiled slightly, a hint of amusement appearing on his stern face. "So, are you going to report me?" Shaki attempted to decipher GuNing's meaning, probably thinking he was referring to the Navy. "Not at all, young man. Just wanted to make a friend." At that moment, the canvas at the tavern's entrance was lifted, letting in a burst of sunlight that was somewhat blinding. Rayleigh, dressed casually and wearing flip-flops, strolled in leisurely. Upon seeing GuNing, a flicker of surprise and understanding crossed his eyes. "What a coincidence! We meet again, young man." Rayleigh greeted with a smile, sitting down beside GuNing. Have you two met?" Shaki asked curiously, looking at Rayleigh. "Oh, we just saw each other at the auction house," Rayleigh casually replied, lifting the glass of alcohol Shaki had handed him and taking a small sip. Just then, a figure quickly approached Shaki, whispering a few words in her ear. Shaki's face changed dramatically, and her expression turned serious in an instant. Rayleigh also noticed the change in Shaki's expression. He set down his glass and furrowed his brow, asking, "Shaki, what happened?" Shaki glanced at GuNing and finally spoke. "The Hancock sisters were captured by slave traders while at sea. Those people came from a slave ship." Rayleigh stood up abruptly, his smile vanishing instantly, replaced by extreme shock and anger. GuNing also frowned slightly, although he had no deep connection with the Hancock sisters. She was set to become the world's most beautiful woman. He had always liked her when watching the anime, and now that there was an opportunity, he certainly wanted to show off. GuNing looked at the two with great interest. Rayleigh's voice carried a hint of anger. "Shaki, are you sure the slave ship? Which direction did they go?" Shaki's expression was grave. "Currently, we only know they fled southeast. The specifics are unclear. But those slave ships mainly aim to provide slaves to the celestial dragons, so safety isn't a concern. The real fear is that they may have already turned them over to the celestial dragons." Rayleigh nodded, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. "Shaki, go gather some reliable people. We need to set out immediately to track down that slave ship. As for you, young man, you can arrange yourself. I won't disturb you." Rayleigh apologized to GuNing. Shaki pondered for a moment, then looked at GuNing and asked, "Young man, are you taking the job? Help me save 3 people." GuNing felt a stir in his heart upon hearing Xiaqi's words. He had initially wanted to get involved in this matter, and now that Xiaqi had taken the initiative to invite him, he followed up with a question. "How much is the bounty?" Xiaqi, having gathered information about GuNing, gritted her teeth and replied, "I will give you 10 million berries." "All right, I accept this job." Rayleigh glanced at GuNing in surprise. But the situation was urgent, and there was no time for further questions. He simply said, "Thank you. Then we should not delay," and set off immediately. The group quickly prepared and boarded a sailing ship, heading southeast at full speed. The wind howled over the sea, and the sailboat darted through the waves like an arrow. Xiaqi was at the stern directing the crew while introducing some details to GuNing. Slave ships usually had a certain level of armament, and they would stop at nothing for profit. If the 3 sisters Hancock were truly sent to the celestial dragons, the consequences would be unimaginable. GuNing nodded slightly. He had long heard of the celestial dragons' atrocities, as those self-important nobles treated human lives as mere weeds and regarded slaves as playthings. His goal was the king behind this world. He wanted to reach the top. As time passed, they gradually approached the sea area where the slave ship might appear. Xiaqi instructed the crew to remain vigilant and prepared for battle at all times. Suddenly, the lookout shouted, "Suspicious ship spotted ahead. Looks like a slave ship." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh's eyes sharpened. "Prepare for battle." The ship quickly closed in on the enemy. Rayleigh, agile as a hawk, leaped towards the slave ship first. His imposing aura was like a tangible storm, instantly sweeping over the scene. Some ordinary slavers found their legs go weak under this overwhelming pressure and could hardly move. Many slavers fainted outright, unaware of their fate. Rayleigh stood on the deck of the slave ship, expressionless, scanning his surroundings. His gaze was as cold as the winter wind, causing everyone to involuntarily lower their heads, not daring to make eye contact. When his eyes finally landed on a burly, muscular man, that once fierce-looking man instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, his whole demeanor wilting. At that moment, the muscular man stood trembling, his legs shaking uncontrollably, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He didn't even have the courage to look Rayleigh in the eye. Merely keeping his head down and staring at the wooden planks beneath his feet, silently praying not to attract the attention of this grim figure. He knew very well that if he inadvertently angered the other party, the only thing waiting for him would be death. Rayleigh approached him directly, and the muscular man looked down at the pair of boots that had come to stand before him, trembling all over. "Where are the 3 girls you captured?" Rayleigh asked coldly. "What? What girls?" The muscular man stammered in response. "Oof. I'll give you a chance to think carefully." Rayleigh's conqueror's haki intensified, pressing down heavily on the muscular man. The muscular man struggled to remember and finally recalled that their people had taken 3 girls from Pirate's ship. I remember, he replied excitedly, fearing that a moment's delay could cost him his head. "Speak. Not long ago, our slave ship completed the transfer, and the slaves on board were taken away by those people." Rayleigh's heart trembled. "Who?" "We don't know. We only know they were working for the celestial dragons." Rayleigh's expression instantly darkened, like a storm brewing in the sky, clouds gathering ominously. His already deep-set eyes now burned with a furious flame, as if he could incinerate everything before him. He grabbed the muscular man by the collar, lifting his massive body effortlessly, and spoke in a low, icy voice, like a sentence of judgment from the depths of hell. "Where did you send them?" The muscular man was so terrified by Rayleigh's aura that he trembled like a leaf in the wind, stuttering, I only know their ship went southeast. I really don't know the specific location. We were just following orders to hand over the captured slaves." Rayleigh threw the muscular man harshly to the ground, then set the entire ship ablaze before turning back to his own sailing ship. Rayleigh informed Xiaoqi and GuNing of the situation. As expected, I sensed it wouldn't be that simple. This is troublesome. Xiaoqi was now feeling overwhelmed. We should first chase southeast, and if we really can't catch up, we need to consider how to go to MythWukong to rescue them, Rayleigh said with a grim expression. GuNing looked at Rayleigh in surprise, not expecting that the young Rayleigh was indeed so brave. Under Rayleigh's command, the sailboat filled its sails and sped southeast like an arrow. The sea breeze rustled the sails. As the sailing ship continued onward, time slowly passed in anxious waiting. However, on the vast sea, they still could not see the shadow of the ship carrying the 3 sisters Hancock. Rayleigh and Xiaoqi's expressions grew increasingly grim. He understood that every minute and second of delay could place the 3 sisters in an even more dangerous situation. After all, Hancock was the one they had chosen to be the next queen of Amazon Lily. With everyone's concerted effort, the speed of the sailing ship increased further. Nevertheless, they still found no trace of the target ship. Finally, they reached the edge of this sea area, where a massive red clay continental wall loomed ahead, and that ship seemed to have vanished into the vast ocean. Rayleigh gazed at the endless sea and the towering red clay continent. His fists slamming heavily against the ship's side were still a step too late. "It seems we have no choice but to consider heading to MythWukong." Xiaoqi took a deep breath. "Rayleigh, this means we will be at odds with the entire world government. Are you sure you want to do this? Once we embark on this path, there will be no turning back." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh fell silent. The situation was too serious. Roger had already disbanded the pirate crew, and it could be said that as long as he behaved, no one would come to disturb his peaceful retirement. Xiaoqi looked at Rayleigh's expression and sighed. "Let's head back. We need to discuss how to handle this." Rayleigh did not speak, and Xiaoqi did not press him further, simply calling the crew to turn back. Xiaoqi walked over to GuNing and said, "This is our issue. Don't worry, I will pay you on time for your money." GuNing raised an eyebrow, the coldness of his face lifting slightly at the corners of his mouth. "I want to go to MythWukong." "What?" Xiaoqi was taken aback. "I like big news." GuNing's deep, magnetic voice reached Xiaoqi and Rayleigh's ears. Rayleigh was torn in his thoughts. GuNing smiled slightly and paid no mind, turning back to the cabin. Now, he is still at sea and doesn't want to get lost. Once he arrives at the Sabati archipelago, he can find a ship and head straight to the nearest red land. The ship continues to sail on the ocean, getting closer to the Sabeti archipelago. GuNing ponders whether to let son Wukong join in. After all, it's big news, and someone needs to carry the load. He doesn't want to be the only one informed. With that thought, GuNing's mind directly connects with son Wukong. At the same time, son Wukong, who is enjoying himself on Honeycomb Island, suddenly hears a long-lost voice in his mind. Hey, what do you want from me? I need to go to MythWukong for something. Want to come along? The banana in son Wukong's hand suddenly lost its appeal, and he hurriedly replied, What are we going to do? Rescue 3 people and make a big fuss. Son Wukong's eyes lit up. All right. When? I'll wait for you at the Sabeti archipelago. Sure. Son Wukong shouted to the people outside, Gather. His voice reached the ears of the small subordinates outside, quickly notifying them. Before long, several team leaders appeared in the conference room. Captain Hawkins of Team 1, Captain John of Team 2, Captain Enel of Team 3, Captain Yixiao of Team 4, Captain Tiger of Team 5, Captain Ram of Team 6, and Logistics Team Leader. They all took their seats, waiting for son Wukong to speak. Son Wukong, sitting in the middle, grinned at everyone. We should make some big moves. What do you all think? Hawkins spoke first, his gaze deep as he casually fiddled with the tarot cards. I think it's very necessary. There are more and more pirates in the New World, and quite a few are coming to provoke us. However, we've also subdued quite a few. Captain, what are your thoughts? Son Wukong calmly replied, Oh, we're going to cause a commotion in MythWukong. As soon as son Wukong said this, the conference room fell into a brief silence, followed by an uproar. John jumped up excitedly. That's great. I've been wanting to find a chance to meet those celestial dragons and the Navy's experts. This time, we must let them know how powerful we are. His face flushed, eyes sparkling with a fighting spirit, as if he could already see himself wreaking havoc in MythWukong. John absolutely despises the celestial dragons. Enel crossed his arms, a hint of disdain on his face. MythWukong is just a gathering place for hypocrites. In front of my divine power, their so-called defenses are nothing but a joke. Lightning arcs flickered around him, showcasing his absolute confidence in his strength, as if MythWukong was just another small target for him to conquer. Yixiao gently shook his head, still wearing his signature gentle smile. Captain, after all, MythWukong is the core of the world government, and the Navy's elites will surely be gathered there. This operation will likely be fraught with difficulties. We need to think long-term. However, John did not oppose this, as he trusted son Wukong. There must be a reason for son Wukong's words. Tiger frowned, his expression serious as he said, Captain, since that's the case, I won't hide it from you. My friend Jinbei was captured by the celestial dragons, and I was planning to rescue him. But the defenses of the celestial dragons are indeed incredibly strong. We need to find a way to create chaos. Tiger's words made the atmosphere in the conference room even more tense, as everyone realized that this action was not only about creating a commotion, but also about rescuing a comrade. Everyone looked at son Wukong, waiting for the next steps. Tiger thought that son Wukong knew about his friend being captured and intentionally spoke up to help him, and at this moment, his gaze towards son Wukong was filled with gratitude. Son Wukong pondered for a moment and said, We can use John's ability to transport us to the Red Land. But how do we create chaos? Hawkins thought for a moment and replied, To create chaos in MythWukong, we can approach it from multiple angles. John can summon meteorites to crash down on MythWukong. Enel can create a large number of thunderclouds in the sky, periodically striking down on MythWukong to create thunder and fire. Enel nodded. That's easy. I'll let them experience that the wrath of the gods is everywhere. John waved his fists. When the time comes, I'll take on one. And if 2 come, I'll take them both. We are pirates who have made a name for ourselves in the New World. Tiger looked at everyone gratefully. Thank you all. For Jinbei, I would give my life. Son Wukong laughed. Don't say that. We are partners, sharing life and death. Now, let's start planning the action steps in detail. When the time comes, Yixiao's ability can be responsible for the pickup, directly teleporting us to the Sabeti archipelago for escape. Yixiao nodded. All right, but we need to go to the Sabeti archipelago to leave an anchor point. Son Wukong looked at everyone. Okay, I happen to have a friend in the Sabeti archipelago. Excluding Tiger, everyone thought of Shaki, the woman who teased son Wukong. They exchanged glances, mutually agreeing not to speak. Son Wukong looked at Ram. You guard Honeycomb Island for us. I hope we still have a home when we return. This heavy responsibility is entrusted to you. I will ensure the mission is completed. Captain, Rum immediately stood up and promised Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong waved his hand. All right, everyone go prepare. Bring your elite team members. Let me see how much you've progressed. After Sun Wukong gave the order, the captains of each team quickly got to work, and the entire Honeycomb Island was immersed in a tense yet exciting atmosphere before battle. Hawkins returned to his team's camp and gathered his elite members. One day later, the team leaders gathered at the port of Honeycomb Island with carefully selected elite members. Battleships were ready, their sails flapping in the sea breeze. Sun Wukong stood at the bow of the ship, looking at his spirited companions, and shouted loudly, "Set sail." Destination, Mariehua. Everyone looked at Sun Wukong with fiery eyes. This great pirate of the New World. 7 or 8 ships slowly departed from Honeycomb Island, heading towards the Sabeti archipelago. Many pirates in the New World, seeing Sun Wukong's grand actions, felt anxious, fearing that Sun Wukong might take out his anger on them. Over the past 2 years, Sun Wukong's strength has made the pirates coming to provoke him in the New World submit. At this moment, all the pirates who received the news hurriedly avoided him. As the fleet led by Sun Wukong sailed through the waves at high speed, in the distance at the horizon, a huge and magnificent ship slowly entered their view. The ship was imposing, with masts towering into the clouds and sails billowing in the wind, resembling a moving fortress at sea. Hawkins took a closer look and realized it was the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, renowned across the seas. Although the two sides were far apart, thanks to Sun Wukong's extraordinary eyesight and keen perception, he was the first to discover the presence of the other party. At the same time, the legendary pirate Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, noticed the commotion on Sun Wukong's side while standing at the bow of his flagship. The two men gazed at each other across the vast ocean. Sun Wukong stood tall at the ship's bow, clad in golden armor and wielding his Rui Jingu Bang, exuding an imposing presence, while Whitebeard was a burly figure with bulging muscles, carrying a giant naginata on his shoulder, radiating an overwhelming aura. Their eyes met like two bolts of lightning colliding in the air, instantly igniting countless sparks. However, to everyone's surprise, these two dominant figures of the New World merely exchanged glances before retracting their gazes, taking no further action. Perhaps it was because they both understood the other's formidable strength, realizing that acting rashly would not be wise, or perhaps out of respect and caution for one another. They were unwilling to provoke a battle that could lead to significant upheaval. In any case, at that moment, the only sounds on the sea were the crashing waves and the howling wind. The two massive ships gradually moved apart, continuing their journeys in different directions. Meanwhile, on Whitebeard's ship, Marco's expression relaxed slightly. He had just felt the immense power of Sun Wukong for a brief moment. Sun Wukong truly lives up to his reputation. Old man, Marco said, turning to Whitebeard. Whitebeard nodded slightly, his gaze still deep as he looked into the distance. Indeed, to dominate a corner of this new world, his strength should not be underestimated. I had thought of taking him as a son, but now it seems I was overreaching. This sea truly has waves that rise higher than the last. Vista, standing beside them with his twin swords, spoke up. His haki is quite unique, unlike the types we usually see. Even in that brief exchange of glances, I could feel a kind of pressure coming from the soul. Josa laughed heartily, haha. With such a strong person around, this new world is even more interesting. Who knows, we might even collaborate in the future to fight against the world government. Marco gently shook his head. Let's hold off on the collaboration for now. We still don't know his style of operation. But with the Navy keeping a close watch on us, and now having a variable like Sun Wukong, we need to be even more careful. Whitebeard's gaze was firm as he stomped the ground with his giant naginata. No matter how the situation changes, as long as we, the Whitebeard pirates, stand united, there is nothing to fear. As for Sun Wukong, if he is reasonable, we might drink together when we meet again. If he stands against us, then let us fight decisively. Everyone shouted in unison, yes, old man. The bold voices echoed across the sea, showcasing the spirit and confidence of the Whitebeard pirates. Days later, when the Chitian pirates arrived at the Sabeti archipelago, Sun Wukong stretched and led everyone towards the direction agreed upon with GuNing. At Shaki's bar, GuNing was savoring a Bloody Mary, already sensing Sun Wukong's presence. Sure enough, moments later, Sun Wukong lifted the curtain of Shaki's bar and walked in with 5 people. Shaki's eyes widened as she stared intently at Sun Wukong. Hawkins and the others exchanged glances, thinking, as expected. Sun Wukong ignored Shaki and went straight to GuNing, sitting down casually. Long time no see. Sun Wukong greeted GuNing directly. Yeah, it's been a few years. How's this place? Sun Wukong picked up on the implication in GuNing's words. Nodding seriously, he replied, very good, at least much better than the previous place. The others listened in confusion, unsure of the deeper meaning in their words, but they tacitly chose not to ask further. Hawkins found a vacant seat and casually scanned the bar, which had a unique ambience, mixing the scent of alcohol with the salty smell of the ocean. GuNing looked at Sun Wukong, asking if he had any thoughts about this operation. Sun Wukong glanced at Hawkins and the others. Yes, the gravity fruit will help us go up. Plus, there's the door fruit for direct transfer. GuNing raised an eyebrow at Sun Wukong. Looks like you've done quite well these past few years. Sun Wukong scratched his head, a hint of pride on his face. Hawkins and the others looked at Sun Wukong as if they had seen a ghost. They had never seen their captain show such an expression in front of anyone. GuNing surveyed the group, setting that aside for now. On this trip to Mariewa, we are not only facing ordinary guards. There are many experts within the CP organization under the Celestial Dragons, and there may also be some mysterious devil fruit users hiding among them. As far as I know, they have created a new weapon using Sea Prism Stone that can restrain devil fruit abilities. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions grew serious. Tiger frowned. A weapon that restrains devil fruit abilities? That could be tricky. After all, they need the powers of the devil fruits to retreat safely. GuNing added, everyone needs to remember, our primary goal is to rescue the Hancock sisters. Try not to engage too much with the enemy unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, Rayleigh, who had been quietly drinking in the corner, suddenly set down his cup and stood up. His tall and slightly weathered figure slowly approached GuNing. Each step seemed steady and powerful, as if carrying a firm resolve. When he reached GuNing, Rayleigh stopped, locking eyes with him, and then said in a low voice, I will go too. Hearing this, GuNing, who had been deep in thought, slowly raised his head. His calm eyes met Rayleigh's gaze. GuNing furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly surprised by Rayleigh's decision, and gently asked, You? Rayleigh nodded without hesitation, briefly responding, Yeah. Then he sighed lightly, continuing, If it weren't for you young people always being so reckless and charging forward without a care, I would have thought about enjoying my retirement by now. With that, a hint of helplessness and sentimentality appeared on his face. GuNing quietly looked at Rayleigh, and after a moment of silence, he smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Then, GuNing swiftly stood up from his seat. Let's set off. The group arrived at the edge of the Sabeti archipelago, looking at the towering and majestic red soil continent in Mariewa. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and turned to John. John, use your gravity fruit to take us to Mariewa. Prepare for action. John formed seals with his hands, and the gravity around them began to distort. Everyone felt their bodies gradually lighten, and then they slowly ascended towards Mariewa. Rayleigh was the first to step into the area of Mariewa, his observation haki instantly spreading out, probing for danger ahead like invisible tentacles. The others followed closely behind, and upon entering, they felt an oppressive atmosphere, with patrolling guards and hidden den mushy surveillance devices sending chills down their spines. According to the plan, Enel released a weak electric current, using his observation haki to sense the surrounding environment along the flow of the electricity. 500 meters ahead, there was a patrol team, and it seemed that there were powerful experts stationed in the building on the left, their aura quite extraordinary, Enelu reported in a low voice. Sun Wukong nodded. Enelu, start brewing thunderclouds in the sky. Tiger, you and John find a place to start a big fire. Let's create some chaos here. The group nodded in agreement and immediately began to act. Enelu flew into the air, raising his hands high. Lightning began to gather in his palms, and the originally clear sky gradually became covered with dark clouds as Anilu concealed himself within them. Electric serpents darted around in the clouds, and the deep rumble of thunder began to echo over Mariehua. Meanwhile, Tiger and John rushed towards a densely populated area of buildings. Using the fishman karate technique, Tiger compressed the air and struck out fiercely, creating a powerful airflow that interacted with the environment altered by John's gravity fruit, igniting a raging fire. The flames spread quickly, and thick smoke billowed upwards. The long-time complacent guards of Mariehua did not understand the clouds above, thinking it was about to rain, when suddenly they heard someone shouting that there was a fire, realizing that the pirates had launched an attack. The patrol team was thrown into chaos, shouting for support while running towards a fire point. Everyone, stay calm. First organize to put out the fire, then search for the pirates' traces. A guard who appeared to be the captain shouted loudly, but his voice seemed somewhat powerless amidst the chaos. MythWukong looked at the chaotic scene below with a slight smile. Let's take advantage of the confusion to delve deeper inside. GuNing focused his mind and released his powerful observation haki, which quickly covered the entire area like invisible tentacles. He closed his eyes and felt every subtle change in the surrounding environment. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, having gained a general understanding of the situation in this area. Looking around, he saw that the entire red soil continent was vast and boundless, dotted with a myriad of buildings. These buildings varied in style, some magnificent and spectacular, others exquisite and elegant, but all showcased their unique charm and historical depth. Among these sprawling lands, the most eye-catching was the towering and solemn Panga City. It was the core place where the celestial dragons lived and wielded power. However, besides Panga City, there were also territories of 19 other royal families distributed across the red soil continent. Each royal family occupied its own territory, possessing its own sphere of influence and wealth. After 800 years of baptism and sedimentation, they had continuously developed here, gradually forming large and complex family systems. Each royal family had its own unique cultural traditions and governance methods, interdependent yet competitive with one another. Especially, each royal family carefully nurtured a massive number of guards and those cold-blooded, fearless assassins. These guards were well-trained and well-equipped, guarding the palaces and territories of the royal families day and night, forming an indestructible defense line. After 800 years of propagation, their numbers were indeed staggering. GuNing looked at Sun Ray and said, "We are currently within the territory of a royal family. Have you found out which celestial dragon captured Hancock?" Rayleigh pondered for a moment and replied, "The Jagarusha family." "All right, let's first find the prison in this area and free the slaves. Since we're here, let's cause a big ruckus." MythWukong grinned, his eyes flashing with unruly light. "Just what I wanted. Let this celestial dragon's lair experience the taste of being turned upside down." Along the way, they avoided wave after wave of patrolling guards who were well-trained. However, in the face of their perception warnings and the agility of the group, they never noticed anything unusual. After all, the observation haki of the few of them could be said to be the pinnacle of this world. That eerie building in front should be where the prison is located. GuNing pisperet. As the group approached the building, they saw its thick walls surrounded by various warning runes and traps. MythWukong excitedly rubbed his hands. "These little gadgets can't stop me, old son," he said, preparing to rush in, but was pulled back by Rayleigh. "Leave it to me," Rayleigh said. "Let me disarm these traps." He took out some tools from his pocket and began to carefully dismantle the connections of the runes and traps. His fingers moved skillfully, like a precise craftsman. After a while, there were a few faint clicks, and the outermost layer of security was disabled. The group entered the prison, which was dark and damp, filled with a stench of decay and despair. Various races of slaves were imprisoned inside, their faces haggard and their eyes hollow. When they saw someone enter, a flash of fear crossed their eyes, followed by hope. "Don't be afraid. We are here to rescue you," MythWukong shouted loudly. He swung his golden staff and easily broke open the cell doors. As each cell was opened, the slaves poured out, some kneeling and crying, others cheering, filled with gratitude towards MythWukong and the others. However, the commotion also attracted more guard from outside. Where did these pirates come from, daring to break into the prison? A guard captain led a large group of subordinates rushing over, wielding a long knife with a fierce expression. Sun Wukong glanced at him. "You think you can stop me, old son?" After saying that, he vanished from his spot, appearing behind the guard captain in the next second, lightly tapping him with the golden staff, causing the captain to collapse to the ground. The other guards saw this and rushed in. Rayleigh did not hesitate at all, launching an attack directly. The longer the battle lasted, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. He didn't want his peaceful retirement life to be disturbed. In the fierce battle, the prison was thrown into chaos. Stones flew, and the sounds of shouting and killing filled the air. The slaves also picked up stones or weapons from the ground, joining the ranks of resistance. "Let's all rush out and fight for our freedom," an elderly slave shouted. Everyone worked together, breaking through the heavy lockdown of the prison and arriving on the streets outside. "Haha, it's getting more lively." Sun Wukong laughed heartily. He jumped onto the roof of a building and shouted towards the distant army. "Come on, come and fight me, old son." Meanwhile, inside Panga City, the 5 elders were sitting in a luxurious conference room. The empty, huge chairs exuded an aura of authority, and the expressions of the 5 elders varied. At this moment, they all received the news. "The pirates outside are so bold, daring to cause trouble in Mariehua," the blonde-haired elder said with a frown. Just a bunch of clowns. They'll be suppressed soon," the white-haired elder said dismissively. "Bring the Navy generals over. They are just a pack of dogs. It's time to use them," the white-haired elder said. "We must stop them quickly. Otherwise, the dignity of the celestial dragons will be lost," the white-haired elder continued. "Dispatch the CP0 Special Forces to encircle and suppress them. We cannot let them succeed," the long-bearded elder ordered. On the royal family's territory, Sun Wukong and the others, along with a group of slaves, engaged in a large-scale melee with the arriving army. Although the slaves were physically weak, they burst forth with astonishing courage for their freedom. Sun Wukong darted through the enemy camp like a streak of golden lightning. The golden staff in his hand danced with relentless precision, each swing generating a gust of wind that sent enemy soldiers toppling. "My golden staff, doesn't he have eyes? You lot had better surrender quickly," he bellowed, striking down an officer who attempted to sneak attack him. Enel hovered in the air like a god, his imposing figure intimidating the surrounding guards. He raised his hands high, releasing dazzling lightning from his palms, as if the whole world was engulfed in this brilliant glow. With a furious roar, God's judgment, the lightning transformed into countless raging serpents, striking down toward the enemy below with lightning speed. They writhed and slashed, creating a tempest that tore the surrounding air apart. When the lightning struck the ground, it produced a deafening boom that made the earth tremble. Wherever the lightning touched, it turned into a charred wasteland, devoid of life. Flames blazed fiercely, thick smoke billowing upwards, creating a terrifying sight. Enel looked down at the disheveled enemy forces, his eyes glinting with anger and disdain. He shouted, "You celestial dragons, dogs! Today you will experience the might of the gods. Feel despair." Ha ha ha! Tiger moved through the enemy ranks like a dragon in water. He fought with fists and feet, each strike packed with immense power. Using Fishman Karate secret technique, Thousand Tiles Punch, he sent nearby enemies flying like shattered tiles, declaring, "We fishmen will no longer be enslaved by the celestial dragons." After fending off his foes, Tiger quickly searched for nearby prisons to free the slaves within. Meanwhile, GuNing began looking for Hancock and her sisters as soon as the battle broke out. Hawkins chanted nearby, his straw doll magic working in strange ways. He continuously drew cards, responding to enemy attacks or launching counterattacks based on the card's indications. "Straw doll substitute," he shouted, and a straw doll suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking bullets fired by enemies. Then, he drew another card, Curse Doll Backfire. Suddenly, an enemy soldier clutched his throat, collapsing to the ground in pain as if tormented by an invisible force. Jean swung his massive battle axe, each strike creating a large pit. "Get out of my way," he roared, the weight of his sword knocking surrounding enemies off balance. While fighting, he moved closer to where the enslaved were held, aiming to rescue more people. On the Pangu City, the 5 elders gazed down at the fiery chaos below, their faces dark as storm clouds before tempest. "These damn pirates," Saint Satan's eyes widened with fury, bloodshot and raging. After all, the fiercest flames were engulfing the territory held by his family for generations, a symbol of his honor and authority. Now, this pirate crew had turned it upside down. How could he not be furious? Just as everyone thought the battle would fall into a stalemate, a shadow darted in like a ghost from the horizon. In an instant, a fierce wind whipped up, sand and stones flying, and an overwhelming conqueror-esque hockey swept across the battlefield like a tidal wave. The crowd looked up in shock to see a tall, imposing elder standing proudly atop a building. Dressed in an ancient, dignified black robe that billowed in the wind, it rustled ominously. What the hell? So flashy? Rayleigh scoffed, rolling his eyes. If he didn't want to steal the spotlight, he would have slapped the elder. Anyone daring to stir trouble in Mariehua would be unable to withstand the conqueror's hockey. Now that he had unleashed it, the fainted ones would all be from his side. At that moment, Rojlan Fong also sensed something was off, noticing many guards turning their heads to look at him. Their gazes clearly said, "Lord Roj, when did you join the pirates?" Rojlan Fong felt a bad premonition. He knew this was a misunderstanding, but there was no time to explain. He dashed towards Sun Wukong, hoping to clarify the situation and stop the farce quickly. Sun Wukong's lively eyes suddenly narrowed, as if two bolts of lightning had crossed them. He then opened his mouth and let out a thunderous roar. "You have guts!" This shout resonated like thunder, shaking the entire space. In that instant, a terrifying, indescribable, powerful aura erupted from Sun Wukong, surging forward like a raging torrent toward Rojlan Fong. This intense conqueror's hockey tore through the air, creating visible whirlpools of energy. Objects near this aura, whether boulders or trees, were blown away as easily as paper, some even disintegrating in midair. Rojlan Fong found himself blocked by the overwhelming pressure. "Who are you? State your name." "As the commander of the 3 armies, I have a duty to capture you pirates." Sun Wukong sneered. "I hope your strength is greater than your words." Little fur tribe kid, if you don't speak, just wait for your entire tribe to be slaughtered." Zolan Feng Godin Ominu Sili. Sun Wukong remained unfazed, gripping his golden staff tightly, his fur slightly standing on end, golden light shimmering across his body. "Let's see the real skills under your hands." With that, Sun Wukong shot towards Rojlan Fong like an arrow, the golden staff carving a sharp arc through the air, crashing down with a whoosh. In an instant, Rojlan Feng's body began to swell, muscles bulging as thick, striped fur covered him, his hands transforming into razor-sharp tiger claws, teeth elongating into vicious fangs, completely turning him into a fearsome saber-toothed tiger. "I am an ancient saber-toothed tiger user." Boom! The golden staff collided directly with Roj's tiger claws. Roj felt an irresistible force surge through his claws, a wave of fear washing over him. How could his power be so immense? This terrifying strength far exceeded his imagination, making it almost impossible to withstand. Facing such a formidable opponent, Roj dared not hesitate, using all his strength to leap back like lightning. Simultaneously, the golden staff crashed down onto the ground, creating a thunderous noise as it smashed into a deep pit, sending countless fragments flying and raising a cloud of dust that blotted out the sky. Rojlan Fong knew he could not keep dodging. He steadied himself and silently chanted, "Shave." Instantly, his figure blurred, evading Sun Wukong's strike at lightning speed while swinging his tiger claws, executing Gale, Foot Tiger Tier. A wave of slashing energy, a mix of dominance and sharpness, flew towards Sun Wukong, slicing through the air with a hissing sound. Upon seeing this, Sun Wukong quickly spun his golden staff, forming a golden barrier that easily blocked the attack. Interesting. He let out a light snort, and then his eyes flashed with golden light as he activated his observation hockey, instantly perceiving the next move of Rojlan Fong. Taking advantage of the attack's gap, Rojlan Fong executed the moonwalk, leaping continuously in the air, attempting to deliver a fatal blow to Sun Wukong from above. His tiger claws, empowered by hockey, shimmered with a black light, resembling sharp black blades. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's body trembled slightly, and he enveloped himself in a layer of black armament haki. When Roga Lanfeng's claws struck him, they only sparked a few embers, unable to harm him in the slightest. "It's my turn now," Sun Wukong roared, forcefully sending Roga Lanfeng flying away. "I must say the abilities in this world are quite interesting. Come, taste my staff." Sun Wukong's golden staff, covered in armament haki, was swung down fiercely towards Rogu. Roga Lanfeng forcibly steadied himself in midair, fully aware that continuing like this would lead to his defeat. So he decided to unleash his ultimate move. He took a deep breath, channeling the haki and the power of his devil fruit within him, while using the life return technique to push his body's functions to the limit. His tiger body swelled again, black stripes flickering with a strange glow, and his eyes revealed a determined killing intent. Tiger rage of the Dominator. He roared and lunged at Sun Wukong, this strike gathering all his strength, compressing the surrounding air with his momentum. Boom! The golden staff collided violently with Roga Lanfeng's tiger claws again, and this time the energy wave generated by the collision surged like a tsunami, rapidly spreading outward from the point of impact. The ground cracked with large fissures, spreading like a spider web, and nearby trees were uprooted, turning into countless wooden splinters flying in the wind. Roga Lanfeng felt a sharp pain in his arms, as if they were about to be crushed by this force. Yet he gritted his teeth and persisted, desperately injecting his inner strength into his claws, trying to withstand Sun Wukong's attack. However, Sun Wukong's power was like an endless ocean, gradually overwhelming him. His tiger claws began to tremble, and his body was slowly being pushed back. Damn it, am I really not his match? A wave of despair surged in Roga Lanfeng's heart, but he was unwilling to fail like this, his eyes turning red as he continued to squeeze every bit of potential from his body. The surrounding guards, busy fending off Enel and others, were also knocked about by this force, and those nearby were sent flying by the shockwave. Sun Wukong, noticing Roga Lanfeng's struggle, frowned slightly, and with a fierce spin of his golden staff, a more powerful force erupted. "Back off!" With this roar, Roga Lanfeng could no longer hold on, and his whole body was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto a manor, instantly collapsing its walls and burying him within. Sun Wukong chuckled lightly, turning to leave to assist others. CP0 still had plenty of strong fighters, and at this moment, John and others were already entangled. Boom! Cough cough. I can still fight. Roga spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly emerged from the ruins. In my life, I have fought hundreds of battles, big and small, and you are the first person to tell me in my heart that I cannot defeat you. But, so what? Ha 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 ha. Fight. Having listened to others' commands all my life, today I want to listen to myself. Rogu crazily charged towards Sun Wukong. Hearing the commotion behind him, Sun Wukong turned slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Then he disdainfully shrugged. Why bother? You already know you are no match for me. Why humiliate yourself further? However, Roga Lanfeng seemed to hear nothing, his body shaking violently with rage and determination. Each step he took accompanied by blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, splattering onto the ground in bright red flowers. His haki surged wildly again, and the power of the devil fruit reached its peak, his saber-toothed tiger form growing increasingly fearsome, muscles tensed as if ready to explode, black stripes flickering with a ghostly light. In an instant, the two collided, quickly engaging in combat, exchanging hundreds of blows in the blink of an eye. Just as their fierce battle was at its height, Steelbone Kong finally arrived. Seeing Roga Lanfeng in such a frenzied state, he quietly sighed, while also being shocked by Sun Wukong's strength. Sun Wukong, do not be reckless anymore, Steelbone Kong shouted, joining the fray. Steelbone Kong unleashed the Navy's 6 styles. Iron Block Steel Fist, his fist flying towards Sun Wukong like a cannonball, forming a pincer attack with Roga Lanfeng. Sun Wukong keenly sensed the fierce attack from behind. However, he showed no signs of panic, instead appearing unusually calm and composed. He instantly activated his unparalleled power to the limit, a thick, almost solid black armament haki quickly enveloping his entire body. Sun Wukong forcefully repelled the fiercely charging Rogu. Immediately after, without any pause, he used the recoil to turn his body and swung a powerful punch towards GuNing. This punch carried unmatched might and strength. The surrounding air twisted violently due to this terrifying blow, forming a visible shockwave sweeping towards GuNing. Boom! Sun Wukong's fist collided with GuNing. In an instant, energy burst forth, and the ground within a radius of several dozen meters cracked, with debris flying everywhere. GuNing felt a tremendous force hit him, and he was instantly blasted away. The sweeping punch slammed heavily into his body, breaking several ribs. His once proud posture was now utterly gone. GuNing. Rogu's eyes widened in fury, exhaling a scorching breath. His muscles tensed, veins bulging like dragons writhing beneath his skin. Without any hesitation, Rogu charged towards Sun Wukong like a cannonball. His speed was so fast that it created a whirlwind, rustling the surrounding trees. In the face of Rogu's fierce charge, Sun Wukong remained extraordinarily calm. His deep-set eyes glimmered with a cold, merciless light, as chilling as the cold stars. Clearly, Rogu and GuNing's actions had successfully enraged him. Just as Rogu was about to pounce in front of Sun Wukong's figure flashed, evading the attack at an unimaginable speed. At the same time, he quickly turned around, swinging his strong, powerful arm directly at Rogu's somewhat aged body. At this moment, a thick layer of black light emerged from Sun Wukong's arm, which was the ultimate armament haki. This layer of armament haki was like an indestructible armor, tightly wrapping around his arm. Accompanied by his movements, the arm transformed into a shadow with an unmatched fierce momentum, instantly piercing into Rog's body. Rog's pupils dilated as he looked at Sun Wukong in terror, not expecting him to be so decisive, especially to be able to break through his defenses. Sun Wukong's palm exerted slight force, and Rog's heart was directly crushed. Rog's body slowly slid down, quietly lying on the ground of the Red Earth continent. GuNing watched the scene with bloodshot eyes, his mind blank. Why hadn't the Navy's reinforcements arrived yet? GuNing shouted into the distance, hoping someone could hear him. However, at this moment, everyone was caught up in the battle. Although GuNing was anxious, he also knew that he could only rely on himself to hold the situation for now. Far above Pangda City, the 5 elders were also cursing. One of them even wanted to take matters into his own hands. The Navy's reinforcements were on their way. Leave it to them. These guys wouldn't stir up much trouble. A bunch of useless people. Meanwhile, GuNing released his extreme observation haki, searching for Hancock and her 3 sisters. Sure enough, he finally sensed the 3 of them in a dungeon. GuNing also saw a man he had seen in the future and casually rescued him as well. At this moment, his figure quickly swept past, rushing towards the dungeon where the 3 were imprisoned. His speed was extremely fast, and some enemies he encountered along the way tried to block him, but they were all easily dealt with. His only goal was to rescue Hancock and her 3 sisters as soon as possible. He also wanted to see the appearance of the world's #1 beauty in the future. At the entrance of the dungeon, a group of guards stood ready. When they saw GuNing rushing over, they all raised their weapons, ready to fight. GuNing didn't hesitate at all. He directly charged into the group of guards. His movements were agile, like a ghost weaving through the guards. Each strike accurately hit the enemy's vital points. The guards' attacks couldn't touch him at all, and in a moment, they all lay quietly on the cold ground. Deep in the dungeon, Hancock and her 3 sisters were locked in a large cell. They heard the commotion outside and felt a bit nervous. "Sister, what's happening outside?" asked Boa Sandersonia, one of the sisters, in a low voice. Hancock furrowed her brow. She wasn't clear about the situation outside either. No matter what happens, we must be prepared. With the sounds of gunfire and battle outside so dense, something must have happened, Hancock said. Just as everyone was silent with their heads down, the tightly shut cell door suddenly opened without warning. With a creaking sound, a mysterious and unfamiliar figure quietly appeared at the door like a ghost. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire cell froze, as if time had stopped at that moment. The 3 sisters of Hancock were like startled birds, their nerves immediately tensing up, their gazes filled with vigilance as they fixedly stared at the unexpected guest at the door. They secretly speculated in their hearts. Could this person be the despicable celestial dragon come to torment them? Just thinking about the inhumane torture and abuse made the three sisters tremble, fear evident on their faces. However, when GuNing's tall and upright figure fully revealed itself to everyone, all present were shocked, their mouths agape, their eyes nearly popping out. He had a face like jade, starry brows, and an extraordinarily handsome appearance that was beyond imagination, as if a celestial being had walked out of a painting. Such an extraordinary appearance made it hard for people to forget after just one glance. However, after the brief moment of astonishment, the flicker of hope that had just ignited in their hearts extinguished like a shooting star. Because in this dark and sunless prison, a handsome and dashing man like this was simply too rare. How could he appear here without reason? He must be another unfortunate slave newly captured. Thinking of this, the excitement that everyone had felt plummeted again, despair and helplessness enveloping their hearts once more. GuNing entered the prison and scanned the surroundings, instantly spotting Hancock and her three sisters curled up in a corner. GuNing covered his palm with haki and directly broke the lock on the prison door. The three sisters watched in surprise as GuNing easily broke the lock. GuNing turned around and showed them a gentle smile, trying to ease their vigilance. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to rescue you." Boa Sandasonia snorted coldly. "You say you're going to rescue us? Why should we believe you? You might be a new trick sent by the celestial dragons." Her eyes were still filled with suspicion and hostility. After all, in this hellish place, they had long since learned not to easily trust anyone. GuNing sighed slightly. He knew the three sisters had suffered too much here to trust anyone. "I know it's hard for you to believe me, but the situation outside is chaotic, and this is your best chance to escape. If I were sent by the celestial dragons, why would I go through the trouble of breaking this lock? By the way, it was Shaki who hired me." "What?" Hancock exclaimed. Shaki was the former king of their Amazon lily. At this moment, they believed GuNing a bit more. Boa Marigold whispered, "Sister, maybe what he said is true. Sooner or later, we'll die here. We might as well take a gamble." Hancock's heart was torn. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and said, "All right, we'll go with you. But if you dare to deceive us, I will not let you go even if it costs me my life." GuNing nodded. "Don't worry. I will definitely get you out safely." Following that, GuNing released all the slaves in the entire prison. The people regained their freedom, tears streaming down their faces. Unable to contain themselves, just as they were about to leave the cell, they suddenly heard hurried footsteps coming from outside. Hancock's heart tightened. She knew that the guards had definitely discovered something unusual. Her small hand inadvertently tightened around GuNing's clothes. GuNing cast her a reassuring glance. "Stay behind me and don't run around," he whispered. GuNing calmly walked towards the direction of the approaching people, and just as the two groups met, he unleashed a powerful conqueror's haki towards the opponents. In an instant, the dozens of enemies that had come over quietly fell to the ground. GuNing paid no attention to them, leading everyone out of the prison. At this moment, he needed to find a certain person to use his ability to send these slaves away. After long hours of releasing slaves, Mariehua was in utter chaos. Meanwhile, Tiger successfully found Jinbei, and the two briefly chatted before going to rescue other slaves. At this moment, John was entangled by several CP0 members, unable to break free. Enel, using the power of the Rumble fruit, quickly supported the battlefield. Meanwhile, Yaiha was opening the door fruit to quickly transfer any slaves he found. Rayleigh was also releasing slaves, but was surrounded and beaten by the arriving CP0, retreating while fighting. Hawkins was not strong, and after controlling a few guards, he began to harass. Especially when the enemy tried to kill him, it was his companions who died, which terrified these people even more. In this chaotic battlefield, GuNing led Hancock and her three sisters along with many slaves through the streets of Mariehua. He kept an eye out for any dangers that might appear at any moment while using observation haki to search for Ishao's whereabouts. "Everyone stay close. We must find help quickly to ensure everyone's safe evacuation." The three sisters of Hancock closely followed GuNing, their eyes no longer filled with just fear, but more trust and reliance on him. Boa Sandasonia occasionally looked around vigilantly, her fists unconsciously clenched, as if she would rush to protect everyone without hesitation the moment an enemy appeared. Meanwhile, Tiger and Jinbe were like two war gods, rampaging through another battlefield. Every swing of Tiger sent a group of enemies flying. As he roared, "These slaves have suffered enough. We cannot let the celestial dragons continue to act with impunity." Jinbe coordinated seamlessly beside him, deploying his fishman karate, with water swirling around him, cutting enemies with sharp blades or forming shields to block attacks. John, although entangled with CP0, did not show weakness. His weapon, combined with the gravity fruit, swung fiercely, delivering every parry and counterattack with unstoppable momentum. Enel soared through the sky like a god of thunder, his rumble fruit ability granting him incredible speed and powerful attacks. Wherever he went, thunder boomed, and enemies fell to the ground, electrified. "Ha ha! Under my divine power, you are all no match." He laughed wildly, but did not forget the task GuNing had given him, occasionally checking on the trapped slaves below, using lightning to clear a path for their escape. Yi Xiao, on the other hand, calmly utilized his door fruit ability. With a wave of his hands, doors to different spaces opened before him, and the slaves entered them in an orderly manner, being transported to safety. Quickly, don't panic, one at a time. Beneath his calm exterior was deep sympathy for the suffering people. Just then, a massive flaming boulder fell from the sky toward the crowd. MythWukong's eyes narrowed slightly as he remembered someone. Sakazuki, the new admiral. MythWukong looked at the panting steel-bone Kong, his expression darkening. This old man was stronger than Roger, making it difficult for him to deal with him right away. John saw the flaming meteor descending towards everyone and unleashed the full power of his gravity fruit. He barely managed to withstand this first wave of attack. John shook off the CP0 agents nearby and rushed towards Yi Xiao, already feeling exhausted and needing him to hold off the enemies for a while. Among the entire pirate crew, Yi Xiao's strength was recognized as second to none. Seeing John rush over, Yi Xiao understood his intentions. After opening a door to a safe area, he turned to face the oncoming enemies. "I won't let you succeed. Oof. You damn pirates." The leader of CP0 sneered and charged at Yi Xiao. If they couldn't eliminate those attacking Mary Ahua, they would be eliminated instead. Yi Xiao did not hesitate, ever since he saw the slaves tortured by the celestial dragons. His heart was filled with anger, seeking an outlet. With CP0 coming to him, he was more than ready to unleash a massacre. Moments later, looking at the piles of corpses before him, Yi Xiao calmly stated, "There's a reason I must act." Scene. At this moment, Admiral Akiji had arrived on the battlefield. He surveyed the chaotic scene, expressionless, and said, "It seems this farce should come to an end." With that, he waved his hands, and vast sheets of ice began to spread across the battlefield, freezing everything in its path. GuNing stood still, his gaze calmly fixed on the rapidly approaching figures in the distance. Admirals Akiji and Akainu were closing in at an astonishing speed, their powerful auras causing the surrounding guards to retreat. GuNing slowly drew his steel sword from his waist, its blade shimmering with a cold light. He then took a deep breath, and an immense power surged within him like a tide. He swung his steel sword fiercely towards Akiji and Akainu, unleashing a massive slash. This slash was like a thunderous force, roaring forward with an incredibly sharp momentum. Even more terrifying, GuNing had covered it with an extremely strong sword intent. That sword intent was almost tangible, instilling fear in anyone who looked at it from afar. If Akiji and Akainu dared to take this blow head-on, even with their strength, they would find it difficult to retreat unscathed, at least leaving some indelible marks on their bodies. Akiji and Akainu felt the powerful slash coming towards them, and their expressions grew serious. They exchanged glances and, without hesitation, acted simultaneously. Akiji quickly conjured several massive ice walls, stacking them up in an attempt to block GuNing's overwhelming strike. Meanwhile, Akainu took a deep breath and spewed forth a torrent of magma, which surged like a fiery serpent towards the slash. The slash collided with the ice walls and magma, producing a thunderous roar. The ice walls shattered instantly, turning into countless shards flying everywhere, while the magma was split apart, splattering to the sides and igniting fierce flames in its wake. Akiji's face paled slightly, clearly under considerable pressure. In that instant, their gazes met, and time seemed to freeze. They both revealed an expression of extreme shock and disbelief, as if witnessing something beyond imagination. However, faced with the unstoppable and powerful slash, they knew that there was no way to counter it at this moment. Thus, almost simultaneously, they reacted without hesitation, flashing to the side to evade the attack. The razor-sharp slash whistled past with a destructive force, raising clouds of dust. And even the solid red earth was cleaved open, creating a bottomless chasm. This chasm extended like a terrifying dragon, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Where did this monster come from? Akiji exclaimed in terror. This power. It's not an exaggeration to say he is the world's greatest swordsman. Akainu's expression was grave as he clenched his fists tightly. GuNing turned to Hancock and shouted, "Go find that person with the cane. He will help you escape." "What about you, GuNing?" Hancock asked. GuNing smiled slightly, revealing a confident grin. "Don't worry about me. I have my plans." Hancock bit her lip. Knowing GuNing's temperament, once he made a decision, it was hard to change. "You must come back alive. I'll wait for you." With reluctance and worry, she turned and followed GuNing's instructions to Yixiao's side. At this moment, the fighting on the battlefield had basically reached its conclusion. Those who needed to be rescued had already been saved. At this moment, the 5 elders in Panga City also knew who was attacking MythWukong. How could it be Sun Wukong? Saint Satan had a face full of disbelief. He thought it was some brainless pirate from somewhere. He didn't expect it to be Sun Wukong, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Hancock hurried to Yixiao's side with complex emotions and said anxiously, "GuNing sent me to find you, saying you can take us away." Yixiao nodded gently, his cane trembling slightly. He opened a spatial rift and gestured to the 3. "Go in. Wait for me." At this moment, 2 figures rushed towards Yixiao from a distance. Yixiao narrowed his eyes and, upon recognizing the newcomers, did not take action. This person also bore a slave mark, likely sent by GuNing. The newcomers were Tezalo and Stella. After being rescued by GuNing, Tezalo knelt to thank him for saving his life, and then stated he was going to rescue his lover. Without hesitation, he turned and left. GuNing looked at this person with a hint of appreciation in his eyes and said, "If you get her out, go find someone with a cane. He will take you away." Time returned to the present. Tezalo, without any hesitation, took Stella's small hand and rushed into the rift. On the battlefield, smoke filled the air, and ruins were everywhere. Various factions of the celestial dragons were suffering heavy losses from this sudden upheaval. Akiji and Akainu exchanged glances. As the highest combat power of the Navy, their duty was to maintain the rule of the world government. At this moment, they rushed towards GuNing without hesitation, trying to stop his further actions. "You damn pirates! How dare you cause trouble in MythWukong?" Akainu roared, his hands transforming into molten magma, blasting towards the 2. Akiji did not back down, ice shards instantly forming in his hands, shooting towards him like sharp arrows. GuNing watched the 2 rushing towards him, his head turning in a circle with a cracking sound. He lightly raised his wrist, delivering a slash towards Akiji's attack. In an instant, the ice shard shattered. Akainu took the opportunity to circle around GuNing, his magma fist carrying a scorching heat wave crashing towards him. GuNing's figure flickered and vanished like a ghost. Akainu's attack missing completely, leaving a large pit on the ground that emitted black smoke. Is it only for the celestial dragons that you navies serve? Have you ever thought about fairness and justice in this world? GuNing appeared on a nearby ruin, coldly questioning Akiji. Knowing Akainu's beliefs, GuNing was too lazy to try to sway him. Akiji responded, "The rule of the world government is order. You are destroying peace." "Ha ha! What kind of peace is this?" GuNing glaubt lichtly. "It's nothing but the oppression of the celestial dragons over the masses. However, compared to that, I prefer oppressing you so-called just people." GuNing's words were like a sharp sword, piercing Akiji's steadfast beliefs. Akiji frowned slightly. He knew well the many dark sides within the world government. However, years of education and duty made it difficult for him to waver easily. "What you say is merely one-sided. The world government, despite its flaws, still maintains the balance of the world," Akiji retorted, ice shards forming in his hands again. Preparing to launch a new attack, GuNing merely scoffed balance? That a false facade achieved at the cost of countless weak lives. The celestial dragons looked down on others, trampling on their dignity and lives. Is this the order you uphold? At this moment, a Kainu attacked again from the side, his figure like a burning meteor. Don't waste words with him. Just take him down. The magma fists, with a destructive aura, came crashing down on GuNing one after another. GuNing showed no fear, directly covering his arms with haki and clashing with Sakazuki. When Sakazuki felt GuNing's fist, his brows furrowed. The opponent's fist was incredibly hard and powerful, making his arms tremble slightly. He looked at the young face of the opponent, which was incredibly handsome, and felt a surge of anger. He couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. At this moment, MythWukong completely suppressed Steelbone Kong. If we were to carefully categorize the ranks of these admirals, Akiji and Akainu would be at the beginner level, Kazuru at the intermediate level, and Steelbone Kong at the peak. MythWukong could just suppress Steelbone Kong, and his strength could be said to exceed the peak, but he hadn't reached another realm yet. MythWukong's movements were agile, and the golden staff in his hands was like a nimble dragon, each swing carrying the force to overturn mountains and seas. Although Steelbone Kong possessed peak admiral strength, he gradually showed signs of decline under MythWukong's storm-like attacks. At this moment, not a single part of him was unscathed. All the surrounding buildings were also shattered, and the celestial dragons were escorted away by the CP organization early on. Steelbone Kong gasped for breath, his eyes red as he looked at MythWukong. He didn't expect that a pirate who had only been at sea for 2 or 3 years would be so difficult to deal with. He regretted not letting Sengoku take action to capture him back then, allowing him to develop for so long. Even these crew members were difficult to handle. MythWukong rested the golden staff on his shoulder, looking at the disheveled Steelbone Kong, and grinned. You old man, do you still want to stop me? The rule of the celestial dragons should have been overthrown long ago, and you guys who aid the oppressors should reflect on yourselves. Steelbone Kong snorted coldly, but was overcome by heavy injuries and coughed. Don't get too complacent. The foundation of the world government is beyond your imagination. Even if you can escape this time, can you withstand the mad counterattack from the world government? Hearing Steelbone Kong's words, MythWukong couldn't help but laugh loudly. The counterattack from the world government? I don't even take your so-called peak combat power seriously. Why would I fear that elusive counterattack? His laughter echoed over the ruins, filled with fearlessness and grandeur. Steelbone Kong coughed heavily twice. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. MythWukong ignored him, leaving the spot and heading towards Hawkins and the others for support. When Hawkins, Jinbei, and others saw that MythWukong had broken free, they all exerted their full strength to clear the surrounding area. MythWukong's strength on the battlefield was unrivaled. After quickly clearing out the minor enemies, he led the remaining people directly to Yixiao's side. Yixiao, you send them all back. We'll take care of the rest. All right, Captain. Rayleigh stood in place, looking at MythWukong. Do you need me to risk this old bone again? Hurry and go. MythWukong shot him a glare and hurried him away. Without hesitation, Yixiao quickly sent everyone back to Sabaody Archipelago. MythWukong looked at the CP0, closing in on him again, chuckled lightly, and shouted at them, "Go tell your so-called 5 elders the throne rotates. And this year it's my turn. Get the hell out of my way." Accompanied by this roar, an overwhelming and intense conqueror's haki surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping towards CP0. This momentum was so powerful that it made it hard for them to breathe. Under the overwhelming pressure of the conqueror's haki, the CP0 members staggered and fell. Those with slightly weaker strength directly foamed at the mouth and fainted on the ground. Only a few core members, barely holding their swaying bodies, dared not move an inch. What kind of monster is this? A CP0 member said, trembling, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. They prided themselves on being the top agents of the world government, having carried out countless confidential and dangerous missions. But in the face of MythWukong's aura, they felt as fragile as ants. MythWukong, wielding his golden staff, walked towards them step by step, each footfall seeming to tread on their hearts, causing their fear to escalate. I'll say it again, get lost. The voice was like a tolling bell, making their eardrums ache. GuNing hovered in midair, emanating a chilling aura, the powerful force seemingly capable of distorting the entire space. Akiji and Akainu stood below, their faces ashen. Both were covered in a mix of blood and dirt, their hair disheveled like beggars. Are you two still stubbornly serving the celestial dragons? GuNing's voice was chilling, as if it came from the depths of hell. Not serving justice. Do you really think you can make me submit? Akainu shouted, his body transforming into scalding magma. As he leapt up, his magma fist carrying a devastating momentum towards GuNing, the intense heat seeming to turn everything to ashes. GuNing merely waved his steel sword lightly, casually launching a slash towards the magma. The terrifying power of the magma was effortlessly sliced into strands. It looked like threads scattered all over the ground. Akiji, seeing Akainu's attack so easily neutralized, flashed a serious expression. He knew that GuNing's strength was not a coincidence. After all, the other party was floating in midair by some unknown means, so he did not dare let his guard down. He waved his hands, and the surrounding air instantly crystallized into ice spikes, shooting towards GuNing like sharp arrows. GuNing, seeing this, remained unhurried, suddenly releasing his aura, causing those ice spikes to turn into water vapor and dissipate in the air as they approached him. Your attacks are too weak. Is this what the so-called Marine Admiral strength looks like? GuNing's lips curled up slightly, his face filled with disdain and mockery. At that moment, GuNing's figure flickered, disappearing from his original spot like a ghost. The next second, he appeared right in front of Akiji, who was fuming. In a flash, GuNing raised his right leg and kicked fiercely towards Akiji's head like lightning. This kick carried a fierce wind, as if it would tear the air apart. Akiji never expected GuNing to be so fast. In a panic, he could only cross his arms in front of himself, trying to block this fierce strike. GuNing's foot heavily kicked against Akiji's arms, producing a dull thud. The powerful force surged through Akiji's body like a roaring tide, sending him flying backward like a kite with a broken string, tracing a long arc in the air before crashing heavily against a distant mountain peak. The mountain crumbled under the immense impact, rocks flying and dust swirling. Akainu, witnessing Akiji's plight, felt a mix of shock and anger. He roared and charged at GuNing recklessly, the magma on his body surging like raging flames. The ground around him charred and cracked. Everything melted wherever the magma flowed. He swung his boiling magma fist, the wind howling, carrying a world-destroying momentum towards GuNing, the scorching magma seeming capable of turning everything into ashes. GuNing was about to make a move when MythWukong, filled with excitement, waved his golden staff and shouted, "GuNing, let me have some fun too." Saying this, he directly flashed to Akainu's head, raising the golden staff high and smashing it down with tremendous force. Akainu looked up in terror, hurriedly sidestepping to avoid it. But the golden staff grazed his shoulder and smashed into the ground, creating a massive, deep pit with dust flying everywhere. GuNing looked up at the distance, noticing many celestial dragon subordinates gathering and rushing towards them. MythWukong, stop playing, let's go. GuNing shouted at MythWukong. I haven't had enough fun yet. Fine, let's go. GuNing did not hesitate and flew off into the distance. MythWukong, carrying his golden staff, did a few somersaults to catch up with GuNing, grinning and saying, "Why are you in such a hurry? Those guys are no match for me at all. There is still someone unknown hiding in this place. If we keep making a scene, we might have 5 old men coming out." MythWukong scratched his head. "I'm not afraid of any old men. But since you say so, I'll leave with you first." The two sped through the buildings of Mariehua, with shouts and gunfire echoing behind them. Akainu watched the two escape, gritting his teeth, hating his lack of strength. Looking at their retreating figures, he felt a mix of anger and unwillingness, his tightly clenched fists turning pale with exertion, knowing that letting these two escape this time would definitely lead to endless troubles. Just as they were fleeing, a strange crack suddenly appeared ahead, and a figure gradually became clear in the light. It was Ichiya. His unique voice echoed in the air. "Captain, I'm here." GuNing and MythWukong stepped into the passage without hesitation, instantly disappearing from the spot. When the celestial dragon's subordinates arrived, they only found an empty space, with the lingering spatial fluctuations proving that they had been there. Meanwhile, in Panga City, When the five elders learned that GuNing and Sun Wukong had escaped under Achia's assistance, a suffocating anger filled the meeting room. All five dignified faces were filled with rage, and one white-haired elder slammed the table, scattering documents everywhere. This was an outright provocation against the celestial dragons. They must be captured quickly to serve as a warning. The other elders nodded, their eyes filled with coldness and determination. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke up. "How should we report to Lordum?" Silence fell over the meeting room. A golden-haired elder slowly raised his head, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. "We must report to Lordum truthfully, but we should also prepare for his wrath. We cannot escape responsibility for this incident. The security deployment was so easily breached." And GuNing and Sun Wukong ran rampant in MythWukong. This is a serious desecration of the celestial dragon's rule. Everyone remained silent, clearly aware of Lord Im's methods and authority. After a long while, a blue-haired elder finally spoke softly. "The urgent task is to strengthen the defense of MythWukong to prevent similar incidents from happening again. At the same time, mobilize the elite forces of the Navy and Cypherpole to fully track down the whereabouts of GuNing and others. The Navy cannot escape blame this time. We must not show any leniency." How did the intelligence organization operate? Such important information was not reported at all. "Topman?" Vacheli said with a frown, his voice low and angry. "The negligence of the Navy headquarters must be thoroughly investigated. How did Sengoku manage things? It's unforgivable that such an important person infiltrated MythWukong without any awareness." At this moment, the large screen in the conference room displayed images of the destroyed areas of MythWukong. Streets in disarray, collapsed buildings, and injured celestial dragon guards. Seeing these images, the expressions of the five elders grew even darker. Saint Satan gritted his teeth and said, "GuNing and Sun Wukong's actions in MythWukong are not just an attack on the celestial dragons, but a challenge to the authority of the world government. They are openly destroying in front of slaves, which will trigger a chain reaction and may encourage some restless forces to stir. We must quickly quell this matter and restore the credibility of the world government." After a moment of contemplation, Saint Izambaron V. Najareo spoke. "Especially those escaped slaves will have a negative impact on us. As usual, we should portray GuNing and the others as heinous criminals, the greatest threat to world peace. However, we will reward anyone who can provide information about them." On the empty throne, Im coldly watched the reports coming in from the five elders. His expression was indifferent. The five elders looked at him in surprise, thinking he would be furious. Im paid no attention to the five elders and said, "Find out GuNing's location. I will handle it." The five elders simultaneously bowed in agreement. "Yes, Lord Im." At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku's expression was grave after receiving the notification from the five elders. He called a high-level Navy meeting, including the 3 admirals, fleet commanders, and heads of important departments. Sengoku sat at the head of the table and said solemnly, "Everyone knows what happened in MythWukong. The five elders are extremely furious, and we, the Navy, cannot escape blame. This task is arduous, and we must send our most elite forces to track down GuNing and the others. The intelligence issues we face this time have shown significant vulnerabilities, and we need to make amends." At this moment, Karp's expression was serious, and even his usually carefree face bore a rare look of solemnity. It is rare for someone with his extensive battle experience to take someone seriously, and GuNing was one of them. Remembering their first encounter, Karp couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Since that moment, the name GuNing had been deeply etched in his mind, impossible to erase. Over the past few years, Karp had devoted almost all his energy to improving his own strength, especially his indomitable iron fists, which he trained almost obsessively. Whether under the blazing sun or in torrential rain, the sailors could always see Karp sweating profusely, tirelessly honing his strength and skills. Day after day, year after year, Karp never showed the slightest sign of slackening, all to ensure that he would be powerful enough to compete when facing GuNing again in the future. At this moment, Karp stood up directly and said seriously, "Leave GuNing to me. This time, I will definitely capture him." Akainu also stood up. "Sun Wukong, leave him to me. I will definitely lock him up in the underwater prison." Akiji glanced at him and coldly said, "Even Admiral Kong couldn't defeat him. I believe you know where your strength lies." Upon hearing Akiji's words, Akainu's expression instantly darkened. He glared at Akiji and coldly snorted, "Akiji, what do you mean by that? Are you questioning my abilities? Just because Admiral Kong couldn't win doesn't mean I can't. My strength has improved significantly, and though Sun Wukong is strong, I will do my utmost to make him pay for his actions in Mariehua." Akiji remained his lazy self, shrugged, and said, "I'm just stating the facts. Sun Wukong's strength is evident. His actions in Mariehua were not something easily subdued." The tension between the two grew, and Sengoku frowned, scolding, "Enough. This is not the time for you two to fight among yourselves." "Akainu, Akiji has a point. We all know how powerful Sun Wukong is, and you cannot underestimate your opponent. But we also cannot back down. We must formulate a comprehensive capture plan. You alone will not be enough. The strength of the Sun Wukong pirates is beyond imagination. The unknown is the most terrifying." Sengoku's words plunged the conference room into a brief silence as everyone pondered their strategies. Akainu gritted his teeth, although he was still somewhat angry about Akiji's doubts. He understood the importance of unity at this moment. He slowly said, "Marshal, I understand. I will not underestimate Sun Wukong, but we know too little about his pirate crew's strength. Besides his incredible combat power, the fleet around him cannot be ignored. We need more intelligence to be precise." Vice Admiral Crane nodded slightly, showing agreement with the other's viewpoint. A hint of seriousness appeared on her otherwise stern and steady face as she said softly, "Indeed. Intelligence is crucial for us. It is like eyes on the battlefield, allowing us to see the enemy's every move and formulate more precise and effective strategies." Another officer chimed in, "Yes, however, our intelligence department currently has a significant shortcoming, especially now that the Vice Admiral of the Intelligence Department has been removed entirely. We are in dire need of a strong leader to coordinate the overall situation and command operations. Otherwise, the entire intelligence work will be like a pile of scattered sand, inefficient and unable to play its proper role." Everyone nodded in agreement, and the scene fell into a brief silence. After a while, someone broke the deadlock and proposed, "In that case, the urgent task is to quickly fill this vacancy and find a suitable candidate to take charge of the intelligence department. Does anyone have any recommendations?" Suddenly, a voice suggested, "How about letting Vanji give a try?" This suggestion immediately sparked heated discussions among the others present, as they began to whisper about whether Vanji was truly suitable for this important role. At this moment, Vanji was already a rear admiral and was out on a mission, not attending this meeting. However, some present recognized Vanji's strength. "Vanji? He has some strength, but he is still young and may lack experience." A general furrowed his brow and raised doubts. But it is undeniable that this kid had shown extraordinary decisiveness and drive in previous missions, as well as a cleverness that, given time, would surely lead to great achievements. Perhaps intelligence work needs someone like him who can break conventional thinking. Another general held a different view. Sengoku crossed his arms and pondered for a moment before saying, "Vanji is indeed a talent worth cultivating. He grew up in the military and is quite familiar with the Navy's system and operations. Moreover, his contributions to the Navy are evident, and the techniques he provides are also powerful means. Let's go with him." Sengoku did not heed the opinions of those present and made a direct decision. The head of the intelligence department is a powerful position, holding the rank of vice admiral. This could also be seen as a favor for the young Vanji. Sakaski frowned slightly. Although he was somewhat surprised by Sengoku's decision, he did not refute it on the spot. After all, as a marshal, Sengoku had absolute authority over personnel appointments. He just muttered, "I hope this kid won't disappoint us." Kizaru, still in his lazy demeanor, raised the corners of his mouth and teased, "Mangy, he's an interesting little guy. Maybe he can bring us some unexpected surprises." Meanwhile, the event of the Chitian pirate crew storming into Mariewa to liberate slaves was widely reported in newspapers. The heroic act of Son Goku and others rushing into Mariewa to rescue slaves was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves and causing a violent shock to the world order and profound changes among various forces. In the streets, This event became a legend that people discussed passionately. Those who had once been oppressed by the celestial dragons reignited the spark of hope in their eyes upon hearing the news. In a small fishing village in the East Sea, a weathered old fisherman sat beside his dilapidated wooden boat, telling the young people gathered around him that Chition pirate crew, like the heroes of legend, stormed into the high and mighty Mariewa and liberated those poor slaves. They made us realize that this world doesn't have to be at the mercy of the celestial dragons. The young people's faces were filled with reverence and yearning. One of them clenched his fist and said, "If I had that kind of ability, I would also challenge the injustices of this world like them." In the taverns of various towns, bards composed passionate ballads about the Chition pirate crew, singing them far and wide, making their deeds increasingly well known. Countless people cheered for them in their hearts, and even those who originally harbored fear and disgust towards pirates couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration. In the New World, the reputation of the Chition pirate crew soared to new heights. Many small and medium pirate crews took them as role models, and some previously unknown pirate crews in the Grand Line began to become more active, openly challenging merchant ships and island forces colluding with the world government. In a certain sea area of the New World, a rising pirate crew, after robbing a ship associated with the world government, had their captain stand at the bow and shout, "If the Chition pirate crew can storm Mariewa, why can't we fight for our freedom and wealth on this sea?" This severely impacted the world government's maritime order, and the Navy was exhausted trying to suppress these rebellious actions of pirates. But the results were not satisfactory, because the actions of the Chition pirate crew ignited the deep-seated desires of pirates for freedom and treasure, as well as their resistance against the rule of the celestial dragons. For the world government, this was undoubtedly an unprecedented public relations crisis and a crisis of governance. In addition to the turmoil within the Navy and the restructuring of the Intelligence Department, diplomatic aspects also fell into a predicament. Some member states that had originally relied on the world government began to waver, seeing the strength of the Chition pirate crew and the impotence of the world government in dealing with the situation. In the North Sea, at the GuNing Palace, in front of the main hall stood a high platform on which was a huge dragon throne. The dragon throne was made of millennium black wood, with the backrest and armrests carved into the shape of a winding dragon, its body covered in gold foil, and its whiskers woven from fine gold threads, with its eyes inlaid with two blood-red gemstones. Under the candlelight, it seemed to come alive, radiating a mesmerizing light. The columns on both sides were stout and tall, each requiring several people to embrace. In the center of the hall, a row of chairs made of sandalwood was neatly arranged, with exquisite carvings on the backrests and armrests, and the cushions wrapped in soft silk over cotton, comfortable and luxurious. These chairs were set up for the ministers to discuss matters, arranged in order of rank, orderly and systematic. Deep within the GuNing Palace, Ingzheng sat high on the throne. He sat upright, like a towering mountain, his black imperial robe embroidered with golden dragon patterns that seemed to break free in the candlelight, bearing its fangs and claws, soaring into the heavens. His eyes were narrow and deep, and his cold gaze swept across the room like falling cold stars. A chilling majesty spread from the throne, filling the entire hall like surging waves. His sword-like eyebrows slanted into his temples, with his black hair neatly tied behind the crown. The beads and jewels on the crown swayed with his slight breathing. Ingzheng raised his hand, the motion slow but carrying an undeniable determination. As if with a gentle wave, he could command thousands of troops to gallop and change the landscape. "My ambition is to unify the 8 wastelands within the 6 directions, all lands of the kings." His voice was deep and powerful, like the tolling of a great bell, echoing in the spacious hall, shaking the dust from the pillars. Each word striking the hearts of those present like heavy hammers. All present bowed and knelt, not daring to show any signs of disobedience or negligence. "Bai Qi, your servant is here." The wind began to rise. "Let's take action. Your servant obeys the order." On the Sabaody archipelago, at the Xiangbedi Tavern, the entrance was empty, but the inside was bustling. At this moment, members of the Son Goku pirate crew were gathered around tables, holding large wine cups, drinking heartily. They laughed loudly, mocking the celestial dragons, and enjoyed the pleasure brought by the wine. In stark contrast, not far away sat Hancock and her two sisters along with Rayleigh. Their expressions were somewhat serious, seemingly still shaken from the life and death crisis they had just experienced. Remembering the thrilling scene before, everyone couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. It was indeed a narrow escape. Rayleigh and Hancock couldn't help but glance at GuNing, who was quietly savoring wine at the bar. Truly, there are beauties in this world. Rayleigh sighed. Hancock stared wide-eyed at Rayleigh, as if seeing him for the first time. Then, she stood up from her stool and walked away from Rayleigh. At that moment, Son Goku leaped onto the large, sturdy wooden table, standing firmly in the center. He straightened his chest, opened his eyes wide, and majestically surveyed the crowd around him, then suddenly shouted loudly, "You guys!" That voice was as loud as a great bell, shaking the entire room slightly. Then, Son Goku raised his full wine bowl and continued to shout passionately, "You are all great. Today we drink heartily here. We won't go back until we're drunk." Saying this, he tilted his head and downed the wine in the bowl. Then he slammed the empty bowl heavily on the table, producing a crisp sound. Seeing this, everyone rose in response, and cheers and applause erupted, resounding through the air. Roar! Everyone shouted in unison, and the atmosphere was extraordinarily lively. At this moment, Rayleigh, standing by, quietly watched Son Goku, his eyes revealing a hint of unnoticeable approval. Rayleigh couldn't help but smile slightly. This young man, like Roger in his time, possesses fearless courage and unique leadership charm. He couldn't help but recall his first meeting with Roger. The three sisters of Hancock nestled against each other, and Boa Sinisonia whispered, "Sister, are we really safe now? The revenge of those celestial dragons." Hancock gently patted her shoulder. "With this group around, it's fine. However, we can't always rely on others. We need to become stronger." The two sisters nodded solemnly, their eyes firmly fixed on Hancock. Shikiaku looked at the three little ones with great interest. Hancock and her companions noticed Shikiaku watching them, and they immediately felt a bit nervous. Shikiaku waved at them, signaling for the three to come over. Hancock hesitated for a moment, but still slowly walked toward Shikiaku with her two sisters. She slightly raised her chin, trying to show her composure, but her slightly trembling fingers betrayed her inner unease. Shikiaku squatted down to meet their gaze, wearing a gentle smile. "Little ones, don't be afraid. You've been through so much. What are your plans for the future?" Hancock bit her lip and replied, "We want to become strong and no longer be bullied." Shikiaku nodded, ambitious. "However, strength in this world is not easy. You will have to endure a lot of hardships." Boa Marigold quietly said from the side, "We are not afraid of hardship." At this time, Rayleigh also walked over and said to the three sisters, "In this sea, strength is not just about brute force, but also wisdom and courage. You must learn to find opportunities in adversity." Hancock looked at Rayleigh, her eyes flashing with curiosity. "Are you very strong? Can you teach us?" "Go back. Go home. There will be others to teach you. You are the future king." And at that very moment, above the vast sea known as the New World, the winds and clouds changed and the waves surged. This mysterious place, full of danger and opportunity, was brewing an unprecedented storm. Amidst the raging waves, a shocking piece of news spread like lightning. All the pirates saw that jaw-dropping newspaper. The front page boldly displayed an unbelievable scene. Sun Wukong was causing havoc in the Heavenly Palace. Oh no, to be precise, he was wreaking havoc in Mariehua. This news was like a heavy bomb, instantly causing an uproar among the pirates. Every person who saw this newspaper, whether a famous pirate or a rookie, was left dumbfounded. Their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. They widened their eyes, staring intently at the vivid images and thrilling descriptions on the paper, as if they could witness that earth-shattering event firsthand. Then, a busybody couldn't wait to speak up. "Everyone, I think the pattern of a new world has already been established." His excited and slightly trembling voice echoed in the air. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the busybody, waiting for him to continue. He shouted loudly, "In this vast and tumultuous new world, four of the most powerful and unmatched pirates have emerged. They have become the rightful sea overlords with their incredible strength." At this point, the busybody paused, looking around before raising his voice. Therefore, I propose that these 4 great pirates be honored as emperors. Let them rule the entire ocean of the New World and establish a new order belonging to us. This declaration was like a heavy bomb thrown into the crowd, instantly causing a stir. Eastern Emperor, Sun Wukong. Western Emperor, Whitebeard. Northern Emperor, King of the Underworld. Southern Emperor, Charlotte Linlin. This title was tacitly accepted by the crowd and quickly spread. Meanwhile, GuNing's mind had already immersed in the system space. Ding! Congratulations! The host's prestige value has surpassed 100 billion. Reward: 1 draw for characters from all realms. Ding! Congratulations! The host's avatar, Sun Wukong's prestige value has surpassed. Reward: 1 draw for subordinate relationships. GuNing looked at Sun Wukong's, puzzled, and asked the system, "ISN, Tia to retainer?" Host: Sun Wukong's retainers are all monkeys. There is no need to summon them. This can directly extract people related to Sun Wukong. GuNing rubbed his chin. This is somewhat interesting. System: use the draw for people. In the space, light flickered, and a huge roulette slowly appeared, filled with countless images of characters from various realms, some blurry, some clear, as if quietly waiting for the choice of fate. As GuNing issued the command, the roulette began to spin rapidly, creating dazzling lights. After a while, the speed of the roulette gradually slowed down, and finally, the pointer came to a steady stop, a dazzling light shooting up to the sky, illuminating the entire system space. As the light dissipated, a figure gradually became clear. The person wore a black robe that moved with the wind, with a youthful and stern face, and eyes that revealed a sense of wildness and cunning. The head of the all-being sect, Gongqing. "I have seen you." GuNing nodded slightly. His beautiful eyes now narrowed slightly, revealing a trace of subtle curiosity and scrutiny. This is indeed somewhat interesting. In his words, it seemed as if he was filled with interest in the suddenly appearing head of the all-being sect. Standing across from him, Gongqing had just collected his thoughts, which had been in chaos like a tide. He raised his head, looking directly at GuNing, his gaze gradually becoming firm. "You can actually resurrect me." When these words left his mouth, they carried a sense of disbelief and shock, but more was an indescribable excitement. "Ha ha ha!" Soon, Gongqing's youthful face broke into an unrestrained laugh. GuNing quietly watched him, and when his laughter subsided, he slowly spoke. "Go wild. Create a ruckus in this world. I want this world to change drastically." Gongqing fell into deep thought. He recalled his adventures in the world of the risking everything to explore the truth of the Jiashan Rebellion, ultimately meeting his demise on the vast grasslands of Hulumber. It's indeed a challenge. I like it. Let's do it. GuNing's face was as calm as water, his eyes unwaveringly focused on the standing Gongqing. His gaze was deep and resolute, as if it could penetrate all obstacles and fog. GuNing slowly began. "I give you 10 years. During these 10 years, you must do everything possible, by any means necessary, to crazily expand your sphere of influence. Whether it's using money to win hearts or suppressing resistance with force, nothing is off the table." At this point, GuNing paused slightly. Remember, 10 years later. At this moment, a glint of fervor flashed in Gongqing's eyes, and he stared intently at GuNing, nodding without hesitation. "Okay, go." Gongqing left without saying a word. He didn't need to ask GuNing the information he wanted to know. He would investigate himself. GuNing also looked at Gongqing's back with interest, softly murmuring, "Does this mean I can see that character from the anime? I'm really looking forward to it." GuNing packed his belongings into the system space. He also needed to leave Sabeti Archipelago. After all, he thought, since Sun Wukong and the others have left, if the Navy discovers him, it would definitely be like a fly spotting dung. Then what am I? Damn filthy things. GuNing walked briskly to the port, and after standing still, he looked around to see many merchant ships of various sizes and shapes docked not far away. Some of these merchant ships were tall and magnificent, resembling moving castles. Others were small and delicate, yet appeared exquisite and cute. They were either ready to set sail or busy loading and unloading goods, presenting a scene of bustling activity before GuNing's eyes. GuNing secretly calculated in his heart that since he was here, he might as well choose a suitable ship to embark on and explore this novel and mysterious world. Just as he was scanning the surrounding merchant ships, suddenly, something caught his peripheral vision. GuNing instinctively turned his head and focused, only to see three small figures appearing not far away. These three figures looked very small, forming a stark contrast with the busy people around. Upon seeing these three small figures, GuNing couldn't help but smile slightly and muttered to himself, "Hey, isn't this the nurturing game coming to life?" Before he finished speaking, he strode directly toward the three small figures without hesitation. As he got closer, GuNing could see what these three figures looked like. One of the little girls was exceptionally beautiful, with long, shiny black hair and big eyes that sparkled like two brilliant gems, her cherry-like lips slightly parted, revealing a hint of playfulness and cuteness. The other two were also little girls, curiously looking around. When GuNing was only a few steps away from them, he exclaimed, "Hello." The sudden greeting startled all three little ones. Big brother." Hancock's eyes lit up as she looked at GuNing's extraordinarily handsome face. GuNing slowly crouched down to keep his gaze parallel with the little girless, intending to tease her, and then smiled and asked, "What's your name, little sister?" Hearing GuNing's gentle voice, the little girl gradually lowered her hands that were covering her cheeks, but still answered timidly, I'm Boa Hancock." After speaking, she blinked her bright big eyes. "Ha! How about inviting me to travel to your island?" Although Hancock wanted to agree, their island had always prohibited men from entering, so she could only look at Shucky, who was busy packing things in the distance. Shucky felt Hancock's gaze and looked at GuNing in surprise. After Hancock's explanation, Shucky pondered for a moment and said, "There's one condition. If you can teach the Hancock sisters how to cultivate, I will agree to let you go to Lily Island." "That's no problem. I will teach them everything I know." Hancock's face immediately blossomed with a radiant smile, and she happily ran to GuNing's side, grabbing his hand. "Great. Now Big Brother can go to our island." GuNing smiled slightly. "Let's go." Setting off to this legendary daughter country, probably not many people have been there. Tang Sung is one. "Big Brother, who is Tang Sung?" "A sticky rice candy on a certain island." A confused Shanks stared at the newspaper in his hand, thinking, "How long has it been since I went out? Has the world outside changed so much?" Another attack on Mary Geos, another rescue of slaves, and the new world's four emperors. A sense of urgency inexplicably arose in Shank's heart. Ever since the captain's dying shout in Rogue Town, the world began to sail towards the unknown direction. "Oh Lord!" Accompanied by this extremely terrified shout, a shadow rushed into the magnificent and imposing hall like lightning. The newcomer was Fong Keeley, his face full of anxiety, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his eyes frantically scanning around as if urgently searching for someone important. Upon entering the hall, Anila couldn't catch his breath and began to shout loudly, "Lord, where are you? The situation is urgent. Please show yourself quickly." "What is it?" A voice that was both majestic and cold came from the depths of the hall. Upon hearing the Lord's voice, Fong Keeley quickly replied, "Our merchant ship was robbed by a pirate group in the New World. It's the Whitebeard Pirates." The Lord's figure slowly walked out from the shadows, his eyes instantly becoming sharp as an eagle's, and the aura emanating from him seemed to solidify the surrounding air. "The Whitebeard Pirates? They are so bold to dare touch my merchant ship." The Lord's voice was deep and filled with anger, with a tone that brooked no dissent. "Now, who doesn't know that I am the king of the underground world? Of the 6 major forces underground, I occupy 3. Fong Keeley prostrated on the ground, trembling. "Lord, the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates is far beyond our estimates. Their crew has been through countless battles, and their captains possess powerful devil fruit abilities. This time, we not only lost a large amount of property, but also suffered many casualties among our brothers. Notify Marebelin, leader of the assassination organization. Meet, king of shipping. Gibson, old store owner in the warehousing industry. Let them come here immediately to discuss countermeasures. The actions of the Whitebeard Pirates are a blatant provocation to my authority, and we cannot let this go unpunished." Fong Keeley quickly nodded in agreement, and then hurriedly retreated to arrange for messages to be sent. Shortly after, several figures appeared in the hall. Marebelin was shrouded in a black robe, his face hidden beneath a mask, revealing only a pair of eyes that flickered with cold light. Exudinga Shidinoha. Umit was tall and burly, with a face full of flesh, his eyes revealing shrewdness. However, he also wore a mask and strode in, still carrying the scent of the sea. Gibson appeared more low-key, wearing a mask and simple clothes, yet his eyes were deep and reserved as he quietly stood aside. King. The three simultaneously bowed to the Lord in greeting. The Lord raised his hand slightly, signaling the three to stand up, his gaze sweeping over them one by one. His tone cold and serious. The actions of the Whitebeard pirates are a provocation to the order of our underground world. There are people daring enough to plunder our flag. Malevolin's deep voice came from behind the mask. Kill. What world's strongest man? Ha! The Lord nodded slightly, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Malevolin, do not underestimate the enemy. But since they dared to touch my things, they must pay the price. Umit chimed in, Lord. The territory of the Whitebeard pirates is mainly deep in the New World. This time they risked coming to plunder our merchant ship, probably not just for money. Perhaps they want to test our bottom line, or have other intentions. We can meet with them first. The Lord pondered for a moment and said, in any case, we cannot sit idly by. Gibson, then send someone to deliver the message that I want to meet with him. If they dare refuse, then it will be deemed as declaring war. Understood, King. 3. After Gibson received the order, he immediately began to arrange for a messenger. He selected a clever subordinate skilled in stealth and carefully instructed him. Make sure to accurately convey the Holy Lord's will to the Whitebeard pirates. If there are any mistakes, you know the consequences. The messenger nodded solemnly and then quietly set off towards the sea area where the Whitebeard pirates were located. Meanwhile, in the New World, the vast ocean was turbulent, with the sea breeze howling across the surface, stirring up massive waves. And above this sea filled with unknowns and dangers, a pirate ship was racing forward, riding the wind and waves. Sachi had just led his team to successfully plunder 2 merchant ships laden with goods, and at this moment, he was filled with excitement and pride. Ha ha, this time we really hit the jackpot. Sachi laughed heartily, his voice echoing in the sea breeze as if to reach the entire ocean. He waved a sharp, curved knife in his hand, the blade glinting coldly in the sunlight, sending shivers down one's spine. The other pirates also cheered and celebrated, reveling in the joy brought by their victory. The cabin was piled high with various precious treasures, spices, and rare goods, all spoils taken from the merchant ships. Blackbeard in the corner also showed a pleased expression, as he would be getting a substantial share of the treasure this time. Let us go. We'll head back to the Moby Dick first. Sachi shouted. Everyone, with smiles on their faces, began to move. That fruit, does it really exist? As the ship gradually approached the Moby Dick, the sounds of revelry from the Whitebeard pirates' base became increasingly clear. The crew members were busy on the deck preparing to welcome Sachi and his party back, filled with anticipation after hearing about their bountiful haul. Sachi stood at the bow, tall and proud, his boisterous laughter still echoing in the sea breeze. Brothers, this treasure will surely allow us to enjoy ourselves for a while and also contribute to Dad's ambitions. His words were filled with confidence and pride, and the other crew members responded with cheers. Sachi, you really did a great job this time. A cadre of the Whitebeard pirates, Vista, stepped forward to pat Sachi on the shoulder in praise. Ha! It was nothing. Those merchant ships were hardly a match. However, it is said that the forces behind those merchant ships are not simple. They're a dominant power in the underground world. But so what? To dare to appear in our territory is just seeking death. Sachi laughed dismissively in response. That is true. Those dark scoundrels in the underground dare not compare with our dad. At this moment, deep within the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, was sitting in his captain's cabin, listening to the sounds of revelry outside, a slight smile of satisfaction appearing on his face. He knew well that his sons possessed great strength and a love for adventure, which was one of the reasons the Whitebeard pirates were able to dominate in the New World. However, he was unaware that the Holy Lord had sent someone to request a meeting regarding the plundering of the merchant ships, and a potential storm was quietly brewing. On the Moby Dick, Sachi and the others excitedly transported the spoils aboard, with crew members gathering together, marveling at the treasures taken from the Holy Lord's merchant ships. Blackbeard quietly observed from aside. Sachi, You have done a great service for our pirate crew this time. Dad will surely be very pleased." A crew member said with a smile. "Of course, these treasures are enough for us to enjoy for a while," Sachi replied proudly. During the celebratory feast, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates reveled to their heart's content. Tables were filled with delicious food and fine wine, and everyone laughed and shared stories and battle experiences. Sachi became the center of attention at the banquet, holding a cup of wine, weaving through the crowd, recounting the exciting moments during the plundering process, with every detail vividly depicted, eliciting cheers from the surrounding crew members. Days later, the sunlight shimmered on the vast ocean, sparkling on the waves. At this time, a merchant ship was slowly cutting through the waves. He gazed steadfastly at the famous Moby Dick not far ahead. As the distance gradually closed, one could see the Moby Dick standing like a fortress on the sea. The white sails flapped in the sea breeze, and the massive hull seemed to carry endless legends and glory. However, at this moment, many members of the Whitebeard Pirates were standing on the deck, watching the approaching merchant ship with displeased expressions. Some frowned, seemingly wary of the suddenly appearing merchant ship. Others whispered to each other, quietly speculating on the reason for the visitor's arrival, while some hot-tempered fellows were already cracking their knuckles, ready to respond to any unexpected situations. The entire atmosphere felt tense and oppressive, as an unknown storm seemed to be brewing quietly. Marco glanced at the people on the other ship and shouted to everyone, "Let him come aboard." After a moment, he carefully boarded the ship, facing the powerful and vigilant crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Taking a deep breath, he shouted loudly, "I'm a messenger sent by the Holy Lord, and I wish to meet Captain Whitebeard." His voice drew the attention of the surrounding crew, who looked at him with curiosity and caution. A crew member stepped forward and asked, "What do you want? Who is the Holy Lord? Why should we meet you?" The messenger replied calmly, "The Holy Lord is a powerful force in the underground world. The merchant ship you just plundered belongs to him. The Holy Lord wishes to meet with Captain Whitebeard to discuss a resolution to this incident. If you refuse, it means you are opposing the Holy Lord, and you will bear the consequences." Upon hearing this, the crew members immediately began to murmur. Some expressed disdain, believing that the Whitebeard Pirates need not pay attention to any underground forces. Others realized that the situation might not be simple and suggested notifying Captain Whitebeard first. In the captain's cabin, Edward Newgate heard the commotion outside and frowned slightly. He stood up and slowly walked out of the captain's cabin, coming face to face with the messenger. His tall and imposing figure resembled a mountain, exuding a strong sense of pressure. "The Holy Lord? Are you the messenger sent by the Holy Lord?" Whitebeard's voice was deep and resonant, as if it could penetrate the soul. The messenger respectfully bowed. "Yes, Captain Whitebeard." Whitebeard lowered his gaze slightly and scanned him. "What is it?" "The Holy Lord wishes to meet with you at Devil's Island at dusk in 3 days. If you refuse, the Holy Lord will see it as a provocation against the king of the underground world." Hearing the Holy Lord's strong invitation, the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates all showed angry expressions, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to seize the messenger at Whitebeard's command. However, Whitebeard raised his hand to signal everyone to calm down, staring intently at the messenger, his gaze piercing as if to see through him. "The Holy Lord is so arrogant. Does he think I, Whitebeard, will easily submit?" There was a hint of disdain in Whitebeard's words, but more so a sense of composure and authority. The messenger felt some fear in his heart, but still mustered the courage to say, "Captain Whitebeard, you are aware of the Holy Lord's influence in the underground world. In just a few short years, he has already controlled a large part of the underground forces. This incident with the merchant ship is just the beginning. If we can resolve it peacefully, it will benefit both parties. You have sailed the seas for many years, and surely you wouldn't want a powerful enemy for no reason." Whitebeard laughed heartily, his laughter like thunder. "When have we, the Whitebeard Pirates, ever feared an enemy? However, I'm not a warmonger. You should go back and tell the Holy Lord that a meeting on Devil Island is acceptable, but he better come with enough sincerity." The messenger received the response. As if pardoned, quickly nodded in agreement and turned to board the ship to leave. At this moment, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates gathered around. "Old man, the Holy Lord's background is unclear. Why agree to meet with him?" Marco asked with a frown. Whitebeard stroked his beard. I can sense there is something deeper behind this. The forces in the underground world are complex. If we can take this opportunity to understand their methods, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Moreover, our Whitebeard pirates have always acted openly, but anyone daring to provoke us must pay a heavy price. Over the next 3 days, the Whitebeard pirates sailed towards Devil Island while sending people to gather information about the Holy Lord. However, intelligence about him was scarce. They only knew he controlled many dark dealings in the underground world, with influence spread across various sea domains, and had a group of mysterious and powerful subordinates. It was also said that he possessed some mysterious power himself. Looking at the information gathered during this time, Whitebeard frowned slightly. This Holy Lord was indeed not simple. That crocodile guy is actually following him. That guy is quite arrogant. Marco, hearing this, also showed a serious expression. Crocodile actually follows the Holy Lord. This is indeed unexpected. After being defeated by the King of Hell in Alabasta, I thought he would vanish without a trace. But unexpectedly, he has joined this mysterious underground force. At this moment, Vista stepped forward. Old man, no matter what, we won't be afraid of them. As long as they dare to have any ulterior motives, we will fight them to the end. As time passed, the promised dusk finally arrived. Devil Island was shrouded in eerie twilight, with waves crashing against the rocky shore. Making a chilling sound, the ships of the Whitebeard pirates slowly approached Devil Island, and Whitebeard stood at the bow, his figure appearing particularly tall in the sunset light. Finally, they arrived at Devil Island. The island was rugged and terrifying, with strange sounds coming from time to time. After disembarking, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates stood ready. Shortly after, Crocodile's figure slowly appeared, accompanied by a group of masked individuals. The Holy Lord wore a smug smile. Whitebeard, you really dare to come. Whitebeard's gaze was cold. Holy Lord, why have you gone to such great lengths to draw me here? What exactly do you want? Also, Crocodile, why do you follow such a secretive guy? Whitebeard, you're getting old. It will be our era from now on. Crocodile said mockingly. Perhaps he once thought it shameful to be defeated by Whitebeard, but at this moment, he had already let go of that. The man he followed was someone even stronger than Whitebeard. Oh, the Dragon Man, right? Or maybe a demon. The Holy Lord walked steadily and slowly over the crowd. His tall and majestic figure gradually became clear, and he eventually stood firmly in front of Whitebeard. Just as the Holy Lord appeared before everyone with his unique dragon-headed human form, every member of the Whitebeard pirates, whether seasoned warriors or experienced crew members, widened their eyes in shock and stared at the Holy Lord. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. The fierce dragon head perfectly merged with the muscular human body. Exudinga Shidinyoha. The inexplicable might emanating from him made them not dare to underestimate him in the slightest. Marco, Vista, and several captains had extremely serious expressions, while the ordinary crew members behind them could not comprehend the deterrence of such a strong presence. They only knew that the opponent was very powerful. Ha ha! Interesting. Suddenly, a tyrannical conqueror's haki burst forth from him like a raging tide. The Holy Lord, however, remained unmoved, his dragon head slightly raised, eyes flashing with depth, letting Whitebeard's conqueror's haki wreak havoc around him like a rock standing firm against a raging storm. Want to test me? As soon as the Holy Lord's words fell, an even more extreme conqueror's haki erupted from his body. The extreme black conqueror's haki collided with Whitebeard's dark red conqueror's haki. Marco shouted loudly to the ordinary crew behind him, "Everyone retreat! Retreat! Dodge!" The Holy Lord remained unmoved, his dragon head slightly raised, eyes flashing with determination and depth, letting Whitebeard's conqueror's haki wreak havoc around him, standing like a rock against the storm. In an instant, the extreme black and dark red conqueror's haki intertwined and collided in midair. The space seemed to tear apart, creating invisible rifts, and the air vibrated with a buzz, while the sea rose in tumultuous waves, causing the ships to shake violently. Vista gripped his sword tightly, his gaze fixed on the point of collision, silently amazed. This kind of conqueror's haki showdown is truly rare. He could feel the powerful aftershocks constantly impacting his body, as if they were shaking his very soul. Whitebeard frowned slightly. He didn't expect the Holy Lord's conqueror's haki to be so strong. He took a deep breath, and the power within him surged again. The dark red Conqueror's haki became even denser, like burning flames, attempting to suppress the Holy Lord's black Conqueror's haki. The Holy Lord remained calm, his dragon eyes flashing with light, continuously channeling his power into his Conqueror's haki. The black haki not only did not get suppressed, but spread out like ink, gradually eroding the area of the dark red haki. Marco watched nervously. He knew this was not just a contest of haki, but also a probe regarding the status and future direction of both sides. If Whitebeard showed weakness here, the Holy Lord's prestige in the pirate world would rise sharply, and the Whitebeard pirates might fall into a passive position. As time went on, the collision of Conqueror's haki intensified. The sky was filled with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, as if summoned by this powerful force. Some ships on the sea began to crack, with seawater continuously pouring in. Crocodile stood straight as a pine, and his companions, Merloberon and others, were also as steady as a mountain, seemingly rooted to the ground, unmoving. Facing the two surging, colliding Conqueror's haki, they showed no fear and resolutely chose to withstand it head-on. Their calm response was largely thanks to the Holy Lord's mastery of his Conqueror's haki reaching perfection. His superb skill in manipulating haki ensured that this powerful force would not adversely affect those behind him. Therefore, all Crocodile and the others needed to do was withstand the intense impact from the two forces of haki ahead. Meanwhile, not far away, Marco and the others were staring intently at the figures behind the Saint Lord. Their faces revealed an unmistakable look of surprise, and they couldn't help but marvel internally. It should be known that under the fierce collision of these two immensely powerful haki, even the residual waves could shatter an ordinary person to pieces. Yet this group of people stood firm like an unbreakable fortress, unmoved in the eye of the storm. Not even a corner of their clothing fluttered. Marco was filled with confusion and shock. He knew the power of Conqueror's haki. Even he would not dare to be slack in the face of such a powerful clash of haki, and would have to resist the overwhelming aftermath with all his might. However, this group behind the Saint Lord was able to respond so effortlessly, which deepened his wariness of the Saint Lord's strength and background. Whitebeard also noticed this strange scene. His gaze, originally focused on countering the Saint Lord's haki, shifted slightly to the calm figures behind the Saint Lord. Saint Lord, your subordinates are quite well trained to remain unscathed under such a haki onslaught. It seems you have many hidden means. Whitebeard's voice held a note of gravity, still clearly audible amidst the roaring clash of Conqueror's haki. The Saint Lord slightly tilted his head and glanced at his subordinates, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Thus, the Saint Lord slowly withdrew some of his power. The Black Conqueror's haki no longer surged as violently as before, but it still maintained a strong deterrent force. Seeing the Saint Lord's intention to ease off, Whitebeard also gradually restrained his dark red Conqueror's haki. As both sides withdrew their haki, the waves on the sea gradually calmed, and the dark clouds in the sky began to disperse slowly. However, the tense and heavy atmosphere in the air still lingered. Whitebeard's deep and resonant voice rang out. "Speak. What is the purpose of calling us here?" The Saint Lord replied, "Hand over the trading rights of your sea area to us. Allow us to enter freely for trade." The Saint Lord's voice was muffled but carried an undeniable attitude. Whitebeard was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Saint Lord, are you joking? The trading rights of this sea area were earned by my Whitebeard pirates over many years of hard work. How could we easily give them up?" His laughter held a trace of disdain and anger, and his eyes instantly sharpened, like two blades piercing the Saint Lord. Yet the Saint Lord remained unfazed. His dragon head still held high. "Whitebeard, I am not negotiating with you. The current world situation is unpredictable. Although you are a pirate, you must consider the long term. Your monopolization of this sea area's trading rights has already caused discontent among many forces. I can ensure that you gain greater benefits from this trade, while protecting you from the covetousness of other forces. Furthermore, I can offer you a 70-30 split. I'll take 70. Whitebeard's laughter abruptly stopped, his eyes filled with rage and mockery. "Saint Lord, you have quite the appetite. 70% for you? On what basis do you think I would agree to such an absurd condition?" His voice echoed like thunder across the island, causing the surrounding waters to ripple. The Saint Lord calmly responded, "Whitebeard, do not be impulsive. I propose this 70-30 split for a reason. Consider this. The world government's repression of pirates is intensifying, and the Navy's power is continually expanding. How many more years do you think you can endure? If you agree, I can forgive the heinous acts committed by your detestable subordinates against my merchant ships." At this moment, Whitebeard could no longer suppress his fury, his eyes wide open, veins bulging on his forehead, laughing in extreme anger. "Ha ha ha, you really have some guts. How dare you speak to me like this?" he roared. "Do you truly think that I have grown old, weak, and easy to bully?" In that instant, he exuded a chilling aura like an enraged lion, ready to pounce on the enemy for a fatal strike. The Saint Lord sneered. "It seems you have chosen your child's play. Then let us go to war. After all, I can still enter your sea area by defeating you. You insolent child, do you think you can deceive me? An old man? Let's see if my great sword is still sharp." Whitebeard swung his supreme blade, the massive sword cutting through the air with a sharp whistle, as if to challenge the Saint Lord. Seeing this, the Saint Lord's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and his subordinates took up battle stances. They came from different races and factions, each displaying fierce looks, eager to make a name for themselves in this great battle. "Whitebeard, then don't blame me for being rude. Today will be the day your pirate crew is destroyed, and the trading rights of this sea area will belong to me." Whitebeard's eyes widened in anger, gripping his supreme blade tightly. The sword gleamed with a chilling light in the sinister atmosphere of Devil Island. With a loud shout, his voice boomed like a bell, shaking the rocks of Devil Island slightly. Then, Whitebeard's figure surged up like an enraged ancient beast, the blade howling through the air, striking down towards the Saint Lord with the weight of a mountain. This strike gathered all of Whitebeard's endless anger and strength, the blade cutting through the air, creating visible whirlpools of air, as if it wanted to tear everything in its path apart. The Saint Lord narrowed his eyes, and several shadows rapidly appeared in front of him, directly pouncing towards Whitebeard. These shadows were slim, like ghosts, lunging towards Whitebeard, their claws glinting with a chilling black light. Incredibly sharp. Upon seeing this, Whitebeard snorted coldly, twisting his wrist. His blade swept horizontally, and a powerful wave of air surged forth like a raging tide, instantly scattering the shadows. "Just a little trick," he scoffed. "Ignorant child, if that's all the strength you have, you should go train for a few more years." The Saint Lord paid no heed to Whitebeard's words, covering his hand with armament hockey. "Kulme, roar." The Saint Lord charged at Whitebeard without hesitation. Whitebeard turned his wrist, sweeping his blade horizontally, aiming to slash at the Saint Lord rushing towards him. At this moment, Whitebeard still held the thought that the Saint Lord was merely powerful in Conqueror's hockey and did not take it seriously. The blade was not covered with armament hockey or devil fruit abilities. He just wanted to teach the Saint Lord a lesson with pure strength. The Saint Lord did not indulge this bad habit of his at all, as a powerful body of a devil combined with armament hockey's hardening. His left hand's dragon claw crushed the blade. Immediately after, his right hand swung down towards Whitebeard's face with unexpected speed. Slap! A crisp sound echoed across the entire seaside. Whitebeard stumbled back, caught off guard by the slap. "Old man," Marco exclaimed. Josu's eyes widened, filled with disbelief, and anger surged up instantly. He roared and was about to charge at the Saint Lord, his diamond form glowing even brighter, each step cracking the ground beneath him. How dare he lay hands on the old man? This is unforgivable. Vista gripped his twin blades tightly, the blades trembling slightly, representing the anger he was desperately trying to suppress. "Saint Lord, you despicable scoundrel, you will pay the price." With a grim expression, he raised his hand and fired several bullets at the Holy Master. "You bastard, dare to offend my old man? I will make you pay in blood for this debt." The other crew members were also filled with rage. Some had red eyes, tears welling up but held back from falling. They gripped their weapons tightly, waiting for Whitebeard's command to rush towards the Holy Master without hesitation, to avenge this humiliation for Whitebeard. After steadying himself, Whitebeard slowly raised his hand, stopping the impulsive crew members. His face still bore authority, but there was a rare coldness in his gaze. "Everyone back off. This is my fight with him." Whitebeard won't be defeated by just this slap. After saying that, he moved his neck, the bones cracking, then slowly tightened his grip on the supreme great blade, the Naginata. Good job, kid. Whitebeard ceased speaking. His figure flickered and vanished from the spot, appearing above the Holy Master in an instant, swinging the Naginata down towards him with a destructive aura. This time, the blade was not only covered in the hockey of armament, but also entwined with the terrifying shockwave power of the Tremor fruit. The air buzzed as the blade sliced through it, as if it were about to cleave the entire space apart. The Holy Master felt the immense pressure from above, his expression slightly changing. Now that's some strength. Otherwise, who would care about looking down on anyone? In an instant, ripples suddenly appeared beneath the Holy Master's feet, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. Within those ripples, a heart-stopping dark substance slowly began to undulate. At the same time, the Holy Master's once majestic dragon eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of dangerous light. His palm gently flipped, and the dark, water-like substance slowly condensed. In the blink of an eye, that dark material coalesced into a gigantic arm in the Holy Master's palm, a massive and powerful arm rushing straight towards Whitebeard's Naginata. The dark material, like a bizarre shadow, quickly met Whitebeard's Naginata that contained world-destroying power. Upon contact, a deep, muffled roar erupted, as if darkness and light were in fierce confrontation at that moment. The dark material, transformed from the dark fruit, seemed to have a life of its own, crawling up the blade of the Naginata, attempting to erode Whitebeard's strength. Seeing this, Whitebeard snorted coldly, and the Naginata shook violently in his hand. The powerful shockwave surging along the blade, shattering those dark materials into pieces of black smoke that dissipated into the air. Whitebeard frowned slightly. His powerful strength had been absorbed by that dark, water-like substance? What kind of ability is this? Meanwhile, Blackbeard, hiding nearby in a cap, had a mix of fear, greed, and resentment in his eyes. He had long coveted the power of the dark fruit, and now, witnessing its strange and powerful manifestation, his inner desire burned hotter, while simultaneously feeling uneasy and fearful about the direction of this battle. Old man, it's the natural type dark fruit ability. Teach couldn't help but shout out loud, wanting Whitebeard to kill him and continue waiting silently for the rebirth of the dark fruit. He understood well the power and uniqueness of this fruit. It had the potential to change the entire pirate world's landscape, and he longed to possess it to fulfill his hidden, unspeakable ambition. Upon hearing Teach shout, Whitebeard's heart trembled slightly. Even he, who rarely studied, knew about this special devil fruit. It was said that individuals could not become intangible, and that pain was doubled. The Holy Master laughed maniacally upon hearing Teach's outcry. Whitebeard, your subordinate seems to have some insight. The ability of the dark fruit is not something you can easily resist. With that, he manipulated the dark substance again, changing its shapes in his hands. Sometimes it became a sharp spear, other times a huge black hand, continuously attacking Whitebeard. Whitebeard's power was indeed formidable, making even the Holy Master feel challenged. But who said Whitebeard was not a natural-type devil fruit user? He swung his Naginata, the blade enveloped in the Tremor fruit's immense power, each swing causing the air to tremble, colliding with the attacks transformed from the dark fruit, creating a series of booming sounds. Teach anxiously watched the battlefield from the side, his hands unconsciously tightening and loosening, calculating in his heart. If Whitebeard could defeat the Holy Master, the dark fruit might fall silent again, and he would have to continue waiting for an opportunity that might not come for a long time. But if Whitebeard were to be defeated, would that become another huge obstacle for him to obtain the dark fruit? On the battlefield, Whitebeard shouted loudly, the power of the Tremor fruit exploding fully. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, forming visible shockwaves that rushed towards the Holy Master. The Holy Master, however, remained calm, the dark power of the dark fruit instantly enveloping him. Those shockwaves, upon contact with the darkness, seemed to be swallowed, disappearing without a trace. Behind the Holy Master, Crocodile, Mirabalon, Gibson, and Umit were all wearing masks, preventing Whitebeard's pirate from discerning their identities. They were acutely aware of the tense situation before them, knowing that this battle was inevitably about to erupt. The few of them exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. In the next moment, without hesitation, they vanished like arrows released from a bow, charging straight towards Marco. Crocodile was the first to act, his dry right hand instantly transforming into a massive sand blade, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, striking fiercely at Marco. Umit manipulated countless shadows, surging towards Vista like a black tide. Mirabalon wore a charming smile as he charged directly at Jaws. Ponies, Bora, and Funkley also immediately found their opponents, unleashing their full abilities for a fierce clash, causing the battlefield to erupt with the sounds of battle and smoke. Facing Crocodile's sand blade attack, Marco remained unflustered, his phoenix wings behind him gently waving, instantly enveloping his body in blue flames. The sand blade struck the flames, only sparking a shower of sparks. Seizing the opportunity, Marco lunged forward, kicking at Crocodile. Crocodile's figure flickered, transforming into a cloud of yellow sand that dispersed. He then reappeared behind Marco, his dry arm transforming again into a sand whip, coiling around Marco's neck like a snake. Vista, facing Umit's tide of shadows, had a determined look in his eyes, wielding his dual blades to unleash cold glints, slicing through the approaching shadows one by one. But those shadows seemed endless, continuously regrouping in an attempt to trap Vista. Taking a deep breath, Vista executed his signature move, rapidly spinning his dual blades to create a powerful whirlwind that blew away all the surrounding shadows. Then, he dashed towards Umit. The dual blades aimed directly at Umit's vital points. Umit, seeing this, hurriedly manipulated the shadows to coalesce in front of him, forming a shield while simultaneously reaching out from the shadows to grasp Vista. Umit carries the IKA mask, which summons the Shadow Eater. The wearer can control shadows, trapping enemies in the shadow world or attacking with shadows. This once led to a fierce battle against Jackie Chan and others, ultimately resulting in its sealing. Ja's body is diamond-coated, taking on Mirabalon's attacks head-on while swinging his massive diamond arms, each strike carrying overwhelming power. Mirabalon moves like a specter, swiftly and agilely navigating the battlefield, cleverly avoiding Ja's onslaught. It's important to note that Mirabalon possesses considerable strength, consistently ranking among the top, even among the many powerful warriors under the Holy Lord. When it comes to strength, aside from the renowned Crocodile, few can compete with Mirabalon. Frustrated by Mirabalon's constant evasion, Jaws charges forward, his diamond body rushing at Mirabalon like a shining meteor. Sensing the powerful impact, Mirabalon does not dare to take it head-on, lightly tapping his toes on the ground to sidestep. At the same time, he produces a dagger emitting a chilling light, aiming for Jaws' joints while he is unsteady. Jaws reacts quickly, blocking the dagger with his diamond arm. A clashing sound echoes as sparks fly. Bonus, Bora, and Vonklei are engaged in fierce combat, their battles serving to hone their skills. After all, the true deciding factor of victory lies with the Holy Lord and Whitebeard. Whitebeard, if your strength is truly this limited, I will be disappointed. Heaven and earth shatter. In an instant, the ground around Whitebeard begins to crack and rise, like surging waves rolling toward the Holy Lord. This power is so immense that not only the surface but even the underground rock layers are disturbed, with massive stones flying toward the Holy Lord like cannonballs. A flicker of surprise crosses the Holy Lord's eyes, but he quickly regains his composure. Dark abyss. The space before him twists and deforms, revealing a bottomless dark vortex, as if it were an entrance to an endless abyss. The massive stones that flew toward him are pulled in by an overwhelming suction force, disappearing without a trace. Even the swirling rock layers and the surging ground waves are mercilessly consumed by the dark vortex. For a moment, Whitebeard's earth-shattering heaven and earth-shatter attack is easily neutralized by the Holy Lord. The battlefield seems to fall into a brief silence, with only the deep howling of the dark abyss echoing like a demon's roar in the air. Whitebeard frowns slightly. It seems that relying on strength alone is not enough. This guy is indeed a tough opponent. As soon as he thinks this, Whitebeard flashes forward, approaching like a specter. His speed is astonishing, instantly closing the distance between him and the Holy Lord. Roar! To the Holy Lord, Whitebeard's trajectory seems to be in slow motion. He tilts his head slightly, and a terrifying fire dragon erupts from his mouth. Just as Whitebeard's fist, as large as a cooking pot, is about to smash down onto the Holy Lord's fierce head, an indescribable, powerful force sweeps in like a surging heat wave. Whitebeard suddenly feels an overwhelming heat, as if it were going to incinerate him entirely. Almost instinctively, Whitebeard's already formidable arm, covered in an indestructible layer of haki, suddenly seems infused with new vitality. Brilliant, flowing sakura-like flames quickly and accurately wrap around his arm. These flowing sakura shimmer with dazzling light, merging with the haki, responding to each other, causing Whitebeard's entire arm to be intertwined with red and black. Boom! A powerful shockwave ripples across the entire island, sending nearby members of the Whitebeard pirates flying. Marco, seeing this, is anxious and immediately takes to the skies, rushing toward his affected comrades. He unfolds his Phoenix Flame Shield, enveloping the injured members within to prevent further harm. Hey, do you not see me as a person? Crocodile sneers angrily. He hates being ignored, especially since it all started when he was beaten by MythWukong. The Whitebeard members Marco, just protected, are dragged down by the suction force. Marco's eyes sharpen. He knows Crocodile is taking advantage of the chaos to weaken the Whitebeard pirates. Without hesitation, he maximizes the strength of the Phoenix Flame Shield, flames roaring as they counter Crocodile's sand trap. Crocodile, you despicable scoundrel, don't think you can succeed. Marco shouts. At the same time, he suddenly increases his power, transforming into a phoenix and grabbing the comrades pulled in by the sand. After placing them on the ground, he immediately flaps his wings and charges at Crocodile. What are you pretending for? Boom! Crocodile, with his palm covered in haki, steps forward and slaps Marco down as he rushes at him. Marco is caught off guard and is slammed hard into the ground. Marco spits out blood, red liquid flowing from the corner of his mouth. Your old man might be worth it, but you think you can act tough with me? Crocodile looks at Marco disdainfully. He was already a renowned pirate on the sea before Marco even started as an intern crew member. Now Marco dares to act tough in front of him. He deserves to be slapped. Marco! Jaws suddenly shouts in alarm. In an instant, his entire body is covered in dazzling diamonds. The brilliance is so bright, it's nearly blinding. Then, Jaws charges at Crocodile with astonishing speed like a shining meteor. Crocodile, completely unprepared for this sudden attack, cannot make an effective defensive move in time. Just as he realizes it, Jaws collides solidly with the unsuspecting Crocodile. With a loud bang, Crocodile is instantly hit like a cannonball, and dust and sand whirl around him. Crocodile's body scatters into countless flying grains of sand, as if a sandstorm had suddenly struck. At the same time, as his body disperses into sand, the grains quickly begin to reassemble in midair. In the blink of an eye, Crocodile has successfully gathered half of his body back together. Not only that, but his arm also quickly forms a massive, gleaming desert blade. Gripping this powerful desert blade, Crocodile swings it down at Jaws without hesitation. As the blade slices through the air, it produces a sharp, piercing whistle, as if it aims to tear the very fabric of space apart. You didn't say you were better than me, did you? You're just pretending. Jaws did not expect Crocodile to attack in such a way. His back was not covered in haki or diamond. After all, he was not a man who would turn his back on others. He never thought that Crocodile would find a flaw. Jaws felt a sharp pain in his back as the desert dagger cut through his skin like tofu, blood instantly staining his clothes. After long training, he had long since gotten used to being beaten into dust. But it's all right. These are just minor hardships. Marco struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes burning with the flames of anger. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spread his wings, ready to take flight. At this moment on the battlefield, Jaws' injury made the situation increasingly tense, and the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Crocodile, you despicable scoundrel! Marco shouted angrily, transforming into a blue flame and charging at Crocodile. Crocodile, however, sneered. I'm attacking you openly. How am I despicable? Or do you think my strength is not enough? You! Marco was furious. Stop wasting time and let's take him down together. Jaws roared, without jaws to obstruct him. Malevolent rushed directly into the enemy crowd, wreaking havoc. His strength could be said to crush ordinary members of the Whitebeard pirates. Aizu's strength was not high, but at this moment he could only grit his teeth and rush in to block the king of assassins of the dark world. Every strike from Malevolent was perfectly timed, and his control over the battlefield was impeccable. Malevolent's figure was ghostly, and the blade in his hand glimmered with a cold light, each swing carrying a deadly aura. Aizu, though slightly weaker, managed to dodge the attack's time and again with his rich combat experience and tenacious will. His gun occasionally spat fire, disrupting Malevolent's rhythm. "You butcher, today is your doom." Aizu roared, trying to overwhelm his opponent with momentum. "Ha! With your strength, go back and play in the mud for a few more years." He suddenly flashed, appearing behind Aizu, stabbing his blade towards Aizu's back. Aizu felt the murderous intent from behind, but had no time to turn around, only able to dodge sideways. Malevolent's blade grazed Aizu's arm, instantly staining his sleeve with blood. "Oomph, how much longer can you hold on?" Malevolent taunted. Aizu gritted his teeth and fired his gun at Malevolent repeatedly. Malevolent easily dodged the bullets and continued to close in on Aizu. Malevolent showed no intention of wasting time, quickly closing in and sending Aizu flying. As for Bonus, Pala, and Vonkel, after a short fight, they were in a completely exhausted state. However, each of them had the masks granted by the saint. At this moment, they had summoned their exclusive ghostly soldiers, relying on numbers to overwhelm the Whitebeard pirates. Bonus, Samo mask, symbolizing howling wind, could summon a raging wind and allow the user to become intangible, thus immune to physical attacks, greatly hindering the capture efforts of Jackie Chan and others. Before being successfully sealed, Pala, Manny mask, corresponding to Flame Demon, granted the user the ability to control fire, allowing flames to erupt from various parts of the body, wielding immense power and causing considerable trouble for Jackie Chan and others before being sealed. Vonkel, Cabo mask, summon water monster, allowing the wearer to move freely in water and control water flow for attacks and defense, engaging in fierce combat with Jackie Chan and others in watery environments. Before being successfully sealed, after sending Aizu flying, Malevolent did not stop. Like a ghost, he dashed toward the direction where Aizu had fallen, his blade flashing with a chilling light, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Aizu. At that critical moment, a sharp sword energy swept in. It forced Malevolent to halt and dodge to the side. The newcomer was Bista, wielding dual blades, his gaze cold and resolute. "If you want to harm my partner, it won't be that easy." Bista quickly reached Aizu's side and helped him up. Aizu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, forcing himself to stand. "Thank you. Brother, this bastard is tough to deal with." Bista nodded slightly. "Let us go together. We can't let him continue being arrogant." After saying that, the two stood side by side, facing Malevolent again. At this moment, the battlefield was filled with howling winds. Bonus was controlling the power of the howling wind mask. The summoned gale wreaked havoc, making it difficult for everyone to stand. Especially with her Samo mask, she could summon a group of enormous and incredibly powerful troll soldiers. These troll soldiers were all burly like moving hills. Their skin, as hard as iron, provided unimaginable defense, rendering ordinary weapon attacks nearly ineffective. At the same time, Pala, wearing the Manny mask, also displayed extraordinary abilities. She could summon a fleet of agile mantis soldiers at will. These mantis soldiers were equipped with razor-sharp giant blades that glimmered coldly, and each swing could deliver deadly lethality, intimidating the enemies. Meanwhile, Vonkel summoned a group of fearsome claw soldiers. They were indeed true monsters of the water, possessing tremendous strength and ferocity. After Bista and Aizu adjusted their states, they launched another attack on Malevolent. Malevolent looked at the newly appeared Bista and the restanding Aizu, his face filled with even more mockery. "A few more coming to die, 1T hurt." Bista snorted coldly, his dual blades dancing, the blade light like a thread, rushing towards Malevolent first. His swordsmanship was exquisite. Every strike contained immense power and skill, momentarily leaving Malevolent a bit overwhelmed. After catching his breath, Aizu tightened his grip on his gun, waiting for the right moment to shoot bullets at Malevolent. Malevolent moved quickly, weaving effortlessly between the blade light and bullets. He suddenly jumped high, his blade wrapped in black energy, swinging down hard at Bista. Bista, undaunted, crossed his dual blades to block, sparks flying in an instant. Aizu seized the opportunity to sneak behind Malevolent and thrust his gun toward Malevolent's back. However, Malevolent seemed to have eyes on his back. He sidestepped and countered by knocking Aizu's gun aside with his blade, simultaneously kicking toward Bista's abdomen, forcing Bista to retreat a few steps. "You've really angered me. Ghostly soldiers, come out." Instantly, a swarm of Bat Shadow soldiers emerged from the nearby shadows. Bista and Aizu exchanged glances, a chill running down their spines. They had no idea where this ability came from. Each of these masked individuals could summon different types of ghostly soldiers. These Bat Shadow soldiers exuded an eerie aura, shrieking as they surged toward Bista and Aizu like a tide. Bista took a deep breath and shouted, spinning his dual blades into a whirlwind, attempting to block the approaching Bat Shadow soldiers. Wherever the blade light flashed, Bat Shadow soldiers were cut down, but more continued to swarm from all directions. As he continued to pull the trigger, bullets rained down on the enemy, each one hitting its target with precision. However, the number of Shadow soldiers was simply overwhelming. One batch fell, and another appeared, seemingly endless. Ha ha! Truly a terrifying ability granted by the Lord. This Bat mask is indeed the strongest mask. Meanwhile, in the distance, Bonus was fighting against ordinary members of the White Group. And this same mask was indeed the strongest mask. The Lord did not deceive me. Bora, such a powerful ability. I swear to follow the Lord to the death. Yumit watched as the members of the White Group, summoned by his IKA mask, were being pushed back, nodding secretly. This ability is indeed, as the Lord said, the best in the world, comparable to the Shadow Fruit. No, perhaps even superior. The Dicablin brothers clenched their teeth at this moment, feeling helpless against their opponent's unscrupulous ability. They couldn't even use people to pile up, as even if they killed the Shadow soldiers, it would have no effect. A decapitation mission couldn't even reach the opponent, as they would be pushed back by the Shadow soldiers. Squard's face revealed a fierce look, and he shouted, "Let's go after one." "Wait, okay." The Dicablin brothers heard Squard's suggestion. Although they felt this plan was not foolproof, they had no better options at the moment, so they nodded in agreement. Thus, they focused their attention on Bonus, deciding to concentrate their forces on attacking him. Squard took the lead, swinging his long knife, charging towards Bonus like a flash of lightning. Wadib supported him from the side, his gun occasionally firing flames, clearing obstacles from Squard's path. Bonus, seeing this, sneered and commanded the Shadow soldiers to meet them head-on. The Shadow soldiers surged towards Squard like a tide, perfectly coordinated under Bonus's control. If it were someone else's soldiers, it might be different, but his Shadow soldiers were sumo giants. Tough-skinned and resilient, they were practically flawless titans. Although Squard was brave and fearless, he gradually found himself in a difficult situation against such numerous enemies. Each swing of his long knife could take down several Shadow soldiers, but more would immediately take their place. Wadib, seeing Squard in trouble, was anxious. He increased his rate of fire, trying to create an opportunity for Squard to break through. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound cut through the air. A shadow rushed in like lightning. A whip, glinting coldly and covered in vicious thorns, swept towards Wadib, bringing with it a fierce wind. "TSK, I am a powerful thorn devil fruit user." Bora sneered with delight, her eyes revealing disdain and contempt. She gripped the whip tightly, her arm muscles tense, channeling all her strength into this strike. At that moment, Wadib had no idea such a sudden attack was coming. He widened his eyes in shock, but it was too late to react. The thorny whip struck hard against his backside with lightning speed. There was a crisp crack. Wadib let out a miserable scream. The force of the whip not only left his skin torn and bloodied, but also sent him staggering forward a few steps, nearly falling to the ground. Dicablin brothers, Damn, the ice witch. Where did I get hit? The two exchanged incredulous glances. Wadib gritted his teeth, a surge of anger rising within him. He steadied himself, turned, and aimed his gun at Bora, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "You despicable scoundrel! How dare you ambush me?" he roared, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Bora. "Block for me, my family." Immediately, shadow soldiers emerged from under Bora's feet, blocking the incoming bullets. "Do you think you can hurt me? You underestimate yourself," she taunted, swinging the whip again, this time like a nimble snake, wrapping around Wadib's neck. Wadib quickly ducked to avoid it, leaping sideways in an attempt to create distance from Bora. "The training I have received over the years is something you, a mere scoundrel living under others' protection, could never understand." Bora recalled the training she had undergone over the years, her body involuntarily trembling. Meanwhile, Squard was still engaged in a fierce battle with the sumo giant shadow soldiers. He had sustained multiple injuries but continued to fight tenaciously. He knew he could not fall. If he did, the battle would become even more difficult. He seized an opportunity, leaping high into the air, his long knife cleaving down with great force at the shadow soldiers below, directly slicing several in half. But even more surrounded him. The Dikablin brothers, seeing Wadib restrained by Bora, were anxious. They tried to break through the encirclement of shadow soldiers to support Wadib, but the defense of the sumo giants was too solid. Every step they took forward came at a great cost. At this moment, the battle at the core of the conflict between Whitebeard and the Lord had reached a fever pitch, with both sides locked in fierce combat. They exchanged blows, each strike containing immense power. Here, Whitebeard suddenly threw a punch with thunderous force aimed at the Lord. There, the Lord was unyielding, quickly lifting his leg to counterattack, the wind from his kick howling like a tempest. Thus, they exchanged punches and kicks, engaging in a thrilling close-quarters combat. Since he could no longer use the Tremor fruit ability, he decisively stopped relying on fruit powers. Instead, he tightly clenched his fists. With his unmatched haki and years of battle experience, he confronted the Lord head-on. After a long battle, Whitebeard had sustained numerous injuries, yet he was still in his prime. However, he felt a hint of pressure. It was as if the opponent's strength was endless. Every powerful punch he threw was met with a response. He didn't know how long it had been since he faced such a formidable opponent. If the Lord heard this, he would be speechless. After all, he wasn't the same as he was a few years ago when he fought Crocodile. Now he held the Ox and Horse talismans. The Ox talisman granted him immense strength. The Horse talisman allowed him to heal any injuries and restore himself. With this, Whitebeard had held on until now. Although Whitebeard felt pressure, his gaze remained as steadfast as an eagle's. His iconic white beard danced in the fierce battle, each strand seemingly narrating his indomitable spirit. With the power of the Ox talisman, every attack from the Lord felt like a heavy artillery shell, capable of shaking the mountains. Wherever his fists and feet struck, the air was torn apart, producing a sharp whistling sound. Oof. If one didn't know better, they might think you were an ox or a horse. Let's see who can hold on until the end. The Holy Lord snorted coldly, and then began to exchange blows with Whitebeard. As the battle continued, the Holy Lord gradually noticed some patterns in Whitebeard's attacks. He began to cleverly dodge Whitebeard's heavy punches and used the Bull Talisman to quickly recover his stamina while waiting for the best moment to counterattack. Whitebeard's breathing grew heavier. His strength was constantly depleting, but his fighting spirit remained undiminished. He knew he could not lose. There were many subordinates waiting for him behind. Suddenly, the Holy Lord seized a flaw in Whitebeard's defense and unleashed a powerful spinning kick, a strike that contained the full power of the Bull Talisman, whistling toward Whitebeard's waist. Whitebeard was unable to dodge in time and was struck by the kick, flying out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a distant mountain, causing the mountain to collapse instantly. The Holy Lord did not give Whitebeard a chance to catch his breath. He quickly rushed toward Whitebeard. As Whitebeard was about to rise, a series of fierce attacks followed. Whitebeard could only barely defend himself, suffering several new wounds. Weak. Too weak. To be honest, you're not even as good as my old friend. I'm still standing. Whitebeard gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and charged at the Holy Lord once more. He swung his fists, attacking recklessly, forcing the Holy Lord to temporarily retreat. But the Holy Lord quickly stabilized himself, maximizing the power of the Bull Talisman. Each attack caused the surrounding space to tremble. Whitebeard gradually found it hard to cope. His movements became sluggish, and the pain from his wounds was continuously eroding his will. In a fierce clash, Whitebeard's fist collided heavily with the Holy Lord's foot, producing a loud crack that signified the breaking of Whitebeard's arm. Whitebeard let out a muffled groan, but continued to fight with his other hand. The Holy Lord's gaze was fixed on Whitebeard before him. Despite a few strands of white hair at his temples, he still appeared vigorous. Though covered in wounds, his eyes remained steadfast and sharp, as if nothing could bring him down. Witnessing this scene, even the cold and ruthless Holy Lord felt a moment of respect rising within him. However, this emotion was fleeting. After all, for the Holy Lord, so-called kindness and justice were merely excuses used by the weak to comfort themselves. He had never been someone swayed by emotions. Oomph. The Holy Lord snorted coldly, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly into a disdainful smile. What a pity! No matter how tenacious you are, what can you do? Everything is futile before me. Saying this, he slowly raised his hand, and a powerful force began to gather in his palm. Whitebeard looked at the Holy Lord approaching him, knowing he was powerless to resist. Yet he still straightened his body, preparing to face this fatal blow. The Holy Lord's attack landed heavily on Whitebeard, producing a thunderous sound. Whitebeard was driven deep into the ground, and the surrounding earth caved in. Old man, 10,086. When that shocking scene occurred, the entire Whitebeard pirates fell into a state of shock and panic. They saw their invincible captain, Whitebeard, being struck into the ground by the Holy Lord with tremendous force. This sudden turn of events left everyone speechless and incredulous. For a moment, cries of shock erupted, as if they were trying to break through the sky. Some crew members widened their eyes, staring in terror at the seemingly bottomless pit. Others opened their mouths but could not make a sound, standing there in a daze. Some even collapsed directly to the ground, unable to accept what was happening before them. Amidst the chaos and noise, a sense of despair began to spread. Whitebeard had always been an indestructible symbol in their hearts. Now that he had suffered such a heavy blow, everyone couldn't help but feel lost and helpless about the future. However, despite the fear in their hearts, these brave pirates did not give up hope. They tightly gripped their weapons. In the distance, Marco, surrounded by blue flames, transformed into the phoenix and shot through the sky at an incredible speed, like a bolt of lightning, and landed steadily beside Whitebeard. He quickly extended his hands, carefully supporting the fallen Whitebeard. "Old man, how are you? Are you okay?" Marco asked, his face filled with anxiety and concern, his voice trembling. At this moment, Whitebeard's face was as pale as paper, his body slightly trembling. He struggled to lift his head and looked at Marco, who was filled with worry, wanting to speak. But his throat felt blocked, and he could only emit a low cough. Cough, cough. With his cough, 2 streams of bright red blood slowly flowed from the corner of Whitebeard's mouth. I have lost." Whitebeard's weak voice struck Marco's heart like a heavy hammer. Marco's eyes instantly turned red, and he shook his head desperately. "No, old man, you won't lose. You're just temporarily defeated." Whitebeard gently raised his hand, signaling Marco not to say more. His gaze slowly swept over the surrounding crew members, some in fear, some in sorrow. These were his partners who had followed him for many years. They had ventured together across the sea, chasing freedom and dreams. Now, seeing them so flustered because of his defeat, Whitebeard felt immense guilt and reluctance in his heart. "Children," Whitebeard's voice was hoarse, but he tried to make sure everyone could hear. "Do not be afraid, do not despair. This is just my personal battle result. The glory and dreams of the Whitebeard pirates will not end here. Although my fate ends today, you still have a future. Go, leave." Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, the crew members gathered around, holding back their tears. They shouted in unison, "Old man, we are with you." That voice echoed through the skies, as if declaring their indomitable spirit to the world. Marco tightly held Whitebeard's hand, feeling the old man's life force waning. If he wasn't helped in time, he would surely leave them completely. "Old man, what should we do?" Marco asked. Whitebeard took a deep breath and said, "Marco, you are a capable and responsible child. From now on, you must lead everyone forward. Our pirate crew is a big family. We must support each other and not fall apart because of my departure. Hey, what about my opinion? I never said I wanted your life. The Holy Lord's voice suddenly interjected, adding an unexpected and absurd element to the heavy and mournful atmosphere. Everyone looked at the Holy Lord in shock, unsure of his intentions. Whitebeard frowned slightly, staring at the Holy Lord. What do you mean? The battle is over. I have lost to you, and life and death are determined by fate. The Holy Lord slowly walked over, his expression carrying a hint of amusement. Whitebeard, you are indeed a worthy opponent. Although I won this battle, I do not want to gain a reputation for taking advantage of others' misfortune and wiping them out. I can temporarily spare your life. A glimmer of hope ignited Marco's eyes, but it was accompanied by caution. Why are you doing this? What is your purpose? The trading rights in your waters are 91-9. If you have the strength, you can come back to negotiate the distribution. However, you clearly aren't qualified at this moment. The words of the saint detonated like a heavy bomb among the crowd. Marco's expression instantly turned extremely ugly, and he shouted angrily, "You're taking advantage of our misfortune. Our Whitebeard pirates will never accept such humiliating terms." Bista, Jozu, and others also wore faces filled with rage. Crocodile, on the other hand, wore a look of amusement, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. It was like a patient who had been constipated for 3 years, finally finding relief, akin to being reborn. Defeated by Whitebeard back in the day, he was ultimately able to retaliate, albeit thanks to his captain. The saint's request seemed to be merely about the distribution of trading rights, but in reality, it aimed to completely trample the Whitebeard pirates, reducing them to his subordinates. The members of the Whitebeard pirates clenched their weapons in anger, preferring to fight to the death rather than accept such humiliation. However, Whitebeard fell into deep thought. He understood that acting impulsively at this moment would only lead to disaster. But if he truly agreed to the saint's conditions, the reputation and freedom of the pirate crew accumulated over the years would be destroyed in an instant. Do you have room for choice? Or rather, after your death, will your sons escape? It's better to live and go back to your childish games. The saint narrowed his dragon-like eyes, which resembled a cold abyss, his gaze flickering with a hint of cold light, as if it could penetrate one's soul. The saint's cold and oppressive words echoed in the air like a sharp sword, stabbing directly into the hearts of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard's brow furrowed even tighter. He knew the saint was not speaking falsely. Given their current situation, if they resisted forcefully, not only would their own lives be at risk, but it could also lead to the entire pirate crew facing annihilation. Those sons who had followed him for many years would also fall into despair. Marco gritted his teeth and said softly, "Dad, we can't be coerced like this. We can fight to the death." Whitebeard sighed gently. "Marco, impulsiveness won't solve the problem. Our lives are certainly important, but the legacy and future of the pirate crew are even more crucial. If I fall now, you will lose your backbone. And how many of you can survive facing the saint's pursuit?" As several people were discussing, the saint felt a gaze lingering on him. He looked over and saw that the little black fat man wearing a cap was staring at him, his eyes occasionally flashing with resentment. The saint initially thought the reason this person was staring at him was merely because of his actions against Whitebeard. However, the saint was not a dragon who would tolerate others. His deep, abyss-like eyes suddenly became sharp, and an overwhelming, suffocating, invisible pressure erupted. This pressure surged toward Teach like a mountain collapsing, unstoppable. Just as the pressure was about to reach Teach's body, a tightness suddenly gripped deep within him. An unprecedented fear and unease surged to his heart, as if a disaster capable of destroying everything would mercilessly descend upon him in the next moment. Faced with this sudden, terrifying pressure, Teach felt as small as a solitary boat in a storm, ready to be completely engulfed and vanish without a trace. He sensed that the saint at this moment emitted a dangerous aura that made one's heart palpitate. He trembled all over and ultimately lowered his head. The saint glanced at him, sneering without paying attention to this little clown. Teach lowered his head, biting his lip tightly, and due to his excessive force, his lip was even bitten until it bled slightly. Damn it! Damn it! He silently roared within, his voice filled with anger and unwillingness. If I could have that fruit, I would definitely be stronger than you. Teach's eyes flashed with hatred, as if he wanted to burn everything in front of him. I hate it. I hate it so much. Why is fate so unfair? I've waited for you for so long. How could it be given to someone else? His fists clenched tightly, the fury in his heart erupting like a volcano. I must kill you, I must kill you. Only then can my hatred be quelled. Teach's expression twisted into a ferocious snarl, resembling a mad beast. However, after a brief moment of insanity, Teach gradually regained some rationality. If Whitebeard won't do, then I'll join the kid pirates. No, perhaps the beast pirates would be a better choice. He murmured to himself, his gaze wandering, seemingly contemplating his future path. Someone will surely be willing to accept me. There must be. Teach took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself. But the resentment deep within him could never fully dissipate. Whitebeard's gaze slowly scanned each crew member, their determined and angry faces reflecting in his eyes, filling his heart with mixed emotions. He knew that these sons were filled with passion, willing to go through fire and water for the dignity and glory of the pirate crew. But he could not bear to watch them march toward destruction. Saint, your conditions are extremely harsh, but I, Whitebeard, will concede today. Whitebeard's voice was deep and hoarse, yet it resonated in the silent air like thunder. The Saint's lips curled into a smug smile. That smile seemed to mock the Whitebeard pirates the most. Wise choice, Whitebeard. From now on, you will obediently follow my orders, and the distribution of trading rights will be done my way. Upon hearing this, the members of the Whitebeard pirates all showed expressions of unwillingness and humiliation. But under Whitebeard's gaze, they endured their anger. Marco clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, his eyes burning with flames of anger. Yet he could only helplessly lower his head. After returning to the ship, the atmosphere was stifling, making it hard to breathe. The crew gathered together, yet they were all silent. Whitebeard stood alone at the bow, gazing at the tumultuous sea, lost in thought. Although it was somewhat humiliating, to preserve their strength and leave a glimmer of hope for the future, there was no other choice. Da-da-da. A footsteps sound slowly approached from behind him, and Whitebeard turned around in surprise. After all, this child had been low-key on the ship, usually not seeking him out. Can I ask for a gift? Dad, Blackbeard Teach called softly, his eyes filled with a hint of hesitation, but more so with determination. Whitebeard looked at him, frowning slightly. Teach, what is it? Blackbeard took a deep breath and said slowly, Dad, I want to leave the pirate crew. His words detonated like a bomb in the oppressive atmosphere. The surrounding crew members looked on in shock. Whitebeard's gaze sharpened. Teach, give me a reason. Blackbeard lowered his head, and after a moment, raised it again, a different light flashing in his eyes. Dad, I've been working silently in the pirate crew for so long, but I can't see my own future. The appearance of the Holy Lord made me realize that on this sea, if I want to truly pursue what I desire, I must seek new opportunities. Marco couldn't help but step forward, angrily saying, Teach, you are betraying us. At the time when we need unity the most, you choose to back down. Can you justify all the care Dad has given you over the years? Blackbeard scoffed. Marco, do you think I want to stay here forever? But look at us now. We have to bow our heads in front of the Holy Lord. The days ahead will only get harder. A person's dreams never end. So, Dad, I'm sorry. Whitebeard looked at Blackbeard, a complex emotion surging in his heart. He knew that Teach had always concealed his true thoughts, but he never expected it to erupt at this moment. Teach, do you think the outside world is so easy to navigate? In this pirate crew, although there are grievances, at least we are family, facing storms together. Blackbeard shook his head. Dad, your views are too outdated. On this sea, only the strong can set the rules. I don't want to be manipulated by you all anymore. I want to be the one who manipulates others. At this moment, Vista also spoke up. Teach, what you're doing will be despised by the entire pirate world. The reputation of the Whitebeard pirates is not something for you to trample on. Blackbeard, however, was unconcerned. Reputation? That's just a fleeting thing. When I stand at the pinnacle of the world, who will care whether I once betrayed? At this moment, Teach also had a sense of recklessness. Since he couldn't leave the crew, being kicked out was the same. Whitebeard's expression darkened. His body slightly trembled, clearly enraged by Blackbeard's words. Teach, you've disappointed me too much. Sorry, Dad. With that, Teach turned and walked downwards. Wait. Marco seemed to be propelled by the wind, his figure like lightning, quickly rushing in front of Teach. After standing firmly, he unhesitatingly extended his arm, blocking Teach's path. Marco's eyes widened, glaring at Teach. Gritting his teeth, "You ungrateful person. You have deeply hurt Dad's broad and kind heart. Today's matter cannot be easily dismissed. Come, let us fight. If you can withstand more than 10 minutes under my hands, then I will let you go." Teach looked deeply at Marco. He slightly raised his head, a barely noticeable sneer flashing in his eyes. "Marco, are you really going to do this?" Marco snorted coldly. "Teach, you've been on Dad's ship for many years, enjoying protection and glory. Now you commit such an act of rebellion. I absolutely cannot let you leave just like that." Teach didn't want to say much, come? Marco didn't respond further, his figure like lightning charging at Teach, his fist wrapped in blue flames, smashing towards Teach with a whistling sound. Teach's eyes narrowed, his steps agilely shifting, sidestepping the blow while kicking towards Marco's waist. Marco reacted quickly, blocking with his arm, but was jolted by the powerful force of Teach's kick, causing his arm to go numb. "Marco, your strength is just SOSO, Teach mocked. Huh? Everyone on the ship was surprised to watch the two fighting on the deck. They thought it would be a quick defeat, but unexpectedly, Marco was at a disadvantage in their first exchange. Marco gritted his teeth, his jaw slightly bulging from the effort, squeezing out a harsh remark from between his teeth. "Don't get cocky." As soon as he finished speaking, the flames that were already blazing on him suddenly surged wildly, enveloping him completely in a sea of intense heat. From afar, Marco now looked like a burning meteor, charging towards Teach with unparalleled momentum and power. Facing the oncoming Marco, Teach's eyes narrowed sharply, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. He quickly raised his arm, a pitch-black armed color hockey, surging up his arm like a tide and firmly adhering to it. Then, without hesitation, Teach swung his fist, wrapped tightly in the armed color hockey, smashing down towards Marco's meteor-like rushing figure with overwhelming force. In an instant, a loud bang echoed, boom, accompanied by this loud sound. An incredibly powerful shockwave spread out wildly from the point of collision between the two. "Teach." Marco gritted his teeth and spoke. "I didn't expect you to hide so deeply, silently, for so many years on the ship." Teach merely glanced at Whitebeard and remained silent. Then, the power in his hand suddenly increased, directly forcing Marco back. The blue flames on Marco burned even brighter. "Umph. Come again." With that, he launched another attack, his figure rapidly changing in the air, countless azure flames rushing towards Teach. Teach remained calm, taking a deep breath, further strengthening his armed color hockey. As if he were enveloped in a layer of black armor, he shouted loudly, his fists dancing like a gale, each swing accurately dispersing Marco's flames. The black fist shadows intertwining with the blue flames, creating a beautiful yet dangerous painting in the sky. "Marco, your attacks are too singular. Relying solely on the power of the phoenix fruit won't defeat me," Teach mocked. Marco's heart tightened. He knew Teach was somewhat right. So he began to change his tactics, concentrating the flames on his feet. He rushed towards Teach at high speed. In the instant of approaching, he leaped high, kicking towards Teach's head. This kick contained his powerful strength and the regenerative power of the phoenix fruit. Even if injured, he could quickly recover and launch another attack. Teach's eyes tightened as he sidestepped while reaching out his arm, trying to grab Marco's foot. Seeing this, Marco immediately transferred the flames from his feet to his body, spinning to break free from Teach's grasp, and then struck Teach back fiercely with his elbow. Teach winced in pain, but he used that force to roll forward, increasing the distance between himself and Marco. "Not bad, Marco, now that it's interesting." Teach moved his shoulders and resumed a fighting stance. At this moment, the other members of the Whitebeard pirates watched nervously from the sidelines. They felt anger at Teach's betrayal, but had to admit that Teach was demonstrating unimaginable strength at this moment. "That bastard Teach has hidden so deeply," Sachi said angrily. "Marco must win. We can't let him escape like this." Another crew member clenched his fists. In the center of the battlefield, the fight between Marco and Teach entered a heated phase. Marco continuously switched between flames and physical form, launching an unending series of attacks, utilizing the characteristics of the phoenix fruit. Blackbeard cleverly dealt with the situation using his powerful armament haki and superb martial arts, occasionally launching counterattacks. Each of his strikes carried immense impact, making Marco wary. As the battle continued, Marco gradually felt a strain. Despite his phoenix fruit granting him strong regenerative abilities and diverse attack methods, Blackbeard's defense and counterattacks were as impenetrable as a steel wall. A disdainful smile crept on Blackbeard's lips as he detected a hint of fatigue and slowness in Marco's attack rhythm. When Marco unleashed another flame strike, Blackbeard stood firm and shouted loudly. His body was enveloped in armament haki, crystallizing to its peak, resembling a black war god. He took Marco's blow head-on, then suddenly reached out with both hands, gripping Marco's arms like iron pincers. "Do you think this could trap me?" Marco struggled, flames erupting from his body again in an attempt to break free. However, Blackbeard coldly laughed. "Your struggle is futile." With a powerful swing of his arms, he lifted Marco into the air and slammed him down onto the deck. With a loud bang, the deck was smashed into a deep pit, leaving Marco lying there in a sorry state, his flames dimming. Blackbeard gave Marco no chance to catch his breath. He moved like lightning, closing in on him instantly. Heavy punches, accompanied by whistling winds, rained down on Marco like raindrops. Each punch contained immense armament haki, causing Marco's body to tremble continuously and blood to spill from his mouth. "Marco, you're no match for me. Surrender," Blackbeard said coldly as he attacked. At that moment, Marco was already battered and bruised, struggling to fully recover from his injuries under Blackbeard's fierce onslaught. "All right, you can go now." Blackbeard, Whitebeard's deep, thunderous voice suddenly resonated. Marco, who was about to muster all his strength to resist, felt his body go weak upon hearing Whitebeard speak. It seemed he had lost all strength and means. "Thank you, Pops." Blackbeard eventually turned and thanked Whitebeard. "I'm leaving." After Blackbeard finished speaking, he turned and left. Whitebeard slowly raised his hand as if wanting to stop Blackbeard from leaving, but ultimately let it fall helplessly. "Blackbeard, since you have made up your mind, I will not stop you. But you must know, from the moment you stepped out of this pirate crew, we are no longer friends, but enemies. Everything you do outside will have nothing to do with the Whitebeard pirates, and we will show you no mercy." Hearing this, Blackbeard felt a slight chill in his heart, but his resolve remained unshaken. "Pops, I understand. I hope one day you won't regret today's decision." With that, Blackbeard turned and walked towards the ship's side. His back appeared somewhat lonely under the angry and disappointed gazes of the crew, yet it was filled with an unstoppable momentum. As Blackbeard stepped into the small boat and slowly sailed away from the Whitebeard pirates' ship, the sky suddenly darkened, and dark clouds gathered, as if heralding a massive storm approaching. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates watched the direction Blackbeard departed for a long time in silence. After Blackbeard's departure, the Whitebeard pirate ship was enveloped in a heavy silence. Marco slowly stood up from the pit on the deck, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. Whitebeard gazed at the horizon where Blackbeard had vanished, his expression deep and somewhat weary, the marks of time seeming to have etched deeper on his face. "Pops, why let him go? That guy betrayed us and attacked Marco so viciously." A young and impetuous crew member couldn't help but break the silence, his eyes red and fists trembling slightly with rage. Whitebeard sighed softly, his voice low and hoarse. "Blackbeard has been on the ship for many years. I treated you all like my own sons. I didn't want to draw my sword against him. After all, the bond we once had isn't so easily forgotten." Meanwhile, Blackbeard drifted alone at sea, looking at the boundless ocean, pondering whether to head to the Beast Pirates or recruit crew members. It was indeed a tough choice. Mary Geos. In the grand and imposing palace of Mary Geos, the 5 elders were seated on 2 rows of sofas. The room was dimly lit, with only a few rays of sunlight seeping through the thick curtains, barely illuminating their serious or gloomy faces. Saint Saturn frowned slightly as he looked at the frontline intelligence just received from the CP organization. When did such changes occur in the underworld? "Where's Stussy?" Shepherd 10 Peter Saint looked gravely at Saint Saturn, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest of the sofa, creating a rhythmic sound. Stussy has only taken over half of the entertainment industry with our support and is still unaware of the specific situation in the underworld. Humph. Saint Saturn snorted coldly, falling silent. Saint Izang Balong v. Nejuro Saint frowned. Do we have any information on that saint? Saint Marcus Maz said, according to our reliable sources. That saint has just set sail for a short while, yet has already demonstrated his unparalleled strength and ambition. Before anyone could react, he successfully brought the infamous crocodile under his command. However, his actions did not stop there. He then had a fierce clash with the Navy, killing a Navy captain with overwhelming force. After completing this series of feats, the saint did not continue to flaunt his power, but vanished without a trace, as if he had never appeared. Finally, according to the news we received, they have been crazily expanding their influence in the underworld over the past few years, already occupying a large portion of the underground forces. Interesting. Just when we need to control the underworld, let's send a message to this saint. Let him submit, and he can set the conditions. As long as they're not excessive, we can accept. Shepherd 10 Peter, Saint nodded slightly. His speed of expansion in the underworld is indeed astonishing. If we can bring him under our wing, it will greatly benefit our control of the underworld. Agreed. 4. Sky Island, Dragon Area. A message was meticulously selected and delivered to the saint. The saint unfolded the letter, his gaze sweeping over its contents, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. Let me submit? These celestial dragons have such a big mouth. Beside him, Crocodile let out a raspy laugh. My lord, it seems they are still unaware of your strength and ambition. Conditions at my discretion? Then let them give me the position of the celestial dragons. Ha 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 ha. Crocodile couldn't help but laugh out loud. Crocodile, check where this message came from. Capture them. As you command, my lord. Since the message came from the underworld, there must be something to gain. New World, Dressrosa, in the splendid and grand palace. Doflamingo was lazily leaning against a luxurious long bench. His long and powerful fingers gently gripped a crystal-clear wine glass filled with wine as bright as blood. He tilted his head slightly, took a sip of the wine, and then slowly set the glass down, his gaze falling on the newspaper that had just been delivered to him. As he flipped through the pages, he occasionally let out a series of clicks, as if he had come across some unbelievable news. Suddenly, his eyes fixated on a prominent headline, "The 4 Emperors of the New World." He frowned and muttered to himself, "This world is changing too fast. It's quite overwhelming. This so-called 4 Emperors of the New World." He shook his head, a hint of disdain on his face, thinking it didn't seem that impressive at all. Why not? Should I also become one of the 4 Emperors? Master, there's a big deal. Torpole rushed toward him, his plump body moving quickly as he shouted, Master. Doflamingo lightly adjusted his glasses and looked in Torpole's direction. What's wrong, Pole? Steady, be steady. How many times have I told you? You are already a national-level official. Oh, huff. All right then. Master. What is it? Master. The captain of the 8th Division and the captain of the 9th Division of the 4 Emperors have come. What? Doflamingo jumped up from the lounge chair. What do they want here? Doflamingo asked, his brow furrowed. Master, they said they came to discuss a big business deal. Which pirate crew are they from? The Beast Pirates. Doflamingo stood still for a moment, a playful smile creeping onto his lips. Interesting, they took the initiative to come to discuss business. I want to see what they have up their sleeves. With that, he adjusted his flamboyant feather coat and strode toward the reception room. Torpole followed closely behind, muttering, Master. Could this be a trap? Those guys might not have good intentions. Doflamingo waved his hand. Whether it's a trap or not, they won't stir up much trouble on my turf. After a while, Doflamingo swaggered into the reception room, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the two casually sitting on the sofa. Gentlemen, nice to meet you. I am Doflamingo. Kaido and Jin looked at the two entering, but remained silent, waiting for him to speak. It was only when Doflamingo spoke that Jin stood up. Hello, I am Jin, captain of the Beast Pirates. After hearing this, Doflamingo's gaze turned to Kaido. Kaido did not raise his head, drinking from his wine gourd without a care. Instantly, Doflamingo's expression turned sour. In a somewhat unfriendly tone, he said, As a king, I am quite busy. If this business doesn't interest me, then you may leave. Jin smiled slightly, not minding Doflamingo's attitude. After all, in their eyes, Doflamingo was at most a clown. They knew that he had built his fortune on a vast business network. Otherwise, he wouldn't be worthy of attention. He had no reason to get upset with a minor character. Then I'll get straight to the point. Our pirate crew has a large quantity of sea stone. Doflamingo frowned slightly. Sea stone trade? That's a sensitive and dangerous field. What makes you think I would easily get involved? Jin replied, because we can provide you with a large quantity of high-quality sea stone. These sea stones are not only pure in quality, but we also have unique processing techniques that can turn them into various exquisite weapons or containment devices. With these, your rule over Dressrosa will be significantly strengthened, and you can even expand your influence into surrounding waters. Your enemies, once struck by sea stone weapons, will have no power to resist. Interesting. Doflamingo hinted for him to continue. However, Jin seemed not to notice and just quietly watched Doflamingo. Seeing that Jin had no intention of continuing, Doflamingo's smile gradually froze, and a hint of displeasure rose in his heart. He cleared his throat and said, "Humph, is that all you have to say? Only mentioning the benefits of sea stone without discussing the risks and costs? Are you mocking me?" Jin replied calmly, "Of course there are risks, but our beast pirates are not nameless in the New World. With us backing you, as long as you keep a low profile, the Navy won't easily detect anything." Doflamingo walked to the main seat and slowly sat down. Torpol also sensed that Doflamingo was willing to continue the discussion and directly called for the maid to serve tea to the three of them. After the maid left, Doflamingo picked up his cup and raised it, saying, "I'm very interested in this business. Now, let's talk about the profit sharing." Jin slightly raised his chin. His eyes filled with an undeniable aura as he stepped forward and said, "Regarding the profit sharing, I believe a 90-10 split is more appropriate. Our beast pirates take 90, and you, Dressrosa, take 10. Doflamingo had just taken a sip of tea when he heard this profit-sharing ratio and almost spit out. He widened his eyes, incredulously staring at Jin. "What did you say? 90? Are you kidding me? I have to bear many responsibilities, including covering the trade and facing various risks. And you want 90? That's absolutely impossible." Jin crossed his arms and calmly responded, "Doflamingo, don't underestimate the sea stones and the related technology we provide. Acquiring these sea stones is not easy. Our beast pirates have paid a huge price for them. Moreover, with sea stone weapons, your rule in Dressrosa will be even more solidified, and expansion into surrounding waters will be just around the corner. That 10 profit is enough for you to gain significantly, especially since we allow you to carry the flag of our beast pirates." Doflamingo sneered, already having thoughts of leaving. Carrying the flag of the beast pirates? Not necessary. He wasn't without support. The king of the North Sea, GuNing, a real big shot hidden behind the North Sea. His strength was terrifying, and not long ago, he had caused a commotion in Mariewa. Even now, the Navy and the world government had yet to find any trace of him. Thinking of GuNing gave Doflamingo a sense of confidence. He stood up, adjusted his pink feather coat, and with a hint of disdain in his eyes said, "Jin, do you think the flag of your beast pirates is that precious? I, Doflamingo, am not isolated in this new world. The power behind me is not something you can imagine." Jin frowned slightly. He could sense the confidence in Doflamingo's words. However, he was somewhat puzzled about the power he spoke of. "Doflamingo, don't bluff. In this new world, who doesn't know the reputation of the beast pirates? As a member of the Yonko crew, do you really think the value of the Yonko crew is low? If you refuse this cooperation, you might miss out on a great opportunity." Doflamingo smirked with a hint of sarcasm. "So what if it's the Yonko crew? I've been traversing the world for many years. How could I be intimidated by this empty title? If it weren't for my insufficient time in the new world, the Yonko might not even have my name. It's just that I don't want to compete. Understand?" As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of conqueror's haki erupted from Doflamingo. This basic level of haki only caused Jin to pause slightly, just as he was about to speak. Meanwhile, Kaido, who was drinking, slammed his wine jug down on the table. The sound interrupted Doflamingo's haki. "Is this your subordinate?" Doflamingo tilted his head, adjusting his glasses with a finger, and stared at Kaido. "Gene 6, I originally wanted to start with courtesy, but now you can just take the stick. I'll ask just one question. Are we cooperating or not?" This is my first time going out for business. And if I can't even handle such a small matter properly, how will the boss of the underworld view me? Kaido's rough and loud voice seemed to penetrate the clouds, rolling in like thunder, making people shiver in fear. His words crashed through the air like a thunderclap, causing the eardrums of those nearby to buzz. Doflamingo frowned slightly. I hate threats the most. I won't entertain this goodbye. Please feel free, you too. Captain Jean of the 9th Division sneered. Our boss has taken a liking to your underground trading network and wants to cooperate to share the profits of the underground world in the new world. Since you refuse, I'm sorry. Jean sneered and glanced at Kaido. Doflamingo didn't want to waste time chatting with them, so he turned around and swaggered toward the door. He would rather lie on the balcony and soak up the sun at this time. If it weren't for the fact that they were part of the Yonko crew, he would definitely have dealt with these two who threatened him. However, at that moment, he turned around, Kaido moved. Kaido's massive body moved swiftly like a small mountain, raising his kanabo high, with black lightning coiling around it. This was his powerful rumble ball. Doflamingo sensed the danger behind him and tried to dodge, but was already too late. The rumble ball, carrying immense power, struck him heavily, sending Doflamingo flying like a cannonball, crashing into a distant wall, which instantly collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. What the hell? Doflamingo, who broke through the wall, spat out blood. His heart was filled with anger and astonishment. He never expected Kaido to strike suddenly, and this attack's power far exceeded his imagination. He struggled to stand up from the rubble, his eyes revealing a hint of fierceness. Although he was severely injured, his pride would not allow him to fall like this. You despicable coward! How dare you sneak attack? Doflamingo roared, his voice trembling slightly with anger. His luxurious clothing was stained with blood, and his once neat hairstyle had become disheveled. Yet, his unique aura had not dissipated. His internal organs were stitched together with threads. Kaido only let out a wild laugh. Doflamingo, in this new world, only the strong can survive. You were too arrogant today. I'm just teaching you what it means to fear. His gigantic body stood firmly in place, the black lightning on his kanabo still crackling, as if proclaiming his absolute power. Doflamingo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, enduring the excruciating pain in his body, and activated his string fruit ability. Countless transparent threads shot out from his fingertips, dancing in the air like agile snakes, quickly wrapping around Kaido. These threads appeared delicate and fragile, but were incredibly resilient, capable of easily slicing through steel. Seeing this, Kaido calmly swung his kanabo. The black lightning instantly unleashed, severing the approaching threads. However, Doflamingo's attack did not stop there. He controlled more threads to attack Kaido from different angles, try to find a flaw. Still not convinced, huh, brat? Kaido snorted coldly, his mountain-like massive body trembled slightly, and an invisible pressure instantly spread out. You're really a clueless young fool. Suddenly, the massive kanabo in his hand was enveloped by a dense, almost tangible black aura, which was the legendary Conqueror's Haki. With a swing of Kaido's arm, the kanabo shot towards Doflamingo like a cannonball, carrying a destructive force. In an instant, the air stirred, and the entire space seemed to tremble because of this strike. The surrounding air was forcefully torn apart, forming a visible vacuum zone. Facing such a terrifying attack, Doflamingo's expression turned serious. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he reacted quickly, preparing to face this fatal blow. Boom! With a loud bang, the kanabo collided with Doflamingo's defensive threads. The power of the Conqueror's Haki surged like a tsunami, breaking through layer after layer of Doflamingo's threads. Those incredibly resilient threads were like fragile spider silk in the face of this force, snapping and dissipating. Doflamingo was knocked back by the powerful impact, his body flying like a kite with a broken string, tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn, just an hour ago, I was still elegant. How did it come to this? Doflamingo lay sprawled on the cold stone slab. One of his glasses had even shattered, leaving him with half a rimless pair. This world is so full of illusion, everything seems meaningless. Lying on the ground, Doflamingo was filled with anger and unwillingness. He prided himself as the Joker of the underworld, manipulating the fates of countless people. never imagining he would be knocked down in such a humiliating manner. That once invincible pride seemed to have been shattered into pieces with this fall scattered all around. This damned conqueror's hockey is so troublesome, he muttered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he couldn't help but laugh. The laughter echoing in the empty surroundings, sounding particularly desolate and mad. Whether it was the Navy, pirates, or the underworld gangs, they all feared him. But now, he was forced into such a desperate situation by this sudden, powerful force, as if he had fallen from heaven straight into hell. He slowly raised his arm, looking at the dust-covered sleeve, his thoughts drifting back to his childhood. Back then, he lived in Mary Geos. As a celestial dragon, he enjoyed wealth and the highest power. But fate played a cruel joke on him. Due to his father's decision, their family was expelled from Mary Geos, falling from the clouds to the mortal world. And from then on, living a life of being hunted with no guarantee of tomorrow. Those who had once bowed and scraped to them turned into wolves overnight, pouncing on them with claws bared, indulging in humiliation and torment. Is he crazy? Kaido looked at Doflamingo, who was lying on the ground, covering his face in confusion. Hey, if you laugh again, I'll hit you again. Doflamingo's laughter abruptly stopped. Toripole quickly walked over to Doflamingo and helped him up. Young master, are you all right? Cough, cough. Blood trickled from the corner of Doflamingo's mouth, which he casually wiped away. He looked at Kaido and Jin with fear in his eyes. Are you really one of the 4 Emperor's captains? And you're the captain of the 9th Division? So what? Kaido glared, thinking Doflamingo was trying to provoke him again. His muscles bulged, ready to fight at any moment. Seeing Kaido's fierce demeanor, Doflamingo felt a chill in his heart and quickly waved his hand, saying, Lord Kaido, I mean no offense. It's just that the power of this conqueror's hockey is beyond my imagination, and I lost my composure for a moment. He knew very well that in his current state, he was no match for Kaido, and if he angered him further, his life would be in danger. After hearing Doflamingo's words, Kaido snorted, his muscles gradually relaxing, but his gaze remained filled with vigilance and intimidation. You little brat, don't try to play tricks in front of me. Consider this a lesson for you today. So you know this new world is not a place where you can run wild. Doflamingo gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain in his body, straightening his back to make himself look less embarrassed. Lord Kaido is right. I, Doflamingo, have now witnessed the might of the 4 Emperor's pirate crew. About the cooperation, Jin suddenly spoke, looking at Doflamingo. Of course, let's do it your way. Don't worry, I will ensure safety on my side. All right, consider yourself smart, Kaido said with a satisfied smile. Let's go. Jin, mission accomplished. Okay. As Kaido and Jin left, Doflamingo's tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. He collapsed on the ground like a deflated balloon, gasping for air. The pain from his injuries surged like a tide, with every wound reminding him of the crushing defeat he had just experienced. But at this moment, a different kind of calculation began to form in his heart. These damn 4 Emperors, Doflamingo, will remember this humiliation today. He cursed under his breath, gritting his teeth. Although he had outwardly agreed to cooperate, he knew in his heart that this was merely a temporary measure. Young master, do you really want to cooperate with them? Let's do as they say for now. All right, young master, do you want me to call someone to treat your injuries? What do you think? Doflamingo shot him a glance. Oh, okay. After a while, lying on a hospital bed, Doflamingo heard the shocking news. Corazon has been found. East Blue, Windmill Village. At this moment, the nearly 2-meter-tall mangy was leaping through the forest in search of wild beasts. His robust body moved through the woods, creating a rustling sound. Suddenly, a wild boar with tusks charged out from the bushes, lunging at him. Mangy remained calm. He sidestepped and easily dodged the boar's attack. At the same time, he swung his fist the size of a frying pan and struck the boar's back, sending it flying several meters away. The boar let out a pained cry and struggled to get up, only to find that it could no longer move. It could only lie on the ground, gasping for breath. Mangy grinned, hoisting the boar onto his shoulder and heading back to the village. The kids will definitely be happy about this. As Mangy walked, he thought of Ace, Sabo, and Luffy's innocent smiles. These little brats, though mischievous, brought a lot of joy to the village, especially Luffy. who was always shouting about wanting to become the pirate king. His determination made Mangy both amused and a bit impressed. Upon returning to the village, the children immediately surrounded him. "Big brother Mangy, you caught a big wild boar again." Luffy's eyes lit up, fixated on the wild boar Mangy was carrying. Drool almost spilling out. Ace and Sabo were also smiling beside him, their eyes filled with anticipation for the delicious food. Mangy smiled as he handed the boar to the village chef, saying, "Today, I'll make everyone a hearty dinner." At night, the aroma of roasted meat filled the village. The villagers sat together, enjoying the food amidst laughter and joy. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy sat next to Mangy, devouring the meat with their cheeks puffed up. "Big brother Mangy, you're amazing," Luffy said, his words muffled by a mouthful of meat. Mangy's lips curled into a radiant smile as he gently patted Luffy's head, softly saying, "Haha, you little brat. What's so good about being a pirate? Come be a Navy king." At this moment, Luffy stood there stubbornly, his eyes filled with determination as he shouted, "No, I want to be the pirate king." Hearing this, Ace, with his mouth full of meat, chewed vigorously and mumbled back, "Huh, Luffy, I'm the pirate king, all right." After saying that, he swallowed hard and glared at Luffy. "I also want to go to sea and be a pirate," Sabo shouted, standing on the wooden table, waving his arms. "Bang, bang, bang. You three little brats." Mangy glared at them, but his eyes revealed a hint of tenderness. "Ouch, that hurts." The three covered their heads, tears streaming down like crocodile tears. Though scolding them, Mangy knew deep down that these kids' determination was like a burning flame, not easily extinguished. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Do you know how dangerous it is to be a pirate? The outside world is not as peaceful as our village." Luffy rubbed his head, but remained resolute. "I'm not afraid. I want to find one piece and become the freest person." Ace chimed in, "Exactly. I want to form my own pirate crew and let everyone know how powerful I am." Sabo waved his arms. "I want to explore those unknown seas and see the wonders of the world." Watching their eager expressions, Mangy fell silent. He couldn't help but think, "Master, I'm sorry for your expectations. I can't save these three grandsons of yours. All right, let's eat first. But remember, whether you're a pirate or something else, you need enough strength and wisdom. Don't act recklessly," Mangy said earnestly. The children nodded in agreement, and then resumed devouring their food. After dinner, Mangy took them to the seaside. The sea breeze gently brushed by, and the waves crashed against the shore, producing a pleasant sound. "Look, this vast ocean hides countless dangers and opportunities. If you really decide to go to sea, you must be prepared," Mangy said, gazing at the sea. Ace picked up a stone and threw it forcefully into the ocean. "I will become very strong. I want to be the freest person on the sea." Luffy excitedly ran back and forth. "I want to find many powerful partners to sail together." Sabo quietly looked at the sea. "I will learn various knowledge and become a wise pirate." A sudden shout of Kwaiba broke the fantasy of the few people. Mangy turned his head and looked. "Oh, it's MythWukong. Is the mission completed?" MythWukong bent his body, hands in his pants pockets, and walked over with a relaxed yet unruly stride. "It's done. Clearing pirates isn't that hard, is it?" Luffy, Ace, Sabo. The three's inner thoughts. "It's not like that. We were just ambitious. Is it appropriate for you to say that in front of us? Can we have a match with you now?" MythWukong's gaze fixed tightly on Mangy. "All right." Mangy waved his hand helplessly. After these years, he had gradually unlocked some memories in his mind, and the clearer the memories became, the more helpless he felt. They were all his subordinates. He couldn't fight them, yet he couldn't avoid fighting either. The night enveloped Windmill Village. The sea breeze carried a hint of coolness, brushing against the grassy shore. With the sea's unique salty and moist air, the waves rhythmically crashed against the rocky shore, splashing layers of foam. MythWukong moved his body and suddenly charged towards Mangy, his speed extremely fast, creating a slight whoosh of wind. His right fist was raised high, carrying the whistling wind towards Mangy's face. Mangy's eyes narrowed, and he calmly sidestepped. MythWukong's fist grazed his cheek. Immediately after, Mangy's left leg swiftly lifted and kicked towards MythWukong's abdomen. MythWukong was quick to react. Crossing his arms to protect his abdomen, blocking the kick, but his body was still pushed back a few steps. Such speed, I almost didn't see it. Ace exclaimed. Luffy and Sabo also widened their eyes, seriously observing. MythWukong moved again, instantly drawing a long sword from behind, the sword shimmering with a cold light under the moon. He gripped the sword with both hands, the patterns on the blade faintly glowing. It was one of his ultimate moves, the white falling dance pulse. Originating from the Dragon Clan's pulse technique style of the Quaiba 4 era, possessing immense explosive power. In conjunction with the power system of the pirate world, he swiftly danced the long sword. Shadows of the sword surged, each shadow carrying powerful pulse energy, sweeping towards Manji as if the surrounding air was being shredded by the fierce sword aura. Cyclone Dragon Shield. Manji instantly countered, using the airwaves to form a defensive shield. MythWukong's sword shadows poured down like a storm, the pulse energy fiercely rubbing against the air, producing sharp whistling sounds. Manji's Cyclone Dragon Shield slightly trembled under this fierce assault, but steadily resisted MythWukong's attack. He appeared calm, his eyes revealing confidence and determination, as if the overwhelming sword shadows were merely a piece of cake for him. Hey, MythWukong, do you really need to be this serious? It's just for fun. Fungha. Immediately, MythWukong sheathed the long sword behind him, swiftly drew out short knives with both hands. And the tips of his short knives instantly gathered blue pulse bullets. This was his Fungha accurate pulse bullet, known for its precise calculations, although the movements were somewhat awkward. The lethality was not to be underestimated. MythWukong waved the short knives, like blue meteors flashing across the night sky, targeting Manji's vital points. Manji lightly tapped the beach with his feet, his body agilely dodging left and right, managing to evade MythWukong's attacks each time at the last moment. Huanzijin, he could materialize pulse techniques into surrounding black gas, which quickly wrapped around Manji, attempting to bind him within. Guangxiu. At this moment, MythWukong stood the long sword behind him and pushed both hands forward. A powerful pulse force erupted from his hands, forming a massive circular pulse wave, which was his modified Move Frenzy Pulse Progress Wave, inspired by Guangxiu's progressive fighting style. The pulse wave surged towards Manji with layers of accumulated power. The combination of the two techniques was seamless. Manji's eyes narrowed. You really learned it. Overlord Charge. In an instant, his muscles tensed up. A powerful force radiated from him, causing the beach beneath his feet to suddenly sink, forming a shallow pit. The surging power gathered in front of him, transforming into a visible shockwave, like a raging dragon, charging straight at MythWukong's pulse. The force of the Overlord Charge shattered the pulse wave effortlessly. The seemingly powerful pulse wave was utterly powerless against Manji's strike, being torn apart and leaving a massive gap. Then the force of the Overlord Charge continued to surge towards MythWukong. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo watched with wide eyes, their mouths slightly open, filled with surprise. Wow, they're so powerful. Luffy couldn't help but shout, clenching his fists tightly, his body trembling with excitement. Ace swallowed hard, staring intently at the battle between the two, secretly amazed. Is this real combat? It's completely different from our usual roughhousing. Sabo furrowed his brow, carefully observing their techniques and movements, trying to learn some skills. Manji extended his hand towards MythWukong, who was lying on the ground in the distance. Are you all right? I'm Fina. MythWukong firmly grasped Manji's hand and stood up. Wow, Manji, big brother, you guys are amazing. Luffy looked at the two with sparkling eyes. Ace and Sabo quickly ran over, looking at the two with admiration. Although they knew Manji was strong, they had never had a clear concept of it. Now seeing Manji fighting this show-off allowed them to gain some insight. Manji, the headquarters recalls you. It is said that there will be a demon-slaying order against a certain pirate. MythWukong brushed off the dust on his clothes and looked seriously at Manji. All right. Manji and MythWukong tidied up briefly and prepared to head back to headquarters. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo felt reluctant when they heard they were leaving. Big brother Manji, are you leaving so soon? Luffy tugged at Manji's clothes, his lips pouting, almost about to cry. Manji squatted down, patted Luffy's head, and smiled. Little brat, we have important matters to attend to. You all need to train hard. I hope you all get stronger by the next time we meet. By the way, Don't think about becoming the pirate king. I'm a Navy, little brat, or I'll have to lock you up in prison for 30 to 50 years. Luo, Luo, Lu. Luffy made a face and quickly ran to the side. Ace stepped forward and handed Mangy a dagger he had polished himself. Big brother Mangy, this is for you. Just a little token of our appreciation. In the future, when you see it, you'll think of us. Mangy accepted the dagger, examined it carefully, and solemnly tucked it into his waist. All right, I will cherish it. You all need to work hard too. Eat well. This sea is not easy to navigate. Sabo remained silent beside them, tightly clenching his fists and silently vowing to train hard to become as powerful as Mangy and Yumi Q. After bidding farewell to a few little ghosts, Mangy and Yumi Q set off on their journey back. Along the way, Yumi Q couldn't help but ask, which pirate crew do you think this Demon Slayer order is targeting? They're in such a hurry to recall us. Mangy shook his head, his expression serious. I don't know. But for the headquarters to use the Demon Slayer order, this pirate crew must be formidable. We should prepare ourselves. Upon returning to headquarters, Mangy and Yumi Q immediately went to the conference room. The atmosphere in the conference room was oppressive, with many naval commanders sitting around the conference table looking serious. Sengoku sat at the head of the table, his dignified and steady expression revealing a calmness that spoke of years of battlefield experience. Beside him sat several others. First was Akiji, who lounged back in his chair, one leg casually crossed over the other, playing with an ice ball in his hand, the cold aura seemingly freezing the air around him. Next to Akiji was Akainu, standing tall like a pine tree, his sharp eyes radiating a fierce heat, like a volcano about to erupt, sending chills down people's spines. Next to him was Kizaru. Finally, there was Garp, who sat casually in his chair. However, everyone shared a common point. They all looked serious and focused. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp and rhythmic sound of knocking broke the previous tranquility of the conference room. GuNing, a steady and powerful voice, responded from inside the conference room. With this permission, Mangy and Yumi Q exchanged glances before slowly pushing open the closed door and stepping into this tense room. All eyes in the conference room turned toward Mangy and Yumi Q at the entrance, and the atmosphere momentarily became stagnant. Sengoku slightly nodded, signaling for them to come in and sit down. He then cleared his throat, and his deep voice echoed in the conference room. The reason for this urgent recall is due to an extremely dangerous pirate crew, the Chi-Tian pirate crew. Their existence poses a serious threat to the world government's rule, and the headquarters has decided to issue the Demon Slayer order to completely eradicate them. This assembly will have our Navy as the main force, with the world government providing support. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint murmur arose in the conference room. So it's him. Everyone was not surprised at this point, as MythWukong's actions had seriously provoked the world government. It was already unexpected for them to take action against him now. Marshal, mobilizing so many people will have a serious impact on us. Yes, it could easily provoke a counterattack from the pirates. Sengoku placed both hands on the conference table, leaning forward and said steadily, "Gentlemen, I understand your concerns, but the threat of the Chi-Tian pirate crew cannot be underestimated. MythWukong's actions in Mariehua are not merely simple acts of piracy. His actions are like a bombshell, causing a huge stir worldwide and making the public question the authority of the world government. If we do not eradicate them in a timely manner, more pirates will surely follow suit, and the situation will become even more difficult to control." After listening to Sengoku's speech, another round of discussion began in the conference room. However, many still expressed that it would have a significant impact on the Navy. Akainu suddenly slammed his hand on the table, standing up and shouting, "What are we afraid of? Our Navy has absolute justice, and no matter how strong the enemy is, we cannot back down. We should use our strongest firepower to launch a direct attack and completely destroy the Chi-Tian pirate crew." The magma aura around him seemed to intensify with his emotions, as if it would ignite the entire conference room at any moment. Kizaru maintained his lazy demeanor, crossing his legs and placing his hands behind his head, leaning back his chair and elongated his tone. "Oh dear, Akainu, you're still so impulsive. While a direct assault is feasible, we must also consider the casualties. Our Navy's strength is meant to maintain peace and stability in the world. We cannot easily waste it on a meaningless battle. Oof. Akainu snorted coldly and then turned to ask Sengoku, "What's the configuration this time?" Sengoku glanced at Akainu and then surveyed everyone before speaking sternly. "Gentlemen, this time the Navy will dispatch 1 admiral from the naval headquarters, 10 vice admirals, and dozens of rear admirals from the naval headquarters." Sengoku's words made the atmosphere in the conference room even more serious, and everyone couldn't help but gain a clearer understanding of the scale of this operation. Akiji crossed his arms and frowned slightly, saying, "To mobilize so many elite forces shows how much the headquarters values this action. But this also means that our Navy's core strength will be vacant for a period, and pirate forces in other sea areas may take the opportunity to act." Kizaru straightened up, for once dropping his lazy demeanor, and added, "Moreover, that son MythWukong escaped unscathed after causing chaos in Mariewa, so his strength should not be underestimated. Although we have an advantage in numbers, we must not let our guard down and must formulate comprehensive tactics." Bang! Akainu slammed the table and stood up. "I will go for this operation." Sengoku frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on Akainu. "Sit down, what kind of behavior is that?" Akainu realized he had gotten a bit carried away upon hearing Sengoku's words and fell silent, sitting back down. "Currently, our Navy's main obstacle is personnel. We need to recall some dispatch commanders and summon all the commanders executing the tasks back. Unified action." Sengoku placed both hands on the conference table, scanning the crowd, and continued, "Gentlemen, this operation must succeed, not fail. The existence of the Chi-Tian pirate crew is like a thorn in our side, seriously threatening the foundation of the world government's rule. We must go all out and mobilize the most elite forces to eradicate them in one fell swoop." Manji and Yumi Q exchanged glances, both revealing a hint of deep meaning in their eyes. Sengoku, sitting at the head, no longer lingered and directly finalized the matter, stating that the incident would be overseen by Mariewa, with our side cooperating. Admiral Akainu will lead the Navy members, while the world government will dispatch the CP organization. As soon as this was said, the conference room erupted into discussion. Akiji crossed his arms and frowned slightly, saying, "Marshal, the CP organization is known for its mysterious operations. Our cooperation with them is likely to encounter numerous issues. Their methods are too aggressive and may disrupt our Navy's original battle plans, and in case of an accident, the responsibility will be very unclear." Akainu slammed the table again, standing up and shouting, "Whether it's the Navy or the CP organization, as long as they can eliminate the Chi-Tian pirate crew, it's good. I will lead the Navy members to fight bravely and never back down. As for the CP organization, they better not drag us down on the battlefield." "All right, it's settled then." Sengoku did not pay attention to the dissenting opinions, looking toward Manji. "Manji, you go." The named Manji immediately stood up. "As you command, Admiral Sengoku." "We're going to." "From." "All right, just in time. You don't have any missions, so you can go too." "As you command, Marshal Wano." The group continued discussing the details of the Demon Slayer order, and Wano announced the order to commence action. Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." After the meeting, the Navy quickly sprang into action. The commanders from various locations received the recall orders and rushed back to headquarters. The warships underwent comprehensive repairs and resupply, while the soldiers engaged in intense pre-battle training, creating a tense and serious atmosphere throughout the naval base. "By the way, where's Corazon?" "Corazon went out on a mission. It will probably take some time for him to return." Carp replied nonchalantly, picking his nose with his pinky. "All right, it's quite rare for that guy to go out on a mission." Banji exclaimed in surprise. "You brat, you finally came back. How is it? My grandson is adorable, right?" Carp said proudly. Master, I was just about to tell you, I can't control your little grandson. He shouts every day about wanting to be a pirate." Hearing this, Carp's smile instantly froze on his face. He widened his eyes and raised his voice, saying, "What? That little brat. Why is he thinking about becoming a pirate? My grandson Carp can't become a pirate." Carp's face was filled with disbelief and anxiety. He slammed his hand on the table and began pacing back and forth in the room. Banji scratched his head helplessly and continued, "Master, I really tried my best. I told him many stories about the Navy and even took him to visit our warships, but he remains unmoved, insisting on becoming a pirate, saying he wants to search for treasure and pursue freedom. Carp stopped pacing, frowned in thought for a moment, then sighed heavily. This child is just like his father. No, I need to find a time to have a serious talk with him. Banji rolled his eyes at Carp, wondering if he was going to talk with his fists. Carp, looking proud, said, of course, my grandson is definitely suited to be a Marine. Not chatting with you anymore. We're leaving first. Banji called out to the four behind him and walked away quickly. Really, finally back and not spending time with this old man. How pitiful. Carp looked disdainfully at the retreating figures of Banji and the others. After a while, at the training ground, Banji and the others watched Zifa training new recruits on the platform in the distance. Zifa really is strict. Average. Yumi turned her head slightly. Indeed, Teacher Zifa is very serious in his teachings. Hai Wenxiang smiled as she watched Zifa. By the way, Xiang, you all should prepare during this time. We will be taking a warship to act together. I feel that the Chechen pirate crew should be related to us. Hearing Banji say this, Hai Wenxiang nodded seriously. After all, they knew very well how they came to this world. By the way, what rank do you all have now? I'm now Major General Malonica. I'm Major General Karashokling, me too. Hai Wenxiang looked at Banji. Quite fast. It seems they have completed quite a few missions recently. Just then, Zifa finished training the new recruits and walked towards them. His gaze was still sharp, exuding an aura of seasoned authority. You guys, what are you chatting about here? It looks lively, Zifa asked. Banji replied with a smile. Teacher Zifa, we were discussing matters regarding the Chechen pirate crew. We are about to execute a mission against them and are making preparations. Zifa's originally calm expression suddenly became serious. His deep eyes fixed intently on the 5 young figures before him. He spoke solemnly. This mission is extremely dangerous, and you must be very careful. Remember, no matter what situation you encounter, protecting yourselves is the most important. I hope to see you all return safely. His voice was deep and powerful. In Wano country, on the streets of the capital, the crowd was bustling, lively, and busy. Residents dressed in traditional clothing came and went, their faces beaming with happiness and satisfaction. Shops lined the streets, with signs fluttering in the wind, showcasing a variety of exquisite goods. From delicate silk and fine ceramics to incredibly sharp samurai swords, all showcase the extraordinary craftsmanship of Wano's artisans. In the bustling market, the shouts of vendors rose and fell. Freshly picked fruits and vegetables were neatly arranged, vibrant in color and exuding a delightful aroma. Fishermen had just returned from the sea, bringing with them baskets of lively fresh fish, their scales shimmering silver under the sunlight. Here, the scent of food wafted through every corner, with traditional Japanese sweets, steaming ramen, and sizzling grilled eel enticing passersby to stop and taste. At the harbor of Wano country, enormous sailboats were neatly docked at the pier, their sails adorned with the flag, symbolizing the beast pirates. These sailboats were laden with Wano's specialty, sea stone, set to sail to distant lands for trade. Surrounding the sailboats, samurai patrolled vigorously, dressed in splendid armor and wielding sharp long swords, their steps synchronized and powerful. At that moment, a black suddenly appeared on the calm sea. As time passed, the duck gradually became clearer, revealing an enormous ship slowly approaching the dock. The hull of this great ship was painted a deep brown, with the figurehead carved into a fierce skull, lifelike and vivid. The flag flying high above the ship fluttered in the wind, embroidered with a striking emblem, a black skull with 3 bones behind it. As the great ship drew closer to the dock, the once quiet area began to buzz with excitement. People flocked from all directions to gather at the pier, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the ship that was about to dock. From the crowd came loud shouts. Look, Captain Kaido is back. That's their sailboat. Hurry to inform Captain King. Someone shouted loudly while hurriedly running off into the distance. Before long, the news spread throughout the entire dock area. Flower Capital, the former royal palace, now the core territory of the beast pirates. Wano country was divided into 9 areas based on actual conditions, each governed by a captain. Captain King looked at the intelligence sent to him. Kaido is back, so the captain selection can begin. At this moment, by the dock, the great ship slowly docked, and Kaido's tall and strong figure first appeared in the sight of the crowd. He had a face full of flesh, exuding an innate ferocity. Kaido jumped off the ship, listening to the cheers of the crowd. A slight smile of barely perceptible pride appeared on his lips. He knew that returning at this time coincided with the captain's selection, a perfect opportunity for him to expand his power and elevate his status. He walked ahead, with Jin following closely behind. He was now eager to report to Captain King in the Flower Capital. After a while, Captain King, Kaido's loud voice traveled far and wide, reaching the ears of the Underworld King. A slight smile appeared at the corners of the Underworld King's mouth. After more than a year of coaxing, Kaido was now completely convinced by him, especially since he had significantly helped Kaido improve his strength, which made him utterly devoted. The Underworld King stood up from his high position, looking at Kaido and Jin, who walked in with large strides, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. "Kaido, what did you gain from this voyage?" The Underworld King asked, his voice deep and authoritative. "Boss, the mission was successfully completed. On the way, we encountered some minor pirates who were not worth worrying about, but we did hear some unusual noises." "Oh." The Underworld King showed a hint of curiosity. Kaido wasted no time and replied directly. "Recently, the Navy's movements have been unusual. It seems like they are secretly gathering." The Underworld King's gaze instantly sharpened. He crossed his arms and began pacing back and forth in the hall, pondering the information Kaido had brought. "The target is most likely not us. Could it be the Chi-Tian pirate crew? Keep a close watch on the Navy's movements. If they dare to step into the New World, then we'll fight." The Underworld King's voice was low and firm, echoing in the hall, filled with undeniable authority. "Boss, I'll arrange personnel right away to monitor the Navy's movements day and night. If there are any signs of activity, I'll report back immediately." Kaido finished speaking and was about to turn and leave. "Wait, prepare yourselves. We're starting the captain selection." Kaido's eyes lit up instantly. "All right." The next day, in the center of a spacious and magnificent square, a towering platform stood tall against the sky. Sunlight fell upon the platform, casting a dazzling glow. At the top of this platform, the Underworld King stood proudly, like a formidable deity. He was tall and imposing, wearing a black robe that rustled in the wind, the sleeves billowing as if shrouded in endless mystery. The Underworld King's expression was stern, his deep-set eyes sparkling like cold stars, revealing a chilling and dominating aura. Below the platform, a dense crowd had gathered. The Lion King, Nightling Yun, Whale Shark King, GuNing, Jack, Kaido, Jin, Queen, Lafitte, Moria, and other 9 captains stood with their respective subordinates, waiting to see how the Underworld King would conduct the selection. The Underworld King's gaze swept over the crowd like a torch, his icy eyes seemingly penetrating into their hearts. After a long pause, his deep and authoritative voice echoed over the square. "Now, the sea area we are in is becoming increasingly complex, and surrounding forces are stirring. Our expansion of power is imperative. To strengthen our pirate crew and expand our territory, I have decided to conduct a special selection. Near Wano country, there are 72 islands, rich in resources, but each guarded by its own force. As captains, you will lead your subordinates to compete for control of these islands over the next 2 months. Ultimately, the number of islands occupied, the quality of control, and the stability of that control will be the criteria for judging the success of this selection." Upon hearing this, the captain's eyes ignited with fierce fighting spirit. They knew this was a golden opportunity to showcase their strength and leadership skills, as well as a crucial moment to achieve great military exploits for the pirate crew. Kaido stepped forward first, his massive frame radiating a wild aura as he threw back his head and laughed. "Underworld King, this task is exactly to my liking. My Kaido's crew will undoubtedly stand out in this competition." Seeing this, the other captains were also unwilling to be outdone and stepped forward to declare their determination. "All right, then let's set off." With that, the Underworld King waved his hand, signaling the captains to depart. The captains quickly led their subordinates towards the seas surrounding Wano country. Jin quickly caught up with Kaido. "Boss, which area are we heading to?" Let's start expanding towards Big Mom's direction," Kaido commanded, leading his subordinates at full speed towards Charlotte Lean Lean's direction. He only needed to control the distance, and take control of all islands outside the Charlotte family. It was sure to be a crushing situation. The sea wind howled, the flags flapped fiercely, and his fleet surged forward like a black torrent, cutting through the waves. Kaido stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze sharp, his heart burning with a desire for victory and glory. He knew that this island competition was not just about his own status, but also about proving to the underworld king that his strength was unparalleled. It's been a long time since anything has made me this excited. Ha ha! Kaido's wild laughter echoed far across the sea, and his subordinates were inspired by his momentum, shouting in unison, their voices almost drowning out the sound of the waves. The Lion King also found a direction and led his recruited subordinates towards another area. He only needed to plant his flag on the island, and someone would handle the counting. At this moment, the entire fleet of the Beast Pirates was on the move. The scene was exceptionally grand. Seagulls delivering newspapers in the sky couldn't help but look down at the situation. When the seagulls relayed the news back, Morgan stood up in excitement. Big news! Big news! Are they about to go to war with someone? Morgan's was so thrilled that his feathers quivered slightly, his small eyes sparkling with intense light, as if he could see countless gold coins beckoning to him. He immediately summoned his team of reporters and photographers, shouting, "Quick! Get the cameras and notepads ready. We need to rush to the scene and get the most detailed report." As the Beast Pirates fleet drew closer, some small pirate crews and island forces began to panic. They knew that once this powerful pirate crew engaged in a struggle, the surrounding seas would inevitably fall into chaos. Some clever forces chose to temporarily hide, while others considered whether to take advantage of the situation to reap some benefits. Morgan's reporter team split into two, racing towards the directions the Beast Pirates might head. Their airships traced lines across the sky, contrasting with the fleets on the sea. Morgan's himself sat in the command room of the airship, constantly urging his subordinates to speed up. He knew that if this news was reported, it would shock the entire pirate world, and the sales of the World Economic News would reach new heights. As the reporter team gradually approached the pirate crew, they were stunned by the spectacular sight before them. On the sea, massive warships were lined up neatly, the pirate flags at the bows flapping in the wind. The pirates aboard the warships wore serious expressions, weapons in hand, ready to engage in battle at any moment. The reporters quickly picked up their cameras, capturing this breathtaking scene. Kaido was the first to spot the airship in the sky. He furrowed his brow slightly, but did not order an attack. He understood that Morgan's news reports were also a way to showcase his own strength. As long as he could achieve victory in this competition, his reputation would spread even further, especially since this would enhance the notoriety of the Beast Pirates. He would ensure that this group of guys would meet their end. As the fleet drew closer to the target island, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. The pirate crew accelerated, preparing to seize the initiative. The guards on the island, seeing such a massive fleet approaching, turned pale with fear and hurriedly prepared to flee. The combined strength of Kaido's forces was second to none within the Beast Pirates, as he had the previous personnel reserves. When establishing the new divisions later, everyone else was newly recruited, especially since Jean was still following him. He had no intention of competing for rank. He felt indifferent. These so-called ranks were just fleeting illusions. Deep down, what he truly cared about was to closely follow in Kaido's footsteps, because in his eyes, Kaido was the one with absolute strength and leadership charisma. As long as he could accompany Kaido and serve him, it was enough to satisfy him. As the Beast Pirates fleet surged toward the target island like a roaring black tide, Kaido stood at the bow of the flagship, his eyes gleaming with fiery ambition. The sea wind howled past his face, wildly lifting his black hair, and his towering figure seemed to merge with the battleship behind him, exuding a chillingly powerful aura. Beside him, Jean stood like a silent and imposing black mountain, quietly watching. His eyes peered through the gaps in his mask, intently focused on the sea ahead, revealing a sense of determination and loyalty. Despite possessing immense strength, enough to hold a high position in any pirate crew, he had never harbored any thoughts of usurpation, consistently following Kaido and treating Kaido as well as his own code of conduct. As the fleet continued to approach, the guards on the island fell into extreme panic. They looked at the massive warships blocking out the sun on the sea, and their fear spread like wild grass. These guards knew full well that they had little capacity to resist such a powerful beast pirate's crew. Some timid soldiers had even begun to pack their belongings, preparing to flee the island that was about to become a battlefield, their faces filled with despair and helplessness, their steps hurried and frantic. At this moment, Morgan's team of reporters was carefully hovering above the beast pirates' fleet in an airship. Their airship rocked slightly in the wind, and the reporters' hearts were tightly wound. Despite being filled with fear of the powerful pirate crew below, their professional sharpness and relentless pursuit of news drove them to overcome their inner fears. All pointing their cameras at the scene below, they feared Kaido might carry out a massacre. The pirates on the battleship all had serious expressions, their eyes revealing a hardened and cold determination forged through years of battle. They wore sturdy armor, wielding sharp weapons, their muscles taut and ready to engage in the impending fight. These pirates had been meticulously selected and recruited by Kaido from various places. They were either fugitives wanted for serious crimes in other seas or brave souls who had long admired Kaido's reputation and yearned to achieve merit under his command. Under Kaido's strict training and brutal selection process, they gradually evolved into a disciplined and fiercely combat-ready force. Upon reaching the island, Kaido waved his hand, declaring that the rebels would die, and only one voice could exist on this island, that of the beast pirates. Kaido's voice echoed like a bell over the sea, shaking the guards on the island to their core. Upon hearing the order, Kaido's subordinates immediately pounced on the island like hungry wolves, launching a rapid attack. Jean spread his enormous black wings and charged toward the island like a bolt of black lightning. Wherever he went, flames blazed, instantly turning some makeshift defenses to ashes. These guards were products of the island's local forces, mere ordinary people with some strength, and now faced with the infamous pirates from the sea. In an instant, the dead and the wounded lay scattered. The pirates jumped off the warships and engaged in fierce close combat with the guards on the island. Their armor gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and the weapons in their hands swung fiercely. These rigorously trained pirates coordinated seamlessly, employing skilled tactics. On the battleship Kaido, they either formed small teams, covering each other as they advanced, or relied on their own fierce strength to charge alone into the enemy ranks. As if entering a no-man's land. In no time, the sounds of battle cries and screams intertwined, plunging the entire island into chaos. Surrender! We surrender! When these guards shouted their surrender, they would be overlooked. Their goal was to control the island, not to annihilate it. Their essence of controlling the island was still to develop their forces. In the air, Morgan's team of reporters nervously and excitedly recorded everything. Their cameras captured every detail of the battlefield, from the pirates' fierce attacks to the guards' desperate resistance, and the raging fires igniting on the island. The reporters knew that once these images were reported, they would surely cause a sensation throughout the pirate world. They busily worked on the airship, shooting and writing news articles, striving to present every exciting moment of this battle to their readers. Kaido transformed into a gigantic azure dragon, circling above the island. Many had come to support, creating a heated atmosphere. It was unclear how long had passed, but the entire island's populace had surrendered. Kaido waved his hand again, signaling for the next island. Coincidentally, the 9 division commanders were racing against time. Just as everyone focused on ranking the division commanders, the Navy had completed its assembly on a certain warship. Do we really have to go so low-key? Can't we be a bit more high-profile? Peacock asked in confusion. What else can we do? If we set off with great fanfare, wouldn't that be equivalent to directly telling them we're coming, and then letting them escape? Sengoku replied helplessly and speechlessly. He looked at the other party's naive expression and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At this time, Borsellino appeared particularly relaxed. He held a finely crafted nail clipper, meticulously trimming his excess nails one by one. Each cut was precise, as if he were completing an extremely important task. He was fully concentrated on grooming his nails, seemingly uninterested in the discussions around him. Another fight is coming. I wonder if there's overtime pay, Peacock said expectantly. She wasn't on the list for this mission, but upon hearing that Bonji was going, she insisted on tagging along. Sengoku had no choice but to bring her along, though he instructed her not to go out during the battle. Peacock chattered away, showing no fear about the upcoming battle. Instead, She was filled with anticipation, her mind constantly conjuring images of Bonji fighting valiantly, longing to fight alongside him in this battle. Despite Sengoku's stern warnings not to take risks, she remained undeterred. As the warship gradually approached the target sea area, the tense atmosphere in the air thickened. The lookout remained vigilant, observing the sea surface and missing no signs of movement. He shouted loudly, "We're about to enter the territory of the Chi-Tien pirates. All personnel prepare for battle." The deep and powerful voice of Sengoku echoed on the warship, instantly breaking the previously calm atmosphere. The crew swiftly sprang into action, taking their positions, checking their weapons, and preparing for battle. Borisolino then leisurely put away his nail clipper, stretched, and walked toward the bow of the ship. His justice coat fluttered in the wind, and a barely perceptible sharpness glimmered in his eyes. Is it finally about to begin? How exciting, he murmured to himself, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Their current position was only near the territory of the Chi-Tien pirate group, while the large fleet led by Akainu was positioned elsewhere, along with the world government. This encirclement of the Chi-Tien pirate group can be said to showcase the terrifying mobilization capability of the Navy. It also serves as a warning to other pirates. Sengoku's purpose in mobilizing was to cut off the escape route of the Chi-Tien pirate group. At that moment, at the headquarters of the Chi-Tien pirate group, Hive Island, alarms suddenly blared. The Navy is coming. It seems they are determined to wipe us out this time. Hawkins hurriedly rushed into the captain's cabin to report to MythWukong, who was seated at the head. MythWukong slowly raised his head, a flash of sharpness crossing his eyes, as if he could penetrate the walls and see the approaching Navy fleet in the distance. A slight smile curved his lips, outlining a confident and unruly arc, seemingly indifferent to the impending crisis, but rather excited about the challenge. Those Navy guys always love to play tricks. However, this time they've kicked a steel plate. MythWukong muttered to himself, his voice revealing an inherent dominance. He slowly stood up, his iconic red cloak billowing in the wind, resembling a burning flame, showcasing his authority as the captain of the Chi-Tien pirate group. Hawkins stood beside him, looking serious as he stared at the divination cards in his hand, his brows furrowed. "Captain, this situation is a bit tricky. According to my divination, the Navy's encirclement operation is well prepared, and the danger we face should not be underestimated. Moreover," he hesitated, a hint of worry in his eyes. "Moreover what? Stop beating around the bush and speak plainly." MythWukong impatiently waved his hand, his gaze fixed on Hawkins, waiting for him to continue. "Moreover, the divination results indicate that the enemy has an overwhelming number of top-tier combatants." Upon hearing Hawkins' words, MythWukong frowned slightly, a trace of seriousness showing in his eyes. But the unruliness and confidence did not dissipate. So what if they have top-tier combatants? I want to see what tricks the Navy can pull this time." He clenched his fists, his aura instantly rising, a powerful presence radiating outward from him, as if challenging the approaching Navy. Hawkins looked at MythWukong, secretly sighing. He knew the captain was powerful, but the Navy's lineup should not be underestimated. "Captain, we still need to be cautious. This encirclement against us might very well be orchestrated by the world government. After all, we previously made a scene with the celestial dragons. All right, spread the word. The Navy is attacking. Prepare for battle with all our might." MythWukong waved his hand, his expression cold. "Understood." Hawkins no longer tried to persuade him, turning to inform the members of the pirate group. Overall, they were not afraid of the Navy. Their pirate group had developed over a long time and remained formidable. Especially after causing a ruckus in Mary Geos, they had reached their peak. After hearing the news, Rom began to orderly arrange supplies. As he was the logistics commander and knew everything about the pirate group, his Moro fruit had an internal space, which was a great help to him. On the coast of Hive Island, the members of the pirate group were already on high alert. Some held sharp blades, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Others were adjusting their cannons, ensuring they could unleash maximum power in battle. Although they knew the Navy was coming with great force, there was not a trace of fear on their faces. Instead, they exuded a sense of excitement and fervor, for they had followed MythWukong through countless trials of life and death and had long since disregarded the concept of mortality. On the shore, Sun Wukong looked at his gathered subordinates. Brothers, the Navy wants to wipe us out in one fell swoop. Are you afraid? Sun Wukong stood high, asking loudly, his voice like a tolling bell, echoing across the sea. Not afraid. We follow the captain and will fight the Navy. The crew shouted in unison, their voices deafening, resonating through the skies. Their faces were filled with heroic smiles, as if welcoming a grand celebration rather than an uncertain battle. As Akainu's large fleet gradually approached Hive Island, the atmosphere between both sides became increasingly tense. A faint smell of gunpowder hung over the sea, and the sea breeze seemed to grow sharper, chilling the hearts of those present. Suddenly, a firelight shot up from the direction of the Navy fleet. Immediately after, a cannonball flew toward Hive Island. "Enemy attack!" shouted the lookout of the Chi Tian pirate group. In an instant, the coastal artillery on Hive Island began to retaliate, cannonballs raining down on the Navy fleet. Both sides engaged in a fierce artillery battle, the sea instantly shrouded in smoke and fire, the sounds of explosions deafening. A flash of determination flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he watched the incoming cannonball, not dodging or evading. The golden staff in his hand instantly enlarged and lengthened, swinging fiercely at the cannonball. With a loud bang, the cannonball exploded upon impact with the golden staff, scattering into countless fragments, while Sun Wukong remained firmly in place, exuding a powerful aura, as if declaring his fearlessness and bravery to the Navy. Is this all the Navy is capable of? Sun Wukong snorted coldly, his figure flickering as he charged toward the Navy fleet like a bolt of golden lightning. His speed was astonishing. Wherever he passed, the sea was churned into massive waves, as if it were being sliced apart. The soldiers on the Navy fleet saw Sun Wukong charging over and showed expressions of terror. However, they were well-trained soldiers, and after a brief moment of confusion, they quickly regained their composure, readying their weapons to counterattack. Akainu stood at the bow of the flagship, coldly watching Sun Wukong. His fists clenched, magma oozing from between his fingers, dripping onto the sea and instantly boiling the water with a sizzling sound. Sun Wukong, today is your death day. Akainu roared, his voice like rolling thunder, echoing across the sea. He suddenly swung his hand, and a massive flow of magma surged towards Sun Wukong, the scorching magma seeming capable of melting everything. Sun Wukong, seeing this, smiled confidently, the corners of his mouth curling upward. The golden staff in his hand spun rapidly, forming a golden barrier that blocked the entire flow of magma. Akainu, do you think you can stop me? Sun Wukong scoffed, accelerating again as he charged toward Akainu. How can you, who is lost to me, have the confidence to compete with me? Sun Wukong mocked as he swung the golden staff at Akainu below. The golden staff in Sun Wukong's hand, imbued with immense power, struck toward Akainu, who calmly raised both hands, magma gathering in his palms to form a massive magma fist. Meeting the golden staff head-on, the two collided with a deafening boom, and a powerful wave of energy spread outward, affecting the surrounding warships and pirate ships. Many vessels began to shake and crack under the impact of this force. Do you really think I'm standing still? Sakazuki roared. Haven't I made progress too? Sun Wukong sneered. If it weren't for the low level of this world, he wouldn't have to improve so slowly. The figures of Sun Wukong and Akainu flickered and intertwined on the ship, with each collision accompanied by dazzling light and deafening sounds. As the clouds in the sky rolled and were torn apart by their power, Sun Wukong suddenly appeared behind Akainu, raising his golden staff high and bringing it down with force. However, Akainu seemed to have eyes on his back, dodging this deadly blow and simultaneously kicking towards Sun Wukong's abdomen. Sun Wukong reacted quickly, blocking Akainu's foot with his golden staff and retreating a few steps using the force. Your attacks are still so monotonous, Akainu. Sun Wukong mocked, his eyes filled with disdain. Don't get too proud, Sun Wukong. Today is your burial ground. Akainu shouted, his face flushed with anger, as he gathered a large amount of magma in his hands and continuously fired huge magma projectiles at Sun Wukong. Unfazed, Sun Wukong swung his golden staff in a tight defense. The magma projectiles were dispersed the moment they touched the staff, turning into countless hot drops that fell onto the sea. Wherever they landed, the seawater was instantly evaporated, rising into white mist. In that smoke and fire-covered sea area, the fierce battle between MythWukong and Akainu continued. The two figures moved as fast as phantoms, constantly crossing and colliding in the air, with each clash causing violent fluctuations of energy around them. At this moment, the Navy fleet seized the opportunity while MythWukong was entangled with Akainu and began organizing an assault on Hive Island. Warships sped towards the shore, their cannons continuously spewing fire to provide cover for the landing troops. Navy soldiers lined up neatly on the deck, their eyes revealing determination and resolve. Despite facing the powerful Cheetian pirate group, their sense of mission and dedication to justice made them unyielding. The pirates on Hive Island also sensed the Navy's movements and quickly set up defenses along the shore, preparing to greet the Navy's landing attack. Some pirates operated cannons, adjusting angles to fire at the approaching warships, while others armed themselves, ready to engage in close combat with the Navy soldiers storming ashore. Brothers, if the Navy wants to set foot on our island, let them come and go without return, a pirate captain shouted loudly, his voice clear and inspiring amidst the noise of battle. As the Navy fleet drew closer, the sounds of gunfire intensified. Shells exploded on the sea, creating massive splashes, and bullets whizzed through the air, with people falling in the fierce exchange. But neither side showed any intention of stopping their attacks, as if caught in a fight to the death. Finally, the Navy warships reached the shore, and soldiers dropped landing boats, charging toward Hive Island. In an instant, the beach erupted with shouts and cries as Navy soldiers and pirates plunged into intense melee. At that moment, John, Yassip, Inaru, and Tiger exchanged glances, and with no hesitation, they moved into action. Inaru erupted in a dazzling display of lightning, enveloping himself as if wearing armor woven from electricity. Accompanied by thunder, Inaru dashed like a bolt of lightning towards the area crowded with Navy soldiers. Wherever he passed, the air crackled with strong currents, the ground scorched black, and even the surrounding air warped from heat. Feeling under the weather today, everyone stay warm, John remarked, watching Inaru charge like thunder, a hint of a carefree smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He walked slowly towards the Navy. Any Navy soldiers attempting to attack him were immediately pressed down by the powerful gravity surrounding him, gasping for breath. At that moment, a Navy officer shouted, "Get back! He's the captain of the Cheetian pirate group." Hearing the officer's shout, the sailors stepped back in fear, clearing a path for John. Their eyes were filled with apprehension as they tightly gripped their weapons, but dared not approach. John surveyed the surrounding Navy members, his smile growing more arrogant, as if mocking their cowardice. His pace was unhurried, each step echoing like a drumbeat in their hearts, instilling fear. The Navy major didn't hesitate and charged directly at him. In the blink of an eye, he attacked with a dual-wielding sword technique aimed at John's face. John's eyes flashed with disdain as he faced the Navy major's swift attack, without dodging or evading. Just as the swords were about to touch his face, an invisible, powerful gravitational field suddenly surged around him. The Navy major felt as if his swords had struck an invisible wall, and then a tremendous force jolted through him, numbing his arms and sending him flying backward uncontrollably. Surrounding Navy soldiers gasped in shock. Seizing the moment, John swiftly appeared behind the Navy major. He raised his right hand and pressed down lightly. The air around the major instantly grew unbearably heavy, trapping him in place, his face showing terror and disbelief. "Is this all you've got?" John coldly remarked, his voice filled with ridicule. However, the Navy major was a seasoned warrior. Enduring the discomfort, he roared, tensing his muscles and breaking free of the powerful gravitational hold with one arm. He swung his sword backward at John with all his might, unleashing a sharp wave of sword energy. John slightly tilted to the side, easily dodging the sword energy, which carved a deep trench in the hard stone beneath. The Navy major rolled away, creating distance between them, holding his swords with both hands, vigilantly watching John, his gaze showing no sign of retreat. "Interesting," John smirked, a hint of excitement in his smile. He clenched his fists, his aura suddenly rising and the powerful gravitational field expanded again, forcing the surrounding Navy soldiers to kneel on one knee, struggling to hold themselves up. Members of the Cheetian pirate group around them shouted, "Captain John is awesome." The Navy major took a deep breath, his feet pushing off the ground as he charged at John once more. This time, his dual swords moved even faster, their glimmers forming an impenetrable net of blades that enveloped John. John, however, remained unafraid. He moved freely through the net of blades, each movement creating powerful gusts of wind, and the clashing of swords rang out like crisp metal strikes. Their battle intensified, causing the surrounding Navy soldiers to instinctively retreat, fearing being caught in the conflict. Meanwhile, in other parts of the battlefield, wherever Enru went, lightning wreaked havoc. He charged into the crowd of Navy soldiers, lightning jumping around him, electrocuting any soldiers who came too close. From time to time, a sentence would pop out of his mouth. "Have you ever been struck by lightning?" The Navy attempted to shoot Enel with guns, but the bullets melted the moment they came into contact with the lightning. Enel waved his hands, and a thick bolt of lightning struck a warship, slicing its mast in half, plunging the ship into chaos. "Bastard!" A Navy rear admiral saw this scene and quickly charged at Enel. He wielded a pair of large axes with great ferocity, swinging them down towards Enel. A hint of disdain flashed in Enel's eyes. He slightly tilted his body and easily dodged the rear admiral's powerful axe strike. The descending axe blade, accompanied by a fierce wind, cleaved the ground, creating a deep crack and sending dirt flying. "Too slow," Enel mocked, then rapidly waved his hands, causing arcs of electricity to leap and intertwine at his fingertips, instantly gathering into a dazzling lightning ball. He forcefully pushed the lightning ball towards the rear admiral, who saw it coming, his expression tightening as he quickly crossed his axes in front of him to block the attack. The moment the lightning ball made contact with the axes, it emitted a deafening roar, and a powerful current surged through the rear admiral's entire body. He felt a wave of numbness wash over him, but with his strong will, he endured the intense pain and did not fall. A bit of skill." Enel frowned slightly. However, this only fueled his fighting spirit further. He pushed off the ground and shot towards the rear admiral like a bolt of lightning, his body glowing brighter with electricity as if the thunder god had descended to the mortal realm. The rear admiral was not to be outdone. He shouted loudly, swinging his axes to meet Enel. The two instantly clashed, axe shadows and lightning intertwining, with each collision accompanied by strong energy fluctuations that forced nearby Navy soldiers and pirates back a few steps, afraid to approach. Tiger did not hesitate at all and directly targeted a Navy vice admiral, whose strength was considerable, and engaged him in close combat. Tiger excelled in hand-to-hand fighting, and his punches were fierce and powerful, each strike capable of shattering the air. The vice admiral, relying on his superb Navy combat skills, cleverly dodged Tiger's attacks and looked for opportunities to counterattack. His leg techniques were sharp, occasionally kicking out to force Tiger back a few steps. Tiger felt overwhelmed, not expecting to face a vice admiral who had mastered the Navy's 6 styles. As their figures intertwined, Tiger threw a straight punch that whistled through the air towards the vice admiral's face. The vice admiral remained calm, using the shave to instantly disappear from his original position, reappearing behind Tiger to deliver a gale kick aimed at Tiger's back. Tiger, sensed the attack from behind, sidestepped and simultaneously elbowed backward, causing the vice admiral to raise his arm to block, but the immense force made his arm go numb. "Oof. You think you can defeat me with just a few moves, pirate? You're too naive." The vice admiral sneered, his words filled with confidence and disdain. Tiger was not affected at all. He moved towards the seaside while fighting. On the beach, his strength would see a qualitative leap. The two exchanged blows rapidly. Tiger's movements were agile, dodging left and right, moving towards his target amidst the vice admiral's relentless attacks. He seized a gap and charged forward, delivering several powerful hooks, the wind from his punches howling. The vice admiral dared not take them head-on and retreated several steps, bringing Tiger closer to the beach. Just as Tiger was about to reach the shore, the vice admiral suddenly leaped high, executing the advanced version of the gale kick, round cut. A crescent-shaped vacuum slash flew towards Tiger with immense cutting power. Tiger's eyes narrowed, and he roared, "Fishman Quillawatt, water flow fist." The water near the shore was instantly drawn towards his fist, rapidly gathering. Tiger's fist, infused with the gathered water, swung forward violently, colliding fiercely with the Vice Admiral's gale kick, round cut. In an instant, water splashed everywhere with a thunderous roar, and the powerful shockwave spread outward, causing nearby Navy soldiers and pirates to stagger. The Vice Admiral used the recoil to flip in midair and land steadily on the ground, a hint of surprise and seriousness in his eyes. He did not expect Tiger to unleash such a powerful move near the sea, reevaluating Tiger's strength. Meanwhile, in other parts of the battlefield, the fight between Enel and the Navy Rear Admiral had also reached a fever pitch. The lightning surrounding Enel grew increasingly dazzling as he waved his hands, sending bolts of lightning serpentining towards the Rear Admiral. The Rear Admiral concentrated all his strength on his axes, which gleamed coldly. Each swing could cleave through the paths of lightning attacks, producing sizzling sounds and metallic clashes. John was cleverly using his gravity abilities to interfere with the actions of the Navy soldiers. He threw some Navy soldiers high into the air, causing them to crash down heavily, disrupting their formation. He also created traps with gravity, ensnaring Navy soldiers who could only watch helplessly as the pirates' attacks approached. Hawkins was controlling the battlefield. If that front was breached, he would need to quickly call for reinforcements. At this moment, the pirates on Hive Island were also engaged in fierce close combat with the invading Navy. Although the pirates were not as skilled in combat as the well-trained Navy, they fought fiercely with their familiarity with the island and fearless courage. Some pirates wielded sharp blades, engaging in street fights with Navy soldiers in narrow streets and between buildings. Others took advantage of the island's terrain to set traps and ambush the Navy. MythWukong was also being besieged at this moment. Akainu, an unknown admiral deployed by the world government, and Van Augur. Akainu's body was surging with magma, the high temperature distorting the surrounding air as he continuously unleashed magma punches towards MythWukong, each punch carrying a destructive aura. The unknown admiral wielded a strange long knife that gleamed with cold light. He moved like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of MythWukong, slashing down with the knife. The speed astonishing. Van Augur's attacks were loud, but did little damage to MythWukong, who realized this peculiar phenomenon and gained some understanding. The power system used by the opponents was not from this world. That white energy wave was different from what he understood in this world. His eyes shifted slightly, and he began to cooperate. His goal at this moment was singular, Akainu. Fortunately, he did not hold back, wielding the golden staff with great vigor. MythWukong swung the golden staff, the wind howling with each swing, bearing down on Akainu. Seeing the danger, Akainu's magma surged even more violently, the high temperature distorting the space around him as if to turn everything to ash. He quickly formed seals with his hands, rapidly condensing magma in front of him to create a thick magma shield, attempting to block MythWukong's fierce attacks. The unknown admiral, seeing MythWukong targeting Akainu so clearly, flashed again, ghost-like, closing in, the long knife piercing towards MythWukong's back. MythWukong seemed to have eyes on the back of his head as he flicked his golden staff backward. With a loud clang, the sound reverberated, causing the unknown general's arm to go numb, and his long knife nearly slipped from his grasp. At this moment, Manji also intensified his performance, shouting loudly and executing moves that created a gust of wind, deliberately avoiding MythWukong's vital points, merely creating a huge spectacle that drew the attention of the surrounding Navy soldiers, who thought he was fighting with all his might. After all, how could Manji, a vice admiral in the Navy, dare to participate in a battle with the 4 emperors and admirals? Wasn't he that courting death? The Navy soldiers looked at him with admiration. At this moment, MythWukong directly sent the world government's admiral and Sakazuki flying with a single strike of his golden staff. Manji seized the opportunity and charged directly at MythWukong, mouthing the word Gu. In an instant, MythWukong understood and replied with Ning. The two exchanged glances rapidly. In the eyes of the onlookers filled with admiration, Manji and MythWukong engaged in a fierce battle. Their moves appeared ruthless, but cleverly avoided each other's vital points. Sun Wukong swung his golden staff while secretly observing the surroundings, pondering Manji's plan. Manji wanted him to kill those two Navy admirals and then settle the battle in a tie with him. Meanwhile, Manji also kept an eye on the battlefield, looking for the best opportunity for the next move. At this moment, the blasted Sakazuki and the unknown general steadied themselves, looking at Sun Wukong with rage. Sakazuki roared, his lava powers surging wildly, distorting the air around him with high temperatures, as if everything would be burned to ashes at any moment. The world government general tightly gripped his long knife, the blade shimmering coldly, revealing a determination to kill. Today was your day to die. In the blink of an eye, he reached Sun Wukong, wielding his twin knives ferociously. This move was my reliance for surviving amidst countless corpses. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's eyes sharpened, and his golden staff danced defensively, blocking the general's knife attacks one by one. Each time their weapons clashed, fierce sparks erupted with deafening sounds, the powerful shockwaves spreading outwards, making it difficult for the nearby Navy soldiers to maintain their footing. Taking advantage of the chaos, Sakazuki summoned his inner power, and the lava on the ground quickly gathered into several giant lava snakes, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged at Sun Wukong. Noticing the danger behind him, Sun Wukong abruptly jabbed his golden staff into the ground, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outwards and shattering the lava snakes. Immediately afterward, he charged directly in front of Akainu, kicking him into the sky. Before anyone could react, he leaped into the air and delivered a powerful slam. With a loud bang, the tremendous force struck the hard ground mercilessly. In an instant, the earth sounded as if it had been hit by a giant bomb, producing a deafening roar. The originally solid ground began to crack inch by inch, deep fissures rapidly spreading. Amidst the smoke, Sun Wukong grabbed Akainu's coat, dragging him out like a dead dog. Sakazuki, humiliated like this, felt his fury reach its peak. His eyes were bloodshot, as if they could bleed. Sun Wukong, you damned monkey, I will turn you to ashes. He struggled desperately, the lava on his body surging even more violently, trying to break free from Sun Wukong's grasp. Oomph! With a crisp sound, Sun Wukong held Sakazuki with one hand and mercilessly slapped him with the other. Do you know what it means to be a prisoner? Sakazuki was stunned by the slap, a clear red palm print appearing on his face. He widened his eyes, seemingly unable to believe he was treated this way. After a brief moment of shock, the flames of rage reignited in his eyes, though he did not dare to issue any threats. At this moment, the world government general took advantage of Sun Wukong's focus on Sakazuki, quietly circling behind him with his long knife gripped tightly, its blade glinting coldly. He took a deep breath, leaped high, and struck at Sun Wukong's back with all his might, shouting, "Die!" The wind from the blade howled as if it would tear the air apart. However, Sun Wukong seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. The corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Just as the long knife was about to cut him, he swiftly shifted, using Sakazuki's body to block the attack. Sakazuki's eyes showed a hint of terror, but at that moment he was too weak to resist. The general from the CP organization of the world government watched helplessly as his blade, imbued with haki, struck Sakazuki fiercely. Sakazuki had no strength to activate his haki or to defend himself. The long knife sliced into Sakazuki's body without hindrance, blood splattering everywhere. Sakazuki let out a painful groan, his body trembling violently from the excruciating pain, and his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. "You despicable!" the CP general cried. "Sun Wukong, you are the one who did this." Sun Wukong casually tossed aside the now broken Sakazuki, then clapped his hands as if he had just done a trivial task. He raised his head, coldly gazing at the CP general, a smirk on his lips. "What's wrong? Can't take it? You so-called justices often use underhanded methods, don't you?" The CP general's eyes were bloodshot with anger, tightly gripping the still bloodied long knife. His body trembled slightly from rage. "Sun Wukong, you have committed such evil deeds today. The world government will never let you go. I will make sure to tear you to pieces to avenge Admiral Sakazuki." With that, He swung his long knife in the air, blood splattering from the blade and creating a bloody spectacle on the ground. The CP general took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He knew Sun Wukong was powerful. That last attack was just him being blinded by rage. Now, he had to think of a way to gain the upper hand. At this moment, he was still uncertain about Sakazuki's condition. That last strike was indeed terrifying. But as an admiral of the Navy, his physique should be. The CP general struggled to convince himself. That last attack was indeed a bit too heavy. Damn it, there's no other way. He could only cast his gaze toward Manji, who looked at him in astonishment. The CP general was speechless. It wasn't intentional. Given the current situation, many people probably witnessed his blade injuring Sakazuki. Gritting his teeth, he spoke from his throat, "Help me. I'll hold him off. You check on Sakazuki." Manji nodded in response, having understood. The CP general took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the long knife, and tensed his muscles, taking a fighting stance. He knew he had to give his all, even if there was only a glimmer of hope. He had to avenge Sakazuki and restore his dignity in the eyes of the world government. Sun Wukong sensed the intentions of the CP admiral, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Sakazuki now was more about inhaling than exhaling. In such a dire battlefield situation, there was no way to save him. The CP admiral's gaze revealed a hint of determination as he pushed off the ground with his feet, charging at Sun Wukong like an arrow released from a bow. His long knife sliced through the air, emanating a chilling light, each strike containing his thirst for victory and hatred for Sun Wukong. He unleashed the Soru technique from the Marine 6 styles, instantly accelerating his body in an attempt to break through Sun Wukong's defenses with his speed, catching him off guard. However, Sun Wukong remained unfazed, easily sidestepping the CP admiral's fierce attack. His eyes were filled with mockery, as if laughing at the CP admiral's overestimation of himself. With this little skill, you think you could take revenge? Sun Wukong snorted coldly. He then quickly extended his right hand, fingers together, covered in haki, and thrust towards the CP admiral's chest, a signature move of his, fast as lightning and powerful enough to penetrate steel. The CP admiral sensed danger and immediately hardened his chest with haki, slightly turning his body to minimize damage. With a dull thud, Sun Wukong's fingers struck the CP admiral's body. However, due to the defense of haki, it did not cause a fatal injury. Nevertheless, the powerful impact forced the CP admiral to retreat a few steps, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! The CP admiral wiped the blood from his mouth, his anger intensifying. He took a deep breath, concentrating all his haki onto his long knife, which was instantly enveloped in black haki, emanating a chilling aura. He leaped high, gripping the long knife with both hands, and swung it down toward Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong swung his golden staff to meet the blade head-on. Boom! The clash of the two weapons created a powerful shockwave that distorted the surrounding air, forming a violent gust that swept outward. At this moment, Manji saw the two combatants quickly reach Sakazuki's side. Sakazuki was drenched in cold sweat, blood continuously oozing from his mouth, his eyes wide open. Manji reached out, checking Sakazuki's breath and feeling his carotid artery. Although he had a premonition, when he confirmed that Sakazuki was lifeless, his hand recoiled sharply, his face showing terror and despair. He shouted loudly to the surrounding Marines, "Admiral Akainu is dead." Upon hearing this cry, the Marines around fell into a deathly silence, followed by an uproar. Their faces were filled with shock, grief, and disbelief. Akainu Sakazuki was well known in the Marines, and the news of his death swept across the battlefield like a storm. How could this be? Admiral Akainu, actually, a young Marine soldier, stood frozen in place, staring blankly at Sakazuki's body, murmuring to himself. Meanwhile, the battle between Sun Wukong and the CP admiral had reached a fever pitch. Each clash of their weapons was accompanied by dazzling sparks and deafening booms. The powerful energy waves sent surrounding sand, rocks, and trees flying, and the ground was torn apart with deep cracks, as if the battlefield were about to be ripped apart by their power. The CP admiral's eyes were bloodshot, his hatred burning like a raging fire, causing him to forget all fear and pain. He pushed the Marines' 6 styles and haki to their limits, each swing of his long knife infused with lethal intent. Techniques like Suru, Jeppo, and Renkyaku were unleashed in succession, his form flickering like a ghost around Sun Wukong, trying to find a flaw to deliver a fatal blow. Sun Wukong, relying on his immense strength and combat instincts, easily countered the CP Admiral's attacks. His golden staff danced in his hands, blocking every strike perfectly while occasionally launching counterattacks. He still wore that mocking smile, as if this battle was merely a casual game for him. "Oomph. Your attacks can't hurt me at all," Sun Wukong shouted, suddenly raising his golden staff high, his golden aura surging once again. "You two might pose some pressure on me. But just you alone? No way." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Wukong flashed behind the CP Admiral and swung his staff. The CP Admiral's eyes widened in terror, caught off guard, and sent flying. How is this possible? The CP Admiral's body flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily into a building, debris flying and dust billowing. He felt his internal energy surge, as if his organs had shifted, and he uncontrollably spewed out blood, staining the ground in front of him. Cough, cough. No, if this continues, I will surely lose. He scanned the battlefield, where hundreds of Marines were engaged with other pirate crews, and several Marine vice admirals were battling the commanders of the Chechen pirates. His gaze finally landed on Manji, who was confronting Sun Wukong. This Marine vice admiral was the only one daring enough to enter this battle. With this thought, he quickly got up and shouted at Manji, "Notify Sengoku, we need backup." Hearing the CP Admiral shout, Manji's heart sank. He knew the situation had escalated to a serious level. Sengoku's arrival would undoubtedly make this battle even more complex and dangerous. But at this moment, he had no other choice but to grit his teeth and nod in response, then turn and rush towards the Navy ships. Based on Sun Wukong's strength, Sengoku's power was uncertain. Manji thought to himself, his feet moving swiftly. The situation had progressed to this point, which he had anticipated. After all, as a Marine Admiral, the news of Sakazuki's death would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar within the Marines and even the entire world. But he wanted to advance with no other options. Sun Wukong watched Manji's retreating figure, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, then looked at the CP Admiral. "What, calling for help? Too bad. No one could save you today." At this moment, the battlefield was growing increasingly chaotic. The battle between the Marines and the pirate crews had reached a boiling point, with cries of battle and the sounds of clashing weapons intermingling, permeated by the scent of blood and gunpowder. The confrontations between several Marine vice admirals and the commanders of the Chechen pirates were also extremely fierce, both sides unleashing their ultimate techniques, refusing to give an inch, with each clash accompanied by powerful energy waves that left the ground pockmarked. "Damn, this is my territory." Sun Wukong glared at his High Violent, his face dark as a pot bottom. Immediately, he continued his actions, rapidly closing in on the CP Admiral. He just needed to kill him to alleviate the pressure on his subordinates. Meanwhile, near Hive Island, in the rear, Sengoku and Borsalino were hidden, watching the distance from the deck, silently waiting. "Admiral!" A loud shout rang out. Buddha Sengoku frowned slightly as he watched the Deputy Minister of the Logistics Department running towards him frantically. Lifeguard! Lifeguard! He stammered, unable to articulate. "What happened to the lifeguard?" Sengoku asked. "It's gone. The lifeguard is gone." "Whose is it?" Sengoku instantly understood what the other meant. He anxiously asked, worried that it might be about Marco. The Deputy Minister spoke in terror at Sakazuki. He shouted the last name loudly. Sengoku rushed in front of him, gripping the other's collar tightly with both hands. "Who?" His voice was filled with shock and disbelief, as the wind whipped his cloak, echoing the turmoil in his heart. The Deputy Minister was frightened by Sengoku's sudden action, his face turning pale, and his body trembled involuntarily as he stammered, I don't know either. I just suddenly found out that Admiral Sakazuki's lifeguard turned to ashes just now." His eyes were filled with fear and panic, not daring to meet Sengoku's gaze, which seemed ready to devour him. Borsalino, standing nearby, instantly lost his previously lazy demeanor, replaced by a serious expression. Rumble. Sengoku heard the phone bug in his arms ringing and let go of the Deputy Minister. The voice repeated twice, and Sengoku recognized it as Marco's voice, quickly responding, "Received. Full speed ahead, target Hive Island." The battlefield. Sun Wukong quickly engaged in combat with Admiral CP. However, the opponent's injuries were rapidly worsening, and Sun Wukong showed no mercy. An hour later, Sun Wukong looked at the fallen CP Admiral, thinking what a troublesome guy. Without any pause, he hurried to support the cadres of the Chechen pirates. Sun Wukong moved like lightning, sweeping across the battlefield. At this moment, he was a character of bug-level strength on the battlefield. "Retreat!" The Navy Vice Admiral shouted loudly as he sensed the situation was unfavorable. His shout stood out starkly amidst the chaotic battlefield. The Navy soldiers, although reluctant, understood the gravity of the situation and began to fight while retreating, attempting to break free from the entanglement with the Chechen pirates. However, the members of the Chechen pirates, having finally gained the upper hand with Sun Wukong's support, were not willing to let go of this opportunity, shouting loudly and pursuing the enemy. Sun Wukong called out to Hawkins, who immediately understood and blocked the others. Sun Wukong shouted to everyone, "All of you, treat the wounded, then retreat. The opponent is bringing a tough character. Roar." Hawkins quickly walked to Sun Wukong's side. "Captain, we're taking some heavy damage here." Sun Wukong smiled faintly. "Wait a moment, I'll intercept them at sea. Let them clean up the battlefield, and then I'll have Yixiao and John come with me." "Okay, Captain." After a while, Yixiao, John, Enel, Hawkins, and Rum stood beside Sun Wukong. "Captain, let me go too." Enel clenched his fists, staring at the barely visible fleet on the sea ahead. "No, your strength isn't strong enough. You might be left behind." Sun Wukong patted Enel's shoulder, his eyes revealing an undeniable authority. "How infuriating. They actually dared to bully me." At this moment, the sea breeze howled, and the waves crashed against the ship's side, creating a booming sound. Sengoku and Borsellino stood at the forefront, followed by Sea questioning Aroma, Yumi Crazy, Kalashakaling, and Malonica Jia. Also just arrived was Marco. Sengoku's face was ashen with the death of Sakazuki. He could not escape responsibility. After all, he believed that with two admirals from the Navy and the world government acting, the Chechen pirates would surely retreat. He had planned to intercept and capture them all at once, but he did not expect Sun Wukong to be so powerful. Looking at the distant and elusive Hive Island, Sengoku felt it was extremely tricky. Now, he could only try to mitigate the losses. He had to take away the bodies of Sakazuki and the CP Admiral. The sea breeze grew stronger, making everyone's clothes flap loudly. As they got closer, an inexplicable sense of oppression fell upon everyone on the warship, causing a moment of silence. Suddenly, Sengoku's aura surged, and an incredibly powerful sense of oppression emerged. Sun Wukong also saw Sengoku. The overwhelming auras of both clashed in the air above the sea. "Sun Wukong, today is the day you pay for the blood debts of the Navy." Sengoku roared, his voice rolling over the howling wind and crashing waves, shaking the sea and seemingly rallying it in support. Sengoku's expression was as dark as water, thinking, "Sun Wukong's strength is terrifying. If I don't take him down today, what face will the Navy have left?" Thinking of Sakazuki's death and the tasks assigned by the world government, he gritted his teeth. Clenching his fists tightly, his muscles bulged, and the armament haki instantly covered his entire body, like a black war god. Seeing this, Sun Wukong shot towards the warship like a cannonball at incredible speed. He needed to change the battlefield, otherwise his base would be flattened. Sengoku saw the figure rushing towards him and suddenly grew larger. Human fruit, mythical beast type, great Buddha form. Sengoku transformed into a gigantic golden Buddha, radiating dazzling light, as if enveloped in a layer of sacred golden light. His body continued to rise, quickly surpassing the height of the warship, his enormous figure creating a strong sense of oppression. Following this, Sengoku jumped and hurled a punch down at the rushing figure of Sun Wukong. "Buddha's impact," Sengoku shouted, swinging his palm to unleash a shockwave of power comparable to the tremor fruit. This shockwave surged towards Sun Wukong with overwhelming force, splitting the sea in half, creating a massive chasm. Sun Wukong did not dodge or evade, instead throwing his own fist to collide with Sengoku's Buddha punch. With a loud boom, It was as if the sky had been torn apart by this force. A strong energy wave erupted at the point of collision, with visible energy ripples spreading outwards. The sea was lifted into massive waves dozens of meters high, sweeping towards the surrounding waters. Both Sun Wukong and Sengoku were pushed back several meters by the recoil. Sengoku landed steadily on the warship, which trembled violently from the impact. Sun Wukong stabilized himself in midair, slightly frowning. Is that Tathagata? The appearance that Sengoku displayed resembled the Tathagata from his memories, making him instantly vigilant. Could there be a connection between the two worlds? Sun Wukong, today is your death day. Sengoku snorted coldly, leaping into the air again, his golden light intensifying. He thought to himself that this Sun Wukong was indeed formidable. That last strike had not gained him any advantage. However, as the Admiral of the Navy, he could not retreat here, especially with a mission from the world government at hand. Sun Wukong also set aside his distracting thoughts, his gaze becoming incredibly sharp. He gripped the golden cudgel tightly and swung it rapidly in the air, creating a rush of wind. Try this move, Sun Wukong shouted, hurling the golden cudgel fiercely at Sengoku. The cudgel, accompanied by a whistling sound, instantly grew larger and longer, resembling a golden dragon as it roared towards Sengoku. At that critical moment, Sengoku's eyes narrowed, his hands quickly coming together in a prayer position. Then he forcefully thrust them forward. Two massive Buddha palms, resembling mountains, collided with immense power. In an instant, a dazzling light of pale gold surged from between his palms, like a rising sun illuminating the entire battlefield. The light grew brighter, ultimately coalescing into a gigantic circular shield. This shield radiated a faint golden glow, with mysterious runes flowing on its surface, as if possessing infinite defensive power. At the same time, an attack was crashing down like a tidal wave from the other side. A thunderous roar erupted. Boom! The two overwhelming forces collided with a deafening sound, causing the ocean to surge and the sky to change color. The surrounding air was instantly torn apart, forming visible shockwaves that swept in all directions. Dozens of warships on the sea were tossed about like leaves in a storm. Seeing this, Borisellino did not dare to hesitate for a moment. Golden light points gathered around Sun Wukong, and a humanoid light point suddenly appeared, kicking towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong sensed the attack from his side. The Navy truly had talented individuals. He decided not to continue exchanging blows with Sengoku and directly dodged Borisellino's kick. The golden cudgel did not pause and swept horizontally towards Borisellino. Borisellino's expression grew serious. He was well aware of Sun Wukong's strength. That kick had merely been a test. And seeing the opponent's fierce counterattack, he did not dare to be careless. He concentrated the light points in his hand. Amaterasu's sword. He predicted the position of the golden cudgel. Boom! Borisellino's face was filled with terror as he stared wide-eyed at the Amaterasu's sword formed from his own abilities. However, the scene before him was unbelievable. He saw the opponent merely wave his weapon lightly. The originally indestructible Amaterasu's sword was instantly shattered. Countless fragments flew everywhere like raindrops, some even embedding themselves into the surrounding walls and ground, leaving deep pits. As the Amaterasu's sword shattered, Borisellino also felt a powerful recoil traveling down his arm, numbing his grip and almost causing him to drop the sword. Borisellino was shocked. Sun Wukong's strength far exceeded his expectations. But as a vice admiral of the Navy, he would not be easily intimidated. Especially with Sengoku at his side, 2 against 1, the advantage was on their side. He quickly adjusted his stance, hands rapidly forming seals, his golden glow intensifying, and the previously scattered light points quickly converge around him. The eightfold jewel, Borisellino shouted, and countless golden spheres the size of fists appeared around him. These spheres, as if alive, spun rapidly around him, emanating powerful energy fluctuations. With a sudden wave of his hands, the spheres shot towards Sun Wukong like a torrential rain, each containing enough power to destroy a warship, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Law of heaven and earth, Sun Wukong shouted. In an instant, his body suddenly enlarged, towering like a majestic mountain, standing firm over the sea. Every inch of his muscle seemed to contain boundless strength, exuding an ancient and powerful aura. The already imposing golden cudgel grew longer and thicker in his hands, resembling a pillar supporting the heavens. Facing Borisolino's torrential attack of the eightfold jewel, Sun Wukong merely smiled coldly. He swung the massive golden cudgel, tracing a golden arc in the air. As the spheres touched the cudgel, they shattered like eggs against a stone, dissipating into golden light. This swing not only easily deflected Borisolino's attack, but also generated a powerful shockwave that spread outwards. With a shockwave passed, the sea was lifted into massive waves, rushing towards the distance, while several nearby warships were capsized, and the Navy soldiers on board screamed in terror. Jumping into the sea to survive, Sengoku, in his Buddha form, spread his feet wide to steady the warship beneath him. Buddha shockwave. He took a deep breath, the golden Buddha light on him shining even more brightly, the light behind him becoming more dazzling. Sun Wukong sensed Sengoku's attack and positioned the golden cudgel in front of him like a shield to block the two beams of golden light. Truly difficult to handle. In the distance, Yi Xiao and the others watched Sun Wukong fighting. What should we do? Should we intervene? John anxiously looked at the others. Yi Xiao stepped forward. Let's go help. I will hold off Borisolino. Saying this, he waved his staff through the air, and a spatial portal suddenly appeared. I'll go first. Yi Xiao stepped in directly. John glanced at the others. I'll go help. Count me in. Tiger quickly entered the rift. Just as Enel was about to act, Hawkins stopped him. What are you doing? Hawkins, I need to help. If you leave, the Navy will invade the island, and Rom and I won't be able to stop them. Enel. The three instantly appeared on a warship. As the three figures materialized, Mun Shi and the others immediately noticed them. Hai Wenxiang raised her eyebrows slightly, her graceful yet strong figure scrutinizing the newcomers with piercing eyes. Lord Kiba, let me handle this. Yomi Q, ha ha ha. I want one. Milong Nika stepped forward. I want one. Just as both sides were on edge, the Navy soldiers on the warship also sensed something unusual and rushed over from various directions. In an instant, the deck was crowded with people, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a great battle on the verge of breaking out. However, the standoff did not last long. Yomi Q could no longer contain his fighting spirit. He shouted, "Your opponent is Rear Admiral of the World Government's Navy Headquarters, Yomi Q." John stepped forward. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Kaido Pirates, John. Ah, come and fight, John. Immediately, Yomi Q dashed towards John like a bolt of black lightning, his long knife raised high, slicing down with a fierce wind, as if to cleave John in two. John quickly sidestepped to avoid it while swinging his weapon to block Yomi Q's follow-up attack. The two instantly clashed, the sounds of their weapons colliding, echoing, sparks flying. John Gravity's attacks are heavy and powerful, implemented around his body and weapon. The captain of the 4th Division of the New World's 4 Emperors, the Cheetian Pirate Group, smiles. Greetings, Your Excellency. The Rear Admiral of the World Government's Navy Headquarters, the Demon Warrior, Hai Wenxiang. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 6 light blue pulse gates burst forth from Hai Wenxiang's body. A powerful aura emanates from her, causing the surrounding air to seem to be drawn by this force, creating slight ripples. Then, the two engage in combat. Tiger focuses his gaze on Malonika Jia, the captain of the Cheetian Pirate Group's division. Rear Admiral Malonika Jia, under Vice Admiral Banji, please enlighten me. Tiger's muscles tense up, exuding a powerful aura as he slightly spreads his legs, fists clenched at his sides. His robust body resembles a towering hill, giving an intense sense of oppression. Tiger strikes first, roaring like an angry lion, charging toward Malonika Jia. With his right fist raised high, accompanied by a whistling wind, he swings it down with immense force towards his opponent. The power of this punch is tremendous. Malonika Jia's eyes narrow, and he calmly sidesteps, easily dodging Tiger's heavy blow. Immediately after, he swiftly punches towards Tiger's abdomen. His fist is as fast as lightning, leaving a trail in the air as it accurately targets its mark. Seeing this, Tiger quickly uses his left arm to block, and with a muffled bang, their arms collide. producing a dull sound like thunder. The collision of this force causes the surrounding air to tremble, creating visible ripples that spread outward. Whoa, what a heavy punch. Taking advantage of the moment Tiger blocks, Malonica Ja leaps up with a kick aimed at Tiger's head. Tiger hurriedly leans back to dodge, while raising his right leg to sweep at Malonica Ja's supporting leg. Malonica Ja reacts swiftly, jumping up to evade the sweep. Then, he flips in the air and attacks Tiger again. The two engage in a fierce back and forth, their figures moving rapidly on the battlefield, where their fists and feet collide. Waves of energy erupt, causing the surrounding Navy soldiers to stagger back, clearing a spacious area for their battle. Introduction: to walk the world in 3 to 5 steps. In the blink of an eye, the vast sea turns into mountains and fields. The demons and monsters of this world have changed, and even the bull-headed snake spirit has become a tyrant. Today, I realize I am myself, and from now on, let this place remember my name again. Call me the great sage equal to heaven. A once-in-a-century genius. 10 were born that year. On the 7th day of the 7th month, I will definitely return. The young sword god is indeed arrogant. This is a forbidden zone for the timid, but how can that scare me?